Traversing the Marvel Universe, acquiring the abilities of the old man. In this world, there is no Jackie Chan, no Xiao Yu. However, dark forces are about to descend. With only the old man remaining, how shall he confront this encroaching darkness? Steve. Oh, why is my boss a black man? I quit. Old man, the shop needs a handyman. Steve. Very well, esteemed elder from the Dragon Kingdom. I require shelter, and you need assistance in combating the dark forces. We are indeed a perfect match. Tony Stark. Elder, this magic is simply marvelous. May I learn magic from you? Old man. The old man does not take apprentices. Tony Stark. Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to purchase a few antiques. Old man. What are you waiting for, Stark? Do you not wish to learn magic? The Avengers. No. This is called the Dragon Squad. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Marvel Sorcerer, Ancient One. The blazing sun shone brilliantly. The sun was reveling in its residual power. It seems that the United States is not an ideal place for summer respite, it is truly sweltering. Manhattan. Hell's Kitchen. The dim alleyways serve as a haven for criminals. Fortunately, our protagonist's luck holds, as no one has come here to engage in unlawful activities today. Chen Feng awakens from his slumber, slowly opening his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. Where am I? The damp alley makes him feel uncomfortable. As Chen Feng struggles to rise, his hand inadvertently plunges into a puddle. Observing the slightly yellow liquid within, he realizes it is hardly something pleasant. How can one defecate indiscriminately? As a foul stench assaults his senses, Chen Feng's brow furrows deeply. Numerous such puddles surround him, all radiating an unbearable odor under the blazing sun. Why am I here? Where's this place? Chen Feng rubs his throbbing head, trying to recall what has transpired. But his memories are stuck in the previous night, when he lay on the sofa, leisurely reminiscing about his childhood. Jackie Chan Adventures. Yes, that's it. After watching the film, he fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken in this unfamiliar setting. Could it be? A novel has materialized into reality, transporting him into the world of Jackie Chan Adventures? System, adoptive father, dear father, Chen Feng cautiously calls out, hoping to find some evidence of his transmigration that would free him from his previously predictable life. However, the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. Just as Chen Feng begins to think he is not traversed, but has merely been abducted to an unknown locale, a sudden chime ignites his hopes. Binding system. Chen Feng is elated. Splendid. I knew my adoptive father would not abandon me. He would surely take me to the animated world of my dreams. The second dimension, my beloved ones, I am coming. Oh. Ding. Binding successful. Esteemed host, the multiverse template system is at your service. Chen Feng, does the system have any beginner's gifts? Ding. The multiverse character panel is available for selection. Please draw lots. Chen Feng shouts lottery. A massive wheel appears before him, adorned with a plethora of characters that dazzles his senses. As the wheel spins incessantly, Chen Feng's heart races. This moment of destiny is exhilarating. The rapidly spinning wheel eventually halts, landing in a minuscule corner. Before Chen Feng can lean in for a closer look, the system's prompt resonates in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Tomcat error, system malfunction, correcting. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Jackie Chan Adventures, old man template, old man's kung fu loading, energy magic spell loading, antique appraisal ability loading. Hey system, I heard that. I drew the rule deity Tomcat, not the old man. Quickly return Tomcat's lineage to me. Ding. System error, unable to process your command. Ding. Old man template loading successful. System will self-destruct shortly. Please strive to survive in this world, host. Chen Feng can distinctly feel a surge of energy emanating from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and revitalizing his body. His pupils dilate, his mouth agape, gasping for breath, when suddenly, a burst of yellow mist emanates from behind him. Hey, isn't this simply a scam? Where are the old man's abilities? Is this the end of it? This is not the promised rebirth of my physical form. System, adoptive father, scammer, worthless child. Chen Feng yells into the air, appearing quite mad to any onlookers. No response. The system's chimes have fallen silent. Damn it, my golden finger vanished within an hour. Is this some kind of experience pass? No, not even that. Even an old horse would have to learn from you. What a wretched system. As Chen Feng curses, his body begins to undergo a quiet transformation. His vision blurs, not severely, perhaps 100 or 200 degrees. His hearing sharpens, enabling him to discern the scuttling of cockroaches nearby. His hands take on a weathered appearance, resembling those shaped by the passage of time. His body ages rapidly, and everything unfolds as if time were playing a cruel joke. Chen Feng, once a 20-year-old youth, instantaneously transforms into a centenarian. Hey, I need to apply for after-sales service. Ding, system has exploded, please host handle it yourself. Hearing this message from the system reminds Chen Feng of those videos he once watched on Douyin. If all you offer is a degree, please do not enroll. Ugh, what nonsense. You provide only a template and expect me to venture into the world. How utterly deceitful. System, return to me. Geneva, refund. Chen Feng transitions into a furious tirade, yet the system remains unresponsive. Exhausted, he no longer desires to utter another word. This system is even more detestable than the scammers from northern Myanmar. Very well, one step at a time. Ding, System After Sales Service Center, monitoring the laziness of student number 12138. We will impose a non-graduation penalty on the individual. Regarding your encountered situation, we will provide a certain amount of compensation. Please check. Thank you. Just as Chen Feng intends to step out of the alley to ascertain which world lies beyond, a voice more formidable than his own system resonates in his mind. Before Chen Feng can react, a torrent of information floods his consciousness. It is the old man's century-long memories, detailing his victories over 8 great demons, culminating in his ascent as a grand sorcerer, mentorship, and eventual ascension. Ding, transmission of the old man's century of insights completed. Ding, old man's life experiences integrated. Ding, transmission of the old man's antique shop completed. Ding, transmission of the villains from Jackie Chan Adventures completed. Program malfunction, program malfunction. Thank you for using 12138. You naughty boy, stop right there. As the system's final words echo, Chen Feng absorbs the old man's century of wisdom, dazedly walking into an antique shop, collapsing onto the floor, unconscious. In the April drizzle, the incessant rain renders the American city utterly indescribable. Setting aside the drainage system, the streets are littered with trash, excrement, vomit, and various addicts sprawled across the pavement. This disarray makes Chen Feng, a visitor from China, reluctant to step outside his antique shop even once that it was already 8 in the evening, and the streets were sparsely populated. Chen Feng had not made many gains today living in this hellish kitchen, surrounded by gangsters and African Americans. He could not fathom why the system had chosen to establish an antique shop in such a place. Would the locals truly pay for anything they purchased? As Chen Feng yawned in boredom, the bell at the door jingled, signaling the arrival of a customer. He sprang up from his recliner with a sudden energy, a gleeful expression of a money-hungry merchant on his face as he greeted, "Welcome to Old Dad's Antique Shop. How may I assist you?" Noticing the customer remained silent, Chen Feng opened his eyes wide and recognized her. It was she, the most bald yet formidable woman in the Marvel Universe, the Sorceress Supreme, the mightiest mage of Kamar-Taj, the renowned Ancient One. Chapter 2. The Resurrection of Steve Rogers. Hello, may I inquire? Although Chen Feng immediately recognized the Ancient One's identity, he could not reveal this knowledge. With a hint of reverence and curiosity, he inquired, "Greetings, I am the Ancient One. I am not here to make a purchase." Watching her respectful demeanor left Chen Feng somewhat bewildered. He had just seen the eye of Agamotto on her chest open, and he feared that this formidable figure had come to end his existence as a traveler, for who in the Marvel Universe did not know that the Ancient One specialized in dealing with troublesome individuals? "Greetings, Ancient One. May I ask what brings you to my antique shop?" Despite Chen Feng's outward calm, his heart raced in turmoil. What unexpected circumstances might arise from the sudden appearance of the Ancient One and the time gem? "Mr. Chen Feng, is it?" Upon hearing his name pronounced with such calmness by the Ancient One, Chen Feng's heart raced to an alarming pace. Fortunately, the wisdom acquired from Old Dad had granted him a century's worth of experience. Otherwise, he would have surely knelt in reverence and inquired if the esteemed master required any trinkets. "Yes, may I ask what you seek from me?" The Ancient One exhaled. "At last, I have found you, Master Chen Feng. Upon receiving news from the Hong Kong Mage Hall, I have been searching for you. Today, I have finally located you. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Kamar-Taj, Mage, the Ancient One greets you, Supreme Mage Chen Feng." Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet his body instinctively moved. "Huaxia, Mage, Chen Feng greets you, Master Ancient One." The two bowed in mutual respect. Chen Feng, amidst a flurry of memories, finally unearthed fragments related to this encounter. These memories had been implanted by the system, and he typically refrained from delving too deeply into them, as it proved quite burdensome. Thus, while his body was aware, he himself was not. There is a reason why service areas can be more reliable than students. The memories implanted in Chen Feng were intricate and chaotic, while the life trajectory of the service area was remarkably smooth. It could even be stated that Chen Feng had established himself in this world for over 70 years, gaining considerable renown and becoming an important figure within Huaxia. His journey to the United States was prompted by the ominous signs of the dark energy's impending resurgence. Observing the substantial balance in his memory, he felt inclined to tell his fellow travelers, "Behold, this is what true traversing entails. One must possess significance to truly traverse." Casting aside the trope of being orphaned and struggling, what would such a fate amount to but a mere change of scenery? For instance, in another world, orphaned, without a home, card, or vehicle, one could argue that such traversing is unwarranted. Chen Feng's internal musings were complex, yet to the outside world, they transpired in an instant. In the Ancient One's gaze, he momentarily drifted before continuing their conversation. "Master Chen Feng, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the United States?" "Master Ancient One, you flatter me. Simply call me Chen Feng. Indeed, I have pressing matters to attend to. The dark energy is on the verge of resurgence, threatening to disrupt the balance of the world, igniting a conflict between good and evil. Initially, I ought to have reported to Kamar-Taj and you, Master Ancient One, immediately upon my arrival, but the circumstances have been overwhelming. I hope for your understanding. Chen Feng, since you insist I should not stand on ceremony, I shall likewise refrain from formality. Just call me Ancient One. There is no rush for reports, but tell me, are you referring to the dark dimension when you mention dark energy? Is it about to break free? The dark dimension? Dormammu? Those entities would be utterly powerless before the true dark energy." Yet, he could not express this aloud. That would imply the Ancient One and her allies had battled against something of little consequence for over a century. "Not quite, Ancient One. Are you familiar with Taoist culture?" "I have heard of it, and know a little." Seeing the Ancient One's awareness, Chen Feng refrained from recounting the origins of Taoism. For reasons unbeknownst to him, after absorbing old dad's memories, he had developed a penchant for discussing origins, preferring to elaborate unnecessarily. Taoism speaks of yin and yang. One yin and one yang constitute the world. Yin energy represents the dark energy, referring to all negative aspects, while yang energy signifies the righteous, encompassing all that can be deemed virtuous. When mentioning virtuous deeds, the Ancient One's expression darkened. Observing this, Chen Feng surmised that she was drawing upon Dormammu's power to sustain her life, prompting him to offer words of comfort. Engaging in virtuous acts and just endeavors, power knows no distinction of good or evil. It depends upon the wielder. The Ancient One raised her head, her expression returning to normal. She was not truly sorrowful. A being who had lived for centuries would not be so easily moved by mere words. Instead, she was reflecting on the past and present, feeling a sense of degradation and guilt towards the righteous forces of the universe. "Thank you, Master." "No, it is nothing. Let us return to our previous discussion. The forces of good and evil have always been in contention. Eons ago, dark energy thrived, and the 8 great demons ruled the heavens. At that time, the power of dark energy reached its zenith, yet it was also at its most vulnerable. The 8 immortals emerged, utilizing a mysterious runic power to seal the 8 great demons within the demon realm. From that point on, dark energy began to wane. Of course, at this juncture, Chen Feng paused appropriately, for he intended to withhold the latter half of the tale regarding how dark energy subsequently weakened and transformed into dark energy, spawning multidimensional dark beings like Dormammu and Mephisto. Then, if I understand correctly, there are 8 dark demons equivalent to Dormammu who will not be hindered by dimensional barriers and are set to descend upon Earth? The Ancient One inquired, her voice laced with contemplation and a hint of speculation. For the Ancient One, Dormammu represented the most formidable demon she had ever encountered. Yet, for those at the height of their power, figures like the Holy One, Dormammu would not even compare to their servants. Yes, Ancient One, you may interpret it thus. Although the Pangu treasure box that seals the 8 demons remains enshrined in the sanctuary, the signs of dark energy's resurgence are undeniable. The peak of righteousness cannot last forever. Dark energy will attempt to breach the barriers of righteousness and return to the world. Chen Feng, it seems your concerns are far more pressing than mine. What do you intend to do? The Ancient One recognized Chen Feng's purpose for being there, yet she could not assist with these matters, prompting her to inquire further. Do nothing, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Do nothing? The Ancient One was taken aback. Do not concern yourself with anything. Righteousness will bring forth the warriors he requires to stand beside me against the encroaching darkness. Chen Feng's gaze was profound, as if he could pierce through the fabric of eternity. Ancient One attempted to summon the eye of Agamotto, seeking to unveil the source of this man's unwavering confidence. Yet, the future of Chen Feng remained shrouded in obscurity, impenetrable to her vision. The assertion that Chen Feng possessed no future was a statement that even Ancient One found hard to believe. It was likely the formidable power emanating from him that obscured the scrutiny of the time stone. Merely a few decades of cultivation sufficed to shield him from its gaze. Ancient One felt a genuine admiration for this grand sorcerer hailing from the east. However, amidst their conversation, the chosen warrior of righteousness awakened from his slumber. The pristine white sheets induced a sense of dizziness, and a cascade of images flashed before his eyes, ultimately halting at the moment of his freezing. Now he was entirely unclothed, his golden hair and azure eyes, combined with a physique that epitomized the golden ratio, marked him as extraordinary. Upon awakening, he initially gazed around in bewilderment. Soon, his eyes widened in astonishment, pupils dilating with surprise. Indeed, this golden-haired, blue-eyed Adonis was none other than Steve Rogers, famously known as Captain America. Steve murmured to himself, "Where's this place? Where am I?" Chapter 3. Captain America seeks his due. A slender figure clad in a 1970s nurse's mini dress entered the room, though she uttered not a word. Steve's keen intuition immediately set him on edge. "Good morning, Captain. It seems you're feeling better," she said. "Where am I? What time is it?" Steve inquired with a grave expression. The nurse's demeanor shifted, and she quickly shrugged, attempting to mask her impending deception as she replied. In a rehabilitation room in New York City. Listening to the team updates on the radio, Steve was convinced that this woman was deceiving him. With a hint of sarcasm, he probed, "Really? The Nazis have taken over America. What do they want? To study super soldiers?" The nurse's gaze shifted dramatically, her eyes reflecting a mix of fear and disbelief. Was this man, a notorious enemy of the regime, truly suggesting such things? She found herself bewildered by his words. Steve suddenly fixed her with a steady stare, calmly asking, "It seems I've been asleep for quite some time. Could you tell me what year it is?" 2001. The nurse revealed, realizing her blunder. The SHIELD had selected a nurse without special training, hoping to prevent the captain from detecting anything amiss. Yet, this very nurse had unwittingly unraveled their plans. Without hesitation, Steve bypassed the nurse and delivered a powerful kick that shattered the imposing door before him. Indeed, everything around him was a fabrication. False walls, advanced flooring. It was merely another tactic employed against spies. Steve, accustomed to such ruses, sprinted out the door, only to find himself within a vast building teeming with agents. He engaged a few of them briefly before hastily escaping. However, the earlier skirmish did not leave Steve bewildered. It was expected. Yet, upon reaching the center of the street, the transformation of the world before him rendered him utterly disoriented. Giant screens flashed with vibrant colors. The streets were a cacophony of reds and greens. Towering steel edifices loomed above, and the incessant flow of people and vehicles overwhelmed his senses. Just as Steve grappled with his confusion, a fleet of black cars encircled him. "Don't be alarmed, soldier," came a voice from a man clad in a black trench coat, his single eye obscured by an eye patch. To be frank, his smile was less than inviting. One might even describe it as ghastly. Steve scrutinized him, puzzled, and asked, "Where's your boss?" The smile on the man's face faltered, yet, respecting the captain's stature, he refrained from a direct outburst. Instead, he retorted with a hint of mockery, "Captain, the world has changed. Mr. Lincoln freed us. Now everyone is equal. I have no boss, or perhaps I'm a boss now. To be precise, I am the head of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, and you, soldier, are now under my command." Oh, I must have been asleep for too long if I'm hearing a black man claim to be my superior. What is this Bureau of Guarantees? Is it an organization for cotton picking? Oh no, surely I must be losing my mind. Even if it were a cotton picking organization, it would be implausible for a black man to be its leader. Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, wielding authority over the extraordinary forces of America, is indeed the principal figure of power within. At this moment, he feels a surge of long-buried rage, unmistakably directed at those rednecks. Steve's tone mirrors theirs exactly. Damn it, who compiled the previous information? Had I known Steve Rogers was like this, I would never have released him. Had I done so, I would have first torn his mouth to shreds. "Hey, Captain Rogers." Nick Fury felt compelled to salvage what little pride he had left, but Steve offered him no opportunity to speak. "Shut your mouth. You black scoundrel. Right now, I only wish to know where the military is headed. They seem to owe me long overdue wages and my pension. Don't eat sour radishes. Rogers, you damned redneck. I am your superior, so show me some respect. Oh, black man, your words are truly foul. I knew I had wronged the little mustache. Consider what fault he bears. This country cannot even provide retirement benefits to its soldiers. It would be better to let the Nazis take over. Steve, in comparison to other white individuals, indeed possessed humility and admirable qualities. However, a white youth raised in those times could hardly harbor any fondness for a black man like Nick Fury. Moreover, after decades of fighting for the nation, returning to find a former slave living better than oneself is a grave insult. It would be lenient to merely curse at you. The fact that he did not smash you with a shield is a testament to Steve's restraint. Eat sour vegetables. Eat sour vegetables. I foolishly thought you were a hero of the American people. Fury's scant composure evaporated entirely. He was on the verge of charging at Steve for a life-or-death struggle. Fortunately, his subordinates, sensing the escalating situation, promptly restrained him. Otherwise, D would need a new director today. Hey, let me go. I'll kill him. Calm down. Director, you can't defeat the captain. Steve, detached from the conflict, casually remarked, Hey, black man, your companions are correct. You cannot defeat me. So, where is the military headquarters? I still need to collect my pension and dance with the ladies today. Damn it. Nick Fury struggled furiously, yet he could not free himself from the grip of the two soldiers. His furious roars ultimately dissolved into impotent rage. As for Fury, Steve chose to ignore him and approached a nearby agent who caught his eye, directly inquiring, Hey buddy, do you know where I can collect my pension? Fortune smiled upon Steve as he found a young man who had grown up idolizing his legendary tales. Captain America was undoubtedly his role model, a sentiment shared by most American children. Captain, I am your admirer. May I take you with me? Could you kindly sign my trench coat? The agent, brimming with excitement, stammered as he rummaged through his belongings, ultimately turning to his coat, tearing off a piece of fabric, and presenting it to the American captain. Observing this overgrown boy in his 40s referring to him as an idol brought delight to the captain, who gladly accepted the fabric and inquired about a pen. What is your name? Roddy Langer. Ah, a splendid name indeed, Roddy. You have become an exceptional agent, but regrettably, you serve under a rather unsavory figure. However, do not idolize me. You are a hero in your own right. Thank you for your contributions to the Empire. Steve inscribed his final words onto Roddy's trench coat, a phrase he had learned during his time in the propaganda unit. One his superior had insisted he remember for life. Indeed, that officer had been correct. This nation did not require heroes to save it. What they sought was merely a fade of heroism. What kind of American captain? What kind of hero? After being frozen for 70 years, losing his beloved, watching his friends perish, and receiving naught in return, only to find his employer transformed into an unsavory character. It was all quite absurd. Better to heed his former superior's advice and play the jester. At least the pay was decent now. Steve Rogers bestowed his signature upon Roddy Langer. All right, he is yours now, my friend. Roddy, brimming with excitement, cradled Steve's autograph in his hands, carefully placing it close to his heart. All right, if you desire more signatures, there will be plenty later. For now, please escort me to the military. I wish to inquire about my wages for 70 years of service, along with my retirement benefits. Chapter 4. The Greedy Military Bang. Steve kicked open the military's grand door and strode in with an air of confidence. Where is everyone? Where is the person in charge? Your creditor has arrived. Steve's audacious demeanor failed to attract any officials. Instead, he found himself ensnared by the military's formidable presence. Click. Weapons were drawn, and the young receptionist at the entrance addressed Steve. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Surveying the soldiers surrounding him, Steve raised his hands in mock surrender and remarked, Is this how your military treats its creditors? Inform your commanding officer that Steve Rogers has come to claim his wages from 70 years of service and his retirement benefits. The receptionist rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed by Steve, who seemed to have just escaped from a mental institution. With a wave of her hand, she signaled to the nearby soldiers, Boys, please escort this man out. I believe he has forgotten to take his medication today. 2 soldiers flanked him, and despite facing an unarmed Steve, they were cautious. Sir, forcibly entering a military installation may prove to be the gravest mistake of your life. Please accompany us. As they reached for his shoulders, Steve could only feel a sense of disillusionment. Where was the American hero he had been promised? Where was the recognition he believed he deserved? Your actions render me rather foolish. Just as two individuals were about to rest upon his shoulder, Steve suddenly declared, I knew the American military was never to be trusted. With a swift motion, Steve seized the rifles from the hands of the two men, forcing them to the ground, and with a single punch, rendered them unconscious. Slumber akin to that of an infant. You must be utterly exhausted. The sudden turn of events left the soldiers, who had just let their guard down, utterly unprepared. As they were about to fire upon Steve, he executed a swift maneuver, landing beside them, and with two precise strikes to their necks, incapacitated them. The unexpected chaos compelled those present to act without hesitation, fingers remaining firmly on triggers, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Steve nimbly evaded the onslaught, taking refuge beneath a table. These tables are quite sturdy, he mused, as they absorbed all the damage on his behalf. Had their quality been inferior, the waitresses here would likely have had to be replaced daily, a testament to the military's scant humanitarianism. Concealed behind the table, Steve silently counted 3, 2, 1, before springing up just as the soldiers were reloading their magazines. Seizing various objects from the table, he hurled them at the soldiers, momentarily disrupting their reloading process. In a leap, he positioned himself behind them, delivering a swift flurry of strikes. Time seemed to flicker, and soon all lay sprawled on the ground, enveloped in a Captain America-like slumber. Perhaps I should consider a career in sleep medication, he quipped. Now, dear lady, could you kindly inform me of your commanding officer's whereabouts? He inquired with a disarming smile at the remaining waitress. Yet, this amiability existed solely in his perception. To the waitress, Steve resembled an instrument of war, having just dispatched 20 armed soldiers with remarkable efficiency, leaving her utterly terrified. Room 501 upstairs, the waitress stammered. Thank you for your guidance, lovely lady. I hope that when I return— Oh no, I truly hope I do not have to return, Steve replied, a self-satisfied smirk gracing his lips as he waved farewell. Ascending the staircase, he soon found himself at the door of room 501. The sounds of debauchery within reached his ears. This official knows how to indulge. Researching the origins of humanity in broad daylight. What diligence! With a resounding slap, he struck the door, bellowing, Open up. It's the water inspection. The thunderous voice and splintering door caused the men engaged in their illicit activities to immediately wilt under the pressure, shaking off the remnants of their previous engagement. Steve entered the office with a sardonic grin. Inside, a man and a woman were hastily scrambling to don their discarded garments. The half-clothed man, brimming with arrogance, pointed a finger at Steve and demanded, Who are you? How dare you interrupt me? Do you not know who my father is? In response, Steve scoffed disdainfully, teasingly inquiring, I must admit, I had no interest in knowing, but since you insist on telling me, I shall lend you my ear. Very well, then listen closely, the man said, adjusting his trousers with an air of self-satisfaction. My name is Mario, and my father is the affluent Wall Street magnate, Matteo Ricci. Matteo Ricci? The oil tycoon? Observing Steve's expression shift from calm to panic, Mario seemed to revel in the unfolding drama, boasting with delight. Ignorant fool, filthy scum, now you are afraid. Aren't you? Hurry and beg for mercy. Perhaps I shall show you leniency, allowing you to keep but 1 foot as a token of my final compassion. Steve, utterly defeated, collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth as he cried out, I am guilty. I have wronged the little mustached man, whose lifelong struggle has gone unfulfilled. He merely sought oil. What fault is that of his? Oh no. Naturally, Mario deduced whom Steve referred to, for historically, only one individual was known as the little mustache man in pursuit of oil. Amidst Mario's astonished gaze, Steve slowly rose, wiping away non-existent tears from his eyes, gazing fiercely at himself, and declared, If all is my fault, then let me restore history to its rightful course. Little mustached man, your will shall be fulfilled through me. With a leap, Steve approached Mario, delivering a resounding slap that knocked out all of Mario's foul teeth. Is ignorance your defense? Scum, are you? Filth, are you? An oil tycoon, is that what you wish to be called? Come, give me more. With a flurry of slaps, Mario succumbed to unconsciousness, though Steve moderated his strength. Otherwise, he might have shattered Mario's skull. Now, Mario, tell me, who is the boss? Steve demanded ominously, pulling Mario close. The silence that ensued was not due to Mario's unwillingness to speak, but rather because he had lost all his teeth and consciousness. Even had he wished to respond, he could not. Discarding Mario, who resembled a lump of clay in his hands, Steve carelessly tossed aside a terrified woman clutching her clothes before rummaging through the room. With a splash, buckets of cold water drenched Mario, awakening him at last. However, upon opening his eyes, the devastation surrounding him was enough to nearly send him into a faint. The walls were shattered, the floor heaved high, and only a patch of concrete remained visible. Steve sat atop the rubble, holding a red bucket, looking mockingly at Mario and jesting. "Tell me, Commander Mario, where have you stashed all the ill-gotten gains from your years of embezzlement?" With a filthy sock stuffed in his mouth, Mario could only emit muffled whimpers, prompting Steve to grow increasingly irritable. He randomly delivered a kick to Mario's ribs, breaking 4 or 5 of them, and Mario settled down. "Honestly, what is all this noise? Just answer my questions. Why must you squawk like a bird? Look how obedient you are now. Such a good child. Tell me, where have you placed my salary and pension from 70 years of service?" Gazing at Steve's devilish grin, Mario hesitated for a mere moment before he succumbed to a whimpering confession. For individuals who refused to speak even under duress, Steve resorted to breaking 3 of Mario's ribs once again. "Are you military fellows so desperate for money that you value it over your lives? Previously, a dozen men surrounded me, brandishing their firearms, and now, when I ask you, you remain tight-lipped. Has the military's financial plight sunk to such depths that one must contemplate the cost of their own life?" Mario, a man of stubborn silence, perplexed Steve, who was utterly unskilled in interrogation. "All I desire is to reclaim my rightful pension. Why must this be so difficult?" Steve sighed. Ultimately, he shattered Mario's 206 bones, yet, due to the latter's resolute silence throughout the ordeal, Steve chose to forgive him. After all, such tenacious figures who cling to their secrets are rare. Let that meager salary serve as a tribute to his fortitude. Chapter 5. The Wanted Steve and Old Dad's Antiques. Gui sat across from Chun Feng, both intently gazing at a small pot. Inside, a verdant liquid simmered, yet the anticipated spectacle remained elusive as Chun Feng added a head of garlic. Instantly, green smoke began to rise, revealing a perfectly sculpted American dairy within their view. "Oh, this is not a good omen." Chun Feng added more garlic to the pot, and with a resounding pop, the contents within the smoke began to drift away, revealing Steve in the frame. But as the shot widened, an armed helicopter appeared behind him. "Listen up. Surrender with your hands on your head within 3 seconds, or we will take emergency measures." The officer inside the helicopter, Conrad, shouted through a loudspeaker at Steve. However, the outburst felt routine. Upon returning to the cabin, he commanded 2 soldiers armed with fully equipped rifles to open fire on Steve. Bullets rained down like a tempest. Yet Steve dodged left and right, relying on his battlefield experience to navigate the chaos unscathed. He even found the time to taunt Conrad from the cabin. "Hey, rookies, your aim is worse than that of a child. Is this truly the chosen one of righteousness? Surely, there must be some mistake." While Steve's performance was undeniably impressive, morally, it left much to be desired. Gui found it perplexing that righteousness would select someone like him. Magic cannot be mistaken, and righteousness cannot be wrong. "Perhaps he is indeed my future ally," Gui pondered. In response to Gui's doubts, Chun Feng asserted, "You may question my character, but you cannot doubt Old Dad's magic. Let us continue to observe. There may yet be a turning point." As Chun Feng tossed a clove of garlic into the fray, the contents on the screen began to crystallize into clarity. "Bring it on." Conrad, ablaze with fury, disregarded the fact that they were still in a residential area and commanded his subordinates to unleash a missile towards Steve. With a whoosh, the rocket propelled forth. In light of this situation, Steve had no intention of facing it head-on with his flesh, for he was not foolish. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a manhole cover that suited his intentions perfectly, and, in mid-stride, he stepped upon it. The cover spun into the air, and with one hand, Steve seized it and hurled it at the missile, producing a spectacular explosion that illuminated the sky. Amidst the billowing smoke, Steve struck an international gesture of goodwill, exclaiming, "Oh, old chap, your marksmanship is even worse than Grandma Megan's. Off you go to tend to the little ones." His words ignited a fury within Conrad, who retorted, "You may attack our commander, but you shall not question our professionalism." In a fit of rage, Conrad kicked aside the soldier wielding the rocket launcher, brandishing a grenade launcher instead. It was in essence no different from a cannon in terms of power. Yet, just as he prepared to fire, Steve had already turned and darted into an alley, vanishing completely as an aircraft soared overhead. Damn it! As Conrad seethed with impotent rage, a pair of black men entered his line of sight. He fired indiscriminately, reducing the two to mere remnants. Casting the grenade launcher aside, he addressed the recording officer. Document this. Under Commander Conrad's leadership, we have eradicated the mastermind behind this incident. Regrettably, the accomplice has fled. Issue a wanted notice, and leave the rest to those useless cowards. The orders were swiftly dispatched, yet the wanted poster bore not Steve's handsome visage, but rather an image of a black man whose only discernible feature was his teeth. Several identical photographs appeared on the wanted list, unmistakably captured from a consistent angle, with even the reflection of his teeth unchanged. Truly, could there not be a hint of originality? As Steve emerged from the sewer, the acrid stench assaulted his senses, prompting an immediate critique. How long has this underground pipe gone uncleaned? It's far worse than that place with the little mustache. Oh, this foul odor. Are the current officials merely idle? Observing his attire, now soiled beyond recognition after just a day, Steve found himself devoid of any inclination to complain. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the local fashion bore a striking resemblance to his own beggar-like garb. Were it not for his conspicuous complexion, he would undoubtedly blend in as a local fixture, a seasoned rogue. However, the scene around him was too glaringly absurd. He could no longer suppress his desire to voice his discontent. Good grief, the conditions here are even worse than that concentration camp run by the little mustache. And these people, there's not even cotton base here. How on earth are they supposed to survive? After a bout of complaints, Steve felt his mood lighten considerably. When he lifted his gaze once more, the 5 prominent characters of Old Man's Antique Shop came into view. Fortunately, he was acquainted with a PhD. Otherwise, he would have found such obscure writing quite perplexing. This was far more challenging to decipher than mere letters, but thankfully, he possessed the necessary skills. As he spoke, Steve prepared to push the door open. At that moment, as Steve stood before the antique shop, Gu-E raised his hand and traced a circle in the air. Suddenly, a burst of sparks erupted, reminiscent of the fireworks typically seen during the new year. The sparks quickly coalesced into a swirling portal, revealing an elegantly decorated bedroom on the other side. Once everything was completed, Gu-E offered a respectful bow to Chun Feng, saying, "I have gathered a general understanding of your entry and exit information. I shall assist you with the registration. Until we meet again, Chun Feng." Until we meet again, Gu-E echoed as he departed. With his exit, Steve entered the shop, and the instant he crossed the threshold, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, dissipating his earlier frustrations, leaving only tranquility in its wake. Upon Steve's arrival, Chun Feng greeted him with his customary opening line. "Hello, welcome to Old Man's Antique Shop. How may I assist you today? Sir, given that you reside in such a perilous area, I believe you might need." Before Steve could finish a sentence, Chun Feng brandished a broom and swung it toward his face. In a flurry, Steve dodged and was unceremoniously swept out the door. Hearing Chun Feng's furious shout, "Old man does not require salesmen. Stay away from my shop." As Steve was ejected, his anger simmered. He had been cast out without uttering a single word, which he found utterly outrageous. Turning back, he kicked the door of the antique shop open. But the moment he stepped inside, his mood settled once more. "I apologize, sir. I am not an insurance salesman or anything of the sort. I merely wish to express that it is quite dangerous for someone of your age to remain in such a neighborhood. Perhaps you could benefit from a security presence like mine." Chun Feng approached with an air of composure and, without a word, swiftly brought Steve down to the ground. A shotgun pressed firmly to his chest. "What, do you wish to challenge the old man?" This scene indeed startled Steve, although he had been somewhat careless. He certainly did not expect to be so easily subdued. He realized he was in the presence of someone formidable. "No, sir, I shall leave at once." His voice was tinged with melancholy. He was not of this era, and though he felt an inexplicable sense of safety here, he was now compelled to depart. No, leaving is not an option," Chun Feng declared. "I am not one to relinquish a meal just as it is served." He halted Steve, saying, "Stop. There's one more thing." As Steve turned, Chun Feng tossed the broom to him. Steve looked up at the silver-haired elder, astonished. Chun Feng, with a look of disdain, inquired, "Do you possess any knowledge of archaeology?" Steve, resigned, pointed to his own hair, indicating that in their country, antiques were virtually non-existent. Anything with a hint of age was considered an antique. Forget it. It matters not if you cannot comprehend. I possess books on archaeology. Simply follow along, for you shall inevitably find this knowledge useful. Chun Feng turned and returned to the study, discarding the green broth from the pot and preparing a bowl of plain congee for Steve. As he exited, he casually selected a book from the shelf and stepped out of the study. Enough with the cleaning. First, have a drink. This book is essential for you. You must master it. Perhaps the antique shop was inherently tidy, for Steve had scarcely begun to tidy up when the place already appeared immaculate. Just as he was about to inquire if there was anything else he could assist with, he saw Chun Feng emerge with a pot, gazing into the congee, and felt a sense of warmth within. Perhaps this was the innate hospitality of the Eastern culture. However, upon glancing at the tome titled Eastern Classical Artifacts, a work tenfold thicker than American history, Steve was overwhelmed. If he were adept at studying, he would not have enlisted in the military. Life on the edge of danger was no easy existence, yet the congee before him revitalized his spirits. He could not disappoint this kind gentleman. But as he turned to the first page of the book, despair washed over him. Everything was in Chinese. The entire volume was written in Chinese, filled with obscure characters, each possessing 4 or 5 pronunciations, and when combined, they bore different meanings. Perhaps foreseeing the grim future ahead, Steve fainted. The vigor of youth is remarkable. He fell asleep instantly. Chun Feng sighed, "I am aging. I cannot compete," and chose not to intervene. As an elder, he constantly reminded himself to prioritize the quality of his sleep. Not long after ascending the stairs, the sounds of snoring echoed from above. Both individuals in the antique shop succumbed to slumber. Chapter 6. The Temple of Karakmal. Old Man, a great watermelon. Steve, a great watermelon. Old man, slice it in half. Steve, slice it in half. Old man, you take 1/2, and I take the other. Steve, you take 1/2, and I take the other. Do not question. Dear readers, this is not superfluous. It merely serves to embellish the narrative. 15 days had elapsed since Steve's unsealing, and under the guidance of the old man, he had mastered Tai Chi, executing it with impressive skill. Indeed, one could hardly deny he was a super soldier, absorbing knowledge with remarkable speed. Is this truly the authentic Chinese art of Tai Chi? Steve inquired. Why does it sound as if you were discussing a watermelon? After living together for 15 days, Steve had come to understand this elder, who referred to himself as Old Man. The Eastern martial arts master was formidable, appearing far from the age of 70 or 80, yet expressing frustration over financial setbacks and cursing the bank for its inability to process transactions. How shall one explain this? It is both realistic and entirely normal. After all, in this land, credit cards are the norm. Without such arrangements, how might they profit? Hush, focus, old man. As he stepped forward, his foot hovered in midair, reluctant to descend. Within his pupils, a vision slowly unfurled. Deep within the mist, a towering Mayan temple emerged, adorned with a chicken talisman inscribed upon a shield, resting atop a pile of treasures. Old man, Mr. Steve gently shook him awake, coming back from his willful reverie. The old man gazed at the proximity of Steve, his fingers pressed together, and with a swift motion, he struck Steve's head with a pointed finger, eliciting a yelp of pain. Steve, gather your things. We have work to do. The old man's hands rose slowly, then forcefully pressed down, completing the final gesture before promptly heading to the study. Rubbing his sore forehead, Steve hurried upstairs to retrieve the luggage he had previously packed. Commander, everything is ready. Private Steve stands ready for your orders. Let us depart for Kalak-Mul. In the state of Campeche, the jungle thrived in abundance, untouched by human hands. Home to the grandest temple of all, the Temple of Kalak-Mul. Within this temple lay a shield, the very objective of the old man and Steve's expedition. Hurry up, Steve. Your pace is slower than my grandmother's. The old man bellowed, brandishing a map in hand. Then your grandmother must be a superhero, Steve retorted defiantly, smoke curling from the scythe he held. Oh, you disrespectful lad. If we do not reach the Temple of Kalak-Mul before sunset, you shall come to realize the true extent of the old man's prowess. Faced with the old man's threat, Steve remained silent, yet quickened his pace. As dusk descended, Steve parted the final thicket, revealing the temple of Kalakmul. Alongside it stood a man with an eye patch, Nick Fury, arms crossed, gazing at Steve with an expression of resignation. "Captain, I trust you had your fill of play these past few days? Come back with me." Gazing at Nick Fury, Steve pondered for a moment before seemingly coming to a realization. "You are the director of that agency, aren't you?" Nick Fury felt a sense of gratification that Captain Steve still recognized him, and as for not recalling the original name of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, he thought nothing of it. After all, it was merely a name concocted to deceive the public. Inherently better when it was convoluted and difficult to remember, ensuring that when complaints arose, they could scarcely recall it, marking a significant step toward victory. "Hello, Nick Fury," Steve declared resolutely. "I shall not be joining your ranks, and my decision remains unaltered by any circumstance. I trust my recent actions are no longer secret to you. You are well aware of my stance, so there is no need for further machinations." With that, Steve brushed past Nick Fury and strode directly toward the Camel Temple, with his father trailing closely behind. For him, this was merely a minor interlude, as long as it did not impede his quest for talismans. He remained indifferent to the matter. Suddenly, turning back, Steve addressed the darkened visage of Nick Fury. "Furthermore, when you have a moment, perhaps you could update the wanted poster? That individual has borne enough blame. Even I, a man of such resilience, find it hard to bear. Oh, and should you wish to continue pursuing me, do remember to capture my better side." Nick Fury's inner turmoil surged. Did he truly wish to invite this infuriating redneck, Steve? It was not his desire, but rather the insistence of Congress that compelled him to summon Steve back, even as they disregarded the recent endeavor Steve had undertaken. They still demanded that Director Fury personally invite Steve back. As for the notion of not securing his return, the title of director might as well be stripped from him. "Steve!" The furious roar of his father resonated, deafening in its intensity, even as Steve hastily covered his ears. He could not withstand the penetrating force of the sound. "I'm here, old man," Steve replied, before turning to Nick Fury with a warning. "Fury, this is my final attempt to discuss this matter calmly." "No means no." Fury could only feel a rising agitation, as his teammates had noted. He was no match for Steve, and all he could do was attempt to dissuade him. Yet now, Steve had unequivocally expressed his refusal, igniting Fury's fervor. What he yearned to do most was to record this moment and present it to Congress, demonstrating that Steve did not require S.H.I.L.D., nor did S.H.I.E.L.D. necessitate Steve. Shaking off Nick Fury, Steve hastened to keep pace with his father. The elder retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket and handed it to Steve while examining a map. The Camel Temple, a relic of the fabled Maya civilization, its true history shrouded in mystery, including the mechanisms and hidden passages within. However, fret not. You need only to enter, and I shall devise a plan. Your sole task is to locate the treasure, which conceals a shield inscribed with the sigil of a rooster, and bring it back. After imparting this instruction, the elder turned to Steve, handing him several prepared tools. "A rooster, you say? Leave it to me," Steve replied, his tone teasing. The dark influence upon him was steadily expanding, and until he could fully harness that power, this condition might linger with him eternally. "I sincerely hope you will return with what I seek, or I shall ensure your basket is severed." With that, his father shoved him into the temple. Bang! The sound of chaos echoed through the chamber, revealing that poor Steve, the unfortunate soul who had been unceremoniously thrust inside, had triggered numerous traps. As the clamor gradually subsided, the father picked up the intercom and called out, "Steve, are you still alive? Make a sound if you are." Steve, trembling at the sight of an arrow poised perilously close to his head, was drenched in cold sweat. The danger was palpable, and he felt as though his happiness was teetering on the brink of oblivion. "Well, I'm still alive, and I even have the gall to jest with you. So it seems my situation isn't dire," he replied, searching for any recognizable landmarks around him. Chapter 7. The Chicken Talisman. Oh my God, the Golden Crown. In the dimly lit underground chamber, a golden-haired American man, equipped with night vision goggles, gazed in astonishment at the golden expanse surrounding him. His eyes gleamed with insatiable greed, which he struggled to suppress. "Old dang, no, my father, if my memory serves me right, there is an ancient saying in the East that goes, 'Thieves do not leave empty-handed.' Please instruct me on how to transport all of this treasure." Even though the father could not see him, Steve's expression was earnest. Overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of riches that compelled even a man of steel to yield to temptation. Is that how you use that phrase? The father responded with exasperation. Steve, I must emphasize that we are here to protect the artifacts of the Maya civilization and recover ancient relics from the East. You must remember this. We are not tomb raiders. Understood, father. Whatever you say goes. As long as I can take some of these treasures with me. You are as good as my biological father. That is entirely unnecessary. The father quickly interjected, halting Steve's increasingly erratic declarations, and solemnly warned. I will only remind you once. Do not touch anything. In response to the warning, Steve began to mutter to himself. Do not touch anything, right? I must remain calm. Absolutely do not touch anything. Yet, despite his words, Steve's hands acted with swiftness that outpaced his mind. By the time he turned around, he found himself clutching a golden staff. Oh, merciful Lord! Before he could react, the sounds of rustling emerged from within the chamber. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble, with stones and sand cascading down. Danger loomed. Sensing the vibrations beneath his feet, the father, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and muttered. I knew it. He then executed a swift somersault, leaping away from the chamber and taking refuge behind the trees of the jungle. Sir, what should I do? Steve exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic as he surveyed the sudden peril surrounding him. The intricacy of the mechanisms was unprecedented, even beyond what he had encountered in Nazi encampments. Quickly, search for target. Find him, and you may yet have a chance of survival. As he observed the temple collapsing like a giant tower, succumbing to a botched withdrawal of its supports, the father urgently directed Steve on the next course of action. In the dimly lit dungeon, Steve deftly evaded arrows flying from all directions. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a pure golden shield, its magnificent rooster emblem gleaming brilliantly. Exhilarated, he exclaimed, at last, I have found it. Yet, before he could contemplate further, a flurry of cold lights shot towards him. Instinctively, he raised the shield and hurled it, causing a series of thuds as the arrows were repelled, the shield returning to his grasp. This treasure was no less impressive than the one he had wielded in his youth. Steve weighed the shield in his hands, though broad and sturdy. It felt surprisingly light and maneuverable. Although the tremors of the dungeon had ceased, Steve dared not relax. He queried his father through the headset. Sir, I have located the shield. What should I do next? Excellent, his father replied. Strike the runes on the shield. They will guide you away from there. Steve found his father's words perplexing, yet he complied with the instruction and forcefully struck the shield against the wall behind him. Sir, this is utterly futile. Can you devise a more practical method to rescue me? He complained into the headset. To his astonishment, at that very moment, the shield lifted him into the air, scattering stones in all directions. Now outside, as Steve continued his tirade, his father casually picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it at him. Hey, can't you see I'm on a call? Steve shouted, realizing his predicament. I'm flying? How extraordinary! His father's incredulity at Steve's astonished expression was palpable. Is the emotional fluctuation in your country always this dramatic? He remarked. All right, enough of the theatrics. Come down quickly, or we'll miss dinner. His father's words doused Steve with a cold reality, snapping him back to focus. Glancing around, he pondered how to resolve this inexplicable levitation. Sir, it's not that I don't want to descend. I have no idea how I got up here in the first place. How can I go down? His father nodded, begrudgingly accepting the logic of Steve's predicament. Nevertheless, the incantations can be activated by anyone to harness a fragment of the Divine's power. With that, Steve's father produced a lasso from behind and skillfully threw it around Steve, securing him tightly before pulling on the rope with force. Could you be a bit gentler? Steve protested. Oh, spare me the theatrics, Steve. Are you a coward? Sir, take it easy. That's my pants. Enough. This is a place for men. Can you refrain from your incessant whining? After considerable effort, Steve's father finally managed to pull him back to the ground. He removed the shield from Steve's hands and, disregarding him, began to examine the runes etched upon it. Ah, sir, you truly forget your acquaintances the moment you find your trousers. Observing his indifferent father, Steve adjusted his trousers and expressed his grievances. This scene inadvertently caught the eye of the recently returned Nick Fury, altering the atmosphere entirely. Hey, Captain, I have some good news that I believe will pique your interest. Fury reported the situation to Congress, yet those elderly gentlemen remained ensconced in their cliches. As it turned out, Nick Fury could not retrieve Steve. which would eventually lead to his dismissal. Wiping his face, Fury forced a grimace, intending to discuss matters with Steve once more, only to stumble upon an awkward tableau. At that moment, Fury was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Steve was not merely a redneck, but something quite different. Oh, what a misfortune. Steve himself was at a loss as to why he had uttered such words, yet he felt that nothing else could encapsulate his emotions at that moment. Nick Fury, I have explained this to you quite clearly. Do not compel me to strike you. Steve pinned Fury to the ground, employing a uniquely Japanese binding technique, patiently elucidating the earlier events. With a large apple stuffed in his mouth, Fury could only nod vigorously, indicating his comprehension. It must be said that this distinctive Japanese binding method was indeed formidable. Even a top-tier agent like Fury found himself at a loss against it. Very well, you understand. However, I cannot let you off the hook. Do you have a shovel, sir? I intend to plant it. Steve directed his gaze toward his father, who was engrossed in studying the chicken talismans upon the shield. According to his own recollections, the 12 talismans of the Holy Master were not merely as depicted in anime. One must recognize that these talismans represented a time of great righteousness, bolstered by the duality inherent in Chinese culture, which ensured that future generations would not inherit hidden dangers, an idea almost etched into their very bones. If Lopez could have been defeated, he would never have chosen to compromise in such a manner. The Holy Master, who could not be utterly vanquished by Lopez, could only have his power stripped away, confined within stone walls, revealing the formidable strength of the adversary, perhaps inheriting his father's scholarly zeal. The elder was deeply engrossed in his study of the shield when Steve's sudden interjection nearly shattered his concentration. Without a moment's hesitation, the elder extended his hand and hurled the backpack at Steve. Take it yourself and bury it deeper. Rest assured, sir, I know how to cultivate sweet potatoes. The backpack struck Steve squarely on the head, the unexpected weight causing him to stumble momentarily before regaining his composure. Extracting a shovel from the backpack, Steve cast a sidelong glance at Nick Fury and began to chuckle ominously. Chapter 8. Kingpin. The moonlight enveloped New York City. Atop the Fisk Group building in Manhattan, a colossal figure loomed beneath the moonlight. Though appearing corpulent, he was composed of 90 muscle, undoubtedly a walking humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, the sovereign of Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin, the sovereign of the criminal empire, commanding nearly 40% of New York's illicit activities, now found himself in a state of heightened tension. Fixated on a green statue before him, Jin Bing tightened his grip on a seemingly ordinary cane, which, unbeknownst to the untrained eye, concealed a multitude of lethal capabilities. This instrument could unleash lasers, toxic gas, and smoke, while also delivering electric shocks in close combat, proving impervious even to Jin Bing's extraordinary strength. Yet at this moment, it offered him no solace. Facing the immobile statue, he was compelled to remain utterly vigilant. Lord, you are aware of the value of my time. If you cannot provide me with an explanation within 3 minutes, I believe our collaboration is rendered unnecessary, Jin Bing declared. Indeed, before him stood the ancient demon, one of the 8 great evils, the Lord of Fire, who had once ruled over the mystical Eastern continent. However, even demons ultimately succumb to the fate of being sealed, as the formidable sorcerer Lopelli employed his unique chi incantation to dismantle the Lord's power, dispersing it into 12 talismans scattered across the globe, while the Lord himself was transformed into a statue, imprisoned for millennia. If I had no pressing matter, I would not have summoned you. The rooster has emerged. At the Temple of Carrickmore, a glimmer of greed flickered in Jin Bing's eyes, a detail duly noted by the Lord. Yet at this juncture, he had to cooperate with these avaricious individuals, confident that he would emerge as the ultimate victor. At last, it has begun, Lord. Our agreement is finally set to unfold. Jin Bing pressed a button on the table, and the statue of the Lord was swiftly retracted into the wall. Once the Lord's visage vanished, Jin Bing set his cane aside and seated himself with poise. Target Eye report. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in black hurriedly entered the room. The foremost enforcer of Jin Bing, known as Target Eye. Boss, he greeted, standing before Jin Bing like a soldier awaiting inspection from a general. Jin Bing retrieved a piece of paper, meticulously folded numerous times, and as he slowly unfolded it, a hexagonal rune emerged, adorned with a blood-red rooster. Go to the Temple of Carrickmore, locate him, and bring him back to me. Target, I cast a glance at the paper on the table, but refrained from questioning Jean Bing's intentions. He would silently fulfill the task assigned to him without inquiry. As Target, I departed. Jean Bing gazed at the spot where the Lord had once stood, lost in thought. No one could discern what occupied his mind at that moment. He calmly turned his head, indifferently surveying the vibrant nightlife of New York from the pinnacle of the Fisk Group building. Since the moment Target, I departed from Jean Bing, he has felt an unsettling sensation, as if hundreds of eyes were fixated upon him. This feeling is disconcerting, yet he finds himself powerless to alter it. No matter how many times he turns around, he cannot detect a single trace of anomaly. Meanwhile, within the shadows, the elite ghost soldiers, with their blood-red pupils, are intently gazing at Target Eye. Soldiers, follow me and seize back my talisman at the opportune moment. The Lord does not trust anyone else. Even if he were able to move, he would prefer not to employ the ghost soldiers, but necessity dictates otherwise. Despite the undercurrents of suspicion between both parties, this paradoxically fortifies their alliance. After all, without prior collaboration, what basis is there for betrayal? However, the Lord's intelligence came a tad too late, a consequence of the Black Mist's dual failures. With 2 hours to spare, or 4 in total, the Lord must confront these stringent conditions and secure victory to allow the Black Mist to persist. Gazing at the dilapidated Karak Moor Temple, the Lord unveils his secret weapon, the Talisman Locator, the Dragon Eye, a manifestation of wisdom, a tool available for both sides to utilize. In an instant, shadows envelop Manhattan, and the Dragon Eye finally illuminates with brilliance. Chinatown, Kung Fu Noodle House. Steve, honestly, even if you bury me, it won't matter. The order to recruit you wasn't issued by me. You need to speak to those old geezers in Congress, Nick Fury laments, clad in black, voicing his grievances against Congress's shameless actions. Following the near-burial incident, Fury has come to a definitive conclusion. Go ahead, face Steve yourself if you have the guts. I'm done with this. I've resolved to take paid leave every day, enjoying life while the expenses can be billed to the government. What I say, a few $100 a month for leisure. Since that day, Nick Fury has relished the joy of leisure, indulging in merriment more fervently than anyone else. Cradling his tea, Nick Fury hopes to engage Steve in conversation to finalize his work report for the day. Honestly, Captain, we're now in a harmonious society. There is no need for you to target me. We're all working for the same country. Why be so petty? If I had known that returning from the battlefield meant working for you, this slave, I would have preferred for this nation to perish sooner. We never wished to come to this land. It was you who brought us here, Captain. Moreover, you're not the indigenous people of this place either. America is a nation of immigrants. Captain, you must acknowledge this. We are not the masters here. The true masters were long ago vanquished by your kind. Steve is left speechless, confronted with the grim realities of American history. The triangular trade, the slave trade, the slaughter of Native Americans, heavy sins inscribed in the world's thinnest booklet on history, unchangeable and indefensible. As the atmosphere descended into silence, the arrival of the waiter brought forth the most delectable ramen the establishment had to offer. Ramen for the 3 of you. Please enjoy, he announced. Noticing the conversation between Fury and Steve had come to an impasse, Nick Fury shifted his focus to the elderly gentleman beside them. Sir, you must be of Chinese descent. Running an antique shop in Hell's Kitchen? The old man, breaking his chopsticks, replied without even glancing at Fury. And so what? Do you need me to award you a medal? Fury smiled calmly. The day spent with Steve had tempered his demeanor, making him resilient against the old man's barbs. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, sir. If I were in need of a medal, I could print one myself. What I wish to inquire about is how you came to know Steve, or rather, what your relationship with him is now. Fury's gaze bore into the old man, not solely due to his connection with Steve, but also because this gentleman had left no trace even within the highest intelligence agency. Yes, HELD. There were whispers that, not long ago, there was no antique shop in Hell's Kitchen, as if he had materialized from thin air. The old man slurped a mouthful of noodles before finally turning his attention to Fury. I know what you wish to ask, but the matters I seek are beyond your reach. You need only to understand that I am here to assist you, and there shall be no adverse impact on you or your disgraced nation. As Fury contemplated this, the old man drained the last of his soup and lightly tapped the table, bringing Fury back from his thoughts. One more thing. If you don't eat your noodles soon, they'll turn to mush. Steve, we should be going. following the direction indicated by the old man's finger. Fury glanced at the bowl of noodles before him, now utterly submerged and unrecognizable. "That one-eyed gentleman over there will take care of the bill." The old man's voice echoed as Fury looked up, only to find the old man and Steve had vanished, leaving behind 2 empty bowls and a grinning waiter. "Bring me another bowl of noodles and charge it to this card," Fury sighed, retrieving a credit card from his pocket and handing it to the waiter, placing a new order for ramen. Chapter 9. The target. Steve lightly tapped Fury's arm. "These patrons are our benefactors. Without them, you wouldn't have this golden shield behind you. Rest assured, old friend, I am fully aware of my limits. As the saying goes, reputation has its merits and drawbacks. Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan is undoubtedly one such place. Here, chaos reigns supreme, a realm where officialdom seldom ventures, and gangs roam freely. For instance, at this very moment, Steve, burdened by a golden shield upon his back, has endured a staggering 6 robberies on the short journey from the noodle shop to Old Man's antique store. Including the 5 incidents that occurred this morning, Steve has been robbed a total of 11 times today. These 11 thefts have inexplicably transformed him from a state of utter poverty to one of relative comfort. It is laughable to think that Steve, a man forged in the crucible of military service, could be so easily victimized. Take, for example, the individual before him, who has audaciously attempted to rob him 3 times within a single day, each attempt growing bolder than the last. Yet, did it prove effective? Steve dispatched each assailant with a single, effortless blow. On the chaotic battleground, he had single-handedly executed multiple strategic maneuvers, earning the distinction of being the only man to receive the achievement for navigating the war-torn landscape. Surely, he was not to be trifled with by these petty thieves. Should he truly fall victim to such disgrace, he might as well abandon all hope. "All right, lads, no need to kneel," he commanded, adhering to the customary practice. "Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied in unison. Steve confronted the leader of the group with a semblance of cordiality. Fortunately, the young man, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded and surrendered all his cash to Steve, thereby securing his own life. With a smile illuminating his face, Steve accepted the money and approached Old Man, declaring, "I told you, this country is becoming unrecognizable. Look at these knaves, trading their lives for a few dollars and still appearing so cheerful. Very well, Steve. Be prudent with your newfound wealth. I suspect it will be quite some time before anyone dares to engage in such activities with you again," Old Man remarked sagely. Indeed, glancing at the group sprawled in the alley, it was evident that Steve's infamous reputation would soon echo throughout Hell's Kitchen, instilling a sense of fear in all. Yet, Old Man seemed to overlook a crucial detail. This is the land of the free, where one can just as easily turn the tables on their assailants. "Fear not, sir. I'm more familiar with this territory than you might imagine. Their generosity exceeds your wildest dreams." Thus, the elderly and the young joyfully returned to the antique store, preparing to illuminate its interior. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a man adorned with a target tattoo emblazoned upon his forehead. "Good evening, gentlemen. My employer desires the shield that you bear upon your backs." The target-faced man regarded Steve with a menacing glare, not merely due to the shield he carried, but also because he perceived Steve as the only genuine threat to his intentions. Steve furrowed his brow, sensing the relentless malice radiating from his adversary. As a security guard of this establishment, he detested such behavior. After all, he had only just begun to find his footing in this new life, and it was a rare delight to find someone with whom he could converse. Yet now, there are those who sought to shatter this fragile peace. "Hey, mate, has anyone ever told you that tattooing a target on your face might just invite disaster?" Steve's words instantly alerted the target, who drew his pistol, intent on firing. However, Steve's movements were swifter. He flung his shield behind him with precision, sending it crashing into the surroundings. The pistol in the target's hand spun through the narrow confines of the antique shop, yet miraculously, it did not collide with any of the artifacts. Under Steve's masterful control, the shield traced a subtle arc before returning to his grasp. "Hey, you masked clown, heed my words. Vanish from my sight at once, and I shall pretend this encounter never transpired. And do refrain from reaching for your weapon. Should you draw it, I shall effortlessly disarm you and sever your head in the process. I harbor no desire to do so. This is the only sanctuary that grants me tranquility, and I wish to keep it free from bloodshed." Steve's expression was cold as he advanced towards the target. He sensed that this individual was somewhat competent, yet he paled in comparison to the adversaries he faced on the battlefield. Haha, I haven't encountered someone like you in ages. Quite intriguing. Let us converse, the target said, his fingers twitching imperceptibly as he launched an inconspicuous iron nail towards Steve. Yet such a maneuver was painfully slow in Steve's eyes. He slightly raised his shield, employing a deft angle, and the nail rebounded, embedding itself in the target's leg. Confronted with such an obstinate individual, Steve did not hesitate. He swiftly seized the target and slammed him to the ground. A resounding thud echoed as the target felt his insides shift, the world around him fading to a pale hue. With a violent retch, he expelled a mouthful of blood, prompting Steve to disdainfully wipe the crimson stain from his hands onto the target's clothing. Noticing the mess on the floor, Steve wasted no time. He hoisted the target once more, shoved open the door, and without regard for whether he was alive or dead, kicked him out onto the street. God damn it. Should you dare to cause a ruckus in my shop again, I will end you, he bellowed, slamming the door behind him. Naturally, he retrieved a mop from upstairs, diligently cleaning the blood that had been spilled. As the target lay half-conscious on the street, the entire avenue fell silent. Shadows rose from the ground, swiftly transforming into fully armed, impervious black-clad ninjas. The crimson pupils fixated intently on the entrance of the antique shop owned by the old man. Merely by observing the profound aura of righteous magic, the Lord recognized that entry was beyond his reach. After instructing the ghostly soldiers to keep watch over the vicinity, he chose to disregard the situation entirely. Naturally, he was aware of all that had transpired earlier. The reason he refrained from seizing the shield on the road was that he did not wish to expose the ghostly battalion to any prying eyes. The specters represented his hidden trump card. He would not reveal it for the sake of a mere talisman. Target, you have truly become increasingly inept, unable to contend with an elderly man in his 90s and a young lad in his 20s. It seems the sustenance I provide you is no longer sufficient. Very well. I shall grant you your freedom. You may return to your homeland. In light of Target's failure, Jade was filled with ire. Yet, the more furious he became, the calmer he remained. Observing Target, who lay on the hospital bed, battered and bruised, Jade was willing to afford him another chance. Target struggled to rise, wishing to express his apologies to Jade, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body rendered him immobile. Witnessing this, Jade dismissively waved his hand. Enough. There is no need for Target to rise. Go home and recuperate. With a wave of his hand, the medical personnel lifted Target's stretcher. Just as they were about to exit, Jade spoke softly. Ensure he receives the finest medicine. I have much work awaiting him. Yes, Mr. Jade. Once the medical staff departed, the wall behind Jade began to rotate, revealing the Lord. Jade, your subordinates have failed to procure the talisman for me. Jade, gripping his staff, regarded the Lord with vigilance and replied, I am aware, but your intelligence is outdated. My men have at least located the precise whereabouts of the talisman. And what use is that? You cannot contend with them. Otherwise, the talisman would already be before me. Indeed, Lord. Therefore, in order for your revival to occur sooner, I require a modicum of support. Support? The Lord questioned, Jade, if I had allies, I would never resort to using someone like you. Oh, is that so? I harbor no belief in tales of demons, nor does Jade Bing. But should one wish to fulfill their ambitions, reliance on the demon before them becomes imperative. Very well. If none exists, so be it. Yet I require further intelligence. The Lord nodded in acknowledgement, for such matters are beyond reproach. If he wished to expedite the search for the talisman, he must depend on these humans. The statue began to dissolve into thin air, revealing a compass-like device. This directional pointer could identify the location of the talisman the moment it awakened. It would surely lend you assistance. As warmth dissipated, Jade Bing gazed at the compass, a smile tugging at his lips. Ah, ancient Eastern magic. Believe me, my lord, I shall bring you the talisman. Having secured what he desired, Jade Bing wasted no time in pressing a button, sending the lord back into the wall. However, he soon fell into contemplation, pondering whether his strongest subordinate, the sharpshooter, could indeed contend with the adept from the antique shop. Chapter 10. The first meeting with Jade Bing, Steve tidied up the space, instructing, you should head upstairs and rest. Father needs to peruse some ancient texts to examine the patterns on these talismans. Initially, Father presumed these talismans were mere products transported directly from the realm of Jackie Chan Adventures, but upon first contact, he discerned a distinct magical essence within them. A myriad of unsettling feelings arose within him, prompting Father to resolve to study these talismans with the same diligence as the elder from Jackie Chan Adventures. Father grasped a shield, pondering as he entered the study, only to turn back, calling to Steve, "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. I might be busy researching late into the night. Remember to brew me a pot of hot tea?" "Of course, sir." Steve lifted his head, set aside his mop, and made his way to the kitchen to prepare a pot of tea, placing it at the study door before firmly closing Father's room. Only then did Steve retire upstairs for the night. The night passed in silence. When the sun once again ascended the sky, Father stretched, concluding a night filled with research. "Rap, rap." Father tapped on the teapot, discovering it devoid of hot water, and called upstairs, "Steve, I require my hot tea." The sudden shout roused Steve immediately. He sprang from his bed, though his eyes remained squinted, betraying his drowsiness. Only upon hearing Father's voice once more did Steve reluctantly respond, "Ah, I understand, Father. I'll be right there." With half-closed eyes, Steve begrudgingly donned his slippers and descended the stairs to the kitchen, brewing a fresh pot of tea for Father. Gently rapping on the study door, Steve yawned and announced, "Father, your hot tea has arrived, ah." Father opened the door, taking the steaming tea from Steve's hands. Observing his bleary-eyed state, "Is it not delightful?" he remarked. What are you doing, Father? That hurts. Have I not already served you tea?" Steve's father inquired. "Additionally, it is now morning. You ought to commence your training. A day's success is contingent upon the dawn, and one must not falter midway." Steve cast a sidelong glance at his father, sensing an underlying motive. It seemed as though his father, disturbed by his own restless night, wished to deprive others of their rest as well. "Very well, I understand," Steve replied, placing the teapot upon the table. He turned to exit, having finished with the teapot that his father had previously utilized, when suddenly his father called out to him once more. "Oh, and one more thing. Take the shield and safeguard the central talisman. Endeavor not to use the shield as a barrier against adversaries." Steve, taken aback, turned to question, "But Father, are you not still conducting research?" Though Steve was not well versed in the realm of academia, he had previously associated with a doctor on research matters, and knew such endeavors could not be completed in a mere 10 days or so. Hence his inquiry. "Fear not. My research is complete," his father reassured him, dismissing the concern with a wave. "What this shield requires now is protection. After a night of study, I have gleaned the majority of the secrets surrounding the talisman. Continuing further holds little purpose. It is better suited in your possession to fortify the positive energy within you." With that, Steve secured the shield behind him and grasped the teapot as he exited the study. After Steve departed, his father blinked, pressing his nose to alleviate the fatigue from the previous night, casting a glance at the results he had derived. He sighed heavily. "Alas, it is indeed a tumultuous season. I hope this cursed land can endure." Upon exiting the study, a beam of light illuminated his notebook, causing lines of text to materialize before him. Chicken Talisman's status, seal development level, 10, due to the passage of time and the Grand Mage's reinforced seal. The talisman now retains but a fraction of its original power, ability, levitation, capable of making objects within sight float, fully developed state. Gravity, the moon's demon spells blue segment of authority, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Lord seized portions of authority from his siblings during their sealing, enhancing his own power to unify the East. However, his tyrannical reign faced opposition from Lope, the embodiment of righteousness, who dismantled the 12 forces within him, resulting in their fragmentation into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic authority, Lope imposed a double seal upon them, a manifestation of karmic retribution. Hell's Kitchen had not seen such commotion in ages. A procession of black Hummers surged into the area. These outsiders exuded a brazen ferocity. They prowled like sharks, surveying their territory, ready to pounce and obliterate any target they encountered. Before long, an elongated white Lincoln came to a halt in Hell's Kitchen, right before an inconspicuous antique shop. A towering, rotund figure emerged from the vehicle and rang the bell at the antique shop's door. "Welcome to Old Man's Antiques. How may I assist you?" Steve tightly closed his eyes, completed his final gesture, and then opened them to behold a towering man clad in a pristine white suit standing before him. "Good day, Mr. Steve," the man began. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wilson Fisk. Here's my business card. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek my help." At that moment, Fisk wore a broad smile, exuding the warmth of a benevolent philanthropist, which was indeed his public persona. He maintained a commendable image, appearing amiable and approachable. Steve accepted the card and glanced at it before tucking it away in a nearby drawer. He then inquired, "Hello, Mr. Fisk. May I ask what brings you here today?" Fisk spread his arms wide, gesturing around the antique shop, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery, as if to imply that the purpose of his visit was abundantly clear. "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Fisk. Is there something you have taken a liking to? I can offer you a 10% discount." "Oh, I appreciate your generosity. I am indeed looking to purchase a selection to donate to the museum. Might you have any recommendations, young man?" Fisk chuckled softly, seemingly amused by Steve's naivete. As a powerful figure in the underworld, acquiring the entire shop would be of little consequence to him, rendering Steve's offer of a discount quite ludicrous. Steve stepped out from behind the counter, approached Fisk, and picked up a dragonwood carving, proceeding to elaborate on its significance. However, after examining a dozen items, Fisk remained non-committal, merely nodding along while his gaze fixated on the shield behind Steve. Just as Steve began to feel parched from his lengthy explanations, Fisk abruptly interjected. "All right, young man. These pieces are indeed commendable, but I seek something rather unique, perhaps akin to that shield you bear. What is its price?" Steve noticed Fisk's unusual intensity. The fervent gaze was hard to overlook. Yet, he was taken aback by Fisk's patience in waiting until after the lengthy discourse on the antiques to pose his inquiry. "Apologies, sir, but that item is not for sale. If you wish, I can assist you in finding a comparable one." Fisk's eyes narrowed slightly, his brow furrowing deeply before relaxing back into his previous demeanor. "My apologies. I did not mean to overstep, but I must confess I am quite fond of that shield." "Young man, feel free to name your price. Even if it were several million, I would still be able to afford it." Steve flashed a professional smile and replied to Gene Bing, enunciating each word. "I'm truly sorry, sir, but this item is not for sale." Gene Bing feigned a sigh of regret and then retrieved a rather unremarkable bottle from the side. "Very well, though it is somewhat regrettable, since it is not for sale. I shall not press the matter further. How much for this bottle?" The object in Gene Bing's hand was merely an ordinary bottle, but Steve glanced at the shelf where the bottle had been displayed, clearly marked at a price of 1,000. Originally priced at 1,000, due to my oversight. "I will sell it to you for 900. With a chuckle, Gene Bing produced 1,000 from his person, placed it on the counter, and turned to exit. The smile on his face transformed into the frost of winter the moment he stepped outside, as if intent on freezing everything in its path. "Mr. Fisk." One of Gene Bing's subordinates hurried forward, eager to take the vase from his superior's hands, but Gene Bing denied him the opportunity, crushing it effortlessly and casually remarking to his subordinate, "Miles, this is your territory, is it not? I hear there is a fuel tanker passing through here tonight. Do be cautious of fire." The subordinate paused momentarily, then revealed a cruel smile and nodded. "Indeed, sir, rest assured." Chapter 11. Tony Stark after Gene Bing departed. Old Man slowly made his way down from upstairs. He recognized the notorious mob boss from the Marvel Universe from the moment he expressed interest in S.H.I.E.L.D. Old Man understood that Gene Bing was a partner of the Master. One wonders if the Master harbors some peculiar sentiment for the Mafia. During his escapades in Jackie Chan Adventures, he sought out Valen, the largest Mafia boss in America, and now in the Marvel realm, he approached Gene Bing, the head of this criminal organization. However, Old Man felt indifferent towards the Master's peculiarities. It was evident that Gene Bing's visit today was not merely a casual greeting. "Steve, take the day off. Continue your training. I have some matters to attend to and need solitude in the study. Do remember not to disturb Old Man." Steve affixed a closed sign to the door, for whether he rested was of little consequence. What mattered most was his own peace of mind. Once inside the study, Old Man secured the door with a heavy lock, ensuring it was tightly shut before exhaling in relief. He swiftly set up a small pot, pouring the remnants of tea from the morning into it. With a hiss, a plume of white steam rose, and Old Man nodded in satisfaction. He then added spices: star anise, Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, cinnamon, goji berries, sesame paste, chili, cilantro, and scallions, allowing himself to indulge in a delightful hot pot meal. "Old Man, slurp. What's wrong? After a long night of work? Can I enjoy a meal?" As the last piece of tofu slid into his mouth, the Old Man nodded in satisfaction. He finally grasped the sensation of unrestrained delight. His face radiated ecstasy as he casually reached for a clove of garlic from the side and tossed it into the simmering hot pot. With a resounding pop, an enchanting aroma wafted forth, enveloping the entire study in an instant. Noticing that the concoction in the small pot did not meet his expectations, the old man scratched his head and picked up another clove of garlic from the ground, casting it into the pot once more. Another pop echoed, and this time, a dense fog swiftly blanketed the entire antique shop, transforming it into a wall of mist from an outsider's perspective. Though a simple illusion spell, it seemed somewhat inadequate. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a mirror amidst the green haze, reflecting the old man's antique shop. However, after merely a few seconds of observation, his brow furrowed deeply. Such fog magic was elementary yet practical. Most sorcerers employed this method to conceal their abodes. Yet, the old man felt it was not entirely secure. Sighing, he lamented his own age and the simplicity of his thoughts. He picked up several bat wings from the ground and tossed them into the pot. As the wings began to bubble, he added another clove of garlic. The old man formed intricate gestures with his hands, murmuring incantations as flames erupted, giving birth to two resplendent butterflies that soared upwards. Ultimately, they collided above the antique shop, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks that enveloped the establishment. In a realm both within and beyond space, this was the epitome of security. With a sigh of relief, the old man stood up slowly, preparing to retrieve the pot from the ground, but stumbled slightly, nearly toppling over. Age indeed. Even with the vitality of the old man, such exertion was unwise. Sleep, he thought. He would collect this later. Dragging his weary frame, he finally sank into a lounge chair, succumbing to a deep slumber. 2 hours earlier, after hanging the closed sign, Steve commenced his additional training for the day. Just as he was in the midst of his practice, the bell at the entrance chimed unexpectedly, signaling the arrival of a guest. This left Steve bewildered. Had he not clearly displayed the closed sign? Could these individuals not see it? How dare they disrupt his tranquil retirement? However, he took a deep breath within the confines of the old man's antique shop, his agitation subsiding momentarily. Approaching the staircase, he donned a congenial smile and called down, "Apologies, dear guest, but we are not open today, if you wish to purchase antiques." As he spoke, Steve froze in place, for the figure below bore an uncanny resemblance to a long-lost acquaintance. "Is that you, Howard?" Steve exclaimed in astonishment, addressing the dapper Tony Stark downstairs. "Howard?" Tony furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning Steve. "Do you know my father?" "Father?" Listening to Tony's words, Steve suddenly understood, nodding solemnly as he said, "Indeed, my father. It has been 70 years. If we calculate the time, his child has grown up. Greetings, Tony. I am your father's former comrade, Steve Rogers." "Steve? The Captain America?" Tony's tone was rife with skepticism. He felt as though he had encountered a fool. After all, Steve Rogers was none other than the legendary Captain America from 70 years ago. How could anyone dare impersonate him now? Even if one were to concede that he was indeed Captain America, his age appeared far too youthful. Tony glanced over, estimating that Steve and he were at most 5 years apart in age. "All right then, if you claim to be Captain America, I shall believe you. So, what recommendations do you have for me, Captain America?" Tony casually approached a nearby shelf, examining the antiques displayed prominently. Steve descended the stairs slowly, acutely aware of Tony's distrust towards his identity, tinged with mockery, as if he were deemed a madman. Yet, Steve had no intention of clarifying. It would bear no significance, and explaining might only frustrate him further. Heaven forbid, he might unintentionally harm the son of an old friend. "Apologies, but due to certain special circumstances, the antique shop is closed today, and we are not selling items. Tony, feel free to browse if you wish." "Well, I came in here out of sheer boredom after stumbling upon this antique shop, so it matters not. In light of this, I shall act freely." Tony, with his hands tucked into his pockets, had no intention of touching the antiques. The sunglasses he wore glimmered faintly, seemingly transforming into a high-tech device, subtly scanning the entirety of the antique shop. Soon, an hour had passed. Tony and Steve engaged in extensive conversation, and gradually, Tony began to harbor a modicum of trust towards Steve. However, to claim that he was Captain America, Tony remained skeptical. After all, Steve's former identity was far too conspicuous. It was indeed a stroke of mercy from Steve's former employer that he was not under constant surveillance, with footage sold to various unsavory individuals. Mr. Stark, it has been a pleasure conversing with you. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Tony Stark, the current head of Stark Industries. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know, Tony said, unusually extending the hand that had been firmly planted in his pocket since entering the shop towards Steve. Steve reciprocated, shaking his hand, and in that moment, he was transported back to World War II, recalling the first time he shook hands with Howard. Suddenly, the watch on Tony Stark's wrist emitted a series of beeps. He glanced at the time, muttering a curse under his breath, and hastily waved goodbye to Steve. It was a pleasure meeting you today, but I apologize, Steve. Perhaps we shall converse again another time. If I do not return soon, Pepper will surely have my head. Originally, Tony had arrived in Hell's Kitchen to donate a school, seeking a means of reasonable tax evasion. However, the locals insisted on treating him to a meal. Eating was one thing, but their incessant attempts to touch him drove Tony to his limit, prompting him to abandon Pepper and Happy and seek refuge in the antique shop alone. Yet now, as a discerning young man of the modern era, Tony recognized that failing to appear before Pepper at the end of the soir, he would spell his doom. But just as the door swung open, Tony was taken aback. Miss Pepper, thank you for your generous sponsorship of Manhattan High School. Principal Shelton expressed his gratitude to Pepper, the current executive president of Stark Industries. No need for thanks, Pepper replied, accustomed to such social exchanges. However, the subsequent scene left her momentarily speechless, exclaiming in surprise, Tony, where have you been? The guests at the banquet simultaneously directed their gazes towards the direction of Pepper's focus. At that moment, the host of the event, Mr. Tony Stark, stood before a door that had seemingly materialized from thin air, his expression one of bewilderment, as though he had encountered a fearsome specter. No, perhaps this occurrence was indeed the handiwork of a demon. A grand door, opened in the midst of the banquet, appeared entirely out of place. Tony found himself engulfed in contemplation, facing the banquet hall, while behind him lay the enigmatic antique shop. The entire situation was so extraordinary that even his brilliant mind began to entertain the notion of being under the influence of an illusion. However, his keen intuition quickly prompted him to shut the door, regardless of the technology behind its existence. Such a phenomenon could not be allowed to be unveiled by Tony Stark to the assembled guests. Retreating to the antique shop, he gasped for breath and turned to Steve, inquiring, "What is this?" Chapter 12. Magic and Tony. Steve stood in stunned silence, unable to respond to Tony's query, as even he was perplexed by the situation. Had this door existed earlier, they would not have had to traverse mountains and valleys to seek out the chicken talisman. They could have simply walked through the door and emerged on the other side, resolving everything effortlessly. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated, capturing the attention of both Steve and Tony. "Ah, old man, you have emerged," they both exclaimed in unison. The old man gestured dismissively, one at a time. "How can I hear you both if you speak together?" "Steve, you go first." Steve glanced at Tony, who shrugged and motioned for him to take the stage. Nodding, Steve addressed the old man. "Did you not mention needing to complete certain tasks in your study? Have you accomplished them?" The old man nodded, pointing towards the door with a proud demeanor. "Of course. A seasoned veteran can accomplish the work of two. Have you seen the transformation of the door? That is my grand magic at work. From this day forth, we need not fear any threats. Even if old foes were to hurl 2 nuclear bombs our way, we need not be concerned." Steve nodded in agreement, though he was uncertain of the true power of nuclear bombs. However, he felt assured that they were likely more formidable than mere rockets. His retirement was now secure, alleviating his fears of being blasted into the sky during a peaceful slumber. "Well then, your inquiries have concluded. Do you have any questions over there?" The old man turned his gaze towards Tony Stark, who was engrossed in gathering information from Jarvis. Through Jarvis's reports, Tony found himself increasingly bewildered, as the intelligence indicated that the individual he had conversed with earlier was likely indeed Captain Steve Rogers. At least, this was corroborated by the S.H.L.D. leader, Nick Fury, on several surveillance screens. But how could this be possible? If magic truly existed in this world, everything would fall into place. The elderly man, who now poses questions to himself, seems to possess a background even more enigmatic than that of Steve. Apart from his sudden appearance over the past 20 days, there exists no evidence of his existence in either online or printed records, rendering the situation all the more perplexing. Perhaps magic genuinely exists. This is the conclusion drawn by Tony Stark based on the available intelligence. "Sir, who are you? I mean your true identity. You understand what I mean, right?" In the presence of such a character, Tony surprisingly found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. "This is my father's antique shop, and I am the proprietor. You may call me old man," he replied succinctly. Tony's momentary incoherence caught the old man off guard. Yet it appeared that such disarray did not stem from fear. In Tony's eyes, the old man perceived a flame, an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a thrill for the unknown. Perhaps it was because Tony had yet to confront mortality, which allowed him to face the unknown without the overwhelming dread that had once consumed him during the Avengers encounters. Old man, an intriguing title, and I suspect it carries a particular significance in Chinese, Tony mused. Through Jarvis's insights, he grasped the underlying meaning of the old man's words, suddenly finding this seemingly magical eccentric somewhat amusing. "Tony, if my memory serves me correctly, did you not mention your intention to return for a banquet?" Delaying now may not be wise. The old man redirected the conversation, indulging in his private amusement, keen to keep it from others. As the topic shifted toward time, Jarvis timely interjected, "Sir, I must remind you that the gentleman is correct. Due to your recent actions, Miss Potts is already upset. If you do not arrive within half an hour with a reasonable explanation, the consequences may be dire." "Oh, what dreadful news! However, with this gentleman's portal, I believe I can spare a moment longer. Just remind me in the last 5 minutes," Tony replied. Hearing this, the old man broke into a sly grin and said, "Young man, judging by your demeanor, you must be a scientist. Hence, you ought to know that space is notoriously unstable. Thus, there is a chance you might arrive at the banquet or, conversely, end up in a rather unfortunate location. You should hasten your departure. Otherwise, should any mishaps occur, the old man will not be there to assist you." With those words, Tony dashed out the door, finding himself instantly transported to Times Square in New York. Oh damn, Jarvis has meticulously charted the optimal route, estimating a duration of 31 minutes. Damn it, that old man is undoubtedly toying with me regarding the theories of space. Tony, of course, has a solid grasp of the fundamentals, and there's no doubt about his expertise. If one were truly to create a portal in space, its instability would be evident. Yet the notion of a mere minute's discrepancy is utterly preposterous. If such a thing were to occur, it could only imply that the other party is playing tricks. Tony approached the roadside and spotted an unfortunate soul who was just about to open his car door. With a few swift steps, he seized the keys from the bewildered individual, then nonchalantly seated himself within the vehicle, flooring the accelerator as he sped away. "Jarvis, sent a text to the car's owner, expressing my apologies and transfer him the funds. I'll take this vehicle and make it twice the new car price." "Understood, sir," came Jarvis's response. In the midst of their conversation, a transaction amounting to over $1 million was transferred to the dazed former owner. Initially, the owner contemplated calling the police, but now, he thought, what is the point? He was getting a new car. Vroom, the engine roared, and the tires screeched against the pavement. In an instant, Tony's car shot forth, weaving through the bustling traffic with finesse, skillfully maneuvering past a dozen vehicles, reaching exhilarating speeds. In such a rapid state, Tony could hardly believe his eyes. With everything entrusted to Jarvis, his thoughts drifted back to the old man's musings on magic. How utterly ludicrous! How could magic possibly exist in this world? Every irrational occurrence can ultimately be elucidated by science. Just wait. I shall unravel your deceit, you old coot. A spark of determination flickered in Tony's eyes. In his perception, nothing was beyond scientific explanation. If it appeared so, it merely indicated one's lack of research prowess. Much like the magic depicted in fantastical tales. Tony scoffed inwardly. "Magic, huh? Just you wait. I will peel back your mysteries and present them before the world with scientific clarity." Under Jarvis's unparalleled control, the car reached its zenith of speed, navigating turns without the slightest reduction in velocity, gliding along the edge of the lane. A deft incline sent the vehicle into a graceful drift, expertly avoiding the bend while continuing to accelerate. Thanks to Jarvis's impeccable calculations, Tony arrived at the base of the banquet hall in a remarkable 29 minutes and 50 seconds. Yet 10 seconds would hardly suffice to ascend the stairs. Spotting a slight ramp beside him, he showcased his extraordinary driving talent with a daring leap, crashing directly into the second floor. Fortunately, due to Jarvis's precise calculations, no one was injured. Tony opened the car door, brushing off the dust from his attire. As he looked up, he was met with the darkened expression of Pepper, who was glaring at him with evident displeasure. "Hey, Pepper, care for a drink?" Chapter 13. The dragon's charm. Once Tony departed, the antique shop reverted to its usual tranquility. Steve ascended the stairs to practice his martial arts, while the old man returned to his study for a brief slumber. Questions regarding the transformation of the door and the nature of magic lingered, unspoken between them. Both understood the unvoiced sentiments that lay beneath the surface. Today, however, Steve encountered Tony, the child of a family friend, which stirred a wave of nostalgia within him. It struck him poignantly that even Howard's son was nearly of the same age as he, yet here he was, still a solitary bachelor, a fact that evoked a sense of embarrassment. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Steve and the old man shared a modest dinner before retiring to their respective rooms for the night. The antique shop, though serene and harmonious, contrasted starkly with the undercurrents of chaos in Hell's Kitchen. "You have the address, the promised payment has been received, and now I desire to witness a great conflagration. Rest assured, I shall proceed as you instructed." With a decisive roar, the engine of a fuel-laden tanker truck came to life, and it gradually set off towards the antique shop. Before long, the tanker arrived on the street where the antique store was located. The driver, having confirmed the destination, uncapped a bottle of liquor and consumed its contents with abandon. The rationale behind this indulgence was understood by those in the know. As long as the business thrived in Hell's Kitchen, such measures were deemed necessary to ensure a fortuitous accident. As for whether the American police might uncover something amiss, please, this is Hell's Kitchen. Here, a mere snapshot of a liquor bottle suffices to fulfill their obligations. Why, then, expend effort on thorough inspections, struggling without reward, and possibly offending influential figures? Everything was initially envisioned by Gene to unfold as planned. This place would be reduced to ruins, and those who opposed him would vanish amidst the flames. He would don the guise of a benevolent savior, reconstructing a grand edifice while conveniently reclaiming the shield. Everything appeared to be proceeding with remarkable ease. Regrettably, fate had other plans. The antique shop, overseen by his father, was no flimsy structure. Under his father's enchantment, the oncoming fuel tanker exploded in an instant. However, the flames generated by the explosion were swiftly transported through a magical portal opened by his father to a desolate desert, where the extreme heat birthed an extraordinarily unique artificial glass landscape, a sight of exquisite beauty. Although the explosion did not disturb the two slumbering souls within the antique shop, the surrounding neighbors were roused from their slumber. People hurriedly exited their homes, fleeing the scene as the inferno raged throughout the night. The local fire brigade, arriving belatedly, had initially intended to avoid this notorious hellish locale. Yet, as is often the case, they were compelled to heed the call of their meager wages. Upon their arrival, however, it seemed too late. After a night of relentless flames, countless structures lay in ruins, their combustible materials entirely consumed. The fire had dwindled to a point where a mere breath could extinguish it. Nonetheless, the firefighters dutifully connected their hoses, turned on the valves, and approached the flickering flames, wielding their nozzles with utmost caution, fearful that even a slight disturbance might snuff out the last glimmer of fire. As dawn broke, a newly awakened Steve stretched and descended the stairs. "Good morning, Dad," he greeted, his habitual salutation. Yet, he may not have noticed that his father, for reasons unknown, sat on the ground clad in a flowing yellow robe, a lamp emanating an eerie green flame before him, his gaze lost, as if wandering in a distant realm. Steve, following his routine, opened a refrigerator, retrieved a can of milk, and toasted 2 slices of bread. Upon returning to the hall with his bread, he was startled, causing the milk to slip from his grasp. At that moment, his father's eyes clouded with mist, and the world around them appeared to enter a slow-motion reverie. The milk hovered in midair as the mist gradually lifted, revealing a magnificent dragon soaring across the sky. It exhaled clouds and fog, climbing the heavens, and the flames it casually emitted were sufficient to incinerate the world. As the gaze shifted from afar to near, the dragon was inscribed upon an octagonal stone, and the scenery transformed once more, revealing a volcano in Indiana. As the vision faded, everything returned to normal. At that moment, Steve watched the milk descending with a pained expression. However, it was but a fleeting moment. A hand, moving with such swiftness that Steve could scarcely comprehend, swiftly grasped the milk and began to drink voraciously. This milk is delightful, Steve, but we lack the luxury of savoring it now. Let us embark on our quest for the new talisman, the old man remarked, casually handing the milk to Steve before leaning back on his hands and making his way to the door. Oh, we mustn't waste this, Steve exclaimed, quickly taking a deep gulp from the milk bottle until it collapsed, and then hurriedly pursued the old man. With a swift change of scenery, as the old man and Steve crossed the threshold, they found themselves near a live volcano in Indiana. Old man, this door is truly convenient. Can we use it again when we return? Steve burst forth from the door, marveling at the lush greenery surrounding them, exhilarated by their seemingly instantaneous arrival in Indiana. Are you dreaming, Steve? It's already remarkable that it brought us here. Do you expect a round trip? Perhaps you should wait at home for my old bones to retrieve the talisman for you. The old man chastised Steve for his desire to be lazy. Thus, they began to bicker as they climbed toward the volcano. Old fellow, did you not say the talisman is of utmost importance? When it comes to something vital, the sooner, the better. What wrong have I done? Your greatest error is in seeking to gain without effort. What if I miscalculate by a mere millimeter? And the door aligns with the volcanic magma? Would you leap in? If there were the command of my superior, I would undoubtedly comply. However, if he wished for my demise, he would no longer be my superior. Don't you understand these principles? Why must you persist in this argument with me? Steve, I implore you to genuinely rid yourself of these habits. At times, a mere flicker of laziness can lead you to an irreversible abyss. The profound wisdom of the elder is lost on Steve, who neither comprehends nor desires to heed it. Relying on his youthful vigor, Steve leaps boldly into a cavern within the volcano. In volcanic terrains, such caverns are commonplace. Yet, Steve senses an unusual presence here, as if something is guiding him. Removing the shield from his back and strapping it to his arm, he cautiously ventures deeper into the cavern. However, he soon finds the heat intensifying with each step. Before long, he realizes the true nature of this place. It is a small magma vent, and given the level of heat, an eruption seems imminent. What an oppressive temperature! Why does this volcanic vent evoke a sense of impending eruption within me? Your instincts are not unfounded. The active volcano in Indiana is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. According to geologists, it was due to erupt over 3 centuries ago, yet it has remained suppressed until now. The imposing figure of King Min gradually emerges from the shadows, his golden staff an inseparable companion. With a placid gaze fixed upon Steve, he leisurely elucidates the nature of the active volcano beneath their feet. Ah, the previous visitor, sir. It is precisely as you have stated. I advise you to depart swiftly. No one can predict when this volcano might erupt. Steve, for once, senses a hint of danger emanating from King Min, a sensation that raises the hairs on his neck. He has no desire to engage with him. Tightening his grip on the shield upon his arm, Steve cautions King Min. In response to this warning, King Min not only remains undeterred but takes steady strides towards Steve. Yet, just as he approaches, he unexpectedly veers off toward a nearby wall, fixating on the ancient stalactites. You're indeed correct, sir, but I have come to explore today. My team has meticulously planned this outing, and I assure you, this volcano will not erupt today, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Faced with such obstinacy, Steve feels a surge of irritation. He is no longer a hero and sees no need to concern himself with someone intent on courting disaster. He turns away, seeking the dragon talisman. As Steve searched desperately, Jade Bin had already located the dragon talisman. Observing the golden dragon embedded in the stalactite before him, Jade Bin showed no hesitation, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the stalactite into fragments. Extracting the dragon talisman from the rubble, he turned to find Steve still laboriously searching and strolled leisurely towards the cave's exit. It seems my time with this travel agency has come to an end. Until we meet again, sir, Jade Bin called out, waving at the still-seeking Steve from the cave's mouth. The helicopter's ladder descended behind him as he grasped the rope, and at the moment of takeoff, the dragon talisman was displayed prominently before Steve. Upon witnessing this, Steve's pupils dilated in shock. His oversight appeared to have led to an irreversible outcome. Before he could lament, the lava behind him began to bubble ominously. Turning to glance back, he realized he was now faced with 2 irretrievable consequences. In haste, Steve dashed towards the cave's exit, just as Jade Bin, seated in the helicopter, reveled in his possession of the talisman. Suddenly, the dragon talisman embedded itself into his palm. As waves of heat surged forth, Jin felt something stirring within his hand. Directing his focus towards the cave he had just escaped, the dragon's might erupted in an instant. A blast of crimson flame erupted from his hand, and with a resounding boom, the cave entrance collapsed. At that moment, Steve, seeking refuge from the lava, could hardly fathom that the entrance had been buried beneath rubble. Just as he contemplated unleashing his wrath upon Jin, the lava began to flow steadily towards him, leaving him with no escape from the peril ahead and the danger behind. Chapter 14. The Flight from the Cavern. Is this the power of the dragon? Jin was entirely awestruck by the talisman's might, feeling an overwhelming conviction that should he master this power completely, the world would surely submit to him. The subordinates beside him noticed their leader's unusual demeanor. He had been fixated on the stone in his hand, his eyes nearly ablaze with fervor. This extraordinary Jin instilled a sense of fear in them, reminiscent of the time he dealt with traitors, prompting them to cautiously inquire, "Boss, what is the matter with you?" The call of the younger brother stirred Jin from his stupor. In that fleeting moment, he forced himself to regain his composure. The power of demons is indeed terrifying. Panting heavily, Jin clawed the dragon talisman from his palm, acutely aware of his earlier lapse. It was the folly of a weakling suddenly endowed with formidable strength, succumbing to arrogance, dissent, and disorientation. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, he recognized that he was still insufficiently powerful. To the horrific demon that once wielded such strength, he was merely a mortal, engaging in a pact with a demon. One must ensure that the adversary does not possess strength that surpasses one's own. The emergence of the dragon talisman seemed to serve as an overt bargaining chip. Now, gazing at the talisman in his hand, the initial elation had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming headache. This artifact had become a veritable hot potato. Handing it over to the old man, and the foolish lad was out of the question. Having painstakingly acquired it, he could not relinquish it lightly. Suddenly, Jin extended his hand toward the helicopter's exterior, contemplating discarding the talisman to resolve his predicament. Yet at the moment of release, he instinctively withdrew his hand. Just as he had surmised during his conversation with the Saint Lord, he believed that the Saint Lord had allies, perhaps even observing him at this very moment. Should he dispose of the talisman, it could be reported to the Saint Lord, or worse, the talisman could be reclaimed. No, rather than discard it, it would be wiser to keep it within his sight, ensuring his peace of mind. After a fierce internal battle, Jin ultimately concealed the talisman within the lining of his suit, allowing for easy access while ensuring its safekeeping, thereby achieving a dual benefit. All right, back to New York. Jin's decision proved astute. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows, a pair of demonic eyes were fixed upon him through the spectral soldiers of the Shadow Legion. Had he dared to discard the talisman, it would have reached the Saint Lord in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Jin had refrained, much to the Saint Lord's chagrin, should he have the ability to express it at this moment. The dragon talisman harbored the authority of the Saint Lord. Acquiring it could restore the Saint Lord's power to half of what it was when the 8 immortals sealed him in hell. Even if he couldn't escape the statue then, being a mobile artillery would surely suffice. The lava had risen to a height of nearly a foot. At this moment, Steve stood atop his shield, barely sustaining himself with the power of the chicken talisman, but the cave's height restricted his ascent. He could no longer fly higher. Curse it! Why is this stone so hard? Is there anyone who can save me? Steve struck the pile of stones with all his might, but it stirred not a ripple. Watching the encroaching lava, he crouched down, attempting to create more space. Just as the lava was about to singe his backside, a thudding sound echoed from the stone wall before him. It was the sound of someone knocking. "Whoever you are, please save me." Steve's desperate roar seemed to echo into the outside world. His father's voice, akin to a guiding light in the darkness, resonated softly. "Is that you, Steve? What is the situation?" "Dad, I am trapped in a cavern, and the lava is drawing near. Please save me." With all his might, Steve relayed his dire predicament to his father. Pensive, his father furrowed his brow, being outside. He had no comprehension of the circumstances within the cave, and was thus unable to provide effective assistance. If only they had a cow talisman or a dragon talisman at that moment, perhaps it could resolve the situation. But wait, weren't they supposed to be seeking the dragon talisman? Had Steve found it? Quickly, place the dragon talisman in your palm. Dragon explosion can obliterate anything. His father's voice penetrated the cavern, but Steve's expression was one of bitterness. The dragon talisman? Indeed, it had been found, yet it now lay in the hands of Jean Bing. All that Steve possessed was a chicken talisman. I'm sorry, Dad. The dragon talisman was taken by the hefty fellow who visited our shop earlier. Steve's words cast his father into silence. Without the dragon explosion, how could he? An old man, possibly shatter mountains with his bare hands? Forget it. Let us try to revive the dead horse. Steve listened as the chicken talisman assured him of its durability. He relinquished his shield and grasped the talisman, directing the repulsion force. It would enable him to survive momentarily within the lava, but time was fleeting, and he must hasten to find an escape. Old Father S. words remained unfinished. Yet Steve grasped their essence. Should he fail to find a way out within a limited time frame, he would either suffocate or be consumed by the molten rock. Without a trace of hesitation, Steve stepped onto his shield, swiftly removed the talisman, and cast the shield into the lava. At the moment he was about to sink, the talisman's divine power activated, creating a protective membrane of repulsion around him, insulating him from the lava and its searing heat. Although this merely bought him a brief respite, Steve could distinctly feel that wielding the repulsion force drained his internal energy. At this rate, he surmised he would be reduced to ashes in no more than 5 minutes. Swimming through the molten depths, he searched in vain for an escape route, as the lava quickly filled the entire cavern. In this life-and-death predicament, Steve recalled the place where he and Jean had sought the dragon talisman. Originally, it had merely been a few small lava pools, but after the dragon talisman was removed, the lava surged forth, indicating a connection to the volcano. If it indeed linked to the volcano, then he could swim into the lava there and ascend through the volcanic mouth. Resolute in his decision, Steve took a deep breath and plunged into the depths of the lava. In his swift exploration, he soon located the small lava pool where the lava had previously entered the cavern. Without a moment's pause, he continued downstream. Gradually, Steve felt his consciousness fading, and a buzzing sound filled his ears, the harbinger of oxygen deprivation. He quickened his pace and, just before his breath ran out, managed to swim into the volcano's molten core. In an instant, he transformed the repulsion force into buoyancy, aided by the chicken talisman's propulsion, and shot forth like an arrow. Yet, despite his rapid speed, he was still engulfed in lava. His garments were incinerated, and various burns marred his skin. He narrowly escaped the molten flow and soared above the volcano's rim. However, the abrupt temperature shift, coupled with his prior oxygen deficiency, caused even this iron-willed man to lose consciousness as he ascended into the air. As Steve plummeted from the sky, fortunately, the previous talisman absorbed some of his strength, releasing its seal and allowing its divine might to manifest once again. A portion of the repulsion force surged around him, enveloping his form. As he tumbled down, his head struck a rock with a heavy thud, perhaps because the current repulsion was too feeble to fully counteract the impact. When Steve finally came to a halt, he was bleeding from all orifices, his body marred by wounds, gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Old Father rushed forward, disregarding Steve's dire state, and quickly retrieved the chicken talisman from his palm, levitating Steve and urging him to flee. Soon after they departed, a volcano that had slumbered for 3 centuries erupted violently, its might echoing throughout the land. Dragon talisman status, sealed development level, 62, due to the passage of time and the Archmage's enhanced sealing. Only a fraction of the talisman's power remains. Ability, Flame Explosion, allows the bearer to unleash explosive flames, fully developed state. Authority of Fire, the primordial power of the sovereign. Currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the sovereign not only possesses the noble bloodline of dragons, but also bears the infamous title of the fire demon among the 8 great demons, making the mastery of fire his innate ability. However, his tyrannical reign was challenged by the righteous representative, Lope, who shattered the 12 powers within him, fragmenting them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic power augmenting his own magic, Lope imposed a double seal upon them, a fitting retribution. Chapter 15. Rabbit Talisman Beep Beep. Steve lay on a hospital bed, his body swathed in bandages. The hospital machinery rhythmically beeped, and amidst the haze, his consciousness gradually returned, accompanied by that familiar, aged voice. "Doctor, how is Steve?" Fortunately, the delivery was quite prompt. "You must be a relative of the patient, correct?" "Indeed, doctor." Steve possesses an exceptional constitution. It is the finest I have ever encountered. Remarkably, despite the burns inflicted by volcanic lava, he has managed to recover autonomously, without the aid of any medication. Do you comprehend the implications of this, sir? This is truly miraculous. Oh, my apologies for my enthusiasm. The patient requires ample rest at the moment. You may sit here with him, but please refrain from making any noise to avoid disturbing his recuperation. Furthermore, regarding the elder gentleman's hospital fees, kindly settle them at your earliest convenience. Although I do not oversee such matters, the staff in the ward can be rather unyielding if you neglect payment. Understood. Thank you. Doctor. Steve awoke from his coma, his gaze bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. From an earlier conversation, he discerned that he was in a hospital. He struggled to rise, yet the pain in his body compelled him to halt. Dad Steve's voice was hoarse. The searing heat of magma had nearly consumed everything within him. But perhaps due to the super soldier serum he had previously been injected with, his damaged organs had not perished. Instead, they had miraculously rejuvenated. In the doctor's words, this was a marvel of medicine. Though Steve's voice was faint, his father's keen ears detected it. Turning to look at Steve, who had managed to dislodge the blanket in a struggle, he walked over with a hint of annoyance and covered him once more. Gently propping him up, he poured a glass of water and slowly brought it to Steve's lips before speaking with a hint of exasperation. Enough of this commotion, Steve. You need a rest. Dad. Steve's voice had become markedly clearer, allowing him to speak in two-word phrases, yet his father understood he was merely putting on a brave face. His father halted Steve's attempts at conversation, securing the blanket around him and earnestly advised, do not think of anything else or attempt to do anything. Simply focus on healing. That is your sole task now. Upon hearing this, Steve ceased his struggles. His father retrieved a small incense burner from behind him, placing it by Steve's bedside. And from his waist pouch, he produced several dried herbs along with a piece of lizard skin, placing them into the burner. He deftly picked up a piece of talisman paper, waved it, and watched it ignite. Tossing the talisman into the burner, it quickly caught fire, and his father began to chant, "Evil spirits, depart. Evil spirits, depart." As the green flames erupted, a gentle fragrance filled the entire ward, calming the hearts of those within its embrace. There, Steve, I have cast a protective spell for you. You may rest easy, his father continued. But he was suddenly struck motionless, his eyes clouded. From a mist, a lively little rabbit emerged, breaking the sound barrier with astonishing speed, plucking the world's most delectable fresh grass. In an instant, it dashed into a stone wall, transforming into a pink lucky rabbit, wandering the earth. As the scene shifted, the talisman was imprinted upon the shell of a turtle. Time once again spun, and the visions in his father's eyes morphed yet again. After countless ages, a golden-haired, blue-eyed young man retrieved the rabbit talisman from the turtle's shell. Now he stood at the Harbor Research Institute in Indiana. As the information from the talisman concluded, his father returned from his trance, finishing the half-uttered sentence. Yet upon gazing at Steve, he sighed, contemplating whether to abandon the idea of the talisman altogether. Father's talisman, Steve's raspy voice stirred a pang of discomfort within him. His father gently ran his fingers through Steve's hair, softly comforting him. Everything in this world has its cause and effect. To gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate. Steve, you are far more significant than any talisman. First, focus on your recovery. Upon hearing these words, Steve struggled with all his might to rise, but his father exerted considerable effort to keep him down. Witnessing Steve's face contorted in pain ignited a spark of anger within him. What are you doing, Steve? Do you no longer value your own body? As a grand sorcerer, his father understood the underlying thoughts tormenting Steve. That infernal sense of responsibility always seemed to complicate matters at such critical moments. Faced with Steve's obstinate demeanor, his father felt a sense of helplessness and sighed. Very well, I understand. Steve, you must rest assured. I shall seek out that talisman. With this reassurance, Steve gradually settled back down, trusting in his father's capabilities. Observing Steve lying calmly, his father exited the ward, gently closing the door behind him. Alas, not a moment of respite for me, he sighed, turning to leave the hospital and heading towards the Harbor Research Institute. This institute, funded by Stark Industries, was a collective of animal enthusiasts dedicated to wildlife conservation and protection. Today, however, it buzzed with unusual activity, as rumors circulated that a distinguished guest was slated to visit. Hurry, Kevin. Clean out your trash bin immediately. Sil, how many times must I remind you? Stow those documents in the filing cabinet. Not leave them scattered everywhere. Didn't Lester mention you? Organize that pile of research materials. The director, Mondo, anxiously directed everyone in preparation for the esteemed visitor. Suddenly, he noticed a young boy slacking off in the corner, tinkering with something. Mondo stealthily approached, making no sound, yet his imposing shadow betrayed his presence. The boy, enveloped in darkness, instinctively reached back, hoping his apprehensions were unfounded. Unfortunately, the hairy calves that came into view shattered his hopes. Have you finished your little exploration, Gates? The boy, Gates, was the one who had acquired the rabbit talisman seen by his father. With a cheerful smile, he turned to find Mondo's face twisted in anger. Director, I sincerely apologize, he said. Youngster, your apology will not absolve you. This moment, right now, go and tidy your mess. Mondo pointed to a nearby workstation cluttered with various items. Gates' designated area. Sir, those are not merely trash. They are cherished memories. Gates cautiously explained in the face of Mondo's fury. Oh, is that so? Mundo seized Gates and strode towards his workstation. A foul odor assailing his respiratory system with immediate effect. Frowning, Mundo reached Gates's desk, unceremoniously cast him aside, and grabbed a bottle, inquiring, young man. You have but one opportunity to share your cherished memories with me. If I am moved, you need not dispose of this refuse into the trash. However, should you fail, you shall remain amidst this heap of garbage until our distinguished guest departs. Gates swallowed hard, observing the furious expression on Mundo's face, and awkwardly began to explain, sir. Immediately, Mundo's furious roar startled Gates, prompting him to hastily accept the bottle from Mundo's hand and commence his reminiscence. Chapter 16. The tombstone arrives. It was a sunlit afternoon when Gates, having navigated through his memories to calm his spirits, prepared for a lengthy discourse, only to be abruptly interrupted by Mundo's voice. Keep it brief, Gates. Do you intend to speak until our esteemed guest arrives? I have no time to waste here. Hasten your words. On that day, we set sail and encountered a small Baird's-beaked whale. It trailed alongside our vessel, and just as we assumed it wished to play, we noticed a glimmering object lodged in its blowhole. We halted the boat, and the little whale swam closer. It was then we discovered a plastic water bottle trapped in its blowhole. We rescued it, and the whale joyfully expelled seawater. Watching it swim away, I pondered why humanity inflicts such harm upon animals. Suddenly, the whale's call echoed in my ears, and to our astonishment, it approached, carrying a dark object in its mouth. We paused once more, and it presented us with a stingray. Naturally, we released the stingray far from the whale. Upon hearing this tale, Mundo furrowed his brow. Disdain etched across his face. Trash is merely trash. Listening to your story is a waste of my time. Dispose of this refuse at once. As he watched Mundo turn and depart, Gates felt a profound sorrow. Did he truly believe that his treasured experiences were so insignificant in the eyes of others? Just as Gates wallowed in his melancholy, Mundo suddenly turned back and declared, "There's a vacant spot in the storage room. You would do well to find a box to contain these items, or bid farewell to your cherished memories." As Mundo uttered a brief remark and turned to direct others, this seemingly casual statement rekindled a young man's yearning for beauty. He nodded emphatically, and the rabbit talisman he held began to radiate with brilliance. Perhaps even Gates himself was unaware that at that moment, his speed had been elevated to an extraordinary level by the talisman. Even while tidying up, his hands could create afterimages. In a state of exhilarating haste, within less than a minute, Gates had completed everything, leaving even the table looking brand new. Mundo, Mundo. Requesting descent, came a voice from the intercom, prompting a sigh of relief from Mundo. He was finally free from the task of directing this troublesome group. However, a sudden thought of Gates crossed his mind. He had only just begun to clean up, and if the esteemed guests were to see the mess, it would be disastrous. Received. You may descend. I will arrive at the landing pad in 3 minutes to greet Mr. Stark. As Mundo responded over the intercom, he hurried toward Gates's workspace. Panting heavily from the psychological tension, Mundo hesitated as he pushed open the heavy door, daring not to open his eyes. When he cautiously did, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Clean, too clean. Gates, how did you manage this? Hearing Mundo's inquiry, Gates looked bewildered. What was the matter? Hadn't he been cleaning for quite some time? Such cleanliness seemed normal. Yet, upon glancing at the clock he had casually set, he was struck with shock. How had only 3 minutes passed? Never mind, that's not important. Come upstairs with me to welcome our distinguished benefactor, Mr. Tony Stark. Happy. I had no idea I had invested in such a research facility. Here's the deal. To show my gratitude, I'll give you a few intellectual challenges. Answer correctly, and there's a prize. Answer incorrectly, well. Question 1. Please solve the Hodge conjecture. Question 2. Provide a specific example to prove the Poincare conjecture. Question 3. Prove the Riemann hypothesis. The trio of questions thrown at Happy rendered him speechless. If he could solve such problems, why would he be a bodyguard? Watching Happy flounder, Tony smirked, casually producing a thick set of exam papers from behind him and handing them to Happy. It seems you cannot answer any of my 3 questions. So, Happy, complete this set of papers, and I will ensure my reward reaches your account as usual. I'm looking forward to your submission. Happy stared at the hefty exam booklet in his hands, feeling exasperated. Sir, I don't mind you testing me, but could you provide an English version? Tony descended from the plane with a hearty laugh, feeling an air of triumph. His recent actions were merely a means of retaliation against Happy, who had unjustly burdened him with additional work. In response, Tony had downloaded a Chinese examination paper for Happy. It is worth noting that the paper was in Chinese, not as a deliberate jest from Tony, but rather a consequence of his recent studies in Chinese culture, aiming to uncover magical flaws while researching his father. However, despite his genius intellect, he found himself unable to grasp the elusive basics of the language after hours of effort. After some time spent on a rooftop, Mundo finally arrived with Gates, albeit fashionably late. Upon facing Tony, Mundo's towering figure began to bend slightly under the weight of his own stature. My apologies, Mr. Stark, for my tardiness, he said. You must be Professor Mundo? It has indeed been a while, Professor. You appear even more robust than I remember. Tony and Mundo were acquainted. Mundo had once been a professor during Tony's university years, renowned for his exceptional research in biology. The question arises, where exactly does his brilliance manifest? Behold the imposing figure of Mundo, and one could easily surmise the focus of his research, skeletal enhancement. However, in a world like Marvel's, where the affluent rely on technology and the impoverished on mutations, few are willing to invest. Mundo, at one point, succumbed to despair and nearly veered toward the life of crime, until Tony stepped in to support him. It was Tony's investment that led Mundo to this Harbor Research Institute, allowing his studies to progress without straying down the misguided path of a villain like Dr. Octopus. Thanks to you, Tony, my research on bone structure has made tremendous strides. A person can willfully augment their bones, even forming armor on their claws. With that, Mundo demonstrated to Tony, showcasing skeletal armor sprouting from his spine and claws extending from the back of his hands, leaving Tony utterly impressed. Mundo, your research is nothing short of extraordinary. It is rare for anything to elicit such admiration from Tony. The ability to transform one's bones using the energy stored within the body suggests that Mundo's work is on the brink of a groundbreaking innovation. If explored further, humanity might someday soar through the skies like birds, wielding their arms in graceful flight. Without you, Tony, I would not be where I am today. My achievements are shared with you. You are too modest. While wealth can procure many things, a mind devoid of wisdom cannot conceive such powerful ideas. You are the true genius. Tony's praise drew the two back to their collegiate camaraderie. As their conversation flowed, Gates seemed to fade into the background, trailing behind Mundo as they toured the research facility. Just as their inspection was nearing its conclusion, the walls of the laboratory suddenly erupted with a deafening crash. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a figure with cerulean skin emerged. If the indicators were correct, this was the place. Everyone crouched down, covering their heads. Tombstone had arrived. With golden hair, crimson eyes, blue skin, and a row of shark-like teeth, he was indeed one of Kingpin's henchmen. Chapter 17. Mundo, smashed Tombstone, arrogantly surveyed his surroundings. But as he turned, darkness engulfed him. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying. Do you have any idea how much it cost to repair the wall you just demolished? Mundo stood where Tombstone had once been, his face contorted, muscles bulging, appearing even more formidable than the Hulk. Tombstone, shaking off the daze, sat up amidst the rubble. As he prepared to confront the fool who had struck him, he opened his eyes just in time to see a massive fist, encased in bone, crash down upon him. You damned fool. Do you know how much preparation I undertook to welcome guests? To have a scientist perform such menial tasks is a waste of my talents. Mundo relentlessly struck the gravestone's head with powerful blows, the metallic clang echoing ominously, sending shivers down the spines of those present. You do not comprehend. You utterly fail to grasp the significance of my research. My fervor, the fruits of my labor throughout the day, have all been obliterated by you. As if seeking further retribution, Mundo rose to his full height, his towering figure eclipsing the sunlight that fell upon the gravestone. He took 2 deliberate steps back, grasping the gravestone's ankle. At that moment, the gravestone, befuddled from Mundo's earlier assaults, was effortlessly lifted by Mundo's single hand, as bone-like spikes emerged from his palm, piercing into the gravestone's ankle, prompting a pained wail from it. Those who disrespect the accomplishments of others deserve to perish, Mundo declared. Though the gravestone momentarily regained some awareness from the agony, before it could react, Mundo hurled it into the air with a force reminiscent of the Hulk flinging Loki. Bang! 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 Mundo transformed into a human pile driver, with the gravestone serving as his tool of destruction. Each swing of the gravestone against the ground created a deep crater. After a minute, Mundo's fury began to subside, retracting the bone spikes as the gravestone fell to the ground, clearly rendered unconscious, lying there like a puddle of mud. Mundo turned to head back to the research facility, but the onlookers, witnessing his violent display through the broken walls, were evidently terrified. As he stepped forward, they instinctively recoiled. Professor Mundo is truly fearsome. We must distance ourselves. He is a monster. Doctor, he was always like this. I heard he even killed someone once, but later managed to control himself with medication. How terrifying. Why such a murderer in our research facility? Mundo understood their reactions, but felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He stood still, like a lost child, unsure of where to go, on the verge of tears. Just then, Tony's voice broke through the tension. Mundo lifted his gaze to see Tony Stark approaching him slowly. Doctor, once again you have protected everyone, just as you did in your youth, still brimming with a sense of justice. Tony extended his right hand to help Mundo up, patting his shoulder. This is how one should deal with villains. If they're not made to suffer, they will undoubtedly return to cause more trouble, likely even more frenzied. Tony turned to the other researchers hiding within the facility, pushing Mundo to the forefront. Let us express our gratitude to Dr. Mundo, for he has safeguarded this research facility. His sense of justice reassures me that the future of this institute will shine brighter than any in the world. A sparse applause echoed in the air. Observing the crowd, Tony furrowed his brow before turning Mundo around, grasping his hand with solemnity. Doctor, your research is monumental and will undoubtedly benefit all of humanity in the future. Stark Industries has resolved to cover all your expenses and additionally invest in all research projects at the Institute, with the hope that you will create more innovations that benefit humanity in the future. At the moment Tony announced the increased investment, excitement sparkled in the eyes of all the researchers. Unlike before, this time the applause was thunderous, and cheers echoed endlessly. It remained unclear whether they were applauding Mundo or the funds being invested by Stark Enterprises. Tony, with a cheerful demeanor, surveyed the crowd, observing the myriad of human expressions before him, a cold smile curling his lips as he thought to himself that these individuals resembled foolish monkeys. They feared their more powerful peers and sought to ingratiate themselves with those who offered them favors. As the farce concluded, Mundo continued to guide Tony through the laboratory. Throughout the tour, Mundo was loquacious, yet Tony could discern a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Dr. Tony paused in his stride, prompting Mundo to turn back, puzzled at the sight of Tony's sudden halt. Is something the matter, Mr. Stark? Doctor, I sense you are weary as well. I shall forego the laboratory tour for now. Let us sit aside and converse about other matters. Though perplexed, Mundo led Tony to a nearby seating area, while Gates remained standing beside him. At that moment, Tony noticed the young lad beside Mundo, who had not been among those mocking Mundo earlier in his recollections. Is this your student? Mondo turned to meet Gates' gaze. Indeed, even seated, Mondo still towered over Gates, which left the latter feeling quite embarrassed. Mondo scrutinized Gates with an assessing glance, seemingly noticing the young man's discomfort regarding his height, before shifting his attention to Tony. I suppose so. This lad is not ill-natured. He simply has a penchant for meddling and tends to bring me trouble. However, if I were to choose a successor, it would undoubtedly be him, not you, Tony. Taken aback by this declaration, Tony chuckled awkwardly. Doctor, you didn't say that 2 years ago. He recalled how the doctor had once remarked on his exceptional research talent, asserting that if he were to select a successor, it would unequivocally be Tony himself. To his astonishment, the doctor had shifted his stance in just 2 years. Never mind that for now, Doctor. I formally extend an invitation to you. Please join Stark Industries. Tony's earnest invitation momentarily caught Mondo off guard. However, upon regaining his composure, Mondo resolutely shook his head. I have grown older and lack the fervor of my youth. Military industry is not for me. As they say in China, I wish to accumulate some good karma for myself. Let me enjoy my retirement here, Tony. With a sigh, Tony nodded, a smile once again gracing his face. I respect your choice, Doctor, but you must understand that Stark Industries is investing in this research facility for your sake. Those ungrateful souls should be shown the door sooner rather than later. Reflecting on previous events, Mondo nodded, already formulating his own plans. He was a good person but not a fool. While he couldn't eliminate those who harbored clear malice towards him, expelling them was not against the law. The two reached a consensus on this matter, and their conversation began to flow more smoothly. Chapter 18. The shadow stirs reuniting with an old friend led to endless conversation. Yet Gates, ever restless, found himself in a predicament. As he stood by, listening to the two reminisce about their university days, he nearly dozed off on his feet. In his boredom, Gates recalled the hexagonal stone he had unearthed earlier. He took it from his pocket to admire the intricately carved pink rabbit upon its surface. This discovery brought him immense joy. It would serve as his most cherished memento. However, just as Gates was reveling in his excitement, everything around him began to slow down, as if time itself had been set to a quarter speed. What is happening? Doctor, Mr. Tony, why are you both moving so slowly? In that moment, Gates acutely sensed the unusual atmosphere around him, for both Tony and Dr. Mondo were engaged in slow-motion dialogue. Were they jesting with him? Gates waved his hand in front of them, but their conversation continued at its leisurely pace. This is exceedingly strange. With no response from either, Gates proceeded to the doorway of the next laboratory, peering inside to find a colleague pouring water, the droplets cascading down in a languid manner, allowing him to discern the shape of each individual drop. Instantly, Gates comprehended the peculiar situation he was in. Wow, in a state of relative stillness, this is simply astounding. Mr. Einstein's theory of relativity truly holds merit. One of its propositions asserts that the faster an object moves, the slower time appears to progress in relation to it. When velocity surpasses the speed of light, time itself may even reverse. Upon realizing his current state, Gates was immediately inspired to delve into research, pondering how much slower time would flow under conditions of relative stillness, or perhaps what his current speed truly was. The rabbit talisman seemed to sense Gates' thoughts, accelerating once more, rendering everything else in complete stasis, leaving only Gates free to move. Coolly, Gates procured 2 timepieces, a wristwatch and a wall clock. As he fastened the watch onto his wrist, the talisman's glow flickered and the clocks began to tick. Observing the hands revolve in circles, Gates concluded that he was currently traveling at approximately 0.91 times the speed of light, a mere fraction away from light itself. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the rabbit talisman radiated light again, and a green wormhole materialized before him. Without a hint of surprise, Gates was drawn into it. Inside the wormhole, a murky haze enveloped him, already overwhelming, but upon emerging, he found himself engaged in an extreme sport, skydiving without a parachute. As he plummeted from the heights, he muttered curses, unsure of whom he was cursing, but upon landing, his trousers were drenched, undoubtedly a consequence of his disdain for the wormhole. Indeed, it must be the wormhole. Damn it, where has this wormhole taken me? How do I return? Gates pondered. As he contemplated, the rabbit talisman glowed once more. Understanding that these changes were all due to this stone, he prepared to traverse again. However, just as he was about to leap through, a dark mist materialized before him, and in an instant, he felt pain in his hand as the talisman was forcefully dislodged and fell to the ground, extinguished. Before Gates could comprehend the situation, he was ambushed. Naturally, he felt aggrieved, but as the black mist dissipated, 10 figures cloaked in black ninja attire emerged before him, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. These beings do not appear to be easily trifled with. In his heart, Gates mused, my apologies for obstructing your path. I shall make way. He discreetly shifted his stance, attempting to slip past the shadowy soldiers to reclaim the talisman of the rabbit. However, after just a couple of steps, the spectral soldiers encircled him. The atmosphere fell silent once more, for in traversing time and space, the shadowy soldiers had lost their command. They were still executing the final decree of their master, to thwart the impudent wretch who misused my powers. My esteemed brothers, I harbor no ill will towards you. Kindly allow me passage. I merely wish to retrieve my belongings and take my leave. When he received no response from them, Gates contemplated slipping through the gaps once again. Yet, the shadowy soldiers once more barred his way, pushing him back. Provoked time and again, Gates could no longer contain himself. Damn it! Just because the tiger does not roar, do you presume me harmless? Do you think we scientists are mere playthings for your bullying? With determination, he declared, very well. Let me enlighten you today. Gates reached into his pocket and produced a weapon the size of a mung bean, casually tossing it towards the shadowy soldiers. As it struck the ground, the soldiers stared blankly at the seemingly innocuous little beans, pondering their significance. Gates maneuvered through the legs of the shadow soldiers, hastily rolling aside to envelop himself in a protective embrace. Upon noticing his target's departure, the shadow soldier prepared to pursue. But the green bean device, previously deployed by Gates, suddenly emitted a series of beeps. With a resounding explosion, dozens of shadow soldiers were annihilated, leaving Gates battered and bruised from the blast's impact. Curse be it, the yield calculation for the bomb was erroneous. Next time, the dosage should be reduced by 0.05. Dragging his somewhat injured leg, Gates meticulously sought out the rabbit talisman once more. Upon grasping it, the talisman radiated a brilliant white light, reopening the wormhole. This time, forewarned, Gates stepped into it willingly instead of being drawn in abruptly. As he traversed the corridor, the passage of time was indeterminate. Eventually, he reached the next wormhole exit. Just as he was about to step through, his grip on the talisman faltered. In that fleeting moment of attempting to regain hold, the shockwave from his rapid motion propelled him out of the wormhole, leaving no opportunity for a backward glance. When he finally reopened his eyes, he found himself once again beside the chair where he had previously conversed with the professor and Tony. Were it not for his tattered research attire and the pain radiating from various parts of his body, he might have dismissed the entire ordeal as a mere dream born from a careless slumber. Yet, simultaneously, a sigh of relief escaped him. Having lost the talisman meant that the terrifying host of spectral beings would no longer pursue him. Gates exhaled deeply, acknowledging that what was never truly his could not be forcibly retained. At that moment, his father arrived at the Harbor Research Institute. However, upon his arrival, the magical aura of the rabbit talisman had dissipated, as if it had never graced this place, all traces erased due to Gates' temporal traversal. With this in mind, his father chose not to disturb the locale and instead turned back to the hospital to tend to Steve, ensuring that everyone could be considered to have reached a satisfactory conclusion. Only the unfortunate grave marker lay ensconced in a deep pit, his head thoroughly dazed, oblivious to the events that had transpired, pondering why he had found himself in such a predicament and how he had come to be so thoroughly beaten. Rabbit talisman status, sealed development level, 17, due to the passage of time and the enhancement of the seal by the Grand Sorcerer. The talisman's power has diminished to almost nothing. Ability, rapid movement, enables swift relocation of individuals. Fully developed state, transcends time and space. Partial authority of the Sky Demon. Shimu, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Saint Lord seized portions of authority from his sealed siblings during their imprisonment, thereby augmenting his own power and unifying the East. However, his tyrannical reign encountered the righteous representative, Luope, who dismantled the 12 forces within him, fragmenting them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic authority within, Luope imposed a dual seal upon them, serving as a form of karmic retribution. Chapter 19 Ox Talisman. The antechamber of Anticlaris is situated at the heart of Andalusia, Spain. An elderly gentleman and a fair-haired, blue-eyed man, burdened with travel packs, were scaling the heights. I never imagined that ancient talismans from Huaxia would also be found in Spain. The world has 4 corners, each concealing treasures within. Steve, there is still much for you to learn. The old man grunted and continued his leisurely ascent. Father, are you really not considering my suggestion? Next time, let us simply open a portal to retrieve what we need and emerge without the need for this exhausting climb. As someone recovering from illness, I cannot endure such exertion. Though Steve did not grasp the intricacies of the theory, he found it quite extraordinary. He pushed ahead, catching up with his leisurely father, and proposed, "How about this?" The old man neither agreed nor disagreed, continuing his ascent, leaving Steve in anxious anticipation. Gazing at the sun overhead, Steve contemplated a method. But just as he was about to speak, he noticed that not a single bead of sweat adorned his father's brow. How could one be unaffected by such a blazing sun? Steve retrieved a fan from his pack, hastening a few steps to catch up with his father, fanning him while sweetly inquiring, "Father, are you not hot? Allow me to provide some breeze." The old man acknowledged with a grunt, maintaining his forward momentum. His demeanor relaxed, as though he were merely strolling in a quaint park rather than climbing a mountain. Witnessing this scene, Steve felt a sense of despair. His elderly father was remarkably spry. Unbeknownst to them, their dramatic encounter was under the watchful eyes of another group. They are nearing the summit. Let us proceed. The leader of the tomb lowered his telescope, turning to his comrades, including Gold and several other ruffians, as well as Rhino and Scorpion. He prepared to embark. "Leader, is it truly necessary for us to enter? There may be strange entities within, such as mummies." One of the ruffians with yellow hair stepped forward. The leader of the tomb rolled his eyes in exasperation, believing his superior needed to elevate the intelligence of his subordinates. "Enough. Mummies only exist in Egypt. Now, let's hurry along. Let those two seek the talismans. When they emerge, we shall seize them. Would that not be simpler and less troublesome?" The young man with yellow hair extended his hand, halting the few individuals who were about to join him in pursuit. A look of disdain plastered across his face. Tombstone placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, exuding an air of benevolence as he addressed him. "Listen, little Karami, I have no interest in explaining these matters to you. All I know is that the task assigned to me by the boss is to retrieve the talisman. Should you dare to impede my progress again, I shall make you understand why I am called Tombstone. Were it not for the lack of suitable companions." Tombstone would prefer not to engage in conversation with these immature ruffians, as such exchanges were a lamentable waste of his precious time. Once Tombstone's hand withdrew from the young man's shoulder, a puddle of liquid began to flow from beneath him, and he promptly collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly exhausted. "All right, let's move," Tombstone commanded as he and his entourage traversed the distance, only to turn back and shout at the now dumbfounded young man. Without uttering a word, the young man scrambled to his feet and followed in their wake, genuinely too intimidated to speak. Within the dimly lit stone tomb, Steve raised a torch and affixed it to the wall, exchanging a glance with his father. He retrieved the schematics for the mechanism that would unlock the bull talisman from within the pyramid. Approaching the solitary bull statue, he inserted his fingers into its nostrils, twisting and prodding. With a click, the statue's mouth gradually opened under the mechanism's operation, revealing not the bull talisman, but merely an octagonal talisman imprint, serving as evidence that a talisman had once resided within. "Where did it go? The talisman?" Steve exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the empty maw of the bull. However, upon directing his gaze towards his father, he found him wearing an irritable expression. "What? Did I take it?" His father retorted. "It seems someone got ahead of us. But you saw it 3 days ago. Wasn't that a live feed?" Steve murmured, his discontent failing to escape his father's keen ears. His father narrowed his eyes, fixing them sharply on Steve as he spoke sternly. "Ah, you've become quite the expert, daring to complain about me. Do you not recall who was the one cleaning up that mess for over half an hour, thereby disrupting my array? It cost me a fine lizard stick to restore it. Do enlighten me." Struck speechless by his father's reprimand, Steve could only seethe in frustration. For it was indeed his own recklessness that had led him to chase after that band of thieves, ultimately shattering the array in the process. Just as the two were embroiled in their quarrel, Tombstone and his crew burst in. "Everyone, hands on your heads and crouch down. Tombstone has arrived. Surrender the talisman." It was the same familiar chant, the golden locks of hair framing Tombstone's face as he stood in a well-lit area, looking every bit as arrogant as he had during their previous encounter at the research facility. Perfect timing, Steve thought, feeling his spirits lift at the sight of Tombstone's group blocking the entrance. "You all can help me vent my frustration. Tombstone, Rhino, Scorpion, a multitude of underlings. Father, I've made my move, and soon I shall have no time to attend to you." The fiery fervor in Steve's eyes blazed fiercely. "No worries, but should you dare to cast even a trivial piece of refuse my way, I shall enlighten you on the meaning of a monkey stealing peaches. Father stood to the side, arms crossed, and a nonchalant expression adorning his face, seemingly indifferent to the impending clash. The trio, Gravestone, Scorpion, and Rhino, exchanged glances. They had overheard the dialogue between the two and were incensed by the blatant disregard shown towards them. Such contempt was utterly intolerable. Yet, before they could make a move, Steve leapt before them. This sudden frontal assault startled them. They had never witnessed such a combat style. However, as they regained their composure, they readied themselves for a charge. Just as they prepared to act, two batons inexplicably appeared in Steve's hands, striking their faces with tremendous force. Almost simultaneously, the three turned their heads, spitting out a mix of saliva, teeth, and blood. Observing the bewildered little Kaler, Steve promptly targeted the largest among them, the Rhino, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Rhino's hefty body flying, crashing into a group of Kaler and tumbling down a hillside. Ah! The anguished cry of the Rhino sent a shiver down the spines of Gravestone and Scorpion. Yet, Steve did not afford them a moment to succumb to fear. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders. As their shoulders sagged under his weight, Gravestone and Scorpion turned to face Steve, who wore an amicable smile. "Hello. I wish you a pleasant journey." Bang! Without waiting for a response, Steve kicked them, one after the other, down the mountain like the Rhino. Spitting at the sight of the three rolling down the slope, Steve remarked, "What a useless bunch of gluttons, unable to withstand even 3 of my moves. How unsatisfying. All right, Steve, enough of this. We must seek out the cattle." Father restrained the restless Steve and led him toward the city of Spain. Chapter 20. The matador struggle with the bull. Father spoke of seeking the bull's talisman, yet we currently possess not a single clue. Strolling through the bustling streets of Spain, observing the throngs of people around him, Steve posed a profound query. Father glanced at Steve, then turned his focus back to meticulously concocting a potion, unwilling to engage with him. Noticing Father's indifference, Steve began to scan his surroundings, taking in the exotic sights. Black stockings, short skirts. A crisp voice rang out, and Steve felt a sharp pain atop his head. He turned to look at Father, his eyes filled with resentment. This old man was incapable himself, yet forbade him from looking. Truly outrageous. "Are you still intent on finding that talisman?" Steve found his father's question rather perplexing. Nodding in acknowledgement, he heard his father bellow, "Hurry up and fetch the pufferfish I requested." Upon hearing this, Steve hastily rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a bulging pack of dried pufferfish. His father, not wishing to dwell on Steve's momentary distraction, promptly snatched the pufferfish and poured the prepared sauce over it. "Spirits of the netherworld, depart. Spirits of the netherworld, depart." As he chanted this incantation, the dried pufferfish began to levitate in his father's palm, emitting a green glow as it twirled before finally settling before a grand circular structure in the southeast. "Why have we come to the Spanish bullring, Father?" Upon witnessing the architectural style, Steve instantly grasped their location, yet his father had yet to respond to his inquiry. It was a poster that ultimately provided the answer: the Force King, the greatest bullfighter of the century. However, this was not the most significant detail. The true focal point was the octagonal stone affixed to the Force King's belt, adorned with a blue ink depiction of a bull's head. "Is that the talisman?" Steve exclaimed, pointing at the poster, his eyes widening in astonishment. "I never imagined the talisman would be so close at hand." "Humph. I've always known I would find the talisman," his father replied with a haughty snort, exuding an air of invincibility, embodying the essence of what people often refer to as an old child. Now that the talisman was indeed located, Steve couldn't help but feel skeptical about whether this individual would amicably return it to them. Faced with his father's demeanor, Steve opted to steer the conversation in another direction. Gazing at the man on the poster, he pondered for a moment, arriving at the conclusion that this was a splendid opportunity for bravado. However, after waiting in vain for his father to respond, he turned to see his father at the registration desk, inquiring of the staff for this name. "May I use a code instead?" "Certainly, my dear sir. However, at your advanced age, why would you participate in a bullfighting competition?" "Oh, it is not for myself. I am registering on behalf of my son, who is quite passionate about bullfighting. He expresses a desire to compete against the most formidable bullfighters of our time." "Ah, I see. Your son must possess an abundance of vitality. Now, let me confirm once more, your son's name is Steve, and he is indeed an American, voluntarily entering this unrestricted bullfighting contest?" "Indeed, that is correct." Listening to their exchange, Steve found himself utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to intervene, the registration official had already stamped the entry. Very well, sir. I shall present you with an exclusive ticket, allowing you to sit in the front row to witness the event. This is a privilege extended to the family of the registrant. Thank you kindly. After completing the registration for Steve, the elder leisurely approached, observing the dazed young man. He playfully closed Steve's mouth with a hand and gave a light slap to his rear end, prompting Steve's mind to reset. Father, how could you take such liberties and register me? I have no desire to participate in this bullfighting competition. Upon regaining his senses, Steve sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What? The elder scratched his ear, feigning ignorance, which only fueled Steve's fury. All right. I understand your frustration, but let us set that aside for now. If you do not participate, who will retrieve the talisman? The elder waved his hand and posed a question to Steve. Steve gazed intently at the elder. His eyes seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. The elder, feeling unnerved under his scrutiny, averted his gaze and spoke. I am aware of your thoughts, but I am too advanced in age to compete. The bullfighting arena does not permit my participation. But I am over 100 years old. Steve's inquiry was thunderous, yet the elder matter-of-factly replied, Yes. But I could assert that you are 20, and they would believe me. If you dispute this, you may also declare your age as 20, and if they accept it, I shall immediately take the stage. Steve looked at his father's snow-white hair and aged visage, feeling deflated. No matter how thick-skinned he was, such a claim would not be credible to anyone with common sense. Sigh. Very well, I understand. Steve sighed in resignation, recalling an old saying, life is akin to well. Since resistance is futile, one might as well enjoy it. In contrast to Steve and his father, the individuals accompanying Jean Bing were decidedly more straightforward. Upon entering Spain and seeing the posters, the trio, Rhino, Scorpion, and Tombstone, immediately infiltrated the bullfighting arena, incapacitating all the bulls present. They even dismembered one and roasted it over a fire, discussing their forthcoming plans as they indulged in their meal. Rhino, once the competition begins, you will directly enter the arena and knock out the individual wielding the talisman. The coveted item that Boss Jean desires is not easily acquired. And what about me? Tombstone asked. The Scorpion tore off a substantial piece of beef leg, placing it in its mouth to begin chewing. In merely a few bites, the bone that accompanied the meat was also crushed and swallowed. After consuming the beef, the Scorpion addressed the Tombstone, stating, We have observed the poster. That old man and the golden-haired scoundrel arrived long before us, and naturally, they have seen it too. Soon, you and I shall be responsible for restraining the one named Steve, allowing the rhinoceros some time to act. Upon hearing this, the Scorpion nodded gravely, recalling Steve's terrifying strength, which compelled the Scorpion to focus intently. Both factions vying for the talisman had already devised their strategies, knowing that once the bullfighting match commenced, they could seize the talisman. The Goethe Hotel, known for its formidable proprietor, the man referred to as the King of Strength, was at that moment indulging in copious amounts of strong liquor, his casual demeanor initiating a significant transformation. Chapter 21. The contest for the bull talisman. Opposite the King of Strength sat a man clad in a suit, draped in a fur coat, adorned with 5 gold rings on each hand, his prominent front teeth and small eyes marking his presence. He was Michel, the master of this bullfighting arena. Lord King of Strength, I hope you will extend your favor during today's performance, Michel said, raising his glass of swaying red wine, a broad smile adorning his face. Humph. The King of Strength grunted dismissively, ignoring Michel's raised glass. Instead, he seized a bottle of strong liquor from beside him and gulped it down before speaking. Michel, spare me your nauseating facade. You are eager to tear me to shreds, yet feign camaraderie. It is truly repulsive. Michel's expression stiffened, his smile seemingly petrified, but he quickly regained composure, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness, albeit with a glint of coldness in his eyes. King of Strength, I merely wish to request a small favor from you. Michel, we have collaborated numerous times. You should understand my temperament by now. If you wish for me to throw the match, there is no need to elaborate. The King of Strength interrupted firmly, decisively rejecting Michel's suggestion before it could even take root. But, King of Strength, this is indeed quite profitable. Why do you exhaust yourself in these matches if not for the gain? Consider this. If I set the odds and you throw the match, we could earn tenfold the ticket price. Do you harbor a grudge against money? Michel's words were fervent, and he leaped from his seat, gesticulating wildly as he outlined a lucrative path for the King of Strength. However, the king remained unresponsive, prompting Michel to settle back down, continuing to persuade him. Yes, King of Strength, this method may tarnish your reputation, but what of it? Can a reputation fill one's belly? Only the currency in hand represents the truth. Michel's words grew increasingly absurd, even delving into life philosophy with Li Wang. However, Michel's exaggerated remarks caused Li Wang to inadvertently crush the wine bottle he held, startling him. All right, Li Wang, I understand you dislike hearing this, and I shall refrain from being bothersome. Yet, I must assert, in today's world, money is the ultimate truth. Michel's proclamation once again led Li Wang to inadvertently shatter several tables and chairs. Witnessing this scene, Michel was drenched in cold sweat, hastily retreating from the room, even being cautious as he closed the door. Once Li Wang was alone, he clapped his hands, sweeping away the remnants of broken glass and debris. Observing Michel's departing figure, he murmured, "It seems Michel has begun to suspect. I must tread carefully from now on, or perhaps consider a change in leadership." Li Wang's mind was already devising a plan. Collaborating with a petty individual like Michel was never his desire. Having just participated in the preliminary rounds here, he needed to solidify his reputation. Remaining was understandable, but now, with a valid reason, he planned to withdraw after this match. Emerging from Li Wang's room, Michel wore a grim expression, his temper restrained. As he exited the hotel, he berated anyone who crossed his path. Even a passing dog might have faced a kick. It wasn't until he settled back into the car that his demeanor began to improve. "Here, drink some water and take a breather. You need your strength to scold the junior sitting in front of you," he instructed as his subordinate wiped the drool from his face. The smile on his own face stiff. He respectfully offered a bottle of soda from the car supplies to Michel. "Oomph. There's no need for me to be angry with you all. My ire is directed at that ungrateful Li Wang." With a cold snort, Michel snatched the soda and drank it greedily. Yes, we are merely small fry. No need to be upset. Concerning Li Wang's belt, though we have yet to uncover its secrets, it is evident that it bestowed upon him his extraordinary power. Seeing that his boss had ceased his tirade, the subordinate approached with a broad smile, handing over the intelligence he had gathered, flipping through the pages for Michel while succinctly explaining the context. Michel nodded, satisfied with his subordinate's efficiency. He closed the dossier and, with a serious expression, addressed his junior. "You handled this matter excellently. Now, how have you fared with the other task I assigned?" Originally, upon witnessing Michel's approving nod, the subordinate felt a sigh of relief within. However, Michel's sudden change of demeanor caused his heart to tighten once more. "Boss, rest assured, I have found the mightiest fighter from Spain. At your command, the championship belt will be within our grasp." Observing the unwavering confidence radiating from his subordinate, Michel felt quite pleased and, in a rare display of praise, commended him. "Well done, Aji. You truly are my most trusted aide. In the next election for the chief, you shall undoubtedly emerge victorious." Though Aji wore a cheerful facade in response to Michel's words, his mind was already rife with curses. "Election? If it weren't for the fact that the current chief is your relative, I might actually believe that." "Boss, the funding," Aji cautiously reminded him. Aji, youngsters must not be overly concerned with personal gains and losses. Do you think I'm lacking in a trifling sum? Next time, I assure you." Michel waved his hand, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, which, in other words, meant he had no intention of providing financial support. Yet what could Aji do? He endured it. For survival demanded compliance. Drive on. Noticing that Aji had ceased discussing the matter, Michel felt a sense of joy and shouted to the driver to proceed, as the vehicle moved forward towards the bullfighting arena. Time ticked away, and as the bullfighting competition was poised to commence, all participants in the bulls began their preparations. At the East Gate, the elder was providing pre-match guidance to Steve. Dressed in the comical outfit he wore when he captained the American team, the blue and white bodysuit accentuated Steve's physique, making him appear particularly athletic, with the quintessential American posterior that sparked endless imagination. "Steve, remember we have but one objective here." The elder's face shone with excitement, mirroring the fervor of the audience present. "Know the bull's charms." Steve regarded the elder, Having heard this phrase countless times, his ears nearly calloused from repetition. No, now the charm is secondary. The mission has changed. We must defeat them. Steve was taken aback. He did not understand why the elder abruptly shifted the target. However, this new task aligned perfectly with his own desires. As for the elder's sudden change of heart, it was pertinent to mention the betting ticket he held, which allowed him to participate in the betting for the bullfighting contest. The elder staked $10,000 on Steve, and given Steve's current odds of 1 to 13, he intended to teach these gamblers a lesson about the futility of betting. In the bullpen, the Tombstone and Scorpion stealthily entered once more, intending to lend a hand to the rhino. At this moment, the pen housed only a single rhino, leisurely munching on hay as if it were a mere bovine. "Rhino buddy, we are counting on you shortly." The rhino paid no heed to their words, continuing to graze, though unbeknownst to the two. The rhino had grown considerably since their arrival. Though Aji was but a minor player in Michelle's eyes, to others he still belonged to a rather formidable group. "Dennis, I believe I have conveyed my message with utmost clarity, have I not? Rest assured, I will take care of the belt our boss requires. However, please ensure that what I need is also prepared. Otherwise, there may be consequences." Chapter 22. The Black Tiger, a foo do not worry. The trifling amount of money is inconsequential to us. Ajay deliberately turned his head away, too afraid to meet Dennis's gaze, fearing that the guilt hidden in his eyes would be discovered. Dennis quickly sensed Ajay's unease. Yet before he could inquire further, the bell signaling the pre-match preparations rang, compelling Dennis to suppress his curiosity and proceed into the preparation area. Ajay sighed in relief, having successfully deceived Dennis. He quickly wiped away the sweat born of nervousness from his forehead and turned to leave the area. As the bell rang, the audience was ablaze with enthusiasm, fervently shouting for the King of Strength. Amidst the crowd's calls, the King of Strength emerged first from the passage, a muscular black man clad in sunglasses. Unlike traditional bullfighters, he donned no elaborate costume, but rather a red cape, a pair of square-cut trunks, and a belt adorned with bull talismans. With a swift motion, he tore away his cape, revealing his flawless physique to all. He spread his arms wide, a wild grin on his face, and bellowed to the audience, "Call my name, the King of Strength." At the moment of his shout, the crowd erupted in fervor, all chanting his name in a chorus that crescendoed with each repetition. If the bull ring had a roof, it surely would have been blown off by their collective roar. First and foremost, welcome to the Spanish bull ring. I'm your host. Ho ho. Seeing your enthusiasm fills me with joy. The King of Strength's entrance is something you have all eagerly awaited. Without further ado, I declare the competition to commence. With Ho Ho's declaration, the excitement in the arena reached a new zenith. The gates to other arenas swung open, and one by one, the competitors entered the field. Steve, Tombstone, Scorpion, Dennis, the King of Strength, and a haughty red-haired youth, who together comprised the ensemble of bullfighters. The King of Strength proclaimed, "You must be here for the small stone at my waist, am I right? Unfortunately, it is not for you to take." Tombstone responded with a cold laugh. "Some things are not for a little brat like you to decide." Scorpion added, "Listen to our advice, child. You cannot handle this. Hand it over to us, and we guarantee you will leave here alive." Dennis remarked, "It seems you are prepared, King of Strength. In that case, I carry no burden of conscience." Steve interjected, "The talisman is secondary. My primary task is to thrash you all soundly and then swagger away with the talisman." The red-haired youth questioned, "Talisman? It is merely external force. I have no need for it. I merely heard that someone here had slain a cow, and I have come to issue a challenge. You may call me Black Tiger, a foo." In a crowd of individuals, a foo stands out with an air of refreshing uniqueness, instantly capturing the attention of all present. However, this exchange did not last long, for the gate to the cow's enclosure was flung open, and a tremor coursed through the ground, a cloud of dust surging towards the group. In an instant, their conversation ceased, and all eyes turned towards the billowing dust. From within it, a colossal horn began to manifest, charging towards the mighty King of Strength. The onlookers had no desire to intervene, for the King of Strength had already assumed a battle stance, seemingly prepared to measure his prowess against the beast hidden within the dust. The king lowered his body, buoyed by the confidence bestowed upon him by the cow's talisman, believing he could confront this creature head-on. Yet, as the dust settled, a humanoid rhinoceros burst forth, delivering a tremendous kick that sent the King of Strength flying backward. "Fool, Who the hell is engaging in a contest of strength with you? Scoffed the rhinoceros. Disdain etched across its face as it gazed at the human it had just dispatched, as if mocking his foolishness. The rhinoceros stepped forward and snatched the cow's talisman from the king's waist. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of power flooded through it, rendering the rhinoceros's already limited intellect even more vacant. The strength coursing within its body made the rhinoceros feel as though, with this talisman, it could become the most formidable being on Earth. Without the slightest hesitation, the rhinoceros shoved the talisman into its mouth and swallowed it whole. The king of strength was felled in an instant, a turn of events none could have anticipated, including Tombstone and Scorpion. Upon witnessing the rhinoceros approach and seize the talisman, Tombstone had sought to intervene, though he possessed limited knowledge regarding the talismans. He recalled the warning from Jean Bing that echoed in his mind as he departed. Talismans are wondrous things, but do not touch them. At that time, Tombstone merely assumed Jean Bing was cautioning him against harboring ulterior motives. However, upon realizing these objects were magical artifacts, a sense of vigilance took root within him, and he held Jean Bing's admonition in high esteem. Under no circumstances would he dare to meddle with them. Yet, he could not have foreseen that his rather dim-witted ally would inadvertently achieve a feat by successfully seizing the cow's talisman. As anticipated by Tombstone, an abrupt transformation ensued. With a furious roar, the rhinoceros began to expand, growing in a manner that was all-encompassing. Boom! 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 The sudden transformation of the rhinoceros wreaked havoc on the walls nearby, sending the audience scattering in terror. Witnessing this change, Scorpion was unusually exhilarated. Gravestone, this is astounding. Look at the rhinoceros. It now resembles a humanoid beast of destruction. With a casual sweep, the rhinoceros caused the walls to crumble as if they were made of tofu. Gravestone, however, did not share Scorpion's enthusiasm. Instead, he regarded the rhinoceros with a grave expression, prompting Scorpion to sense something was amiss. Gravestone, what on earth has happened to the rhinoceros? Scorpion demanded sharply. Prepare yourselves. We must defeat this humanoid beast of destruction, Gravestone replied, indirectly addressing Scorpion's question, yet making it clear that the rhinoceros was no longer an ally. Scorpion's face contorted in disbelief. The shift in allegiance among teammates was too swift. Before they could act, the boy who had earlier proclaimed a challenge, Afu, charged forward. Dragon's tail, Afu sprinted, pivoted, and delivered a powerful kick to the rhinoceros's left knee. With a resounding thud, the rhinoceros, resembling a towering fortress, collapsed to the ground. Without pausing, Afu continued his onslaught. He leaped onto the rhinoceros's shoulder and, with a swift motion, clapped his hands together, striking the rhinoceros across the face, producing a resounding echo. The rapid succession of attacks left the rhinoceros dazed and disoriented. With a hurricane kick, Afu leapt, executing a sudden strike to the rhinoceros's jaw. The previous kneeling position caused the rhinoceros to bend backward, but the weight proved too much for its body to bear, leading to a sharp crack from its spine. Seizing the moment of the rhinoceros's backward bend, Afu unleashed a flurry of punches into its abdomen. After a rapid barrage, the rhinoceros spewed forth a talisman that tumbled to the ground. Afu glanced at the fallen rhinoceros, then at the talisman, scoffing disdainfully. External power is ultimately just that, external. No matter how formidable the strength you acquire, if it does not belong to you, it will never truly be yours. With a swift kick, Afu sent the talisman soaring into the arena's wall, dismissively surveying the onlookers before leaping out of the bullfighting arena. His departure ignited ambition among those vying for the talisman, prompting the lurking poison scorpion and gravestone to spring into action. As allies of the rhinoceros, they adhere to the principle of minimizing competition, waiting for the rhinoceros to fall completely before advancing. Yet, barely having taken 2 steps, Steve emerged like an insurmountable mountain, standing firmly between them and the talisman. Do you too desire the talisman? As the tombstone and the scorpion exchanged a glance, they resolved to strike simultaneously. After all, no matter how formidable Steve was, one of them should be able to seize the talisman. Steve, do not be so arrogant. Yes, you are indeed powerful. That day in the stone tomb, you single-handedly faced us 3. However, you merely took advantage of the terrain. Here, in this duel arena, you cannot possibly defeat both of us, Tombstone declared, attempting to sound defiant while discreetly retreating 3 steps, positioning the scorpion in the forefront. who remained blissfully unaware. Indeed, Tombstone made an excellent point. Steve, no matter how sharp your teeth, if you wish to vanquish both of us, you will surely lose at least two of them. Tombstone continued. Listening to their bravado-laden yet cowardly words, Steve could not help but chuckle, advancing with clenched fists. Yet, he soon realized that with each step he took, the two retreated a step back until they ultimately exited the arena altogether. As the monstrous figures departed, the arena's proprietor, Michel, rose once more. He cautiously peered from his hiding place, and, upon seeing the glowing bull talisman embedded in the stone wall, his face brightened with delight. Aji, where is the helper I asked you to find? Michel demanded, giving a kick to the trembling Aji beside him. Having just witnessed the entire ordeal, Aji, like a startled bird, leapt into the air at the unexpected confrontation. Boss, it's you. You scare me to death. I thought that red-haired individual had come to kill me. Aji gasped, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath, finally easing his taut nerves. However, Michel sensed something amiss and questioned Aji. What do you mean? Someone like you, a mere weed by the roadside, would never attract the attention of those seeking strength. Why are you so frightened? Moreover, where is the helper I requested? Aji chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied. That red-haired individual is the helper I found, but I never anticipated he would be so powerful. I was actually bold enough to confront him. It truly terrified me. Michel gasped in astonishment, marveling at Aji's audacity. Did he truly seek to provoke such a beastly figure, as if he wished for his own demise? Yet, he soon pondered another matter. With participants departing and injuries sustained, it seemed the talisman could be claimed without assistance. With a wry smile, Michel approached Aji, rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic manner. Aji, did I not promise to promote you to the position of group leader last time? Aji rolled his eyes at this, thinking to himself that Michel's words were as empty as the wind, but he nodded nonetheless, recognizing the power dynamics at play. Indeed, boss, he replied, drawing satisfaction from Michel's approval. Very well, then, Aji, Michel said, gesturing towards the bull talisman below, let us forego any elections. Retrieve that stone embedded in the crevice. And tomorrow, you shall be the leader of the first group. The first group? A glimmer of starlight suddenly appeared in Aji's eyes. It was none other than the esteemed Michel, who had assembled a special team to cater to the whims of the aristocracy. To ascend to the position of the group leader meant that Aji could do as he pleased. Observing the desire reflected in Aji's gaze, Michel knew the matter was settled. As anticipated, Aji promptly assured Michel before slipping out the door. However, the moment Aji exited, Michel's expression shifted from ingratiation to disdain, and he spat, "Pa, what a joke. Have you even looked in a mirror? You think you deserve to be the group leader? Help me procure the stone, and perhaps out of sheer benevolence, I might just toss you into the toilet of Group 1, drowning you in the process. Rest assured, you will die within Group 1. Michel's laughter was utterly unrestrained, echoing outside, where a shadowy figure leaned against the doorframe, eyes aflame with fury, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the front row of the arena, the audience had nearly dispersed. The old man glanced at the torn ticket in his hand, shredding it with disdain. Indeed, gambling is a perilous endeavor. I must dismantle this den of vice. As he spoke, he did not reach behind him, but instead delved into a nearby travel backpack, retrieving a dark, double-barreled shotgun. Making his way through the arena, the old man finally arrived at the site of his previous wagers. The place was deserted, yet a distinct sound of breathing lingered in the air. With a chuckle, the old man slammed his hand onto the table before him, shattering it into fragments that scattered with the wind, revealing a quivering, rotund figure. Noticing the trembling of his counterpart, the old man, in a bid to instill some calm, struck the figure with his palm, infusing him with a sense of righteousness. The small, round figure gradually relaxed and stood up, exhaling in relief before smiling and inquiring, "Good sir, what brings you here?" Observing the straightforward smile of the little figure, the old man discreetly tucked the shotgun further back, attempting to keep it out of sight. He was there to claim his winnings. Upon hearing this, the little figure's demeanor immediately darkened. Given the destruction of the venue, was it truly so crucial to redeem the winnings? Yet, adhering to the principle of customer satisfaction, the little figure congenially asked, "Sir, might I have your seat number or the betting stub?" 13. The old man recalled the number inscribed on his seat before promptly relaying it. After a brief examination, The little figure's expression soured. There were a total of 3 competitors. One was a powerhouse, and the other 2 had placed their bets against him. Given that the powerhouse had fallen early in the competition, both of the opposing bets were valid and victorious. Calculating the outcome, the little figure realized that the total losses would far exceed what the old man was owed. With a glint of cunning in his eye, he questioned, "Sir, a seat number alone will not suffice. Your betting stub must also bear the signatures of the participants. Without these, I cannot dispense any funds." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyebrows lifted, and he promptly aimed the shotgun at the little figure's mouth, inquiring with feigned politeness, "Will this be sufficient?" The little meatball immediately raised both hands, cold sweat cascading down his forehead as he fervently nodded, "Enough, enough." He hastily rummaged through the ruins and eventually produced $200, handing it over to the old man. The old man, with a brow as furrowed as a gun barrel, pointed it once more at the little meatball, his tone menacing as he inquired, "The money I've invested far exceeds this amount. Are you attempting to deceive me?" The little meatball sensed the malevolence emanating from the old man, and with a sudden thud, he collapsed to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "My lord, I was wrong. Gambling is merely for amusement. I genuinely cannot produce such a sum. All my money is with the boss. Perhaps you could seek him instead?" Upon hearing this, the old man fired a shot into the air, causing the little meatball to faint from fear. Shaking his head, the old man mused, "Why bother quarreling with a mere worker? If I'm to seek someone, it should be the mastermind behind this." He picked up the little meatball's notebook, which recorded the lottery amounts, and ascended the stairs. Eventually, the old man located the office of the duel's proprietor and pushed the door open. Inside, Michelle, who awaited Aji's return with the cow talisman, was initially filled with excitement upon hearing the door open. However, her expression soured the moment she saw the elderly man with white hair. "Who are you? This is a restricted area. Do you not know that?" The old man, upon hearing this, tilted his gaze, bemused that she failed to notice the imposing firearm at his side, daring to speak to him in such a manner, truly reckless. He hurled the notebook at Michelle's face. She glanced at it and burst into laughter. "My friend, you've invested 50 times that amount, yet you only now realize this is a losing venture. The words half welfare are practically plastered on your forehead, and you still cannot see them. Want money? Here you go." With a clatter, £2 rolled to the floor, accompanied by the echo of the old man's gunfire. He was convinced that this individual was a madman, an irredeemable one at that. "Consider this your life savings." The old man glanced at the ledger recording the lottery amounts with a faint smile before stepping outside. However, as he descended the stairs, he noticed a somber youth lurking at the corner, brandishing a dagger, seemingly waiting for someone. Initially, the old man intended to disregard him and proceed on his way. But just as he was about to turn the corner, the youth grasped his garment. Turning back, the old man's gaze flickered with a hint of confusion as he beheld the youth extending a talisman adorned with a bull symbol towards him. The old man accepted it, and the youth promptly turned away. From the silhouette of the departing figure, the old man envisioned a colossal red bull ascending, bellowing to the heavens, a portent that this individual would eventually rise as a formidable leader. Yet, casting a glance at the talisman in his hand, the old man chose to disregard it and continued onward until he encountered Steve. He opened a portal and returned to his antique shop. In Spain, a tempest of blood and chaos engulfed the criminal underworld, heralding the rise of their singular king, the Red Doji de Gyro. Talisman of the Bull status, sealed development level, 24, due to the passage of time and the Grand Mage's fortification of the seal. The talisman now retains but a fraction of its power, ability. Colossal strength grants the bearer immense power, fully developed state. Multiplication, partial dominion of the mountain demon Bogan, currently sealed conclusion, as one of the 8 great demons. The Saint Lord seized fragments of authority from his seal brethren during their confinement, augmenting his own power to unify the East. However, his tyrannical rule encountered the righteous embodiment of Lope, who shattered the 12 powers within him, fracturing them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic authority within, Lope applied a dual seal, a form of karmic retribution. Chapter 23. The anaconda falls near a waterfall. Steve donned climbing gear and a hat, having circled around to the rear of the cascade. "Oh, truly, old man. Let us create a special program, something like Old Man and Steve or Magic Special Agents. We should capture more of these wonders. Surely someone will appreciate it." Having successfully entered the cavern, Steve gazed at the roaring waterfall behind him, conceiving the idea of filming a documentary akin to the wilderness survival expert Bear Grylls, convinced that his current life was no less thrilling than surviving in the wild. Stop daydreaming, Steve. Gather the talismans quickly, and I'll take you to retire in Huaxia. It's far better than here in the States. The old man switched on his flashlight, perusing the map, casually sketching an ambitious vision for Steve. Oh, that sounds incredible. I've heard that over there, they don't even have firearms. It's a true land of peace. Steve's face beamed with enthusiasm, clearly finding the ambitious vision quite practical. Don't ponder too much. Hurry and search. The snake talisman is stored within a millennia-old temple, and perhaps you might even discover another shield in the process. The old man furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the map. According to its indications, the ancient temple should lie directly beneath their feet. Yet here, there was nary a temple in sight, nor even a single ancient structure. Oh, I see. Just as Steve was about to continue speaking, he heard footsteps echoing from the corridor ahead, and the shadow of another person loomed nearby. He instinctively turned to check on his father, intending to help him hide, but to his surprise, his father had vanished in an instant. Where could he have gone? Never mind. I shall find a place to conceal myself. As Steve nestled into a crevice, a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. Reacting swiftly, he prepared to strike at the unseen adversary behind him, only to discover that it was his father. "Father, is it you?" he exclaimed. "Shoo," his father whispered, placing a finger over Steve's lips, his eyes slowly closing as he tuned into their surroundings with his keen hearing. Wow, dear audience, greetings to you all. Welcome to Into the Stone Age. I am your old friend, John James. Today, I shall take you to a mysterious location, the Anaconda Falls. Those who have followed our previous episodes will know that we conduct our filming on location. In the coming days, we shall reside within this cave for 3 days, providing you with detailed insights into the various wonders that abound here. Stay tuned. From his hiding place, Steve observed several men approaching, cameras in hand, instantly igniting his interest. Moments ago, he had contemplated creating a documentary, and now such an opportunity had presented itself. Moreover, it seemed these individuals had connections to a television network, potentially allowing his debut to grace the big screen. Acting on impulse was in Steve's nature. Sometimes, taking action was far better than hesitation. Nearby the falls, there lay an ancient temple, slumbering for millennia. Within these time-worn walls, countless wondrous and bizarre tales had unfolded, the most renowned being that of a colossal python. As the cameraman skillfully directed the lens towards a depiction on the mountain wall, resembling an Ouroboros, Steve's excitement grew. The massive serpent coiled around the temple, enveloping it entirely, until a mystical sorcerer arrived, using a peculiar stone to seal the beast atop a towering edifice. Of course, that was a tale from long ago. The serpent may no longer be visible, yet the ancient temple persists, allowing us to reminisce about the scenes of yore. With a playful smile, John James lightened the atmosphere, drawing attention back from a mythical to the historical. However, what they failed to notice was that Steve had stealthily approached, brandishing a brick, ready to strike. With the location introduction concluded, John and his team prepared to pivot the camera towards the next site, only to inadvertently capture Steve, brick in hand, glaring menacingly at them. "Damn it, what are you doing? Can't you see we're filming?" John shouted in frustration at Steve. Steve's sudden appearance abruptly interrupted John's seamless segment. Now, 2 options lay before them. The first, to employ professional editing to erase this footage. Yet it was inevitable that some astute individual would uncover this alteration and attempt to tarnish his reputation. The second, to reshoot the scene. But how could they possibly recreate that perfect ambience? "Oh, you wretched fool. Your intrusion has forced us to restart our entire filming process. I swear, I shall hurl Grandma Merlin's custard pie squarely at your face." Regrettably, John's thoughts remained unfulfilled. Steve's brick struck him squarely, and with a resounding thud, John succumbed to a slumber reminiscent of an infant's. The cameraman sought to escape, but alas, he was not the indomitable cinematographer of cinematic lore. He lacked the invulnerability of a film character. With a swift blow from Steve, the cameraman collapsed gracefully to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Steve commandeered the cameraman's camera, along with the microphone from John's grasp. In that moment, he had acquired the essential equipment for his foray into the film industry. At the very least, a documentary could be produced. "Father, look, we shall have our own documentary," Steve exclaimed, beaming with childlike glee proudly showcasing his newfound spoils. Yet Steve sighed, realizing he merely needed to locate the talisman. His father, resigned, sighed deeply and ultimately accepted the camera from Steve, embarking on the task of filming Steve's documentary. Greetings, everyone. This is archaeologist Steve and my father. We shall take over this new program, and I will guide you in exploring the Anaconda Falls. Steve flaunted in front of the camera, but before the show could commence, his father, with an expression of sheer terror, pointed behind him. When Steve turned to investigate, he was met with a sea of white. Steve, hand over the talisman. Glancing upward, Steve realized that what he had perceived as a white wall was, in fact, the rhinoceros he had previously kicked off the cliff. Hey buddy, have you ever considered a diet? That way, the next time I kick you, you won't become a massive meatball crushing your companions. Being underestimated was intolerable for the rhinoceros, which charged directly at Steve. Though the distance was short, Steve still had room to maneuver. As the rhinoceros lunged, he deftly leaped onto its arm, delivering a precise kick to its shin, causing the beast to tumble to the ground. The force of that kick nearly rendered the rhinoceros unconscious, but fortunately, its robust constitution prevailed, and it fortuitously discovered the snake talisman perched atop its head. Chapter 24. The serpent's lair. The shout that reverberated above caught the attention of everyone present, causing them to cease their activities and gaze in the direction indicated by Rhino. Upon the wall, the front part of the Ouroboros displayed an octagonal shape, its vibrant green hue rendering it somewhat inconspicuous in the dim environment. Yet, perhaps due to Rhino's prior consumption of the bull talisman, he keenly discerned the serpent's symbol even in such obscurity. Steve squinted for an extended period, unable to obtain a clear view. Hence, he seized one of his subordinates by the head with his left hand, executing a swift maneuver to entrap another subordinate's head with his legs. By elevating their positions, he finally gained a clearer perspective of the serpent's talisman adorning the cave ceiling. In contrast, the dim-witted Rhino did not ponder as deeply as Steve. Upon spotting the talisman, he immediately began his ascent. Steve, carelessly discarding his two subordinates, hurried to follow, but as he neared the wall, his father's hand struck his head with uncanny precision. "Steve, what are you doing?" His father's inquiry bewildered Steve. Logically, one would assume that his father, equipped with a camera, would have a clearer view than himself. The serpent's talisman was plainly visible. There was no reason for his father not to perceive it. "It's the talisman. If you don't hurry up, that big guy will take it," Steve urged, pushing his father's head toward the direction where Rhino was climbing, hoping to clarify the situation. After a lengthy pause without action from his father, Steve believed he had successfully persuaded him, now feeling a tinge of guilt and prepared to climb the wall once more. However, in a flash, much like a shadow, Steve was once again beset by his father's admonition. "I have reiterated countless times. We are in search of an ancient temple guarded by a python, not this desolate cave. Where's the serpent? Only a temple overseen by a python is the right place to be." His father's insistence irked Steve. Was not the talisman sufficient? Why linger on the matter of the python? They were here to seek the talisman, not to hunt for serpents. Yet, as Rhino reached the summit, Steve, who remained below, began to comprehend the validity of his father's words. Upon reaching the apex, Rhino struck down at the serpent's eye, only to discover that it was merely a chalk-drawn depiction. Realizing he had been deceived, Rhino's fury erupted as he bombarded the stone wall before him, momentarily forgetting that he was suspended in mid-air, grasping the wall. With a resounding thud, he plummeted to the ground. "Father, what shall we do now?" Witnessing Rhino's plight, Steve ceased his reckless actions and sought his father's counsel. "Alas, Steve, have you forgotten? Just moments ago, a fellow was here filming a documentary. He mentioned this ancient temple. Perhaps he could provide some insight." As Steve conversed with his father, he deftly subdued all of the minions brought by the rhinoceros, binding them securely with nearby vines. Only then did Steve and his father approach the two individuals whom Steve had previously knocked unconscious, attempting to rouse them. "Wake up, John. You won the grand prize." Slap. "John, your wife has given birth." Slap. "John, your child is not biologically yours." With each desperate piece of news, Steve delivered resounding slaps to John's face, executing a dual assault on both body and spirit. Though the methods were somewhat crude, the effectiveness was undeniable. Just as John was on the verge of becoming a plump figure, he awakened. "What on earth is happening to me?" John inquired, his face swollen to 3 times its normal size, speaking with a slur as he directed his question at Steve and his father. Due to Steve's inadvertent application of excessive force during the slapping, John had lost a tooth, causing his speech to be slightly impaired. Exchanging a silent glance, Steve and his father decided against revealing the unfortunate news about John's dental misfortune, for sometimes ignorance is indeed bliss. "Sir, how many fingers do you see?" Steve asked, holding up a hand before John. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing that hand, John felt a twinge of pain in his mouth, yet he obediently replied, 5. Hearing this, Steve nodded and turned to his father. "His mind appears intact, father. It seems our method of revival is rather effective." His father gazed back at Steve, reflecting on John's previous and current states. In comparison, the present John resembled a fool. "Steve, your method of treatment is impressive. If, and I stress if, there's a next time, do refrain from administering any treatment to others, especially me. Should you dare to treat me, the first thing I shall do upon awakening is to end your life," his father warned fiercely, causing Steve to shudder. John, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, gazed at the two with a silly grin. "Now, John, there's an important matter we need to consult you about regarding that rather sensitive topic." Steve hesitated, quickly shifting the conversation. "Well, since you saved me, it is only right that I answer some of your questions, isn't it?" John nodded, indicating his willingness to share whatever knowledge he possessed. "All right, I shall be direct. There is a temple guarded by a serpent. Where is it located?" Steve inquired, his gaze fixed intently on John. "It is right here," John replied, a look of confusion plastered across his face. According to the intelligence he had received, the ancient temple, dating back a millennium, was indeed situated where they stood. He could not comprehend what Steve and his father truly meant. Upon receiving this answer, Steve and his father were rendered speechless, who was unaware that the ancient temple lay right here. Yet, the precise location remained a mystery, as John proved unapproachable. The old man turned to seek clues himself. Meanwhile, Steve brandished a brick and with a single strike, rendered John unconscious. The old man circled around, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the singularly extraordinary mural, depicting an Ouroboros, a serpent devouring its own tail, signifying that the beginning is the end. Steve scrutinized the mural with a flashlight, eventually shaking his head and sighing. Addressing the old man, he remarked, "Dad, we have already inspected this cave 3 times. There is no temple or talisman, as you described. Are you certain you Haven T misinterpreted something?" Just as Steve continued his incessant chatter, the old man pressed his hand onto a stone below the mural, and to Steve's astonishment, the stone descended. With a series of mechanical clicks, a gaping hole emerged in the wall before them, revealing a winding staircase leading downwards. Several small green snakes slithered out of the opening, the marvel of the mechanism leaving Steve utterly flabbergasted. The old man raised his hand to close Steve's gaping mouth, snorting dismissively, his expression a blend of pride and arrogance. "Never doubt your old man." However, just after the old man and Steve descended, a shadowy hand untied the ropes binding the rhinoceros and the others. Chapter 25. The Great Python. The old man wore a triumphant expression. His assertions had never been erroneous. Having just inspected with Steve, the mechanism he had previously overlooked had now been unveiled by his own discovery. Behold, the ancient temple, dormant for millennia, lay before them. The old man switched on his flashlight, stepping aside to reveal the millennia-old temple, teeming with small green snakes, to Steve's astonished gaze. "You were right, Dad. However, I was the first to uncover the talisman." Steve pointed upwards at the dome of the temple, where a stone-carved rattlesnake coiled gracefully at its apex. The snake on the dome bore an uncanny resemblance to the one outside. The two were indistinguishable. Yet subtle differences allowed Steve to discern that the talisman displayed a green snake instead of the pink one. With snakes and an ancient temple, it seemed they had finally found the right place. Steve looked at the old man with hopeful anticipation, which the old man understood. Raising the camera he had previously acquired, Steve immediately struck a pose and dashed into the snake-infested area. "Wait for me, Dad. We must secure the snake talisman." Before he could finish his sentence, Steve had already bolted, leaping to begin his ascent along the wall. However, whether due to Steve's weight or excessive force, a loose brick suddenly gave way, dislodged by Steve's tugging and crashing to the ground. "Oh no!" Steve gazed at his empty hands, as the force of gravity seemed to assert itself, pulling him downward. The sudden thrill of danger overwhelmed him, In a frantic scramble, he grasped a vine, barely preventing his fall. Phew! Steve looked down, the ground a perilous 4 to 5 meters below him, and sighed in relief, grateful to still be aloft. Hisses. Grateful? Not at all. It's a snake. Dad, help me. Steve stared in disbelief at the vine in his hand, which had sprouted a vibrant green snake head, with slender red tongue flickering about. The piercing gaze of the serpent met his own. Wasn't it made clear to him that this was a snake den? Why such a fuss? His father watched, bemused, as Steve darted left and right, engaged in a precarious dance with the serpent. The snake lunged repeatedly, yet Steve's training was not in vain. Though he uttered strange cries and felt fear within, his body moved with unwavering precision, evading each attack from the snake's head. Having dodged the serpent, Steve had no intention of lingering, for he was well aware of his own weight. Should this snake become agitated, it could spell disaster. Yet it must be said, this truly was a serpent's lair. As Steve swung from vine to vine, they came alive, pursuing him with an onslaught of bites. However, Steve's reflexes were swift, and he finally approached the stone sculpture of the Ouroboros at the apex. With a deft swing, he grasped the statue. "Aha, my little treasure, come with me," he exclaimed, joy radiating from him as he reached for the snake talisman, twisting it free. But in that very moment, calamity struck. As the talisman was removed, the entire dome trembled violently, countless small stones cascading to the ground. Steve clung tightly to the dome. In an instant, a cloud of green toxic mist erupted from the dome, beginning to swirl ominously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Steve understood that this mist was no ordinary threat. Grasping the wall with one hand, he hastily covered his nose with the other. As the mist encroached, the surrounding serpents gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Steve dared not linger. He propelled himself off the wall, rebounding to the ground just in time to evade disaster. With the serpents falling, the stone sculpture of the Ouroboros ceased its rotation, signaling that the mechanism was fully activated. "How could a mere toxic gas trap me?" Steve boasted, flaunting the snake talisman before his father. His father rolled his eyes in exasperation and pointed to the ground, prompting Steve to follow his gaze. Cracks had begun to form on the surface. Soon after, the stone platform at the center of the temple began to descend. Unaware of the impending danger, Steve plunged downward alongside the platform, landing in a vast underground archway. "Oh, a door. Is this the way out?" he mused, peering into the abyss, which was shrouded in darkness. Drip, a droplet of water fell onto Steve's neck, compelling him to glance upward. The silvery fangs of a serpent glimmered ominously from the shadowy entrance, so dazzling yet devoid of any allure for Steve, who felt only a chilling dread gripping his heart. Steve hurriedly emerged from the cave's entrance, just as a pair of serpentine fangs clamped down at the threshold. He could scarcely fathom the fate that would have befallen him had he not glanced upward at that droplet of water moments before. Within the cavern, a verdant vertical pupil gradually expanded, hissing ominously. A colossal shadow abruptly enveloped Steve, revealing emerald scales, formidable fangs, and a menacing vertical eye. This was a massive python, a creature that had cultivated its power for 2.5 millennia. It flicked its crimson, forked tongue, its dual vertical pupils fixated intently on Steve. Why is there a giant snake, father? Such an immense python was a creature the likes of which Steve had never encountered in his 30 years. Invoking astonishment akin to that of a primitive man witnessing a nuclear explosion for the first time. His father, holding the camera with an expression of indifference, remarked, "Steve, your memory is truly lacking. I've mentioned countless times that a great python is sealed within the temple, and the snake talisman is the treasure that binds it." "Father, I thought you were merely jesting," Steve exclaimed, dodging the python's pursuit as its casually thrashing tail left deep gouges in the stone wall. "TCH, it is not that I ever lie. Rather, you have never taken my words seriously," his father retorted, turning his head away in a haughty manner. Yet, the camera in his hand obediently captured Steve's frantic movements at his behest. "All right, father, I admit my error. Please save me. I do not wish to become the python's dinner." With a desperate leap, Steve evaded the giant maw of the serpent, landing atop its head and letting out a roar directed at his father. "Do not fret, Steve. Just keep running, and I shall devise a plan," his father replied. And in an instant, his figure vanished from Steve's view. Gazing down at the python with its menacing demeanor, Steve forced an awkward smile, I have some dried fish in my backpack. Would you like to have some? Regrettably, the negotiations seemed to have failed. The colossal serpent violently swung its head against the stone wall, attempting to rid itself of the human, Steve. In the midst of this motion, the serpent's hissing conveyed a profound hunger, as if it intended to devour both the dried fish and Steve himself. Cursed be the circumstances. With the stone wall looming perilously close, Steve had no intention of testing its sturdiness. Utilizing the momentum from the serpent's head, he leapt with vigor, executing a magnificent 360-degree turn before landing on the ground. The serpent's head collided forcefully with the wall, yet it was the wall that bore the brunt of the impact. Observing the serpent's glossy, dark green scales, Steve noted that not a single scratch had marred its surface from the encounter, indicating that the creature had sustained little damage. As anticipated, the serpent merely flicked its head a couple of times before charging at Steve once more. With danger imminent, a vine appeared beside him. Steve grasped it tightly, and before he could react, a tremendous force propelled him to the ground, leaving him astonished. Witnessing Steve's bewildered expression, Old Man patted his face, urging him to awaken. Unbeknownst to Old Man, he still clutched the cow talisman in his hand. As he slapped Steve, the latter was thrust against the wall, unable to extricate himself. Old Man, are you here to save me or to slay me? Steve, embedded in the wall, trembled as he posed this existential inquiry. Old Man awkwardly turned his head away, as though the preceding events were entirely disconnected from him. Chapter 26. The rhinoceros and the python. Old Man hastily tucked the cow talisman into his pocket and approached to pry Steve from the wall. However, as soon as Steve regained his footing, the ground began to tremble, resonating with a heavy sound emanating from the passage they had previously traversed. Both were drawn to the source of the noise, and soon, a rhinoceros horn came into view. With a resounding thud, Steve was once again embedded in the wall, while Old Man transformed into the rhinoceros. Once more, he found himself against the same wall and in the same position, but this time, the surface appeared much more even. Oh, enough already, Steve lamented, his muscles aching as if they had been relentlessly hammered for 2.5 years, leaving him feeling utterly shattered. Hand over the talisman. The rhinoceros bellowed. Steve's face was a mask of panic, but it was not directed at the rhinoceros. Behind it, the dark green giant python emerged, stretching its body as it slithered out from the cave. Haha, are you frightened, Steve? I knew my rhinoceros form was the strongest. The rhinoceros laughed heartily, oblivious to the imminent danger lurking behind him. Gazing at the diminutive human before it, the massive serpent, unable to restrain itself, drooled in anticipation. What on earth? Is it raining? The rhinoceros wiped the drool from its head, rubbing the sticky substance only to discover it was not water. Turning back, it exclaimed, "My goodness, what kind of monster is this?" The rhinoceros let out a startled cry as the massive serpent swooped down, its sharp fangs seemingly poised to rend the rhinoceros apart. Yet, the rhinoceros was not one to surrender easily. With a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, "Ah!" At the very moment the colossal serpent lunged forward, the rhinoceros spread his arms wide, gripping the serpent's fangs with all his might, preventing its jaws from closing. Enraged, the serpent was taken aback when had prey dared to resist. With a sudden surge of power, the serpent straightened its body, lifting the rhinoceros high into the air, its enormous fangs straining with every ounce of strength. The rhinoceros, summoning every bit of energy within, fought valiantly against the serpent's assault. In that critical moment, he dared not relent. Who could say if such a massive serpent would allow him to escape after swallowing him whole? Though named a rhinoceros, he was no mere beast, and he certainly had no desire to be devoured by some bizarre creature. Seeing that his previous tactic was ineffective against the rhinoceros, the serpent swiftly altered its strategy, violently slamming its head against the rocky wall, hoping to induce a momentary lapse in the rhinoceros's focus through sheer force. However, the rhinoceros understood that this was a moment of life and death. He could not afford to cease his resistance against the serpent. The two adversaries found themselves in a stalemate. Observing the situation, the elder remarked, "It seems they will be at this for a while. Shall we make our departure for now?" At this moment, Steve had once again been pried off the wall by his father. Noticing that the python had no intention of attacking him, Steve sighed with relief and pulled his father to the side, where they settled down with popcorn to watch the spectacle of a rhinoceros battling the giant serpent. Initially, the antics of the two combatants proved quite amusing. But as the encounter dragged on into a war of attrition, Steve's interest waned, prompting him to urge his father to leave. However, their departure instantly alerted the python to their presence. It had been hungry for far too long and had no intention of letting these two escape. To the serpent, everyone who entered this cave today was mere sustenance. Though the food varied in texture, the python was not picky. As it bore down on the rhino, its massive form enveloped both Steve and his father. The overwhelming visual impact compelled the elder to produce a talisman, delivering a powerful punch that struck the serpent. The force of the talisman was unleashed in that moment, causing the giant snake to writhe in agony, an astonishing reaction considering it had shown no sign of discomfort even when slamming against the wall. Yet now, the might of that single blow made it squirm like an earthworm. Boom! The colossal tail of the serpent thrashed against the surrounding walls, creating a seismic disturbance that swiftly obliterated everything within the ancient temple. "Steve, run!" his father shouted, mustering his strength to push aside the thrashing mass before them. They needed to escape this perilous place, but the movement of the serpent's body caused its tail to swing wildly, crashing against the passageway. With a resounding crack, the corridor began to collapse, showering them with debris, and they had no choice but to accelerate their escape. Fortunately, they burst forth just in time into the cavern with the waterfall, but the python's furious thrashing seemed to resonate throughout the entire mountain, causing even the cave to begin its descent into ruin. Steve and his father hurried towards the waterfall, plunging down the cascade and landing in the artificial lake below, narrowly escaping with their lives. With a thunderous roar, the mountainside gave way, and the cave collapsed, entombing the rhinoceros and the serpent forever within its depths. The python did not emerge. The ancient temple, built millennia ago, fulfilled its purpose even in its final moments. Panting heavily, Steve dragged himself to the shore, and with a mighty heave, he expelled a copious amount of lake water, creating a small fountain that even formed a delicate rainbow in the splashes. "Thank you, Dad," Steve gasped, overwhelmed with gratitude for still being alive. Just moments ago, submerged in the murky water, he had nearly been transported back 70 years to the moment he crashed into an iceberg, contemplating surrender until his father had rescued him from the depths. Without that intervention, he would have surely perished. Enough of that. We've got the talisman. "Let us head back," his father replied, glancing mournfully at his soaked attire, which had cost him $80, originally priced at $150, a special expedition outfit. Who could have predicted that it would become so ruined after a single wear? "The unscrupulous merchant is indeed what he is, father. Upon returning, I must file a complaint against him." Steve, propped up by his own strength, stood and nodded. He felt a surge of joy at the news of returning home. Yet when he reached into the pocket where he had placed the snake talisman, he found it utterly devoid of its presence. Gone. This is terrible. The snake talisman is missing." Panic washed over Steve's face. It had been there before he left. How could it have disappeared after merely falling into the water? "What on earth, Steve? How did you manage the talisman?" Father exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. This was an enormous loss. Not only had he forfeited a set of clothes, but also the talisman itself, which remained unacquired. "Surely not. It was there when I set out." Steve frantically removed his clothing, shaking them vigorously, but aside from a flashlight, nothing else emerged. Gazing into the depths of the lake before him, a suspicion began to form in Steve's mind, though he had yet to act on it. Father then placed a hand on his shoulder and sighed. "Let it be. What is gained is fortunate. What is lost is fate. Let us return and take a warm bath. We shall seek another talisman." Though Father felt a sense of reluctance, he pondered how one could possibly locate a small stone in such an expansive body of water. This is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Steve released his tightly clenched fist, letting out a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, atop the Fisk Tower, the eyes of the Lord glimmered with a crimson light. The Shadow Ninja knelt before him, respectfully presenting a damp talisman. "Well done, my soldier." The Shadow Soldier reverently affixed the talisman to the Lord's stone wall. A surge of clarity washed over his soul, awakening ancient memories and gradually restoring his wisdom. "The serpent, the grimoire of magic, I require it. Go forth, my soldier. Retrieve my tome." Upon hearing the command, the Shadow Soldier transformed into a wisp of darkness, vanishing from the pinnacle of Fisk Tower. As the Lord's eyes ignited with red light, the serpent talisman's magic activated, causing the talisman to vanish. Old man, the true spectacle is about to commence. Serpent talisman status. Seal development level 12, due to the passage of time and the Grand Mage's reinforced seal. The talisman's power has diminished significantly. Ability, invisibility, grants the bearer the ability to conceal their form. Fully developed state, etherealization, knowledge drawn from the grimoire of magic by the Lord, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Lord is also a formidable dark sorcerer. His unique demonic physique allows him to better learn magic. Among the compendium of spells penned by demons throughout the ages, he has acquired what he deems the most potent powers, thus ruling the East. However, his brutal reign faced opposition from Lope, the embodiment of righteousness, who dismantled the 12 powers within him, fracturing them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic wisdom that enhanced his own magic, Lope imposed a dual seal upon them, serving as a form of karmic retribution. Chapter 27. Nick Fury's Request S. H. I. E. L. D. New York headquarters. Nick Fury pondered that perhaps he should never have stepped into this damned world. He initially believed that upon awakening Captain America, the latter would remain due to patriotic sentiments and national allegiance. However, it now appeared that he was not only mistaken, but grossly so. This relic from the last century was not only unpatriotic, but also remarkably insufferable. Boss, information from Stark Industries indicates that Tony Stark has been kidnapped by 2 incompetent terrorists. Coulson handed the newly acquired intel to Nick Fury. Fury furrowed his brow upon reading it. Damn it, is this really what it says? Tony Stark, I was attacked by 2 incompetent terrorists requesting assistance. Smiley face. Damn, is that guy toying with me? That expression hardly conveys the distress of being captured. Nick Fury was seething with anger, yet his fury bore no fruit. Stark Industries, as a prominent military contractor in the United States, contributed such a monumental sum in taxes annually that it could easily fund not only the entire S.H.A.L.D. organization, but also a decade's worth of weaponry. Regardless of whether the intelligence was authentic or merely a jest at his expense, Fury had no choice but to investigate. Otherwise, the members of Congress would jest about his dismissal, and if Stark Industries were to intervene, his position would indeed be jeopardized. Cursed be the desert. Had he not warned that imbecilic heir? Upon seeing the last known location of Tony, marked as missing, Fury could hardly contain his expletives. Warning, Director Nick Fury. Please refrain from personally insulting Mr. Tony Stark. Following a second warning, we may justifiably question your propensity for violence and recommend psychiatric treatment, a voice chimed. Fury respectfully nodded as the screen before him retracted. However, a red mark now adorned his credentials. Psychiatric treatment? Would I even be able to return? Those congressional representatives would surely beat around the bush, merely stating that insulting Tony Stark warranted his expulsion. Why must they complicate matters with talk of treatment? It was utterly repugnant. Nevertheless, certain grievances aside, duties must be fulfilled. Coulson, can you ascertain Mr. Stark's approximate location? Fury inquired, tossing aside the intelligence in exasperation. Coulson shook his head. If they could pinpoint the location, S.H.L.D. would be unnecessary, for Stark Industries could resolve the situation independently. As it stood, the only information available was the final message left when Stark was abducted, which only underscored the professionalism of their adversaries. Fury felt a surge of frustration. Shouldn't heirs be more inclined towards pursuits of pleasure and speed? Why must Tony venture to Africa and burden him further? What on earth should he do? Perhaps assemble a task force for appearances sake? Tony, greetings, I am Tony Stark. I've been ensnared by a pair of inept terrorists and now await the rescue from Nick Fury. Fury, hello, I am Nick Fury. I am on a mission to save someone I have no desire to rescue, an utterly foolish scion. Option, deploy the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. for comprehensive search within the vicinity. Option, dispatch a task force, merely going through the motions. Fury, hey, I'm Nick Fury. After 2 days and nights of relentless searching, we have finally pinpointed the enemy's location. Everyone, Tony, greetings, I am Tony Stark. A dim-witted individual in dire need of the valiant and sagacious Director Fury to rescue me. Help! Coulson, greetings, I am Coulson, the commander of this operation. Under the illustrious leadership of Director Fury, we have eradicated this band of incompetent terrorists. However, tragically, they took Tony with them in their final moments. resulting in our mission's failure. Congress, Nick Fury, you are hereby dismissed from your position. Nick Fury, covering his face with a sigh. Oh, this plan is utterly abysmal. Fury, greetings, I am Nick Fury. The last lesson for new recruits is that the more one engages, the fewer mistakes one makes. This time, I have resolved to send personnel to merely go through the motions. Tony, alas, I am Tony Stark of vacuous air, having previously been thwarted in a rescue attempt. I hope this time I can endure until the end. 2 days later, Tony, I am perished. Nick Fury, I shall haunt you even in the afterlife. Activate the emergency protocol. Summon the most formidable ally, Congress. Congress, Nick Fury deliberately delayed the optimal rescue opportunity, resulting in fatalities. He is now subject to the highest penalty. Recalling his binding to a stake amidst Stark Industries' relentless bombardment, Nick Fury shuddered involuntarily. Stark Industries, open the door. I am here to deliver your rockets. Inside the door, Nick Fury, panic-stricken, braced against it. Do not knock, there's no one home. A shiver coursed through Nick Fury, compelling him to devise a plan. Gazing at Coulson, he recollected someone he would rather never encounter again. Old Man's Antique Shop. Nick Fury, I believe I have previously mentioned that should you continue to intrude upon my life, I shall shred you and dispose of you in the trash. Why can you not heed my warnings? Steve, pushing a green trash bin, cleaned the shop while calmly addressing the contents within. Nick Fury lay within the trash bin, his black leather shoes protruding, stained with an unknown crimson substance, perhaps that of the unfortunate soul within. Steve, you scoundrel, release me. Were it not for the urgency, I would never contact you in this lifetime. The bin trembled slightly, and Nick Fury unleashed a tirade of invectives, yet silence soon enveloped the trash bin once more. Fury, you know, your words are but wind to me. If you have time to seek me out, you might as well find some new acquaintances. Steve rolled the trash bin to the entrance, opened the door, and with a forceful kick, sent the bin tumbling outside, where it collided with a utility pole and finally came to a halt. Nick Fury struggled out of the trash can, blood streaming from his nose. His one remaining good eye swollen, resembling a bee's sting. Simultaneously, his left arm was bent awkwardly backward, while his right arm rested atop it, forming an immovable clasp, leaving him with nothing but 2 intact legs. Steve, have you completely disregarded the camaraderie we once shared on the battlefield? Fury shouted at the closed door of the antique shop. A sudden stillness enveloped the scene, as the previously leisurely passers-by hastily retreated, fleeing the area. With a jingle, the door of the antique shop swung open, and Steve emerged, fury etched across his face, resembling a bloodthirsty beast with a menacing glare directed at Fury. Neg, hear me clearly. You are not my comrade, nor will you ever be. You have 1 minute to explain yourself, or I assure you, I will make you into mincemeat, leaving not a single fragment of you behind. Steve released Fury, turning his head aside, silently awaiting whatever absurdity Fury had in mind. Accursed redneck, has God forsaken me? Why has no lightning struck you dead yet? Fury cursed, his mood gradually settling. Tony Stark is missing. Tony? If that is the case, I will indeed proceed. But I require some assistance, ammunition, and funds. Steve's gaze sharpened, akin to a battle wolf returning to its jungle. Of course, despite Fury's agreeable demeanor, he had no intention of footing the bill himself. For this rescue operation, Stark Industries would provide all the firepower, the United States Congress would cover all financial support. And as for manpower, a few from the military would suffice without him spending a dime. Ultimately, all rewards from a mission would be his, a delightful arrangement indeed. Don't celebrate too soon, I still need my shield. At the mention of the shield, Steve's eyes suddenly sharpened, while Fury found himself at a loss. The shield? Huh. Easy for you to say. The shield Steve once wielded was crafted entirely from vibranium, possessing extraordinary absorption and rebound capabilities, making it the most expensive weapon on the battlefield. Very well, Captain, whatever you say goes. Can we proceed with the rescue now? Nick Fury's hand tightened and then released, repeating this motion several times before he finally bit the bullet and acquiesced. Steve elongated the sound, clearly lost in thought. Nick Fury dared not let Steve continue, decisively stating, "All right, since you, Captain, have already agreed, I shall procure a partner for you. Farewell." As soon as Nick Fury departed, a call from Stark Industries rang through to Steve's phone. In addition to the equipment that Steve desired, Stark Industries had generously prepared a sum of $20 million. which would be deposited into his account regardless of whether he succeeded. Steve couldn't help but feel the urge to grab Nick Fury by his stern visage, chastising him while exclaiming, "Now that is what I call a true enterprise. You ask for just a shield, and you scrimp and save, while they offer 20 million outright." Should Nick Fury have heard this sentiment, he would have surely displayed a woeful expression, asserting that the vibranium shield cost far more than 20 million. Although the shield was not purchased by him, it was nonetheless a result of his provision. When it came to selecting teammates, Steve was quite discerning. He had no desire to carry a deadweight into battle. Nick Fury likely considered this, yet perhaps in retaliation, he chose a partner who was undeniably powerful but equally irksome. "Hey, Captain, can you believe it? I'm actually going on a mission with a superstar like you. It's unbelievable. Hey, Captain, can I take a picture? Hey. This bothersome figure, akin to a fly in a red suit, was Deadpool, the partner Nick Fury had selected for Steve. A man said to be favored by the goddess of death. Fury interjected, "Hey there, Captain. I specifically selected this individual to perfectly match your requirements. Although he has a few quirks, you must trust that this is Director Fury's affection for you. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wade. You should know that I'm a great buddy, a fantastic companion. In our upcoming mission, I will assist you with all sorts of tasks. Trust me, my skills are superb." What is that saying again? What was it about gears? Oh, I remember now. The wheels of fate have begun to turn. Our destinies are intertwined. Deadpool rubbed his hands together, displaying an expression of exhilaration. What? You're asking if I can really provide a massage? Hilarious. Why would I do that? I just want to rub him down. Think of that American backside. Oh my. Hey, Nick Fury, is there something you need? Nick Fury, you son of a gun. Is this really the teammate you found for me? Such mental pollution. Steve roared into the phone, his shield pressed firmly against Wade. It seemed Nick Fury had anticipated this, for he hung up before Steve could unleash his tirade. Steve glanced at Wade, who was blinking vacantly, and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With a mix of exasperation and anger, he addressed Wade, "Buddy, I won't fire my weapon, but I need you to keep quiet. I cannot draw fire and save lives simultaneously, so I require you to attract the enemy's attention. Do you understand?" At that moment, Steve's words crystallized in Wade's mind into three options. 1. Agree, nod silently, endure the boredom, and ultimately face a deadly barrage. 2. Disagree, protest vehemently, declare his humanity and right to speak, only to be silenced by an enraged Captain America-esque shield. 3. Both agree and disagree, feign compliance while extolling Steve's admirable physique. Wade nodded in agreement, prompting Steve to lower his guard and gently set down his shield. "Ah, thank you, Captain. Your rear is simply magnificent," Wade exclaimed, slapping Steve on the backside in a tone he believed to be complimentary. Steve turned, glaring at Wade as if he might devour him whole. "Friend, you'd best pray for your demise on this mission. Otherwise, you'll come to know true cruelty." Wade shrugged, seemingly resigned, whether to his immortality or his own impulsiveness. It was unclear. "Rest assured, Captain, I wish for my death more than anyone." 10 minutes later, Wade chirped, "Captain, the air outside is delightful, but I wish I could return to the car." Ouch. Steve glanced in the rearview mirror at Wade, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, dealing with such a rogue required a certain approach. As Wade followed Steve's lead, pressing the accelerator, his worn soles quickly healed, a testament to his regenerative abilities. In the throes of life and death, Wade chose to embrace the latter. Upon arriving at Stark Tower, a private jet from Stark Industries awaited them. "Hi, Captain. I'm Coulson. Delighted to meet you. Could you bring me back a signed picture?" Coulson, a senior agent of SHIELD, future logistics expert for the Avengers, and an avid admirer of Captain Steve Rogers, greeted him enthusiastically. "Hi, Coulson. I never expected to have so many fans under that man's command. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly provide you with a fitness photo, but for now, we need to save that spoiled brat." Wade's mouth was firmly sealed by Steve, who had doused his lips with a potent adhesive to ensure his silence. At that moment, Coulson noticed Wade behind Steve, his brow furrowing in concern. How could Nick Fury allow such a troublesome figure to accompany his idol? However, the decision of the director was not something a mere subordinate could contest. All he could do was wish his idol good fortune. "Captain," said Coulson, as he stepped closer to Steve, producing a cyan blue vial from his pocket and placing it in Steve's hand. Steve examined it with a quizzical expression, prompting Coulson to elucidate, Captain, this is a sedative. Even someone with remarkable regenerative abilities will succumb to slumber for over 20 hours. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Noticing Coulson's gaze inadvertently drifting towards Deadpool, Steve instantly comprehended the implication. He chuckled heartily, clenching the vial tightly and enveloping Coulson in a warm embrace. Thank you, my friend. This is incredibly useful. The sudden embrace caught Coulson off guard, but upon regaining his composure, he reciprocated Steve's hearty hug. The helicopter's rotors thrummed ominously, and Steve realized it was time to embark on his mission. After expressing his gratitude once more to Coulson, he hoisted Deadpool onto the helicopter. Wishing you success, Captain, Coulson said, watching as the helicopter ascended slowly, executing a precise military salute in farewell to Steve. Chapter 29. Desert Rescue. Stark Industries helicopter was a specialized aircraft of the American military, renowned for its swift flight capabilities. In the blink of an eye, it traversed the expanse of the desert. Amidst the roaring of the helicopter, Steve experienced a rare resurgence of the sensation he once felt on the battlefield. That familiar hum signified safety, for silence was reserved for the deceased. In this atmosphere, even Wade, the incessant chatterbox, found an unusual stillness. Remaining with his eyes closed aboard the aircraft, Steve Rogers had never shied away from combat, and the deep slumber had rejuvenated him splendidly. The moment the helicopter ceased its flight, Steve was awakened, embodying the vigor of a lion roused from slumber. Attention all units, attention all units. The helicopter has arrived at the designated location. Prepare for jump. Repeat, prepare for jump. As Steve opened his eyes, he immediately locked gazes with Wade, who was already donned in his parachute. The adhesive that had previously sealed his mouth with 502 glue had vanished entirely, and the ropes that once bound his hands and feet were neatly coiled in his backpack. A slight smile graced Steve's lips. The situation was becoming increasingly entertaining. Hey, Captain, you're awake. I thought your baby-like slumber might cause us to miss this operation. Steve's expression darkened, and he stared at Deadpool with a blank face, causing Wade to squirm uncomfortably. Next time, I might consider using steel infusion to permanently seal your mouth shut, Steve remarked. Wade erupted into laughter. Is that so? How intriguing it is. Perhaps this will allow me to truly comprehend death. Wade reached out to open the helicopter door, his arms crossed over his chest, reclining backward in a state of utter relaxation. This was a prayer that embraced death. Upon witnessing this, Steve donned his parachute and fastened his beloved shield to his arm. Without uttering a word, he leapt into the abyss. The desert night was not particularly hospitable to foolish outsiders. The cold was its first trial. Two dark parachutes unfurled in the sky, and with exceptional gliding skills, Steve landed safely, while Wade found himself ensnared in a cactus. Hey, Captain, would you believe me if I said this was an accident? Wade greeted Steve enthusiastically, attempting to dissipate the awkward atmosphere with his humor, though it was evident his wit was lacking. Steve approached slowly, feeling compelled to apologize for previously thinking of Wade as a competent ally. As his shield struck the cactus, it shattered, sending Wade tumbling to the ground. Wade buried his head in the sand, remaining motionless. An unsuspecting observer might assume he had perished. Yet the defiant middle finger raised from his right hand was a testament to his mere social demise, while his physical form decayed. Accompanying such a teammate on a mission, Steve felt as though his 70-year legacy had evaporated into thin air. Disregarding Wade, Steve began to investigate the scene of Tony Stark's abduction. Regrettably, the desert sands suffocated all evidence. After a lengthy search, he found not a single useful clue. Just then, Wade emerged from some hidden nook, gazing at a wrecked car. Look, Captain, we found Stark Industries' little toy car. Where to next? A toy car? Indeed, if this were the work of robbers, why would they abandon a top-tier vehicle manufactured by Stark Industries in such a desolate location? If they were not robbers, a chill ran down Steve's spine. How had he found himself entangled in yet another troublesome affair? Captain, are you asleep again? Wade's call snapped Steve back to reality. Be quiet. I'm pondering, Steve retorted, pinching Wade's mouth shut, only to realize he had previously fallen into a mental trap. Regardless of the intricacies of the situation, it ultimately pertained to Stark Enterprises. He merely needed to fulfill this task without delving deeper, avoiding unnecessary questions and thoughts, for the political machinations had no bearing on him. However, after contemplating everything, Steve found himself at a loss. With no leads to follow, how was he to locate Tony Stark? Just as despair began to settle in, he recalled a phrase his father had imparted before his departure. Some truths are not visible on the surface, yet the evidence of their existence does not fade. When enveloped in confusion, consult your heart. It shall provide the answers you seek. How does one harness the power of the heart? Steve was initially bewildered. Yet after immersing himself in the art of Kung Fu, he sensed, albeit faintly, that he could perceive certain nuances that eluded others. With his eyes shut, he reminisced about his experiences practicing Tai Chi, his feet instinctively beginning to move. The sudden motion piqued Wade's curiosity, but he refrained from interrupting this state, choosing instead to follow Steve as they advanced together. Uncertain of how long they had journeyed, Steve finally opened his eyes to find himself atop a sand dune, facing a settlement reminiscent of nomadic tribes. "Look at the captain. You've found them," Wade exclaimed, his masked visage unable to conceal the madness that coursed through him. A silent laughter evident even without visible expression. Steve retrieved his binoculars to scrutinize their camp, situated in a rare expanse of rugged terrain amidst the desert, composed of what appeared to be somewhat pliable sedimentary rock. Perhaps eons ago, this locale was once submerged beneath a vast ocean, but time had wrought its changes, leading him to confront his antithesis. Yet, the most profound transformation was not wrought by time itself, but rather by a species known as humanity, bipedal primates that had existed for millennia. Their shells had been hollowed out by these beings, encased in iron barriers, transforming their bodies into nests and designating this territory as their own, with humans stationed to guard it day and night. Within the most heavily monitored cave, Tony Stark and Ethan exchanged glances, their faces flushed with a peculiar excitement only those well-versed in technology could comprehend. "Tony, we have succeeded, haven't we?" Ethan asked incredulously, gazing at the armor before him. "Indeed, Ethan, we are nothing short of geniuses," Tony replied, his excitement palpable as he admired the brilliant new equipment, embracing Ethan in a jubilant display. In contrast to Tony's exuberance, Ethan maintained a more composed demeanor. Once the initial thrill subsided, he swiftly grabbed a heavy oilcloth to cover the dazzling brilliance. "Yes, we are geniuses, but Tony, the timing is not yet right." At this, Tony tempered his enthusiasm, yet retained a hint of arrogance as he remarked, "True, we must keep this under wraps. Although I doubt those fellows could comprehend it, you're right." Tony's arrogance remained a significant concern, at least in Ethan's eyes. However, this was a flaw inherent in American education, one that was immutable. Ethan could only respond with a teasing remark, all right, you prideful American. You are correct, but here, you must recognize one thing. If they perceive you as a threat, they will undoubtedly eliminate you without seeking to understand our intentions." Tony awkwardly raked his fingers through his hair. "All right, I apologize. That was not my intention. I was strategically belittling the opponent." Ethan sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Tony only remembers the first half of the statement, which is incorrect. We must tactically regard our adversary, my friend." Tony nodded, and Ethan, sensing this, chose not to elaborate further. After all, the joy of success was still necessary. "We have succeeded. Now we merely need the American military to create a bit of chaos here, and we can escape. They will come, right? When will they arrive? I don't know. Perhaps it will be today." Tony's words were laden with hesitation and uncertainty. He harbored a vague suspicion about the events of the day, unsure if the Americans would genuinely dispatch someone to rescue him. Yet, just as Tony finished speaking, gunfire erupted outside in the desert. Chapter 30. Transformation. Tony Stark stood up, his expression animated. Perhaps he had been overthinking the situation. This was merely a simple coincidence. He felt an inkling of salvation approaching, although the exchange of gunfire did not seem particularly intense. He had no doubt that those who could locate this place were not mere amateurs. "Ethan, it's time to act." Tony Stark was not the type to sit idly by, waiting for rescue after being captured. He placed greater faith in his own intellect than in others. Though he acknowledged their importance, like Ethan and those who had created opportunities for him, the outside world had descended into chaos. Although Deadpool was but one individual, his unkillable abilities were disturbingly formidable. As he wielded his twin blades, not a single bullet fell to his strikes, yet inexplicably, he managed to suppress the firepower of the terrorists. "Damn it, that guy out there is a monster. No matter how hard we try, we can't seem to kill him." At that moment, a bald man entered the surveillance room, cursing profusely. It was evident he had just suffered through Deadpool's rampage and was now returning for a brief respite. A wise saying holds that a clever head does not grow hair. As a member of the Ten Rings, this bald man was the local leader. In his role, he quickly discerned that this foe, Wade, was indestructible and understood the essence of engaging him. The strategy was to employ 10 individuals with heavy weaponry to keep him at bay, preventing him from approaching, while periodically rotating in fresh troops to continue the assault, reducing Wade to a mere jester. Moreover, he was the first to suspect the presence of Tony Stark, the mastermind behind their escape plan. Even if it was merely a suspicion, the bald man intimidated the two captives, nearly causing Ethan to taste the freshly forged coals. Now, seeing Ethan cowering behind a rack, oblivious to his next move, and with Tony Stark nowhere in sight, the bald man immediately sensed something amiss and commanded the two to investigate the situation. However, perhaps the identity of an astute individual instilled in him a sense of arrogance, leading him to believe he could control everything, which is why he did not personally intervene to stop Tony. Instead, he sent 2 lackeys to inspect Tony's cell. As the lackeys approached the cell door, the bald man suddenly realized something was amiss. However, by the time he decided to rush over, it was already too late. Tony was fully equipped, with his armor's energy charged to 60%. After swiftly dispatching the 2 lackeys, Ethan declared, "I will buy you some time. Proceed as planned," and dashed out, intending to delay the inevitable with his own life. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the hall, he encountered the bald man, who was hastily making his way there. The bald man drew his gun and fired, but Ethan was undeterred. Armed with his own weapon, he engaged in a fierce shootout with the bald man. After emerging victorious, he returned to the room, only to be met with a powerful iron fist that sent the bald man crashing out. Tony, without looking, saw the bald man careening outside, shouting, "Ethan, where are you?" "Ethan." As Tony faced the henchmen, he dispatched them effortlessly, each punch delivered with remarkable efficiency. Upon entering the hall, his gaze fell upon Ethan, bloodied and lying amidst a pile of sandbags. Witnessing this scene, Tony's heart sank with grief as memories of their time together flooded back. With each step towards Ethan, Tony felt the weight of despair. "Come, Ethan, we must leave this place," he lamented, regretting why his power system could not have functioned faster, and cursed his own arrogance that had led to Ethan's demise. He began to remove the sandbags that pinned Ethan down, revealing 5 gruesome wounds on his abdomen. And Tony wept like a child. "Move, our plan was not like this. Stick to the plan, Ethan." He gently shook Ethan's hand, treating him with the care of a child, but Ethan remained unresponsive, though their time together was brief. The days spent in the desert held more significance than the preceding 20 years of Tony's life. Ethan, a name as ordinary as his profession, would forever be etched in Tony's memory, and it was for him that Iron Man would be born. While Tony wallowed in sorrow, 2 oblivious terrorists quietly plotted to end his life. The heavily armored suit offered formidable defense, with scarcely any weaknesses, yet every man is mortal. The terrorists bundled dozens of grenades together, poised to launch them when Steve suddenly appeared behind them, delivering 2 resounding punches that sent the terrorists sprawling to the ground. "Hey, Tony, how are you?" Despite the barrier of the iron suit, Steve recognized Tony Stark with precision. Locating Tony signified the conclusion of the mission, and Steve felt a surge of joy. Just as he was about to greet Tony enthusiastically, his eyes fell upon Ethan, bloodied in Tony's arms, and his exuberance transformed into concern. A familiar voice echoed, and Tony immediately recognized the arrival. Indeed, in this desolate wasteland, who else but Captain America would come to his aid? "It's terrible, Uncle Steve, my best friend is dead." Tony's heavy words conveyed a profound sense of despair, as if the young man before him was on the brink of surrendering to death. Glancing at Ethan and then at the Iron Man suit enveloping Tony, Steve felt he began to understand. He placed a hand on Tony's shoulder, crouching down to assist Ethan in removing the bullet lodged within him. "Tony, what is his name?" "Ethan. He helped me craft this suit of armor and save my life. I promised to bring him home." As he spoke, a wave of sorrow washed over Tony. Though tears did not fall, the quiver in his voice was enough to stir deep emotions. As a soldier, Steve was not particularly skilled at offering comfort. All he could do was share in Tony's silence while swiftly eliminating the approaching enemies. However, when Steve witnessed Tony raise his hand to destroy himself, he intervened. "Tony, while I may not be adept at offering counsel, There is one thing you must understand. Ethan saved you with his life. This life you now possess belongs to him. You cannot make such a decision alone. Tony's composure shattered. As a genius, he had never felt such helplessness. He could not even contemplate the act of dying. Tears streamed down his face as he wiped away the blood from Ethan's visage, his friend's face reappearing vividly in his mind. Tony embraced him tightly. Live on for him, Tony. Help more people, just as he did. You're right, Uncle Steve. I must fulfill Ethan's final wish, bring him home, and then save more lives as he did. Steve's words reignited a spark within Tony. He was determined to carry Ethan back and to live in his stead, aiding others in need. Just as Tony regained his resolve, Wade, clad in a ridiculous red jester costume, entered the scene, venting his frustrations to Steve. However, upon spotting Tony, his eyes lit up. "Oh, Captain, you're so slow. Iron Can. How did you know I was hungry? Can I open my gift now?" Chapter 31. An enraged Tony, while appropriate humor can uplift spirits, it was evident that Wade lacked the finesse for it, his remarks directly offending Tony. "Oh, are you holding your beloved? I apologize for our tardiness." Wade's words instantly ignited Tony's fury, and in a mere moment, the two were locked in combat. However, it was evident that the makeshift steel armor within this cave was insufficient to subdue Wade. Despite this, the formidable defense and explosive strikes that landed on Wade's face significantly tempered Tony's wrath. This cathartic release invigorated him, and regardless of how many blows he endured, Wade's stance remained unwavering. Even when interrupted, his abundant sarcasm was enough to incite a surge of adrenaline. "Hey, fellas, I realize you're all quite heated at the moment, but I need someone to come and fetch us. If you wish to avoid spending the night in this godforsaken desert, kindly cease your antics." Faced with a gruesome tableau, Steve exhibited little discomfort. However, Deadpool's exuberant exclamations sent shivers down his spine. "Oh, come on, darling. Put in a bit more effort. Oh, torture me to death. Then bring me back to life. Hey, Steve, you're not the masked leather-clad hero. You can't order me around, and I shan't heed your commands. Oh, of course. If you're willing, we could negotiate in bed, and I would comply." Steve cursed under his breath, reaching his limit. He cast aside the communicator and joined Tony in the fray against Wade. 10 minutes later, blood spattered the ground, and streaks of crimson marred Steve's golden locks. Yet, as he shook his hair, the blood vanished, revealing once again the visage of a handsome young man. "All right, Tony, enough," Steve pleaded, though it was not so much a pull as it was Tony's inability to move even a finger. The shoddy armor crafted within the crumbling cave had too many flaws, rendering it ineffective after merely 10 minutes of action. "Let me go, Uncle Steve. Don't worry about me. I want to shed this armor and continue pummeling him." Steve shook his head, freeing Tony from his armor, and gestured helplessly towards Wade. "I'm not worried about you. I fear he may relish this." Even through their masks, both men perceived the delight radiating from Wade's expression. How to articulate this sensation? Utterly revolting. Has it come to an end? "Oh, how delightful." Wade stretched languidly, rising from the ground. One might truly say he was favored by death. Just moments prior, Steve and Tony had mercilessly pulverized every bone in his body. In the blink of an eye, he appeared restored. For reasons unknown, Steve felt as if Wade had undergone a miraculous transformation, which was quite peculiar. Observing the anger etched on Tony's face, Wade reclined, adopting a sultry pose, beckoning with his finger. "Why not indulge in a bit more? Rest assured, I can withstand it." However, this time, Tony did not rage, for he understood the futility of angering a man who feared not even death. Tony exhaled deeply, his expression solemn. "I have never believed that anyone in this world could truly be immortal. Your name is Wade? I assenti it? Wait for it. One day, I shall make you feel the embrace of death." Tony's words inexplicably instilled a flicker of fear within Wade. As a challenger of death, this sensation was one he had not experienced in a long while. Yet the chilling cold it invoked would forever remain etched in his memory. "Stand down, Wade." In an instant, Wade had placed his blade against Tony's throat, and had it not been for Steve's timely intervention, Tony's head would have surely rolled upon the ground. Gazing at the knife in his hand and the indifferent expression on Tony's face, Wade swiftly comprehended the gravity of his actions. Despite maintaining a stoic facade, his heart was seized by an overwhelming shock. He hastily retracted the blade, feigning nonchalance, and regarded Steve and Tony with a calm demeanor, choosing not to mock Tony's earlier remarks, but instead remaining composed and silent. Even Wade fell into an uneasy stillness, enveloping the scene in a profound silence. At that moment, the communication device Steve had previously dialed sprang to life. "Captain, this is Coulson. Do you require us to dispatch a helicopter?" Upon hearing Coulson's voice, Steve approached and retrieved the device from the ground. "Yes, Coulson. The mission was remarkably successful. Total annihilation? Indeed, these fellows were utterly pathetic. I barely exerted myself before they collapsed." From the moment Steve commenced the call, a smile had not left his face, revealing that Coulson, the fervent admirer, was certainly flattering Steve, with both parties engaging in jovial banter. "Terrorists. So we have become your topic of conversation? Hey there, fellas, do you require anything? Coulson will prepare for us." While the conversation flowed, the matter at hand remained serious, and Coulson excelled in maintaining professionalism, even in the presence of his idol. He skillfully redirected the discussion, inquiring about what might be needed for the hero's return banquet. "Ordering food? Allow me a moment." Upon hearing Steve's inquiry, Wade's mind raced, conjuring three distinct options. 1. Beauties, a raucous strip party, followed by a swift kick to their rears with ice skates when they're thoroughly engaged. 2. Cake, a lavish 5-tiered cream cake, with a small bomb cleverly concealed within, to burst forth during the cake celebration. 3. Champagne. Why does everyone adore champagne? Wade shook his head and declared with unwavering conviction, "Captain, I desire a pair of ice skates. I wish to deliver a resounding kick to your backside." Barely had Wade's words left his lips when Steve's shield came soaring towards him, striking his face with a resounding thud, sending stars dancing before his eyes as he lingered in his own whimsical fantasies. "Coulson, I recognize this may sound quite perverse, but Wade expressed a desire to frolic in a cesspool, and I hope you can arrange that. Indeed, it is somewhat unfortunate, yet I shall endeavor to accommodate." Poor Wade remains oblivious to the fact that he's been signed up by the captain while in slumber, with a chocolate herring party wishing him good fortune. Tony, dragging his weary form, approached Steve and spoke into the phone. "1 cheeseburger, please." No sooner had he uttered the words than he collapsed, the steady sound of snoring resonating in the air, prompting a sigh of relief from Steve. "Tony desires a cheeseburger. Kindly prepare it, Coulson, preferably aboard the aircraft. The poor child is utterly famished." In the desert, the terrorist organization subsisted on whatever they could find, and, as the scion of Stark Industries, Tony had never endured such hardship before. Observing his significant weight loss compared to a short while ago, Steve discerned that Tony must have abstained from consuming such fare, leaving his countenance with a rather unhealthy pallor. Chapter 32. Return to America. 20 minutes later, Stark Industries' private helicopter appeared on the horizon, gracefully descending within Steve's view. 2 medical personnel swiftly exited the aircraft, conducting an examination on Tony. Upon confirming that his condition was merely a result of fatigue and hunger, they promptly administered bottles of nutritional fluids into his system. Witnessing their swift actions, Tony's complexion gradually brightened, and Steve couldn't help but exclaim, "How fortunate it is to possess wealth." Ultimately, Coulson and Rhodey also emerged from the helicopter, with Coulson striding directly toward Steve while Rhodey first ensured Tony's status before exhaling a sigh of relief and approaching Steve. "Thank you, Mr. Steve. Rest assured, Stark Industries will honor the remuneration promised to you, transferring it to your account in full." Rhodey's initial words to Steve were expressions of gratitude. However, the tone of his voice gave Steve an uneasy feeling, as if Rhodey were not merely representing the military, but rather Tony himself. This sensation was peculiar yet oddly fitting, as though it were simply the way of things. Steve felt a tumult of emotions within, but the sound of Tony awakening drew his attention away from his inner conflict. As Tony roused from his unconscious state, his consciousness still somewhat hazy, the growling of his stomach caught Steve's attention, leading him to glance at Coulson. Coulson handed him a greaseproof bag. Steve accepted the bag, inhaling the aroma within. "Oh, this scent, how nostalgic," he remarked, playfully smacking the bag against Tony's face. The enticing fragrance wafted from within, instantly reviving Tony's spirits. Sniffing the air, Tony perked up, and Steve, sensing an opportunity for mischief, gradually pulled the bag away until Tony fully regained consciousness. Shaking the greaseproof bag, Steve teased, "Hey, Tony, would you care for a delectable, juicy cheeseburger?" "Of course. Uncle Steve, I feel as though I could devour an entire cow." Steve handed the oil paper bag to Tony, who eagerly seized it. Tearing it open without a thought for his image, devouring the contents with abandon. Oh, look at him. He resembles a famished child, yearning for his mother's milk. Captain, you are rather inconsiderate, accompanying you on missions, and yet I can barely secure a meal. Wade's voice drifted lazily through the air. Steve could distinctly sense someone whispering in his ear, the ticklish sensation igniting a surge of irritation within him. With a sudden burst of energy, Wade was sent flying. Coulson, the tranquilizer. I intend to subdue this fool, Steve shouted as he leapt towards Wade, employing an array of combat techniques upon him. Yet, aside from incapacitating him with a neck twist, none of his assaults seemed effective. The sensation of being in such close quarters with another man was utterly intolerable for Steve. Yet Wade clung to him like a relentless shadow, wreaking havoc in his vicinity, and infuriatingly, he was impossible to eliminate. After a vigorous struggle, Steve ultimately resorted to the serum Coulson had previously bestowed upon him, effectively rendering Wade unconscious. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Steve candidly mused that Wade was truly the ideal punching bag. The vexing part was that no matter how hard he struck, he could not be eradicated. Indeed, he would be the perfect choice should Steve ever wish to establish a mercenary company. Meat Shield Deadpool. As long as it isn't armor-piercing, this meat shield can absorb all damage. Deadpool Airdrop. Launch a cannon to create chaos behind enemy lines. Deadpool Training Ground. Aim for his mouth and hit him hard. Anyone who misses will face consequences, and so forth. A myriad of potential applications awaited development by Deadpool. On the helicopter, Steve and Rhodey savored champagne with elegance, while Tony, invigorated by the addition of 2 cheeseburgers, was ready to delve into research. What? You inquire about the nature of this research. Naturally, it pertains to discovering how to bring death to an immortal being. This experiment owes its inception to our volunteer, Wade. Without him, even Tony Stark's genius would have faltered. What? You wonder why he consented? Who can fathom the mind of Deadpool? Regardless, we possess the documents and a notary in Coulson, rendering any potential denials futile. At that moment, Coulson, brimming with excitement, was reporting the details of the operation to Nick Fury. Director Fury, Stark Industries intends to allocate a portion of its profits to support our mission, providing our warriors with upgraded equipment. This is indeed true, Director, Tony Stark personally assured me, and he also plans to open a segment of his armory, prioritizing the latest gear for SHIELD. We struck gold, Director. The so-called advantageous conditions merely entailed others bearing the burden of suffering. As for who that individual might be, Coulson remarked, I merely pressed his thumbprint and acted as a witness. Beyond that, I possess no further knowledge. Throughout the journey, Tony exuded enthusiasm while Wade garnered considerable attention. Steve observed the two with a maternal smile, relishing the delightful reunion they shared. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted, splattering the interior of the helicopter. Steve wiped away the blood that had marred his face and, with a hint of exasperation, addressed Tony. Couldn't you have handled this after disembarking? Now the entire helicopter reeks of blood. Tony firmly pressed down on Wade's arterial wound, which continued to spurt blood. With an apologetic expression, he reassured Steve, Oh, don't worry, Uncle Steve. I'll have it sorted out shortly. At that very moment, Rhodey began to assist in the cleanup, his proficiency both impressive and slightly distressing. Mr. Steve, allow me to offer you a handkerchief, Rhodey said, presenting a clean cloth to Steve, who accepted it and wiped away the bloodstains from his face. Coulson was likewise provided with a handkerchief, as both men cleaned their faces. Tony had already managed to restore order on his side, now scrutinizing the wound that had previously marred Wade's skin with a grave expression. Though he had witnessed Wade's remarkable recovery numerous times, the spectacle remained astonishing. For the first time, Tony Stark expressed his admiration for Wade's regenerative abilities. Gentlemen, we have 2 hours until we reach New York. Please gather your belongings and prepare for disembarkation, the voice from the helicopter's cockpit announced. Consequently, Tony decided against continuing his experiment, opting instead to collect a small sample of Wade's flesh, skin cells, and blood with his knife. The absence of hair was simply because Wade had none to spare. Tony quietly returned to his seat, joining Steve and the others for a toast of champagne. Upon landing, everyone, save for Wade, returned home, leaving him alone on the tarmac, asleep. Hell's Kitchen. With a loud bang, the door swung open. I'm back, Dad, Steve declared as he entered. Chapter 33, The Undying Dog. Dad, I'm home, Steve announced. Oh, Steve, come here and give your old man a hug. His father, beaming with joy, hurried towards him. Elated, Steve dropped his shield, ready to embrace the elderly man who had remained at home. However, as they closed the distance, his father steadied himself with one hand on Steve's shoulders, surveying the surroundings with a suddenly stern expression. What is the matter? Are you looking for something? Steve, supported by his father with a single hand, opened his eyes and curiously inquired, Come here, Steve, with a faint smile that was somewhat forced. His father beckoned him to lean closer. Although his father's actions seemed peculiar, Steve assumed it was a unique custom from the East and approached without any guard. In that instant, he was met with two of his father's fingers, which struck him on the head, causing Steve to clutch his head and cry out in pain. What a gift you promised, his father asked, arms crossed and casting a sidelong glance at Steve, the unkindness in his eyes unmistakable. At that moment, Steve recalled his father's request when he had mentioned he was going to assist the son of Stark Industries. His father had asked him to bring back a mobile phone, specifying the necessary functions with clarity. Steve had agreed, but as often happens when one becomes preoccupied, the details slipped from his mind. Now, recalling it made him scratch his head in frustration, hoping to laugh it off. Dad, I'm a bit hungry. Could we perhaps have something to eat first? He said, placing a hand on his stomach and offering a shy smile, his belly appropriately grumbling in response. His father, noticing this, turned away with a huff and ascended the stairs, muttering, All you think about is food. You forget such simple things and still have the audacity to eat. There's only noodles left, and maybe I'll whip you up an egg to tide you over. Initially, Steve's hunger was merely a pretext, but as he watched his father head towards the study, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing his father's next words, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. All right, thank you, Dad. His father turned at the threshold of the study and entered the kitchen. Steve picked up his shield and returned upstairs to change from the extravagant jester attire into the pajamas his father had bought for him. Upon descending again, he found a bowl of spring onion noodles and a fried egg already placed on the table, with a pair of chopsticks beside it. His father's figure had vanished. As Steve sat at the dining table, tears streamed down his face. In the military, no one would offer a late soldier a bowl of noodles, even if it was simple. Perhaps this is what the essence of home feels like. Thank you, Dad, he said, bringing his hands together in prayer. Traditionally a gesture of gratitude to God before meals in an American household. But in this moment, his gratitude was directed towards his father. With the dawn of a new day breaking, Bavaria welcomed him. Dad, I just returned from the desert. Steve yawned, lamenting the inconvenient timing of the curse, dragging his weary body alongside his father up the windmill. What's there for the young to sleep about? When you and I reach the same age, you will have ample time to rest. In contrast to Steve, the old man appeared remarkably vibrant, bounding up the steps with boundless energy, seemingly full of life. It was hard to discern who truly embodied the essence of a centenarian. As they ascended to the top of the windmill, sunlight streamed through the gaps where the blades rotated, casting a circular pattern upon the wall. This must be the place, Steve mused, as he had waited an eternity for this moment. The sunlight had finally indicated its destination, and the old man had drawn a large circle on the wall before turning to face Steve. At that moment, Steve held a hefty hammer in his hands. His eyes slightly squinted, nodding his head incessantly, appearing drowsy. The old man, showing no mercy, brought his hand down sharply upon Steve's head, jolting him awake from his stupor. What is wrong, old man? Steve inquired, though his eyelids still fluttered uncontrollably as he yawned. The old man, somewhat irritable, drew Steve closer to the wall, taking advantage of his newfound energy. He pointed at the circle. Do you see that? Smash it. Perhaps the pain from the old man's grip had roused Steve's senses, for he suddenly found his vigor and swung the hammer against the wall. 80, 80, 80 done, with 3 powerful blows from the old man. Steve had created a significant hole, revealing the dog talisman within. The old man, noticing this, squinted his eyes, leaned in, and reached to extract the talisman, blowing off the dust to unveil a joyful green dog. As the dust settled on the wall, it was uncertain whether Steve's earlier force had been excessive, but the wall began to tremble, crumbling under the pressure, and the hidden compartment that housed the dog talisman became visible. Above the former resting place of the talisman, a phrase inscribed in Chinese read, "Is eternal life a blessing or a curse?" Old man, what does this mean? Steve asked, although he could understand Chinese. The myriad forms of expression left him uncertain of the intended meaning. The old man, rather than answering directly, handed the dog talisman to Steve. At the moment of acceptance, a wave of fatigue washed away, and Steve felt rejuvenated, his spirit revitalized. "How remarkable!" Steve exclaimed, noticing the transformation within himself. The old man pondered this change, connecting it to the powers of the dog talisman mentioned in the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures. It became clear that the builder of the windmill had possessed this talisman before them and had inadvertently awakened the dog's divine abilities. The notion of eternal life is a universal aspiration. However, witnessing loved ones pass away one by one renders immortality a curse. The builder had constructed this windmill, relinquishing the dog's immortality, embedding it within the wall. Listening to the old man's words, Steve felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart. For did he not also long to wield the power of eternal life? In a dream spanning 70 years, today, everything he once knew has faded away, and he has become a figure within the annals of history. The dissonance of time weighs heavily upon him. Had he not encountered his father, who ignited a legendary quest for talismans, he might have chosen to extinguish himself in a grandiose manner upon awakening. Indeed, a solitary existence can feel like a curse. Steve reflected on this, yet soon turned to his father with a smile, expressing his fortune. As Steve's words lingered in the air, his father's brow furrowed. Suddenly, he thrust Steve aside, and several silver darts struck the ground where Steve had just stood. Shocked, Steve gazed toward the source of the darts, but only a shadow remained. Dog talisman status. Sealed development level. 32. Due to the passage of time and the Grand Mage's fortification of the seal, the talisman's power is now nearly depleted. Ability. Immortality allows the bearer of the talisman to remain undying under any circumstances. Fully developed state. Eternal life. Immortal and indestructible. As a demon lord endowed with the authority of heaven and earth, he naturally shares longevity with the cosmos, remaining immortal and indestructible. Currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Lord acquired the power of fire amidst endless temporal strife and gained the recognition of heaven and earth, possessing the primal force of eternal existence. However, due to his tyrannical reign, he encountered Lope, the embodiment of righteousness, who single-handedly dismantled the 12 powers within him, fragmenting them into 12 talismans. Lope sensed the magic of the demon's immortality among them and imposed a double seal upon it, serving as a form of karmic retribution. Chapter 34. Shadow Lord. From the shadows, figures emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, swiftly encircling Steve and his father. "Father, what is this?" Steve questioned, gripping his shield tightly and eyeing the emerging entities warily. "The Lord's minions are of little consequence," his father replied nonchalantly, producing a dried pufferfish from behind him. Under the watchful gaze of the shadow soldiers, he took out a vial of green potion and drenched the pufferfish with it. In an instant, the pufferfish erupted with a radiant green light, causing the shadow soldiers to plunge into the earth. Observing this, his father frowned. This was merely a straightforward area-wide weakening spell, and the shadow soldiers should not have been harmed. Why had they vanished? Grand Mage, it has been an age. An ancient voice transcended the river of time, reaching his father's ears. This voice was both familiar and foreign, prompting his father to murmur a guess. The Lord? Indeed, the Lord's figure emerged from the shadows, causing his father to grip the pufferfish tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "How could you possibly emerge, my lord?" My old friend, I have emerged." And the Lord unleashed a thunderous roar, with flames and lightning erupting forth, obliterating the windmill in an instant. The roof was utterly destroyed, leaving not a trace behind, and thus neither my father nor Steve sustained significant harm. Yet, at this moment, the true might displayed by the Lord is what truly warrants attention. My father's expression grew exceedingly grave as various magical potions materialized in his hands, some for direct assault, others for supportive effects. However, he could no longer afford to be cautious. Only one who has genuinely studied this altered incantation would comprehend the true strength of the Lord. No matter how vigilant my father remained, he felt it was justified. The Lord proclaimed, "I shall grant you a singular opportunity. Relinquish the 3 talismans in your possession, and I shall allow you to depart." Upon hearing these words, my father exhaled in relief and unleashed a barrage from his pufferfish, green luminescence soaring towards the Lord. The Lord opted not to confront the attack head-on. deftly evading the magic, and in that very moment, a smile graced my father's face. "You are indeed not the Lord." Both Steve and the Lord paused, momentarily taken aback. Steve exclaimed, "But father, I am ready to fight. Are you jesting about him not being the Lord?" The Lord laughed heartily, as if mocking humanity's ignorance. Yet his expression shifted abruptly. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth. "You dare to defy me." As the fireball hurtled toward him, my father remained unperturbed, raising the pufferfish and firing with precision, shattering the fireball effortlessly. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "After being sealed for so many years, Lord, you continue to play your petty tricks." My father unleashed several more green beams, compelling the Lord to evade in haste. Once the attack was dodged, the Lord, with a grim countenance, inquired, "How did you discover my true nature?" My father, polishing his pufferfish, unabashedly replied, "Firstly, there is no shadow beneath your feet. Secondly, your tone lacks the requisite dominance. And thirdly, we have nothing of substance to discuss." My father's words elicited a bitter smile from the Lord. Indeed, what could a wicked dragon and a world-saving mage possibly converse about? He had not anticipated that his transformation into shadow would diminish his strength and presence. "Very well, Lord, I have revealed what you sought to know. Now it is time for you to disclose what I desire to know. Why have you emerged?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in the Lord's eyes as he stealthily concealed his left hand behind his back, summoning the dragon talisman into his palm. The force of dragon explosion beginning to coalesce. "Great mage, you must have already surmised the answer. Must I articulate it for you to believe? Is it the compendium of magic? Even if you speak, I shall not believe you. Enough, O Lord, cease your little tricks. The intense heat of the dragon's curse is palpable to me." Father raised the pufferfish in his hand, aiming a decisive strike at the Lord's left hand, which was concealed behind his back. The Lord evaded by sidestepping, casually hurling the concentrated dragon explosion towards Father. Father retrieved a potion from his pocket and cast it forth. The dragon explosion and the potion detonated simultaneously, yet produced not a ripple. "It appears my plan to seize the talisman today is unattainable. Great mage, allow me to offer you a final word of counsel. That which is destined cannot be thwarted. If you wish to survive, flee to a place where I cannot find you. Quickly escape." Bang! Father raised his hand and shattered the loquacious Lord. The Lord transformed into shadows and vanished, leaving behind a blaze as evidence of his emergence. With a casual gesture, Father crushed a potion, causing dark clouds to gather in the sky. With a resounding clap of thunder, torrential rain fell, extinguishing the flames left by the Lord. Standing in the rain, Father gazed at the spot where the Lord had stood, acutely aware that his time was limited. Just as a weight settled upon Father's heart, the rain that had been falling upon him abruptly ceased. He looked up to find Steve's shield hovering above him, providing a makeshift umbrella. Meeting Father's gaze, Steve voiced his earlier inquiry. "Father, what was that Lord all about?" With a sigh, Father replied, "In this tumultuous season, the demon has shed its corporeal form, infusing its power into the shadows, crafting a temporary vessel for itself. Steve, we must hasten our search for the talismans." Steve nodded in agreement. Deducing from Father's words and the Lord's displayed power that the sheep talisman, dragon talisman, and pig talisman had indeed fallen into the Lord's possession. If we continue in this manner, our situation will only worsen. At the pinnacle of Fisk Tower, the Lord's shadowy form reemerged, yet its visage was grotesque, agonizingly clutching its left hand. Through the unintentional gaps revealed by the Lord, one could distinctly observe severe burn marks at the center of its palm. Damn it, damn it! The Lord furiously lashed its dragon tail, reducing the office of Jean Bing to ruins. Yet even this did not quell the Lord's wrath. Gazing at the searing marks on its left hand, the Lord, in a fit of rage, severed its own arm. After all, it was a demon of fire. How could it be scorched by flames? This is a disgrace, a blatant humiliation. Yet, when the Lord once again invoked the incantations from the grimoire concerning shadow creatures, the newly sprouted palm bore unmistakable burn marks. In response, the Lord roared in fury, denouncing Terra as a charlatan for failing to transcribe the complete spell in the grimoire, revealing himself to be a contemptible individual. The Lord tore apart his own palm, and in a moment of solitude, he found his composure. With a deep breath, the wise Lord summoned his minions, realizing what he desperately needed at that moment. Go forth, my henchman. Enshroud the world in shadows, and assist me in locating the Tiger Talisman. Status: Sealed development level 43, due to the passage of time and the Archmage's reinforcement of the seal. The talisman's power has diminished to a mere fraction. Ability: Electric Eye. Intense heat can melt anything within its gaze. A mere glance would suffice to liquefy. Fully developed state: All that meets the eye is thunder, a fragment of the authority belonging to the Thunder Demon, Su, currently sealed. Conclusion: As one of the 8 great demons, the Lord seized a portion of power from his siblings during their imprisonment, augmenting his strength and thereby unifying the East. However, his tyrannical rule encountered the righteous representative, Lope, who dismantled the 12 forces within him, leading to their fragmentation into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic authority, Lope imposed a double seal upon them, a form of karmic retribution. Chapter 35. The reappearance of the rabbit talisman S. H. I. L. D. Nick Fury's office. Coulson. Is it these magical little stones they are in search of? Nick Fury toyed with a long-lost rabbit talisman in his hand. Fury knew little about talismans, having only heard vague mentions from Steve and others. However, the recent turmoil had captured the attention of the United States, a world power aside from Huaxia. How could Nick Fury resist the allure of such a convenient and side-effect-free power? Although the rabbit talisman had fallen into the crevices of time, the protagonist of the era could not escape the shackles of fate. Amidst the conflict between righteousness and malevolence, time fluctuated, and the rabbit talisman miraculously re-emerged at a small street stall. Typically, such stalls would go unnoticed, and this group was evading surveillance while conducting their trade. Yet, by a stroke of fate, Coulson happened to traverse that path, encountering the rabbit talisman, as if destiny had guided him to purchase it and bring it back to S. H. Idle. D. Coulson nodded. Yes, Director, and it appears that the talisman's magic pertains to speed. Speed, you say? Nick Fury tightened his grip on the rabbit talisman. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beside Coulson, holding a platter of fruit. The astonishing velocity indicated that this power was formidable. If Coulson were to fashion it into a weapon, what effects might it yield? Placing a platter of fruit upon the table, Nick Fury gazed intently at the talisman in his hand, an unmasked thirst glimmering in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Coulson deemed this a test set forth by Fury, shaking his head and remarking, Director, your notion is rather impractical. After all, there exists but a single talisman. Upon hearing these words, Fury nodded, placing the rabbit talisman on the table, deliberately avoiding any further scrutiny. He feared that his thoughts might spiral uncontrollably. When he first obtained a rabbit talisman, an unsettling notion of destruction crossed his mind, perhaps born of exhaustion. Nonetheless, such thoughts compelled him to avert his gaze from the talisman, for it resembled the whispers of a demon, the opening of Pandora's box. Until his emotions stabilized, Fury resolved not to confront the talisman again. Coulson returned it to the storage room, guarding it closely. Pushing the talisman towards Coulson, Fury abruptly turned away, evidently shaken by the recent events surrounding the talisman, to the extent that he dared not glance back for a final look. A talisman? A demon? Could it possibly be a new trick from China? Fury contemplated the scenery outside, dismissing the information in the report as utterly implausible. He perceived the elder accompanying Steve as a high-ranking spy sent by China, intent on sowing discord within America. With this thought, Fury swiftly penned a detailed report, characterizing the Saint as a formidable superweapon and the elder as a powerful hypnotist, alluding to a grand conspiracy against the United States orchestrated by China. He laid the completed report flat on the table, meticulously reviewing it before nodding in satisfaction and sending it forth. True to form, within 10 minutes, Fury received a substantial influx of financial support. Immersed in a bathtub filled with dollars, he scooped a handful of bills and tossed them into the air, reveling in his triumph. Who cares about the Saint? Is he more formidable than Captain Marvel? Though I must express my gratitude to that elder. Without him, I would not have acquired such funds. At times, he mused, he wished the Saint were indeed real, for then he could once again deceive. No, he almost let slip the truth. Rather, he could contribute to the defense of his country. Fury laughed exuberantly, liberally showering the air with cash, uncertain whether he was mocking the politicians or celebrating his newfound wealth. Amidst this revelry, he remained oblivious to a figure lurking nearby, eavesdropping on their prior conversation. A talisman imbued with extraordinary powers? How intriguing. As these words echoed, the figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Coulson, talisman in hand, encountered Wade, who was idly wandering the halls. Hey, Coulson, that blonde heartthrob who accompanied me on a mission last time. I've heard you all refer to him as the captain. Is he the one I'm thinking of? Although Wade's tone was laced with sarcasm, Coulson seemed to automatically disregard Wade's rudeness when the conversation turned to Steve, becoming increasingly animated. Indeed, Captain America was a hero of the Second World War, a man who safeguarded the world. As Coulson spoke of Steve, he transformed into a fervent admirer, articulating Steve's dossier with clarity and embellishing it with a plethora of mythic tales, effectively elevating Captain America to the status of a deity. Faced with Coulson's relentless recounting of anecdotes, Wade exhibited no signs of annoyance. Rather, he enthusiastically applauded, cheering, and even setting off imaginary fireworks at the most thrilling moments. Embodying the essence of a devoted Steve Rogers fan, delighted to engage with someone who shared his enthusiasm, Coulson generously offered Wade one of the Steve signed memorabilia he had acquired. With spirits high, the two harmoniously made their way to the storage room. Upon reaching the door that required a card to access, Coulson's brow furrowed in contemplation as he glanced at Wade. Seemingly understanding Coulson's unspoken concern, Wade preemptively remarked, "Coulson, I have a little something to attend to. We shall meet again. I truly enjoyed our conversation and hope to see you again," he added, before walking away. Once Wade had distanced himself, Coulson retrieved his work badge from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. Identity verification successful. The door opened. With the entrance now ajar, Coulson tucked his badge back into his pocket and strode confidently inside. The storage room was a veritable treasure trove, filled with an array of artifacts that could easily be deemed humanity's treasures, the most striking of which was the Tesseract, the advanced energy source utilized by Red Skull during World War II. Casting a cursory glance at the items, Coulson paid them little heed as he ventured deeper, searching for a vacant spot. After a considerable search, he finally located an empty space, only to discover that the pouch containing the rabbit talisman had inexplicably vanished upon opening it. Could have been him. Recalling Wade's peculiar behavior throughout their encounter, Coulson's brow knitted in concern. Though reluctant to admit it, the current suspicions surrounding Deadpool were quite substantial. Coulson hurriedly rushed to the entrance and swiped his access card, but the door remained stubbornly shut. Outside, Wade was busy applying a generous layer of cement to the door, singing, "I'm a plaster, skilled in my craft." Listening to the melody wafting from beyond the door, Coulson realized the gravity of the situation. Wade had deceived him, exploiting his fervor for Steve to weave a web of lies. With a forceful thud, Coulson's hand struck the door as he bellowed, "Wade, you despicable scoundrel, open the door." Coulson's furious roar failed to intimidate Wade. Instead, it prompted him to whistle with excitement. Ah, who is it? Who is singing, warming the solitude, bidding farewell? As Wade's words faded, he heard the sound of a shovel clattering to the ground, followed by footsteps gradually receding. Coulson could only seethe with impotent rage. "Damn you, Wade. You deceitful scoundrel." The sheep talisman status, sealed development level, 46, due to the passage of time and the enhancement of the Grand Mage's seal. The talisman's power has diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. Ability, soul projection, allows the user's soul to detach and soar freely. Fully developed state, soul mastery, knowledge drawn from the compendium of magic by the Holy Master. Currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Holy Master is also a formidable dark sorcerer. Due to his unique demonic constitution, he can better assimilate magic. From the compendium compiled by both ancient and modern demons, he learned what he deemed the most potent powers, thus establishing dominion over the East. However, his tyrannical rule was challenged by Lope, the embodiment of righteousness, who managed to dismantle the 12 powers within him, fracturing them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic wisdom that had infused his own magic, Lope imposed a dual seal upon it, serving as a form of karmic retribution. Chapter 36. A flash on the streets of America. Wade, having deceived Coulson, swiftly fled from reveling in his spoils, gliding with an air of elegance down the street. The swift rabbit? It was indeed Wade who had stood outside Director Furier's office, witnessing the display of the rabbit's speed, which inspired him to pilfer this talisman in hopes of discovering its divine power. Though immortality had rendered Wade's heart somewhat numb, often opting for a tit-for-tat approach merely to evoke a sense of pleasure within him. He remained fervently enthusiastic about new experiences. "Come on, Lucky Rabbit. Show me your divine prowess," Wade exclaimed, eyes alight with excitement. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, nothing transpired. The surrounding crowd regarded him as one might a jester. Wait, Deadpool? When even Deadpool found the situation peculiar, it indeed was quite strange. Wade was troubled, not by the curious gazes of onlookers. He paid them no mind, but rather by the fact that the rabbit seemed to lose its potency once it fell into his hands. Wade, wait, did I forget to turn off the gas? With the talisman clutched tightly in his hand, Deadpool intended to return home to turn off the gas stove before contemplating this serious matter. However, at that very moment, those around him appeared to be frozen in time, gazing at him with smiles. Confused by this sudden scene, Deadpool was taken aback, but as he noticed the talisman glowing in his grasp, he exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, Lucky Rabbit, you're simply magnificent." Planting a kiss on the talisman, a flame of vengeance ignited within Wade's heart. Ajax, the man responsible for his current predicament, was someone Deadpool yearned to eliminate. In this accelerated state, he possessed ample time to seek out and annihilate that slippery worm. With the speed granted by the rabbit talisman, Wade swiftly traversed the entirety of America. Yet no matter how fast he moved, it was not akin to true time suspension. The SHIELD satellites captured the trajectory of Wade's sprint, a brilliant blue flash illuminating the screen. Fury, witnessing the lightning-like path that formed Deadpool's emblem, felt his anger surge. There was no need for speculation. The culprit had unwittingly revealed his identity. Though furious, the situation was manageable. Deadpool had not caused any significant chaos. Nick Fury would not issue a death warrant, though he did feel that the oversight of these superheroes required enhancement. However, the subsequent gesture of the middle finger sent Fury's blood boiling. "Damn it, I want to kill that wretched clown. He dares to use the entirety of America as his canvas and scorn me. I must eliminate him." In a fit of rage, Fury hurled the keyboard at the central control screen, but his staff quickly restrained him. Otherwise, the budget approved by Congress would have been put to immediate use. "Director, calm down, his subordinates urged, and Fury soon regained his composure. After all, he was a seasoned agent, and losing his cool over such trivial matters was beneath him. Yet, in that fleeting moment of stillness, a comically curled mustache appeared on Nick Fury's face, bobbing in rhythm with his exhalations of frustration. Suddenly, the SHIELD command center fell eerily silent, with everyone holding their breath. After all, Nick Fury's faux mustache was simply too hilarious. They feared that even the slightest chuckle would provoke his wrath. Then, unexpectedly, a sound of suppressed laughter broke the tension, and the room erupted with laughter, leaving Nick Fury utterly bewildered. As the laughter crescendoed, Fury's attire began to morph. First, his eye patch transformed, then his trench coat into a maid's outfit, and a wand appeared in his hand. Even his bald head, dark as a boiled egg, was adorned with a double-layered covering, reflecting light bright enough to blind anyone. "Hey, did you know? I wanted to do this for ages." Wade chimed in. "What are you all laughing at? Do not mock me." Nick Fury's voice boomed, yet it had no effect whatsoever, only rendering him more ludicrous. The crowd erupted in laughter, and not a single soul could rise. Fury, perplexed by the bizarre turn of events, raised his hand instinctively to scratch his bald head, only to find a wand materializing in his grasp, leaving him momentarily dazed. "What is this? Why is it in my hand?" He hastily discarded the wand, only to discover yet another one had appeared in his other hand. Fury's fury ignited. He knew Deadpool was behind this mischief, but with Wade now wielding the rabbit talisman, capturing him was an impossibility. Feeling overwhelmed, Fury decided to let it be, as long as it did not disrupt the lives of ordinary citizens. Indeed, as Fury had surmised, Deadpool refrained from wreaking havoc among the public. However, Fury himself was the unfortunate victim, having spent an entire night without a moment's peace. His hands inexplicably adorned with various objects, and a red-clad jester occasionally burrowing into his bedclothes. The sensation was utterly dreadful. Fury yawned, his expression contorted as he grasped his bald head in frustration. Should he fail to find a moment of tranquility soon, next year on this day would mark his funeral. That infuriating Wade, merely for withholding the precise location of Ajax, had plunged him into this chaotic predicament. In a fit of retribution, Wade declared, "All right, you've won this time. It's your reward." At last, Fury could no longer endure the tension and, addressing the empty office, laid the detailed intelligence regarding Ajax conspicuously on the desk for anyone to peruse. After Nick Fury departed, Wade's silhouette materialized like a flash of lightning. Fixated on the photographs within the intelligence documents, rage surged within him. This was the man responsible for his girlfriend's demise, and at long last, he had a lead. Perched casually on the edge of the Great Bridge, Wade embraced the chilling winds of death, the breeze rustling the pages of Ajax's dossier, provoking a grimace from Deadpool. Ajax was involved in unspeakable atrocities, child trafficking, the trade of women, organ smuggling, and grotesque biological experiments. With a swift motion, he shredded the incriminating information, letting the winds carry away the essence of these evils. In the blink of an eye, Deadpool vanished, only to reappear moments later, brandishing a severed head like a grotesque plaything, kicking it about with reckless abandon. Though the visage was unrecognizable, it was unmistakably Ajax, the very adversary he sought vengeance against. As he sent the head soaring through the air, Deadpool found himself in a state of desolation. The act of revenge had left him feeling more lost than ever, as if his existence had lost all significance, leading him to wander aimlessly through life. Charm of the Mouse status. Seal development level 21. Due to the passage of time and the Great Mage's enhanced seal, the Charm S power is now diminished to a mere fraction. Ability. Cure All, capable of eradicating any virus within the body. Fully developed state. Pure water. Unblemished and untainted, part of the dominion of the water demon, Basha, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Sovereign seized portions of his siblings' dominions during their imprisonment, bolstering his own power to unify the East. However, his tyrannical rule encountered the righteous presence of Lope, leading to the shattering of his 12 internal powers, which fragmented into 12 charms. Sensing the dominion of the demons within, Lope imposed a double seal upon them, serving as a form of karmic retribution. Chapter 37. Charm of the Rat Ox, Horse, Chicken, Monkey Dog. Father has made every effort, yet we have only uncovered 5 charms. The remaining 7 are either missing or devoid of any trace, Steve lamented, spreading the charms across the table with a heavy sigh. China boasts 12 zodiac animals, and it was no surprise that the remaining 7 had undoubtedly fallen into the hands of the demon known as the Sovereign. Fist Tower. Top floor, the Sovereign received the tiger charm from Shadowy Soldier, pressing it onto the dragon statue with fervor. Exhaling deeply, the Sovereign felt a wave of dark smoke surge forth, invigorating his body as he stretched his limbs. A fireball emerged from his palm, and with keen intensity, he focused on it, raising the fiery orb high into the air. With a decisive punch, he shattered the fireball into fragments. Yet his hand bore no signs of the burns that had plagued him before. Elated by the sight of his unscathed right hand, the Sovereign reveled in his restored powers. Flames and sparks erupted, and in an instant, the ceiling of Fist Tower was blown away. My powers have returned. With the acquisition of the Tiger Charm, all other seals began to unbind, albeit slowly, yet significantly faster than before. Furthermore, the Tiger Charm served not only to dissolve Lope seals, but also to restore equilibrium within the Sovereign's powers. It may seem ludicrous to equate balance with the original narrative of Jackie Chan Adventures, yet here, the Sovereign had commandeered portions of the powers of the 8 great demons and utilized his intellect to master the arcane arts and various dark magics. The inherent strength of demons, the might of dark magic, and the authority of the cosmos. Without the balance of yin and yang, the Sovereign would be obliterated by these forces. While his soul might endure, his corporeal form would undoubtedly perish. Thus, even though the Sovereign was aware of the vast collection of charms with Father, he refrained from seizing them, instead focusing intently on the Tiger Charm. However, his relationship with the Tiger Charm was fraught with ambivalence. It was originally the balance created within him due to his studies, yet it had been extracted by Lope, transforming into a limitation upon him. It was as if, without the Tiger Charm, he had to tread carefully while wielding any other powers, all of which rightfully belonged to him. How could Lope presume to impose such restrictions? Lope, halt! Vile dragon, you have no right to quibble. Receive my energy scroll. The emergence of the tiger talisman signifies that the Lord can now imbue the remaining talismans into his own form. Although devoid of the mouse's strength, he remains immobile. However, he can now fully harness the power of the talismans at his disposal. Even in this shadowy form, he finds himself better equipped to confront his father's formidable mage. As he places the snake talisman into the statue, the 5 talismans radiate their brilliance simultaneously, and the Lord's shadowy form begins to glow. A surge of power flows forth. Feeling this resurgence, the Lord senses he is on the brink of returning to his former glory, yet the light is fleeting. It vanishes in the blink of an eye. Why is this so? As the significant increase in power ceases, the Lord furrows his brow and gazes at his statue, only to discover that the radiance of the tiger talisman is considerably dimmer compared to the others. The Lord extends his hand to touch the tiger talisman, and in an instant, furious flames melt the wall before him. He roars to the heavens, "Lope!" At the moment of contact, countless restraints surge forth from the tiger talisman, even more formidable than those of the other talismans. "Lope, the tiger talisman? Ha, what a joke. So you think you can unseal it? I'll add an additional 11-fold seal, and watch how you fare." The Lord's wrath causes the entire Fisk building to tremble, leaving the uninformed to believe that a localized earthquake has struck America. Given the current state of the tiger talisman, even if the Lord were to acquire the remaining 11 talismans to nourish the tiger talisman, it would take at least 20 years to lift the seal. 20 years. Though a mere blink in the protracted lifespan of a demon, it spells a retreat for the Lord amidst the ongoing battle between righteousness and malevolence. Should that great mage become aware, he would undoubtedly seize upon this vulnerability to mercilessly strike down the beleaguered Lord. The Lord can vividly imagine the mage standing before him, wielding the tiger talisman, fanning his face, and taunting. "Is this what you call a lord? Pathetic." Ah, that image is too terrifying. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, the Lord gradually calms himself. Now, he must hasten to find the mouse talisman. Yet, considering the pace at which those two have been searching previously, it is likely that the other 7 talismans have already fallen into their hands. Shall he attempt to reclaim them? The notion had barely taken shape when vivid images of the old man brandishing a pufferfish and shooting wildly flooded his mind. The sovereign shook his head, hastily dispersing the thought. He glanced at his still undeveloped left hand and deemed it unnecessary. Sometimes, a bit of cunning could serve as a solution. This was not the time for a final confrontation, until his corporeal form could act. It was prudent to avoid a direct clash with him in shadowy guise. As the sovereign pondered, the master of Fisk Tower, Jean Bing, returned. Observing the transformed panorama of the building, Jean Bing appeared utterly unfazed as he strode confidently toward the sovereign seated at his desk. With a casual demeanor, Jean Bing seized a chair beside the sovereign and, with a calm expression, called out to him. The sudden voice roused the sovereign from his reverie. He looked up at Jean Bing, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Jean Bing, you dare to return? What brings you here?" After the sovereign acquired the compendium of magic, he had expelled Jean Bing from Fisk Tower with formidable sorcery. Logically, a man of Jean Bing's intellect should have realized that their pact had crumbled. Given his own limitations, he should not have returned to seek the sovereign. Yet, here Jean Bing stood before him. "Sovereign, since you are forthright, I shall be as well," Jean Bing remarked, producing a photograph of his talisman from within his garments and sliding it across the desk toward the sovereign. "I wish to continue our previous collaboration." The sovereign accepted the photograph, revealing the very talisman he had long desired. With a light chuckle, he returned the image to Jean Bing. "Why should I consider collaborating with you? Even if I were to slay you, I could still obtain the talisman." Jean Bing did not reclaim the photograph. Rather, he pushed it back toward the sovereign once more. The sovereign, taken aback, could scarcely believe that such a seemingly insignificant human would dare to threaten him in this manner. The sovereign chuckled lightly. "Very well. Even if what you say is true, the presence or absence of that talisman holds little significance for me. Do you comprehend your predicament?" Jean Bing shook his head with a smile, tearing the photograph he had previously presented to the sovereign into pieces. "Sovereign, why speak foolishly when you are a man of wisdom, as though the vessel you currently inhabit is not truly yours? You require that talisman to liberate you from your petrified state." Chapter 38, The Lord's Compromise. Before seeking an audience with the Lord, Jean Bing had anticipated that he would be deceived. Thus he sought out Otto Octavius, known as Dr. Octopus, to thoroughly comprehend the power system of the mouse talisman. This talisman grants life to inanimate objects. To speak frankly, such an ability is formidable, yet for the sake of his own desires, it can be relinquished. Furthermore, through experiments with Dr. Octopus, Jean Bing discovered that merely touching the talisman could bestow life upon inanimate objects, with the potential to animate as many as 10. However, should he exceed this number, subsequent uses would replace the previously animated statues. This was the reason Jean Bing felt emboldened to negotiate terms with the Lord. Regardless, as long as the talisman remained in his possession, the Lord would be compelled to heed his will. Otherwise, should he lose his standing, the Lord would be transformed into a statue. You know quite a bit, don't you, Jean Bing? The Lord seethed, his fury palpable, yet unable to bring harm to Jean Bing, which only solidified Jean Bing's conviction. Without adequate preparation, I would not dare to ally myself with a demon such as you. What do you say, Lord? Shall we proceed with our prior agreement? Jean Bing clasped his hands together, exuding an air of assured triumph, which twisted the Lord's countenance in agitation. Of course, my brother, as long as you free me from this accursed stone wall, your son shall have the freedom to walk. Jean Bing nodded, dialing his subordinate's number, addressing the Lord. Let us hope so. Yes, it is I. Bring me the talisman. Upon hanging up the phone, the Lord once again regarded him with a bemused smile as a multitude of crimson eyes slowly emerged from the shadows behind him, fixating intently on Jean Bing. With a beaming countenance, the Lord remarked, Jean Bing, my brother, do you think I might intercept your little brother on his way from Father's antique shop and seize the talisman? Jean Bing nodded. Of course you would do so. As long as I have yet to deliver the talisman into your hands, our pact remains unfulfilled. However, I advise you, Holy Lord, to refrain from such actions, for the consequences of losing the talisman are unpredictable. Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord waved his hand, causing the myriad red eyes lurking in the shadows to vanish. He reclined in Jean Bing's chair, gazing at the sky, and remarked, certainly, no one wishes for that outcome. Jean Bing, relieved by his words, finally exhaled. To be honest, he had been genuinely frightened when so many pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows behind the Holy Lord. Losing the talisman would mean the end of his life. It was a gamble, but fortunately, he had triumphed. Before long, the target eye arrived at Fist Tower bearing a box. Ascending swiftly in the elevator, he reached Jean Bing's office. The moment he entered, he felt a sharp pain in his hand, and the box vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, a ninja clad in black was staring intently at him, while the box lay on the floor beside him. Minions, bring me my talisman. The target eye protected the box. The voices of the Holy Lord and Jean Bing resonated simultaneously, igniting a fierce contest over the box. Though it was a struggle, it concluded rather swiftly. The target eye had just taken a step when numerous shadowy soldiers seized him, rendering him immobile. As the shadowy soldiers emerged from the darkness and advanced toward the box, the Holy Lord found himself perplexed. Why was Jean Bing exhibiting no signs of urgency? Jean Bing remained composed, showing only a fleeting hint of panic when the target eye's box was kicked away, but since then, he displayed no further emotional fluctuations. Though the Holy Lord was bewildered, the shadowy soldiers were swift. Bending down to touch the box, they were met with a sudden eruption of green flames at the moment of contact, causing the shadowy soldiers to dissipate instantly. Is this your trump card? The spell of air and spirit? The emerald flames rising from the golden figure rendered the Lord's countenance quite grim. Such a degree of enchantment was beyond the reach of mere specter soldiers. This signified that there were but two possible outcomes. Either he would relinquish his aim and negotiate with the golden figure, thus continuing their prior dealings, or he would set aside his dignity and retrieve the box himself. With a wave of his hand, the specter soldiers vanished instantaneously. The target, having risen from the ground, hurried over to pick up the box that lay there. Faced with this binary choice, the Lord still intended to collaborate with the golden figure, although it appeared humiliating. It was certainly preferable to true disgrace. Lord, I the Lord, would never stoop to retrieve the box from the ground. The target placed the box on the table and extended it toward the golden figure, but in an instant, the Lord snatched it away. Lord, I merely stated I would not pick it up, but I never claimed I wouldn't seize it. Oh dear, how delightful. The target was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for the Lord to have betrayed his own superior twice in such a short span. The Lord, unable to contain his eagerness, gazed intently at the box. With a flick of his hand, he shattered the enchantment upon it. However, at the moment of unveiling, A rodent charm came into view. Just as the Lord touched it, the charm fractured, revealing a black and white striped confection. Clearly, it was a piece of chocolate. Upon witnessing this scene, the Lord quickly comprehended that he had once again been outwitted by the portly individual before him. Extracting the chocolate from a box, he took a decisive bite, swallowing it whole. It was rather delectable, golden figure. However, I now desire a main course. The Lord's voice, laced with restrained fury, was music to the golden figure's ears, suggesting that the wisdom of demons was rather limited. Of course, my lord, but I believe I require a modicum of trust, or perhaps your assurance. The golden figure produced a pendant from around his neck, within which lay the genuine rodent charm. Yet, the Lord's gaze did not fixate on the charm itself, but rather on the necklace. The magic of Lope was inscribed upon it, and the Lord had ample reason to believe that regardless of his form, should he dare to touch it, that magic would return him to his statue state. Lope, rodent charm, huh? How amusing. Do you think you can escape me merely by having your soul leave your body? Of course, my friend, just as we agreed. As long as you unseal me from this statue, I shall fulfill your wish. This is the pact of the dragon. I assure you, those who violate it shall descend into hell. Jean Bing nodded, addressing the Saint Lord. I trust myself more than I trust you, but the talisman remains in my possession, and I may attempt to place my faith in you. Adorned with a necklace containing the rat talisman, Jean Bing approached the coiling dragon statue, while the Saint Lord instinctively stepped aside, following Jean Bing like a subordinate. The two arrived before the statue. Jean Bing turned to the Saint Lord, saying, I hope you can keep your distance. Your beastly aura frightens me, preventing me from activating this necklace. The Saint Lord smiled and nodded, raising his hands above his head and gradually retreating. Once Jean Bing saw the Saint Lord had distanced himself, he extended his hand toward the necklace. Placing his hand upon the necklace, Jean Bing found that Lopei's magic did not hinder him. In a flash of green light, he extracted the rat talisman. He glanced back at the Saint Lord, who stood obediently at a distance, and resolutely touched the rat talisman to the dragon's head. Rat talisman status. Seal development level. 53, due to the passage of time and the Grand Mage's reinforced seal. The talisman's power has diminished significantly. Ability. Animate the inanimate. A formidable vitality that can animate the statue. Full development status. Bestow life upon the lifeless. Partial authority of the Earth Demon. The Demon King, and Lopei's power, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Saint Lord seized parts of his siblings' authority during their imprisonment, augmenting his own strength and unifying the East. However, due to his tyrannical rule, he encountered Lopei, the embodiment of righteousness, which led to the shattering of the 12 powers within him, resulting in 12 talismans. Among them, the rat talisman is incomplete, having absorbed some of Lopei's power during its extraction, thus achieving its final form. Because it possesses Lopei's strength, Lopei has imposed a deeper seal upon it, solely to vex the Saint Lord. Chapter 39, Saint Lord. As is widely known, I am not trustworthy. At the moment of contact, the rat talisman erupted with a blinding radiance, causing Jean Bing to feel an ominous foreboding, an occurrence unprecedented during the resurrection of the statue. Jean Bing attempted to retract the rat talisman, but it seemed ensnared by an immense force, rendering his efforts futile. With terror etched upon his face, Jean Bing watched as the rat talisman was drawn into the Saint Lord statue. The Saint Lord laughed, covering his face, his wild and unrestrained voice mocking humanity's ignorance. Above in the sky, dark clouds twisted and thunder raged as an enormous mass of cloud began to coalesce. At last I have succeeded. After 1800 years, Lopei, I have resurrected. The shadow Saint Lord roared, his form spontaneously splitting apart, and the coiling dragon statue cracked from its head. Blood-red eyes emerged from the fissures as the statue crumbled, a pair of dragon claws grasping the cracks and forcefully prying them apart. The statue transformed into a gaping maw. The blood-red eyes vanished, and an enormous, robust, dark green claw emerged from the opening, crashing down upon the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Before the astonished gaze of Jean Bing and his companion, the claws widened the dark entrance, and a colossal dark green dragon emerged from the void. Though the newly emerged Saint Lord did not immediately act, Jean Bing's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, a visceral fear at the essence of life itself. His eyes glowed crimson, his visage twisted with a sinister charm, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty demeanor. His head resembled a flame, with spikes on either side akin to daggers. A mouth like a crocodile's filled with sharp teeth and claws resembling human hands, a serpent's long tongue, and 8 dragon horns reminiscent of oxen. He bore a striking resemblance to both a dinosaur and a year beast, speaking with a hypnotic and magnetic voice capable of unleashing a bone-chilling roar. Ah, this feeling of frailty. Cursed Grand Mage. The Saint Lord clenched his claws. Although the sensation of regaining a physical form was delightful, the emptiness within him remained profoundly unsettling. Saint Lord, our agreement. Jean Bing, despite feeling an inexplicable fear at the sight of the Saint Lord, stepped forward to remind him. Agreement? The Holy Master cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive human before him and coldly scoffed. It is because of you, wretched ant, that I have returned in such a feeble state. While my mood remains favorable, you would do well to depart at once. Yet, the human retorted, our agreement stipulates that I release you from the statue, and in return, you shall heal my son's leg. I have fulfilled my part. The Holy Master, suppressing his seething fury, confronted the human with a low voice. I am a noble dragon, and also a demonic sorcerer. It is well known that I am not one to honor my word. With a mere wave of his hand, the Holy Master sent the human crashing away. Despite his attempts to resist, the human stood no chance against the demon's might, even without the bovine talisman. After the forceful blow, the human shattered through the wall, succumbing to unconsciousness. The Holy Master paid no heed to this pathetic jester and descended the stairs of the Fisk building, making his way toward Old Man's antique shop. Greetings, Captain. I hear you're in search of talismans. Look what I brought for you. Steve had barely finished his sentence when a cheeky voice chimed in nearby. Turning around, Steve beheld Wade, clad in a red tight-fitting suit, brandishing 2 large cleavers and kicking something akin to a leather ball with his feet. Wade, what are you doing here? Steve exclaimed, astonished by Wade's unexpected presence. Although they had once been partners, Steve was reluctant to disclose his residence to this bothersome individual. How Wade had managed to find him was indeed a curious mystery. It has been a while, Captain. Care for a hug? Wade opened his arms, revealing a pink rabbit nestled in his palms, startling Steve so much that he sprang to his feet. In that instant, Wade appeared in his embrace, his hands mischievously roaming over Steve's backside. Observing this scene, Old Man's thoughts grew convoluted. What is happening? Deadpool is indeed Steve's companion. Verily, the real world is far more insane than the Marvel Universe. Confirming his suspicions, Old Man addressed the embracing duo. May you share a century of bliss. Steve, perplexed, responded with a questioning, huh? Wade, patting Steve's backside, expressed his gratitude. Though I don't quite understand, I respect it. After all, it's the norm in America. Old Man nodded solemnly, inciting Steve's ire to the point where he nearly tore apart the one clinging to him. Alas, today I am irredeemable, cursed Nick Fury. Why did you have to release me from the glacier? My illustrious reputation is now tarnished. Steve's elbow struck Wade's back, yet Wade seemed impervious to the impact, stubbornly holding on. Frustrated, Steve resorted to brute force, seizing the bovine talisman from the table and tearing Wade in two. As for whether such violence would affect Wade, why concern oneself with the fate of one who cannot die? As long as Wade is not restricted in his abilities, he embodies the essence of immortality. Having retrieved the rabbit talisman from the remains of a person torn asunder, Steve wiped the blood from his face and calmly addressed his father, saying, "Father, there is nothing between him and me. We now possess 6 of these rabbit talismans. The remaining 6 must be with the master." The father nodded, but remained silent. He shook his head, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Before you stands a man who has just torn another apart. Do you dare to say anything? Moreover, that individual was his partner. It's utterly terrifying. Am I to be silenced for fear of my life? Captain, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. But perhaps next time you should first slice open my abdomen, let my entrails spill forth, and then relish the spectacle of my struggle and agony." Wade rose from the ground, reassembling his dismembered form while solemnly offering Steve some advice. Without such experiences, you will never learn. Steve understood Wade's nature all too well. Should he truly follow through with such actions, Wade might very well faint from exhilaration. "Is that so?" Wade queried, grabbing a chair and seating himself beside Steve, wrapping an arm around his waist, provoking a fleeting urge in Steve to strike him. It was evident that Wade would not learn from his mistakes. His reckless behavior was not for the sake of enjoyment, but rather an intrinsic inclination towards self-destruction. Every action he took seemed to be steeped in that very essence. At that moment, the television in the kitchen crackled to life, broadcasting a live report that reached the ears of those in the Grand Hall. New York News reports, a green serpent-headed monster is roaming the heart of New York City. The military has commenced suppression efforts. Citizens are advised to remain calm. Just as the reporter concluded, a loud pop echoed, and the television emitted a series of static noises. Father, Steve, and the others rushed into the kitchen, only to find a snowflake screen remaining. The green serpent-headed creature must be the master, Steve thought. Let us gather ourselves. We need some official help from America. The father removed his glasses and wiped them with his garment. Observing his father's tranquil demeanor alleviated Steve's sense of urgency regarding the master. Yet, as the father donned his glasses, his piercing gaze pierced Steve's heart like a needle. It became apparent to Steve that his father's composure stemmed not from confidence, but from a readiness to give his all. Just then, Wade's cheeky voice drifted in from the doorway. I hear you're looking for official channels. I happen to have that connection. Captain, why not offer something in return for my assistance? Chapter 40. The arrogant Nick Fury exchanging glances with his father. Steve immediately resolved that he would rather contact Nick Fury than engage in any deal with Wade. Beep, beep, beep. Coulson, where are you now? Listening to the deafening sounds of artillery fire, Steve felt a flicker of apprehension and hurriedly inquired of Coulson. Is that you, Captain? I wonder who would call me at this hour. We are currently besieging a colossal green creature. But fret not, we have it under heavy fire. Just as Coulson's confident words fell, a resounding explosion erupted, obliterating a tank. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Old Man furrowed his brow. Did these individuals intend to vanquish the master with conventional weaponry? Noticing the old man's concern, Steve covered the receiver and asked, What's wrong, old man? The old man gravely replied, Using conventional weapons against the master is sheer folly. As the demon of fire, he will not only withstand such attacks, but grow stronger from them. Steve, you must intervene. Magic is required to counter magic. Without hesitation, Steve spoke into the phone. Coulson, listen to me. Get away from that creature immediately. It is perilous. Though Steve was Coulson's idol, the latter could not abandon his post, especially not in a situation where they held the upper hand. I'm sorry, Captain, but I don't perceive this creature as particularly dangerous, Coulson replied dismissively, even as a tank exploded before his eyes. The arrogance of Americans persisted in his words. Forget it. Just hand the phone to Fury. I need to speak with him. Steve insisted. He wished to persuade Coulson further, but recognizing that Coulson was on a mission, he understood that even if Coulson grasped the gravity of the situation, he could not retreat. All right, Captain, I'll connect you with Director Fury. Coulson acquiesced, and the call was soon transferred to Nick Fury. This is Nick Fury. What can I do for you, Captain? Fury's cold voice resonated through the receiver. For reasons unknown, Steve sensed a hint of disdain. Although it was certainly not directed at him, he could easily envision Fury's condescending demeanor. Listen, Fury, I have no time for pleasantries. You are facing an ancient demonic entity, the Master. You must order your men to retreat immediately. Conventional weapons will prove ineffective against him. Steve's warning was emphatic, but Nick Fury dismissed it entirely. Calm down, Steve. Perhaps you were once a hero in America, but now you sound like a coward, fearing a mere mutant. We have dealt with such threats before. Only in China would they regard it as a treasure to combat us. But rest assured, the great United States is invincible. Oh, and Captain, I shall bring your remarks to Congress. You're finished. With that final declaration, Nick Fury ended the call, dialing the missile division to escalate the launch of an additional 200 missiles. Staring at the disconnected phone in his hand, fury ignited within Steve. Nick Fury's blatant disrespect was intolerable. Did he truly believe Steve wished to meddle in such a chaotic affair? Had it not been for this demon's ability to absorb the power of fire to grow stronger, Nick Fury would have been reduced to ashes, and I would not even have had the chance to glimpse my father. Those wretched fools, those mindless gorillas, simply refused to heed my words. What were we to do? Tossing the phone beside the prostrate Wade, Steve anxiously inquired of my father. Taking a deep breath, my father entrusted Steve with the talismans laid upon the table. These talismans are also a form of magic. Go forth, Steve. They shall aid you in your battle against the Lord. I will procure the incantations powerful enough to vanquish him and come to your rescue. Steve nodded and dashed out of my father's antique shop. Captain, wait for me. I shall accompany you. Wade sprang to his feet. Entirely unrecognizable from the disheveled state he had been in moments before, bouncing alongside Steve as they hurried forth. The talismans my father provided to Steve were merely a temporary measure. The extent of the Lord's might was still an uncertainty even to him. After all, the current Lord far surpassed the one encountered in the adventures of Jackie Chan. As for employing the peeling talismans to extract the Lord's own talismans, as had been done in those tales, such a feat was utterly implausible. The Tiger Talisman had been fortified in this timeline, its stability greatly enhanced, unless one could acquire a magical artifact from Lope to invoke the sealing magic of the talismans, thereby destabilizing the Tiger Talisman and allowing for a successful peeling spell. There remained little hope. However, Lope's magical items were scarce. Otherwise, one would not resort to using energy scrolls. It was said that during the great battle against the Lord, all of Lope's magical artifacts had been destroyed. In such a predicament, what means remained to defeat the Lord? At that moment, the bell of the antique shop chimed. Alas, the old man is currently occupied with saving the world. For those wishing to purchase antiques, please visit another day, he declared, directing his attention towards the entrance. However, as he opened his eyes, a cascade of red hair came into view. It was the Black Tiger, Ah Fu, here to pay respects to the Grand Sorcerer. With a courteous gesture, Ah Fu bowed, and before the old man could comprehend the situation, a beam of white light shot forth from Ah Fu's hand, hurtling towards him. The old man sidestepped to the right, reaching out to seize the incoming object, yet when he glanced back towards the entrance, Ah Fu had vanished without a trace. Strange fellow, the old man murmured, furrowing his brow as he examined the projectile that Ah Fu had left behind, discovering it to be the very necklace inscribed with the runes of Lope that he required. A sudden unease washed over him. How fortuitous that he needed Lope's magical artifact, just as Ah Fu delivered it. It felt as though unseen forces were orchestrating events behind the scenes. Nevertheless, at that moment, the old man could not afford to ponder these matters further and hurried into his study to concoct a spell to dispel magic. As he immersed himself in the intricate process of crafting the spell, a blue copper pot reflected his image. An elderly man with white hair, wielding a staff, observed the scene with a gleeful expression. I have completed the task you assigned me, but should I fail to acquire what I desire, your fate will be sealed. Ah Fu declared, glaring menacingly at the elder. Rest assured, all is proceeding according to plan, the elder replied, waving his hand to sprinkle a dash of blue powder into the copper pot. Instantly, the scenery within shifted to that of the Holy Lord, as 12 talismans began to slowly materialize, revealing the shadows of 12 animals. Tiger Talisman Status, Sealed Development Level, 0000001, due to the passage of time and the Grand Sorcerer's reinforced seal. The talisman's power has diminished significantly. Ability, Balance, a balance of power, fully developed state. Yin-Yang Balance, a natural force generated within the Holy Lord. Envisioned to harmonize the dominion of the 8 great demons, merging them into one. Currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Holy Lord seized portions of power from his siblings during their confinement, enhancing his own strength and thus acquiring abilities that far surpass those of other demons. However, his tyrannical reign met its match in the righteous embodiment of Lope, who shattered the 12 powers within him, fragmenting them into 12 talismans. Sensing the transcendent force among them, Lope imposed countless seals, rendering the Holy Lord devoid of any possibility of transcendence. Chapter 41. The weakness of the adversary upon exiting the old man's antique shop. The divine powers of the rabbit and the chicken lifted Steve into the air. Wade grasped the hem of Steve's garment at the last moment, being whisked away into the sky. Behold my divine chicken in action, Wade exclaimed with exuberance. The sensation of soaring freely was exhilarating. No man could resist such a thrill, and Steve was no exception. Yet perhaps it was Wade's exuberant shout that rendered Steve speechless, his face flushed with frustration. Ultimately, all he could muster in his ire was a shout. Shut up, Wade. Would Wade heed Steve's command? Certainly not. The two of them bickered their way to Times Square in New York. Only upon arriving there did Steve begin to comprehend why Nick Fury steadfastly refused to abandon this iconic place, regardless of his entreaties. The figure of the saint stood at the center of the stage, besieged by an unrelenting barrage of artillery. Each explosive round inflicted evident damage upon him. At that moment, The saint appeared to be on the brink of collapse, his body marred by countless wounds, as if he were destined to falter any second. Yet, just as onlookers began to lose hope, another shell struck, further weakening the saint. Everyone felt they were on the verge of victory. Just a little more effort was required. Rockets were raised, aimed at the monstrous figure before them. 1,000 rockets, accompanied by the synchronized fire of tank artillery, were unleashed with unerring precision, striking the saint directly. Under this assault, the flesh of one of his legs was torn, yet he managed to maintain his stance, refusing to fall. "Damn ants, I shall annihilate you." The saint roared, unleashing a fireball that, regrettably, caused less damage than a mere bullet. Nick Fury, at the cost of a fallen agent, managed to deflect this attack and then erupted in cheers. Everyone braced themselves once more. The creature from the east was on the brink of collapse, and they prepared to load their ammunition anew. The saint's blood-red gaze was fixed intently on Nick Fury, who realized that this monster was aware of his presence. But what of it? The black egghead flashed a grin, his gleaming white teeth on display. Today, should he vanquish this creature, Nick Fury would gain considerable influence in Congress. The title of savior who unraveled the Eastern conspiracy would accompany him throughout his life. As he envisioned his future glory, Nick Fury eagerly prepared to signal for the bombardment to commence. However, at that moment, a voice he despised rose behind him. "Egghead." As Nick Fury turned, ready to retort, a flash of red appeared before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he was brought down. At this juncture, Steve could no longer tolerate Wade's incessant chatter and gave him a swift kick, sending Wade into a free fall. Just then, Wade spotted Nick Fury, who was poised to wave, and his interest piqued. He intended to greet him. Yet, in this very exchange, Fury turned around just as Wade's legs clamped around his head, toppling him to the ground. With a flawless entrance, Wade rose, performing a classic door-pushing reveal, leaving the audience in stunned silence, particularly drawn to the damp spot in the middle of his trousers. "Wade, you insufferable fool." As Wade's words faded, an enraged voice erupted from behind him. Turning, he found Nick Fury with a gun aimed at his forehead. Wade instinctively raised his hands. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, don't worry, Fury. I mean you no harm. Could you please lower the gun?" The situation had escalated dangerously. Wade gently nudged the gun from Fury's grasp with a finger. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anger, and refrained from glancing at Wade. He raised his hand once more, signaling to the units, "Attention, prepare for the second launch." Just as Fury was about to gesture, a voice emerged from behind him, an infuriating redneck, the coward, Steve Rogers. "Stop, Nick Fury. Your foolish actions will plunge this city into ruin." "Steve, you pathetic coward. You've been brainwashed by that Chinese man, thinking you can persuade the great American army to retreat in the face of danger. Are you mad? The Imperial Army can only advance." Fury's fury ignited, and he unleashed a torrent of insults at Steve. At that moment, everyone opened fire. No. Steve's plea fell on deaf ears as the barrage rained down, each projectile exploding upon the figure of the master, enveloping the area in thick smoke. "Oh, I can scarcely believe it, you foolish black fool. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? That being is known as the Demon of Fire. How come your firearms kill him?" Steve seized Fury by the collar, spitting words of defiance. Faced with Steve's superhuman strength, Fury found himself powerless to resist. Yet his tongue remained defiant. "What am I doing, Captain? I am helping you face reality. You are not just an ugly redneck. You are a foolish clown. What demon? What magic? That is merely a damned mutant. Look, Captain, we have triumphed." Fury gestured towards the smoke-filled area, convinced that even extraterrestrial beings would meet their demise in the face of such explosive force. Yet, his understanding was profoundly naive. The universe was vast, brimming with wonders beyond his imagination. Take the flame giants of the 9 divine realms, for instance. Not even they could be vanquished by bombs, as they absorbed the fire from explosions to evolve. Could the master truly be slain by flames? As Fury's words hung in the air, the outcome became evident. As the smoke cleared, the master remained, still drawing breath, standing defiantly. "Damn ants," he murmured, his demeanor now more akin to a grievously wounded creature than before. "Master, truly, you are merely a fraction away from killing me. How can this be?" Fury gazed at the master, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been so close. Now, after 2 rounds of assault, they were still lacking. "Do you not yet understand?" The imbecile, with a mind filled solely with muscle, is but a fool in the eyes of that green monstrosity. It has toyed with you, rendering your firearms utterly ineffective. You are merely a jester in its sight. With a single utterance, jester, Steve made Nick Fury confront the harsh reality. The resounding voice of Steve echoed across the battlefield, and the Lord, standing at the center, certainly heard it. In a flash, the radiance surrounding the Lord dissipated, erasing the remnants of his previous disheveled appearance. He was indifferent to Steve's revelation. Everything transpiring was merely the result of his whim, a desire to witness a spectacle. However, with the remaining 6 talismans now present, the time for trivialities had come to an end. It was time for the main course. Indeed, the Lord distinctly sensed the 6 talismans on Steve. If he were to reclaim them, he would once again possess the power to dominate the world. This time, he intended to relocate his kingdom to the west, as these gorillas provided him with endless amusement. Chapter 42. Steve and the Lord hand over the talismans, and I shall grant you any wish you desire. Once I have ruled the world, you shall have a place in my kingdom. The Lord extended his hand, offering an invitation to Steve from afar. Before Steve could respond, Nick Fury, standing nearby, erupted with excitement. Damn it! Are you discriminating against me? I am your current adversary. Bring them all on. I refuse to believe I can't obliterate you. The pain of being overlooked was a perpetual wound for Fury, who, in a frenzy, roared at the Lord, even contemplating the use of nuclear bombs to annihilate the city. The Lord's countenance remained composed, his gaze towards Fury laden with disdain, as if regarding an insignificant insect. When did mere bugs gain the right to speak? A fireball erupted from the Lord's mouth, hurtling towards Fury. With a fireball passed, tanks and soldiers alike were instantaneously transformed into vapor. The fireball, which moments ago could not even breach the human form, now turned Times Square into a hell of flames. Even one who had weathered countless storms, Fury was rendered speechless by this terrifying scene. To this day, he could not comprehend how the Lord, who had just been beneath his boot, had suddenly become so formidable. As for the words spoken by Steve, he remains utterly incredulous, still arrogantly believing that his understanding of the world is infallible. However, the truth is that the Celestial Empire has not only dispatched its grand sorcerers here to address potential troubles that the sovereign might instigate abroad, but all actions have also been conducted in plain sight. Much like the level of Nick Fury, one could easily uncover the truth with a mere inquiry. The Celestial Empire has shown remarkable forbearance. It can be asserted that had it not been for the Americans' hubris, the sovereign would not have attained such formidable strength. As a demon endowed with dominion over the fire of heaven and earth, the sovereign has but 2 means to expedite his recovery. The first involves retrieving all of his talismans, which would autonomously accelerate the dissolution of the seals within him and continuously supply energy. The second entails a massive eruption of flames, akin to the sun's perpetual thermonuclear explosions. The heat generated from such an explosion would swiftly augment the energy within the sovereign and significantly enhance the power of his talismans. These 2 methods represent one direct approach to breaking the seals and another that circumvents them, allowing the sovereign to access his power prematurely. Currently, Nick Fury's audacious maneuver fortuitously aligns with the latter condition, enabling the sovereign to harness a fraction of his former strength. As the sovereign's flames surged forth, just as they were about to collide with Nick Fury, a shield materialized before him. With a resounding crash, it absorbed the fiery explosion. The flames cascaded down the surface of the shield, while the talismans glimmered with brilliance. Sovereign, save your words for deceiving toddlers. You seek talismans, do you? Steve lifted his shield high, vanishing before the Lord, only to reappear in an instant at his side. With a resounding thud, the shield struck the Lord's face, and the brilliance of the bull talisman flickered at Steve's waist. The force of the blow sent the Lord flying backward. Rabbit bulldog, you truly have surprised me, Steve, he mused, observing the bruises on the Lord's face fading even as he spoke. As the Lord raised his gaze, beams of laser-like energy shot forth from his eyes. Steve hurriedly raised his shield to block the onslaught. The dog's immortality had indeed strengthened the shield's resilience. Yet the tremendous force forced Steve to retreat continually. If he did not devise a strategy soon, even with the dog's protection, the Lord would employ his myriad extraordinary powers to render Steve immobile. Like a fish on a chopping block, with no plan in mind, Steve found himself once again under attack as a column of fire erupted from the Lord's mouth. colliding with his shield. The impact and searing heat caused beads of sweat to pour down Steve's face. This cannot continue. If I cannot devise a solution, I will either be incinerated or succumb to the heat. Scanning his surroundings, Steve noticed a fire hydrant nearby. Without a moment to spare, he angled his shield to redirect the flames toward it, but to his dismay, no water gushed forth. In that moment, he understood why firefighters in America earned such high salaries. While other nations might still rely on water to combat flames, America had begun to sacrifice lives to stave off fires. Even in a bustling area like Times Square, one had to patiently await the arrival of water. As the flames continued to surge into the hydrant, something within triggered a mechanism, and a torrent of clear water erupted from the ground. At that very moment, on a nearby rooftop, the water from a wealthy individual's outdoor pool was completely drained. The ground became soaked, significantly dousing the flames. The Lord ceased his assault, and Steve faced him, contemplating the situation. Given the recent bombardment and his own shield strikes, it appeared that the Lord could instantly recover, even without the healing horse. The Lord was not an adversary that could be easily vanquished. Steve's expression grew grave. It seemed that even without the complete set of talismans, the Lord was beyond his capacity to confront. All he could do now was buy time, he thought. These talismans you wield are indeed impressive, but without visibility, they lose all significance, the Lord declared, his form gradually becoming ethereal until he vanished into the air. The Lord's disappearance rendered the previously heated battlefield eerily quiet. Steve remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, wielding his shield with abandon. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind, and a powerful force struck him, sending him soaring through the air. Yet, in that moment, the glow of the chicken talisman illuminated, halting Steve mid-flight. Just as relief washed over him, the shield in his hand grew inexplicably heavy, as if a colossal beast stood upon it. Drawing upon the power of the chicken talisman, Steve strained to lift the shield, but at that moment, it suddenly caved in, shattering with a resounding crack, the weight lifting from it. Steve hurriedly glanced at the shield, noticing that the canine charm had vanished without a trace. He swiftly descended to the ground, and as the radiant glow of the rabbit charm illuminated the surroundings, Steve too disappeared from sight. In this contest of speed versus true invisibility, which prowess reigned supreme? The answer appears to be affirmative. The Lord quietly extended a toe in Steve's path, and with a sudden thud, Steve was sent sprawling. Although the injuries from the horse talisman were swiftly healed, he was met by the Lord, whose eyes sparkled with mirth. The Lord picked up the rabbit talisman from the ground, which seamlessly merged into his being. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Steve, reaching out to touch the cow talisman at Steve's waist. However, sensing the impending action, Steve retaliated with a powerful punch that struck the Lord squarely. Feeling a slight ache in his abdomen, the Lord bent slightly, his dragon-like visage looming before Steve. "Young man, I am willing to offer you another chance. Ally with me, and I shall bestow upon you wealth and glory." Steve remained silent, his cow talisman glowing as he delivered another punch to the Lord's face. Yet, it was evident that the Lord, possessing the dog talisman, felt no harm, continuing to smile at Steve. Choose wisely. This will be your final opportunity. Chapter 43. A set for the Lord. Throughout my life, I have faced numerous choices, yet I have never regretted any of them. As soon as Steve uttered these words, another punch landed on the Lord's face. He had long seen through the Lord's intentions. After all, the Lord was much like America. When one is powerful, negotiations ensue. But when one is weak, destruction is inevitable. Steve firmly believed that if he surrendered the talisman to the Lord would not hesitate to betray him, exploiting him until his demise. As for the conditions promised by the Lord, they were akin to the treaties written by America, mere waste paper. Taking them seriously would be his downfall. Although Steve's fists could inflict no real damage, such insulting assaults were sufficient to incite the Lord's wrath. Electricity crackled in the Lord's eyes, and a laser shot forth from his crimson gaze. Steve quickly dodged, but one arm was severed in the process. The horse talisman's radiance illuminated, and Steve fell to the ground, all his injuries miraculously healed. Unrelenting, the Lord unleashed fireballs and lightning, intent on swiftly obliterating Steve. In response, Steve could only evade desperately. Lacking the rabbit talisman, he had no speed to counter the Lord, and without the dog talisman, any defense he possessed was as fragile as paper, One flick of a finger from the Lord could shatter him. Now, Steve's sole focus was to evade relentlessly, hoping to prolong the encounter while the Lord still found amusement in their duel, awaiting the arrival of his father, which would bring resolution to everything. The healing effect of the horse talisman was indeed formidable. Regardless of the injury's severity, he could recover in an instant. Nevertheless, caution was paramount. Steve was not a man favored by death like Wade. Should he be reduced to ashes, the horse talisman would likely be powerless to aid him. The Lord continued to spew fireballs with relentless enthusiasm, seemingly eager to witness how long this mere insect could continue to dance. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D.S. camp, Nick Fury stood at a distance, observing the fierce battle between the Lord and Steve through binoculars. The man who had previously vowed never to flee now fully grasped the Lord's threat and had wisely sought refuge here. Yet, one could hardly blame him. After all, who could contend with a demon? Damn it. Coulson, how many weapons do we have left on our side? Has Congress approved my nuclear missile request? Fury lowered his binoculars, realizing that Steve was now resorting to evasion to buy time, rendering further observation unnecessary. Fury still believed that their previous failure to defeat the Master was due to insufficient firepower. The nuclear missile, being the most formidable weapon in the world, could undoubtedly annihilate him. Steve's words since awakening had, to a certain extent, caused Nick Fury to lose faith in any superhero. After all, if even Steve Rogers was in such a state, how much better could the others be? Rather than placing trust in this motley crew, it seemed more prudent to explore the potential of humanity. Director, Congress will not agree. After all, this is an iconic American city. They will never permit a nuclear explosion in New York. Coulson articulated a harsh truth. If a nuclear bomb were to detonate in New York, it would be akin to America striking its own face. The nation, which prides itself as the world's foremost power, would not allow such a calamity to unfold. Even if it meant turning New York into a desolate wasteland, this resolution would never pass. Those damned white pigs, it's just a symbol. If it's destroyed, then so be it. If this Master truly defeats Steve, then the plans of Huaxiao against America would have succeeded. No one could stop that monster. Nick Fury's words echoed as, from beside him, a colorful door swung open and an elderly figure emerged, shaking a necklace in his hand. Evil spirits be gone. Seeing the old man, Nick Fury finally found an outlet for his pent-up rage. In America, anything incomprehensible could be conveniently blamed on the Huaxiao people, a well-known fact. Fury advanced in anger, but Coulson quickly intervened. Wait, Director, did you not notice the strange incantation he was reciting? If you approach now, you might be cursed. Step aside. Coulson, I must teach this Huaxiao man a lesson. Fury forcefully pushed Coulson aside. Faced with the Master, he dared not attack, but against an old man, he swung his fist, aiming directly at the elder's heart. The palpable hostility emanating from Fury did not escape the old man's notice. Observing the dense, dark aura surrounding Fury, he wondered what sort of malevolence could taint a person so thoroughly. In return for enmity, I offer blessings. The old man waved his hand casually, casting a small spell intended to dispel the dark energy within Fury. However, the spell proved ineffective. Instead, it sent Fury flying backward, crashing through a wall and collapsing. Oh, so it's a black man? My apologies. The old man was taken aback, noticing that the dark aura surrounding Fury had not dissipated. Thus, in a moment of clarity, with a solemn expression, Coulson found great delight in witnessing his superior being reduced to a foolish state. His father had accomplished something he longed to do but lacked the courage to undertake, softening Coulson's gaze towards him significantly. Regarding this brief interlude, his father paid it no heed. After all, the adversary had initiated the attack, and he could merely be deemed as retaliating in self-defense. Furthermore, he had not even made physical contact with the opponent. Could they truly charge him under the guise of sorcery? Monsters be gone! Monsters be gone! His father exclaimed, shaking the necklace in his hand as he strode towards the heart of the battlefield. Steve Rogers, one might say, truly embodied the man who could engage in a day-long contest with me. In the clash against the Lord, Steve managed to entertain him for over half an hour with his myriad of inventive demise, much to the Lord's satisfaction. Hey, old-timer, you seem to be a tad late. Wade interjected, obstructing his father's path. Wade, aren't you here to assist? What brings you to this place? Oh, please. The breath of that dragon is simply atrocious. I wager it hasn't brushed its teeth in millennia. Should I be bitten it would be an utter disgrace. Wade made his stance clear. While he was immortal, he had no desire to experience the foul breath of the Lord. Perhaps the situation might prove entertaining. Yet the stench was enough to keep him at bay. Oh, green flames! Is this the marvel of magic? Wade inched closer, attempting to extinguish the flames with his breath. But it was evident that his efforts bore no fruit. Indeed, magic. All you need do is place this necklace around the Lord's neck, and his magic will spiral out of control. Then, using the extraction potion within this vial, you can reach into his being and retrieve the incantations. What do you say, Wade? Interested in exploring this? With a piercing gaze fixed upon Wade, his father recognized that his magic had indeed succeeded. Yet delivering these items onto the Lord would pose considerable difficulty, especially given his current physical condition. To administer a dragon's essence, consider it done, Wade exclaimed, snatching the two magical artifacts from his father's grasp and dashing towards the battlefield. Such an endeavor was far too significant for his otherwise mundane existence. Chapter 44. Has the Lord perished? As the Lord unleashed a fireball upon the ground, the resulting dust clouded the air, sending debris flying. Steve was caught in the onslaught of the powerful shockwave, tumbling helplessly to the ground. Having played this cat-and-mouse game for some time, the Lord began to feel a tinge of boredom. Although Steve often provided unexpected entertainment, it was time for this chapter to conclude. In the blink of an eye, the Lord appeared before Steve, seizing him with an outstretched hand, causing 3 incantations to fall to the ground. Noble steed, soaring rooster, mighty bull. The Lord integrated the 3 incantations into his being, his aura surging dramatically. In an instant, the lightning that flickered across the sky transformed into a crimson hue. The Lord's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The sensation of this newfound power coursing through him was utterly intoxicating. Yet, where could the final monkey incantation be? The sovereign began to shake Steve vigorously, attempting to use centrifugal force to expel everything from within him. This would allow him to locate the ever-changing monkey. Just then, a sly voice echoed from behind, as Brother Lizard raised his head and exclaimed, "Cheese!" The sovereign turned around, and a necklace was precisely slipped around his neck, instantaneously sealing his tiger talisman. The balance of power within the sovereign was disrupted, causing chaos as dragon explosions and laser beams erupted uncontrollably. Wade observed this spectacle. His curiosity piqued as he casually produced a bucket of popcorn, akin to watching a film. Steve rose from the ground. The sovereign's condition could only be described as dire. It was finally time for him to unleash his ultimate move, the transformation into a seal. The radiance of the monkey talisman illuminated the scene, and a laser beam shot forth, striking the sovereign and transforming him into a plump seal, flailing his tail desperately. Yet, this very transformation jolted the sovereign back to awareness, forcibly suppressing the turmoil of power within him, utilizing the rat talisman's energy solely to prevent reverting to stone. The sovereign regained his composure, casting a murderous glance at Wade. Though at this moment, what he truly needed was the monkey to revert to his original form. With his tail flopping, the sovereign dashed towards Steve. Observing this, Wade retrieved the green potion given to him by his father, pouring it into his palm, which now glowed with a verdant light. Captain Curvaceous followed suit, tossing the potion bottle to Steve, who caught it with precision. Noticing the transformation in Wade's hand, Steve began to understand its significance and mimicked Wade, pouring the potion into his hand, resulting in the emergence of 2 small green hands. Witnessing the emergence of the stripping spell, a hint of panic flickered in the sovereign's gaze. This was a genuine threat to his existence. In such a situation, he dared not delay, forcibly activating the tiger talisman's power, enabling the rabbit talisman to be used in an instant. The sovereign swiftly appeared before Steve, biting down on the talisman. As Steve felt the sovereign's grip on the talisman, an inexplicable suction force emerged. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming power of his adversary, surpassing his own by at least tenfold. Steve, refusing to relent, reached into the sovereign's body and retrieved the ox talisman, instantly tipping the scales of power in his favor. The sovereign sensed his own weakening, letting out a chilling cry of no. It was a wretched wail, as if he had foreseen his fate. Channeling his seal-like visage, he conjured a fireball, which he unleashed at Steve with a resounding boom. Indeed, Steve inadvertently loosened his grip, allowing the sovereign to consume the monkey talisman. The first order of business was to restore himself, regaining a form capable of standing upright, an immense convenience. The sovereign summoned flames that enveloped the battlefield, erupting violently. You may have your strategies against talismans, but how will you fare against the Lord of Flames? As the Lord prepared to unleash a raucous laugh, a rather insolent voice echoed from beneath him. Are you certain? My friend, without a dragon, your flames are naught. Wade extracted the dragon talisman from the Lord's being, causing the flames to dissipate instantly. In a fit of rage, the Lord swung his claws, intent on tearing Wade asunder. However, at that very moment, Steve dashed forward, gripping the Lord's dragon claws with both hands, interlocking their fingers, rendering both parties immobile. They engaged in a fierce struggle, evenly matched, yet Steve was not alone in this endeavor. Wade leaped onto the Lord's back, delving his hands within for a hasty rummage. Oh, what a sticky sensation. Let me see what I've unearthed. Suppressing a wave of nausea, Wade extracted a talisman from the Lord's back, exclaiming, Look who's little pony this is, oh my. And a piglet too. My talisman, you two wretched scoundrels. The Lord, with a sudden surge of strength, hoisted Steve from the ground. Despite Steve's considerable power, his weight was a disadvantage, and the Lord easily flung him aside. Turning to attack Wade, the Lord was suddenly struck by a flash of lightning that impacted his chest, sending him reeling. Oh, electromagnetic laser. This is far superior to the laser eye ability. I must recommend this talisman when I return. Ant, transform into a chicken. The Lord cast a binding spell, a beam shooting towards Wade, who, taken by surprise, was instantaneously transformed into a large rooster. Oh no, wait, a rooster with electric eyes. Wade unleashed a barrage of electric beams, relentlessly bombarding the Lord. At that moment, Steve regained his composure and, eyeing the Lord's pristine back, grinned mischievously as his green hands reached in. In his exploration, Steve also procured 2 talismans. Mouse Tiger, I have succeeded. With the mouse talisman stripped away, the Lord's body began to curl and solidify into a stone statue, the remaining talismans embedded within the sculpture. The defeated Lord emitted a furious roar of defiance. Steve, and that little red imp, mark my words, as a demon, I possess ample time for revenge. In the next 1,000 years, I shall return to destroy you. Listening to the Lord's incessant ramblings, Steve commenced his victorious assessment. Without a mouse, you are merely a talking statue. Without a dog, you shall perish. Now, kindly be silent. Taking the dragon talisman from Wade, Steve unleashed a dragon explosion upon the Lord's statue. The power of the talisman struck the Lord, causing his stone form to shatter. As dust settled, the statue lay in ruins. Is the Lord dead? Splendid. We have triumphed. Captain, come here for a hug. Wade opened his arms, eager to embrace Steve. Irritated, Steve clenched the bull talisman and delivered a punch to Wade. Just as he believed the world had finally quieted, a pair of fingers sharply rapped against his forehead. Who permitted you to slay the Lord? Upon hearing the deep and resonant voice, Steve instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer and swiftly turned around. Father, weren't we meant to vanquish the demons? The dragon explosion has obliterated it. His father scoffed dismissively. Obliterate? Demons are immortal. Even if you slay their corporeal form, their essence will endure eternally. In fact, in a certain sense, they may become even more liberated than before. Steve gasped in disbelief. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Father? Monkey talisman status. Seal development level. 31. Due to the passage of time and the Grand Mage's enhanced seal. The talisman now possesses only a fraction of its original power, ability. Transformation can assume the form of any creature. Fully developed state. Formless and invisible. Partial dominion of the wind demon. Howling wind, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Holy Lord, during the sealing of his brethren, seized portions of their dominion to augment his own power, thereby unifying the East. However, due to his tyrannical rule, he encountered Lope, the embodiment of righteousness, who single-handedly dismantled the 12 forces within him, resulting in the division into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic essence within, Lope imposed a dual seal upon them, serving as a form of karmic retribution. Chapter 45. Hell of Demons. Lope's magic, in a certain sense, established a state of equilibrium in the world. As long as the Holy Lord remains immortal, new demons shall not arise. The Holy Lord's resurrection merely entails extracting the talismans from within him, thus concluding the matter. Lope can be seen as having transformed the intricate balance of yin and yang from an endless and arduous challenge into a mere game quest. By adhering to the novice guide, one could easily accomplish it. Steve held up a talisman while gazing at the shattered statue of the Holy Lord. His father sighed, lamenting the irreparable nature of the broken entity. As for the soul, the whereabouts of the liberated Holy Lord remain a mystery. For now, all I can do is assess the strength of the impending demons. Here, Steve said, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, they were discussing the Holy Lord, and now his father was focusing on the talismans. Nevertheless, Steve handed the bull talisman to his father. His father accepted the talisman and examined it closely, gripping it tightly in his hand to channel the divine power of the bull talisman. Eventually, he released it and sighed. "What troubles you, father?" Observing his father's sigh, Steve was filled with confusion. With all 12 talismans in hand, there was no reason to fear any new demon. He could not fathom what troubled his father. The elder tossed the talismans to Steve and turned away, instructing him to put them away, suggesting that he and Wade should share their use. For the Lord had abandoned them. During his recent examination, the elder had discovered that all authority over demons had been entirely erased from the talismans. What remained served merely as proof that such power had once existed. They were usable, but no longer held the necessity of sealing. Gazing at the sun in the sky, the elder found it hard to believe that the Lord would willingly relinquish his place among the transcendent, scattering the powers he had so painstakingly acquired. It was truly unexpected. The detestable archmage, the cursed Lopez, and Lu Dongbin. I shall not let you escape my wrath. The physical body may be destroyed, yet the soul endures. As the demon lord, he understood this well. Upon realizing that the talisman of the tiger had been completely sealed in a certain sense, making the reclamation of the 12 talismans' power seem an elusive dream, the Lord decisively devised a plan to abandon his corporeal form and attain freedom through his soul. Unlike his foolish brothers, while the demoness body was indeed formidable, the wise Lord, valuing the exchange of flesh for freedom, deemed it a worthy trade. Moreover, in a certain sense, his body was not beyond restoration. There were numerous spells in the compendium for reforging the body through the soul. As long as he could attain true freedom, everything would be worthwhile. However, perhaps he had not anticipated that the 8 immortals had meddled with his fate. Those wretched beings, at the very moment of his death, had dragged his soul back to hell. Now, the Lord must pay the price for his past betrayal. Oh look, what have I discovered? Is that not the Lord himself? A shrill voice pierced the air, capturing the Lord's attention. Not far from him, perched upon a stone, was a diminutive figure, half man, half bat, his youngest brother, the sky demon, Shimu. "Shimu, I have returned." The Lord managed to force a smile as he addressed Shimu gently. "I do not welcome your return, Lord. You despicable traitor." Shimu spread his frail wings, which instantly cast a shadow over the land. In this state, the Lord's soul felt distinctly weakened. "My dear brother, it was beyond my control. You must believe me. Oh, spare me. Your sweet words have become tiresome. It is time for judgment. The demon council awaits." A piercing cry from Shimu reverberated throughout the infernal realm, prompting the Holy Lord to recognize that he would need to summon his utmost prowess. Otherwise, he would likely fail to overcome this trial. As he awaited the arrival of his brethren, Shimu calmly regarded the Holy Lord. Though he yearned to rend his brother apart in that very moment, he understood that all must hinge upon the verdict of the assembly. The stagnant atmosphere of the demon realm had wearied him immensely, devoid of demonic energy, gravity, or water. It was merely a realm of unchanging stones adrift in the void. "I shall tear that jester Jinbing to shreds, and Steve, along with that red-clad fool, shall pay dearly for their transgressions." Faced with the impending judgment, the Holy Lord felt a compelling need to salvage his situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, a scheme began to formulate in his mind. Suddenly, a massive fist shattered a stone beside the Holy Lord, interrupting his furious roar. It was the demon of the earth, a creature with brown skin, a green visage, and a head of earthy hue crowned with 2 formidable horns, ominously extending backward, showcasing its ability to easily fracture the ground beneath. "Your only future lies in remaining here among us." With a mere gesture, the earth demon scattered the Holy Lord's spirit, inducing panic as he retreated, only to find another demon materializing on the stone platform behind him. This demon, entirely purple, bore green bone-like protrusions along its back, and its form resembled a frog, for it was the wind demon, howling wind. Endure the ceaseless agony. Ceaseless? The gusts unleashed by howling wind retaliated fiercely, inflicting upon the holy Lord the sensation of 1,000 needles piercing his flesh. Alarmed, he pivoted once more, retreating further. This is the fate of your betrayal, Holy Lord. Gradually, he found himself encircled by the 7 great demons. The words were spoken by the moon demon, Curse Blue, adorned in a crimson ancient sorcerer's robe, with elongated claws that draped past his knees and a slender tongue flicking from his teal visage. You go forth to rule the terrestrial kingdoms, while we languish in this desiccated hell, awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. Bashar, whose relationship with the Holy Lord had always been strained, found his anger intensified by the Lord's treachery. He was cloaked in a cerulean hue, reminiscent of the legendary Atlantean merfolk, with a tail adorned with scales and a head entwined with serpentine hair. Bashar's serpentine familiar hissed ominously, releasing droplets that fell upon the Holy Lord's spirit, instantly darkening it. Our wisdom has eroded over the ages. We have endured centuries of monotony. Shimu unfurled his magnificent wings, soaring freely. Once regarded as the sky demon, he embodied the essence of freedom. Yet now, he found himself confined within the infernal confines of a diminutive cage, enveloped in resentment and ire. His wings sliced through the soul of the Holy Master, cleaving it in twain. With a powerful flap, he descended upon the mountainous demon, Bagong. Before him stood a creature with verdant skin adorned with pale green stones, her purple hair fashioned into a sumo wrestler's topknot, and crimson eyes accentuated by violet eyeshadow. A few yellowed, jagged teeth protruded sparsely from her gums, and surprisingly, her gaping maw was painted with lipstick, truly a fashion statement. As the eldest sister among the 8 great demons, and one of the 2 female demons, Bagong, alongside Jolan, would serve as the adjudicator of this meeting. You never intended to rescue us. The plans for your rescue are still in the works, but I am currently imprisoned within this statue by the wretched Luope. Facing Bagong, he felt the weight of gravity in his explanation. Failure to clarify could lead to a dire fate in the forthcoming judgment. Just as the Holy Master endeavored to elucidate the dialectical approach to understanding the world, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck him from above. The arrival of the Thunder Demon, Zhongsu, was imminent. He had no intention of granting the Holy Master a chance to argue, fully aware that even his sharpest intellect would falter against the Holy Master's rhetoric. Thus, he concluded that the most prudent course of action was to engage in combat. His experience had taught him that a good thrashing was far more effective than words. You seek to dominate the mortal realm alone. Zhongsu donned the armor of an ancient general, his skin a deep blue, wielding a colossal spear of thunder in one massive hand. He brandished the weapon, delivering a jolt to the Holy Master's essence. You selfish fiend. Chapter 46. The Holy Master's scheme. You ought to feel shame for your actions. In the past, Shimu had enjoyed a favorable relationship with the Holy Master, being the first to cast his vote for the Holy Master's escape. Yet now, he regarded his former actions as foolish. Wait, I have a way to save you. Zhongsu, seemingly addicted to striking, swung his thunderous spear with wild abandon. The Holy Master understood that if he did not speak soon, the meeting would conclude unfavorably. He struggled to declare, "Do not toy with us. We all know that the gates of hell can only be opened from the outside." Undoubtedly, the Holy Master's suggestion was alluring. Basha had reason to believe that if the Holy Master revealed his complete plan, the others would acquiesce. Thus, to preempt any wavering hearts, he solidified the matter decisively. It's from the mortal realm. Di Kuei, echoing Basha's words, provided the Holy Master with an opportunity. If he could speak, a chance at survival would emerge. Ladies and gentlemen, to be candid, if you so desire, I, standing before you, can effortlessly leave and control any individual I wish, thereby freeing you from your sacred curses. Upon the utterance of the Lord's words, the demons present began to contemplate, falling into a profound silence as they pondered whether the Lord was once again deceiving them. Yet, even the astute wisdom of Shimu was dwindling amidst the vast continuum of time. How can we ascertain that you're not attempting to mislead us once more? Inquired Jolan. Observing his elder brother's response, the Lord felt a surge of confidence. He was certain that Jolan was intrigued. Now, He merely required a singular rationale to persuade the others, ensuring his survival and granting him the freedom to roam the realms. As for his foolish brethren, they were unworthy of existence in this world. Once liberated, he would restore his corporeal form and reclaim his dominion. The life of a demon is prolonged. As long as he could endure, those adversaries would eventually perish, allowing him to reign once more over the entirety of creation. Although feigning delight, the Lord was acutely aware that until the final moment, one must never lower their guard. It is well known that the balance of yin and yang prevails in the world, yet his physical form had been annihilated. The disruption of this equilibrium would inevitably summon another demon to fill the void left by the absence of malevolent forces. In silence, one must admit that the Lord's words were indeed tempting. Such is the immutable law of existence. However, the Lord's credibility was severely compromised. If he were genuinely inclined to release himself and his companions, he would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. Whispers, "Lord, your demonic credibility has been reduced to zero." After an extended silence, witnessing no one speak, the Lord grew increasingly anxious. He was unafraid of verbal reproaches. Rather, it was the silence that troubled him. If they remained mute, what use was his eloquence? "Surely now you can trust me? My martyrdom will create a vacancy for a powerful demon, one that embodies the essence of our brotherhood. What trickery is this?" The 7 great demons remained silent. Yet, in unison, they unleashed a surge of magical energy, binding the Lord as if in chains. Shimu elucidated, "We are all aware of your capabilities. Stricter measures are necessary to ensure you do not betray us again." Basha tilted her head, a wicked grin adorning her visage as she regarded the Lord. "Our enchantment shall bind you to the human of your choosing until you liberate us. We hope you will seize this opportunity to serve us well, Lord." Xiao Feng smiled softly. His previous inaction contributed to this predicament. Yet now, he felt it imperative to impose certain constraints upon his disobedient younger brother to instill motivation within him. This was to ensure that we could locate you in a timely manner. If necessary, we shall revert you back to a state of eternal torment. The words of elder brother Zhao Lan served to seal the fate of the Lord. Amidst the earlier silence, the 7 demons convened a brief meeting, collectively establishing the tone regarding the Lord's matter. Should they rescue him, no questions would be asked. If they failed, eternal suffering would ensue. Xiao Feng and Zhao Lan played pivotal roles in this affair, while Shimu, deeply wounded, opted for abstention after some reluctance. The final tally was a respectable 4-2. Apart from a need for the arbitrator to cast a vote, only Zhong Su participated, under the belief that the Lord ought to be mercilessly punished. Nonetheless, once the results were revealed, Zhong Su relinquished his stance. After all, who would not desire liberation? Although he had conceded, Zhong Su still regarded the Lord with a fierce glare. Everyone waited in unison for the Lord's response. Should he dare utter a negative, Zhong Su would ensure he learned the ways of darkness. "I accept your terms. I shall carefully select a host and serve you all diligently." Steve and Wade each selected a few charms, the remainder being packed into a bag and handed to the elder, who, without a glance, tucked it into his pocket. "All right, let us proceed and prepare for the impending battle." Steve followed the elder, while Wade trailed behind Steve, all heading in an orderly fashion towards the elder's antique shop. Just as they were about to depart, however, Nick Fury led a contingent of well-equipped special forces surrounding them completely. "Sir, from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, we kindly request that you accompany us. We suspect you possess weapons of mass destruction." Nick Fury flaunted a small identification card, angled at a disdainful 45 degrees, casting a scornful gaze upon the elder. How dare this mere citizen of Huagua act so brazenly? Now, let us see if he can maintain that bravado. "Oh, is that so?" The elder observed Nick Fury with a calm demeanor, which greatly unsettled Fury's pride. "You wretched man, hand over those charms." Fury brandished his pistol, pressing it forcefully against the elder's head. In response, the elder retrieved the pouch that Steve had previously handed to him. Seeing this, Fury attempted to snatch it away, inadvertently producing a dragon charm from within. The dragon charm illuminated with brilliance, and with a resounding explosion, Nick Fury was obliterated. In the aftermath of the close-range blast, only Fury's head remained, rolling lifelessly on the ground. The elder approached, stepping on Fury's contorted face, and calmly inquired, "Well then, my friend, You have substantiated your suspicions. Do you have anything further to say? The deceased offered no response, as expected. With a casual kick, the elder sent Fury's head tumbling away, then turned to Agent Coulson. Sir, do you have any inquiries remaining? Coulson's lips twitched. What more could he possibly ask? The individual who inquired earlier has been silenced by you. Should he dare to ask again, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Nevertheless, esteemed sir, I extend my gratitude for your elimination of a terrorist. You may either depart or accompany me to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. to claim your reward. In response to Coulson's overtures, the elder appeared quite pleased, nodding in agreement as he casually waved his hand, stating, no need for that. As an old man, I have no use for such rewards. Simply take that bounty and treat everyone present to coffee. Now, could we clear the path, Commander? Coulson promptly gestured for the elder and his companions to pass, and it remained uncertain whether it was due to the presence of the special forces or the fear of death that their formation was remarkably orderly. I can assure you that they had never stood so uniformly during any inspection by their superiors. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the elder and his party departed the scene. Chapter 47. Coulson, the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson. Are you certain that Nick Fury was slain by that monstrous entity from the Holy Master? Indeed, I am certain, Commander. And that creature is not one that Nick Fury claimed was dispatched from Huaxia. On the contrary, it was the captain and the individuals from Huagua who rescued us. Coulson stood before Congress, having edited a segment of the video from the recent battle, showcasing it to the various political factions present. Oh, the captain. I am utterly enamored with him. Oh, dashing captain. This is akin to watching a film. Coulson, do ensure I receive a copy of that video. I adore this. In the past, Captain America had been a global sensation, and among the influential figures present, more than half were his ardent admirers. The promotional efforts of America in this regard were so effective that to this day, no one questions a single word spoken by Coulson. For he stands behind the illustrious figure of Captain America. Ahem, esteemed colleagues, please remain calm. Now, regarding the matter of reinstating Captain America on the front page, I trust there will be no objections. The Vice President, currently the Senate Majority Leader, rapped his small hammer and swiftly turned the discussion away from Nick Fury's demise, redirecting it towards the universally adored Captain America. It must be clarified that while the Vice President indeed holds a fondness for Captain America, this was not the impetus behind his proposal. After all, Congress is a forum for collective discourse, and he merely suggested it because it resonated with the sentiments of all present, devoid of any personal bias. Indeed, absolutely devoid of any bias. It must pass. The captain has once again saved the world, marking the second time following the Red Skull. His actions warrant our utmost recognition. Of course, it is imperative. I shall mobilize all the daily news outlets at my disposal to project the captain's gallant deeds onto the grand screen once more. Such matters must be known by all. I will fund it. Let us co-produce a blockbuster for the captain, ensuring his legacy reverberates across the globe. As anticipated, once the majority leader's words concluded, Congress erupted into a cacophony of spirited discussion, resembling a bustling marketplace. However, the narrative fundamentally revolves around a singular theme, the re-enchantment of Captain America, positioning the United States once more as the beacon of civilization. His return is anticipated to restore greatness, and among the multitude of films, some voices resonate with exceptional grandeur. Indeed, certain individuals have begun to openly bid, transforming the setting into an auction house, with increasingly extravagant offers. $100 million. I bid $100 million. This Captain America film must be secured by our Warner Group. The proclamation came from none other than the founder of Thunder Military Industries, a Republican aligned with Lockheed. Due to the overshadowing presence of the Osborne Group and Stark Industries, Thunder's military sector has suffered significant decline. Now, actively pursuing a transformation, he has acquired the near-bankrupt Warner with the intent to profit. To achieve this, a classic representative work from Hollywood is essential, and Captain America fits the bill perfectly. With national support and a willingness to invest, he firmly believes the film will be a commercial success. Bang! Gentlemen, please be seated. I recognize the excitement in the air, and I share it. However, this is not the moment for celebration. Although the captain has saved the world, New York has undeniably suffered casualties, necessitating repairs. Here's the proposition. I propose to organize a film inspired by Captain America spearheaded by 10 congressional leaders. Upon the successful completion of the film, 110% of the total revenue shall be allocated for the restoration of New York. This offer is exceedingly modest. I urge you to consider it carefully. The senator's gavel struck, calming the assembly as he conveyed his plan. Frowns of concern adorned the faces of those present. It was not that they opposed the production of a Captain America film, but relinquishing 110% of the profits seemed rather excessive. At the core, America remains a capitalist nation, willing to invest in dreams. Yet the notion of sacrificing already secured benefits was untenable. Noticing the silence, the senator encouraged open discourse. Please, feel free to express your thoughts without hesitation. In response, a forthright voice emerged. Gentlemen, our taxes are insufficient as it stands, and now we are expected to shoulder additional burdens? As soon as the senator's words echoed, Lockheed, the highest bidder, rose to his feet. He turned to the assembly behind him, raising his voice. Without hesitation, Lockheed hurled a water bottle from the table, inciting a chorus of agreement from the crowd. And thus a chaotic skirmish erupted within the halls of the United States Capitol. Of course, this tumultuous event bore no relation to Steve Rogers at present. The relationship with Coulson is rather tenuous. After the video concluded, Coulson ascended to the position of director of SHIELD. Currently, he has temporarily taken the reins of the organization. To secure his position permanently, he must invite Captain Steve Rogers into SHIELD. Only then will he be assured of his role. Leaving the Capitol in haste, Coulson arrived at the old antique shop in Hell's Kitchen. Upon entering, he discovered that Captain Steve Rogers was not present. Instead, the peculiar old man who wielded magic sat leisurely, sipping tea. Coulson understood that he should not underestimate this elder. The formidable demon, known as the Saint, had previously bested Captain Rogers until this old man intervened and effortlessly vanquished the foe. Unlike Nick Fury, who often acted foolishly, Coulson recognized that during that intense battle, this elder was the true linchpin of their success. Having perused Nick Fury's reports, Coulson deduced that this gentleman was of Chinese descent. Aware of the customary practices of guests from China, he promptly summoned a briefcase filled with American dollars and presented it to the elder. Sir, to be frank, America is in dire need of the captain. Might you persuade him on our behalf? The elder, however, did not deign to acknowledge the briefcase. It is deemed improper to open gifts in the presence of others. Upon hearing Coulson's request, he frowned, contemplating returning the case. The elder will not acquiesce to your request. Such matters require a direct conversation with him. Yet, just as he was about to decline, Coulson interjected. No, sir, please do not return it. I only need you to say a single word for me. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Coulson was acutely aware that if this gift were to be rejected, it would signify an abrupt end to their negotiations in China. Having not yet even met the captain, let alone discussed matters. Would it not be rather hasty to conclude this way? At that moment, the doorbell chimed, and Steve, alongside Wade, returned with lunch from earlier that day. Captain, that tight suit of yours is simply magnificent. What inspired such a brilliant idea? I adore that cape. Captain, did you know that your news is dominating the headlines? Look at that American hero. I simply love these reporters. They truly know how to capture the moment. Hey, Captain, wait for me. I haven't finished my thoughts. Steve remained silent, veins bulging on his forehead, as Wade's incessant chatter swirled around him like a swarm of mosquitoes, driving him to the brink of madness. Every conceivable method to quell Wade's relentless banter had been exhausted, yet Wade's insatiable commentary proved as unyielding as ever, leaving Steve utterly exasperated. Aside from the potion previously provided by Coulson, it must be said that its effects are truly remarkable, capable of rendering him tranquil for several hours. At that moment, he desperately wished for a vial of that potion to be plunged into Wade's neck, granting him the silence he so ardently desired. To Steve's surprise, at the instant he opened the door, he spotted Coulson standing before his boss's desk. Coulson, what are you doing here? He inquired, deciding that it was of little consequence. Do you still possess that potion you administered to Wade? I believe I require 10 vials to secure a good night's sleep. Steve approached the counter, placing the fruits and vegetables he had purchased down, and embraced Coulson warmly. With reddened eyes, he proceeded to discuss the potion from earlier. Upon hearing Steve's request, Coulson did not hesitate. He promptly handed over 2 vials from his possession. Steve accepted them without a moment's pause. swiftly drawing the liquid into a syringe and administering it directly to the entering Wade with a decisive jab. At last, the world was serene. Steve collapsed onto the ground, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, scarcely able to fathom the ordeal he had endured alongside Wade these past few days. The shared living situation had nearly driven him to madness, but now, with Coulson's potion, he could finally relish a moment of tranquility. After sitting on the floor for several minutes, Steve rose and rubbed his bloodshot eyes, turning to Coulson with a question. Coulson, I recall you mentioning that many matters within S-H-I-E-L-D fall under your purview. What brings you here today? Coulson, brimming with excitement, managed to maintain focus on his mission, unlike last time. Captain, I am here to invite you to join S-H-I-E-L-D. The agency requires your presence. Should you accept, I could even propose to Congress that you assume the position of director. Director? Quite tempting, yet I have already sacrificed my life for this country once. There is no need for a second. Coulson, you know, I am retired, Steve replied, picking up the 2 bags of groceries from the table and addressing Coulson earnestly. Nevertheless, Captain, America needs you, Coulson persisted, accompanying Steve to the kitchen as they placed the contents of the bags into the refrigerator while continuing their conversation. Let us be realistic. During the 70 years I was frozen, America fared just fine without me. What they desire is not me, but a superhero in the limelight, one who will not be vilified by all. In short, they need a scapegoat, right, old chap? Steve scoffed at Coulson's grandiose notions, bemused by how Americans often treated soldiers as fools. Is this amusing to you? Your Chinese is improving remarkably, Steve. Keep it up, came the response from Coulson, who praised Steve's recent progress before resuming his perusal of a mystical tome. As for the nature of this book, what captivates the father, a time traveler, is undoubtedly the compendium of magic discovered in the stronghold of the Holy Lord. This tome, encompassing spells crafted by demons from antiquity to the present, is simply magnificent. Returning to the matter at hand, Coulson felt a twinge of disappointment as his attempts at persuasion fell flat. After all, Nick Fury had succeeded with such tactics. Why was he unable to do the same? As he placed the last piece of meat into the refrigerator, Steve crumpled the 2 paper bags in his hands into balls and tossed them into the trash bin with pinpoint accuracy, which brought him immense joy. Yet, the thought of Wade soon gave him a headache. While he reveled in the moment, he was acutely aware that the potion in his possession would only grant him a few hours of fleeting happiness. He needed more of the elixir, prompting him to inquire of Coulson, "Can you procure me a few more of that potion?" Wade can be rather bothersome, as you understand. Coulson nodded, but, upon feeling his pockets, realized that he had already given all his potions to Steve that day. He sheepishly replied, "I apologize, Captain. Those potions are limited in supply due to their effects, and only high-level agents have the privilege to acquire them. I only have 2 on me, and I've already handed them all to you." Coulson's words trailed off, and Steve understood that these potions were indeed in limited supply. Even as a high-level agent, Coulson could only carry so many. If Steve wanted more, joining S.H.I.L. might be the best course of action. Little did he know that Coulson was now the director. What Coulson meant to convey was that if his idol required it, he would arrange for all existing stock to be transferred to him upon his return. "All right, Coulson, you've convinced me, but I have 2 requests," Steve stated, softening his stance. Coulson felt a surge of relief, although he was uncertain about the turn of events. "Captain, I will fulfill all your requests, even if you wish to become the director. I can file the report immediately." Coulson's response puzzled Steve, as he had only previously known him as a high-level agent. What authority did an agent possess to report to Congress? Regardless, Steve's sole focus was on obtaining the potions. He raised a finger and, with a resolute tone, declared, "First, I require a substantial quantity of that potion to subdue Wade." Coulson agreed almost instantaneously, responding before Steve had even finished speaking, "No problem, Captain. I will return and procure all the potions for you." "Hold on, don't rush. I have a second request," Steve said, feeling a surge of goodwill towards Coulson for his prompt acquiescence. He promptly articulated his second demand. "Secondly, having eliminated the previous demons, new ones are bound to emerge. Please do not inform that group of fools in Congress. My father and I will handle the situation, but we require some technological assistance. Is that agreeable?" Certainly, for Coulson. He would not intervene in the actions of his idol, as long as Steve had some free time to assist with 1 or 2 tasks. He could freely manage the rest of the assignments from Congress. In fact, for certain tasks, Steve could even organize them independently. Thus, an agreement was reached between two parties, one unaware of the other's limits, and the other oblivious to their own significance. Upon returning, Coulson accomplished tasks that even Nick Fury had failed to complete, directly ascending to the role of director of S.H.L.D. and attaining the utmost autonomy, all contingent upon Steve's consent. Above the Osborn group, a small aperture suddenly appeared, shrouded in profound darkness, enveloping the entire corporation in a wave of sinister emotions. Perhaps no one could fathom that this tiny opening connected to hell itself, releasing the world's malevolence. Great sorcerer, I have returned. The resounding roar of the Lord not only heralded his return, but also enabled one of the leaders of the Osborn group to fully absorb these malevolent energies, transforming him into the Green Goblin. Chapter 49. The host chosen by the Lord. Osborn, you cannot contain me. You need me, Osborn. You know how to find me. Think of those wretched faces. Surrender your body to me, and I shall take care of everything. Norman Osborn felt an excruciating headache. He could distinctly sense a voice within his mind vehemently shouting at him. He was in such agony that he could not discern his own identity. You are Norman Osborn. Of course I am too, but I am stronger than you. Relax, Norman. Listen to me. You despise those who wish to seize your shares in the company you built. Why should you hand over your creation to them? What right do they have to cast you aside when you have brought the corporation to its zenith? No, they cannot do this. You are the true master, Norman. Yes, I am the true master. I have provided them with benefits. If they wish to oust me, then I shall first ensure their downfall. In the face of the demon's whispers, Norman's darker side manifested its fullest potential. The two were inherently one, and the darkest truths within him came to light, leading Norman to naturally become the Green Goblin. However, at that moment, a soul more powerful than the Green Goblin's essence occupied Norman's heart, consuming the newly emerged Green Goblin born from Norman's soul. A fire dragon materialized in Norman's eyes. Delicious. The profound darkness within the human heart. Norman, I have not misjudged you. The Lord, who devours the souls of the green demon, wears a countenance of satisfaction after enduring torment in the inferno of demons. He requires a soul to replenish his energy, yet it must not belong to the host. Once the host's soul perishes, the corporeal form begins to decay. It is not to say that the Lord's possession of the body grants it eternal immortality. An incompatible soul and an incompatible body will ultimately lead to the second demise of this flesh, a fate the Lord wishes to avoid. Naturally, the Lord turned his attention to Norman, recounting how he first became aware of him, which dates back to the time when Jean Bing acquired the dragon sculpture. The Lord transformed his hideout into a series of treasure maps, scattering them across the globe. At that time, two parties successfully reached the island. One was Jean Bing, who had just become a gang leader, and the other was Norman Osborn, who found himself in distress. In comparison, the Lord naturally favored Norman Osborn, recognizing the madness that lay within him. He believed that if only Norman encountered misfortune in life, he would instantaneously transform into a devil, devouring the entire world. However, Norman Osborn was not as fortunate as Jean Bing. Jean Bing discovered the Lord's statue first, and the Lord, trapped for millennia, would not wait for a potential future, but instinctively chose Jean Bing. Jean Bing ultimately disappointed the Lord. Not only did he fail to find the talisman, but he also harbored ulterior motives. Enough about him. Let us return to Norman Osborn. Who are you? Are you that fellow from earlier? Norman shook his head, asking the voice in his mind with a pained expression. I am the master who will rescue you from your suffering, Norman. As for that fellow from earlier, he has already been consumed by me. You shall no longer have the burden of headaches. The Lord seized control of Norman's body, his blood-red eyes reflecting in the glass, his tone revealing an unabashed dominance. Master, that fellow just claimed to be me. Why should I believe you? As soon as Norman's words fell, shadows began to materialize around the room. Among the shadows, a soldier clad in ninja attire stepped forth, presenting a green staff with reverence under Norman's astonished gaze. What is this? Norman was certain that he had been alone in the office moments before. Where did this ninja-like figure come from? It was inconceivable. If they possessed such skills, the political figures of America would have been assassinated long ago. By taking up this staff, Norman, you shall wield the power to command the shadow soldiers. You can use it to eliminate those self-righteous individuals. And what, pray tell, are the shadow soldiers? Norman pondered silently, casting another glance at the ninja before him. He surmised that this group possessed minions capable of effortlessly slaying foes from the shadows. For Norman, this was of paramount importance. Acquiring such allies would enable him to seize absolute control over the Osborn group. Regardless of who opposed him, Norman resolved to accept their offer. Having been enlightened by the previous Green Goblin, Norman's insatiable thirst for power intensified. The moment he reached for the staff, countless shadowy soldiers emerged from the darkness. These belong to me, he thought, gripping the staff with fervor, his words tumbling out in excitement. Let me command them. The reflection of the Holy Lord in the mirror glimmered with a crimson light, and the shadowy soldiers knelt before him. Rise, Norman commanded, brandishing the staff and gesturing before the spectral army. As if responding to his decree, the soldiers stood upright in unison, their formation reminiscent of a well-drilled battalion. Is this what it feels like to control others? No matter who you are, as long as these beings aid me in vanquishing my enemies, I shall grant you anything you desire. Norman gazed eagerly at the red eyes within the glass, and, as his words faded, the ninjas retreated into the walls, as if they had received their orders. In that moment of astonishment, the Holy Lord spoke slowly. They have begun to execute your commands, Norman. Your desires shall ultimately come to fruition. The Holy Lord's eyes flickered with a faint red light, aware that this endeavor required a mutually beneficial alliance. He intended to first demonstrate his divine power, thereby ensuring Norman's faith in him and preventing any betrayal at a critical juncture. Of course, Norman's ambitions remained firmly within the Holy Lord's grasp. He anticipated that Norman, having been seduced by the Green Goblin, harbored desires to obliterate certain stakeholders and eradicate a few humans, tasks that would be trivial for him. As for the staff, it was merely an ordinary scepter. The true power over the shadowy soldiers resided with the Holy Lord. The reason for this manipulation was not solely to prevent the demise of Norman's soul. The frailty of the human body exceeded the Holy Lord's expectations. By deceiving Norman, he could cast various spells upon this corporeal form, enhancing its strength while simultaneously weakening Norman's soul, ensuring he would remain in slumber for 24 hours a day. This way, the Holy Lord could proceed with his plans unimpeded. As night fell, the exchanges between the Holy Lord and Norman flowed seamlessly. At this juncture, Norman had shifted his faith from God to the Holy Lord. I have succeeded. I have finally succeeded. No one shall ever dare to thwart my decisions again, Norman exclaimed, joyfully tossing a newspaper onto the table, celebrating the transformation of the Osborn group into his personal enterprise, all without spending a single penny. Shocking. Numerous shareholders of the Osborn group have been attacked, and their families remain missing. Chapter 50. The Helper Hornet Daily, reported by James. The Osborn group has achieved success in supergas research, resulting in a significant surge in the stock market. In contrast, Stark Industries has been embroiled in controversy following its recent announcement to shut down its military division, leading to a continual decline in its stock. We invite you to stay tuned. Indeed, the Hornet Daily lacks soul in the absence of Spider-Man. Even James's news reports are devoid of passion. However, this mundane existence shall soon come to an end, as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is about to make his entrance, revitalizing James's work. Tony, I cannot allow you to continue this reckless behavior. The Osborn group is currently thriving, and our decision to close the military division is tantamount to digging our own grave. I will not permit Stark Industries to perish at your hands. At the Stark Group meeting, Obadiah reiterated his opposition to Tony Stark's decision to shut down the military division, expressing his stance with unwavering conviction. Yet, Tony remained unfazed. His groundbreaking energy source was on the verge of debuting, and he believed that not only the Osborn Group, but even if all American corporations united, they would not stand a chance against him, Tony Stark. As he toyed with his pen, listening to Obadiah's tedious discourse, Tony let out a yawn, propping his head with his hands to stave off sleep. Once Obadiah had finished speaking, Tony reclined in his chair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he addressed those present. Uncle Obadiah, you make a valid point, but my decision remains unchanged. The situation with the Osborn Group is indeed perplexing, but it is of little concern. My new invention will ignite everything. As for those currently selling their shares in Stark Industries, they may dispose of as many as they wish. I will gladly accept them all. Very well, until next time. With that, Tony sprang from his chair and stylishly turned to leave through the door, his casual demeanor inciting the ire of everyone present. Who did he think he was? Merely a celebrated genius. What right did he have to act in such a manner? With his mocking laughter, he was nothing without Stark Industries. The vice president remarked, urging him to speak up, for that little brat had completely disregarded their welfare. He had to take a stand. Obadiah remained silent, showing no concern for those who dared to speak ill of him only behind his back. The saying about the fair-weather friends was not merely a platitude. Once everything was set in stone, even if he did not invite them, they would come crawling back with unabashed audacity. Thus, there was no need for concern. What truly mattered now was the armor that Tony Stark had previously designed in the cave. Obadiah was certain that if he could develop such technology into a weapon capable of mass production, Stark Industries would undoubtedly achieve unprecedented glory under his command. While turmoil brewed within Stark Industries, the Osborn Group had already convened a press conference, declaring the end of the military-industrial era for Stark and the resurgence of their own. Norman Osborn's words sent the journalists into a frenzy, rising in excitement, applauding, and capturing the moment with their cameras. In the realm of military manufacturing, undermining competitors was paramount. The lucrative arms trade left little room for collaboration between rival firms. Standing on stage, Norman Osborn felt a rush of exhilaration. Since his partnership with the Master, he had sailed smoothly to the zenith of his career, and Stark Industries' abrupt cessation of its weapons division further propelled his success. The Master was indeed his lucky star. It was time for Norman to take his medicine. The Master's voice echoed in his ear, and without hesitation, he produced a vial of green liquid from his pocket and drank it before the astonished journalists. As their eyes widened in disbelief, Norman's muscles swelled rapidly, transforming him into a formidable figure. To the onlookers, this spectacle was nothing short of miraculous, and suddenly, a young reporter clicked the shutter of his camera, the sounds echoing throughout the venue. Observing the crowd's reaction, Norman dropped another bombshell. I believe everyone is eager to discover the nature of this vial in my hand. I can assure you, this is our groundbreaking technology at Osborn Group, superheroes. As an entrepreneur, Norman Osborn seemingly excelled at capturing attention. His words directed all eyes to the vial before him. This was indeed the flagship product he intended to unveil, and post-promotion, he could confidently accompany the Master to the gates of hell. As for the efficacy of the potion and whether the public would embrace it, that was hardly a concern. The magical elixir from a Master would undoubtedly draw throngs of Americans. Mr. Osborn, please share more details about this potion. Mr. Osborn, you truly are the greatest scientist of the century. Chairman Osborn, is there a connection between your potion and the previously launched Super Soldier Serum? Are you a despicable plagiarist? The emergence of an invention inevitably invites both praise and criticism. Norman, however, is exceptionally sensitive to such remarks. Upon encountering a reporter who dared to question him, he had already mentally marked this journalist for retribution. I am quite intrigued to address your inquiries, yet today, our primary focus remains on the supergas. As for other matters, we may discuss them at a later time. With Norman's words hanging in the air, others dared not press further. Ultimately, the United States remains a capitalist society, and for a military giant like the Osborn Group, dealing with a mere journalist from a small publication is a trivial affair. Thus, despite their curiosity, the journalists suppressed their desire to delve into the subject of supergas. Soon, the press conference concluded, and Norman assembled the talents required by his master. Osborn, we are not facing ordinary adversaries. You must possess sharp intellect, formidable combat prowess, and a death-defying resolve. The voice of the Master echoed in Norman's ears. Norman Osborn was well aware of how to handle his Master's demands. Indeed, my lord, I have expended considerable resources to hire some of the most renowned warriors on the international stage. They will surely meet your expectations. Within a clandestine experimental base of the Osborn Group, specifically designed for the Master's operations, the facility boasted the most advanced transportation vehicles, 35 Lightning jets, 12 Abrams main battle tanks, cutting-edge weaponry, 16 rockets, and personnel meticulously recruited by Norman for this purpose. The mysterious one, an ordinary individual adorned with a fishbowl. Yet his extraordinary illusion technology and remarkable intellect, combined with his unique application of advanced technology, render him a universally acknowledged supervillain in the realm of Spider-Man. Famous quote, "Is what you see truly real?" The Vulture, an arms dealer, equipped with a peculiar high-tech suit that grants him the ability to soar freely through the skies. His inherently ruthless demeanor has often led Spider-Man to face defeat. Famous quote, "Soaring through the skies is the pinnacle of enjoying freedom." Sabretooth, the nemesis of Wolverine. Possessing keen animalistic senses and rapid healing abilities, he stands as one of the finest hunters in the jungle. Even Wolverine cannot escape his lethal pursuit. Famous quote, "Wolverine, I know you're hiding here." Darwin, a young African-American man endowed with a unique ability that allows him to survive in any environment. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, his body can rapidly evolve to evade any harm. Famous quote, "Survival of the fittest." Sandman, once a laborer on a construction site, he inadvertently fell into a laboratory and inexplicably acquired the power of sand transformation, with the sole drawback being his aversion to water. Famous quote, "I am not a bad person." The master of mimicry, a former SHIELD agent who, through the injection of a special serum, gained the ability to replicate the combat techniques of others. Quotation, "The aloof figure left no words behind." Chapter 51. The Panka box high amidst the towering Himalayas. Several small black dots were slowly ascending. As the camera zoomed in, it became evident that these dots comprised the team previously assembled by the Sovereign. Their expedition to the Himalayas was solely to seek the Panka box, a relic capable of unbinding demons from the abyss. The Sandman observed his hand succumbing to frost, a slight frown creasing his brow as he crushed part of his fingers, reconstituting the grains of sand, which swiftly restored itself. However, immediately after this regeneration, small ice particles reappeared on his fingers. Realizing this, he reluctantly directed his words towards Mr. Osborn. "Mr. Osborn, we can no longer proceed. The blizzard here has intensified too much. Continuing forward endangers us all. The fire dragon will shield us," Osborn asserted. As his words faded, the Sovereign took control of his body. Confronting the raging storm, the Sovereign merely exhaled, a wave of warmth enveloping all present. "Let us move," the Sovereign declared calmly. Time was of the essence for him. In order to mislead Norman Osborn, he had maneuvered the Osborn Group into a position to rival Stark Industries. This endeavor consumed an inordinate amount of time. He needed to acquire the pivotal artifact, the Panka box, before the old guard uncovered his plans. Failure meant all would be in vain. Following the treacherous cliffs, the Sovereign and his companions ascended, ultimately discovering a modest temple at the summit of the Himalayas. Yet, it was more accurately described as a shrine. Within this diminutive sanctuary stood the statues of the 8 immortals, who had once sealed the demons away. Fixating on the striking figure of a swordsman among them, the Sovereign's ire ignited. Lu Dongbin, once again Lu Dongbin. They had perished so many years ago. Why did he encounter their likenesses at every turn? Whenever the Sovereign aspired to achieve something, the specters of these ancient adversaries seemed to materialize along his path, as if they had foreseen that centuries hence he would tread the path they envisioned, only to trigger the traps they had laid. How infuriating! First it was Lopez, and now you. Why, you insignificant beings, can you not yield to your fate? Perish, mere ants! The flames of the Sovereign's fury coalesced within his mouth, yet extinguished in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it! The Lord exhaled black smoke, clutching his throat with both hands, his face contorted in agony. It seemed he had forgotten that this body was not his own, but rather that of Norman Osborn's. The human mouth was incapable of spewing flames. Struggling to suppress the discomfort in his throat, the Lord advanced, his attention no longer fixated on the reason for El Dongbin's presence. Gazing at the box at the center of the 8 immortals' altar, imbued with righteous magic, the Lord realized that it contained the Panku treasure box. He reached out, attempting to grasp it, but the diminutive statue obstructed his hand, as if it were a single entity, preventing any progress despite his efforts. "Damn it! Someone fetch me that box!" he exclaimed in frustration, retreating his hand, the small shrine becoming an insurmountable barrier. Resentment brewed within him. Yet he had no choice but to call out to his aides. "Isn't summoning help what you're here for?" Unable to touch the Panka treasure box, and with the magic of justice keeping him at bay, humans naturally became the bridge. Perhaps the 8 immortals had never anticipated that millions of years later, humanity would have forgotten the terrors of demons, aiding the Lord in obtaining the Panku treasure box, all for the sake of a few green bills. As expected, after a change of hands, the Sandman effortlessly retrieved the box from the shrine, the process requiring no effort at all, akin to a little monkey plucking apples. "Boss, is this the item you sought?" asked the young man Darwin, curious about the peculiar box. Although it lay atop the Himalayas, he found it far from extraordinary. As Norman Osborn, now a top-tier American millionaire, what could he not obtain? If necessary, he could always summon others. Why go to such lengths and risk his life to be here? The Lord did not respond to Darwin's inquiry, but instead took the box from the Sandman's hands, casually tearing away the magic that adorned it. Turning to face the others, he was met with startled gazes upon seeing Norman Osborn's blood-red eyes, albeit only for a fleeting moment. The Lord had no intention of using force to intimidate them. After all, there's a saying in the human realm: sometimes prophets are more reliable than any relationship. "I trust you all have begun to speculate," he continued, surveying the crowd, who nodded in tacit agreement. "I did not hire you merely to seek artifacts or other trinkets, for the remuneration I offer far exceeds such concerns. Before I unveil this box, you have one final opportunity to withdraw. Once opened, should anyone wish to back out during the process, they will be pursued by the Osborn Group, with a bounty of $100 million. Naturally, those who remain will receive $200 million each as compensation for this undertaking. Now, who wishes to withdraw?" The individuals present remained silent, exchanging glances, each contemplating the staggering sum of $200 million. Just by remaining loyal to the task at hand, they could secure a lifetime of wealth beyond imagination. The gravity of the situation was evident to all, observing the collective nods of agreement. The sovereign felt a sense of satisfaction. At least Osborn excelled in selecting individuals. These people were indeed insatiably greedy. "Very well, I shall lead you into a new realm," proclaimed the sovereign as he unveiled a box in his hands. Within lay an object of deep azure, formed by two square prisms conjoined. Each face of the prisms bore intricate golden patterns, with the upper and lower ends adorned with 8 green symbols reminiscent of the Bagua. "Bagua?" the mysterious guest inquired, his expression revealing confusion. Initially, it was presumed that none could recognize the symbols, yet the mysterious guest's words sparked great surprise in the sovereign. "Do you recognize it?" The mysterious guest nodded, stating, "I once studied the divine arts in the ancient East. The details are rendered with exquisite precision, if I am not mistaken. This should be the Taiji Bagua. Have you been trained in the orthodox teachings?" The sovereign's caution heightened, tinged with curiosity. "Not by the traditions of that ancient nation. Rather, I learned from the street magicians. They possessed remarkable skills and accepted payment without hesitation. I have encountered these symbols in their teachings," the mysterious guest explained nonchalantly. Although he did not fully grasp the term street magicians, he felt a sense of pride in what he considered a mark of mastery. The sovereign nodded, understanding who those individuals were, as long as they were not orthodox. "Come here," the sovereign beckoned the mysterious guest, presenting the box before him. "Take it." Uncertain of what was transpiring, the mysterious guest nonetheless extended his hand to retrieve the Panku treasure box. "Twist it like a Rubik's Cube," instructed the sovereign. The mysterious guest complied, albeit with a lingering wariness regarding why Osborn was not undertaking this task himself. Just as the mysterious guest casually began to twist the box, a voice belonging to Kaaba suddenly echoed, prompting the mysterious guest to hastily cast aside the Panku treasure box. It levitated in the air, enveloped by a surge of green energy, spontaneously beginning to rotate. At the moment the Panku treasure box ascended, far away in New York, the old man suddenly found himself in a daze, a veil of mist clouding his eyes as a map, which the sovereign and others were observing, imprinted itself upon his vision. 2 long and 1 short, the Gen hexagram, 2. Excellent. Is the elder sister Bogan? Not good. In the chapter titled The Demon of the Mountain, Bogan, welcome back. The Holy Lord and the old man both gasp upon seeing the auspicious symbols represented on the map. However, the emotions between humans and demons are distinct. The Holy Lord expresses delight, while the old man is naturally solemn. The Holy Lord's crisis has just concluded, and the all-consuming demon Bogan has re-emerged. Yet, as the scene shifts back to the map, the old man finds solace, realizing it depicts a relatively prosperous locale, alleviating his urgency. The scene for the old man concludes, leaving the remainder for him to explore on his own. The Holy Lord, gazing at the map, points to a serpentine formation and inquires with the mysterious guest beside him, Where is this worm-like place? The mysterious guest, recalling the world map, responds. A small area in Japan, currently discharging wastewater into the ocean. If we intend to visit, we could notify their prime minister to arrange for our arrival. The Holy Lord nods in agreement, but suddenly recalls another matter, asking, how many people reside there? The mysterious guest reflects briefly. There are predominantly elderly individuals, with fewer young people, but the population is still around 100 million. Why do you ask, sir? The Holy Lord nods again, coldly remarking, if the population is too sparse, it may not suffice to present a proper greeting to Bogan. The Holy Lord's words leave the mysterious guest perplexed. What greeting? Who uses people as a greeting? Bogan? Despite his curiosity, the mysterious guest understands there are certain matters he must not inquire about, and he should simply follow the directives given. With the complete view of the map displayed, it zooms in further on Japan. In Tokyo, Prime Minister Kishida greets Mr. Norman Osborn, saying, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. The recent depreciation of the yen has prompted Kishida to seek American investment, leading him to personally meet with Osborn, one of America's foremost military-industrial giants. Hello, Mr. Kishida, Osborn calmly replies, not extending a hand to assist Kishida, as Americans inherently harbor a certain disdain for the unrestrained nature of the Japanese. After all, who would truly care? Seeing that Norman showed no interest in engaging in a lively conversation, Kishida did not react like many other Japanese would, feeling embarrassed. Instead, he approached Norman with the intent of embarking on a journey through Tokyo together. Just as Norman was about to decline, the Lord spoke up, agreeing to the proposition. Then it will be troublesome for you, Mr. Kishida. Of course, Kishida responded, bowing and scraping, a demeanor far removed from that of a national leader. However, in a nation on the brink of economic collapse, such behavior had become the norm. While Norman conversed with Kishida, a mysterious group disembarked from the aircraft, carrying their luggage. They paid no attention to the small reception party and followed closely behind Norman. Sir, please entrust your luggage to us. We will ensure it reaches your hotel. The airport manager approached the formidable figure known as Sabretooth, hoping to take his luggage, but was met with a fierce reaction as Sabretooth shoved him aside, exclaiming, Get away. Ah, my apologies, the manager stammered, not daring to retort, as this was a guest of their prime minister. Even if he were to be assaulted, he felt he deserved it and needed to apologize in return. Observing this group of individuals with a commendable work ethic, the others paid them no mind and continued to follow Norman to the prime minister's vehicle. Throughout the journey, Kishida incessantly prattled on, ultimately seeking a clear answer. What exactly brings you here? Norman, growing increasingly exasperated, directly stated, Mr. Prime Minister, I believe you're already quite aware of my intentions to invest in establishing a factory here. After all, if you were unaware, you would not have come to greet me, would you? Kishida awkwardly chuckled and fell silent. He was indeed well aware of these matters. Yet to voice them outright seemed a bit too presumptuous on Norman's part. However, having received a satisfactory answer, he refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that the mere presence of foreign investment in their tangible economy was already a significant boon. As for how things would unfold thereafter, that remained contingent upon their own capabilities. Once Kishida came to a halt, Norman finally had the opportunity to examine the map displayed by the Panko treasure box, an exceedingly vague representation that left much to be desired. Norman Osborn scrutinized it repeatedly, even employing a proportional measuring tool. Yet the resulting area was alarmingly expansive, encompassing the entirety of Tokyo. Meanwhile, the ethereal lord, upon witnessing such a perplexing map, felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The 8 immortals showed no mercy, leaving no hints regarding the sealed locations, making it exceedingly difficult to locate the entrance to hell. On this matter, the 8 immortals would need to have a serious discussion with the Lord. Why did we seal you? It is precisely because of your malevolence. Since you represent the wicked, why should we leave you a path to escape hell? If we were to do so, would we not have sealed you in vain? The sealing of the 8 great demons into hell is a reluctant measure. Were it possible to eradicate them, such troubles would be unnecessary. Since we have taken this additional step, it is only natural that the intention is to confine them eternally within the depths of hell. The rules of the Panko treasure box cannot be broken, so we must expand its range. In essence, there is but one objective, to ensure that the demons can never escape from their infernal prison. The Lord looked perplexed, as did Norman. For it was impractical to test every door in Tokyo. At that moment, Kishida, noticing Norman's distress while gazing at the map, pointed to a specific location and suggested, "Mr. Osborne, might you be interested in visiting our Yasukuni shrine toilet? It holds significant meaning." Osborne curled his lip, disdain evident in his voice. What is there to see? The war criminals of World War II? As soon as Osborne's words fell, the voice of the Lord echoed in his ear. Agree to his suggestion. We cannot flounder about like headless chickens. That is the central location. We shall go there. Osborne felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The Lord's command felt akin to throwing him into the fire. He had just rebuffed the suggestion, and now, acquiescing seemed rather awkward. Nevertheless, Osborne's eyes darted about. Realizing he must comply with his master's orders, he quickly shifted his tone, saying, "Well, since you've mentioned it, let's pay a visit." Despite feeling somewhat disheartened by Osborne's prior refusal, Kishida's spirits lifted as Osborne's demeanor changed. The car journeyed to the Yasukuni shrine toilet, a place reeking of decay. The moment Osborne stepped out of the vehicle, the foul odor assaulted his senses like a swarm of insects, nearly choking him. He could hardly comprehend why the Lord would wish to visit such a place. However, as the mysterious guest exited the vehicle, a dense green light suddenly emanated from his backpack. The Lord instantly seized control of Osborne's body. "Quickly, mysterious guest, open your backpack and release the Panko treasure box." Upon receiving the command, the mysterious guest promptly unzipped his backpack, and the Panko treasure box soared forth as if drawn by an unseen force. As soon as the box appeared, a previously tampered segment shot forth a beam of green light, striking the entrance of the Yasukuni shrine toilet and shattering the plaque into fragments. In the instant the plaque fell, a peculiar indentation in the shape of a gen position and strange patterns materialized before them. The Lord furrowed his brow. The seals on the 8 great demons were ancient relics, and he never anticipated that this nation would dare to shatter such wonders, transforming them into a new pillar. The squandering of resources was secondary. The additional burden this would place upon the Lord was a far greater concern. The Lord thought, "I assumed my task was merely to find the doors, but I did not foresee encountering such repulsive circumstances." With remarkable speed, the Panko treasure box flew forth, imprinting itself upon the gen position pattern. Fixed to that design, the Panko treasure box unleashed another beam of light, extending a distance of 1 or 2 meters, astonishingly revealing a door. Before the entrance loomed a verdant doorframe, adorned with protruding, wing-like edges. At its center swirled a colossal vortex of orange and crimson hues. This was the portal to hell. Within, how the tempest filled with malevolence, sweeping through the air with such force that garments fluttered wildly. The Lord exulted, "Bogan, welcome back." Chapter 53. The doomsday of the demons. Suddenly a grotesque, gargantuan green claw emerged from the infernal gateway, followed by 3 more massive talons. Looking up, one beheld the head of a titanic demon, sporting a gaping, blood-red maw with jagged fangs that seemed to stretch nearly to its eyes. Its corpulent, green body was encrusted with yellow stones, while the warrior-like head bore purple eyelids and long eyelashes, indicating its feminine nature. "Saint, I have returned." Bogan's voice reverberated like thunder, causing the seas to churn and the skies to darken. Japan's long-discharged pollutants surged forth, a wave crashing upon its own shores. Truly, the saying held, enmeshed in a net. As Bogan fully emerged from the hellish portal, the enormous door vanished into thin air, as though it had never existed. "Warmly welcome, my friend, the illustrious Demoness Bogan." Triumphant in her return, the Lord turned, fervently signaling to those gathered behind him. The assembled, all astute individuals, promptly began to applaud at the Lord's command, their spirits lifted by the prospect of such a formidable creature. Though uncertainty lingered regarding her true strength, they unanimously deemed that clapping was undoubtedly the right choice. Bogan glanced at the meager, welcoming committee of 6, feeling a sense of disdain. It paled in comparison to the grandeur she had once commanded as the ruler of her earthly dominion. Yet, she dismissed such trivialities, for Bogan was not one to dwell on formalities. She lowered her gaze to the Lord, her brow furrowed. "Saint, where's the feast to celebrate my return?" The Lord was acutely aware of Bogan's first desire upon emerging, her insatiable appetite, having gnawed on stone for eons in the depths of hell. She would soon become ravenous if not presented with ample sustenance. "Oh, my dear sister, might I borrow your shoulder?" the Lord requested, ascending to perch upon Bogan's broad shoulder. Unfazed, she rose, curious to hear the sweet nothings the Lord would weave. As Bogan reached a height comparable to the Tokyo Tower, arms outstretched, the Lord proclaimed, "Sister, all of Japan, along with its 12 billion inhabitants, shall be the grand feast of your return." As the words of the Lord fell, Bogang's saliva unconsciously dripped onto the ground, and in an instant his blood-red pupils were filled with avarice. "Lord, my dear brother Bogong has just praised you," he exclaimed eagerly, descending upon the nearest structure to feast. Observing this, the Lord hastily beckoned his subordinates to depart swiftly. After unceremoniously casting the bothersome old man, Kiteda, into his divine lavatory, the group drove towards the airport. Once the Lord had departed, Bogong was liberated, and a grand feast was about to unfold. "Oh, a demon! Run!" The dramatic transformation did not escape the notice of the surrounding pedestrians, who stood in stunned silence, gazing at the colossal demon until someone shouted, rousing them from their stupor. The crowd surged, scrambling towards the exit, yet the opening in the city wall was too small, and those who came to worship at this lavatory were unable to escape. First, one mouthful of the Yasukuni shrine vanished, followed by a swallow of the Prime Minister's residence. He plucked the Tokyo Tower from its side and used it to pick his teeth, subsequently swallowing the toothpick whole. The blood seeping from the corner of his mouth was carefully licked away by Bogong, for such a delectable flavor had never graced his palate in the countless millennia spent in hell. "Run, Baka! Do not obstruct my path!" he bellowed. "Yame, Yumiko! No, do not approach!" After devouring Tokyo in its entirety, Bogong let out a satisfied belch, his form beginning to swell uncontrollably. "Not enough, not nearly enough." As his words echoed, the ground began to vanish. Soon, Tokyo transformed into a basin, perhaps due to a thirst for sustenance or the dryness of a nuclear power plant. Bogong uprooted Mount Fuji, a volcano that had not erupted for centuries. He took a small sip of the magma within, and half of Mount Fuji was consumed. As he chewed, an expression of delight spread across Bogang's face. "Huh, this is it, my lord. The magma." His voice resonated thunderously, reaching the Lord aboard the aircraft, who understood the desires of his sister. Without delay, he summoned the power of fire, stirring the molten lava from deep within the earth. Ashes from the simultaneous eruption of 270 volcanoes darkened the sky. Bogong inhaled deeply, treating the volcanic ash as an appetizer, devouring it with relish. Delicious. The Holy Lord and his team were aboard a plane, soaring through the skies. Witnessing the scene, the African-American young man, Darwin, could not help but express his sentiments to the Holy Lord, remarking on the impressive appetite of his elder sister. The Holy Lord turned back, casting a disdainful glare at Darwin, which sent a chill down his spine. "Focus on the task at hand. Refrain from discussing trivial matters." "Understood, boss. I shall heed your words." Darwin promptly straightened his posture and offered a trio of respectful gestures towards the Holy Lord. Ignoring Darwin, the Holy Lord turned his gaze towards the window. At that moment, Bogang had reduced Japan to merely half a segment, with the previously colossal insect now transformed into a mere remnant. Regarding Bogang's actions, the Holy Lord had little to say. After all, the only one capable of consuming his territory entirely was his own elder sister. However, if she continued this voracious consumption, what would happen when that ancient being arrived? The Holy Lord certainly did not concern himself with Bogang's well-being, but he had to consider the fate of his demonic brethren. What if someone were sealed away, and the terms of the agreement stipulated their release? Observing Bogang in such a state, he could only imagine the condition of the remaining brothers. Disregarding his commands was one thing, but whether they would liberate him from his magical bindings was an entirely different matter. It seemed prudent to prepare for contingencies. As the Holy Lord pondered, Bogang had devoured all but Hokkaido of the Japanese archipelago and, still unsatisfied, crossed the Tsugaru Strait, slurping up magma as if it were noodles. Meanwhile, while Bogang reveled in her cartographic feast, the old man had dispatched Steve to assess the situation. After all, the two nations had been neighbors for many years. It was simply unacceptable for the other side to pass away without even a celebratory firework display. "Are you certain you want to drop that nuclear bomb?" Steve inquired, piloting a fighter jet accompanied by Wade and the specially approved nuclear device, the big boy, toward Hokkaido. the last remaining territory of Japan. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have you fly over here? The old man replied. This time, we're dealing with a mountain demon. Bogang. Besides her formidable defenses, she is not immune to nuclear bombs. By the way, do you have anything larger than 12,000 blasts? As the old man spoke on the phone, he began selecting how many firecrackers to set off that day. The boss glanced back at a cannon larger than himself and silently shook his head. The size of this contraption had surpassed his expectations. Any more, and it would be indistinguishable from arms dealing. Very well. Then, let's proceed with this one, the old man remarked, casting a disdainful look at the boss. Honestly, when you have money, you still fail to earn more. It would suffice to just give me a couple of rolls. As the voice of the elder echoed from afar, Steve instinctively ended the call and glanced at Wade behind him. Prepare to drop the payload. Today, we shall attempt to cultivate mushrooms. Understood, Captain. Wade responded, kicking off. Just in time, Steve activated the bottom of the aircraft and a plump little black that descended from it. At the moment when Bogan was savoring her meal, the dot landed before her, and with a resounding thud, brilliance engulfed her vision. Chapter 54. A perfect feast. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the world, and a radiant light burst forth. From the perspective of the Lord, a cloud resembling a mushroom ascended from the ground. Before the Lord could comprehend its nature, traces of consumption appeared on the mushroom cloud. Indeed, Bogan indulged in the mushroom cloud formed by the nuclear explosion as if it were a culinary delight. Amidst the astonished gazes of Steve and Wade, the island of Japan vanished entirely, and Bogan floated contentedly on the sea, relishing the sweet broth created from nuclear waste. Slurping contentedly, as Bogan began to enjoy her sweet soup, the Lord realized it was the perfect moment to summon her away. Descend, commanded the Lord. The mysterious guest skillfully maneuvered the aircraft to land steadily upon Bogan. As the Lord approached, Bogan now towered above like a great mountain. Even the closest landing point required an hour of walking. Sister, the Lord called out with a booming voice. Bogan, having finished the last sip of nuclear waste, turned her gaze towards the Lord. Brother, I am quite satisfied with your return banquet. Now, we must fulfill your promise. Having regained her wisdom, Bogan was far from foolish. She understood the Lord's intentions all too well. Could you perhaps shrink a bit? Our aircraft cannot accommodate your departure. Bogan's size now resembled that of a small island. Were it not for the satellite witnesses to Japan's disappearance, one might easily mistake Bogan for the new Japan. With a deep breath, Bogan began to exhale, and a chill swept across the realm as her form gradually diminished. However, as she shrank to a size just emerging from the gates of hell, Bogan found herself unable to reduce further. Opening her eyes, she glanced at the Lord perched upon her shoulder. Brother, summon the magma and create the continent. The Lord regarded Bogan, reluctant to squander his dominion over fire once more, yet with his sister's request laid bare, he could not refuse. Ignite. With a command from the sovereign, the molten lava beneath the earth was stirred once more, gradually rising to the surface of the sea. Nature, in its intricate artistry, gathered sand to form peaks. The mingling of magma and water birthed obsidian. As both hands of Bagong came together, these pieces of obsidian began to coalesce, as if drawn by an unseen force, eventually shaping into a diminutive mountain. Bagong exhaled a sigh of relief. Although she had merely sculpted a small mountain, the exertion was immense, even more so than that required by the sovereign, who existed solely as a soul. Despite having devoured the Japanese archipelago, she found the restoration of her strength to be a formidable challenge. For millennia, she had refrained from employing her powers, and the timeless slumber in the depths of hell had made her forget much. Let's proceed. Bagong ascended the obsidian mountain, waving her hand to invert it, thus revealing a small platform. It resembled an inverted stone pedestal from hell. The sovereign landed an aircraft upon Bogang's back, intending to apprise her elder sister of the current situation, lest she act with the same impulsiveness as before. Elder sister, the sovereign address, did I not mention? Do not disturb me while I relish the freedom of the air. Bogang's tone was laced with irritation, clearly displeased by the sovereign's abrupt interruption. Indeed, sister, but there are matters that I believe should be clarified sooner rather than later. The sovereign humbly bowed, aware that she currently lacked the power to overcome Bagong. Sometimes, a softer approach was necessary for longevity. Speak. Bagong replied languidly, her spirits lifted and with nothing pressing to occupy her. She was in the mood to hear the sovereign's discourse. "Sister, you must learn to control your desires," the sovereign stated with unwavering conviction. "Why?" Bogang's eyes glinted with a crimson light, the murderous intent unmistakable. It was evident that without a satisfactory explanation, she would not hesitate to tear the sovereign apart. "Grand Sorcerer!" The sovereign shouted defiantly, braving the oppressive aura emanating from Bogong. In an instant, Bogong retracted her menacing presence, willing to listen for an explanation. "Continue. Share something that piques my interest." "Sister, you must be aware that the victory of the 8 immortals was a struggle between righteousness and darkness, and we were but casualties of that battle." Bogong nodded. They had already arrived at this conclusion before their participation in the contest. Yet, their side had suffered such a devastating defeat that all demons were sealed within hell. Currently, everything remains a contest, but in my confrontation with the Grand Sorcerer, I failed. Thus the dark forces require your emergence to reclaim victory and allow demons to once again dominate the mortal realm. The sovereign paused, cognizant that Bogong needed time to ponder. Although Bogong was not lacking in wisdom, her responses were often sluggish. 10 minutes elapsed. At last, Bogong seemed to grasp the intricacies of the situation and slowly articulated. "Is the Grand Sorcerer the only one on the side of righteousness?" The Holy Lord nodded, for he had no intention of divulging all the intelligence from the righteous faction to Bogong. He needed to cultivate an atmosphere of fear to prevent these demons from escaping hell and thwarting his plans. Bogong inhaled sharply. The righteous force, having thrived for millennia, made her doubt that the opposing side would recklessly dispatch their personnel in this contest. This unknown archmage might prove to be even more formidable than the 8 immortals. With this thought, Bogong manipulated the colossal stone beneath her, attempting to ascend into the cosmos and distance herself from Earth. Yet, before her plan could come to fruition, the Holy Lord raised a hand to halt her. "Calm yourself, dear sister. We are not yet at the most perilous juncture, and this is a fate from which we cannot escape," he stated. His words helped stabilize Bogang's emotions. The struggle between righteousness and darkness had endured for countless years, and she had yet to hear of anyone successfully fleeing from it. Since escape was not an option, they must confront the situation with courage. After all, facing challenges can sometimes be a form of resolution. "What shall we do now?" Listening to Bogang's emotions, which were visibly low, the Holy Lord chuckled softly. "Sister, do not be so pessimistic. The Panga treasure box is in our possession. We hold the initiative. Once we release everyone, dealing with the Grand Sorcerer will be a mere trifle." Bogang's heart reignited with hope. The Holy Lord's words were indeed profound. With the 8 great demons joining forces, how could there be an unbeatable adversary? Except for the 8 immortals, for they too comprise 8. "Oh, my clever brother, you are simply magnificent. The demons are truly fortunate to have you. Thank you for your praise. Being able to assist everyone and atone for my past mistakes is the greatest commendation for me." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in the Holy Lord's eyes, but at that moment, Bogong failed to notice. "Boss, the second map has been deciphered," Darwin announced. "Quickly, bring out the Panga treasure box." The Holy Lord's face radiated joy. Each demon's emergence signified one step closer to freedom. As it was released, the Panga treasure box began to spin freely in the air, turning left, right, up, and down, until its core revealed a map that captivated all those present. Chapter 55, Tony's daily life Stark Manor, or rather a modern, technology-laden villa, should not be classified as a mere manor. The 3-story American villa sprawls over more than 1,000 square feet. While this residence may not entirely befit Tony Stark's stature, it remains his most cherished sanctuary. In the basement before Machine Tool, Tony Stark was engaged in an epic-making research endeavor, space folding and traversal technology. This experiment was born out of a rebellious impulse following his father's portal. This research is deemed revolutionary. Nearly all scientists aspire to create a magnificent outcome based on it, yet none have succeeded thus far. Aside from the fundamental processing of raw materials into components, and assembling these parts into a gateway substantial enough for passage, the challenge of transcending space left Tony Stark utterly perplexed. Space is eternally the most intricate subject in the world, a milestone that humanity struggles to surpass. Whether in the realms of cultivation or scientific inquiry, after over 7,000 experiments, Tony had gleaned a modest discovery, a miniature wormhole. utilizing the universe's collapse effect to breach spatial barriers. However, this approach was infeasible. The existing energy could not sustain the experiment. Frustrated, Tony tore apart the coveted research document in his hands, gazing gravely at the reasoning model constructed by Jarvis. Tony, you have been working for 28 consecutive hours. Allow me to suggest that you are in dire need of rest. Please cease your work. Oh, Jarvis, I am well aware of my body and my brilliant mind. It can continue functioning for another 20 hours. Dismissing Jarvis's advice with a chuckle, Tony had just experienced a spark of inspiration and was reluctant to abandon it. Indeed, sir, but prolonged exertion may harm your health. Please permit me to shut down the current template and record your inspiration for future experiments. Tony smiled and shook his head, reluctantly storing his inspiration within Jarvis's template. Stretching, he resolved to heed Jarvis's counsel and take a brief respite. Very well, Jarvis, you win. Wake me after 6 hours. My ideas cannot be preserved for long. Understood, sir, but do not forget about chlorophyll. It will invigorate your body. Tony consented to halt the experiment. Jarvis promptly saved all his templates and operated the machine to prepare a glass of chlorophyll. Tony's body was in dire need of it. Without the support of chlorophyll, the palladium within him would swiftly lead to his demise. Yet, Tony often forgot this crucial detail, necessitating Jarvis to remind him time and again. Oh, thank you, Jarvis. I nearly forgot, Tony exclaimed, downing the chlorophyll in one gulp. The tangy flavor contorted his expression. The taste of chlorophyll was far from pleasant, and indeed, no nutrient could be deemed amicable. Sighing deeply, Tony stepped outside and reclined on the sofa, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Once Tony was in a deep sleep, Jarvis set an alarm for 6 hours, ensuring that Tony's inspiration would not dissipate due to his oversight. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm went off, rousing Tony from his slumber. A well-timed nap rejuvenated his spirits considerably. Upon noticing a warm cheeseburger at his bedside, he instinctively took a bite. Thanks, Jarvis. This afternoon, let us delve into some simpler matters, Tony suggested. After a period of research, he realized that the spatial gateway could potentially become the lifelong pursuit of his endeavors. Whenever a flash of inspiration struck, he would enlist Jarvis to store the idea for future experimentation. Understood, sir. The Iron Warrior project has been executed 807 times and is now set to restart, Jarvis acknowledged. Tony gazed at his previous designs, the Mark armor, most systems of which were nearly complete. However, he refrained from labeling it as finished or assigning it a number, for it bore too much resemblance to the makeshift design he had crafted in the cave. Yet, he had discovered its shortcomings during his encounter with Wade. This suit of armor boasted abundant energy and commendable defense, essentially qualifying it as a mature combat exoskeleton. However, in terms of offensive capabilities and mobility, Tony could hardly sing its praises. Its sluggish speed and brute force were hardly an effective means of attack. Was this what one might call an offensive strategy? Primitive, perhaps? No. Even primitive people had the advantage of speed. It could best be described as a cumbersome machine. The idea of wielding firearms as weapons seemed utterly foolish, entirely unbefitting the genius of Tony Stark. Aerodynamics. This was Tony Stark's most refined solution derived from recent events following Steve's descent from the skies. Not only was it impressive, but aerial combat could also resolve myriad issues. However, this approach would inevitably introduce a plethora of new challenges. Aerodynamics represented an uncharted path, and integrating it into the armor would be an arduous task. But who was he? He is none other than Tony Stark, the unparalleled genius of the world. This is the plan. For every scheme presents its own challenges, yet this particular one stands out for its elegance. Tony is the kind of person who acts decisively. Without hesitation, he commenced his work with a cacophony of sounds. Before long, he had crafted 2 rudimentary flight systems that could be affixed to his arms and legs. Though termed rudimentary, the successful implementation of this system would enable compatibility with the forthcoming Mark II. Indeed, upon inspection, the Mark I proved excessively cumbersome. No matter how Tony endeavored to lighten its load, his design principles could never align with the constraints of aerodynamics. Thus, he resolved to create a second suit of armor, aptly named Mark II. After countless trials, the aerodynamic system finally functioned as intended, free from the dangers of explosion or spontaneous combustion. Tony has finally developed a sophisticated flight system, allowing his Mark series to soar freely through the skies. However, he is not keen on distractions. nor does he wish for any mishaps. In his exuberance, he inadvertently collided with a wall. Yet his experiment was successful, and all that remained was the need for further practice. Jarvis edited out the latter portion of the experimental report. "Very well, sir," he responded. The final landing filled Tony with immense joy. "Yes, I can fly," he exclaimed. Standing atop the control platform, Jarvis adeptly affixed the pre-designed components to Tony's body, forming a mechanical structure adorned with gleaming silver accents and an array of weapons, including palm-mounted cannons. The Mark II was already quite advanced, embodying the essence of Iron Man. Testing complete. Preparing to power down and commence diagnostics, Jarvis announced. "Let us proceed by checking the weather conditions and air traffic control," Tony instructed. "There's still some preparations required before true flight, sir," Jarvis replied. "One must first learn to run before mastering the art of walking. Ready for launch in 3, 2, 1. Tony Stark assumed his stance as the armored suit ignited with flames from its feet, lifting smoothly into the air, a sight that delighted him. The fundamental steps had been accomplished. Increasing the energy output, Tony soared along the designated runway. Chapter 56. Obadiah's ambitions. The experiment was a resounding success. Tony had taken flight, and all systems functioned flawlessly. However, due to material limitations, the Mark II's engines failed at high altitude. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Jarvis activated the emergency protocol, allowing Tony to savor the thrill of flight before safely descending. In light of the issues encountered during the experiment, Tony made several modifications, altering the materials used in the Mark suit and making subtle adjustments to some systems. The Mark III emerged triumphantly. Yet, the success of the Mark suit did not bring Tony the anticipated joy. After finalizing the design of the Mark suit and delegating its construction to Jarvis, he found himself mired in a deep sense of frustration, fixated on the space portal project that he had barely begun. Because of this endeavor, he was reluctant to confront the enigmatic old man who possessed magical abilities. According to what the man had claimed, he had completed a spell enabling free traversal through space within a single day. Indeed, it was magic, even with Tony's brilliant intellect. He had only managed to simulate a mere possibility thus far. Such an outrageous phenomenon could not help but be deemed magical. Yet Tony stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. Though his grandiose declarations had gone unheard, he was acutely aware that facing that old man before completing the portal would signify his defeat, magic triumphing over the genius of Tony Stark. Amidst his growing agitation, the news broadcast on the television captured his attention. The red carpet at the Walt Disney Concert Hall was ablaze with excitement this evening, as the third-quarter charity gala for the families of firefighters, hosted by Tony Stark, drew the elite of Los Angeles. Furrowing his brow, Tony inquired of Jarvis, "Am I invited?" "I have no record of an invitation, sir," Jarvis replied, a response Tony found unsurprising. Jarvis would never betray him. The absence of communication regarding such a significant event suggested that someone wished to see him humiliated. With resolve, Tony donned the damaged Iron Man mask, peering through its openings at the television coverage, and a decision began to form in his mind. "It's too ostentatious," he mused. "I concur. You have always preferred subtlety," Jarvis observed. "Then let us add a touch of red," Tony decisively remarked, glancing at the car beside him. Thus, the golden red Mark III was completed. As he watched the incessant chatter of reporters on the news, Tony donned his suit and pressed the accelerator towards the Walt Disney Concert Hall. "If someone wishes for my absence, then I must make an appearance. They shall witness the confidence of Tony Stark," he thought, stepping out of the car and instantly becoming the focal point of the event. A throng of reporters surrounded him with an array of microphones, eager to extract more information regarding his audacious remarks, hoping for sensational quotes to boost their publications. Yet, Tony had little interest in engaging with these journalists. As he strode forward, nearly all the shareholders of Stark Industries were present, including his dear Uncle Obadiah. Despite having stated that he would gladly purchase their stocks should they wish to sell, he wondered why their greed seemed insatiable. Tony smirked inwardly. If they didn't desire money, then they would soon see. He was no paragon of virtue. Those who became capitalists rarely embodied benevolence. Providing these individuals with a dignified exit would be the extent of his generosity. Looking well, Stan Lee, Tony greeted a guest as he approached Obadiah, patting him on the shoulder. "Ah, Tony," Obadiah exclaimed, his expression a mask of surprise, the smile on his face faltering. "Uncle, what is happening in this world? Why have I not received an invitation to my own gala?" Obadiah chuckled lightly, remarking, "Tony, you seem quite spirited." Tony, however, offered no response and proceeded directly toward the banquet hall. Obadiah interposed himself, leaning in to whisper, "Listen, Tony, I have pacified the board. Refrain from any unnecessary actions." A cold smile flickered across Tony Stark's mind as he thought, "I have orchestrated everything meticulously." Uncle, do you intend to sideline me at my own soiree?" "Very well, I merely wish to partake in some amusement. I've been cooped up in the lab for far too long." With a reassuring nod to Obadiah, Tony continued toward the banquet hall. His arrival at an event where he was not expected to be the focal point went largely unnoticed. Tony felt no anger. These individuals had long been relegated to his blacklist. Finding a vacant bar, he ordered a cocktail. "Mr. Stark," a voice called from beside him, eliciting a moment of surprise from Tony. He had not anticipated anyone would acknowledge him at this gathering. "What? Do you know me?" he inquired, raising his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. "Agent Coulson, Deputy Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "Oh, what a cumbersome title. Have you ever considered a rebranding?" Tony jested. "Indeed, you may refer to it simply as S-H-I-E-L-D-S-H-I-E-L-D." Tony repeated, mentally noting the name. Coulson's demeanor had left a favorable impression on him. "Very well, Coulson, what is it that you desire? As you can see, I'm not the protagonist of this soiree." Tony swept his wine glass across the banquet hall, and not a single person reciprocated his toast. Coulson, observing this, chuckled softly. The true protagonists are often concealed amongst the common folk, while the foolish side characters bask in the limelight. Today, I have the privilege of encountering you, the true star, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. H-I-E-L-D. In response to Coulson's jest, Stark offered a faint smile, downing his drink and placing the glass upside down upon the table. He retrieved a business card, edged in gold, from his wallet. "The protagonist can indeed be surrounded by admirers, but thank you, Coulson. I am quite intrigued by your S-H-I-E-L-D. This is my private number. We can discuss further when convenient." Coulson's goodwill was the finest gift Tony received at tonight's gala. After a brief handshake with Coulson, Tony aspired to become the moon in his narrative, leading Pepper to the center of the dance floor. Following an elegant waltz, he indeed became the center of attention. Regardless, Tony Stark remains Tony Stark. As long as he stands in the spotlight, none can obscure his brilliance. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause, filled with laughter and cheer. Obadiah, witnessing this scene, settled his mind, smiling as he clapped for Tony. Chapter 57. Tony, I believe you require an astute apprentice. At Stark Industries, Obadiah stood behind the glass, gazing calmly at the overcast sky. For a century, this once illustrious factory, dubbed the American Gem by the military, had finally shed the dust that clung to it. Yet, while a gem can be polished, it shatters under the light. Observing the place he had toiled for over 30 years, he recalled the moment he first encountered Howard Stark. Howard Stark was his finest partner. He was the inventor, while Obadiah managed sales. Stark Industries was akin to the child they nurtured together, having grown to its current esteemed stature, a resplendent gem. "Sir, the whiplash can create new miracles for you." Obadiah nodded, saying nothing of these new miracles. "I trust no one to achieve such feats besides Howard. Even his son, Tony Stark, cannot compare to Howard's excellence." Whiplash, a newcomer who had aligned himself with Obadiah, claimed to lack a name because Tony Stark and Howard Stark had stolen theirs. This was utterly absurd. Howard's genius was beyond reproach. However, this individual indeed possessed remarkable skill, capable of crafting the arc reactor. Given this, why not make use of him? Obadiah never shied away from investment. He understood precisely when a discerning investor should take a bold leap. Throughout his life, he wagered 3 significant times. The first was on Howard, entrusting his entire existence to this genius, and it proved fruitful. The second occurred upon Howard's demise, when he bequeathed everything, including Stark Industries, to his son, Tony Stark, and once again it was a success. Now, he faced his third and final gamble. He would not passively witness the deterioration of the enterprise that Howard had built, especially at the hands of someone as inept at management as Tony Stark. This time, he was prepared to wager it all. In Stark manner, Tony reclined in a plush armchair, leisurely perusing the day's newspaper, a look of intrigue gracing his features. Prominently displayed was a photograph of the Mark II. Due to a certain mustachioed gentleman failing to apprehend the wall-climbing individual, he aimlessly drove around the streets, inadvertently capturing Tony soaring through the sky, which subsequently made its way into the news. As he admired his dashing appearance, Tony exclaimed in wonder, "Oh, JRV. Ice, this photograph is quite splendid, though a tad distant. The journalist's name is James, correct? Send him a picture of me descending from the heavens. That would be truly impressive." "Certainly, Sir JARVIS," replied, promptly transmitting the image. As Tony gazed at the arc reactor in the photograph, he fell into deep contemplation. "Sir, is there something amiss?" JARVIS inquired. "Oh no, nothing at all. JARVIS. Please help me reconstruct a model. This time, let us install 10 arc reactors." "Understood," command acknowledged. Watching JARVIS gradually shape a door on the screen, Tony observed as the 10 arc reactors provided an immense energy source, successfully constructing a space collapse system. "Remarkable. I had anticipated this outcome," he remarked. "Sir, the simulated experiment was quite successful, but according to calculations, we require 2 doors for unrestricted traversal." JRVIS noted, as he witnessed an apple being tossed into the computer, floating aimlessly through the spatial realm. Tony nodded in agreement. JRVIS's hypothesis was indeed accurate. Surpassing the spatial barrier with existing technology was an arduous endeavor, and achieving arbitrary teleportation beyond that barrier necessitated a more formidable force capable of breaching a secondary spatial barrier, thereby forming a passage. In the interim, the optimal solution was to create an additional opening. Satisfied with the results, Tony acknowledged that this experiment could only progress thus far. Acquiring 20 arc reactors was currently beyond his reach, especially if they could only be used once. It simply wasn't worthwhile. Dressed in his suit, Tony Stark drove his crimson supercar to Hell's Kitchen, to his father's antique shop. With a decisive push, he swung the door open, striding in with an air of arrogance, circumventing a stunned Steve, his eyes ablaze as he fixated on his father. "I have deciphered your magic." "Excuse me?" His father, bewildered, could only wonder if Tony had lost his mind. What was there to unravel about magic? "Ah, good sir, we have a visitor. Is that not Tony Stark?" Looking rather haggard? Just emerged from a nightclub, perhaps? Wade descended the stairs, yawning and stretching, and upon seeing Tony, immediately provoked a frown upon his face. "Buddy, I swear, had I my electromagnetic cannon, I would surely aim it at your gut. Do temper your ire. It is early yet. Did you not find release last night?" Wade responded with a mischievous grin, but Tony was disinclined to engage further. His purpose here was to unravel the mysteries of magic. "I have successfully developed the technology for spatial collapse," Tony declared, leaving the 3 others in the room utterly bewildered. Space? Collapse? They recognized each word. Yet together, they formed a perplexing enigma. Despite their confusion, the elder remained composed, addressing Steve. "Shopping? If not, please depart." This statement rendered Tony Stark momentarily speechless. Never had anyone dared to dismiss him so brazenly. "Very well, if it is merely shopping, I, Tony Stark, shall not be intimidated." With a resounding thud, a black card was slammed onto the table. "Uncle Steve, please purchase everything here. I want it all. Now, will you engage in a discussion with me?" Tony crossed his arms, gazing at the elder with an air of defiance. Though the elder's bank account was not lacking in funds, the regulations in America prohibited its use. Thus, the presence of such a lavish character as Tony Stark brought him immense delight. "Of course, Tony, what would you like to discuss?" The elder set aside his book and turned his attention to Tony. "What about magic?" The elder nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed his forte. "Magic comes in many forms. For instance, the contract magic prevalent in your region draws upon the powers of unknown deities. Conversely, in China, there exists qi magic, which harnesses the forces of nature. Ultimately, however, magic is merely a manifestation, a demonstration of energy utilization. Scientifically speaking, it could be considered a form of magic as well." The elder continued his discourse while Tony listened intently, occasionally nodding and jotting down questions whenever confusion arose, eventually filling a notebook to the brim. As Steve transferred a substantial sum of dollars into his own account, the elder concluded his succinct lecture on magic, bringing the session to an end. Gazing at the questions in his notebook, Tony wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time, ultimately refraining from asking any of them. Instead, he posed a different inquiry to the elder. "Sir, Do you require an astute student? The elder glanced at the bill, then shot Tony a sidelong look as he replied nonchalantly, Indeed, but not one who fancies himself too clever. Tony assumed this remark indicated that the elder had discerned his prior deceit regarding the spatial collapse technology. Thus, he sincerely apologized. I beg your pardon, sir, for my deception. Yet, I truly desire to be your student. The elder frowned, perplexed as to why Tony felt the need to apologize, for he had not actually rejected him. At that moment, the figure of the mountain demon, Bagong, manifested within his gaze, accompanied by a swirl of mist, revealing a map that captivated Old Dad's attention, leaving him with a grave expression. Tony, noticing this, wished to interject. However, Old Dad urgently called out to Steve and Wade, who were busy moving crates. Put down those jars. The demon has appeared. Steve and Wade exchanged glances, shrugged, and placed the jars onto a nearby antique table before guiding the still bewildered Tony into the study. Once inside, Old Dad unfurled a world map before the gathered company. After a thorough search, he marked a target in Japan. Chapter 58. Iron Overlord, why here? Upon seeing Japan, Old Dad's enthusiasm waned, and he stifled a yawn, merely drawing a circle around the location and dismissing it. Oh, come on, Old Dad, could you refrain from being so dramatic all the time? Indeed, sir. We are still in the midst of organizing the cargo. Apologies for the interruption, but could someone enlighten me about the current situation? Seeing that everyone else comprehended the circumstances while he was left in the dark, Tony promptly interjected among the three, inquiring of them. Wade, astonished by Tony's ignorance, animatedly exclaimed, The demon is that creature with feet, red eyes, fangs, and the ability to breathe fire and spew water. You've seen it. What might such a creature look like? Tony pondered. Wade covered his face with his palm, slowly sliding it down, his expression indicating that his explanation had faltered. Deadpool chimed in, I'll draw. I'll sketch. Twirling his drawing board, he declared, Deadpool versus the dragon. This image is entrusted to everyone. Let us make it humorous. Great idea. Let us do it. Wade enthusiastically concurred, ready to retrieve his drawing pad to commence his artistic endeavor. Step aside. Don't complicate things. Old Dad brusquely pushed Wade aside and unfurled a scroll titled Encyclopedia of Demons upon the table. With a gentle push, Old Dad revealed a vivid depiction of hell, where fire dragons soared through the skies, flames ravaged the earth, tidal waves crashed, the heavens were torn asunder, thunder raged, and the sun and moon were inverted. The mountains and land seemed birthed solely for destruction, devoid of any rules or order. On this canvas, only the purest notion of power prevailed. Humans, the most insignificant of ants in existence, is a phrase frequently uttered by the sovereign. In the era from which this painting emerged, humanity was indeed such. Is this hell? Steve trembled as he posed his question. The old man shook his head, and just as Steve and Tony exhaled in relief, the old man uttered a shocking statement. This is the realm where humanity once truly thrived. He gestured towards the fire dragon soaring through the sky. This is the Lord of Flames, the malevolent demon you previously defeated. Yet that was not his complete form. It is his destiny to incinerate all that exists between heaven and earth. He pointed to the colossal waves crashing against the shore, revealing a fearsome maw. This is the demon of water, the master of all the world waters. The inverted landscape of mountains and valleys followed. This is the demon of earth, the demon of mountains. If ever the world were to be turned upside down, it would surely signal their emergence. The shattered sky above them was marked by, This is the sky demon. The sun and moon hung in disarray, the moon demon. The tempest unleashed, the thunder demon. The winds fanned the flames, the wind demon. Together, they are known as the 8 great demons, wielding the power to obliterate the world. Steve inhaled sharply, having assumed that the Lord was the most formidable demon, only to discover that there were 7 others equally powerful. I think I understand now. So, sir, do you intend to stop them? Tony's question slipped out. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man replied, Stop them? With what will you stop them? I have yet to find a counter to her elemental magic. So how do you propose to thwart Bagong? Speak. The old man's piercing gaze fixed on Tony, closing the distance with each step, compelling Tony to retreat until he collided with the bookshelf, unable to escape further. Sir, if they are demons as formidable as mountains, then they must be quite immense, correct? At Stark Industries, we possess remarkably advanced armed helicopters capable of transporting them, And if nuclear weapons prove to be effective, I can certainly arrange that. Tony hastily shifted the conversation, voicing his thoughts. Like most Americans, he harbored the belief that nuclear bombs could resolve any dilemma. If one bomb is insufficient, then let it be two. Since this demon is tangible and as colossal as a mountain, perhaps detonating a nuclear bomb might yield extraordinary results. Old Man listened with keen interest, reminiscing about the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, you may proceed. All right, leave it to us, sir. Let us go. We have mushrooms to cultivate. Steve had just made a promise to Old Man when Wade approached. Wrapping one arm around Tony and pushing Steve with the other, rushing out of Old Man's antique shop. They hopped into Tony's luxurious supercar, and with a swift press of the accelerator, they arrived at Stark Tower. Just as they halted, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Steve, a seasoned veteran, instinctively lunged to pull Tony Stark from the vehicle, and upon landing, he quickly rolled away into the distance. In the instant they abandoned the car, an unidentified heavy object plummeted from above, resulting in a resounding crash that obliterated Tony Stark's fiery red supercar. From the wreckage emerged a towering steel giant. Standing 4 meters tall, each deliberate step showcasing the elegance of iron, the weighty thuds echoing the armor's formidable heft. Oh, why did Tony flee? Must you truly compel me to tear you apart with my own hands? Obadiah? Is it you? The voice emanating from the armored figure was astonishing to Tony. Obadiah Stane, a quintessential businessman, would typically employ his exceptional commercial acumen to eliminate those he deemed obstacles. It was hard to fathom how he could construct an armor to obliterate him. Not only him, but Tony Stark also faced the wrath of the Whiplash who, having been stripped of the name Vanko by their fathers, returned from the depths of vengeance. 2 electric serpents danced wildly, crackling with energy as Whiplash swung his long whip, emerging from Star Tower to stand beside Obadiah. Who is Vanko? I'm afraid I do not recognize you. Tony feigned ignorance, inciting Whiplash's fury. It was one thing for others to forget, but for these 2 beneficiaries to overlook the name Vanko was utterly unforgivable. Whiplash lashed out with his whip, targeting Tony Stark. In a moment of peril, a long blade pierced Whiplash's body. What? How could this be? Wade's voice echoed in Whiplash's ear. Buddy, thanks for inviting me to such a splendid soiree, but it truly hurts. Wade's long sword cleaved through the body of the whip, severing it in 2, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ironmonger nearby. Obadiah observed this scene with a dispassionate gaze. His disdain for the whip was palpable. Day in and day out, the whip incessantly derided Howard, contributing nothing of worth aside from the arc reactor technology bequeathed to him by his father. Truly, the whip was devoid of merit. Oh, I anticipated you would intervene, Wade remarked, shaking the blood from his blade as he regarded the ironmonger with an air of tranquility. I have no intention of stopping you from dispatching a jester. He has become utterly devoid of utility. Oh, you are indeed a ruthless capitalist. But I hope that when the time comes, you can still articulate such sentiments when you're 13, Augusto chuckled, raising his shoulders briefly. In an instant, the ironmonger, under Augusto's command, delivered a powerful blow to Wade, sending him careening through the air like a rag doll. Thud! Thud! The crisp sounds of impact echoed as Wade rolled several times before finally rising to his feet, now standing beside Steve. Oh, Captain, you cannot fathom just how formidable he is, Wade jested. However, Steve had no time to engage in banter. The ironmonger was advancing towards them with ominous intent. Team, prepare for battle, Steve commanded, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. At that moment, Tony suddenly called out, Wait, Captain, hold on for a moment. I have something to attend to. Tony's abrupt departure left Steve bewildered. What are you doing, Tony? I'm just changing into another suit. I'll be back shortly, Captain. Changing outfits in the midst of a brawl? Are you a coward, Tony? Chapter 59. Bare-handed battle with the ironmonger above. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, while flames roiled beneath. Watching Tony depart, Obadiah appeared unfazed, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Tony, compared to your father, you are remarkably weak. But fret not. Soon you shall no longer experience fear. The engine's roar reverberated as the ironmonger, controlled by Obadiah, began to move, each footfall shattering the ground beneath, the mechanical friction creating an aura of overwhelming strength. Yet, in comparison to Tony's Mark III, the ironmonger seemed antiquated, employing technology akin to the weaponry wielded by American soldiers for decades. unchanged and obsolete. The power the arc reactor could supply was not fully realized by this mech, akin to a vigorous young man inhabiting the soul of a child. No matter how abundant the resources, he could accomplish nothing. Hey, he's so slow. Steve, shall we charge? Without waiting for a response from the pajama-clad Wade, they launched themselves into an audacious charge, a bizarre tableau that made the Ironmonger appear as the truly vulnerable one. Damn it! Obadiah exerted tremendous effort to manipulate the Ironmonger, yet without the sophisticated artificial intelligence that Jarvis provided. It was utterly impossible for a machine to move with the precision of a human limb. As the engines of the Ironmonger roared to life, an invisible current surged forth with its outstretched arms, striking the ground with a resounding crash, unleashing a flurry of sparks. The steel cables, forged entirely from metal, combined with the immense force generated by the Ironmonger, caused the earth to shatter upon impact, sending countless fragments flying amidst the jagged rocks that stood like sentinels. Although this strike did not harm the two adversaries, it compelled them to halt their advance. "Shall we engage the captain?" one inquired. "If not, we'll resort to range attacks," came the agreement. Before Obadiah could fully comprehend the situation, Steve and Wade swiftly distanced themselves, one unleashing a barrage of bullets, while the other employed a shield in a grand spin. The resonant clang of metal echoed through the confined space, creating a cacophony that sent waves of pain through Obadiah's head. The shield, though merely a projectile, possessed enough force to send the heavy Ironmonger reeling. Lacking the advanced target-locking capabilities of Tony's technology, Obadiah found himself momentarily unable to retaliate. Fortunately, the Ironmonger's greatest asset was its resilience. After enduring numerous assaults, Obadiah's senses dulled, and the sharp stings across his body exacerbated his mental state, yet a triumphant grin spread across his face as he gripped the steel cables tightly. He bellowed, and with that, the two whips hanging limply on the ground sprang to life, dancing like silver serpents, with debris scattering and dust billowing. Upon hearing Obadiah's maniacal laughter, Steve and Wade instinctively sought cover, witnessing the madness unfold. Wade, still shaken, remarked, "Playing with a fool carries too much risk. We must exercise caution in the future." "Enough banter, Wade. What is the situation?" "Toss a bomb in there to clear the smoke," Steve commanded. Wade retrieved a grenade from behind him, pulled the pin, and hurled it forward. Rolling a few times, the bomb landed precisely within the haze, and a deafening explosion followed, showering them with a gentle rain of debris. "Oh, it's raining. That is not good news," one commented. "Is it? Captain, I thought the rain would be a blessing, washing away the bloodstains of my deeds." Years of battlefield experience have taught Steve that rain signifies a protracted struggle. Once the downpour commences, human madness reaches its zenith. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as Steve anticipated. Obadiah, clad in his Ironmonger armor, emerged unscathed, and it was evident from his demeanor that the recent assault had yielded no tangible results. The truth was as he suspected. The armor's formidable thickness rendered it impervious to harm. Even under heavy bombardment, the occupant within might sustain some injury, but the Ironmonger itself would remain unscathed. Obadiah clasped his head, the violent shockwaves having left his nerves somewhat frayed. Yet, upon catching sight of Steve and his companions, the whip crackled to life, unleashing arcs of electricity that surged through the rain, targeting Steve and Wade with relentless precision. Fortunately, neither of the two was an ordinary human. The electric jolt merely left their hair standing on end, resembling a frizzy hedgehog. "Hey, Captain, you look like a punk," Wade quipped. "Silence, Wade," Steve retorted, as he had no time for banter. While he could not fathom why Obadiah had unleashed only a meager voltage, the recent display indicated that distance was no longer a refuge. No matter where they sought shelter, the currents would follow the water, delivering their shocking embrace. As Steve pondered a solution to the rain's interference, Obadiah regained consciousness. His first thoughts were not of vanquishing Steve and Wade, but rather of fleeing. Indeed, he no longer wished to oppose Tony. Given the current circumstances, persisting would surely lead to his demise at the hands of those two ruffians. For a businessman, wealth is undeniably crucial, yet the value of life surpasses monetary gain. After all, one must live to spend. Beyond riches, Obadiah held a greater reverence for his own survival. However, before he could make a move, Steve and Wade, drawing upon their battlefield acumen, swiftly approached the Ironmonger. They vaulted onto the armor and commenced their assault. Obadiah, an elderly relic of a bygone era, was ill-prepared for such a confrontation, leaving him bewildered. Yet, Steve and Wade were undeterred, launching a direct offensive, wielding their weapons to dismantle the armored behemoth. Fortunately, the armor's connection points were exceptionally robust, stalling their disassembly efforts and granting Obadiah a fleeting opportunity. Thus, two formidable men engaged in a fray with an elderly adversary and a colossal iron turtle. The intensity of the struggle escalated for Steve and Wade, while Tony finally located the spatial transponder he had installed within the company. Indeed, though it consumed resources, Tony had constructed a passage between his home and the firm. Such was the privilege of wealth. Jarvis, how are we faring? Is everything prepared? Yes, sir. The enhancements have been successfully completed, and the passageway is ready. According to calculations, the success rate of this experiment stands at 797. Well then, let us commence. With a commanding voice, Tony activated the 20 arc reactors, illuminating the darkened cavern that gradually unfolded within the newly erected portal. Taking a deep breath, Tony stepped into the portal. Chapter 60. Tony, I am Iron Man. Steve, Tony, you absolute coward. At Stark Manor, the interdimensional gateway constructed by Jarvis suddenly flickered to life. Tony Stark emerged, panting heavily from within. Jarvis reported the current status. Sir, the spatial traversal device has proven highly successful. However, during its recent operation, 7 arc reactors sustained damage, and the remaining ones exhibit varying degrees of wear. Given our current technological capabilities, spatial traversal remains impractical. Understood, Tony replied as he entered his laboratory, not pausing for a moment. While listening to Jarvis's report, he began to don the Mark III armor. Jarvis, record today's experimental findings. Oh, and make a note that the stability of the spatial portal tunnel was exceptionally good. Very well, sir. Also, Jarvis, please disassemble the damaged arc reactors and place them on my workbench. Remind me to investigate how to adjust them, he instructed. Of course, sir. A portion of the machinery assisted Tony in donning the Mark III, while another began collecting the arc reactors. Logically, the arc reactor should be the most powerful energy technology in the world. Yet, such technology remains insufficient for the portal's operation. Tony pondered the possibility of constructing an oversized reactor which might resolve these combustion-related issues. Before long, the Mark III was fully equipped, and a series of protocols were initiated by Jarvis. As Tony observed the auxiliary targeting interface appearing on the screen like something out of a video game, he promptly commanded, Jarvis, activate flight assistance and proceed to Stark Industries. Understood, sir. Tony engaged the flight apparatus, and Jarvis facilitated the balance adjustments. Soon, with Jarvis's assistance, Tony made his way to Stark Industries. Has it started to rain? What a dreadful day it is, sir. Shall we initiate the drying protocol to maintain a constant temperature for the mech? Activated. Jarvis, prioritizing the operational efficiency of the mech. Just as Tony hastened towards them, Steve and Wade had already descended into a frenzy. Fists, shields, and long blades unleashed a relentless barrage upon Ironmonger, the resounding thuds echoing like thunder in their ears. Obadiah longed to resist, to escape the utterly humiliating predicament of being overwhelmed by these formidable foes. However, his mech succumbed to malfunctions under Steve's relentless assault. The two, like ferocious beasts, showed no signs of respite. As smoke began to billow from Obadiah's armor, their excitement only intensified. With knives prying and shields smashing, Obadiah's armor was gradually dismantled, wires severed, and the restraining apparatus ensnared him like armor, rendering him utterly immobile. Throughout this chaos, their arms contorted grotesquely, flesh scraped raw, blood seeping intermittently, yet their onslaught showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew increasingly frenzied. As the armor fell away, Obadiah's true form was revealed to Steve and Wade. Faced with such a capitalist adversary, they exhibited no mercy, landing blow after blow upon his visage. During this ordeal, Obadiah's cries were heart-wrenching. Eventually, Steve, weary of the spectacle, delivered a resounding slap to Obadiah's face. How utterly disgraceful! Had Obadiah not contemplated the consequences of his actions before this moment? In defeat, one ought to concede gracefully now. He donned a guise of lamentation. Who was he performing for? Obadiah ceased his weeping. Observing this, Steve delivered a decisive punch to his neck, extinguishing his life. At that moment, Tony arrived, making a grand entrance befitting a superhero crashing heavily to the ground. Slowly rising, he assumed an invincible demeanor and proclaimed, "I am Iron Man, wow. You look magnificent, Captain. How did you deal with deserters on the battlefield before?" Wade inquired. Steve squinted at Wade before turning his gaze to Tony, responding with fierce intent. "I would crush their feet and hoist them by their necks into the fray." Tony, caught off guard, swallowed hard before cautiously replying, "You're joking, right, Captain?" Steve shot him a cold glance, shaking his head indifferently. Tony thought to himself, this is the end. Life seems utterly bleak. Wade, seizing the moment, brandished his twin blades and approached Tony. "Don't worry, Tony. I'm quick with my actions. You won't feel a thing." "Get away," Tony retorted, shoving Wade aside to speak with Steve. "Silence. Tony, you wretched coward. We've already finished the fight, and now you show up? What are you doing? Swooping in for the spoils?" Tony, somewhat at a loss for words, pondered whether everyone else was as deranged as they were. "I am merely a humble scientist, seeking the protection of armor, which is only natural. My apologies, Captain. I assure you, next time will come swiftly." Upon hearing Tony's apology, Steve refrained from further comment. Through the gap between Wade and Steve, Tony caught sight of the fallen Obadiah. Although he had previously speculated, Tony never truly anticipated that the one who sought his demise would be none other than his uncle. Tony closed his eyes in contemplation and then addressed Jarvis. "Prepare a coffin for my uncle and allocate 1% of my annual income to his family, as a final act of compassion from Stark Industries towards him and those he cherished." Tony sighed, reminiscing about how it was Obadiah who had first introduced him to the laboratory, who had brought him into Stark Industries, and who had facilitated his ascent to the presidency of the company. Yet now, it was also Obadiah who sought his departure. How does one articulate this? The cycle of cause and effect in the world resembles a perpetual cycle. One reaps what one sows. Obadiah wagered much of his life on Tony and Howard. Why not continue this gamble? Perhaps in the end, he would find the most enjoyment in a peaceful demise. However, his ambition ultimately shattered everything. He lost it all, including the life he held dear. "Oh, are you truly saddened? He was the one who intended to kill you, yet you display such magnanimity?" Wade inquired, drawing closer to Tony and wiping away the tears at the corner of his eye. "Magnanimity is but one facet of my character. Yet I possess a darker side as well," Tony retorted, pushing Wade away, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he grappled with the inexplicable notion of feeling pity for Obadiah. "Enough. Enough. We have no time to concern ourselves with your family matters. Hasten us to the airport, for we must confront the demon," Wade urged. The group ascended the Stark Tower, arriving at the rooftop. As they gazed upon the helicopter, Tony prepared to lead the way, only to be halted by the outstretched hands of his companions. "All right, Tony, this is not a situation in which you should involve yourself. Let's discuss this when you are more mature." "I have matured. I meant in terms of your temperament," Steve replied. Chapter 61. The winds that blow towards dreams. The Panka treasure box began to levitate, revealing a map resembling ethereal clouds, which simultaneously captivated the eyes of the saint and the old man. The hexagram of wind. This is the map of the howling wind. Yet why does it reveal nothing? Why is the saint in such a state? Has the Panku treasure box grown weary of its performance? Would the old man now present the howling wind? Where could this possibly be? Amidst the trio's puzzled gazes, the map suddenly rolled up, transforming into a staff that fell to the ground. As the staff materialized, the old man's video was simultaneously terminated, yet he caught a fleeting glimpse of a peculiar rune. The saint stepped forward to retrieve the staff, examining the inscribed runes with a hint of recognition. "What is this, saint?" The voice of Bagong was tinged with a hint of irritation. However, this was not directed at the Lord, but rather at the immortal Zhang Wolao, who had sealed her away all those years ago. Had her wisdom remained intact, she would not have found herself in such a humble position, inquiring of the Lord. The Lord did not respond, but instead recited an ancient incantation, channeling his magical energy into his staff. As the tip of the staff illuminated with sparkling starlight, he pointed it towards Bagong. In an instant, the star-like radiance struck her. "What are you doing, Lord?" Bagong exclaimed in terror as she gazed at him. But it was not long before she succumbed to a yawn and fell into a deep slumber. Indeed, the magic of dreams was at play. Observing Bagong asleep within the realm of dreams, the Lord wore an expression of certainty, yet soon found himself troubled. The task of traversing the barriers of dreams to bring a demon into the human world required an immense amount of preparation. not to mention that he had yet to recover. Even if he did, such magic could not be performed in less than a year or two. One could say, without a doubt, that it was befitting of the 8 immortals. Even in their absence, the Lord, who sought to rescue his brethren, felt an undeniable connection to them. After all, aside from Han Zhongli, who could have imagined placing the gates of hell within the gates of dreams? The mysterious guest picked up the fallen Panku treasure box. Observing the Lord as he contemplated his staff, seemingly lost in thought, he chose not to disturb anyone and instead stepped aside, waiting for the Lord's return. Perhaps this is the only way. The Lord sighed, as though he had resolved himself to a decision. In the antique shop, the old man, returning to his senses, immediately caught a glimpse of the remarkable symbols he had noted down, sketching them onto paper. As he gazed upon this symbol, it became increasingly familiar. "Oh, it's the Compendium of Magic," the old man exclaimed, quickly unfurling the tome and locating the rune in question. It was the Dream Confusion Charm. The old man's expression grew grave. A demon known as Nightmarish had utilized human dreams to forge the realm of dreams. As the sole being within this dream world, he sought to escape into the human realm, thus creating a staff inscribed with all the magic of dreams. When more than half of the world's population falls into slumber, his magic would activate, blurring the lines between dream and reality, even breaking those boundaries to transport himself into the human world. The account ends here. Over the years, has Nightmarish ever succeeded? The answer is a resounding no. Had he succeeded, the world of humanity would undoubtedly be echoing with the name of a nightmare. Yet, it is evident that this is not the case. Once the old man closed the tome of magic and discerned the intentions of the Holy Master, he began to prepare. One by one, cloves of garlic were cast into a copper cauldron, along with various seasonings, resulting in the creation of a verdant potion. Under the illumination, it was clear that even light could not penetrate it, prompting the old man to nod in satisfaction. At that moment, the sound of jingling bells resonated as a group entered. "Mr. Tony, I must lodge a complaint regarding Uncle Steve's abandonment of his companions." "No, old man, I wish to file a complaint first. Tony is nothing but a cowardly deserter." "No, sir, they're both worthless. They allowed the demon Bogan to escape. Please, let me punish them." Wade's declaration caused the previously adversarial uncle and nephew to simultaneously turn their gazes toward him. "Tony, Steve, little bro, you're quite brave." Wade retorted, "I'm not joking. I am exceptionally brave." A silent exchange of raised eyebrows transpired among the three. Tony and Steve shared a glance, with their left brows arching and right brows shifting, silently conveying, "Beat him," agreed. In a swift motion, Steve lunged and pinned Wade to the ground, while Tony quickly restrained Wade's legs. Together, they thoroughly dealt with him. "All right, enough of the antics. Come and try the old man's new potion." Upon hearing this, Tony and Steve released Wade, rose from the ground, and approached to inspect the old man's concoction. Wade, having regained his footing, glared at the two with his back turned to him. In a sudden outburst, he clasped his hands together and thrust his index fingers forward, shouting, "Thousand-year kill." Whether by fate or sheer happenstance, as Tony Stark turned, Wade's fingers precisely struck their target. Tony let out a cry, collapsing to the ground, his rear elevated, resembling a malfunctioning figure. "Oh yeah, home run," Wade exclaimed, joyfully mimicking Mike's dance, gliding with elation. The old man cast a stern glance, then swiftly tapped Wade's head with 2 fingers, causing him to topple over. "Honestly, we must learn to coexist," he said calmly, turning his attention to Steve. The old man handed him the potion. "Forget these 2 clowns. First, give my new potion a try, Steve." Steve, still in a daze, nodded and prepared to uncork the vial, only to realize he hadn't inquired whether the potion was for internal or external use. He hesitated, bringing the potion to his lips and looking to the old man, asking, "Is it for external or internal use?" "Internal. How much should I drink?" "Consume the entire vial. There won't be any life-threatening risks, will there? Are you going to drink it or not?" Steve alternately picked up and set down the potion, bombarding his father with a barrage of questions. Initially, his father exhibited considerable patience, but as the inquiries persisted, he grew increasingly exasperated, wishing he could force the potion down his son's throat, as it had not been explicitly stated that it needed to be ingested. In response to his father's outburst, Steve, without a moment's hesitation, gulped down the potion. With his eyes tightly shut and a look of sacrificial resolve, he stared at his father, who was left speechless. Haven't you lived it all? Open your eyes and share your feelings with me. The sharp pain of fingers tapping on his head jolted Steve awake. Upon opening his eyes, a look of sheer joy spread across his face. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I made it. Fool, it was never poisonous. Now, stop bouncing around like a monkey and tell me your feelings. With that remark, Steve fell silent, introspectively processing his earlier experience. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Apologies, Father. I drank too quickly and didn't feel anything. Shall I try another one? Chapter 62. The Sleeping World, my lord. This is already the largest rooftop in New York. We have truly done our utmost. Not nearly enough. We must conjure a tempest that will shake the entire world, allowing the essence of the dream world to disperse to every corner of the earth. Osborne Industrial Building, using a helicopter as his brush and the rooftop as his canvas. The master directed the gathered individuals in inscribing the runes of the wind upon the rooftop. The wand he had previously held had vanished, and beside him lay a vast array of golden dust, the essence that would enable all to enter the dream realm. The mystical array in the Vulture District had been meticulously drawn, as had the Saber-Tooth Tiger District, and Darwin confirmed readiness on his end. The Sandman District was also prepared. The Imitation Master task is complete. Location, Osborne. The Master may commence. 6 arrays were strategically positioned in each corner, the largest of which was personally inscribed by Osborne. After reporting, his eyes were consumed by a crimson glow as the Master took the stage. Pour the contents of the box onto the array, and you may flee at once. Upon receiving the Master's command, the group hesitated not a moment, employing various ranged methods to dismantle the box, throwing, smashing, and detonating it in myriad ways. Golden dust cascaded forth as the Master pressed his hand onto the array. Yaku Siro Akamishi Ma Yaku Siro Akamishima. The Master's incantation resonated, channeling boundless magical energy into the array, which soared skyward, merging with the 6 smaller arrays. In an instant, a colossal array formed, capable of enveloping all of New York. As the array solidified, the Master withdrew his hand, and a gentle breeze emerged from within the array, carrying the golden dust forth into the world. New York, what shall we have for lunch? How about a hamburger? 2 employees at a company, having just completed their tasks, leisurely contemplated their next meal. However, a gentle breeze swept through, inducing a yawn that echoed through the office. I'm so sleepy. Perhaps we should just skip eating and take a nap, one suggested. Sounds good, the other replied. The contagious nature of yawning swiftly spread throughout the entire company, and soon, the building was filled with slumbering figures. In the stillness, the faint sounds of snoring were the only evidence of this midday repose. The U.S. Congress issued a statement declaring that a yawning virus had fully invaded the nation, leading to suspicions of a biological warfare orchestrated by a certain mysterious Eastern power. The Congress had succumbed, with many individuals succumbing to sleep while engrossed in their work. America fell, followed by Canada, Russia, and ultimately, the entire world succumbed to slumber. The only establishment untouched by this phenomenon was a quaint antique shop. Old man, do you think if I go for a $0 purchase now, I wouldn't even need to wear a mask? Wade asked eagerly, observing the unconscious crowd outside, posing a question that even his father had not anticipated. Although such actions were not illegal in the use, Wade, his father felt compelled to remind him, were not exactly moral. As he sketched a summoning circle for the dream world on the floor, he answered Wade without lifting his gaze, not outrightly deterring his son. For such behavior was permissible in America. Wade, brimming with enthusiasm, was about to rush out when Steve grabbed him. At that moment, the old man's circle was complete, and Wade needed to remain still to access the dream realm. Don't make me turn you into a raccoon, Steve warned, his fist holding a certain authority. Obediently, Wade retreated, and once the circle was finalized, the old man exhaled, placing the materials back on the table. A bright light flickered momentarily, and soon after, the old man, Steve, and others succumbed to sleep. When they awoke, the old man found himself in a world of his own making. Let us go out and play chun-fong. No, I have things to do today. You go ahead. The old man shook his head at his childhood companion, his body reverting to its aged form, chuckling softly. Oh, then I shall leave. Don't forget to go to school tomorrow. All right, I know. As his friend departed, the old man emerged from his dream, entering the dream world, a realm constructed of numerous doors. Countless doors stood tall, and observing these rather unremarkable entrances, The old man casually opened a few. Carter, I love you. Steve, I love you too. Steve's dreamscape manifested as a pristine white church, with Carter holding a bouquet, beaming at Steve. At that moment, the old man coughed, interrupting the scene. Wake up, Steve. It's time for us to depart. Oh, old man, couldn't you let me enjoy just a little more time before coming in? Steve shed his splendid suit, revealing his everyday attire beneath the lining. While such a scenario may seem implausible in the waking world, it felt entirely natural within the realm of dreams. Despite the awareness of its artificiality, what compels one to allow dreams to deceive them? Listening to his father's words, Steve nodded and embraced Carter before following his father out the door. Father, where are the others? You're the first I've found. As for the others, it may take a little while. There's simply too many doors here. Steve surveyed his surroundings, where countless doors formed the entirety of this world, a truly rare spectacle. Are 8 billion people asleep simultaneously? That seems a bit exaggerated. No, perhaps there are only 78 here, for there are certain places beyond their influence. As Steve pondered his father's reflections, his father interjected, Where is that, father? Steve felt a surge of curiosity about the place his father was referring to. In the land of Huaxia, there exists a magical formation capable of warding off a significant amount of negative sorcery. The words of the father exuded a sense of pride, an unwavering confidence in his homeland. Lacking prior experience, Steve could not comprehend this sentiment, yet a seed was quietly sown in his heart. He yearned to witness the beautiful realm his father spoke of. At the very moment the father entered the realm of dreams, the Lord emerged from his own domain, his satisfaction palpable as he embarked on this journey through the dream world. The invigorating sensation of power was simply exquisite. With a mere wave of his hand, several doors swung open, allowing the mysterious guests to step forth. As they gathered, the Panku treasure box floated gracefully through the air. The Lord gestured and commanded, Let us depart, my friends. Following the Lord, the group proceeded until they arrived before a green door adorned with an array of strange patterns. The Panku treasure box naturally ascended, aligning itself with the symbol of the Sun hexagram. With a swift motion, the box soared forth, embedding itself in the designated pattern and releasing a beam of light that opened the gates of hell. From within emerged a blue creature resembling a toad. Lore, my brother, you have not disappointed me, it spoke. Chapter 63. The Indomitable Howling Wind, I am free. Howling Wind proclaimed, and as he spoke, a tempest swept across the dream world, causing the Lord and his companions to stagger amidst the gale. All doors flew open, awakening those untouched by the dream. Long time no see, Howling Wind, the Lord called out, braving the storm as he approached Howling Wind and warmly clasped his hand in greeting. Howling Wind fell silent in response. As the wind subsided with Howling Wind's presence, Darwin and the others lunged forward. Darwin, I believe I understand why this demon is called Howling Wind, he remarked, recalling the fierce gust that had nearly scattered him. Ignoring the chatter, the Lord stood beside Howling Wind, who transformed into a gang leader with a mouth akin to that of a toad. My dear brother, thank you for coming to rescue me, Howling Wind exclaimed, inhaling deeply as another gust rushed in. However, this wind did not linger long and soon abated. Ah, the liberating air, Howling Wind mused, reveling in the beauty of the world. Though the breeze here was somewhat chaotic, it was a welcome change from the suffocating stillness of hell. My dear brother, I do not wish to dampen your joyous escape from hell, but I must remind you that we are currently in the realm of dreams. If you do not leave with me promptly, you will be trapped here, the Lord warned, noting the skeptical gaze that Howling Wind directed at him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Howling Wind's recovery was astonishingly swift. Despite being in a dream world, he seemed to disregard its rules, wielding the power of the wind at will. This posed a disadvantage for the Lord. Yet he found solace in the fact that Howling Wind was pragmatic and would not disrupt his plans. As the Lord contemplated this, Howling Wind exhaled a heavy sigh and replied, Very well, brother. I shall heed your advice. What must I do? The Lord suppressed the joy within, calmly addressing the Howling Wind. As more and more succumb to slumber, the boundary between dreams and reality has been shattered. We need only to discover the point where they intertwine to escape this plight. The Howling Wind nodded in tacit agreement with the Lord's assertion. Yet at that moment, a seasoned voice interrupted their discourse. Demon, It is time for you to return to your rightful place. A few hours prior, as a gust from the howling wind swept through, all doors flung open, allowing the old man to seize the opportunity to locate his aides, Tony Stark and Wade. Sir, if you had arrived any later, I would have accomplished 1,000 kills. Pay no heed to his boasting, sir, with his petite frame. He would be hard-pressed to achieve even two. Hey, you twisted pervert, dare to challenge me, Tony Stark? Beware, I might just cancel your card. Oh dear, how frightful. Observing the playful banter between the two, the old man refrained from intervening, for at that moment, an unexpected individual entered the realm of dreams. Ancient One, it has been a long time. Walking ahead, with a prominent bald head, the Ancient One turned upon hearing the old man's voice, his face lighting up with delight. It has indeed been a while, Chung Feng. Have you come to thwart the resurrection of Nightmare? Nightmare? It seems to be the demon inscribed in the runes of dreams. Yet, given the current chaos, it is undoubtedly the Lord who instigated this turmoil, not the so-called Nightmare. I regret to inform you, Ancient One, this incident was not conjured by Nightmare, but rather by the demon I am tasked to capture. The Lord. The Lord? Is he the black mist demon you mentioned earlier? As the Ancient One recalled, the old man nodded affirmatively. With a sigh of relief, the Ancient One remarked, these demons always seem to congregate and cause trouble. No sooner had the Ancient One spoken than a gaunt figure on a black steed charged between them. Dear Supreme Sorcerer, I caught you dozing on the job. Both the old man and the Ancient One recoiled simultaneously, as Nightmare's assault failed to land. Upon witnessing the revival of the other, the Ancient One furrowed his brow and intoned, Nightmare, this world shall now succumb to you. The horse neighed, lifting Nightmare high to project an air of authority. Yet against the Supreme Sorcerer, who had grown powerful over centuries, such tricks were hardly sufficient. With a wave of his hand, the Ancient One conjured a circular magic circle and directed it toward Nightmare. The farce ends here, Nightmare. Return to silence. The circular matrix severed the Nightmare's steed, dissipating it into a wisp of black vapor. However, the Nightmare itself proved to be a more formidable adversary. With a deft somersault, it evaded the circular spell array conjured by Ancient One and landed gracefully, brandishing a mighty sword as it charged forth to confront her. The clash of their weapons resonated as Ancient One summoned the circular formation to engage the Nightmare in combat. Observing the fray for a moment, the old man retrieved his pufferfish from behind, uncertain of the specific nature of this demon, but resolute nonetheless. He doused the pufferfish with a versatile potion, chanting, Monsters be gone! Monsters be gone! A verdant glow emanated as he raised his hand to unleash a shot. Sensing impending danger, the Nightmare swiftly burrowed into the ground, narrowly avoiding Ancient One's spell, which sliced through the air, severing its hair. Emerging from a nearby door, the Nightmare gestured animatedly at Ancient One, exclaiming, You despicable Supreme Mage, resorting to ambush. Do you truly deserve the title of Supreme Mage? Ancient One, unwilling to engage in discourse with a demon, hurled the spell array like a disc, coldly retorting. Any means employed against the demon is justified. Are we simply to observe this, Steve? Wade inquired. What else can we do, boss? We are unequipped for battle. Should we merely complicate matters? Tony interjected. If we stand idly by while the others engage, will we not face repercussions upon our return? The three exchanged banter when suddenly a hoary voice interrupted, quite leisurely. Are we? Perhaps initially unable to discern the source, Wade waved dismissively, not at all, merely the third best in the world. Upon hearing that resonant voice, Wade shivered, turning to see the old man's hair bristling with fury. I apologize, sir. We will intervene immediately, Steve declared. Wade, I relish being the shield. Let me lead the charge. Tony added, It's these two who hinder my progress. I have no choice but to showcase my prowess. As the trio prepared to advance, the old man bellowed, Halt. The force of his voice sent a shiver down their spines, compelling them to turn stiffly, with a pitiful chorus of yes, sir, escaping their lips. The old man scoffed, producing his pufferfish along with their weapons, tossing them to the trio. Enough of this demeanor. I have enchanted your weapons, and you are now capable of striking the Nightmare. Go forth and vanquish it. With eyes gleaming with determination, the three gazed at their newly empowered weapons. Though the changes were imperceptible to the naked eye, they believed wholeheartedly in the old man's words. Armed and invigorated, they shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, unexpectedly cornering the nightmare. The old man shook his head and spoke softly. Chapter 64. You have been enhanced. Hurry and deliver. Enchanting a weapon is no trivial matter. Not only do their items lack any magical properties, but Tony's gloves also possess an intricacy that is beyond simple comprehension. Composed of millions of tiny components, inscribing a magic array within them would require 10 master craftsmen to toil tirelessly for 3 days to accomplish. In short, he had merely deceived the 3 of them. The old man urged, "You have been enhanced. Go quickly." Tony, Steve, and Wade responded in unison, "Oh, right. Let's attack." Reflecting on the earlier scene, the old man could not help but chuckle as images of the 3 eager souls rushing forth filled his mind. It was not merely the old man's mischievous intent to tease them. Rather, the howling wind had been present for quite some time, and the 2 surges of wind had indicated an increasing potency that he could no longer ignore. He needed to act swiftly. As he dashed toward the source of the wind, he prepared the potion he had concocted specifically to counteract the howling winds, pouring it onto the fan he held, which began to emit a faint green glow. Both the master and the howling wind turned their gazes towards him, spotting a frail old man wielding an intricately embroidered fan that shimmered with a green luminescence, poised to strike downward. "This is bad," the howling wind exclaimed, its voice booming as it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a gale that surged directly toward the old man. In an instant, the old man found himself swept away by the ferocious wind before he could even wield his fan. Fortunately, the fan offered some protection, allowing him to be carried off without sustaining any further harm. "Master, we must go. Quickly. Now." Xiao Feng conveyed a message to the Holy Master, his anxiety transcending mere words. In a fit of desperation, he conjured a small sphere of air, propelling the Holy Master and his companions far into the distance. As they departed, the old man was seen fanning himself while gradually approaching, but the fierce winds generated by his movements curiously lost their potency. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Feng was gripped by terror, unwilling to return to that infernal place. With the wind beneath his feet, he lifted himself upward, drawing in a deep breath. He suddenly felt the wind dissipate, causing the old man to stumble slightly. Seizing the moment, Xiao Feng exhaled forcefully, harnessing the wind to aid his flight. Much like a balloon being propelled by a gust, the old man, noticing this, hastily swung his fan to unleash one final energy orb directed at Xiao Feng. However, when he saw the glow fade from his fan, he resigned himself to the inevitable, letting out a heavy sigh, his eyes igniting with fury. It was all the fault of that accursed nightmare. Had it not been for him, Xiao Feng would have surely escaped. Now that Xiao Feng had fled, the old man resolved to seal him in place. As he turned, a glowing green pufferfish materialized in his hand, gradually morphing to red as he moved forward. Monsters be gone. Monsters depart. Back at the previous battlefield, the nightmare exploited the terrain to toy with Gu Yi and the others. Although the strategy could not last indefinitely, it served the nightmare's purpose of stalling for time. Defeating Gu Yi was beyond his consideration. "Hey, I'm over here." Steve's shield arced gracefully, aimed precisely at the door. But the nightmare abruptly closed it, causing the shield to return to Steve's grasp as the nightmare dashed out from another door. "Hey, wrong again. I'm over here." Wade lunged forward with his blade, but the nightmare skillfully timed the door shut. Hit, wrong in, full. "I'm over here." In the current scenario, Gu Yi had assumed a meditative posture, seemingly resigned, while only Steve and his companions persisted in their assault. Tony gasped for breath as energy surged from his gauntlet. Though his attacks possessed great power and range, the nightmare's closing speed was swifter. Even a mere wave of his hand left Tony utterly exhausted. "This is impossible, Captain. This guy is slippery like an eel. I can't catch him. Wade, come out. I swear I will plunge my long blade into your rear." Wade shouted in frustration, hacking at the door before him, but his efforts failed to harm the nightmare, transforming him into a mere jester. "Master, do you have any means to deal with this odious creature?" In contrast to the other two, Steve directed his gaze toward the Ancient One. For this individual had consistently inflicted significant damage upon the nightmare in their previous encounters, as if foreseeing its every appearance. When confronting the nightmare, the one thing you must eschew is haste. Composure and tranquility serve as your finest shields. The Ancient One remained seated on the ground, eyes closed, exuding the demeanor of a meditative monk. Despite the Ancient One's seemingly casual demeanor, the reality was far more dire. As the realm of dreams began to intertwine with the physical world, the power of the nightmare steadily intensified, rendering the eye of Agamotto's penetrating vision increasingly ineffective. The only recourse was this meditative approach to amplify the eye's strength, albeit temporarily. The Ancient One now awaited the moment the nightmare would reveal a flaw, providing an opportunity for a decisive strike. Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Steve and the others mimicked his posture and sat down. However, their actions left the nightmare bewildered. What did this signify? Why were they no longer pursuing him? Could it be a scheme? The incessant questions unveiled not only the nightmare's trepidation toward the Ancient One, but also elevated his paranoid nature to unprecedented heights. Cautiously, the nightmare stepped out, warily pacing before the quartet, and after a prolonged wait with no movement from the Ancient One and his companions, the nightmare grew even more vigilant. So, you choose to remain still? I wonder if you will move when faced with death. The nightmare pondered aloud, summoning its formidable sword, ready to thrust it at the Ancient One. Yet, at that moment, a crimson beam of light shot forth, piercing through the nightmare's chest. "Ha! I knew it, Supreme Sorcerer. You indeed had an ambush laid in wait," the nightmare cackled, gazing at the gaping wound in its chest, as if the damage were trivial compared to revealing the Ancient One's significance. Monsters and fiends depart. Hearing this ancient incantation, the nightmare turned to see an elder clad in a white robe, holding a lantern that contained a glowing red pufferfish. "Supreme Sorcerer, no matter what schemes you harbor, the boundary between dreams and reality has now collided. You have lost." As the nightmare raised its hand, various dream creatures emerged from the doorway. An 8-foot-long spider, a scythe-wielding scarecrow, and 3-headed hellhounds. "This shall be an eternal night. I will reign over this world." The elder exhaled upon the pufferfish, dispersing the red glow, and regarded the nightmare with an expression of indifference, as though observing a lifeless object. "Oh, really? A being incapable of discerning its own existence is truly capable of ruling the world?" The Ancient One's words fell lightly upon the nightmare's ears, yet they struck him like a thunderbolt. The gaping wound in his chest did not heal. Instead, a red light enveloped him entirely. "What is this? No, I have yet to behold my kingdom. I have yet to experience reality. No." The nightmare was utterly consumed by a crimson light, transforming into a fluid mass embedded within the floor. A glimmer traversed the surface, instantaneously revealing an image of the nightmare bound by countless iron chains. "It appears I have resolved the matter with his father, who reached out to assist the ancient sorcerer seated on the ground." The Ancient One nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Chun Feng, you have eternally sealed him within the realm of dreams. Perhaps he shall never again invade the dreams of others, manipulating all. A reduction in nightmares. Is it not a delightful outcome?" The father chuckled softly. Although the howling wind was not sealed, the dreams of the child were safeguarded. A commendable feat, indeed, for the guardian of dreams. As the nightmare was sealed, a burst of white light illuminated the scene, awakening the father and his companions from their slumber. Upon awakening, the first action of the father was to peruse the tome of magic. As anticipated, the spells pertaining to the nightmare had vanished, and the magic of dreams had dissipated. The world of dreams would now descend into a prolonged tranquility, untouched by disturbances. The father sighed in contemplation, closing the tome. Chapter 65. Howling Wind. I desire to learn at the Central City Science High School. Within the confines of an unremarkable restroom stall, a fissure suddenly emerged. The Holy Master and his companions were swept into this space by an unusual gust of wind. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, they collided with the door, causing the small stall to burst apart. In an instant, the door shattered, and 7 individuals tumbled to the ground like a stack of dominoes, with the slimmest among them, Darwin, pinned beneath the rest. "Quickly, get up!" Darwin gasped, slapping the saber-toothed tiger on the rear, prompting the creature to spring up instinctively, sending everyone flying from his back. "Oh, for goodness sake!" The vulture groaned, rubbing his head as he rose from the floor, a hint of discontent lacing his voice as he addressed the Holy Master. "Boss, why did your brother send us away? He was merely an old man. We could have easily dealt with him. Look at the predicament we're in now." The vulture gestured to himself, drenched and disheveled from the earlier chaos, his expression one of disdain. "Sir, while I do not mind, each time my body is reconstituted, it is quite taxing. The Sandman grumbled as he molded his form anew, voicing his complaints. Who does touch my rear? The saber-toothed tiger glared angrily at the others, scanning the crowd with suspicion. Enough. Cease this. Sensing the escalating turmoil, the Holy Master extended his hands, unleashing flames that commanded the attention of all present, restoring calm to the gathering. The effect was immediate. Silence enveloped the group. The Holy Master exhaled in relief, choosing not to address their queries, but instead directing his gaze towards the stall from which they had emerged. Noticing the Holy Master's focus, the others followed suit. Just as everyone was fully attentive, a fissure abruptly opened, and howling wind emerged from within, unceremoniously crashing against the restroom wall with a resounding thud. Howling wind! With a piercing scream, the Lord rushed forward to assess the condition of Xiaofeng. The others, witnessing this, hurriedly joined to lend a hand. After considerable effort, they finally pried Xiaofeng free from the wall, carefully laying him down on the ground. There, they observed a charred mark on his chest, faint wisps of smoke rising from it. Archmage, the Lord bellowed. As a demonic sorcerer, he was acutely aware that Xiaofeng had fallen victim to an adversary's curse, and, judging by the severity of his condition, he was on the brink of death. The 8 great demons had never endured such humiliation. This Archmage had gone too far. Even the 8 immortals had merely sealed them away, never openly shaming them in such a brazen manner. Just as the Lord's fury peaked, a faint cough interrupted the tension. Looking down, he saw that Xiaofeng had regained consciousness. The Lord quickly gestured for the others to disperse, ensuring that Xiaofeng had ample space to breathe. Third brother, how are you faring? The Lord inquired, his voice low and grave. Xiaofeng shook his head and waved his hand dismissively, exhaling a breath of murky air. It's nothing. Just a trivial injury. It cannot extinguish my life. How can this be? With your abilities, no one in this world could possibly pursue you. Observing Xiaofeng's battered state, the Lord was eager to comprehend the events that transpired. It is said that the wind is invisible and the thunder is silent. Such is the nature of the wind. With but a gentle breeze, one could find it vanished miles away, its shadow nowhere to be seen. The formidable lightning, in the blink of an eye, could traverse vast distances, its sound lost amidst the tumult. Xiaofeng, the demon of wind, and Zhong-Su, the demon of thunder, often relied on their inherent traits for survival. The Lord's query momentarily transported Xiaofeng back to that fleeting moment when he soared through the skies. He had believed that his swift flight was beyond pursuit, allowing him to lower his guard. However, at that moment, a sphere of green light hurtled towards him with increasing speed, drawing closer and closer, leaving Xiaofeng bewildered. He was certain that his current velocity surpassed light itself, yet this entity relentlessly pursued him, as if intent on overtaking him in a daring maneuver. How could Xiaofeng endure such an affront? Instantly, he invoked the art of wind manipulation to amplify the air currents before him, propelling himself forward with greater speed, albeit at the cost of stability. Yet, it was a trivial sacrifice. Bang, bang, bang. After shattering countless doors, that sphere of energy caught up to him at an even more accelerated pace. This defied all logic. Amidst the chilling howls of the wind, a fierce gust collided violently with his chest, sending a searing sensation coursing through him, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. Fortunately, just before succumbing to darkness, he managed to exert a final effort, propelling himself beyond the threshold of dreams. As the memories faded, the Holy Lord, upon hearing the extraordinary declarations of the wind, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. What kind of air mass could pursue relentlessly across vast distances and strike the heart of the wind demon? It defied both scientific reasoning and the principles of cultivation, yet it manifested in reality. Perhaps this was simply the nature of this wretched world. Observing the wind's attempt to rise, the Holy Lord hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. The wind waved him off, declining the support. Rising from the ground, he took a deep breath to alleviate the pain coursing through his body. Glancing around and catching a whiff of a somewhat acrid atmosphere, he pointed at the mysterious guest and inquired, "Could you enlighten us about our current whereabouts?" The mysterious guest surveyed the surroundings, leaned against the restroom door, listened intently, and confidently replied, "A school, a place where politicians disseminate their ideologies." Ideologies? The wind contemplated, stroking his chin, and articulated in his own manner. It is a sanctuary for humanity to acquire knowledge, is it not? The mysterious guest nodded. The wind's interpretation reflected a commonly held understanding, one that resonated with many. Even though the guest believed that ordinary schools in America were merely sugary coatings concealing excrement. Yet, when it came to knowledge, this place indeed possessed it. Noticing the guest's affirmation, the wind turned to the Holy Lord, saying, "My dear brother, the identity you have chosen should afford you many conveniences. Could you assist me in acquiring a student identity?" "Certainly, but what purpose does this serve?" the Holy Lord questioned, puzzled by the wind's intentions. "Oh, my dear brother, you must understand that whether in the old world or the modern era, those who fail to learn new things will ultimately be cast aside by time." The Holy Lord pondered this, conceding that there was some truth in the wind's words. However, he believed that learning human knowledge was not necessarily beneficial. What value could it truly hold? Yet, he refrained from contradicting the wind, deeming it pointless. "So, wind, do you have any specific requests regarding this school?" Through the restroom window, the wind glanced at the entire school. For a demon, the place of knowledge bore no distinction. He decisively nodded. "This will suffice." Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord entrusted his body to Osborne. Osborne glanced at the school's name and realized it was his own son's institution. After a brief phone call, matters were swiftly resolved. "Mr. Wind, you shall receive your enrollment report by tomorrow. Is there anything you would like me to convey to the Holy Lord?" "Yes, you have been commendable. In gratitude for your service to us demons, you shall forever be under the protection of the wind. As for my brother, inform him that once I have recovered, I shall visit to lift the binding magic I have cast upon him. As for the other demons, he must rely on his own efforts." As he spoke, the howling wind swept through the door, instantly transforming him into a youth of 17 or 18, with a countenance that exuded warmth, reminiscent of a mature and composed elder brother, as he leisurely strolled through the school grounds. Chapter 66. Wakanda, due to his severe injuries. The howling wind was unable to partake in the Lord's unbinding of the demons. Nevertheless, he provided some assistance. "Is this the power of the wind?" "It is far swifter than my previous speed." The vulture darted through the steel jungle of New York, maneuvering with an agility unattainable by humans, executing various intricate feats. "Damn it! Can that old scruffy bird stop flying?" "It's infuriating," Darwin shouted at the soaring vulture, then turned to the Lord, lamenting, "Boss, why does Brother Howling Wind bestow his power upon that old scruff?" "Ha ha, little dark one, are you envious?" The vulture flapped its wings, approaching Darwin with wild mockery. The Lord observed the two and inquired of the vulture, "So, how is it, vulture? Is Howling Wind's power useful?" The vulture nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it is exceedingly useful. With Brother Howling Wind's power, I feel I could soar 9,000 miles." The Lord chuckled softly, bemused by the foolishness of humanity, who understood so little. He then coldly addressed the vulture in a somber tone. "The power of demons is not to be trifled with. You should be grateful that you have not transformed into a green toad." The Lord's words sent a chill through the vulture, causing him to stammer. What do you mean?" The Lord crossed his legs, sipped from the red wine on the table, and replied, "Literally what I said." "Oh, perhaps you're unaware of what a green toad is? We demons refer to those as vassals, our subordinates." Upon hearing this, the vulture hurriedly sought to plead with the Lord, but before he could utter a word, the Lord waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to be so eager. That is precisely why I said you are fortunate. Howling Wind has filtered out the power of the demons, so you will not become that sort of creature and may freely utilize his strength." The vulture sighed in relief, perhaps realizing that such formidable power could not exist without its constraints. "Fortuitously, luck has favored me." Just as the vulture exhaled a sigh of relief, the Lord suddenly exuded an overwhelming pressure, catching the attention of all present before he spoke. "Perhaps you do not yet comprehend my intent. My previous remarks were not meant as consolation, but rather as a warning. Do not recklessly accept the power of demons, for you can never discern whether the alluring Ade conceals honey or poison." His words instantly extinguished the crowd's desire to seek blessings from Bagong, redirecting their focus from the allure of immense power back to the matter of earning a livelihood. In truth, the Lord's reminder stemmed not from goodwill, but from a necessity of maintaining unity within the team. Should they set a precedent, the hearts of the people would scatter. The Lord still required this group to unlock the remaining 5 doors, and any discord was unacceptable. At that moment, as the mysterious guest made the final twist of the Panka treasure box, it naturally ascended, revealing a map bathed in green light. 3 short lines formed the Cohen hexagram, denoting the door of the earthly sovereign. The appearance of the map captivated everyone's attention, prompting the Lord to call out to the saber-toothed tiger closest to the bookshelf, "Quickly, bring the world map." With an acrobatic flip, the saber-toothed tiger propelled the map into the Lord's hands, who then unfurled it. The mysterious guest pointed to a small tribe in Africa, stating, "To find this door, we must venture to Africa." "Wakanda? What sort of place is that?" inquired the curious young man, Darwin. The mysterious guest shook his head. "I do not know. Some claim it is powerful, while others say it is backward. In any case, it remains a mysterious locale. But that is of little consequence. Where is the door of the earthly sovereign? We must go there." The Lord closed the map, his eyes glowing with intensity. Simultaneously, as the Lord gazed at the map, it came to the elder's attention as well, mirroring the Lord's discovery. The elder also found Wakanda on the map, but unlike the Lord, Tony Stark happened to be familiar with this place. "Wakanda? Elder, this is not a place one should visit lightly. Quit the suspense, Stark, just speak." "Wait, are you out of your mind? My name is Tony Stark, not Stark. Same difference. Just tell us." "Watch your mouth. What do you want me to call you, you rascal?" "Rascal? Fine." Wade nodded earnestly. And this verbal exchange unexpectedly showcased Wade's blunt honesty, triumphing over Tony Stark's irritation. "Cough, cough. Tony, do enlighten us about Wakanda. Don't keep us waiting." The elder's cough drew their attention, urging Tony to provide a detailed explanation of Wakanda. Tony nodded in agreement. "To be honest, my knowledge of Wakanda is not extensive." Wade interjected, "Then why are you speaking at all?" With a huff, Tony turned away. "Are you even listening?" Wade nodded decisively, urging Tony to continue. "Wakanda is a nation under lockdown, possessing technology that surpasses anything on Earth, as well as the extraordinary metal vibranium." Wade turned in astonishment towards Steve's direction. "Isn't that?" Tony nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the material used to forge Captain America's shield is vibranium. If that is the source of the raw material, it implies that every individual there possesses a vibranium weapon." With those words, Wade suddenly felt that the twin blades in his hands were far less appealing. While carbonadium steel was commendable, it paled in comparison to vibranium's prestige. The thought of soon visiting the source ignited a sparkle in Wade's eyes, and he resolved to seize the opportunity. Hey, calm down, rein in those thoughts." After spending a few days together, Tony could read Wade's intentions from the glint in his eyes. What? I'm not thinking about anything." Wade quickly denied any ulterior motives. "Nonsense. The way you're acting, it's clear what you're contemplating." Tony rolled his eyes, regarding Wade with a look of disdain. "You intend to pilfer from them, don't you?" Seeing that Tony had articulated his thoughts, Wade nodded, not bothering to refute. He leaned closer to Tony, coaxing him. "Tony, since you are aware of my plan, let us collaborate, an 80-20 split of the vibranium. I know you have no shortage of funds, so let that 20% be my gift to you, while the remaining 80% is sold directly to your company. What do you say?" "Not a chance," Tony replied, shaking his head with indifference. "Damn it." Wade cursed under his breath, yet quickly leaned in closer to Tony. "A 60-40 split is my final offer. You, heartless capitalist, must leave me with something." Tony continued to shake his head. "Ugh." Wade's eyes flared with frustration as he charged forward. 40-60 is my bottom line, you wretched capitalist. This is something I risked my life to obtain." Hearing Wade's words, Tony retorted, "You haven't even secured it yet, and here you are negotiating a divide. It's quintessentially you, Wade." Observing Wade's conflicted expression, Tony understood that he had not given up, believing that his offered terms were insufficient. Thus, Tony swiftly interrupted his fanciful thoughts. "Let me clarify. Vibranium is a resource my father, Howard, reported during World War II. If it were so readily accessible, it certainly wouldn't fall into your hands." As Tony's words fell, the melody of "I steal oil for my country" echoed in Wade's mind. Indeed, for the sake of oil, America would go to great lengths. How much more so for vibranium, a material of unparalleled weaponry. Observing Wade's sudden diminishment, crouching in the corner like a victim of bullying, his father approached and gently patted his shoulder. In a quavering voice, Wade's father reassured him, "Enough of the tears. What is there to weep about? We must go regardless. At worst, you might gather a few pieces of vibranium, and we can still bring something back." It may not yield a fortune, but a small profit is still worthwhile. Listening to his father's words, Wade nodded vigorously, his spirits brightening once more. He silently mused, "Father is right. When a knife is at their king's throat, who holds the power will be uncertain." Chapter 67. Spider-Man joins the fray. What do you mean by not permitted to pass? Do you know who you were speaking to? Little black man, I could effortlessly crush your civilization. I suggest you reconsider your stance. Remember, this is not a request, but a notification. Hello? Damn it. Before Norman Osborn could hang up the phone, the other party ended the call first, igniting his fury. With a resounding crash, he smashed his phone against the ground. Recently elevated to the position of a prominent figure in the American military-industrial complex, Norman Osborn had rarely faced such insolence. No nation had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. And now, a mere African nation had audaciously rejected his entry request, a clear slap to Norman's face, compounded by the abrupt disconnection of the call, a double insult that left him seething. At that moment, the soul of the Lord awakened, calming the unruly Norman, who reclined comfortably on the sofa, his expression unperturbed. "Why be angry, Norman?" the Lord inquired. "But, my lord," Norman began, intending to explain his indignation, yet the Lord silenced him. "Enough, Norman. This is trivial. The other party is merely an arrogant ant. Do we concern ourselves with the trivialities of ants?" As he spoke, the Lord manipulated his form, moving to a magical table adorned with Ming Dynasty artifacts, where he set up a small cauldron. Lizard tails, bat wings, the fossilized bones of a fire giant, and the jade feet of an elven being were gathered. "What are these, boss?" Darwin inquired, peering curiously at the peculiar items being tossed into the copper pot. With a sly smile, the Lord proclaimed, "This is magic that can propel one across vast distances in an instant." As he spoke, he cast a dragon's tooth into the cauldron and recited an ancient dragon script incantation. After a melodic chant, a blue-purple portal slowly opened, revealing a sci-fi ancient city that shone even brighter than New York. Observing the world beyond the portal, the Lord smirked, muttering to himself, "Demons never require an invitation." "Is this a mirage?" The saber-toothed tiger voiced the unspoken thoughts of those present, a moment that left everyone in astonishment. Just when they believed it to be a mere mirage, the Lord seized Darwin, who stood nearby, and hurled him through the door. "Help! Help!" Darwin cried as he crossed the threshold, entering a future world that resembled a painting. "Oh, it hurts! Where am I?" he exclaimed, rising from the ground and gazing around in bewilderment. Observing Darwin's swaying head, the saber-toothed tiger approached, touching the door that had materialized. "Magic! True magic!" The mysterious guest watched in excitement, yearning to learn such wonders, for his illusions could never attain the authenticity of real magic. After all, what is genuine is truly genuine, while the false is ultimately false. The Lord observed his subordinates, who were childishly enthralled by their newfound toys, and a twinge of helplessness arose within him. Had he been somewhat hasty in his selections? "All right, let us depart," he declared, shaking off his scattered thoughts as he pushed several individuals into the portal. Upon entering, a surge of electricity coursed through him. Unlike Darwin, he did not arrive at the intended destination, but encountered others who had also traveled through the portal. "Wade, have you gathered everything?" the elder shouted upstairs. Wade tumbled down, arriving beside the elder and giving a thumbs up. "All set. We can leave at any time." The elder regarded Wade's grotesquely distorted form with a hint of skepticism, pondering whether to take this boy along. "He seems rather foolish. Perhaps it would be safer for him to stay home," the elder mused inwardly. However, as he witnessed Wade assembling his body in an exceedingly bizarre manner, the elder fell silent, his thoughts dissipating. It appeared that this fellow did not require anyone's concern. "Very well, we shall set forth," the elder stated flatly. Just then, Tony, clad in his iron armor, flew into the elder's antique shop, opening the door and stepping inside. Seeing this, Steve donned his shield, and after confirming the number of participants, the elder prepared to open the door when a series of ringing bells interrupted him. The elder temporarily halted the magic and called out to the door, "Do not knock. We are not open today. If you wish to purchase something, please return another day." Just as his words faded, a voice emerged from behind the door. "I know you are going to capture the demon. Could you possibly take a newcomer with you?" Upon hearing this, the elder turned to his companions, noting their indifferent expressions, and decided to open the door. To his surprise, he found Coulson standing alone outside. "Coulson, Are you suggesting that the newcomer is yourself? The elder asked, incredulous, for Coulson was not one to jest. At his age, how could he dare to call himself a newcomer? No. Coulson quickly waved his hand, anxious to prevent the elderly gentleman from misunderstanding him. He then looked upward and beckoned. Little Spider, come meet your old man. In the blink of an eye, a figure clad in red and blue descended from the wall, executing a graceful maneuver, landing with a perfect 360-degree turn. Greetings, sir. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man sends his regards. The appearance of Spider-Man filled the old man's heart with immense joy, for he was a character of unparalleled popularity in the Marvel Universe, beloved by many. With the mantra, with great power comes great responsibility. He had silently safeguarded Manhattan for over a decade, never missing a single day. Possessing formidable strength, he harbored no desires of world domination, nor did he seek vengeance against the thugs who once bullied him. As the old man succumbed to reminiscence, Coulson smiled and introduced Spider-Man, saying, "Old man, do not be misled by his eccentric attire. He is, in fact, a genuine, charming young man of the Caucasian descent, and also a science enthusiast with a penchant for inventing. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree?" The old man nodded thoughtfully and solemnly remarked, "The future of America." Yet, this statement was only half of what he intended to convey. If the future of America could transform into a beacon of hope, then Spider-Man would merely embody the spirit of the future generation. Conversely, should America descend into chaos, Spider-Man might very well lead a revolution to reclaim it. This represented an innate leadership quality. The old man perceived a resemblance between Spider-Man and Lincoln, both possessing an uncanny ability to inspire unwavering belief in others. So, does that mean you are in agreement? Coulson was filled with immense joy. As a superhero, Spider-Man was still quite inexperienced. He required more training. Thus, after inviting Spider-Man, Coulson promptly took him to meet his mentor. With 3 superheroes of varying styles, Coulson was confident that Spider-Man would develop into an independent force. Moreover, aside from his aspirations for Spider-Man's growth, Coulson had also taken on the Avengers initiative, designating Spider-Man as his chosen leader. He had no intention of relying on the uncertain Steve Rogers. While the captaincy could remain, Spider-Man was undoubtedly more fitting. Chapter 68. A fortuitous encounter at the portal. Upon seeing his mentor accept the young Spider-Man, Coulson's joy was boundless. His Avengers team finally comprised 3 members, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Spider-Man. This small assembly was sufficient for the formation of the Avengers. Once established, his position as director would be unassailable. The mentor glanced at Coulson, whose elation was hard to conceal, and quietly pulled the astonished Spider-Man inside, swiftly shutting the door behind them. Coulson was left alone, feeling disoriented in the wind. A gentle breeze made him question the situation. He felt like a mere pawn, a jester. However, he quickly reassured himself. How could this be? He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He could never be the fool. As for sending someone away, Spider-Man was a responsible young man who would undoubtedly return to assist him. After a moment of self-reassurance, Coulson truly convinced himself of this, hoping that when the time came, he wouldn't regret not having pondered longer on the matter and end up wrapped in a blanket, weeping. Once inside, Spider-Man immediately shook off his mentor's grip and addressed him. "Hey, sir, that is quite impolite. Just dragging someone into a house like that could get you charged with child molestation." As he spoke, Spider-Man froze, for he beheld a war hero of America, the Captain America, clad in red, white, and blue. "Hey kid, don't be so frightened. He means no harm," said Deadpool, the super mercenary, dressed in red attire and wielding twin blades, his cheeky demeanor evident even through his mask. "Oh, I never expected you to have such tastes, mentor. I guess I'll need to be more cautious tonight," remarked Tony Stark, the Iron Man, who had recently made headlines by confronting the U.S., Congress, and military. Truly vibrant, but that outfit resembles a comical jester. "Are you planning to form a circus with these 2? Young Spider-Man exclaimed. "I'm about to burst with excitement. Peter, can you imagine? On the same day, at the same time, in the same place, I encountered 3 superheroes. Though one of them is a villain, it's simply marvelous." Peter Parker replied, "I feel the same way, but what kind of tone should I use when speaking to them? Little Spider, I seek a signature, a photograph, and a hug. And perhaps give Deadpool a swift kick as well." Peter Parker, "Isn't that a tad too forward?" Little Spider, "Come on, Peter, this might be your only chance." Peter, suppressing his excitement, stepped forward to shake hands with the 3 individuals. However, His synchronized movements betrayed his eagerness. Steve, quite accustomed to such situations, quickly took 2 steps forward, grasping Spider-Man's hand with great enthusiasm. "Hello, I'm Steve Rogers, Captain America. Would you like my autograph?" Upon hearing Steve's amiable tone, Peter Parker felt himself relax involuntarily. Steve promptly produced a signed photograph from his pocket and extended it to Peter. Yet, just as Peter was about to reach for it, Steve withdrew his hand, wearing a grin reminiscent of a slime merchant. "That'll be $30, please." This unexpected turn of events left Peter flustered, rummaging through his pockets in a panic, thinking to himself how unfortunate it was. "Little Spider, Peter Parker, how are you so broke? You can't even come up with $30? That's a coveted signed photo." Peter poked Little Spider's stomach and replied, "Come on, you know Aunt May is working tirelessly to support us. Aside from daily meals, I have no money to spare." Little Spider lowered his head in disappointment, but soon an idea struck him, and a light bulb seemed to illuminate above his head. "Have you forgotten, Peter? We now have a boss. Why not borrow $30 from Coulson? I'm sure he would be interested in Captain America's autograph as well." Peter's eyes lit up with realization, and he sheepishly turned to Steve, saying, "Captain, could you hold on for a moment? I need to borrow some money." Just as Peter was about to turn to call Coulson, his father playfully tapped Steve on the head, snatching the signed photo and handing it to Peter. Seeing Peter's astonished expression, his father said casually, "Aren't you fond of it? Take it, but you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" Peter curiously inquired. "Anything is permissible, provided it remains within one's means. Today, you might borrow $30 for a signed photo you adore. Tomorrow, should your affections shift to automobiles or skyscrapers, such sums would be beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. At that juncture, you might resort to theft, to deceit, employing any means you deem justifiable to acquire those desires. Do not dismiss even the smallest of evils, nor neglect the tiniest of goods." The old man placed the signed photo into Spider-Man's hands. Ashamed, Spider-Man scratched his head. His fondness for the signed photo diminished significantly. After a brief moment, he slowly addressed the old man, saying, "Thank you, sir. Aside from Uncle Ben and Aunt May, even my teachers have never imparted wisdom as you have." The old man chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye as he gestured behind him. "No, my boy, perhaps you misunderstand my intent. You now owe Steve $30. If you fail to repay him, observe what he is currently engaged in." Peter turned to see Steve wielding an enormous whetstone, honing his vibranium shield. "Little Spider, I've been outsmarted. This old man is devious." With his head drooping, Peter gazed despondently at the signed photo in his hands. "All right, I understand, sir. I shall repay you the $30 post-haste." Upon hearing this, Steve immediately retracted the whetstone, approaching Tony with a smile and patting his shoulder. "It's all right, kid." Just as Peter anticipated a heartwarming remark from Steve that might absolve him of his debt, Steve casually added, "We support installment payments, you know." The stark contrast from paradise to despair tormented Peter's psyche, prompting laughter from those present. After a bout of laughter, the old man quelled the merriment and activated the magic on the door once more. "All right, everyone, prepare to embark. Remember to look after the newcomer." Steve and the others nodded in unison. Thus, under Peter's astonished gaze, as the old man swung open the door, a vortex-like passageway revealed itself. The old man leaped in first, followed closely by Steve and Tony. Wade noticed Peter still rooted in place, and with a swift kick, propelled him through the doorway, subsequently following suit. Following a dizzying whirl, Spider-Man finally steadied himself within the passageway. Seeing this, Steve approached and patted his back, offering some comfort. "Don't fret, Spider-Man. The first time is always like this. A few more times, and you'll become accustomed to it. Who knows? You might even come to enjoy this sensation." Peter suppressed the urge to vomit, waving at Steve while covering his mouth. "Desensitization. Thank you for the invitation." Steve chuckled and shook his head. Just then, the group's speed through the passageway suddenly decelerated, eventually halting altogether. "Lord, great mage!" Upon encountering each other, the Sovereign and the Elder were taken aback to discover that their exits were located within the same vicinity. Due to the singularity of the spatial tunnel, they found themselves on a converging path. "Are you also headed to Wakanda?" the Elder inquired, as the Sovereign brandished a staff from behind, casting a menacing glance at him. "How dare you show disrespect, old man? Little malevolent dragon, watch as I send you back to the abyss." The Elder drew a pufferfish, preparing to confront the sovereign. Simultaneously, the companions of both the elder and the sovereign readied themselves for battle, their abilities manifesting, poised for confrontation. Chapter 69. Imprisonment. As if sounding the clarion call for war, both the sovereign and the elder struck at once, unleashing two magical forces that collided, resulting in a stalemate. The forces began to clash. Yet due to the peculiar nature of the spatial passage, their powers were significantly constrained. In that moment, the sovereign bellowed, producing a dragon's tooth, which he crushed into powder, casting it towards the elder. The elder's pupils dilated, and without hesitation, he unfastened a pouch at his waist, releasing a burst of vermilion powder. However, this dragon's tooth was no ordinary relic. It was the soul tooth of a high-ranking demon raised by the sovereign. In the instant that the two powders collided, the dragon's tooth prevailed. Suddenly, the tunnel began to shift, and the sovereign's party vanished in the blink of an eye. The elder shook his head, recognizing the sovereign's formidable foundation. He opened the pouch at his waist, allowing the previously dispersed dragon's tooth powder to naturally drift into it. Well, that counts as some gain, he mused. Elder, what shall we do now? Steve floated forward to inquire. How should I know? The elder roared, then sighed. Oh well, I shall find a way. When facing demons, the elder prepared diligently, yet these fiends continuously conjured new tricks, leaving him, an aged man, somewhat overwhelmed. He opened his woolen shirt, plucked a strand of wool, and retrieved a jar of garlic from the lining. With a pained glance, he extracted a clove wrapped in wool, clasped his hands together, and began to chant an incantation. Leave, ye demons and spirits. Leave, ye demons and spirits. Gradually, a green luminescence enveloped the elder. As he opened his palm, the garlic vanished, leaving only a pure green light that illuminated the world. The elder, eyes tightly shut, propelled the green light forward, causing a shift in space. And he and his companions disappeared into the tunnel. Wakanda, as a flash of light enveloped them, the sovereign's party arrived in the bustling streets of Wakanda. Damn it, why is that old codger everywhere? The Lord, in a fit of rage, kicked a stone by the roadside, seeking to vent his frustration. Boss, do not be agitated. At the very least, we have arrived in Wakanda before them. The vulture hastily approached to console his leader, recognizing that apart from him, the others were either inept at offering comfort, or rather simple-minded, or even riddled with enigmas. The absence of Darwin had indeed cast a significant shadow over the team. The Lord nodded, not truly furious, but rather lamenting the loss of his precious dragon tooth. Setting aside its magical worth, its mere potential for sale could procure a kingdom's fortune. Yet, to have it so easily squandered left him with a deep sense of regret. Why are you here, vulture? Where's that fellow Darwin? The Lord was taken aback to see the vulture offering solace, as such duties were typically the realm of Darwin. Before the vulture could respond, the Lord's gaze shifted to the spot where Darwin had been teleported, now desolate and devoid of life. The streets, once bustling with activity, now lay eerily silent, as if ensnared in a trap. Boss, be wary of traps. The others had also noticed the unsettling change and quickly formed a protective perimeter around the Lord. At that moment, their fears materialized, be it in the caves, on the streets, or atop the towering edifices. A dark horde encircled them. The Lord narrowed his eyes at the sight. Outsiders, declare your intentions. A deep voice commanded as the crowd parted to reveal a man of ebony skin and slightly curled hair, who approached while demanding answers. Followed closely by a prison cart containing Darwin. Oh, the gorilla tribe. I had not expected such a place to still exist in this world. The Lord remarked with a tone of disdain, igniting fury among those present, who raised their spears in a show of readiness to attack. The black man reiterated, outsiders. This is your final opportunity. The Lord scoffed derisively, preparing to wield his staff and unleash the power of a fire dragon when he suddenly sensed a shift in the air. A wicked smile crept across his face as he shouted to the adversaries, you best surrender now, or when my master arrives, there will be no escape for you. The arrogant young black man frowned, clearly more intrigued by the mention of their leader than inclined to assault the Lord. Just then a rift in space opened, and his companions descended from above. Seizing the moment, the Lord waved his staff, conjuring a whirlwind that enveloped him and his subordinates, along with Darwin in the cage. Vanishing from the encirclement of Wakanda. My lord, they have escaped. A female warrior, noticing the Lord's disappearance, hurriedly whispered to the leading man beside her. It matters not. Did he not claim these individuals were under their command? Seizing the opportunity to discern the intentions of the newcomers, the leading man nonchalantly waved his hand, embodying either confidence or arrogance. Regardless, they ceased to concern themselves with the fleeing group led by the Holy Master, nor did they ponder how he had managed to escape. Instead, their focus shifted to the recently emerged group led by the old man. Before the old man and his companions could utter a word, a throng of long-haired assailants swiftly pressed their weapons against their throats, coercing them into a prison. At the command of the leading man, a myriad of long guns were directed at the old man and his companions, forcing them to advance. "Hey, mate, may I inquire about the situation?" Wade attempted to engage the man beside him, who was pressing a long gun against him, in a congenial exchange. However, the black man remained indifferent, merely driving the weapon deeper into Wade's skin. Wade, unfazed, showed no sign of discomfort, stating, "Vibranium spear, your captain's precious shield here is akin to refuse." It was astonishing that such a rare material was employed by this brutish band of guerrillas to fabricate their spears. "How lamentable, indeed," Steve remarked, expressing his displeasure at witnessing the squandering of such valuable vibranium. "Oh, the waste, the utter waste," Tony exclaimed dramatically, his eyes fixated on the spears, nearly drooling to the point of threatening to drown his armor. The old man refrained from commenting, recognizing that it was not his place to address another's possessions. However, those who guarded treasures yet treated them as trifles deserved to be subdued. Uncertain whether the surrounding blacks were incapable of understanding their words or were simply resolutely executing their leader's orders, they forcibly thrust the old man and his group into a cell constructed of vibranium before departing, leaving only 2 sentinels behind. Chapter 70. Black Panther time passed in a languid manner as the old man and his companions languished in boredom, until the earlier commanding black youth entered the room once more. "Outsiders, declare your purpose." This Clich D exchange resumed. Yet the old man was not inclined to conceal the truth regarding the demons. However, before he could speak, Wade adopted a savior's pose, supported by the diminutive spider, and looked down upon the black man, proclaiming, "Pitiful mortals, we are your saviors come to rescue you. Surrender the vibranium willingly, for only then can your calamities be alleviated." Silence enveloped the room. Disbelief reigned as no one was convinced by Wade's assertions. After all, what kind of savior manifests in a prison cell? If one cannot save themselves, how could they possibly save others? Such reasoning lacked any persuasive power. Perhaps considering them madmen, the black man turned to leave, but the old man interjected, halting the departing youth. "Wait, while Wade's words may seem absurd, he speaks truthfully. We are here to assist you." Upon hearing the old man, the black youth paused and glanced back, responding, "Your stance is indeed unconvincing, and you resemble madmen even more." He beckoned to the guard nearby and, in front of the old man, commanded, "Nail them to the cross and baptize them in the holy fire." After issuing instructions to the guards, the black man turned his gaze towards the old man. "If you are here to rescue us, please prove it." Without waiting for a response, he pivoted and departed. The old man felt a wave of dread wash over him. They intended to burn them alive. What should he do? Wade frantically clawed at his own face, stretching it long as he dashed around the cage. This spectacle left the onlookers speechless. Steve delivered a punch to Wade's head and, enunciating each word carefully, declared, "You are not afraid of fire." Wade immediately grasped the implication, rose to his feet, and strode confidently around the cage with his chest held high. "Indeed, I am Deadpool. Their feeble flames cannot extinguish me." Observing Wade's demeanor, Peter was left utterly astonished. Could such a person truly exist? Just as he marveled, he felt a poke from behind. Turning around, he found Tony. Confused, Peter approached as Tony beckoned him closer and whispered, "Kid, how did he convince you to adopt such a humiliating pose?" Peter scratched his head in puzzlement and replied, "Isn't this the initiation ceremony for new members?" Tony facepalmed. "I knew it." He then grasped Peter's shoulders earnestly, saying, "Listen, kid, never trust that weirdo. He speaks no truth." Upon hearing Tony's words, Spider-Man's eyes widened in realization. "So, I was deceived. He merely sought to prank me." Tony nodded, reflecting on how innocent the boy was, likely to become more skeptical in the future. However, Peter unexpectedly approached Wade, poking him in the chest, ready to confront him. "You deceived me." Wade, noticing Peter's anger and the stern look from Tony behind him, chuckled and nodded. "Oh, I apologize, kid. But you were so easy to fool. How about this? I'll give you something in a bit if you forgive me." Peter, not wanting to escalate the situation further, was about to nod when he saw Wade produce an item in his hand, a red and blue striped garment, his own pants. Looking down, Peter realized he was left wearing only his boxers. "You?" Before Peter could unleash his fury, Wade tossed the clothing back to him. At a loss for words, Peter considered his entire predicament and retreated to change. Yet, he vowed to remember this slight. Steve, uninterested in the deteriorating team dynamics due to Wade's antics, approached the old man. At that moment, the old man held an ant in his hand, murmuring incantations. Soon, the ant emitted a faint glow and gnawed through the bars. Steve was utterly astonished. How could such a tiny creature gnaw through vibranium? What was happening? "Old man," Steve inquired curiously, "what is it?" "Nothing. What you see is not what you perceive," came the enigmatic response. In the depths of the old man's gaze, Steve discerned something extraordinary. He turned to examine the railing, which, indeed, showed no signs of fracture. "But what had transpired moments ago?" "It is space," the old man replied cryptically. "The worm gnaws at space, and it is through this that we can escape." With that, the old man handed an ant to Steve. Understanding the implicit message, Steve directed the ant towards the joints of the railing, effortlessly gnawing a door into existence. Observing the heated debate among the others, the old man called out to them, but chose not to intervene further. After all, as long as they noticed, they would follow on their own. He mused that if he had to teach such matters, he was neither a caretaker for wayward children. As he traced his fingers along the wall, he approached the guard. Steve stealthily advanced and struck the guard's neck with a precise blow, rendering him unconscious. This action naturally attracted the attention of another guard, whom Steve dispatched with a powerful kick, sending him crashing against the wall, where he too succumbed to unconsciousness. "It's done, old man. Let us proceed," Steve declared. As they moved forward, their path was littered with the fallen, until they encountered the black man who had previously interrogated them. "Huh, speak of salvation. It's all a ruse." The man struck his chest, and a fluid-like black armor enveloped him, a Wakandan Black Panther. "Steve Rogers," he announced, accustomed to revealing his identity. The old man felt a twinge of exasperation. Having dispatched so many guards, why did Steve still adhere to such formalities? The direct approach was the true path. As for the Black Panther, the old man could only shake his head. "You Wakandans wield nanotechnology, yet you still utilize vibranium to craft spears? It's as if a dim-witted monkey suddenly acquired alien technology, possessing vast knowledge, yet remaining fundamentally foolish." Without further ado, the Black Panther unleashed his claws and engaged Steve in combat. Steve lunged forward, leaping into the air, his right arm arcing to deliver a punch aimed squarely at the Black Panther's face. The speed was lightning fast, a mere afterimage accompanied by a resounding crack. The Black Panther, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike that left him in a cold sweat. Though frightened, the Black Panther was undeterred. Seizing the moment, he swung his claws at Steve's back as he landed. Steve, hearing the rush of wind behind him, executed a spinning kick in midair. But the Black Panther's claws still managed to snag Steve's clothing, tearing a gash in it. However, perhaps the Black Panther believed that he had struck Steve, expecting his opponent to reveal an opening. Little did he anticipate that Steve's spiral roundhouse kick would remain unaffected, striking him squarely on the forehead. With a powerful blow, the Black Panther collided with the wall and slowly descended. Chapter 71. The Earth's Sovereign observing the blood that splattered from his ankle, Steve's brow twitched imperceptibly, and he subtly retracted his leg, realizing that the ensuing battle would require heightened caution. The Black Panther rose from the ground, shaking off the impact as if nothing had happened, and resumed his stance. Neither Steve nor the Black Panther took the initiative. Instead, they engaged in a tranquil gaze, seemingly employing some arcane force to discern each other's vulnerabilities. After a prolonged silence, neither side made a move, yet the old man could no longer afford to wait. The Lord, accompanied by the Panku treasure box, roamed unabashedly through Wakanda, ready to unleash the Earth's Sovereign at any moment. Having already allowed 2 demons to escape, he was unwilling to permit a third to flee so effortlessly due to the presence of a single nation. The old man retrieved a pufferfish from his dimensional pack and produced a sky-blue potion from his robe, pouring it liberally over the pufferfish. The azure light of the potion erupted, illuminating the passage as brightly as day. The sudden brilliance blinded the Black Panther, and when he regained his sight, both the old man and Steve had vanished. "Damn it, have they escaped?" the Black Panther exclaimed, activating the light lock for tracking and issuing real-time reports on the location of the two fugitives to Okoye. Upon receiving the information, the bald warrior immediately engaged all reconnaissance engines in the command module, swiftly locking onto any human presence radiating heat within Wakanda. "Completion confirmed, Black Panther," Okoye reported. The Black Panther turned his attention to his left wrist, where a small screen displayed a curved map indicating the current positions of the old man and Steve. The hunt had begun. The Black Panther observed everything with an indifferent expression, perceiving it merely as a game of hunting on the savannah, albeit with opponents far more formidable than lions. After distancing himself from the Black Panther, the pufferfish in the old man's hand shifted from green to blue, and a subtle furrow formed on his forehead. Clearly dissatisfied with the current state of the pufferfish, he returned it and produced a slender cane. "What's that, old man?" Steve inquired, curiosity piqued. Without lifting his gaze, the old man seemed to disdain Steve's inability to recognize a mere cane. "I know, old man, but what purpose does it serve at this moment?" Understanding the implication in the old man's words, Steve hastily offered an explanation for himself. As they discussed the direction of the Lord, the old man retrieved some white bandages from behind him, meticulously wrapping them around the cane. "Oh, I see," Steve responded. Steve hurriedly covered his trembling lips with his hand, thinking it was rather childish for his father, at such an age, to still believe in following directions with a mere stick. This act of self-deception might have convinced only himself that his father was oblivious to his antics. Yet, in truth, even without direct observation, his father was well aware of his antics. However, he chose to disregard it, casually tossing the stick aside, which landed with a thud, pointing toward the corner to the right. Without acknowledging Steve, his father picked up his cane and strode purposefully to the right. Observing this, Steve hastily followed, suppressing the urge to smile. Just as he was about to offer his father some counsel, he could not contain himself and let out a chuckle. His father turned back, casting a silent glance at Steve before delivering a light smack to the center of his forehead. "Dare you question your father? Look over there." His father stepped aside, revealing the silhouette of a Sandman ahead. Steve was instantly awestruck, never anticipating that his father's intuition would prove so accurate. Would this newfound knowledge aid him in locating Carter? However, as the Sandman's figure began to fade, before Steve could utter a word, his father had already grasped his hand and urged him to follow closely, skirting along the wall in pursuit. The master, accompanied by the enigmatic guest and others, was trailed by the two of them, leading them to a colossal laboratory in Wakanda. "This time, the opportunity for redemption lies with you," the master indicated to the enigmatic guest, handing over the Panga treasure box to Darwin. Darwin solemnly accepted it, nodding gravely, and approached the entrance of the laboratory alone. Previously, having been captured and needing rescue, he felt a twinge of unease about his place within the team. Could someone as seemingly insignificant as he truly belong among them? Yet, clutching the Panga treasure box and poised to undertake the crucial task of unsealing the demons, Darwin suddenly sensed the significance that Mr. Osborn placed upon him. With gratitude towards Osborn and the master, Darwin arrived at the door, which seemed to respond to his presence, recognizing his skin tone and temperature, and began to open slowly. Inside, technicians were adjusting instruments. The bald warrior woman sensed something unusual at the entrance, but noticing the two red dots had yet to approach the door, she felt perplexed. Nonetheless, she grasped her spear, readying herself for any eventuality. However, when she saw a figure matching her own complexion at the threshold, her vigilance eased slightly. Though her gaze remained fixed, a silent tension hung in the air. As a fellow black individual, Darwin was acutely aware of the circumstances at play. He adopted a nonchalant demeanor and addressed the ever-watchful warrior. "Hey, mate, there's no need for concern. We are family, you understand?" The family unit within the black community is sustained by a virtual notion of kinship, wherein they assert that all black individuals constitute a singular entity. When confronted with adversity, any affront is perceived as an attack on the entire group. However, this connection is unreliable and can even be deemed a malignant growth, as it is this very fictitious relationship that leads some inherently good individuals within the black community to suffer discrimination at the hands of other races due to the actions of a few. Lacking a sense of national identity, They are pitiable, and those who judge others solely by skin color are even more tragic. For such perspectives, only invite similar treatment in return. Now, Darwin, draped in this facade of false kinship, has gradually stepped into the laboratory. At the moment he reaches the 5th stage, the Panga treasure box in his hand begins to rotate freely. A massive green-hued magic strikes the light perception system, revealing a 3-barred Kuan hexagram indentation, into which the treasure box is inserted. The box opens to reveal a green infernal portal that slowly unfurls. A large green bullhorn emerges first, followed by brownish-red skin, reminiscent of the Earth's hue, adorned with eye-catching dark green shorts. At that moment, the Lord enters. "It is truly wonderful to see you alive. Dikuei, enough of that, my lord. It seems you would rather I remain trapped forever." Dikuei scoffs with a dismissive glance at the Lord, then surveys his surroundings. "So many iron ores here give me an underground feeling. I hereby declare this will be my kingdom," Dikuei proclaims with arms wide open. Yet, he may have forgotten that this is no longer the world once ruled by demons a millennium ago. Humanity has long since lost its reverence for demons. Observing the unfolding events, a bald female warrior, armed with a spear, hurls it forward. However, Dikuei pays no heed to this assault. With a mere wave of his hand, the spear is redirected and pierces the wall. In an instant, the wall is breached, and witnessing this display of power, Dikuei involuntarily turns his gaze towards the female warrior who had just thrown the spear. "Little skinny monkey, was that you?" Dikuei points at the punctured wall, bending down to question the bald warrior. Chapter 72. The scene of Dikuei. The warrior remains silent, steadily gazing at Dikuei. Noticing her lack of response, Dikuei, perplexed, gestures with his hand, causing surrounding iron blocks to rise and encase the warrior tightly, leaving only her head exposed for breathing. Dikuei then turns to the Lord and inquires, "After all these years, have these scrawny monkeys lost the ability to speak?" The Lord shrugs and replies, "At least the humans I have encountered can articulate their words. If she chooses not to speak, it is likely your issue." Dikuei turns back to the warrior, unleashing an enraged roar. "How dare you mock the great Dikuei? You shall perish." The Earth's sovereign extended his palm, poised to form a fist, when a green spell struck his back, igniting a fierce burning sensation. Frowning slightly, he turned to see an elderly man with white hair gazing at him with palpable disdain. The contemptuous look in the old man's eyes made the Earth sovereign momentarily forget his intent to slay the female warrior as he approached the elder step by step, engaging in a self-directed dialogue. "If you are not the so-called gnome, then you must certainly be the most loathed archmage among the demons." The old man raised an eyebrow, puffing out a cloud of smoke from Fugu. "Ah, you've heard my tale?" Upon hearing this, the Earth's sovereign halted, spreading his hands to reveal a sinister grin. "Of course not, but I am well aware that your story shall conclude today." With a resounding clap of his hands, akin to a fan, he unleashed a wave of sound, sealing the passage beside the old man. When the Earth Sovereign noticed the elder's figure had vanished and sensed no trace of that annoying air magic, he scoffed disdainfully and questioned the Holy Lord. "Is this the archmage you all fear? Ha! Holy Lord, you truly are regressing." However, the Earth Sovereign's moment of triumph was fleeting as the walls he had conjured began to fracture. With a thunderous crash, the walls crumbled, revealing the old man unscathed, not a speck of dust on his garments. The Holy Lord shrugged, gesturing towards the elder, as if to say, "Aren't you quite capable? Why don't you confront him?" Unaccustomed to such provocation, the Earth Sovereign stomped his foot, causing the entire structure to tremble. The walls began to liquefy, flowing like water to envelop him in a suit of armor. Feeling the surge of power within him, the Earth Sovereign could not help but flaunt his might, declaring to the elder, "Archmage, I shall not deceive you. I openly warn you against using any weapons forged from minerals. For all that belongs to the earth is at my command." Faced with such blatant display of his abilities, the Holy Lord could only facepalm, feeling utterly powerless and unable to lead. "Oh, thank you for the reminder," the old man said, retrieving a dried lizard from behind him, as 2 vials of potion spontaneously soared into the air. With a wave of his hand, the potions shattered, droplets cascading onto the lizard and Fugu. The old man is proficient with dual pistols. Do not be curious about the ranger's past. The dual pistols will unveil the truth. The horn is a man's romance. The battle between the two was imminent, Yet no horns sounded to herald the war. Both parties commenced their actions freely. The Earth's sovereign charged forth like a bull, rushing directly at the elder. The old man, undeterred, unleashed a rapid-fire barrage from his dual pistols, striking the Earth's sovereign's armor. However, as the Earth's sovereign closed within 5 meters, the old man aimed wildly at the sovereign's eyes. Is being fully armored impressive? Is that all you've got? With audacity, you dare to charge directly at an archer. Witness as I blind you momentarily. The Earth Lord, caught in transient blindness, instinctively began to flail wildly. The old man, recognizing this reckless assault on an unseen foe, expressed his approval. He swiftly stepped upon the Earth Lord's hand, leaping onto its back, and unleashed a barrage of close-range attacks. The results were striking, yet perilous. A furious roar erupted from the Earth Lord as the surrounding terrain began to shift ominously. The Earth Lord clasped his hands together and forcefully struck the ground, causing countless small steel pellets to erupt into the air. The old man, realizing the Earth Lord's intent, understood the gravity of the situation. It was too late. With a mere wave of his hand, a structure forged from vibranium materialized abruptly, ensnaring both the old man and the Earth Lord within its confines. You wretched old monkey, let us see how you escape this time. With a swift motion, the Earth's sovereign accelerated the steel balls, causing them to collide furiously and form a chaotic, dense array of projectiles. He shrouded his eyes, transforming into a statue of iron. Faced with the formidable barrage constructed by the Earth Sovereign, the old man admitted to feeling a twinge of panic. After all, he was merely flesh and blood. Each of those small steel spheres, striking him at such incredible speed, could leave him gravely injured. He tossed the puffer fish into the air, channeling his magical energy to autonomously release spells that shattered the approaching steel balls. This tactic granted him a brief moment to devise a countermeasure. Meanwhile, outside, the Holy Lord was not idle. Observing the Earth's sovereign's demeanor, he anticipated that his foolish brother was bound to stumble. He beckoned the nearby sand golem, who approached attentively. The Holy Lord whispered instructions, and the sand golem nodded before dissipating into sand and exiting the laboratory. The Holy Lord gazed at the iron box, reflecting on the arrogance of the Earth Sovereign, murmuring, "Earth Sovereign, my foolish brother, may you learn from this experience." As the Holy Lord had foreseen, the old man indeed conceived a solution. This magic was indeed remarkable, but the Earth Sovereign himself could not withstand it, or rather his current weakened state rendered him incapable. Otherwise, he would not have needed to create the formidable armor beneath. Without hesitation, the old man retrieved a dragon talisman from his pocket, directing it to heat the armor beneath him. In a short while, the armor was burned through, creating a large hole. The Earth Sovereign, scorched on his backside, disregarded his dignity and broke free from his confinement, leaping out. However, as he jumped, the steel balls erupted forth as well. The Holy Lord quickly erected a wall of flames in front of his companions, the intense heat sufficient to melt the incoming steel projectiles. Once this was accomplished, the Holy Lord exhaled in relief, but upon witnessing the Earth's Sovereign patting his scorched rear and wailing, his brows furrowed in annoyance. "Ouch, it burns! Holy Lord, this cursed talisman is to blame. Otherwise, I could have dealt with that old fellow." The Holy Lord grimaced, having no desire to engage with the Earth Sovereign. Merely a fool, were it not for the fact that most demons were devoid of intellect. He would never have ascended to the rank of one of the 8 great demons. Just then, a rustling sound akin to sand cascading to the ground caught the Holy Lord's attention, prompting him to address the Earth Sovereign. "Cease your futile actions, Earth Sovereign. Prepare to embrace your kingdom." Momentarily bewildered, the Earth Sovereign soon grasped the Holy Lord's meaning as a colossal wave, reminiscent of a sea of sand, surged forth. The realization struck him: quicksand. With a gesture, he commanded the sand to proliferate endlessly, swiftly ensnaring the old man's ankles. Yet, this alone would not alarm the old man. However, within the indistinct quicksand, it seemed as though countless hands were grasping at his ankles, slowly inching upward, causing a loss of sensation in his legs. The old man's expression twisted in anguish, his voice darkening as he exclaimed. He raised a hand and shot at his own feet, and the sand, seemingly sensing a peculiar object, parted naturally. Yet, what remained were his legs, now rendered as parched husks. In response, the old man produced a potion from his robe and smashed it onto the ground. With a resounding pop, a surge of emerald liquid erupted, and in an instant, His legs were restored. The water began to spread, and as it encountered the sand controlled by the Earth Sovereign, it retreated instinctively, much like a mouse fleeing from a cat. However, the old man felt no joy. The sand was multiplying exponentially and should have quickly filled the room. Yet now, it only reached his ankles, where then had the excess sand vanished. The Earth Spirit provided an answer, revealing that the previously brown demon had vanished, and a colossal yellow bull formed from the sand was gradually expanding. Great mage, aren't you adept at evading? Let's see you try, the Earth Spirit roared, as its four hooves struck the ground with a thunderous resonance. The old man, recognizing that the current Earth Spirit was beyond human capability to confront, understood that only by locating a specific flower could he harness ancient magic to defeat and seal it back into hell. As for why the old man had not brought the flower to combat the Earth Spirit, he had initially possessed it, resting upon Steve. But after exchanging a word with Deadpool, the flower mysteriously vanished. The old man felt a deep sense of helplessness. It was clear that Wade had taken it for his own amusement. Consequently, he instructed Steve to hastily return and retrieve the flower from Wade, while he would confront the Earth Spirit alone. After Steve departed, he sprinted toward the prison's direction, but soon collided with the pursuing Black Panther. "Intruder, meet your demise," the Black Panther proclaimed, brandishing his claws and leaping straight for Steve's throat. "Get lost. I have no time for you," Steve retorted, standing his ground and delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, his kick connected with the Black Panther's chest, sending him crashing into the ceiling of the corridor. However, despite the potency of Steve's strike, the Black Panther was no pushover. Having consumed heart-shaped herbs and donned a suit laced with nanometals, his resilience had significantly increased. Once he landed back on the ground, he appeared unfazed, swiftly transforming into a leopard and launching a surprise attack. The Black Panther darted left and right, incessantly harassing Steve. Aware that the old man was still battling the demon, Steve gathered his strength and forcefully pinned the Black Panther against the wall. The Black Panther, refusing to back down, retaliated with a kick directly to Steve's chest, causing him to stagger backward. In the Black Panther's gaze, a glimmer of lethal intent emerged. "This is your last chance. Leave now," Steve warned, raising his fists in a display of impatience. "Humph, this is my territory. It is you who must depart," the Black Panther retorted tersely, launching into a series of rapid kicks. Observing this, Steve swayed side to side, employing Tyson's bob-and-weave technique, delivering a barrage of punches against the Black Panther's legs. The metallic clang of their strikes reverberated, even causing the Black Panther's armor to resonate with absorbed energy. Internally, the Black Panther marveled at the formidable warrior before him, pondering why such strength would be directed toward their invasion. Perhaps it could be said that only such formidable warriors would dare to invade them. The Black Panther, resolute in his decision, deemed it unnecessary to interrogate further. He intended to ensure that Steve remained completely here, harnessing the energy within his armor. Clenching his claws into a fist, the Black Panther unleashed a strike imbued with self-generated energy, which resounded with a thunderous impact upon Steve's chest. In that fleeting moment when the fist descended, Steve, initially indifferent, was suddenly struck by an overwhelming force. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying, devoid of pain or sensation, as though he had simply been cast into the air. Witnessing Steve succumb to the full force of his energy-laden strike, the Black Panther paid him no further mind, for no one had ever survived under such circumstances. Turning away, he sprinted towards the beacon of light illuminated by his father. "Ovkin, I hope I have not arrived too late." Just after the Black Panther departed, a hand emerged from the rubble where Steve had fallen, struggling to crawl out from the pile of stones. After gasping for breath, Steve swiftly regained his composure, as if nothing had transpired, observing the retreating figure of the Black Panther. What a formidable adversary, he mused, yet still so naive. At this moment, Steve had no time to ponder the Black Panther's intentions and hastened toward the cell, his pace quickening, evidently faster than before. The recent battle had not only failed to hinder him, it had invigorated him. Upon arriving at the cell, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Tony and Peter were fixated on Wade, who in turn was intently staring back at them, his eyes darting back and forth with remarkable shrewdness. "Oh, I've had quite enough of this team," Steve thought, dismissing the earlier obstacles as he strode into the room beside Wade, promptly conducting a thorough search. Wade burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Captain, I was wrong. Spare me, please." After the search, Steve found nothing of interest, while Wade lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, his tongue likely hanging out if not for his mask. "My dignity is lost," he lamented. Peter and Tony simultaneously spat at the floor beside the fainting Wade before turning to Steve with inquisitive expressions. "Captain, what is the matter?" Steve turned to face Peter and Tony, a glimmer of hope rekindled within him. "Did you bring any flowers?" "Any kind will do. Does having money count?" Peter asked. "Is it acceptable if one is without funds?" Steve inquired further. Tony and Peter initially believed that Steve was merely jesting, and thus they playfully teased him. However, in response to their banter, Steve shook his head with utmost seriousness, stating that flowers indeed bloomed. Upon hearing Steve's words, Tony recognized his sincerity and ceased his jesting, decisively tapping on his metallic armor and asserting, "There are none." Peter also turned slightly, as if to indicate that he bore no flowers. Yet, the enormous spider emblem adorning his back was undeniably obscured by a small yellow flower, of which he was blissfully unaware. Deadpool, ding ding, flower spider. Peter's sporting a flower. Glancing left and right, observing this, Steve swiftly grasped Peter, who was about to turn away, and plucked the small flower from him with a grip that felt rather firm. Startled, Peter spun around to behold the yellow bloom, scratching his head in confusion. "How could I possibly have a flower on me?" He pondered, utterly perplexed, considering he had donned his battle suit only earlier that day. How could such a thing have occurred? Steve cast a glance at Wade, who lay sprawled on the ground, and delivered a fierce kick before disregarding him entirely. He fled the confines of the cage, making a beeline for the laboratory. Chapter 74. The defeat of the Overlord convinced he had vanquished Steve, the Black Panther, brimming with self-satisfaction, turned a corner only to encounter the Sandman, who was engaged in the process of crafting sand and transmitting it into the laboratory. The Sandman, clad in a checkered shirt reminiscent of a 1970s sailor, had morphed into a form resembling compacted sand. One hand reached through the wall, touching the earth beyond, while the other hand erupted with a torrent of sand. Strange occurrences abound each year, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. The Black Panther, unsheathing his claws, regarded the Sandman with disdain and approached him with measured steps. Upon hearing the sounds behind him, the Sandman turned, only to find the very leader who had once sought to apprehend him, now advancing towards him with deliberate slowness. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle. I seek only wealth, not to harm," the Sandman warned, his voice tinged with caution as the Black Panther drew nearer. Yet, the Black Panther paid no heed to the warning, embodying an air of superiority, and charged at the Sandman. The Sandman, however, would not be lenient. Though he harbored no desire to take a life, being solely focused on amassing wealth to cure his daughter's ailment, and grappling with his own unique mutations, he was not one to be trifled with. In fact, the rage of a seemingly honest man often wields a destructive power far surpassing that of malevolent criminals. Seeing the Black Panther disregard his admonition and advance, the Sandman abandoned his internal transmission of sand and, with a swift motion, unleashed a torrent of sand towards the Black Panther. The colossal wave of sand surged forth, unexpected and formidable. The Black Panther, momentarily taken aback, found himself hurled away by the sheer force of the onslaught. Yet, as the Black Panther was sent sprawling, the Sandman did not cease his assault. Unfazed by the audacity of his adversary, he adhered to his principle of striking decisively, refusing to relent. After expending all the sand, he waved his hand, summoning the grains back to him. The Black Panther rose once more from the ground. Although the sand's impact was significant, it bore little actual power, merely restraining him. This revelation invigorated the Black Panther. After all, it was merely a matter of impact, and his armor was designed to absorb such shocks. Observing the Black Panther charging at him once again, the Sandman was perplexed. What could possibly compel someone to fight so fiercely unless they had a loved one within a laboratory? Although perplexed, the Sandman remained unsparing, raising his hand once more to unleash a surge of sand that overwhelmed the Black Panther, forcing him to the ground yet again. However, this time the Panther had sufficient energy, and with a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful blow to the Sandman. Observing this, the Sandman appeared puzzled, scratching his head as he regarded the gaping hole in his chest. Unfazed, he inhaled deeply, and the wound miraculously mended itself. The Sandman mused, "Did something bite me just now?" The Black Panther, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration, after painstakingly gathering energy to strike. He found that his efforts had merely scattered sand. Contemplating the futility of this combat, he was on the verge of initiating a dialogue when, suddenly, a loud crash resounded. The laboratory door behind the panther shattered as a silver-haired old man forcefully kicked it open, hastily emerging and trampling the Sandman in his wake. The Black Panther stared at the elder in shock, intending to greet him, but the old man ignored him and fled at a brisk pace. Confused by his sudden invisibility, the panther heard the elder shout over his shoulder, "Run! The wild bull is coming." The wild bull? What wild bull? The panther turned to see. Emerging from the dust where the door had been, a colossal yellow bull formed of sand thundering toward him. His pupils narrowed, and he instinctively crouched low, sprinting like a leopard to catch up with the old man. Breathlessly, he inquired, "What on earth is that?" The old man looked back at the panther with bemusement. "Did I not mention this before? It's a demon." "What kind of demon is a giant bull?" The panther retorted incredulously. The elder chuckled, pointing back, "Look, it can speak." "Isn't that a hallmark of a demon?" "What nonsense! Our ancestral black panthers can talk too. Are they demons as well?" The panther was at a loss. If this was the criterion for being a demon, it was utterly absurd. The bull's formidable horns slammed into the ground, causing the earth to crack open. "Behold the world-shattering power. Can this not be deemed a demon?" The old man leaped over the fissure, gesturing at the rift as if to affirm his claim. Indeed, the bull was a true demon. The panther sighed in exasperation. "Could you not coordinate so well, bull? How am I to counter this?" However, just as the two were fleeing for their lives, Steve fortuitously arrived, holding a delicate yellow flower. Father of flower. Upon seeing this, the old man felt invigorated, the horn of counterattack ready to be sounded. He hurried forward, taking the flower from Steve's hand, and recited an incantation while entwining a strand of wool from his garment into the bloom. An elixir emerged from his embrace, drenching the flower bud. "Begone, demons and monsters. Begone!" A vibrant green light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. The Earth's sovereign witnessed this scene, his pupils dilating in shock. The gates of hell. He had no desire to return to that infernal realm. Instantly, he turned to flee, yet his colossal form rendered him far less agile than in his former, more diminutive state. With a swift motion, the old man unleashed a beam of green light. The Earth's sovereign, realizing the impending danger, understood that if struck, he would be confined once more. At that critical juncture, the voice of the Holy Master resonated. Detached from that form, enlightened by these words, the Earth's sovereign spread his hands, shattering the gravel on his hooves, and touched the ground, invoking Earth's concealment. His body began to escape, yet could not match the swiftness of the old man's magic, specifically tailored to counter him. Following the guiding green light, it struck the petrified giant bull, shattering it with a resounding crash. Just as the light was about to reach the Earth's sovereign, a wall of sand abruptly surged forth, interrupting the green light, and the Earth's sovereign burrowed into the ground, leaving behind a gaping hole, seemingly mocking the old man's impotence. Had he escaped once more? The old man gazed at the sand wall that had obstructed him. An ordinary sand wall could not withstand the might of magic, but what was this peculiar sand? He retrieved a test tube from his pocket, collecting some of the sand. Observing the old man's forlorn task, Steve felt a pang of sympathy. Why did misfortune always seem to follow this elder? At crucial moments, these demons invariably orchestrated events that allowed them to evade capture. Chapter 75. Daily life at the old man's antique shop in the face of Wakanda. The old man had no desire to elaborate further. He yearned to depart from this sorrowful place. Casually, he opened a portal, pulling Steve along to reunite with Wade and Spider-Man. Giving a swift kick to send the three unfortunate souls tumbling through the portal, returning to the old man's antique shop. Inside the shop, the mechanical gears whirred and clanked, sand being flung against the glass walls by a centrifuge. Tony, with one foot on the machine's rotating wheel, scrutinized the objects through a magnifying glass. "Tony, how goes the research? Have you discovered anything?" The clamor was so loud that it pained the old man's ears. His boisterous call roused Tony, who had been engrossed in his activities. Tony halted his movements, and the centrifuge came to a natural stop. Setting aside the magnifying glass in his hand, he extracted another, and with a snap of his fingers, the lights extinguished. In the ensuing darkness, the seemingly mundane grains of sand began to shimmer with a dazzling blue light. These grains were ordinary yet extraordinary, for they contained radioactive substances teetering on the brink of stability and instability. The old man nodded and inquired, "So, what is the reason these sands can withstand my magic?" Tony examined the sand and shook his head. "I'm afraid, sir, I do not comprehend the underlying principles. However, I have a hypothesis. These grains may coalesce instantaneously into a wall, and what you breached was indeed a barrier, thus rendering your magic ineffective." In his pursuit of knowledge, Tony approached the subject with utmost seriousness. For him to voice a conjecture, it likely pertained to the enigmatic realm of magic that eluded his understanding. The old man sighed, placing his tome of magic down, and retreated to his study, returning with a treasured ancient text, which he then dropped heavily upon Tony's head. "As my apprentice, I believe you require further study into the mysteries that intertwine magic and technology," he declared. Upon seeing the book in his hands, Tony was momentarily dazed. Although he had previously mentioned the notion of becoming an apprentice, the old man had not pursued the matter further due to the emergence of the mountain demon. Today, however, he found himself inexplicably bestowed with the title of apprentice, an exhilarating turn of events. Tony, now invigorated, eagerly opened the book and immersed himself in the ocean of magic. His joy at acquiring the tome brought a sense of satisfaction to the old man as well. The precious magical materials that had become unattainable due to his impoverished circumstances would soon be within reach through Tony's wealth. Upon seeing those magical components, Tony would undoubtedly be tempted to procure them, potentially allowing the old man to later extort a fortune under the guise of mentorship. The old man had not forgotten how the Holy Lord had once tricked him with dragon teeth within the spatial tunnel, causing him to waste a precious garlic bulb, a rarity in the United States, where Chinese garlic was regarded with suspicion and thus banned. Though both men harbored their own intentions, their overarching goals aligned. Tony would learn magic, and the old man would acquire magical materials, a mutually beneficial arrangement indeed. In contrast to the leisurely pursuits of Tony Stark and the old man, Steve found himself quite busy. Previously, due to Coulson's special treatment, which afforded him access to a powerful sleeping agent, Steve had successfully enlisted in SHLD, enjoying 2 months of privileges. Today, Coulson finally found a use for Steve, albeit not out of necessity, but rather due to the impending evaluation that Steve would fail to pass this quarter if he remained idle. "Captain, I understand you are currently focused on retirement and wish to avoid any missions, yet if you do not engage in some tasks, this review will genuinely falter." Coulson followed Steve as they advanced, and although Steve remained silent, Coulson felt an uncontrollable urge to explain himself, as if he feared leaving Steve with the impression of being a tyrant. Steve took a deep breath, halted his steps, and turned to Coulson with a serious expression, saying, "All right, Coulson, I am not truly upset. We are all soldiers. Who does not understand the nature of our superiors? It is merely a drill instructor. Let it be." However, as Steve stepped into the training ground, he began to comprehend why Coulson felt the need to reiterate his explanations. "Watch out, flying tiger." A plane soaring through the sky unexpectedly directed its beam towards its own comrade. Upon hearing the shout, a young girl clad in white combat attire turned in bewilderment, only to be struck by the energy column, which sent her flying. A young boy with dark skin collided with an enemy behind him, while another boy in green combat gear fell simultaneously. "Is this the caliber of your warriors?" Steve demanded sharply, gesturing towards the chaotic scene of the four. Coulson, feeling embarrassed, scratched his face and, with a wavering gaze, replied, "Their abilities are still quite commendable." Taking a couple of deep breaths to steady himself, Steve walked to the center of the training ground. Noticing this, Coulson hurriedly shut down the training apparatus, only to be halted by Steve's outstretched hand. "Allow me to impart a lesson to this group of novices." Coulson instantly felt a surge of excitement. Witnessing the captain's combat in real time would be an extraordinary experience. "Hey, novices, pay attention," Steve shouted, capturing the attention of the 4 fallen individuals. As enemies surged towards them, Steve's gaze sharpened, and a virtual shield materialized in his hand. The robots began to focus their fire, yet Steve, undeterred, charged forward with the shield raised, deftly maneuvering through the onslaught. With a powerful leap, he landed among the adversaries, executing a splendid spin that sent his shield flying. The shield whirled around the robots, striking nearly every one of them. As they staggered back, revealing their vulnerabilities, Steve seized the moment, darting forward to deliver a decisive kick that toppled one enemy. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he dispatched the surrounding robots with ease. "Absolutely spectacular, Captain," Coulson exclaimed, applauding as he approached, showering Steve with praise. Meanwhile, the four onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the formidable robots had fallen so effortlessly before Steve's prowess. "There exists no challenge, Coulson. Your training system requires fortification. If it remains at this level, it will not yield effective training." Coulson smirked and nodded, aware that they possessed a more formidable training system. It was not something these children could endure. "All right, team, gather your wits and come here." White Tiger assisted Iron Fist and Power Man as they approached. Observing the group of battered individuals, Steve furrowed his brow. But it soon relaxed. "Team members, stand at attention," Coulson called out, and they promptly complied. "Allow me to introduce to you Captain Steve Rogers, your new instructor." Chapter 76. Daily life at Midtown Science High School. Coulson's seemingly mundane announcement reverberated in the ears of the four like a clap of thunder. Although they had speculated about Steve's appearance, hearing Coulson articulate it left them utterly astonished. "Captain, I'm your idol." "No, you're my idol," Nova exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Steve grasped his hand and patted his shoulder. "Calm down, kid. We will have ample time together until Coulson decides to cease employing me," Steve jested, casting a teasing glance at Coulson. "How could that be, Captain?" Coulson chuckled awkwardly, hastily gesturing that he had no such intentions. "It is an honor to be your team member, Captain," Iron Fist expressed with a respectful salute, standing aside. Steve mirrored the sentiment. "I am equally honored, team member." "Captain, I am at a loss for words. I am simply too exhilarated." White Tiger stammered. Steve nodded and smiled, saying, "You need not say anything. I have high hopes for you. During the upcoming training, I hope you will astonish me." With the introductions concluded, Coulson stated, "Now, the captain will lead your training." As he prepared to leave, Steve reached out to stop him. "Coulson, are you serious? They will be in danger." Upon seeing Steve's earnest expression, Coulson nodded. "I trust you, Captain, and I ask that you trust them as well. They will prove to be excellent team members." "Indeed, Captain. Please have faith in us. The Star-Lord team will execute your commands without fail." Nova stepped forward, assuring Steve. Steve smiled and nodded, but his demeanor shifted to seriousness. "I hope that in the next 3 minutes, you will still feel the same." Coulson exited the training room with a smile, confident that these children would not disappoint him, and Steve would surely put them through rigorous training. Midtown Science High School bang. "Peter, you know what I want? Hand over your lunch money." A blond youth cornered Peter Parker by the locker, grinning maliciously as he reached out for the money. "Oh, Lightning. This is the second time you've attempted to rob me today. Isn't it tedious?" Peter, clutching his backpack, wore an expression of helplessness. Lightning, with little regard for pleasantries, swiftly snatched Peter's bag and began to shake it vigorously. However, apart from a cascade of books, nothing else fell out. "Honestly, Peter, you are rather destitute," Lightning remarked as he tossed the backpack back to Peter, who was now picking up his scattered books from the ground, a look of resignation on his face. "Lightning, you are well aware of my circumstances," Peter replied, kneeling to return his books to the bag. Observing that there was no benefit to be gained, Lightning rose from the ground, taking the opportunity to mock Peter, with their classmates accustomed to the spectacle sharing a chuckle. Yet, in an instant, the laughter ceased abruptly, leaving only Lightning's taunt of Peter being a coward hanging in the air. "Lightning, why do you persist in bullying Peter?" A steady voice, imbued with authority, interjected. Lightning stiffened and turned, his smile vanishing in an instant, only to be quickly replaced with a forced grin as he approached the newcomer. "Brother Xiaofeng, what brings you here?" Lightning asked. "What, am I not allowed to come? Or has Lightning become the kingpin of the school? Someone even I cannot provoke?" Xiaofeng shot him a sidelong glance, causing Lightning to shudder, instantly recalling the moment when this very figure had made his mark upon the campus. When Xiaofeng had first arrived at the school, he merely sought to acquire knowledge and recuperate from his injuries. However, fate had it that Lightning, in his foolishness, approached him that very afternoon with the intent to rob him. Xiaofeng could hardly tolerate such insolence. Despite Lightning's clownish demeanor, he graciously administered a lesson in humility. From that day forth, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, resembling the fervor of a spirited academy, until Xiaofeng ascended to the pinnacle of over a dozen schools, finally leading a tranquil academic life. "Xiaofeng, you may find it hard to believe, but I truly came here to study." "The gang, what the boss says is true." As for how Xiaofeng and Peter became acquainted, it was undoubtedly because Peter was a bookworm, spending much of his youth in the library. During one particularly perplexing problem that Xiaofeng could not decipher, Peter stepped forward and, with remarkable ease, resolved it, leaving Xiaofeng in awe of such intelligence. Of course, at that time, the studious Peter was oblivious to Xiaofeng's reputation until he encountered Lightning attempting to pilfer his lunch money. Xiaofeng bent down, gathering the scattered books from the ground, organized them, and handed them to Peter with a smile. "Here you go, Peter. Will you be visiting the library this afternoon?" Upon encountering Xiaofeng, Peter's expression radiated joy. Despite Xiaofeng's affiliation with the underworld, Peter harbored no significant aversion towards him. After all, bookworms in this school often found themselves subjected to bullying, and Xiaofeng consistently provided them with support. As the class bell chimed, Peter hastily gathered his books and called out to Xiaofeng, "Of course, brother Xiaofeng, see you at the usual place." "Indeed, at the usual place," Xiaofeng replied, and the two parted ways. Xiaofeng turned to Lightning, observing his exasperated demeanor. "Why do you always enjoy bullying Peter? I've told you, instead of tormenting him, why not dedicate that time to studying? Look at how intelligent Peter is. You might find yourself relying on him in the future." Lightning scoffed, clearly unconvinced of Peter's promising future. He believed himself unlikely to fare poorly, perhaps even aspiring to become a gang leader one day. Recognizing that his advice had fallen on deaf ears, Xiaofeng shook his head and returned to his classroom. As an elder brother, Xiaofeng was undoubtedly competent. He took an interest in each of his younger brethren's academic progress and family issues, while also plotting a path for their lives. Of course, if he were to dominate the world, they would all be generously rewarded. As long as they followed him, their futures would surely be bright. After Di Kuei's escape, the Holy Master hastily activated the portal, retrieving the exhausted Sandman from the ground and swiftly entering the portal. Upon returning to the Osborne Industrial Park, he surveyed his battered subordinates and, recalling the foolishness of Di Kuei, felt a surge of frustration. It appeared he needed to seek an alternative. He could no longer depend on those reckless imbeciles. Moreover, even if he released them all, would a horde of beings known as demons truly adhere to the contract and willingly break a seal? At the very least, the Lord himself is a non-believer, judging the demons by his own standards. Should he gain control over the lifeblood of other demons, he would undoubtedly have a change of heart in the end and scheme for their power. Gazing at the dragon tooth laid upon the table, the Lord has already formulated his own calculations. Chapter 77. The quantum space of Sumeru with a final twist for the mysterious guest. The Panka treasure box emitted a crisp, unlocking sound, which the guest skillfully released. The treasure box, glowing with a verdant light, floated gently into the air. Despite having witnessed it countless times, the guest remained in awe of the magical spectacle. The radiance emitted by the floating box instantly captivated everyone's attention. The saber-toothed tiger leaped over the railing, while Darwin, the young African-American man, descended from the chandelier above, his body instinctively mimicking a cat's soft paws, cushioning his landing. The vulture soared through the sky, ultimately crashing against the ceiling. The master of imitation advanced with steady steps, though each footfall was deliberate. He reached his destination faster than the leaping, saber-toothed tiger. The Sandman transformed into flowing sand, seeping through the floor and sliding downwards. The Lord stood with arms crossed, observing coldly from the side. As the Panka treasure box slowly opened, no map materialized this time. Instead, amidst a swirling golden current, the box began to close once more. "What does this mean, boss? Do you understand?" Darwin asked, a myriad of questions evident on his face as he poked the composed Lord beside him, his curiosity piqued. The Lord paid no heed to Darwin, instead closing his eyes in contemplation. The mysterious guest picked up the Panka box from the ground, observing the raised surface, and addressed the Lord, "Boss, 2 short lines and 1 long. The long one below represents the Jin hexagram." The moment the guest's words fell, a brilliant light surged in the Lord's eyes, and a tide of fury surged within him. Zhongsu, it was Zhongsu's door. The Lord thought back to the time in hell, when he had been mercilessly beaten by that very individual, and now he wished for salvation from him. How absurd! Based on his experiences in hell, the Lord had reason to suspect that had he encountered Zhongsu instead of Shimu during his descent, he might have been struck down, and then Zhongsu would have merrily continued with his day, as if nothing had transpired. However, after a brief moment of turmoil. The Lord sighed. What else could he do but save him? After all, the Panka treasure box operated under a system of opening and resolving doors. If Zhong-Su remained sealed, the other demons would have no hope. Furthermore, Zhong-Su's door needed to be resolved swiftly, otherwise, the two enemies in hell would leave the remaining decision-maker in a state of indecision, and should they be dragged back, there would be no one to advocate for them. Yet, the hurdle that had plagued the Lord's mind had passed. But where was this door? He had glimpsed the recent vision. But where could one find a place that was eternally radiant and possessed a rapid flow? As the Lord pondered, a steady and powerful voice resonated. My Lord, that is the quantum space. Turning his head, the Lord discovered it was Xiao Feng. Brother Xiao Feng, what brings you here? In the presence of the revered Lord. Xiao Feng casually waved his hand and settled onto a nearby sofa, stating, I am aware of the incident with the earthly sovereign. Upon hearing this, the Lord's smile faltered, and a sense of unease crept in. Could Xiao Feng be here to reprimand him? Observing the Lord's stiff expression, Xiao Feng chuckled softly. It seemed the Lord still wore his emotions on his sleeve. Fear not, I am not here to bring accusations. However, it has been millennia, and you remain unchanged. The Lord awkwardly nodded. You are correct, Brother Xiao Feng. I am still that little dragon from thousands of years ago. Xiao Feng shook his head and gestured towards the Panko treasure box, addressing the Lord. I initially came to lift the magic on my side, but since the demon to be released is Zhong-Su, I shall undertake this task for you. How could I allow that? Brother Xiao Feng, your injuries have yet to heal. The Lord insisted, clearly reluctant for Xiao Feng to involve himself in this matter. Yet, Xiao Feng remained undeterred, saying, the unsealing of the Hellgate is not solely your responsibility. You have already opened 3 doors, so let me unlock one more for you. As for my injuries, they have nearly mended. Although I'm not at my peak, opening a door is still within my capacity. Moreover, if I recall correctly, your soul bears wounds as well. It would be prudent to attend to them sooner rather than later. The Lord nodded, a sly smile flickering in his eyes. Fully aware that once Xiao Feng committed to something, he would see it through. To ensure that Xiao Feng would not backtrack, the Lord merely needed to feign reluctance, prompting Xiao Feng to act gallantly. Remember, you must heed Brother Xiao Feng's advice, he instructed the others. As Xiao Feng took on the task concerning Zhong-Su, the Lord's demeanor visibly weakened, resembling one on the brink of collapse. Whether out of compassion or a sense of chivalry, Xiao Feng placed his hand upon the Lord, gently channeling his magic into him. As the Lord felt the surge of magic within him, a fleeting glimmer of greed crossed his eyes, quickly transforming into exuberant laughter. How do you feel? Are you better? Xiao Feng inquired. Much improved. Thank you, Brother Xiao Feng. I shall return to recuperate now. Observing the weakening Xiao Feng, the Lord, who had intended to exchange a few more words, hastily expressed his gratitude and departed. As the Lord hurried away, Xiao Feng believed his magic had significantly aided the Lord, granting him the ability to restore his soul, leaving him in high spirits. After the Lord's departure, Xiao Feng gathered the others, inviting them to sit without a trace of the demon's authority, appearing more like a benevolent elder. Regarding the quantum space, if they could name it, then surely they possess the means to navigate it. Brother Xiao Feng, the elder has instructed us to follow your lead. What shall our next step be? As the wind howled, Xiao Feng immediately produced a photograph depicting an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat. Dr. Pym, who had previously published a paper concerning the microscopic realm, delving intricately into the quantum domain. I surmise that after all these years, he must have garnered some insights. Upon hearing this, Saber-Toothed Tiger buzzed with enthusiasm, exclaiming, all right, Brother Xiao Feng, let us seize him and delve into this quantum field. However, Xiao Feng shook his finger in disapproval, signaling his dissent. Friends, engage your minds. You must understand the significance of scientific achievements to a scientist. They are more vital than life itself, and such treasures cannot be easily obtained through mere threats. With that, Xiao Feng unveiled another poster, advertising a laboratory seeking personnel for new drug trials. As the group pondered this perplexity, Xiao Feng gently tapped the table and remarked, scientific experiments invariably require subjects. Rather than resort to theft, why not allow them to usher us in? Chapter 78. Ant-Man, Scott, you have been released from your sentence. With a clang, the prison gates swung open, a beam of light piercing through to illuminate Scott's figure, blinding him with its intensity. He had lost track of how long it had been since he last beheld the sun. The guard, sensing Scott's hesitance, refrained from the usual roughness in pulling him up, for from this day forth, he was no longer a prisoner. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Scott finally acclimated to the sunlight, rising from the ground. His pallid skin and gaunt frame spoke volumes of the hardships endured within the confines of the prison. At the property exchange station, the guard returned to him the belongings he had entrusted prior to his incarceration. As he surveyed these items, Scott felt something slide down the corner of his eye. Tears. Wiping away the moisture, he shed his prison garb, donned his previous attire, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and strode purposefully towards the exit, flanked by 2 guards who escorted him to the threshold. "Scott, how are you, brother?" Scott felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was not alone upon his release. Though his companion was not a paragon of virtue, merely a former cellmate, he was nonetheless grateful to know that someone remembered him. Climbing into a van, the 2 men navigated the winding roads. As a facility of the American penal system, the mere sight of the treacherous mountain paths was enough to instill dread. After an undetermined duration of travel, they at last entered the city. The 2 conversed extensively during the journey. His former cellmate, as circumstances were dire, his girlfriend had abandoned him, and nearly all his family had perished. As he observed his companion smile, while expressing gratitude for at least possessing the van, Scott couldn't help but reflect on his own situation. How were his family faring? Had his imprisonment brought them undue hardship? As Scott's cellmate proposed a leisure outing, Scott firmly declined, asserting, "No, my friend, I have no desire to return to that prison, nor do I wish to embrace a life of crime any longer. I have a daughter." His cellmate, puzzled, inquired, "What do you plan to do then?" Scott replied, "Come on, I hold a master's degree in electrical engineering. What kind of job could I possibly fail to secure?" However, it soon became evident to Scott that he had spoken too soon. "Welcome to Stenton Ice Cream Parlor. What would you like?" Scott forced a smile and inquired of the young boy clad in green, "I would like a hamburger." "We do not sell that," came the reply. After a prolonged exchange, the manager summoned him to the office, reprimanding him for his past misdeeds and publicly shaming him for his imprisonment, relentlessly prodding the matter. Ultimately, Scott lost even his job at the ice cream parlor. The world was not as he had envisioned. As a criminal, he should have anticipated that he would no longer be able to pursue legitimate employment, relegated instead to a life of crime. Clutching a cup of smoothie, Scott wandered aimlessly down the street, grappling with the harsh reality that due to his burglary, he could not even secure the most menial of jobs. Upon returning to his dilapidated apartment, he encountered his former cellmate, only to find 2 unfamiliar faces in the room. A brief exchange revealed that both were seasoned offenders, one adept at unearthing the dark secrets of individuals through computer skills, while the other preferred a more direct approach, resorting to brute force. "Let us grow stronger and achieve greatness," one urged. Scott furrowed his brow, retorting, "Listen, I do not wish to return to that life. I have stated this repeatedly. It is not a good place, though I acknowledge your talents." Sensing their disapproving gazes, he politely muttered, stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth, and prepared to turn away. Yet life was persistently unkind. Like his friends, his wife had left him, and he was denied any contact with his daughter. Scott had thoroughly descended into the depths of failure. He returned to his companions, consenting to partake in one last heist, hoping to impress his wife anew. "I made up my mind. Let us pull off one final job." "Fantastic. I knew you would agree." His friend's exuberance sparked a sense of foreboding within Scott. Just as he was about to inquire about the details, he interjected, "Hold on, my friend. Explain the specifics of this endeavor and our target." His associate divulged the intelligence he had gathered. Their target was a retired gentleman earning a 6-figure salary, who possessed a sizable safe in his home. Based on their experience, the wealth within could secure their comfort for the rest of their lives. After devising a plan, they arrived that evening outside Professor Pym's residence. With a grand leap, Scott effortlessly vaulted into the professor's opulent estate. Simultaneously, another group stealthily infiltrated the premises. "Brother Howling Wind, weren't we supposed to be experimental subjects? Why are we now scaling walls?" Darwin, the young man of African descent, asked with a displeased expression. "Thieves in America are a disregarded lot. A true man should engage in zero-cost acquisitions." Professor Pym had long since retired. If we did not intrude upon his life, he would hardly spare us a glance. Xiaofeng patiently elucidated this point, then effortlessly vaulted over the shoulder of a saber-toothed tiger and entered. The others soon began to showcase their own abilities, swiftly making their way into Professor Pym's residence. With 4+7 and the homeowner, Professor Pym, to boot, the ensemble was more than sufficient to host a gathering. In the shadows, the group advanced cautiously. Before long, the two parties collided. Scott, upon catching sight of the blood-red eyes opposite him, was immediately struck with terror and quickly turned to flee, pulling his companions along. Xiaofeng, seeing the figures before him, mistakenly believed they were Professor Pym's discovery, and they too hastily retreated, hoping to divert Pym's attention. However, after running through the house for some time without being pursued, an unsettling sense of foreboding began to creep into their minds. "Why are we running, Scott?" a friend gasped, questioning him. "Did you not see those blood-red eyes? My goodness, what manner of creature was that?" Scott furiously grasped his friend's collar, demanding an explanation. "It's just a doctor. What is the big deal?" The friend's confidence faltered, as he recalled that he had promised to share all pertinent information with Scott, yet some details he deemed trivial had been withheld, leading to Scott's unwarranted panic. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng pondered aloud. "Why are we running, brother Xiaofeng?" Darwin inquired curiously. Xiaofeng himself found it perplexing that their pursuers had not followed. They had not fled particularly swiftly. It was evident they were attempting to attract attention, hoping Professor Pym would consider them as subjects for experimentation. Yet, no one had come after them. "Do not be hasty. Darwin will surely have someone pursuing us. Once someone catches up, Professor Pym's attention will undoubtedly be drawn to us." Thus, both sides remained entangled in frustration throughout the night. Chapter 79. Sino-Soviet Relations. Humanity, greet your sovereign. Although the plan devised by Howling Wind failed last night, everything continued to unfold in accordance with his design. The incident involving two foolish intruders breaking into Dr. Pym's opulent residence was, in fact, under the watchful gaze of the screen doctor. The red ant, a diminutive and ubiquitous creature, bore upon its back a camera even smaller than itself, documenting every moment of the escapade. Perhaps it was the inevitability of history that led Dr. Pym to unwittingly select Scott's faction during the selection of the two parties. In a meticulously orchestrated scheme, Scott ventured alone into Dr. Pym's mansion and unlocked the safe, adhering to the age-old adage that a thief should not leave empty-handed. He acquired the Ant-Man's combat suit. However, not only did Scott fail to seize any money, but he was also incessantly disturbed by the sounds emanating from the suit. Ultimately, he uncovered the suit's remarkable secrets. Unbeknownst to them, however, a pair of blood-red eyes had been fixated upon them throughout, belonging to the ever-present Howling Wind, who manipulated the airflow. Howling Wind exhaled softly, pilfering two of Ant-Man's darts, which allowed for the ability to alter size at will, thereby granting them access to the quantum realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Old Man witnessed the quantum space manifest as Saint Master opened the Panga treasure box, revealing the most striking imagery from the Ant-Man film. Without uttering a word, Old Man seized Tony, equipped with the necessary board to seal the demon, and pushed open the door, leading them to the neighborhood where Professor Pym resided. "Old Man, where are we headed in such a hurry?" "My alcohol lamp is still lit," Tony grumbled. Yet, Old Man remained silent, dragging him outside. Upon opening the door, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Casting a glance at his gear, still in hand, Tony sighed in relief. However, when he looked up, he was met with the unmistakable sight of a residence he knew all too well. Home to Professor Pym, a man often celebrated alongside his father as a genius of the era, whose Pym particle technology remains unsolved to this day. "This is Professor Pym's home." "Old Man, are you seeking Professor Pym?" The elder nodded, making his way toward Professor Pym's residence while explaining to Tony, "If I am not mistaken, this demon resides within the quantum realm. Should we wish to venture into that domain, we will undoubtedly require Professor Pym's assistance." Tony, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Recalling the insights regarding Professor Pym and Pym particles found in the book left by his father, which allowed one to enter the microscopic quantum realm. Indeed, after Carlson ascended to the position of director of SHIELD, he had informed Tony of Howard's office. Within, Tony not only discovered a new element that could resolve the toxicity issue of his arc reactor, but also stumbled upon a work log left by his father, which prominently detailed Professor Pym's research. Consequently, Tony no longer needed to consume chlorophyll daily to maintain his health, and, as a fortunate byproduct, his Iron Man suit had upgraded to the 5th iteration, the Mark V, a briefcase armor. However, when the elder pressed the doorbell to Professor Pym's abode, they found that the professor was not at home. Rather, he had been captured alongside Scott by agents of the Hank Company. Faced with this unusual predicament, Tony promptly showcased his exceptional talent. Jarvis, decrypt Professor Pym's security lock. Yes, sir. With a decisive click, the door to Professor Pym's residence swung open, and Tony gestured in a gentlemanly manner, indicating for the elder to enter first. Tony, are you a coward? The elder retorted sharply, his masculine demeanor clashing with Tony's chivalrous display, leaving Tony blushing. How does a proper gentleman's gesture translate to cowardice? It's you and that fellow Steve who are the peculiar ones. As the two individuals entered the room, a thorough exploration led Tony to discover two small darts within Professor Pym's laboratory. Upon gazing at the formulas inscribed on the blackboard, Tony mentally reviewed them and promptly addressed his father. Father, if I'm not mistaken, these are precisely what we need. They can transport us to the particle realm and subsequently shrink us into the quantum domain. However, their stability appears somewhat lacking. His father nodded, preparing to reach for the darts in Tony's hand, only to witness Tony abruptly retracting his hand, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Father, I can accompany you. His father shook his head, observing the elderly gentleman before him, whose demeanor mirrored that of his own father, Howard. This incited a sense of indignation within Tony. Tony, you cannot go. Damn it. With such a tone, I could predict his next words. Tony mused resentfully within himself. It is perilous. It is not a place for you. This echoed the sentiments of his father when Tony had wished for a laboratory to conduct his own experiments. In the eyes of these individuals, Tony Stark seemed perpetually cast as an irresponsible child. Were it not for Augustus, Tony Stark would have been utterly estranged from science. Yet now, Tony Stark was no longer that child devoid of a voice. This time, he would assert himself. No, father, I must go. I am your apprentice. You should have faith in me. His father furrowed his brow. In his instinctive perception, venturing into dangerous territory was not an act of bravery. On the contrary, it was rather foolish. Were it not for the imminent threat posed by the Soviet Union, he would never have considered entering the quantum realm. Observing the resoluteness in his father's stance, which mirrored Howard's, Tony posed a question to both his father and the elder. Why? Why do you, who care for your loved ones, choose to risk everything alongside me? In the realm of quantum, there lies a path from which one cannot return. As the elder's words resonated, Tony's thoughts drifted to many souls, ultimately resting on Pepper. A fleeting moment of distraction flickered in his gaze, yet it quickly transformed into resolute determination. No, I must go, Tony declared, and the elder, no longer obstructing him, nodded in acquiescence. Observing this, Tony, filled with exhilaration, donned the Mark V suit, embraced the elder, and pressed the button on the dart. In an instant, they were compressed into a particle state, and with another press, they entered the quantum realm. Within this enigmatic domain, the howling winds carried the mysterious figures for what felt like an eternity, until they finally discovered an extraordinary door. The Panga treasure box naturally ascended and, with a resounding snap, adhered to the door, emitting a spectral green light as the gates of hell gradually swung open. A demon with blue skin and a visage reminiscent of a hippopotamus stood before them, a humanoid form adorned with blue protruding spikes, 5 fingers on each hand, 2 toes on each foot, and clad in armor reminiscent of ancient Rome, its abdomen sculpted with muscle and eyes gleaming a fierce crimson hue. Your emperor has returned, humans. Welcome your sovereign. Chapter 80. The future world Zhong-Su. It is a pleasure to see you back, exclaimed Xiaofeng, stepping forward to embrace Zhong-Su's return. Compared to the master from Jackie Chan Adventures, Zhong-Su displayed utmost respect in the presence of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Where is that wretched master? Zhong-Su inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Initially intending to confront the master upon his release, the appearance of Xiaofeng left him feeling as though something significant was amiss. Xiaofeng chuckled and shook his head. Zhong-Su, you are quite predictable. Your thoughts are almost written across your face. One cannot blame the master for hesitating to rescue you. Who would wish to save someone harboring such enmity? The master needs rest, Xiaofeng replied gently, embodying the image of a steadfast elder brother. Rest? He is undeserving of such a luxury. Zhong-Su retorted, indignation etched on his face. As a traitor, we offer him a chance at forgiveness, and he ought to be grateful, constantly thinking of our rescue, never allowing himself a moment's reprieve. Yet, after all this time, he only now remembers to save me? I feared I would be forgotten in the depths of hell. Xiaofeng, tell me where he is. I shall urge him with my thunderous resolve to ensure the swift rescue of our remaining comrades. Truth be told, Zhongsu's words struck a chord within Xiaofeng's heart. As the one most eager to liberate his kin, Xiaofeng yearned to expedite the rescue of all demons. However, he soon shook his head. As the second demon to emerge, he understood the extent of the master's efforts. Even he could not surpass the master's endeavors. With a sigh, Xiaofeng spoke earnestly to Zhongsu. Let it be. The animosity between Zhongsu and the Holy Master ought to be set aside. The Holy Master has performed admirably. As brothers, we should contemplate how to assist him in restoring his health, rather than tormenting and exploiting him. Zhongsu scoffed, crossing his arms, and remarked, Xiaofeng, your inherent kindness renders you susceptible to being deceived by the Holy Master time and again. His words are utterly untrustworthy. You must never show him any kindness, lest you face the wrath of a malevolent dragon. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiaofeng's brow as he perceived Zhongsu's profound bias against the Holy Master, which seemed to have escalated to a matter of character. Ah, never mind. I shall not persuade you further. Perhaps, when you engage in a calm conversation with the Holy Master, you will come to understand him better. Upon hearing Xiaofeng relent, Zhongsu began to take in his surroundings, but his brow furrowed at the sight of the immense ionization before him. However, before Zhongsu could voice his inquiry, a resounding crash echoed, causing his pupils to dilate in alarm. Who dares to sound the gong? Instantly, the entire quantum space was engulfed in tumult, crackling with lightning. As the surroundings became increasingly unstable, descending into chaos. Confronted with Zhongsu's sudden frenzy, the old man furrowed his brow, momentarily neglecting to seal Zhongsu, and instead, he grasped Tony, activating the darts in his possession to enlarge themselves and the others instantaneously. Xiaofeng and the others followed suit, but Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to slap Zhongsu, halting his manic behavior and escorting him out of the quantum space. Countless particles of light swirled before them, and when they opened their eyes once more, the world had irrevocably transformed. The blood-red sky heralded ominous portents, while thunder raged unabated, revealing a multitude of nameless gravestones ahead. Tony's eyes widened in shock as he beheld a solitary grave, for he recognized, at the gravestone's base, the hair tie often worn by Pepper. While many objects may share similar designs, Tony was certain that this hair tie belonged to Pepper. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground as if mentally shattered, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Observing Tony's plight, the old man stood silently by, knowing that Tony required an outlet for his emotions rather than the comfort of others. Just then, a cacophony of clanging sounds erupted. Turning around, the old man beheld a weathered figure, unkempt and disheveled, clad in filthy garments, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Yet, the moment Tony turned back, he immediately recognized the man. It was his future self. With the ferocity of a cornered beast, Tony lunged at him, unleashing a barrage of furious punches upon his face. The man did not retaliate. He was Mark V, a creation Tony had devised long ago. Though he could easily disable Mark V with a mere gesture, he chose to accept the unfolding events with resignation. Gradually, Tony ceased his assault, lifting his visor as tears continued to flow. He confronted his future self with anguish. Why? Why you still exist? In the future, Tony laughed heartily, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes, yet all his father could discern was a profound sense of desolation and solitude. Indeed, why was she gone while I still linger on? They have all perished, all of them. Yet I remain. What purpose does my existence serve? No sooner had the words left his lips than a fierce glint ignited in future Tony's gaze. He swiftly overpowered his past self, pinning him down, roaring like a beast. I endure in this hell solely to exact vengeance for her. I have wagered everything. The flames of hatred have consumed me entirely. Revenge is my singular resolve. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Tony beheld his future self, whose limbs were riddled with arc reactors, over 20 in total, meticulously counted from head to toe. Indeed, as he had proclaimed, only energy coursed through future Tony's body. It was not blood that sustained his life, but rather a torrent of energy intertwined with vengeance. Can Tony enlighten us as to what transpired? At that moment, his father's sudden inquiry caused the beast-like future Tony to glare fiercely in response. His gaze devoid of the charm he once possessed. "Who are you?" Future Tony rasped, and had he not sensed the formidable magical power within the other, he would have slain him without hesitation. Now, he was nothing more than an instrument of retribution. "Do you not recognize me? It appears that this realm may be a parallel universe, yet I recognize you, Tony. You may regard me as a confidant, so please unburden your grievances from the years gone by." The future Tony gazed back at his past self, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. With a sigh of relief, he released the weight of his former self and collapsed onto the ground, raising his hand to draw a circle, which conjured a magical array. The three of them plunged into the mirrored space. "As you may have discerned, I am the supreme sorcerer of this world, Tony Stark." The past Tony, unaware of what it meant to be a supreme sorcerer, had met the Ancient One but grasped little of the title's significance. However, his father nodded gravely, recalling a parallel universe where Strange had met an untimely demise, allowing Tony to inherit the position of the Ancient One. But thereafter, news of him had ceased. Little did they realize he had transformed into this. If you wish to uncover the entirety of this tale, follow me. It all began on the day I ascended to the role of Supreme Sorcerer. Chapter 81. Betrayal. My ascension to Supreme Sorcerer was entirely serendipitous. In those days, I was a notorious playboy, reveling in the allure of lavish soirees. One fateful evening, I fortuitously encountered the brilliant surgeon, Strange, who was equally gifted. As the mirrored space shifted, Tony's narration conjured the scene of that day. In a moment of inebriation, he was seen with his arm draped around Strange's neck, causing the esteemed surgeon to blush, holding a glass of wine while animatedly expressing his thoughts. "Let me tell you, Strange, your life would be utterly wasted if you never took a ride in a Lamborghini." Observing his past self, the future Tony displayed an expression of embarrassment and waved his hand, transitioning to the next scene. At that moment, I had promised Strange several patents, which led him to agree to join me in a race. Tony was seen with his arm around Strange as they made their way to the exit. When Strange attempted to reach for the car keys, Tony swatted his hand away, glaring at him with indignation. "I'll drive." Strange, unable to contend with Tony's insistence, could only repeatedly caution, "Don't drive too fast." Thus, the two of them staggered out together. The scene shifted. A Lamborghini lay crushed beneath a massive tree as Tony and Strange, both injured, were hoisted into an ambulance. The imagery swirled once more, revealing Strange in a hospital bed, his hands bound in bandages, while Tony looked on in panic. The doctor, with a hint of regret, announced, "I'm sorry, Mr. Strange, but it seems you will never wield a scalpel again." Strange's expression was a tumult of shock and fury as he forcefully shoved the doctor aside. And before he could inquire about his medical records, the diagnosis was thrust before him: permanent nerve damage. In an instant, it struck Strange like a thunderbolt. He had been rendered powerless, a once-renowned surgeon, now stripped of his hands. Tony approached him, concern etched upon his face, offering, "I will do everything in my power to assist you. I will cover all expenses." Before Tony could finish his sentence, Strange, awakened by a primal instinct, lunged at Tony's neck, gripping it fiercely until Tony's eyes rolled back. Witnessing this, the future Tony instinctively touched his own neck. Had it not been for the bandages on Strange's hands, he might have perished that day. Fortuitously, the doctors intervened, and thus, two individuals who had previously traversed separate paths intertwined their fates. This is how our bond was forged. As he recalled this moment, tears welled in the corners of future Tony's eyes, a poignant tribute to his past. Soon, they formed a team, a billionaire driven by guilt and his unfortunate friend. Oh, what an alliance that was. At that time, I distanced myself from the ever-expanding Stark Industries, dedicating everything to heal his hands. The scenes transitioned. They emerged from a cramped laboratory, adorned in climbing gear, embarking on a journey to a mystical location in Tibet, rumored to possess magic capable of healing Strange. Once a staunch believer in science, I set forth on this irrevocable path for the sake of my dear friend, in search of a madman named the Ancient One. After days of arduous climbing, we finally uncovered an ancient temple where an elder awaited us, accompanied by a sorcerer named Mordo. Whether by fortune or fate, it seemed he had anticipated our arrival, displaying no curiosity towards us. We recounted our arduous journey to the Ancient One, hoping he could assist us in aiding Strange. Yet he responded that he was unable to help. perhaps due to our numerous failures or our lack of hope. We did not express profound disappointment at the Ancient One's words. However, just as Strange and I prepared to depart, I unearthed two truths. First, magic indeed existed, and second, Mordo intended to slay the Ancient One. Upon realizing this, I stifled my voice, rushing back to inform the Ancient One of Mordo's nefarious scheme. Mordo, exposed, seethed with rage. Though he feared the Ancient One's authority, he nonetheless sealed my mouth with magic as he departed. Yet, all of Mordo's efforts were in vain. Even though I could not speak, I ultimately inherited the Ancient One's mantle, mastering magic, and, in the final moments, I defeated him. Regrettably, among the spells I learned, none possessed the power to save Strange. I envisioned a fusion of science and magic that might yield extraordinary results. Once again, Tony, accompanied by Strange, returned to New York, hiring him as his secretary. Your healing remains my responsibility, Doctor, and I believe magic is the key. Reflecting on his past naivete, Tony shook his head, aware that a monumental transformation awaited him. Utilizing his acquired knowledge of magic and his genius intellect, Tony crafted the world's first magical armor. Infusing ordinary steel with the might of the enchanted iron of Hephaestus and the power of Thor's hammer, under the aegis of the Triune of Ashanti. At that juncture, Dormammu posed a genuine threat to the earthly cosmos, compelling Tony to expedite the creation of new armor to confront the impending crisis. Drawing upon the high-grade materials he had amassed from the universe, the Mark Series Anti-Dormammu armor was born. I hope it will allow me to fulfill my promise to Strange. But can I complete it in time? Tony felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. His commitment to Strange clouded his thoughts. As soon as the Anti-Dormammu armor was completed, Strange informed Tony that someone was seeking him. Stepping outside, he found his newlywed wife, Pepper, accompanied by his bodyguard, Happy. Pepper was nearing childbirth, and Tony was destined to have a delightful daughter, as foretold by the Eye of Agamotto. With hope for new life and a promise to Strange, Tony resolutely embarked on his journey to the Dark Dimension. Upon entering the Dark Dimension, Dormammu immediately recognized him. A mere trick and a feeble jest. Is this truly the champion chosen by the Ancient One? Dormammu scoffed at Tony's folly, but at that moment, a voice countered him. Do not underestimate Tony Stark, Dormammu. He is adept at acquiring what he desires for himself. The voice's owner remained shrouded in shadow, unseen. Soon, Tony forged ahead through myriad challenges and ultimately, with the winds of Vacuum at his back, he vanquished the magical leech, standing before Dormammu. On the enchanted carpet, Tony exuded the essence of the Ancient One, calmly facing Dormammu. Observing Tony's arrival, Dormammu appeared unfazed, as if confronted with nothingness. The sorcerers of my palace have disappointed me. Once I deal with you, they shall suffer for their failures. Tyrant, I ask you one last time, will you relinquish your invasion of Earth? The mystical array materialized in Tony's grasp, his colossal fist menacingly directed at Dormammu. You must be jesting, Dormammu chuckled lightly. To him, Tony's words were nothing more than a jest, utterly implausible. Even the Ancient One could not compel him to retreat. Upon hearing this, Tony unleashed a barrage of magic, momentarily overwhelming Dormammu, who found himself unable to lift his head. However, the tides of battle soon shifted dramatically. Your armor is mine, Dormammu proclaimed, raising his hand with a flourish. A column of energy struck Tony, causing his armor to disintegrate into countless fragments, scattering at Dormammu's side. What? Tony's eyes widened in terror. Magical artifacts should not succumb so easily to Dormammu's grasp, unless... Amidst Tony's astonishment, Dormammu erupted in raucous laughter, revealing a figure emerging from behind him, a person Tony could hardly believe. Strange? Why are you here? Chapter 82. The Death of Strange Surprised? Dormammu taunted, observing the gradual distortion of Tony's expression. Tony could scarcely comprehend that the individual before him was indeed strange, despite the inkling of truth that had taken root in his heart. Yet, he clung to a flicker of hope. Can you guess, Tony, how I bypassed all your defenses to seize your most cherished invention? According to the power of magic, I needed to obtain your armor schematics to accomplish this feat, however. You concealed your designs, did you not? But where did I find them? Dormammu's words struck Tony Stark like a hammer, piercing through his heart. Even Tony, in disbelief, could now fathom but one reason. Strange, why? His response was devoid of the fury one might expect. Instead, he inquired with an unsettling calm. "This is merely the settling of an old debt." Strange flexed his wrist, his fingers trembling incessantly. Perhaps from the moment he beheld Tony ascend to the role of Sorcerer Supreme, the seed of this notion had already been sown within him. "Well then, old friend, while you reminisce, I must prepare to embrace my kingdom," Dormammu interjected, showing no interest in their reunion. Having been ensnared by the magical array for so long, now bereft of the Sorcerer Supreme, he was finally poised to descend upon Earth. "Not so fast, Dormammu," Strange called out, halting him. Dormammu turned back in fury, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. After waiting for so many years, he had no desire to delay further, yet this human dared to impede him. "How dare you? I have arrived. Shall we conclude our transaction?" Impatiently, Dormammu waved his hand to unleash his magic, causing Dr. Strange's hand to tremble miraculously before everything returned to normal. Dr. Strange resurrected himself, exhilarated by the experience, yet he remained oblivious to the cost of his restored hands. The Earth had lost Tony Stark, and Dormammu effortlessly opened a dimensional portal, bringing forth his army of demons to the planet. Ironically, the anti-Dormammu armor, a symbol of Earth's pinnacle technology, adorned Dormammu himself. Faced with the onslaught of Dormammu's forces, humanity found itself utterly incapable of forming an effective resistance. It was unclear whether Dormammu had forgotten or if he deliberately wished for Tony to witness the annihilation of the beloved Earth. He placed a crystal ball before Tony, broadcasting in real time the devastation he wrought. Confronted with the hellish scene, Strange awakened and released Tony. "Why, Strange?" Tony tore away the chains binding him, questioning the betrayal and the motive behind his salvation. Looking at Tony, Strange sighed, extending his hands, his eyes reflecting the oath he once took as a doctor. "I cherish these hands, yet even if they are restored, should every person on Earth perish, I can never reclaim my role as a physician." Tony, upon hearing this, nodded with a smile. He had foreseen this outcome long ago within the eye of Agamotto, yet he felt relieved that Strange had chosen the righteous path. Grasping Strange's hand, Tony, under the astonished gaze of Strange, raised his hand and recited an incantation, summoning countless pink serpents to emerge upon his palm. The eye of Agamotto had long anticipated this moment. "The price of your healing is to remain still. I shall dispel them." Under the might of Tony's magic, the pink serpents were fierce, yet Strange's hands turned pallid as if drained of vitality. These venomous creatures lent your hands temporary strength, while simultaneously siphoning your life force to be delivered to Dormammu. Strange gazed at this spectacle in astonishment, yet his heart remained unperturbed. He relinquished his obsession with his hands, resolved to join Tony in saving the world. Upon breaking through the dark dimension, what they encountered was a landscape ravaged beyond recognition. Dormammu's form had grotesquely expanded, wantonly destroying all that lay beneath him, the blood-red earth reflecting the light of resistance. Tears involuntarily traced down Tony's cheeks, yet there was no time for sorrow now. With fury, he glared at Dormammu, his eyes bloodshot. Dormammu, noticing Tony's arrival, appeared unperturbed, instead welcoming him with an attitude of long-awaited anticipation. "Behold, Supreme Sorcerer, what have you safeguarded? A desolate land, weeping infants. Why have you not perished?" This sentence reverberated in Tony's heart like a haunting nightmare. Yet at that moment, Tony remained unaware of the reckless determination propelling him forward. Confronting Dormammu, he raised his hand and ensnared him within the confines of the mirror dimension. However, just as the mirror dimension was on the brink of closure, Dormammu's hand obstructed the path, and with a resounding crack, the mirror dimension shattered. "Supreme Sorcerer, do you not yearn for a battlefield drenched in blood? Behold, this is a battlefield forged by the blood of your own kin." Dormammu's words ignited a fury within Tony. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he descended to the ground, and a suit of armor, identical to his previous anti-Dormammu design, gradually emerged from a portal. Dormammu observed this spectacle with keen interest, making no effort to intervene. As Tony donned his armor in its entirety, Dormammu merely beckoned with a finger. In a surge of rage, Tony launched himself at Dormammu's side, but Dormammu seemed to anticipate his move, raising his fist to strike Tony's armor. The blow, imbued with magical potency, served as a stark reminder of Dormammu's identity as a dimensional demon, sending Tony crashing into the ground, plowing a 2-meter trench. "What has come of you, Supreme Sorcerer? Have you not donned your armor?" Why do you remain so feeble? Such a being cannot safeguard anything. In the midst of the swirling smoke, Tony struggled to rise, and upon witnessing his resurgence, Dormammu gleefully extended a fist adorned with 2 ropes. Just as Tony pondered Dormammu's intentions, the latter flipped his palm, revealing that Tony's friends and family were ensnared within his grasp, including the pregnant Pepper, though merely 2. Happy and Pepper, I could elaborate extensively. Tony's pupils dilated, and his complexion turned ashen. If he failed to vanquish Dormammu swiftly, death would await Pepper and the others. Like a swift lion, Tony lunged forward, yet no matter his magical onslaught, Dormammu met it effortlessly. Anxiety began to gnaw at Tony's heart, and the eye of Agamotto surged with power. Yet even so, he was merely evenly matched against Dormammu. As Pepper's visage shifted to a pale hue, Tony's assaults grew frantic and devoid of strategy, resulting in multiple opportunities for Dormammu to seize him, sending him hurtling away with each powerful blow. Though Dormammu could easily annihilate Tony, he chose instead to relish the torment he inflicted. Just as Tony managed to rise once more, Strange ensnared him with vines. Observing Tony's anguished countenance twisted with urgency, Strange chuckled and patted his face, then turned to Dormammu, proclaiming, "My magnificent master, you shall reign supreme in this world. Well done." Strange. He advanced step by step toward Dormammu, bringing Tony before him. Dormammu reached out to seize Tony, but at that moment, Strange suddenly severed the ropes binding Pepper, cradling her and vanishing in an instant. As Dormammu's surprise flickered across his face, Tony too broke free from his bindings, unleashing a torrent of magic that struck Dormammu's visage like a whip. The lash carved a permanent scar upon Dormammu's cheek, and before the latter could retaliate, Tony soared into the sky, manifesting countless duplicates of himself. With the deep crimson bindings of Toruk, numerous Tonys simultaneously wielded ropes, ensnaring Dormammu. Just as Tony prepared to unleash the berserk thunder, seeking to weaken Dormammu and cast him back into the dark dimension, Dormammu abruptly regained his composure. Grasping the ropes binding him, he forcefully flung the Tonys together, shattering them into fragments. With the 7 rings of Ragador, Tony extended a colossal magical array, forming a protective dome. The 7 concentric circles shielded him tenaciously, yet Dormammu's formidable fists came crashing down, one by one, shattering the rings. Just as the final ring was about to succumb, and Dormammu's fist loomed over Tony's head, a flash of white light enveloped Tony, transporting him to an abandoned basement. Gazing at Pepper beside him, feeling the familiar aura of magic, Tony sensed an overwhelming despair. He sat on the ground, tousling his disheveled hair from the recent battle, his excessive sorrow rendering him incapable of shedding tears. He wept silently, his anguish resonating throughout the cosmos. Chapter 83. The Allied Forces against Dormammu. Future Tony observed this scene, tears welling in his eyes, as he softly uttered, "At that time, Strange activated the transmutation spell to save me, sacrificing his life for my survival. I shall never be able to repay him." The scene shifted, and after an indeterminate time, Pepper awoke, startled by Tony's despondency. Yet she approached him to offer a warm embrace. At that moment, Pepper comforted me, rekindling my spirit. I realized that for her and the child she bore, I must rally myself. The scene transformed once more, as Tony stepped out of the safe house, traversing the desolate streets, acutely aware that he would find no allies in this time of need. Thus, Tony broke his pact with the Ancient One, invoking the spell to reverse time. Gathering a cadre of superheroes, Captain America, Black Panther, Thor, Hulk, Spider-Man, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Captain Marvel. The ancient maxim of 9 as the ultimate number dictated that summoning individuals from 8 timelines was the extent of Tony's capabilities. Yet he believed these allies would aid him in defeating Dormammu. Warriors, the adversary we face is unprecedentedly formidable, yet we must prevail. Failure would lead to irrevocable doom for our world. Tony delivered his pre-battle declaration, and though these super soldiers may not fully grasp his words, they were resolute in their commitment to protect the world. With his newly formed makeshift team in tow, Tony marched forth toward the destruction wrought by Dormammu. Insignificant humans, scream and wail, offer your lives to entertain me. The demon soldiers rampaged through humanity, staining the ground a deep crimson, all in pursuit of Dormammu's delight. Yet, as Dormammu's laughter reverberated through the heavens, A circular shield sliced through the air, striking his forehead with a resounding thud. "Hey, mate, has anyone ever told you that wreaking havoc on the world comes at a price?" Steve caught the returning shield, gazing at Dormammu with a sense of nonchalance. Dormammu, rubbing his forehead, unleashed a sinister laugh that echoed in everyone's ears. Spider-Man instinctively sensed danger, while Tony furrowed his brow and raised his hand to shield the group with the rings of Ragador. At the very moment the rings formed, the humans and demons who had heard the laughter experienced a catastrophic explosion of their brains, a milky substance spilling across the ground. Witnessing this scene, Captain America and the others gasped in shock, finally grasping the true nature of Dormammu that Tony had described. Dormammu pointed at Tony, laughing heartily. "Supreme Sorcerer, have you exhausted your talents?" Only then did he bring this group of jesters to entertain. Tony disregarded Dormammu's taunts, for verbal assaults ultimately pale in comparison to tangible impacts. Raising his hand, Tony's gaze sharpened, sending a shiver down Dormammu's spine. Despite Dormammu's incessant mockery of Tony's perceived weakness, the true extent of the Supreme Sorcerer's power was a secret known only to Dormammu himself. The energy blast emitted from Tony's hand sounded the clarion call of war, with Captain Marvel enveloped in beams of light charging forth towards Dormammu. Confronted by this peculiar young lady radiating extraordinary energy, Dormammu dared not underestimate her. Equipping the anti-Dormammu armor, he summoned the immense power of the multiverse and struck with all his might towards Captain Marvel. With unwavering determination, Captain Marvel collided with Dormammu's fist, resulting in an explosive release of energy. The energy surged forth, accompanied by swirling sands, rushing towards Tony and the others. Tony furrowed his brow, flipping his palm outward as a mirror-like barrier materialized, ensuring the tempest did not hinder their advance. As the dust settled, the scene of Captain Marvel and Dormammu locked in confrontation became visible. The two clashed fists, with Dormammu using one hand to forcibly suppress Captain Marvel's assault. No matter how hard she strained, she could not inch forward. "You are quite impressive, worthy of joining the Dark Dimension. I extend this invitation to you," Dormammu proclaimed, having anticipated no one would refuse his offer. Yet, Captain Marvel remained silent, subtly advancing a step closer. Feeling mocked, Dormammu remained unfazed, perhaps having developed a good temperament from years of battling with Ancient One. "Dark thorns." Dormammu's eyes flickered as a mass of dark green thorns erupted before Tony and the others, thrashing about as if eager to impale them. Tony's chest reacted instinctively, and a fierce flame engulfed the ground, turning the thorns to dust amidst the roaring inferno. At this moment, the group had drawn near to Dormammu. Thor hurled his hammer, aiming directly at Dormammu's face. Observing this, Dormammu smirked disdainfully, thinking, "What can a hammer devoid of energy do to me?" However, when the hammer struck his face, an immense force propelled him backward, barely allowing him to withstand it. Odin's power? Dormammu pondered, perplexed, for logically, shouldn't that old fool be on the brink of death? How could he still muster strength to aid Earth against him? But Dormammu had no time for contemplation, as Thor's hammer, now crackling with lightning, descended with a thunderous crash upon Dormammu's head. Yet, this time it bore no effect. The once invincible hammer felt like a mere tickle, devoid of lethality. "Boy, what is your relation to Odin?" "I am Thor, the son of Odin, the god of thunder." With a single strike, I attempted to land a blow, but withdrew my hammer, granting Dormammu no opportunity to retaliate. Yet, my retreat did not take me far from him. Countless fragments fell, and I observed a glimmer in Dormammu's eyes as a stone struck my forehead. In a tit-for-tat manner, he retaliated, and I, Thor, send my regards to Odin. Dormammu forcefully struck the ground where I had landed, and I perished instantly. Tony frowned. Thor had not even unleashed his full potential before being felled by Dormammu's overwhelming assault. Captain America's shield lay discarded, while Natasha engaged in what could only be described as a futile attack. Hawkeye's arrows proved ineffective, and the Hulk had no time to amplify his strength before Dormammu dispatched him with a single strike. The Black Panther, in a frenzy, recklessly approached Dormammu's maw, intending to leap and strike at his eyes, only to be devoured whole. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Tony fell silent, except for Captain Marvel, who managed to withstand Dormammu's onslaught. The others appeared to be mere supporting characters in this tale of defeat. Tony found himself at a loss for words. Relying on others had proven to be a grave mistake. However, as clarity dawned upon him, his gaze turned resolute. He charged headlong toward Dormammu, employing mirror duplication, matter manipulation, and cosmic control. Various attacks rained down upon Dormammu, and in an instant, his form was marred by an array of wounds. One hand was preoccupied with Captain Marvel, while the other faced the formidable sorcerer Tony. Such a scenario was utterly unrealistic, especially against Tony's full-throttle assault. Dormammu sought to swiftly eliminate Captain Marvel, but found her tenacity baffling. Even at his utmost strength, it appeared he would shatter his own teeth before overcoming her. Meanwhile, Tony proved even more troublesome than Captain Marvel. Dormammu endured relentless punishment from both fronts, achieving naught but disarray. Yet in that moment, an unseen energy enveloped the armor opposing Dormammu. An explosion of energy erupted, sending both Captain Marvel and Tony hurtling away, while Captain America and the others met their demise in a cataclysmic explosion. The sacred timeline? The Supreme Sorcerer never anticipated that the new generation of Supreme Sorcerers would dare to tamper with the sacred timeline. Victory ultimately belongs to me. The Time Stone detached from Tony's body, manifesting alongside the other 5 Infinity Stones, and was infused into Dormammu, granting him full recognition within this universe. However, just as Dormammu prepared to annihilate Tony and Captain Marvel, they vanished without a trace. The imagery of the mirror dimension came to an abrupt halt, perhaps unable to bear witness any longer. At that moment, future Tony began to speak. Dormammu, having acquired all 6 Infinity Stones, did not require the power they bestowed. Yet their presence irrevocably integrated him into the fabric of this universe. We suffered a devastating defeat, nearly losing our entire forces. Spider-Man's spider sense saved him. It was Spider-Man who, at the last moment, rescued both myself and Captain Marvel. Yet the ordeal was far from over. Dormammu snapped his fingers, obliterating everything connected to me, leaving me as the sole survivor. Tears streamed down future Tony's face, while past Tony lay back in the mirror dimension, weighed down by the knowledge that everything had perished because of him. The burden was too heavy for him to fathom how his future self could bear it. Chapter 84. The arrogant Sunset Alliance, a blood-red sky, split open with a golden crack as a figure, neither tall nor short, emerged from within. With each step the shadow took, the crimson sky deepened to a dark red. The winds began to swell, and blood rain fell, composing a joyous symphony. The world seemed to rejoice, welcoming the arrival of the figure. Cough, brother howling wind. The atmosphere here is dreadful. Shall we choose another passage? The young African-American man, Darwin, was immediately engulfed by the wind and sand upon stepping into the world, feeling its unwelcoming nature. Without hesitation, he called out to the figure behind him. Yet, it was not howling wind who greeted him. Rather, the amiable voice belonged to the Sino-Soviet who suddenly forcefully shoved him aside. Get lost, kid. The Sino-Soviet inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the dark energy in the air. It was this very essence that enthralled the demons. The world of Supreme Sorcerer Tony had been overrun by Dormammu's invasion, as dark energies erupted in abundance. Compared to the thin darkness of hell, this realm was akin to paradise. As a favored child of the dark energy, the arrival of the 8 great demons ignited the dark forces, forming a realm dominated by shadow, in stark contrast to the Sino-Soviet's brute force. Howling Wind sensed something amiss the moment he stepped out of the gates of hell. It was a feeling akin to fledglings returning home, reminiscent of an overbearing patriarch eagerly yearning for his offspring to inherit his power. It was a sensation where every thought and action seemed to be decreed by fate itself. Was this not reminiscent of the scene when the 8 immortals first appeared? It is strikingly reminiscent of the past. As this thought crossed my mind, a chill wind raised the hairs on my arms, and an uncontrollable urge to rescue Jong-Su surged within me. I hastily attempted to flee, yet Jong-Su, not only ill-tempered but also obstinate, forcefully shook off my grasp and, with an annoyed expression, demanded, Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Come with me, Jong-Su. Do you not sense that the current situation is amiss? I insisted, reasserting my hold on his hand, determined to lead him away, which only deepened his displeasure. In a sudden flash of wrath, Jong-Su summoned a bolt of lightning that struck directly at me, leaving a dark mark upon my skin. Enraged, I had anticipated various forms of betrayal, yet I never imagined that a brother, a demon no less, would wield such power against me. As I touched the burn on my face, my fury erupted, and with a thunderous roar, I unleashed a tempest that slammed into Zhong Su's chest. "What are you doing?" I cried. My furious strike sent him hurtling through the air, somersaulting several times before landing gracefully, though his armor bore a slight dent. His expression of indifference revealed that he was unscathed. With a derisive laugh, Zhong Su mocked me. "Xiaofeng, your overly forgiving nature has led to your betrayal. Was it your full power just now? If so, you might as well relinquish the throne of the Wind Demon." His laughter echoed, inciting an overwhelming rage within me. Yet I refrained from retaliating. After a bout of laughter, Zhong Su turned away, leaving me alone, my expression dark as I watched his retreating figure. From this day forth, "Zhong Su, I am no longer your brother." With a furious roar that echoed across the miles, the sound lingered for 3 days, reverberating through the air. Upon departing from the howling winds, Zhong Su was instantaneously enveloped by a shroud of dark energy. This malevolent essence was being voraciously absorbed by Zhong Su, amplifying his own power. In but a fleeting moment, he reclaimed the strength that had faded into the abyss of time, and, under the fortifying influence of the dark energy, he found himself imbued with a might even greater than during his zenith. Having absorbed this formidable force, Zhong Su sensed that he had reached a new pinnacle, as destiny began to guide him toward yet another elevation. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. A confrontation between the sovereign of dark energy, Dormammu, and Zhong Su, favored child of the dark essence, was inevitable. The ravaged earth had lost its value for Dormammu, lying there. He merely reveled in the exquisite agony inflicted by the supreme sorcerer. Yet today, as he prepared to relish the sorrowful visage of Tony amidst a sea of gravestones, a blue hippopotamus-like creature clad in ancient Roman armor approached him, braving the swirling sands. Dormammu regarded the newcomer without a flicker of movement. As the dust settled upon his face, their gazes collided. Despite the tempestuous winds, neither pair of eyes wavered. They regarded each other with unwavering composure, their resolute visages reflecting the essence of true strength. Dormammu and Zhong Su, akin to ancient duelists, declared their names in unison. Subsequently, under the scrutiny of one another, they advanced step by step, 2 towering figures standing side by side, engaging in a primal exchange of blows. There were no dazzling magical assaults, nor explosive fireworks, only the raw simplicity of combat, until one emerged lifeless. Ultimately, perhaps it was destiny's decree, for Zhong Su triumphed in this duel. His armor lay shattered, his visage marred with bruises and contusions, his body battered and concaved. In stark contrast, Dormammu was reduced to mere sludge. This clash represented not only a struggle for dominion, but also a collision of dark energies. The nascent power, despite its emergence, could not rival the cunning of millennia. The dark energy consumed the remnants of the last vestiges of Dormammu's power. In an instant, Zhong Su's authority surged, transcending from one of the favored progeny of the dark essence to its most cherished offspring. Not only did his wounds heal instantaneously, but his armor also fused with the anti-Dormammu armor crafted by Tony, culminating in the creation of a new set of Roman victory armor, aptly named Triumph. Adorned in this new battle attire, Zhong Su was overcome with an unparalleled sense of supremacy, as if he reigned supreme above all. With his left hand pointing heavenward and his right hand directed toward the earth, he proclaimed, "Virtue may ultimately perish, but dark energy is eternal." Sandere Sun Tzu. I challenged the forces of righteousness. In an instant, the heavens spun and the earth trembled, the sky ruptured, and everything in the world was abruptly divided as if by a clear distinction. A melodious chime resonated, akin to an ancient battle hymn, rising in cadence with the beating of drums. At that moment, an elder clad in white robes, with flowing white hair, wielded a sword in his left hand and a gourd in his right. As he moved lightly, the sound of war drums echoed, and as he spoke, the enchanting notes of a flute reached far and wide. With each deliberate step, gentle breezes swept through, akin to a soft rain, while flowers adorned the path, and lotus blossoms sat gracefully. Amidst the fervent spirit of the battle, the elder, with 2 shell-like objects resembling scallops at his waist, gently struck them together. producing a sound that instilled terror in Jong-soo. The elder's lips parted slightly, and a profound incantation reverberated through the cosmos. Yet, Jong-soo, closest to him, could not hear a thing. In the blink of an eye, a beam of green light shot toward him. In sheer terror, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable to move even an inch, as the beam struck him with full force. The gates of hell, situated within the quantum realm, began to open slowly, and Jong-soo seemed to sense his impending doom, unleashing a roar of defiance. No! In the midst of this outcry, he transformed into a beam of light, returning to hell, while the elder, akin to a celestial being banished from the heavens, appeared to have descended solely for battle, his victory dissipating into specks of light. As the elder faded, the almost inaudible flute notes lingered, revealing the incantation he murmured, "Begone, demons and malevolent spirits." Chapter 85. The day Father vanished, New York. Welcome to the daily gunfight segment of Free America, where I, Soldier Boy, embody the beloved Captain America, Steve I mean. Today, Old Deng has taken a little sissy and wandered off who knows where. I shall assume the role of the new protagonist, seizing power and usurping the throne. It begins today. With a microphone in his left hand and a shield in his right, Steve strolled down the bustling streets of Manhattan, while Spider-Man, wielding the camera he had once pilfered from John James, acted as an impromptu reporter. As Steve spoke eloquently, Spider-Man, perched against a wall, aimed the camera at himself. Liar. That's not true. Today, watch as Little Spider takes you on a tour of New York's rich culture. The camera inadvertently panned to Times Square, where Jonah James, sporting a small mustache, was fervently reporting with an expression of rage. Spider-Man, that ridiculous jester in red underwear, is a plague upon all of New York, a vermin. Listening to Jonah's words, Peter rolled his eyes in resignation and then redirected the camera toward himself, nonchalantly declaring, "Jonah James, my old nemesis, please disregard his words." Though he spoke with apparent indifference, inside, Little Spider was in an uproar. Little Spider, no one likes me, sniff high-quality, nose-blowing sound. Peter Parker, oh, I feel the same. Jonah James, he is a nuisance. Peter and Little Spider embraced, weeping lamentably, while Jonah James continued his tirade. Vermin. Peter, Spider-Man, infuriated, powerless. A pitiful mess. Suddenly, Peter's wristwatch emitted a sound, prompting him to leap down to the street. He pressed the answer button, and on the screen appeared Coulson. Upon seeing Coulson, Spider-Man could no longer contain himself, thrusting the video of Jonah James defaming him into Coulson's face. "Coulson, I need backup. Everyone in Times Square is slandering me. Can you disconnect Jonah James' oxygen supply?" Even Coulson, upon watching James' news, couldn't suppress a grimace. How had he never noticed this old chap's vibrancy before? "Calm down, kid. This is America. We have freedom of speech. If necessary, I can bring him in for a serious discussion," Coulson suggested. Peter, at that moment, envisioned himself sitting in a small room with Jonah James, engaging in conversation. "Spider-Man, Jonah James, you wall-crawling menace. I always knew one day you would tear off your hypocritical mask and harm the people of New York. Oh, my heavens, I would die of embarrassment. Is there anything more awkward than sitting in a small room with your number one detractor? Well, of course, discussing how he should stop maligning me," Peter thought, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He addressed Coulson through the watch. "All right, Coulson, that guy wouldn't listen to a word I say. Do you have a mission today?" Coulson pondered for a moment before nodding. "The military is engaged in a battle with a green monster in the city. We call him the Hulk. Although we are unaware of the military's intentions, Peter, bringing back that monster is merely a personal request. If you cannot retrieve him, you may leave on your own." Seeing Coulson's serious demeanor, Peter refrained from making jokes. It was rare to witness Coulson so grave, and for some inexplicable reason, his eyes glimmered with tears. "All right, Coulson, leave it to me." As Peter Parker departed, Steve waved his microphone, shouting, "Hey, Spider, come back. If you leave, who will record my video? Today's show isn't over yet. At least return my camera, Little Spider." After hanging up, Coulson's screen displayed detailed information about Bruce Banner, with the codename Canarson noted in the bottom right corner. Although it was merely a task execution, gratitude was expressed for the assistance. "May Spider-Man be able to save you." In Queens, just after a night of intimacy with Betty, Dr. Banner learned that his father-in-law was coming to catch him in the act. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled up his trousers and bolted, But he was still a step too late. Before he could exit, a swarm of Special Forces soldiers blocked his path in the glass corridor. General Ross, aboard a plane, shouted through a loudspeaker, "You green-haired turtle, so you've been sleeping with my daughter?" Soldiers, deploy tear gas. 2 gunshots echoed, and tear gas shattered the glass, invading the corridor with a momentary, acrid haze that quickly filled the entire space. Banner, choking and teary-eyed, defiantly raised his middle finger at General Ross, exclaiming, "Your daughter is quite enticing." In an instant, he transformed into the colossal green being known as the Hulk. Upon the Hulk's emergence, American soldiers unleashed their long-stored ammunition upon him. Strangely, despite being Bruce Banner, a mere mortal, he remained unfazed by the barrage of rockets. Various explosions struck him without inflicting any harm. The Hulk, undeterred by the rain of gunfire, charged forward, obliterating a combat vehicle that sought to delay his advance. With a swift motion, he dismantled its engine and hurled it toward his father-in-law. With a resounding bang, the engine exploded midair, its force sending General Ross flying. Even though it narrowly missed him, faced with the Hulk's battlefield ferocity, Old Blue seized a grenade launcher from a nearby soldier and charged forward, pulling the trigger. The explosive power momentarily disoriented the Hulk, but he quickly regained his composure, picking up debris from the ground to use as a shield, confronting Old Blue with a fierce resolve. Though Old Blue had prepared by injecting himself with the super soldier serum developed by General Ross, the Hulk's relentless onslaught soon proved overwhelming. As Old Blue retreated, he silently prayed that the Hulk's devastating strength would not target his younger brother. Determined to confront the green menace who had courted his daughter, General Ross unleashed the military's latest sonic cannon. The sonic blast treated all beings equally. Even a superhuman like the Hulk would be propelled backward upon impact. Boom! In the spirit of emulating Captain America, the Hulk hurled his makeshift weapon, striking the sonic cannon with precision. The subsequent explosions silenced the irritating cacophony that had plagued him. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk unleashed a sound wave that rivaled the cannon's might, causing tremors of fear among the soldiers present. After more than 20 minutes of battle, this monstrous figure had sustained no injuries. Instead, his ferocity only seemed to escalate. Did their struggle hold any purpose? Yet, amidst the chaos, Old Blue, who had previously been terrified, discarded his grenade launcher, stripped himself of all equipment, and approached the Hulk with unwavering resolve. Just as he was about to engage in conversation, a sudden bang echoed, and the scene before Old Blue rapidly retreated. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself colliding with a tree. Chapter 86. Spider-Man and the Hulk arriving at the largest park in Queens. Peter spotted a green figure in the distance, hurling a car toward a throng of police officers with a single hand. Hastily, Peter shot out a web to intercept it. Coulson had mentioned saving this green behemoth, hadn't he? Yet Peter felt that this so-called Hulk, the warrior, hardly required his assistance. As Spider-Man landed before the soldiers, preparing to receive their gratitude, a grumpy old man approached him, bellowing, "Who are you? Why are you helping the Hulk? Are you his accomplice?" Glancing at the insignia on the man's shoulder, Peter deduced he was a general. Listening to the man's accusations, Peter felt a surge of indignation. With crossed arms, he retorted, "Oh, General, I just saved your soldiers, and your words could be seen as a betrayal of gratitude." General Ross turned to his soldiers, his gaze filled with disdain. With a scoff, he replied, "Humph. As soldiers, if they perish in battle, that is their responsibility. But you let the Hulk escape, Spider. James was right. You're a menace to this city. Just wait, Spider. Today it's the Hulk, but soon it will be you. Scoundrels like you will inevitably fall into my hands." Hearing the mention of James, it was evident the general sought to provoke him. Without further ado, Peter shot out a web and departed the scene. After tossing the car away, the Hulk leapt out of the fray and stormed onto the streets of Manhattan, treating the area as his playground. Lifting a car with ease, he hurled it towards the crowd, which scattered in panic. "Run! The green monster is coming! Flee! There's a monster!" Amidst the cries of terror, a yellow figure surged against the tide. She was a reporter from the Daily Bugle. In pursuit of exclusive footage, she approached the chaotic scene where the Hulk was frolicking. "A green monster is attacking the city. I will get closer to provide everyone with an exclusive perspective." However, approaching the Hulk was undoubtedly perilous. Before the reporter could draw near, a large rock came hurtling towards her. Fortunately, an elderly gentleman clad in green work attire tackled her to the ground. saving her from an untimely fate. "Be careful, young lady. This place is quite dangerous," he warned, helping her up and dusting off her camera, which had become soiled from the fall. "Thank you, sir. I am Mary Jane Watson, a reporter for the Daily Bugle." The old gentleman, exuding the charm of a British gentleman, graciously introduced the dangers of the situation to Mary Jane. "Mary Jane, oh, your name is as lovely as your hair. However, my dear, I must advise you to leave quickly. I hear a monster has escaped. It is indeed a lamentable era when one must contend with monsters." In a manner reminiscent of the 1950s and 60s, caution is urged as a cerulean sedan looms larger in Mary Jane's view, soaring upwards until it hovers directly above her. Though she yearns to warn the elderly gentleman to exercise caution, her efforts prove futile. At such a close range, evasion is impossible. With her eyes tightly shut, Mary Jane braces herself for the inevitable embrace of death. Yet time stretches on, and the anticipated demise does not arrive. Upon opening her eyes, she finds a gossamer white web obstructing the space between her and the elderly man, who remains blissfully unaware and continues to converse with her. "I once beheld that green dragon with my own eyes. Now that was a true monster." Curiosity piqued, Mary Jane wonders who has come to her rescue, and she is equally intrigued by the elderly man's unflappable demeanor. Soon, she witnesses her savior, a crimson figure swinging through the chaos wrought by the Hulk, employing his web to save numerous civilians. Although they are left dangling from streetlights, at least their lives are spared. Some may deem Spider-Man a menace, yet today we witness him as a hero, rescuing innocent citizens from the clutches of a genuine monster. Suddenly, she hears praise directed towards him, and the despondent young spider, feeling a surge of inspiration, dangles before the reporter. "Oh, Spider-Man, may I request an exclusive interview?" Mary Jane exclaims in excitement upon his arrival, articulating her desire to the hero. "Of course, my lovely lady, I would relish the opportunity for an interview, but alas, today is not suitable. You know how troublesome the Hulk can be," Spider-Man replies, shaking his finger in a gesture of refusal. Yet the expression visible through his mask betrays a heart full of joy. "Is that monster named Hulk? Marvelous. Once again, an exclusive piece of news." Mary Jane joyfully noted down Spider-Man's name in her notebook, feeling that this report would surely earn her a spot as an official reporter for the Daily Bugle. Just as the two engaged in conversation, Spider-Man's spider sense suddenly alerted him. He swiftly shed the webbing from his body and leaped aside as a vehicle crashed into the spot where he had just been standing. Turning around, he found the Hulk glaring at him, his face contorted with rage, as if to say, "You fickle little spider." With a final smile directed at Mary Jane, Spider-Man dashed toward the Hulk. In a flash, Spider-Man delivered a powerful uppercut that struck the Hulk squarely on the chin. Faced with a punch weighing 20 tons, the Hulk was sent flying backward. "Oh yeah, home run," exclaimed the young hero in excitement. But just as he celebrated, the Hulk rose once more, bellowing in anger and swinging his colossal fists toward Spider-Man. As the Hulk unleashed a barrage of left and right strikes, Spider-Man deftly evaded, utilizing his agility to leap onto the Hulk's back and dart around him. The Hulk, a tank of a fighter, found it nearly impossible to counter Spider-Man's nimbleness. Yet, Spider-Man was equally at a disadvantage against the Hulk's sheer strength. Despite his own powerful punches, they barely made a ripple against the Hulk's formidable physique. The Hulk's fury escalated, and his physical prowess grew stronger, while Spider-Man gradually found himself overwhelmed, ultimately being seized by the Hulk. "Oh no, this is not good," he thought, trying to forge a connection with the Hulk through humor. But before he could utter a word, the Hulk disdainfully hurled him away. "Hey, that is quite insulting. A spider is not an insect," Spider-Man protested as he soared through the air, clashing against a building before crashing down to the ground. "Oh, please, that really hurts." At times, Spider-Man contemplated simply surrendering, but upon hearing the cries of those around him, Peter gritted his teeth against the pain, stood up, took a deep breath, and charged forward once more. With great power comes great responsibility. Chapter 87. Caring for the Hulk, Part 1. Having defeated Spider-Man, the Hulk's rage turned toward the nearest bystanders, his fury rendering him irrational. He indiscriminately picked up stones and debris from the ground, hurling them in all directions. In the chaos, Mary Jane twisted her ankle and fell. As she realized that the Hulk's next attack would strike her, Stan Lee attempted to help her escape, but the Hulk was already upon them, and it was too late. In this dire moment, Spider-Man swung through the air, delivering a powerful kick to the Hulk's face. The force of the blow was significant enough to cause even the Hulk to stagger back a few steps. However, that was merely a fleeting setback. The Hulk shook off the blow and picked up a stone from the ground, preparing to throw it at Spider-Man. Hulk, smash! Confronted by the stones hurled by the Hulk, Spider-Man skillfully deployed his webbing to ensnare each projectile. Yet, despite the remarkable resilience of his webs, they were insufficient to withstand the relentless bombardment from Hulk. Observing Mary Jane, who continued to film, and a dazed Stan leaned nearby, Spider-Man swiftly approached them, hoisting each onto his shoulders and whisking them away to the rooftop of a towering building. However, a minor mishap occurred. Standing precariously at the edge of the rooftop, Spider-Man felt a flicker of apprehension. He realized that he could no longer carry two individuals simultaneously. As he soared through the air, he instinctively executed a maneuver to land. But this slight adjustment caused both individuals perched on his shoulders to tumble. Though he managed to catch the elderly gentleman, Mary Jane fell. "Oh, how unfortunate," he lamented. "Miss, wait for me." Peter flipped and leaped from the building, hastening to catch up with her. A strand of webbing adhered to Mary Jane's garment, while another anchored itself to the building. Peter, upon witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pull Mary Jane back to safety on the rooftop, the web tethered to her suddenly snapped, its sharp crack echoing in Peter's mind, severing the thread of rationality. Releasing the strand attached to the wall, he dove without hesitation, but soon realized that Mary Jane had landed safely on the ground. Only then did Spider-Man shoot a web to secure his own descent. "Oh, splendid. You are unharmed. I sincerely apologize, Mississippi. Now, please allow me to escort you to safety." Embarrassed, he scratched his head and extended his right hand, initially expecting her to decline. To his surprise, she embraced him tightly. In that moment of bewilderment, the furious roar of the Hulk snapped him back to reality. He quickly dispatched a web to elevate her back to the rooftop before focusing on the impending confrontation with the Hulk. "All right, Hulk. This battle now belongs to the two of us. Bugman, bad bug. Hulk will squash the bug." The Hulk charged like a rampaging bull, scattering everything in his path. Spider-Man swiftly shot out webs to obscure the Hulk's vision, momentarily disorienting him. "Hulk, you can't see." Deprived of sight, the Hulk began to wildly thrash about, tearing at the webs clinging to his face. Yet, this time, the strands proved exceptionally strong, resisting all his efforts to break free. Observing the struggle, Spider-Man quickly unleashed additional webs to immobilize the Hulk's hands and feet. However, this rapid deployment consumed his web fluid, and soon, the two canisters he had brought were entirely depleted. Nevertheless, he had successfully ensnared the Hulk. "Hey, Hulk, calm down. I am here to assist you." Hulk, bound and struggling on the ground, attempted to free himself from the resilient strands of webbing. Spider-Man, while replenishing his web cartridges, approached Hulk's side. However, Hulk's fury intensified rather than abated in response to Spider-Man's soothing words. Observing this escalation, Spider-Man furrowed his brow and employed a specialized sedative that Coulson had entrusted to him for dealing with troublesome individuals, administering it with a swift injection into Hulk's arm. As the sedative coursed through Hulk's veins, he gradually succumbed to drowsiness, snoring softly as he drifted into slumber. Concurrently, due to the decrease in heart rate, Hulk reverted to his human form as Dr. Banner. "Oh, splendid. He is finally quieted down like a little baby," Spider-Man sighed in relief. However, upon surveying the devastation surrounding him, he was overcome with a headache. How would he explain this calamity to Coulson? Yet, the esteemed traditions of America afforded him little time for contemplation. Scarcely had the battle concluded when the wailing sirens of Manhattan's police began to encircle the scene. Realizing the urgency, Peter hastily hoisted Dr. Banner from the ground and swung away on his webbing. In Peter Parker's room, he gently placed Dr. Banner on the bed. Now, Peter needed to report to Coulson and inquire about the next steps. The young Peter Parker was determined not to earn a reputation for bringing men home. The call connected swiftly, and a disheveled Coulson appeared on the video screen. "Oh, Peter, you have truly gone too far this time, destroying half the city in one fell swoop. Thankfully, you managed to bring back Hulk. How is he faring?" Coulson's initial reprimand made Peter acutely aware of the impending disaster. How much would it cost to repair half a city? Would he be facing financial ruin? Coulson observed Hulk sleeping peacefully, and noticing Peter's hesitance, he chuckled softly. "Oh, Peter, It's nothing to concern yourself with. It has no bearing on you. The military is conducting weapon experiments. They have prepared all the documentation in advance, and any losses incurred will be their responsibility, not yours. Rest assured, Coulson offered Peter a reassuring sentiment, recognizing that Peter had come out to assist himself. It would be unfair for him to bear the brunt of heroism alone. However, the negotiation proved to be tumultuous, as the military presented an avalanche of evidence and accusations, seeking to apprehend Spider-Man and Hulk. Yet, Coulson skillfully navigated through the chaos, deflecting their claims with various arguments. The verbal sparring was intensely fraught. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such disarray before Peter. Just as Peter was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Coulson suddenly shifted his tone, becoming serious once more. But Peter, the extent of your disruptions is quite substantial. You require an intensive training regimen. We have a new squad currently training with Captain Steve. You will benefit from this training as well. Let us coordinate our efforts. Before Spider-Man could interject, Coulson seemed to recall something and continued, "Oh, by the way, Peter, I'll need your assistance with Hulk. S.H.I.L.D. is occupied dealing with the military and cannot spare any personnel. Please look after Hulk for a week or two. We will expedite matters and retrieve him as swiftly as possible." Beep, beep, beep. Before Peter could utter a word, the call was abruptly terminated. Gazing at the frail figure of the man on the bed, he felt a wave of concern. Oh dear, this is my home. What if Hulk goes berserk? Peter's thoughts turned to Aunt May. If Hulk were to appear unexpectedly while he was doing laundry, Aunt May would be in grave danger. Thus, Peter resolved to change his surroundings. Chapter 88. Caring for Hulk. Part 2. Old Man's Antique Shop. For a bookish individual like Peter, his life revolved around a linear routine. Apart from home and school, his only refuge was the Old Man's Antique Shop, which today happened to be devoid of patrons. Deadpool had mentioned he was off to undertake a lucrative job, the kind promising substantial earnings, and had vanished in an instant. The captain was abandoned on the street by Peter and had yet to return, likely nursing his frustrations elsewhere. Thus, Peter dragged Banner and settled him into a rocking chair within the shop. Phew, thankfully no one is here today. Otherwise, that rascal Deadpool would surely tease me. Deadpool, oh, the kid has a penchant for this. I knew that school of his was a bad influence. He shouldn't have been exposed to such maturity so soon. Captain, please safeguard my posterior from that wall-climbing menace. Peter made his way to the kitchen and brewed a pot of hot tea, the old man's favorite, reputed for its calming and soothing properties. After sipping the tea, Peter turned his attention to Banner, pondering how such a colossal creature as Hulk could inhabit the body of such a frail human being. Banner awoke from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open to a bewildering sight of unfamiliar surroundings. Who was that clad in a red clown outfit beside an antique shop? Who are you? He inquired, rubbing his throbbing head and addressing Peter in a candid manner. Peter fell silent, realizing the reason behind this Dr. S transformation into the Hulk. One was brutishly violent in action, while the other was coarse in speech, a perfect match indeed. Very well, Mr. Hulk, he said. Upon hearing that name, Banner's expression shifted dramatically, abruptly halting Peter. Call me Banner. Do not let the Hulk hear that. Recognizing the vaguely familiar name, Peter nodded thoughtfully. All right, Banner. You currently find yourself in an antique shop. Please refrain from damaging anything. It would cause me considerable trouble. Banner readily acquiesced to Peter's request. After all, he was not the destructive Hulk. The rational Banner would never wish to harm anything. However, as he rose to his feet, it was uncertain whether the rocking chair was simply too old or if Banner's strength was too great, for a sudden crack echoed as an armrest fell away. Peter and Banner both froze momentarily, the air thick with embarrassment. Banner felt awkward. He had just promised to refrain from causing any damage, yet inadvertently, he had broken an armrest. Meanwhile, Peter's heart sank. The old man adored that rocking chair, and he feared for his own safety. In the midst of this awkward atmosphere, Banner's heartbeat quickened, perhaps due to the recent transformation that had caused him to lose his heart rate monitor. In a fleeting moment, the green giant, Hulk, emerged. Spider-Man exclaimed. What? Little Spider remarked. Was T. Banner supposed to be in control? Hun belovet, hun xmase. What is he doing? What does he intend to do? No. Please don't do that. Oh, why do I have the feeling that calamity is imminent? As the colossal Hulk raised his head, he inadvertently created a gaping hole in the second-floor corridor. Observing this, Peter thought to himself that he could not allow the situation to persist. Otherwise, his father would undoubtedly be furious with him. "Hey, Hulk!" Spider-Man called out while sprinting toward the exit, attempting to lure the Hulk away. However, Peter seemed to have forgotten the immense size of the Hulk. Even a stroll through the antique shop resulted in the shattering of priceless artifacts. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk advanced menacingly towards Spider-Man. True to form, as the Hulk took a step, Peter's father's Ming Dynasty table was reduced to splinters, and a glance upward revealed that the chandelier was similarly destroyed. As the Hulk began to run, all the antiques tilted precariously before crashing to the ground. Realizing the dire situation, Spider-Man quickly shot out a web to catch the falling items. "Hulk, come here! I see a vase over here!" Peter exclaimed, relieved, as he continued to entice the Hulk toward the door. As Spider-Man darted out, the Hulk hurriedly followed. With a resounding crash, he burst through the wall and onto the street, pursuing Spider-Man closely. Swinging on his web, Spider-Man aimed to lead the destructive force of the Hulk to an open, deserted area. However, the Hulk, though lacking in intellect, was not devoid of cunning. He uprooted a street sign and hurled it at Spider-Man. Seeing the sign heading his way while perched on a lamppost, Peter swiftly grabbed hold and executed a deft maneuver to evade the incoming projectile. Under such circumstances, one could only wonder if the Hulk could be led to the outskirts, while Peter's chances of survival on the road significantly increased. Just then, a helicopter appeared overhead, unleashing a barrage of gunfire without hesitation. Among the crew was a sprightly older gentleman, the very general who had previously berated Peter. In the face of the Hulk, General Ross showed no mercy, manipulating the controls to rain bullets upon the Hulk, demonstrating a classic example of machine gun suppression. Any creature under assault would typically experience fear, pain, or reveal vulnerabilities. However, the green behemoth felt none of these sensations. The relentless barrage, while ineffective in harming the Hulk, still provoked his annoyance. In retaliation, the Hulk picked up a Christmas figurine from the ground and hurled it at General Ross's aircraft. With a resounding crash, the figurine shattered, and General Ross thought he had escaped unscathed. Yet, the ensuing explosion from the Christmas hat lodged in the machine gun's barrel caused a catastrophic failure. As General Ross's aircraft spiraled toward the ground, Peter could not bear to let him perish. He shot a web to rescue the general. "General, this is the second time I've saved you. Let us hope you refrain from cursing at me again," Peter quipped. Gasping for breath, General Ross was shaken. The Hulk's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, and he now realized he was ill-equipped to handle the situation. At that moment, the SHIELD aerospace carrier arrived just in time, and a multitude of individuals clad in combat suits parachuted down. Rather than engaging the Hulk directly, they employed the tranquilizer previously used by Spider-Man, administering it throughout the Hulk's body. As the Hulk succumbed to slumber, his form reverted to that of Bruce Banner. One of the soldiers, dressed in combat attire, caught Banner before he hit the ground, and with the assistance of his comrades, hoisted him onto his back. They then approached Spider-Man, who lifted his gas mask. "Agent Coulson, is that you?" Peter exclaimed in astonishment, utterly surprised that this operation was personally overseen by Coulson, the director himself. Coulson nodded and replied, "Indeed, Spider-Man. Thank you for delaying the creature. It afforded us the opportunity to apprehend him. Your contribution to the city will be noted in my report to Congress, and I trust that this will mitigate some negative sentiments directed towards you." Spider-Man was momentarily bewildered. Why was Coulson speaking in such a manner? However, upon seeing General Ross beneath him, he instantly comprehended. "Oh, thank you, sir, for restoring my reputation. It truly is splendid. This individual below must be your man, so I shall leave him in your capable hands. I'll take my leave now." With that, Peter swung away, while Coulson regarded General Ross with a smile. Ross, irritated, averted his gaze. Why had he arrived first? The answer lay in the aftermath of the previous battle, where the military bore the brunt of the responsibility. Of course, accepting responsibility came with conditions. Ross shouldered it in exchange for the opportunity to be the first to capture the Hulk. It was akin to a competitive race. The Hulk was the grand prize, and whoever caught him first would claim victory. Yet, it was evident that he had failed this time. Curse that wretched spider. Frustrated and unable to blame SHIELD for the interception, Ross could only vent his dissatisfaction towards the young hero. In the antique shop, the proprietor stared in disbelief at what resembled a junkyard rather than a place of business. Besides a few vases adorned with spider webs, the remainder lay in shattered pieces. Spider-Man, Chapter 89. Returned to Texas in a remote agricultural area, the master toiled like a diligent farmer, harvesting fresh wheat. Master, I do not understand why you have come here to reap the grain. Moreover, he sprayed these unknown liquids. Norman rose, twisting his somewhat stiff waist from harvesting wheat, and heard a sharp crack from his back, causing him to cry out in pain and nearly stumble. At that moment, the Lord seized control of Norman's body, adopting an exceedingly peculiar posture to rise once more. Be careful, you fool. The spray canister on your back contains precious dragon's blood, each drop worth a fortune. This is my most treasured possession, the Lord cautioned as he meticulously maneuvered Norman's body to lower the spray canister and inspect it. Finding no leaks, the Lord finally exhaled in relief. As the Lord relaxed, he relinquished the reins of speech to Norman, their faces occupying equal halves of the visage. Norman inquired of his illustrious master, "O great Lord, if you require harvesting, I possess a reaper. Why resort to manual labor? My weary bones can scarcely endure this." Enough, Norman. Let us not dwell on whether the machine is reliable. The magic of dragons is not something that foolish machinery can wield. With that, the Holy Lord turned his gaze towards you, who is eagerly awaiting the continuation. The malevolent dragon requires a modicum of personal space. Please await the next disassembly. As time flowed, in a parallel universe of the future, a mirrored world awaited. Once the future Tony concluded his tale, the old man succumbed to a slumber-like state. Sitting cross-legged, suddenly, for candles of different colors, red, white, black, and blue, emerge around him, their hues harmoniously illuminating the space. A radiant light, akin to the sun, appeared behind him. Just as the two Tonys were filled with curiosity, the old man abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the two who had leaned in close. With two sharp sounds, both Tonys clutched their heads, crying out in pain. Observing their grimaces, the old man intended to speak, but sensed something amiss. Lowering his gaze to the sky of the mirrored world, the heavens transformed into a universe adorned with twinkling stars, within which a vibrant, multicolored line stretched forth, culminating in a dazzling white tooth, the Conqueror Khan. Although the old man could not discern his actions, he acutely felt the world's rejection of him as the quantum space opened its passage. Seizing the still wailing Tony from the ground, he tossed him into the portal and turned to the future Tony, imparting a warning. "Tony, the sacred timeline has emerged. All will be set to rights, but remember, this is your final opportunity." No sooner had he spoken than a green beam erupted from the quantum space, pulling the old man inside. At the moment he was being drawn in, a white mist surged from his palm, entering Tony's mind unnoticed. As the old man departed, time began to reverse, causing the future Tony's memories of the two to blur. Yet, he became aware of the impending danger. Returning to the year he had just ascended to the title of Sorcerer Supreme, where he utilized a unique inspiration to defeat Dormammu, a feat he termed as elemental magic. Meanwhile, despite his bravado, Xiaofeng could not suppress his concern and arrived at the scene. Yet, in the battle between righteousness and darkness, he found himself unqualified to participate, as the forces of light permitted no outsider involvement, save for the Chinese-Soviet alliance. Thus, Xiaofeng helplessly watched as he was once more cast back into that infernal realm. Fuming with rage, he felt the fire of his teeth grinding, yet the world remained indifferent to his plight. A quantum portal opened, engulfing Darwin, the saber-toothed tiger, and Xiaofeng, pulling them inside. In a final act of defiance, Xiaofeng seized a wisp of dark energy from this world, which had concluded the struggle between light and dark. Returning to the past, Xiaofeng opened his palm, revealing a flickering black flame that danced enticingly, its colors reminiscent of a grape tinged with red, evoking an irresistible urge to taste it. However, he bore a cold expression as he grasped it firmly, stowing in a pocket at his waist before returning to New York with the others. In contrast to Xiaofeng's experience, the old man and Tony materialized directly in Professor Pym's home, startling the elderly gentleman, causing him to stumble and fall. Yet upon seeing Tony's visage, Professor Pym instinctively furrowed his brow and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Are you Howard's child?" Upon hearing Professor Pym's inquiry, Tony nodded, harboring a sense of reverence for a genius from his father's era. Particularly, he was in awe of Professor Pym's remarkable ability to develop such formidable quantum space technology. "Indeed, Professor Pym, it is a pleasure to meet you," Tony Stark expressed. Professor Pym adjusted his collar, and rose from the floor. He showed no interest in Tony's name, much like he was indifferent to the fate of the Pym particles after his departure from Howard. Taking a seat on the nearby sofa, Professor Pym scrutinized Tony with a discerning gaze and remarked with a sardonic tone, "So, young Tony, do you intend to follow in your father Howard's footsteps and pilfer my experimental?" The professor's words were rather brusque for a scientist. Being accused of stealing research findings is akin to being publicly humiliated, likened to being called shameless, a pirate, a thief, or worse, dancing atop one's grave after death. Tony's indignation was palpable, as his father remained a paragon of integrity and virtue in his eyes. However, upon recalling the comprehensive details and formulas regarding Pym particles within his father's notes, similar to those he had just seen on Professor Pym's blackboard, Tony's spirit waned. "I sincerely apologize for everything my father did to you, Professor Pym. If there is any way I can make amends, please do inform me," Tony offered. Upon hearing this, Professor Pym's gaze fell upon Tony's Mark V suit, and his mind began to race. The armor appeared quite impressive. Which man would not be enamored by it? Yet, as he prepared to respond, he recalled the moment when Howard had faced him. If he acted similarly, how would he differ from Howard of yore? Professor Pym chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Let it be. That is a matter between Howard and me, and it bears no relevance to you, young lad. However, I am in need of a specific set of research equipment. If you could procure it for me, I would be willing to forgive Howard." Professor Pym scribbled a list of technical names on paper and handed it to Tony. Upon glancing at the list, Tony noted that these were rather commonplace scientific devices. Given Professor Pym's stature, acquiring them would be a trivial task. After a moment of contemplation, Tony carefully folded the paper and placed it into the briefcase that had transformed back from the Mark V. "Thank you, Professor Pym. But regarding all that my father has done," Tony began, yet Professor Pym interrupted with a wave of his hand. "After all these years, do you think I would remain oblivious? All is for the Empire." Upon hearing Professor Pym's response, Tony nodded and, with a smile, departed the professor's villa alongside his father. They flew back to New York, and upon disembarking, Tony exchanged pleasantries with his father before heading to Stark Industries to gather the necessary tools for Dr. Pym. Meanwhile, his father returned alone to his antique shop, but upon arrival, he was taken aback. Chapter 90, The Mirror World. Inverted Skies, Stark's new technology industrial park. Father's antique shop branch. Father's burger joint. After his return, father discovered the damaged antique shop and, gripping the ear of Little Spider, chastised him vehemently. However, given that the incident had already transpired, father refrained from imposing any severe punishment. Upon learning of the situation, Tony organized the antique shop, relocating most of the items to a newly constructed building within Stark Industrial Park. Due to Tony's fondness for burgers, he renamed the establishment to Father's Burger Joint. Father, however, was at a loss, as he had no desire to move to that new location. "Oh dear, don't drag father into this, Tony. Steve, release your grip. Father has no intention of selling burgers." Faced with father's stubbornness, Steve and Tony exchanged helpless glances. "Apologies, father, but it's unavoidable. Your antique shop is in disarray now. Even if you wish to stay, you must wait until we restore it. It won't take long. You can trust Stark Industries' repair capabilities." Father struggled mightily, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the arrival of those construction teams will ruin my feng shui." Steve nodded while pulling father towards the car. Yes, let Tony personally oversee the work. Shall we? Father, please spare us the trouble and let us be on our way." "Oh dear, Steve, quit pulling. Tony, let me go. I can walk on my own." Father's words remained defiant, yet he forcefully shrugged off Tony's hand. With a resounding thud, he slammed the car door shut, and with a screech, the vehicle shot off like a projectile, leaving Tony in a state of confusion. At this moment, it seemed as if Tony could hear Father's distant call. "Tony, I entrust the antique shop to you. Should you fail, may you meet your end." Meanwhile, as father wrestled with accommodation issues, the master stealthily returned to the Osborne group. Upon opening the door, he found the somber visage of Howling Wind, who was seated with a dark expression. Initially, the master feared that his deeds had been uncovered, but upon noticing his subordinate present, he sidled over to Darwin and inquired, "Darwin, how did Howling Wind come to be in this state after just one outing with you? Have you all disobeyed instructions?" Upon hearing this, Darwin hastily shook his head and hands, exclaiming, "No, it is not us. It is the issue concerning Zhong-Su." Upon learning that the matter pertained to Zhong-Su, the sovereign let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the ever-vigilant Xiaofeng, who could discern all whispers, interjected, addressing the sovereign. Enough, sovereign. Do not inquire further. If you wish to know something, simply ask me. Am I not more knowledgeable than they? The sovereign, upon hearing this, chuckled awkwardly a couple of times and took a seat opposite Xiaofeng, declaring, Do not worry, brother Xiaofeng. That foolish boy Zhong Su shall receive his due once I regain my strength. I assure you, I will make him pay. Xiaofeng, in response, shook his head, his demeanor somber as he lamented, No, this is not about Zhong Su. I detest my own weakness, for I am unable to save him, and I cannot even stand beside him in battle. Listening to Xiaofeng's words, the sovereign found himself at a loss. His younger brother, though lacking in many respects, was certainly perceptive. If this were the case, then it must indeed be Zhong Su's fault. Yet Xiaofeng seemed to take the blame upon himself. Brother Xiaofeng, how can such a selfless individual endure being taken advantage of in the future? The sovereign's conscience flickered momentarily, but was swiftly engulfed by darkness. Ah, how wrong! It was not conscience, but rather a tumor, for it is well known that the sovereign possesses no conscience. Brother Xiaofeng, your current emotions appear somewhat askew. Perhaps you should rest. Allow me to confront the upcoming demons. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, leaving the sovereign utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that his mere politeness would elicit such a response. Xiaofeng, you truly consented? As the atmosphere enveloped in silence, the enigmatic figure twisted the Panku treasure box, which began to spin gracefully in the sky, captivating everyone's gaze. Ultimately, a world where day and night were inverted materialized, a realm complete in its entirety, embodying Qian, the creative force, and the celestial demon, Shimu's portal. As the scene of this topsy-turvy spectacle concluded, the Panka treasure box naturally closed, transforming the map into a mirror that fell into the mysterious figure's hands. Gazing upon the ancient runes inscribed upon it, along with the imagery that had just unfolded, the sovereign, without delving into the intricacies of the magic, understood that they were destined to traverse the world within the mirror. With a sigh, the sovereign turned to Xiaofeng. Even after billions of years, the 8 immortals continue to obstruct our efforts to unleash all demons. Xiaofeng, I sometimes ponder whether following the dark path is truly my desire. Xiaofeng, recalling his own appearance in the dreamlike realm, nodded in agreement. The formless and intangible wind is confined within the invisible dream, while the violent thunder is restrained within the quantum domain. The celestial phenomena that break through are ensnared within the mirror-S inversion. The sovereign continued, The dignified and majestic mountain, renowned for its stability, is sealed at the point where the Earth's core shifts. The vast expanse of land, if not occupied by others, would transform into a battlefield, scorched into sand by war, only to be gradually scattered by the wind. Qian, Kuan, Kansun, Li Jin, Dui, and Zhun. These righteous forces seem intent on casting us into hell, eroding our existence with time. Yet they have discovered a more effective solution. The 8 immortals are truly formidable. Having observed the dream world, the sovereign gradually conceived an understanding of the 8 immortal scheme. How to bind the wind. Naturally, it would require another formless entity, one that possesses boundaries. Could that not be a dream? In the course of this gradual exploration, the sovereign discerned the 8 immortals' plan. As long as the gates of hell exist, the powers of these demons will dwindle little by little, inevitably facing extinction. Though the demons of authority may not perish, the 8 immortals have achieved this. With these words, the sovereign let out a bitter smile and approached the enigmatic figure, extending a hand toward the mirror. Miraculously, upon contact, his hand passed through as if entering another world. At that moment, the sovereign turned to Xiaofeng. Brother Xiaofeng, will you join me? Xiaofeng shook his head as the holy master, accompanied by his entourage, entered the mirrored realm. Meanwhile, upon learning that they were to face the sky demon, Shimu, Old Father immediately tasked Steve, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, with mastering the art of playing the flute. Naturally, time was of the essence, and learning such a skill on the fly was no simple feat. However, in China, there exists a traditional method passed down through generations. One need not fear the learning process under the sternness of a cane. After enduring a thorough reprimand, Steve managed to produce a sound from the flute. It was then that Old Father recalled a simpler variant of the flute from the West, which could be played even by those untrained. Yet, glancing at Steve, whose hands were bandaged like a pig-esque trotter, He sighed and decided it best to utilize the eastern flute. After all, the effort should not go to waste. Chapter 91. The magic that alters the heavens as they entered the mirrored space. The influx of so many individuals could not escape the keen observation of the adept Ancient One. Just as Old Father took out a small mirror, preparing to enter alongside Steve, Ancient One also gracefully transitioned into the mirrored realm. Wandering through a world that opposed their own, the Mystic's Panka box suddenly illuminated, then landed at the entrance of the New York Sanctum. The Qian hex unfolded, revealing a towering door from which emerged a pair of wings larger than the heavens themselves. In an instant, the mirrored world was turned upside down, and from within emerged a diminutive grayish-blue demon, its disproportionately large wings deceptively intimidating. "Welcome back." The Holy Master greeted casually, exhibiting familiarity with Shimu, who nodded in acknowledgement before casting a concerned glance at the inverted world. "We need to leave this place, Holy Master. My powers are utterly stifled here," Shimu asserted decisively, showing no hesitation in addressing the Holy Master. "Very well," the Holy Master began, but before he could finish his sentence, a shield hurtled toward his back with a sound akin to a thunderclap. The shield of the Mimic Master collided with one adorned with stars, producing a resounding impact. "Step aside, you wretched humans, repugnant traitors." Steve exerted himself fiercely, attempting to push the Mimic Master away. Yet, to his astonishment, the adversary countered with equal force, resulting in Steve being propelled backward instead. The Mimic Master remained silent, indifferent to Steve's insults. To him, whether one was a traitor to humanity held no significance. It was merely a task that promised a reward. As the Mimic Master prepared to confront Steve in battle, the Holy Master placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. While Shimu interjected from behind, "Holy Master, is this the one who obstructs your actions? Although my powers cannot be fully exerted in the mirrored realm, eliminating him should still pose no issue." Just as Shimu intended to showcase his skills, Steve unexpectedly produced a flute from behind, and the old man's spell resonated at the opportune moment, causing Shimu's pupils to react. Yet, just as the old man's magic was on the verge of completion, the arrival of Gu-E caused the mirrored space to once again spiral. Shimu immediately revealed his own might, his magical eye gazing upon the world. In an instant, the mirrored space plunged into darkness, leaving only a blood-red pupil observing the entirety of existence. An inexplicable dread arose within the hearts of the onlookers, devoid of any basis or reason, akin to the primal fear that living beings harbor towards the dark. This power pertains to the essence of rules. As the last demon to ascend to the throne among the 8 great devils, Shimu possessed his own unique qualities. The authority belonging to the heavens was fragmented, and thus Shimu devised an alternative approach, elevating his techniques to a level that encompassed both rules and concepts. If the sky's offensive capabilities were insufficient, he would infuse his concepts with the certainty that the target would inevitably suffer a predetermined amount of damage, immune to any limitations of strength or evasion. Soaring through the skies is delightful, yet such speed remains inadequate. Therefore, beneath the celestial dome, all is considered sky. Wherever my thoughts wander, I shall arrive, not in an instant, but rather through the sheer force of my will. With these abilities, even though Shimu is the smallest and shortest among the 8 great demons, he wields immense influence, arguably surpassing that of the Holy Lord. As the crimson eyes faded from the sky, the Holy Lord and his companions, along with the sky demon Shimu, vanished completely. The old man exhaled deeply, regaining his composure, feeling less despondent than in previous encounters. "Chun, I apologize for the soul-stirring fear you just experienced," Gu-E remarked, recognizing that this was yet another demon the old man and his allies were contending with. However, judging by the current scene, it seemed their arrival had inadvertently led to failure. Without hesitation, Gu-E offered his apologies. Never mind, Gu-E thought, having navigated numerous bizarre mishaps in the past. The old man had long since relaxed. After all, what could be more absurd? In the worst case, they could simply amalgamate their fates at the end. As for who bore the brunt of this ordeal, certainly, it was none other than Steve, who was reluctantly compelled to engage in an impromptu flute lesson, only to find it ultimately unutilized. Now, he could only clutch the flute in his hands, shedding tears in the wind. In New York, in a remote alley, Shimu utilized his power to breach the boundaries of space, transcending the mirrored realm to arrive in the tangible world. As the Holy Lord and his companions touched down, Shimu flapped his wings and perched upon a ledge. Observing the long-absent Shimu, the Holy Lord was eager to forge a connection, hoping to persuade him to lift the magical bindings, much like he had done with Xiaofeng. Shimu, at times, I truly envy you. Even after being imprisoned for so many years, your strength remains formidable. Shimu snorted dismissively, glancing at his wings with a displeased expression. Envy me? Holy Lord, you truly possess a sense of humor. In the depths of hell, your powers were diminished, but what of mine? I feel as though I am being worn away. Behold the wings that once spanned the entirety of the multiverse. Now, they can merely envelop this diminutive earth. Shimu gracefully unfurled his wings and descended, transforming into a child. Holy Master, I am aware of your desires, yet I shall not forgive you so easily. With those words, Shimu turned and departed the alley, leaving the Holy Master standing there, his visage contorted. At that very moment, far across the ocean in Somalia, the sky was overcast, and the waves surged violently. This was the festival known as the Wrath of the Sea God. On this day, people placed their offerings upon a small wooden table, awaiting the waves to carry them away, as a gesture of gratitude to the sea god for his contributions to the people of this region. Upon receiving the offerings, the sea god's fury would abate, the tempestuous weather would dissipate, and he would bless them with bountiful harvests in the coming year. However, on this particular day, an unusual red-haired man sat at the altar, voraciously consuming all the sacrificial food laid before him. He then discarded the remnants, along with the table, into the ocean. Just as the fishermen presumed he would depart, allowing them to prepare a new feast for the sea god, the red-haired man unexpectedly took a stance upon the reef. Witnessing this scene, the fishermen grew exceedingly anxious. Yet, as the waves surged higher, they dared not linger, hastily rowing their boats away. Once the fishermen had departed, the clouds above gathered ominously, and the sea roared with waves that seemed to threaten the very city itself. In the face of this malevolent weather, the red-haired man merely snorted dismissively, crouched down, and clenched his fists, beginning to gather his strength. The waves rose ever higher, soon soaking the soles of his feet. But he remained unperturbed, gazing calmly at the oncoming tide. Suddenly, a colossal wave crashed forth, but the red-haired man remained unfazed. Transforming his fist into an open palm, he struck out with a mighty blow. The giant bear slaps the great tree. In that instant, as his hand met the towering wave, the earth trembled. In a heartbeat, the wave shattered, and the clouds above dispersed, releasing a cool sea spray that mingled with fish, transforming into a rain of blessings upon Somalia. Chapter 92. The Hunt in the Sky. Well done, Afu. As a warrior of darkness, you have succeeded. The white-haired old man emerged from the black mist, applauding while generously expressing his admiration for Afu. Wiping the water from his face, Afu replied calmly, "No, I did not destroy that wave. I merely dispersed it. If that is all I can achieve, then my training these past few days has been in vain." Observing Afu's clenched fists, seemingly ready for further rigorous training, the white-haired old man hastily interrupted him. "Enough, Afu. There are more pressing matters at hand." Afu turned back. His eyes, as tranquil as a still pond, radiated a terrifying intensity that surpassed that of a ferocious beast. What? Faced with that gaze, the elderly man with white hair displayed no sign of fear. He raised his staff and traced a circle in the air, from which dark mist emerged, revealing a blood-red eye at its center. The sky demon has absorbed his magic. We too can become the sovereigns of this world. The latter part of the old man's statement elicited little concern from Afu. Yet the title of the sky demon sparked profound interest within him. Observing the intense desire in Afu's eyes, the old man's lips curled into a sinister smile as he raised his hand, transporting Afu to New York. Having departed from the Holy Lord, Shimu found himself at a loss regarding his next course of action, or rather, his current intellect was insufficient to ponder such matters. Aimlessly wandering the streets, he appeared dissonant with this world. However, upon hearing the harmonious strains of music, he was irresistibly drawn toward it. Yet, the sudden sound of a flute compelled him to retreat as wings sprouted from his back, and a child suddenly soared into the air, capturing the attention of those around him. Naturally, Afu, newly arrived in New York, noticed everything and followed Shimu's silhouette. Shimu leisurely floated into a narrow alley, abruptly turning to address the alley's entrance. "You've been following for so long. Aren't you going to show yourself?" As his words fell, Afu, hands in pockets, approached the alley's mouth, illuminated by a radiant beam, his imposing figure resembling that of a righteous hero to the unsuspecting. "Black Tiger Afu, I seek your guidance." Afu, a man of few words, did not wait for Shimu's consent and charged forward without hesitation. Raging Crow ascends. Afu leapt 3 feet high, reaching a level where he could meet Shimu's gaze, then spun around, ready to strike. Shimu was taken aback and quickly shielded himself with his wings. A resounding clash echoed as their forces met, and Shimu distinctly felt the tremendous impact on his wings. Afu landed, observing his trembling hands from the recent attack. He shook them off like a cat shaking off water, then turned around. The mere glance from Afu sent shivers down Shimu's spine, as though he were facing not a human, but a demon of equal stature. As Afu prepared to strike once more, Shimu pondered in confusion why. As a being soaring through the skies, his attack speed seemed to lag behind that of his opponent. Did he not possess a blue bar? As the wings of Shimu spread wide, they completely shrouded the sky above the alley. This formidable power was typically reserved for battles against equally matched opponents of comparable stature, creating a battlefield that felt palpably solid. After all, the finest steel ought to be wielded with precision. Afu glanced around the alley, noting the changes with a dismissive snort, considering the sky demon to be rather unimpressive. Like a raven taking flight, Afu leapt into action, attacking Shimu with the ferocity of a cold crow. With a thunderous shout, Shimu summoned the environment to shift. The phoenix soared through the heavens, its wings ablaze like fierce flames, illuminating the entire sky with a divine essence as it collided with Afu. A resounding boom echoed as the two forces met, the flames shattering upon impact. And Afu landed on the ground, his attire showing clear signs of scorching. Observing this, Afu revealed a grin that blended both anguish and exhilaration. The sensation was undeniably thrilling. With a casual slap on his scorched clothing, the burn marks vanished instantly, and Shimu's expression grew grave. The divine battle armor. Shimu's voice floated lightly through the air as Afu's armor transformed, sprouting wings from his back that enabled him to soar. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to match Shimu's altitude and remarked nonchalantly, "Though I am not fond of external forces altering my strength, I must prepare when facing a flying demon." To Shimu, Afu's words sounded like mere bravado, flaunting an armor with 8 formidable rules, which he sarcastically wished to receive. The 8 rules of the divine battle armor are as follows. 1. Nullification of magic. 2. Indestructibility. 3. Super adaptability. 4. Denial of singularity. 5. Unconventionality. 6. Self-will. 7. Growth potential. 8. The armor's immortality ensures the host's survival. These 8 formidable tenets had once enabled Lon Kai to restrain 5 demons without losing a single hair. Faced with this situation, Shimu resolved not to engage further. Let those who desired to fight contend with such armor. He had no intention of participating. However, just as Shimu prepared to take flight, Afu placed his left hand on Shimu's shoulder and inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" Sky Demon, feeling the negation of the rules he had transcended, could only helplessly glance back at Afu. It seemed that this confrontation was inevitable. The heavens roared with a brilliant light. Suddenly, a crack resonated as the thunderous sound echoed, illuminating the world with its radiance, striking a chord of awe in the hearts of all. Amidst this blinding brilliance, a bolt of lightning accurately struck Afu. Yet, at the moment of impact, a smile vanished from Shimu's face. Afu clasped his hands together, and with a resounding bang, the lightning was abruptly severed. The mightiest of thunder magic, in Afu's grasp, was as fragile as a mere twig. With a wave of his hand, Shimu dissipated the sunlight, unleashing an intense chill. Undeterred by the biting cold, Afu advanced step by step toward Shimu, who, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of dread. The scene was hauntingly reminiscent of the past. Back then, Lon Saiha had similarly approached him, enduring his assaults, only to deliver 2 painful blows that seemed to traverse the annals of time, striking Shimu's face once more with that agonizing sensation. Recognizing the impending doom, Shimu promptly retracted his wings, abandoning any thought of sealing off the area further. He yearned to flee, to escape, but Afu would not grant him such an opportunity. Just as Afu was about to seize Shimu, a silken thread suddenly shot forth, ensnaring his hand. Afu forcefully tore the thread apart, turning to see a figure clad in a tight red suit, a spider perched upon the wall. From its demeanor, it was evident that this individual had a penchant for meddling. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business," remarked Peter, still uncertain of the identity of the red-haired individual. Yet the tone evoked the essence of a schoolyard bully. "Oh, my friend, no matter how grand your destructive ambitions, bullying a child is simply inexcusable." Child? At the mention of this term, Afu felt perplexed. The creature adorned with bat-like wings hardly seemed like a child. As he turned around, a young boy clad in green had already scaled the rooftop, fleeing the scene. Upon witnessing this, Afu intended to pursue him with a leap. But as he soared into the air, he was ensnared by a strand of web, stumbling awkwardly. Afu glanced back, his expression dark as he regarded Spider-Man. "It seems to apprehend that miscreant. I must first deal with you. Let us commence." Oh, many supervillains have uttered such words. Yet in the end, it is I who emerges victorious. After evading Afu, Shimu did not venture far. After taking a few steps, the imprint left by Afu's earlier strike on his shoulder became evident. Shimu staggered and fell from the height of the building, unconscious. After an indeterminate amount of time, a recently unemployed journalist discovered Shimu and took him back to his home. Chapter 93. Eddie Brock. That night, the commercial street outside was particularly lively, adorned with vibrant lights and the ambience of music and dance. Beautiful women in scant attire were taken in by kind souls. Everything seemed to be progressing towards a brighter future, as if the overarching theme of the evening was a joyful symphony. Joy had become paramount. Yet, within a dimly lit room in an impoverished neighborhood, a young child lay on a bed while a man sat nearby, listlessly smoking, his face marked by an unmistakable despondency. Outside, the street pulsed with life, but the man within was engulfed in sorrow. His day had been utterly wretched, as if fate were playing a cruel joke on him. He once held a job sufficient for his needs and a beautiful girlfriend, but today he lost them both. Eddie Brock, a journalist branded by tragedy, had been dismissed from a newspaper that morning upon stepping through its doors. By noon, his girlfriend had ended their relationship, and in the evening, he witnessed his former beloved in the company of a wealthy man on that very vibrant street. Perhaps life deemed his plight too tragic, for while purchasing cigarettes at a convenience store, he encountered a striking female doctor. However, she sought not to engage him romantically. Rather, she aimed to present him with a significant news story, one that could elevate him to the position of editor-in-chief. Yet, in his current melancholic state, Eddie had little inclination to entertain such matters. All he desired was to purchase a single bottle of beer to indulge in a drink, and then lie down to sleep, not merely because he wished to buy one bottle, but because the money in his pocket afforded him only that. Though wine is delightful, one must beware of excess. Carrying a bottle of lager, Eddie returned to his apartment and was met with the sight of a child lying on the bed. He smacked his lips in disbelief. How could he have thought to bring this child back, given his own disheveled state? It was indeed a moment of folly. Glancing at the beer and then back at the child on the bed, he turned and left the room, exchanging the beer for a loaf of bread. A night devoid of alcohol would still allow for slumber. Life had tormented him in myriad ways. He simply chose to lie down and surrender to it. The night passed in silence. When Eddie awoke again, he felt a foggy heaviness in his head, akin to a hangover. Perhaps this was what they referred to as being intoxicated by life rather than by drink. Stumbling to his feet, he fell to the ground, gradually regaining his senses. He genuinely had not consumed any alcohol. After yawning, he noted the emptiness of the bed beside him. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by the warmth of a cup of water touching his cheek. Turning to see where the warmth originated, he was met with the sight of the small boy, exuding an air of aloofness, gazing down at him. The sensation was as if he were confronting a figure of great stature. Eddie shook his head, dispelling the unrealistic fantasy. After all, a child of privilege would not be found abandoned in a back alley. Not every notable person resembled Gotham's affluent couple. The boy offered Eddie a piece of bread, which he accepted and took a bite of. The boy introduced himself, saying, "Thank you for saving me. You may call me Sim." The contrast between Sim's graceful consumption of bread and Eddie's ravenous gobbling was striking. Watching the scene unfold felt like gazing upon a perfect depiction from a noble estate, causing Eddie to momentarily lose himself in thought. One might mistakenly believe he was the one who had been rescued. "You can call me Eddie," he finally managed to say after swallowing his mouthful. Sim produced a handkerchief from his jacket pocket and handed it to Eddie. He casually wiped his mouth and returned it. But Sim meticulously folded it and placed it back into his own pocket. The atmosphere between the two was palpably awkward, as if they hailed from entirely different worlds, one a princely figure of nobility, the other a destitute wanderer. Amidst this uncomfortable silence, Eddie's phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was the female doctor who had contacted him the previous night. "This is Eddie Brock. The lab? Very well, I shall go." After ending the call, he noticed Sim staring at him intently, his eyes unblinking. "Is something the matter?" Eddie inquired. Sim. Eddie bent down, smiling kindly as he approached Sim, reaching out to pat his head. However, Sim sidestepped, moving to a nearby chair, and coolly remarked, "I advise you not to trust that woman's words. She bears a striking resemblance to one of my brothers. Such individuals are driven by ulterior motives, and if you're not cautious, you may find yourself ensnared in a bottomless abyss." Upon hearing this, Eddie fell silent, rising to his feet with his head bowed, rendering his expression invisible to Sim. After a prolonged pause, Eddie lifted his gaze, revealing a radiant smile. "Do not worry. This time is different." Sim regarded Eddie with confusion. Had humanity truly become so naive? Despite his clear warnings, why would Eddie still proceed? Sim's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Eddie's heart, prompting him to take a deep breath and slowly respond. "Do you not understand? Indeed, how could a wealthy young master like you comprehend our plight? After all, you have never lacked sustenance and can afford to live for your ideals. I once aspired to be a righteous journalist, yet my reports were never published. And just yesterday, I was dismissed from my position. A handful of silver is far more valuable than that dream. Alas, what am I even saying to you, child? Stay here, Sim, and I shall return to cook for you." With that, Eddie donned his coat and exited the door. Watching the human depart, Sim seemed to contemplate something before vanishing from the room. The Life Foundation. This was the site of Eddie's last report before his dismissal. Little did he expect to return. Perhaps it was fate's design. Tonight, he would finally conclude that unfinished report under the woman's cover. As Eddie prepared to enter the laboratory, a familiar voice interrupted him. "Are you truly planning to go in, Uncle Eddie?" Startled, Eddie turned to see Sim clad in dark attire, standing behind him. "Sim, what are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to remain at the apartment? How did you arrive?" The multiple guards encountered upon entry had made it nearly impossible for Eddie to gain access without the female scientist as assistants. Yet here was Sim, standing unfazed, much to Eddie's astonishment. "I took the stairs, a friend taught me." In response to Eddie's surprise, Sim calmly pointed to the staircase nearby, leaving Eddie bewildered. When had he appeared? Why had he not noticed him upon entering? Was it preferential treatment? Just as Eddie was about to voice his thoughts, Sim abruptly pulled him into the laboratory, just as two patrol guards passed by. "The Sheep Guard 8 is about to air. Have you heard? Really? I must prepare some popcorn. I never had time to watch as a child, but now I intend to indulge." As the conversation faded into the distance, Sim finally released his hand from Eddie's mouth, saying, "Honestly, Uncle Eddie, it's just a matter of entering a laboratory. Why make such a fuss?" Suddenly, Sim picked up the camera from Eddie's hands, snapping away amidst Eddie's astonished gaze. After finishing, he tossed it back into Eddie's hands, who clumsily caught it and, upon closer inspection, exclaimed in surprise at the quality of the photographs. "All right, let's go, Uncle Eddie," Sim declared, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, striding out of the laboratory with an air of arrogance. Just as Eddie was about to follow, a woman unexpectedly cried out, pressing against the glass wall before him, pleading for Eddie's help. With a sense of justice, Eddie instinctively approached her, but suddenly the glass shattered, and the woman collapsed onto him, lifeless. As Eddie lingered inside for what felt like an eternity, Sim turned back, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He stepped forward, grabbing Eddie by the collar, and dragged him away. "Come on, Uncle Eddie, manage yourself better. At least refrain from such displays in front of children, even if you are currently single." Unbeknownst to Sim, a dark, viscous liquid began to stir slowly in the corner, as if infused with life. Chapter 94. Venom. "I can keep this up forever." Eddie awoke from his slumber to the sound of a melody enveloping his ears, a flute solo that he found somewhat unappreciable. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was seated in a concert hall with Sim beside him, enjoying himself while gesturing like a conductor. Eddie chose not to disturb him and surveyed the surroundings. It appeared to be Carnegie Hall, a place he had the fortune to visit once while interviewing a musical master. Naturally, such masters rarely provided juicy headlines, resulting in a rather mundane article akin to a simple glass of water. Yet, by conventional standards, flute solos were a rarity here. Most performances featured orchestras. What could be the occasion today? Eddie was puzzled, but this grand concert existed solely through his perspective and through the eyes of Venom. The audience comprised only Eddie and a child named Sim. The stage lay empty, yet it resonated with ethereal sounds, sometimes joyous, at other times languorous, reminiscent of a ghostly symphony. As the music concluded, Sim offered his applause. Hearing the surrounding thunderous clapping, Eddie hastily joined in, striving to blend harmoniously with the ambience. Sim tugged at Eddie's sleeve. "Uncle, you're finally awake. Shall we not stay a while longer?" Eddie glanced at the team on stage, preparing for a change, and inquired of Sim. "No, I am merely reminiscing about the past. Now that the piece has concluded, it is time for us to depart," Shimu replied, shaking his head, his gaze fixed on the stage as if traversing the river of time. At the river's end stood a man masquerading as a musician, playing a flute carved from bamboo. Sim's smile was exuberant, yet it swiftly transformed into disdain. "Han Xiangzi, oh, the flute is truly the most unpleasant instrument I have ever heard," Sim remarked with palpable contempt. Though Eddie discerned a hint of something deeper within his words, a nuance he chose not to question. As the two exited the concert hall, the space fell silent, transforming in an instant. Shimu and Eddie strolled down the bustling street. Sim maintained a cool demeanor, leaving Eddie uncertain about how to continue the conversation. Yet compelled by a deep-seated affection, he ventured forth. "Shimu, do you have a passion for music?" Eddie's inquiry seemed to transport Sim back to a distant past. He nodded, saying, "People like us are perpetually solitary. No one is worthy of listening to our ramblings. I once asked third brother how to avoid becoming like sixth brother and the others. He advised me to pursue something I genuinely enjoyed. After much searching, music became my finest companion. I communicated with those musicians through the language of music day after day, year after year, yet their souls proved exceedingly dull. Gradually, I surrendered. Perhaps I, too, should descend into madness like sixth brother and the others. Until one day, I encountered a musician at sixth brother's residence, whose music was extraordinarily enchanting, unforgettable, a melody truly fit for the heavens, seldom heard on earth. But why am I discussing this with you?" At this pivotal moment of recollection, Sim snapped back to reality, only to find Eddie staring blankly, prompting Sim to scoff and turn away. In the end, Han Xiangzi sealed Shimu within the gates of hell, employing Shimu's most cherished melody to vanquish demons. Meanwhile, a meandering Afu wandered aimlessly through New York, engaging in casual conversation with a white-haired elder warming himself by the stove. "Afu, do not dwell on why you failed to vanquish the sky demon. What matters now is finding him," the elder urged, his tone earnest. In matters of martial arts, Afu was indeed rather obstinate. Why find him, only to let him escape again? Afu muttered despondently, yet his hands continued to lift the dumbbells, the count seemingly reaching 80-23. "Afu, just because he managed to flee once does not imply he will escape a second time. This time, I shall provide you with remote support," the elder declared, resolutely positioning himself as Afu's steadfast ally. "Are you looking down on me?" With a single hand, Afu lifted the dumbbell, firmly grasping it. The sound of a muffled grunt echoed as the dumbbell shattered, its outer casing splitting in two and falling to the ground, while the iron core within was reduced to powder. The elderly man with a white beard, concealed from Afu's view, wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering whether this individual truly had no limits. Faced with such a scenario, the old man intended to have a serious discussion with Afu, without my assistance. "In the vast sea of billions in New York, do you genuinely believe you can locate that demon? This is no American sitcom. Do you still hold out hope for a serendipitous encounter?" At the very moment the old man finished speaking, Afu turned a corner, and Westwood collided against his thigh, stumbling backward. Upon seeing Westwood, the old man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Had he inadvertently invoked some sort of spell? Westwood, upon noticing Afu, was filled with dread. How was it possible to encounter this calamity once more? Was it fate that he should be cursed by this adversary? Among the three, Afu was the most elated, his smile gradually transforming into something sinister. "Little mouse, this time, no one will come to your rescue," he declared, Raising his hand towards Westwood, the big cat catches the mouse. A spectral image, reminiscent of a tiger's paw, materialized behind Ah Fu, leaving Westwood feeling utterly trapped. In a critical moment, a dark figure emerged to shield him, transforming its hand into a hammer and striking Ah Fu squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, Ah Fu was sent flying. "Do not bully Westwood," the towering, monstrous figure roared. Westwood instinctively recognized the voice as Eddie's, and a frown creased his brow. Such an occurrence was hardly a good omen. The slumbering bear awakened. Ah Fu flipped over, leaping to his feet, and gazed at Eddie, questioning what had transpired in this city of New York. As two emerged to protect the demon, Ah Fu, feeling somewhat exasperated, decided against further inquiries and engaged in combat. He unleashed a series of fluid strikes. Kangaroo jumps, mantis fists, serpentine steps, lotus blossoms, scorpion palms, and the heart-piercing black tiger strike. Against Ah Fu's seamless combination of attacks, Venom stood no chance, ultimately being sent crashing to the ground by the final blow, the meteoric barrage. Just as Ah Fu prepared to confront Sim, a black web ensnared his back, reminiscent of Spider-Man's signature move. Without hesitation, Ah Fu grasped the black thread behind him and, with a vigorous fling, hurled Venom once more. Believing this time would be free of surprises, he was taken aback when Eddie's web seemed to entangle him once again, as if it had ensnared half of him, and was flung back. With a deep breath, Ah Fu leapt like an antelope to evade the web, landing gracefully beside Eddie. Facing Venom's fierce countenance, Ah Fu grinned, his expression fierce enough to rival that of a demon. With a swift motion, he began to gather his strength mid-air, and upon reaching Eddie, he delivered a powerful strike that sent Venom flying, crashing through over 20 walls before finally coming to a halt. As dust billowed around him, Ah Fu believed he had secured victory, only to turn and find the web ensnaring him once more. Venom rose from the ground, and in the astonished gaze of Ah Fu, uttered Captain America's iconic line, "I can keep this up all day." Chapter 95, Old Man. Thank you for your advice, Crow. Just as Venom's words faded, the sound of a bowl shattering resonated beside him. A white-haired elder sat before him, nonchalantly picking up noodles with chopsticks, staring vacantly. Upon the elder's appearance, Sim quietly cursed his luck. Encountering two enemies in one day was truly unfortunate. The elder wiped the soup splattered on his face, glanced at the noodles that had fallen on him, smacked his lips, and inhaled deeply before rising. "Ah, my noodles." Unable to seal the demon, the elder lamented. "Is it too much to ask for a bowl of noodles?" Turning to meet Ah Fu's gaze, both men's eyes ignited with a fervent spirit of battle. Ah Fu bumped his fists together, his divine armor shimmering into view, and proudly addressed the elder, "Great mage, can you still fight at over 90? The elder produced a small green dog from his pocket, fastening it around his neck, and replied, "Only the weak concern themselves with age." Ah Fu chuckled softly, grounding himself as a stone lifted from the earth. He executed a spinning kick aimed directly at the elder. Llama spits. The elder slightly tilted his head to evade the stone, which struck the building behind him with a resounding crash, creating a large hole. Ah Fu grinned widely. "Now this is the adversary I have been anticipating." Clenching his fists, he charged towards the elder. Cheetah pounces on the old sheep. The elder, stepping back, raised his leg just as Ah Fu lunged, delivering a split kick that landed squarely on Ah Fu's chin. Though the sheep may be aged, it can still deliver a kick to the wolf. Ah Fu, soaring through the air, executed a backflip, landing on all fours with a fierce gaze akin to a predatory tiger. With a swift motion, he unleashed his tiger-form fist, propelling himself into the air, claws outstretched, launching an audacious assault on Old Father's heart. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, Old Father unleashed the formidable 8 Extremes fist, a powerful opening strike that stirred the air, matching Ah Fu blow for blow. As Ah Fu adeptly countered each move, his punches were deflected, and in a fleeting moment, he pivoted, the eagle claw pouncing on the rabbit. A fierce wind surged, slicing through Old Father's attire, as if it were mere fabric. In response, Old Father drove his elbow downward, channeling the strength of a tiger scaling a mountain, intent on seizing Ah Fu and shattering his crown. Ah Fu, with his heightened senses, detected the imminent threat and executed a sudden thrust, generating sonic blasts with his flamenco steps to deflect Old Father's advance. Yet upon landing, Old Father discerned the marks upon Ah Fu's leg, remnants of the earlier clash. Indeed, the Eight Extremes fist was undeniably formidable. Afu glanced at the imprints on his leg, and with a forceful stomp, they vanished, restoring his form to its original state. In the face of a formidable adversary, ordinary creatures often resort to tearing or breaking their own injured limbs to prevent further hindrance, a tactic that not only dissuades the opponent, but also ignites their ferocity, granting them a fleeting advantage in battle. However, Afu harnessed the divine armor's unique properties, allowing his severed limb to exist in an indestructible state, thereby adapting and restoring his corporeal form. With his body fully extended, embodying the stance of a bear, he prepared himself, a manifestation of hard Qigong. Who could rival him? Drawing a breath, he proclaimed the absence of heroes in heaven and earth, striking with his fists at the nursing home on South Mountain and kicking at the kindergarten by the North Sea. In contrast to Afu's resolute focus, Old Father exhaled, dispersing energy in a series of Wing Chun maneuvers, initiating with a guiding hand and the lioness roar. Come over here. A surge of blood rushed through Afu, who immediately charged forward, employing the crane's finger as his opening. Old Father evaded to the side, landing a strike to Afu's midsection. Despite the pain, Afu's movements remained unimpeded, twisting his waist like a pretzel, bending his knees in a bow stance. He twisted his hips and turned his back, raising his fist high with an incredibly low center of gravity, the shattering supernova. As he unleashed this punch, Old Father sensed an alarming shift. A violent gale approached, threatening to shatter his frail form. Just as he prepared to retreat, the previous strike that had pierced Afu became ensnared within his muscle, relaxing only slightly with the rotation. Old Father understood he could not afford to wait any longer. With his left hand pressing against his arm, he heard a crack, and his body spiraled towards Afu like a scrap of paper. Afu's powerful punch struck the ground, resulting in a resounding explosion as the floor shattered, sending tremors through the surrounding buildings, which subsequently collapsed with a thunderous roar. Afu gazed at his father, whose arm, once piercingly sharp and capable of penetrating muscle, now dangled like a kite severed from its string. The skin on his arm twisted grotesquely, appearing utterly incongruous with his father's form, as if they were two disparate entities, severing tendons and dislocating bones. The old man possesses quite a repertoire. With a flick of his wrist, his father rejoined the arm with a crack, and after clenching his fist, he calmly remarked, "Youngster, you must learn the balance of respect. Just because I am your elder does not grant you the liberty to call me an old man." Afu chuckled heartily, tightening his fist in a display of arrogance as he addressed his father. "Age holds little significance, old man. The strength of the fist is the ultimate truth. If you can defeat me, I, Afu, shall yield to you with the utmost respect, bowing in homage as your disciple." Upon hearing this, while the father remained relatively unfazed, the elderly man with white hair lurking in the distance was quick to react, exclaiming, "Afu, there is no need for such promises. Just defeat him." Disregarding the voice echoing in his ears, Afu scoffed dismissively, huffing, "I am Heihu Afu, and I shall not be defeated." The audacity of Afu's declaration nearly drove the old man to madness. Confidence is indeed a virtue, but what was he thinking in accepting such outrageous terms? It was utterly unnecessary. Yet, the old man could only stamp his feet in frustration. He had no authority over Afu, just as Afu could not silence the incessant chatter beside him. With his legs spread apart and adopting a horse stance, Afu crossed his arms, fixing his gaze upon his father. He chose not to employ any specific technique, instead opting for the most physically demanding posture in martial arts as a response. If the father had chosen to leisurely enjoy a bucket of popcorn, perhaps Afu would eventually exhaust himself after countless days and nights. However, the father did not take that approach. Instead, he took a deep breath and also assumed a horse stance, returning Afu's gaze. In the realm of martial arts, such a stance, coupled with provocation, was intolerable for a young warrior like Afu, brimming with vitality. With veins bulging on his forehead, he sprang into action, legs together, channeling his energy into a powerful strike. Gorilla breaks branch. Just as Afu's attack was about to reach his father, the latter leapt into an elegant posture, landing gracefully. The ground beneath Afu erupted with a resounding thud, sending dust and debris swirling, leaving cracks in its wake. While branches may be fragile, roots are undeniably resilient. After witnessing his relentless assault, which had merely tattered his father's clothing while leaving him unscathed, Afu felt a rush of air as the wound on his abdomen continued to bleed. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique against his father. Let us see if he can withstand this. Crow takes flight. Soaring into the heights, Afu spread his arms like a kuenpung, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. His previous opponents had faltered at this moment, overwhelmed by the loss of light, falling victim to Afu's singular strike. Yet, the seasoned father, having encountered countless grand spectacles, could still sense Afu's presence through the instinct honed by experience, even in obscurity. Afu's technique was indeed flawless, and the father could not deny that in terms of might, power, and skill, Afu was nearly unparalleled, especially in terms of might. Ordinary individuals are often left trembling in fear, while masters may falter slightly. If a Fu still lacks something, it may be merely the refinement that time provides. However, fate has placed him against the complete elder version of himself, a father who has mastered the art, triumphing through formlessness over form. A slight deviation can lead to a tremendous divergence. Thank you for your guidance, Crow. The father leapt fiercely, using his legs as fists, delivering a devastating kick to a Fu's chest with a move akin to a heart-piercing drill, sending him crashing to the ground. As a Fu rose, he comprehended that he had already succumbed. He stood up and, with a thud, knelt on one knee in a gesture of respect. Elder with white hair, can you hear me? Why do you bow? Quickly use your divine battle armor to negate his talisman and eliminate him, ignoring the elder's words. A Fu declared in a voice like thunder, Black Tiger A Fu pays respects to his master. The father regarded a Fu with a smile, pondering that since a Fu had already acknowledged him as a teacher, perhaps he could impart a few techniques. Yet, the moment a Fu raised his gaze, his expression turned fierce. Master, until we meet again, I shall seek you out for another challenge. With that, a Fu stood and turned it apart. The father chuckled, wondering if this was what they termed tsundere. Presently, a Fu resembled a combative wolf, acknowledging defeat, yet refusing to be vanquished. The pursuit of challenging masters seemed to be the central theme of his existence. Observing a Fu's retreating figure, the father remarked coolly, call me master, and I shall answer one of your queries. A Fu, how long has it been since you truly felt death? The father's words resonated precisely in a Fu's ears. Upon hearing them, a Fu halted, glancing at his battle armor. With one hand, he tore it off and cast it aside towards the father. This external armor is indeed not suited for me. When I become stronger, I shall return to reclaim it personally. To a Fu, the divine battle armor was merely an ordinary garment, yet perhaps he himself had not realized how significantly it had aided him, becoming an integral part of his combat experience. He had grown increasingly accustomed to the immortality that the armor conferred. In this manner, he forged numerous new techniques, yet this also rendered his martial path less pure. From this moment forth, he resolved to forget all his current techniques and rediscover them anew with the body of a mere mortal. A Fu departed, vanishing into the distance under the glow of the setting sun. However, the father seemed to have overlooked something. At this moment, Shimu observed the two masters sharing a profound connection, creating a breathtaking tableau in the twilight, yet he abruptly seized Eddie and, with a spread of his wings, vanished without a trace. Chapter 96. A dimension beyond cosmic power. Gazing at the divine battle armor in his hands, the father donned it, transforming into a flowing white robe. Young shop assistant, I would like a bowl of ramen. Seizing the opportunity while the noodles were being prepared, the Holy Lord began searching for the next demon. As the Panka treasure box commenced its rotation, a riddle gradually emerged. The moon is bright. The moon is ethereal. Neither space nor time. The universe is vast and boundless. Yet the moonlight is unseen. In the purest lotus, no murky depths are found. Visible and invisible, flowers and water, the moon in a mirror. Unattainable yet sought after. Elusive and hard to find. Such is the essence of a riddle, leaving the sovereign in bewilderment. Is this truly meant for demons? I could comprehend an incantation, but a poem feels excessive. Darwin meticulously transcribed the riddle and handed it to the sovereign, who, in a stupor, received it with reluctance. Glancing at it with a desire to tear it apart, the sovereign was not illiterate, yet when it came to human riddles, he might as well have been, for some puzzles were never meant to be solved. Moon bright, moon serene, what do these signify? A praise for the moon? How does this relate to the infernal gate of Xiaolon? With a resounding bang, he exclaimed in frustration. Since the first door of hell had opened, the sovereign found it increasingly unbearable. 8 immortals. Why should a mere mortal be subjected to such treatment? Demons require rest too. Whoever wishes to open this door may do so. After venting his ire, he remembered that this was the gate of his brother Xiaolon and retracted his earlier outburst, quietly resuming his meal. With each bite, his anger grew. Why was it that only he was burdened with the task of opening the door while others remained exempt? With a loud bang, he slammed his bowl onto the table. Meeting at the sovereign's command, the mirrors in the room suddenly adorned themselves with the patterns of the Bagua. Kaba, Xiaolon, Basha, and Zhongsu, 3 manifestations of demons, appeared within the mirrors. The sovereign furrowed his brow. This was not how it was supposed to be. Where were the others? Before the sovereign could voice his thoughts, Zhongsu initiated the confrontation. Sovereign, you have betrayed our pact. I have been cast back into hell once more. What defense do you have now? Zhongsu's words made the corners of the sovereign's mouth twitch. From his own subordinate, he had gathered that Zhongsu's predicament stemmed from his own recklessness. How could he place the blame on him? The sovereign, being a demon himself, believed in equality among their kind and felt compelled to defend his rights. Sun Tzu, practice more if you lack skill. If you cannot play, then refrain from it. I have spent eons mastering this craft and could not produce your antics. Zhongsu, enraged, erupted in fury, but his rage could not reach the sovereign through the mirror. Ultimately, his anger only harmed himself. All right, sovereign, perhaps it would be prudent to say less. In contrast to comforting Zhongsu, Xiaolon was more interested in acquiring the sovereign's current intelligence. Under normal circumstances, the sovereign would never reach out to them unless he found himself in a dire situation. The sovereign nodded, calming himself, and shared the riddle he had received from the Panka treasure box with Xiaolon. Upon reading it, Xiaolon frowned. Had it been eons ago, he would have deciphered it effortlessly, but now his wisdom had diminished significantly. With a sigh, Xiaolon confessed, I too cannot comprehend what the sovereign possesses. Hearing this, the sovereign recalled the patterns he had discerned when gathering his brothers. Brother Xiaolon, how is your power faring? Xiaolon cast a meaningful glance at the Lord and then closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he shook his head, stating, many are destined to fail. This sensation is akin to existing beyond the cosmos. The Lord pondered this, recognizing that Xiaolon, as the demon of the moon, embodied the essence of stellar energy. As long as he resided within any celestial body, he could draw power from the universe as a whole. The moon, in its time, served as a grand launch pad, granting Xiaolon the opportunity to absorb energy from the vast cosmos. I am the antithesis of light. If any force could indeed nullify my magic, it would undoubtedly be the dimension itself. The Lord, enlightened, realized that dimension. Yes, it is said to be a power beyond space, a force of a higher order. Yet it undeniably exists in the present world, visible yet intangible, felt yet forever out of reach. Xiaolon, this is indeed a path worth exploring. I shall promptly release you. After concluding the meeting regarding demons, the Lord began to inscribe a magical array upon the ground. The layers of dimension are manifold. To accurately access another dimension, he required a fragment of its power. Fortunately, the Panka treasure box had encountered such forces before, and it could serve as the focal point for unleashing dimensional power. O demon of dimensions, I summon you in the name of the great ancient dragon. You shall invite us into your realm. Let the gates of dimension open. Black mist enveloped the Panku treasure box, which emanated a blue glow that pierced the dimensional veil, revealing a dark fissure through which several figures vanished. At Mid-City Science High School, having endured the trials of Black Tiger Ah Fu, Peter felt an ache in his back. Although his spirit remained unchanged, the physical pain compelled Spider-Man to take a few days off. This temporary leave granted Peter, a busy individual, the rare opportunity to visit the school library and continue his academic review. However, just as Peter began to prepare for his studies, he noticed a troubled expression on Howling Wind's face, which appeared burdened by a difficult decision. After a moment of contemplation, Peter resolved to approach him. Recalling how often Howling Wind had aided him, perhaps he could extend a friendly hand in return. Hey, Howling Wind, it's been a while. Are you studying Spanish? The sudden voice startled Howling Wind, who quickly tucked the book behind him. Upon realizing it was Peter, he exhaled in relief and generously laid the book open on the table. Yes, Spanish. is the language of my homeland. Having been away for so long, I wish to refresh my memory. Peter glanced at the pages. As an excellent student, he had some familiarity with Spanish. However, he noticed that the dialect in Howling Wind's book differed significantly from what he had learned, especially in the peculiar instances of special characters where they should not have appeared. Seeing Peter's keen interest in the book, Howling Wind offered it to him. Do you like it? I have made some notes above. You can easily learn from them. Peter reached out to take the book, while Xiao Feng chuckled and nodded, picking up another volume from the side to peruse. As dusk gradually descended, Peter stretched lazily and finally recalled the purpose of his visit to Xiao Feng. Thus, he inquired directly, Brother Xiao Feng, it seems you have many thoughts weighing on your mind today. Would you care to share them with me? As Xiao Feng heard the words, he was momentarily taken aback. However, after pondering for a considerable time, he nodded. I am troubled by my brothers. They seem to be going astray, although I am reluctant to accept this truth. It is indeed the case. I have attempted to guide them, to help them rediscover their true selves, yet I have failed. I no longer aspire for them to return to their former selves. As long as they do not continue on this downward path, that will suffice. Oh, dear heavens! This is far worse than anything Peter could have imagined. A person as good as Xiao Feng has brothers who are turning bad. Chapter 97. The demons turn against each other. Oh, Xiao Feng, I am at a loss as to how to advise you. I have no siblings, but if you require a listener, I am here. On that day, Xiao Feng spoke extensively with Peter until nightfall. As the moon ascended high into the sky, Peter succumbed to slumber, likely due to his exhaustion. Xiao Feng carried Peter, along with the book he had previously gifted him, and returned them both to Aunt May. Thank you so much. You must be Peter's friend. This child has been so weary lately, falling asleep at the drop of a hat. If it weren't for you, he might not have made it back today. Xiao Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head like a gentle spring breeze. No, it's nothing, Aunt May. On the contrary, I owe my gratitude to Peter. Had he not unraveled the knots in my heart, I might have been a greater nuisance to you. Please deliver this letter to Peter, and may the gentle winds bless you. After handing the letter intended for Peter to Aunt May, Xiao Feng turned and departed from Queens, transforming into the demon of the wind. His first destination was the valley where Bagong lay in slumber. A gust of malevolent wind swept through, rousing Bagong from the ground. Xiao Feng, you have emerged. Bagong casually lifted a nearby mountain peak and took a bite from it. Xiao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, sister, and the next to be released will be Xiaolon. Bagong nodded, devouring the last fragment of the mountain peak. Very well. So, you disturb my rest merely to share this good news? Xiao Feng shook his head and produced a black bottle from behind him, instantly capturing Bogang's attention. Xiao Feng opened the bottle, releasing a wisp of black mist that shimmered in the pitch-black night. Upon seeing the black mist, Bagong lost all restraint, lunging at Xiao Feng like a feral beast. Xiao Feng, give it to me. Xiao Feng did not intervene, allowing Bagong to consume the wisp of black mist. Yet, at that moment, a tear glimmered at the corner of Xiao Feng's eye. Sister, forgive me. As Bagong swallowed the black mist, her form began to swell rapidly, soon surpassing the tallest peak in the world. Her scales turned obsidian, resembling the sedimentary rocks within the mountain. Bogang's demonic energy began to tremble, and her authority surged violently. Shift the mountains. This is the power of the earth's veins. Bagong began to rampage, causing the sea levels of all nations on earth to simultaneously recede, while the land area expanded dramatically. Even the deepest part of the ocean, the Mariana Trench, began to rise gradually. However, if you believe this to be the entirety of the black mist power, you underestimate it. Bogang's stature grew even more imposing as the mountains ascended. She gazed longingly at the peaks, saliva pooling in her mouth, yet she hesitated to act. Hunger enhances the flavor of food. At Old Daddy's burger joint, the daily news played, yet Old Daddy felt an ominous sensation creeping in. His very soul trembled, sensing the foreboding change. Oh dear, Steve, I have an unsettling premonition. Indeed, the television simultaneously reported, phenomena of receding sea levels have been observed worldwide, with all nations experiencing significant territorial expansion. The world may soon face a new wave of transformation. Water does not simply vanish, just as mountains do not rise without cause. As if anticipating this, Old Daddy had already prepared a large drum for Bagong. Oh dear, Steve, breakfast is unimportant. Come with me. Old Daddy tugged at Steve, who was just about to flip his toast. But Old Daddy, That was my freshly cooked bacon. Steve glanced at the bacon and eggs on his plate, feeling a pang of regret for such a perfect breakfast that required considerable effort. Old Daddy, hearing this, shrugged helplessly and released Steve, tossing the large drum to him. Just hold this for me. Thinking Old Daddy had acquiesced to his breakfast request, Steve was surprised when Old Daddy ambled over and devoured both plates of breakfast in a matter of seconds. Steve's delightful breakfast was utterly obliterated by Old Daddy. After enduring the anguish of losing his breakfast, Steve vowed silently, "Old Daddy, I will reclaim my breakfast from you one day." Old Daddy dragged Steve out of the burger joint and into the car, following the foreboding sensation. They arrived before a mountain that towered into the clouds. As Steve disembarked, he looked around in confusion. "Old Daddy, where is this demon you speak of? You are overly sensitive. Look around. It is nothing but mountains." The old man shrugged from his seat in the vehicle, seemingly oblivious to the boy's forgetfulness of the searing pain endured in the serpent's den. Never questioned the words of the old man. As Steve glanced about, a blood-red eye pierced through the clouds, fixating upon his well-toned physique. The long-awaited Bagong. Even the sight of an ant now ignited an insatiable desire within him. Plop! A massive droplet of saliva cascaded from the heavens, landing squarely upon Steve, drenching him instantly like a drenched chicken. Oh, localized rainfall. Has the weather in this wretched land descended to such absurdity? Wiping the sticky drool from his face, Steve looked up to find that blood-red eye staring intently at him. In that instant, a shiver ran down his spine, draining the color from his face. "It's all right." Steve reassured himself. It was merely an eye. He had encountered such sights before. Perhaps it was not a demon, but some meteorological phenomenon. Just as he sought solace in his thoughts, a hefty hand descended from the clouds. As the mist parted, Steve beheld a diminutive yet colossal palm. Diminutive in the context of Bagong, yet to Steve he felt akin to the Monkey King, utterly trapped beneath this mountainous hand. No, perhaps Meatball Mountain would be a more fitting name. At that critical moment, the old man struck the drum, its resounding echoes reverberating, bang, bang, bang. Bagong, as though struck by a tremendous force, clutched his head and cried out in anguish. The old man furrowed his brow, yet his hands remained unwavering. This was intended to be a sealing spell for Bagong. At this moment, had it only induced a headache? Listening to the piercing sound of the drums, Bogan began to wave his hand, and mountains rose abruptly from the earth. One of these mountains bore the small car that Old Man was riding in. Clutching the large drum, Old Man leapt from the vehicle, rushing down the sloping hillside, ultimately halting abruptly before Steve. Steve, holding the drum, continued to strike it as Old Man tossed the large drum to him, retrieving from his bosom talismans of the tiger. Ox, chicken, rabbit, and dog, advancing directly towards Bogan. With the resounding battle drums echoing, Old Man confronted Bogan, executing a flying side kick. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a missile explosion, revealing the immense power of the ox talisman. Bogan's rotund belly caved in, but in the instant of recoil, a tremendous force surged forth, sending Old Man hurtling away. Faced with the fully formed Bogan, Old Man's physical attacks proved futile. The vast mass of flesh resembled a sponge, rebounding regardless of the force applied. After shattering countless mountains, Old Man finally came to a halt, his white shirt transforming into divine battle armor. At that very moment of rebounding, the overwhelming force partially neutralized the power of the dog talisman. Had it not been for the divine armor, Old Man would have faced certain death. In stark contrast to Old Man's grievous injuries, Bogan felt not the slightest discomfort, not even akin to the sting of a mosquito bite. Chapter 98. Mountain God Bogan. Confronted with Bogan's robust physique, Old Man realized that physical strikes were ineffective. Possessing some knowledge of spells, he promptly began to perform a ritual, invoking the 3 pure ones and venerating the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He called upon the celestial pardon, the terrestrial pardon, and the imperial pardon from mankind to vanquish demons and subdue evil. The resounding war drums echoed through the heavens and the earth, seemingly descending from an ancient battlefield, landing upon Old Man's altar. With his left foot tracing circles, he steadied his stance, striking the drum's surface with his palm, lifting his feet in a dance that harmonized with the rhythm of the drums. The ancient sound of war drums reverberated through the skies. Each strike reverberated within the depths of Bogang's soul. Initially, she emitted continuous cries, raising her hands as if to suppress the mountains descending upon her. Yet, as the rhythmic beats surged in intensity, Bagong found herself enveloped in tranquility. Her form began to diminish, shrinking from a myriad of heights to mere hundreds of feet, while the mountains, rivers, and oceans of the world gradually harmonized with the cadence of the drums. As the final beat resounded, a deep, resonant sigh escaped Bagong, releasing a plume of dark mist that heralded the slow opening of the gates of the underworld. Just as her father anticipated the gates would drag the demon into the abyss, Bagong's corpulent figure suddenly erupted, transforming into a resplendent emerald elf. Her father, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, while in the distance, the howling wind wept. Mountain God Bagong. This was her sister's former title. The hexagram of mountains was never a harbinger of consumption. Rather, she was generous and gentle, embodying hope. The mountains bestowed upon every creature on land the equal right to exist, graciously sharing their fruits with all forms of life. With our mountains, there exists the promise of survival. The howling wind waved a hand toward Bagong, who seemed to acknowledge her brother with a tender smile, before calmly stepping into the gates of hell. In that fleeting moment, the wind yearned to halt her, declaring that she was no longer the demon spoken of by others, and that there was no need to venture into hell, a place devoid of goodness. Yet, her sister's voice resonated in his ears. This is my sin. I must bear it. Bagong entered the underworld, and all came to an end. The wind retrieved a vial, capturing the dark mist previously exhaled by Bagong. However, this dark essence shimmered with a trace of green light, an indication of the demonic energy that had transformed her from a deity into a demon. The wind was not surprised by its emergence. Instead, he nodded with increasing conviction. All of this was part of his design, or rather, it was because of him that Bagong had become thus. He infused the dark mist with many elements, particularly the power to solidify the demonic essence. The wind foresaw his own future with clarity and resolutely turned away. In the realm of darkness, upon arrival, the Panga treasure box suddenly soared, embedding itself into Dormammu's chest, instantly draining his energy. The treasure box opened. Zhou emerged, draped in a flowing robe of crimson and violet, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was a towering figure, adorned with 4 arms, and his long hair shimmered with a purplish hue. A serpentine tongue flickered from his mouth as he floated forth. Zhou, it has been an eternity since we last met. The words of the Lord fell upon Zhou ears with no desire to listen. As the eldest among the demons, he found it humiliating to be the second to last released. Spare me your pleasantries, my lord. Zhou lifted his gaze to the surrounding space, encountering a magical force he had never before experienced. Is this the power of the dimensions? How exaggerated. Yet, such ostentation will ultimately shatter. Let us depart. I am eager to harness the gravitational pull of the moon and radiate it throughout the cosmos. Zhou rubbed her small hands together, brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, the Lord glanced at Darwin, aware that he could not counsel his elder brother as he would his elder sister, for he was uncertain whether Zhou would heed his words. Nevertheless, perhaps it was not of paramount importance. Brother, trust in me. I am more than willing to assist you in controlling the universe. However, Basha awaits my liberation, as does Zhongsu. Perhaps you might first lift the enchantment binding you, allowing me to devote myself entirely to their rescue. Zhou chuckled softly, seemingly amused by the Lord's current vulnerability. With a graceful gesture, she unleashed a wave of verdant magic, dissolving the Lord's restraints. I have honored my promise, my lord. I trust your plans do not entail my involvement. The Lord smiled gently, nodding, of course, my dear brother. As the Lord unveiled the dimensional veil, Zhou stepped forth. But in that fleeting moment, she turned to the Lord and said, My lord, I hope I shall not one day regret lifting your shackles today. At her words, the Lord broke into a cold sweat, unable to meet Zhou gaze. Yet she did nothing further and simply exited. Oh, the air of freedom. This place seems quite decent, though a slight alteration might render it even more aesthetically pleasing. With a wave of her hand, the gravitational force began to draw her gently towards the moon. Such abrupt action, however, naturally attracted the attention of the authorities. SHIELD swiftly detected this anomaly. Confronted with an unknown demon, they unceremoniously deployed the Hulk. Hulk smash! As the Hulk descended from the heavens, Xiaolon's curiosity was piqued, and she observed for a moment longer. Oh, a green human. How intriguing. Yet, before she could ponder further, the Hulk lunged toward her, crashing down with tremendous force, obstructing her path. However, the sudden weight did not disconcert Xiaolon. Instead, it elicited a joyful laugh. An intriguing creature, you embody the aesthetic of a demon quite well. Would you care to join my brother's ranks? The Hulk raised his fist to strike, yet a gentle gravitational force restrained him, rendering him motionless. No amount of strength could liberate him. Oh, pitiful creature. Have you ever felt the might of gravity? As the demon of the moon, Xiaolon naturally possessed an air of superiority, embodying the solitary essence of the moon itself. This encapsulates Xiaolon perfectly. He raised his hand, pushing Hulk back, while leisurely ascending and contemplating the so-called structural composition of Hulk. As one of the 7 great demons endowed with wisdom, Xiaolon was also a formidable sorcerer. The moon stood as his most magnificent magical creation. He infused it with wisdom and a portion of his spells, allowing its influence to permeate the cosmos, thus granting him a ceaseless source of power. In comparison to the saint, his method of utilization was far more noble. I shall not personally seize anything from you, yet what you possess is inherently mine. Is the pride of the moon. Just then, a beam of green light struck him, causing Xiaolon to frown and glance back. Behind him stood his father, clad in divine armor, appearing weary. Having to confront 2 demons in a single day, his father was indeed busy. How long has it been since demons emerged? Are you ready to return home? Chapter 99. Xiaolon. In the name of the moon, I shall vanquish you. Xiaolon interlaced his fingers, gazing at his father with interest. Grand Mage, as a potential alternative to righteousness, why not abandon everything and embrace the darkness? His father shifted his stance, the symbols on his body gleaming brightly. Demon of the moon, you must realize there is little to discuss between us. Xiaolon chuckled lightly, casually tossing Hulk aside. Faced with the embodiment of righteousness, he dared not take any chances. At that moment, as Xiaolon withdrew, his father had already darted in front of him, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his midsection. In response to his father's assault, Xiaolon neither defended himself nor seemed to care, whether due to a lack of clarity or disdain for resistance. He was sent flying by the kick. However, after a brief flight, Xiaolon once again hovered in the air, listening to the unchanged rhythm of his opponent's breath. His father frowned, realizing that Xiaolon had sustained no harm from that strike. Xiaolon, noticing this, chuckled softly, his movements remaining unchanged as he interlaced his fingers with interest. Divine armor, is it? Quite intriguing. Yet, Grand Mage, all your attacks are predicated upon force. I possess none. Therefore, any attempt to strike me is futile. In martial arts, Tai Chi exemplifies the art of using force against force, redirecting and dissipating energy. Everything is based on strength. When a fist strikes an opponent, the latter halts due to friction and is propelled away by impact. However, if a person remains impervious to any force, no matter how one attacks, they will drift away like willow catkins in the wind. As his father pondered this, Xiaolon lightly placed his palm upon him, declaring, gravitational pull of the celestial body. Immediately, his father retaliated with a punch, sending Xiaolon flying once more. He hastily examined his own condition, only to find that apart from the dimming glow of the chicken talisman, he seemed unaffected. His father furrowed his brow and sternly inquired of Xiaolon, "What have you done?" With a mocking smile, Xiaolon flicked out his long tongue, drifting nonchalantly. "Fear not. I am well aware of the effects of the divine armor. The power I wield does not affect you, but if you do not descend, this planet shall be doomed to collapse as it strays from its orbit within the Milky Way." As his words faded, and coupled with the name of the technique he had just unleashed, the elder immediately grasped Xiaolon's intent. "You have indeed imposed the planet's gravitational pull upon me," he realized. Rubbing his hands together, Xiaolon gazed at the elder with keen interest. "I possess myriad methods to deal with those like you who aspire to save the world, yet I find great amusement in watching you struggle painfully with your choices. In 1 minute, this planet will begin to ascend due to the gravitational attraction between us. I am curious to see how you shall utilize this minute. Will you pursue me, or will you wait for this minute to elapse? Oh, my apologies. There are only 58 seconds remaining. Please, commence your performance, Great Mage." Without the slightest hesitation, the elder plummeted straight down. However, He was determined not to afford Zhou Lan an easy time. Even in this spectacle, a price must be paid. He swiftly conjured a lotus using air magic, pouring a potion over it. Thus, this spell transformed into a tracking enchantment, ensuring that no matter how far Zhou Lan might flee, the magical essence would inevitably catch up and deliver a heavy blow. As Zhou Lan reveled in the sight of the elder tumbling into a garbage bin like a jester, misfortune struck him as he became the target of the elder's tracking nuclear strike. With a resounding bang, a brilliant green lotus erupted in the air. The aftermath of the explosion left Zhou Lan's garments tattered, and his once elegant hair now a chaotic mess, stripped of its grace. Damn it, great mage. You throw bombs like a child. Unyielding, the elder sprang forth from the garbage bin, discarding a banana peel that someone had carelessly left behind. Ah, wicked demon of the moon, dare you show such disrespect to the elder? Watch as I bring your demise. Zhou Lan, incensed, felt his hair bristle with fury. This indignation was intolerable. While others might endure, he certainly could not. Lunar gravitational pull, behold as I, the embodiment of the moon, vanquish you. The elder promptly retrieved a pufferfish snack, determined to make his opponent comprehend the reason behind his title as the Great Mage. Come me then. Shall we not face off directly? Watch as I obliterate you. Just as both were poised for battle, a swirling black tempest arose, engulfing them in sand and obscuring their vision. When the elder's eyes adjusted to the world once more, Zhou Lan's figure had vanished without a trace. How cowardly! To flee when outmatched? Is this what you call a demon? The old man, in a fit of rage, hurled the pufferfish to the ground, cursing the retreat of Zhou Lan. However, after venting his anger, he quietly picked up the pufferfish, for it was far more versatile than the peculiar lizard. With the pufferfish in hand, the old man muttered curses as he returned to his hamburger shop. At the same time, when Zhou Lan opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by Xiaofeng. Brother, congratulations on your return. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Zhou Lan inquired, surveying his surroundings and realizing that it was indeed Xiaofeng who had forcibly pulled him down from the sky. Yet, in such a harsh environment, why would Xiaofeng choose to remain? There's nothing wrong with a bit of adversity, brother, as long as it allows the demons to survive. What difference does the location make? Xiaofeng's demeanor was calm, seemingly indifferent to the bleak surroundings. Indeed, Xiaofeng, you have matured. How about this? Let us journey to the moon together to gaze upon the stars. When I radiate my power across the universe, it shall be the most beautiful moment, one I wish to share with you. Zhou Lan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, yet Xiaofeng remained unmoved. We have yet to atone for our sins. How can we afford to live in peace? Upon hearing this, Zhou Lan was instantly enraged. What wrongs have we committed? We have saved this world. Xiaofeng, even if there are faults, they belong to the black energy. Were it not for it, we would not have become what we are today. Xiaofeng remained silent, calmly observing Zhou Lan. As a hermit-like figure, Zhou Lan rarely spoke or expressed his emotions, as if everything in the world was of no concern to him. Once Zhou Lan had calmed down, Xiaofeng finally spoke. As heroes of the old era, with the emergence of the new age, we were meant to fade away. Yet it was he who preserved our existence. Zhou Lan, adjusting his disheveled hair due to battle, rebutted Xiaofeng's words while fiddling with the tips of his hair. Come now, Xiaofeng. The new era never declared that it would not accept us. It is merely that the black energy sought to survive by exploiting us. And the Holy Lord, that despicable wretch, was the first to betray us. Even now, I cannot fathom his intentions. The Holy Lord? Regarding this younger brother, Xiaofeng fell into an unusual silence. The Holy Lord was the most astute among the seven. No matter the nature of the endeavor, he could always position himself advantageously. Yet, after a brief contemplation, Xiaofeng ceased his musings and addressed Zhou En. Brother Zhou En, I am uncertain whether my plan will bear fruit, but I wish to make an attempt. Upon hearing this, Zhou En fell silent. Having transformed into a demon, he no longer yearned to revert to his former self. Perhaps the dark energy had caused him to forget the visage he once possessed, leading him to believe that his current form was indeed his true identity. However, gazing at Xiaofeng's earnest plea, Zhou En sighed. Very well, while I have not yet forgotten the past, Xiaofeng, pursue your bold endeavor. I shall await your return. Xiaofeng nodded and departed alone. Chapter 100. The Earth's sovereign invades New York. It is often said that from the Tai Chi springs the duality. From the duality emerges the four symbols, the 5 elements give rise to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams manifest all things. While the world is aware of the generative and destructive relationships among the 5 elements, few recognize that the 8 trigrams also embody the same duality, mirroring the 5 elements, wherein each pair can form ominous configurations. A gentle breeze caressed the lush prairie, causing the grass to bow slightly. A pair of colossal horns, glistening under the sun, appeared incongruous in this setting. The Earth's sovereign must awaken from his slumber. With Xiaofeng's summons, the ground began to tremble. The immense horns rose from the earth, and a figure of earthen hue emerged, shaking off the debris from its form. Roar! The entrance of the Earth's sovereign was imposing. Yet Xiaofeng had no inclination to admire this display. All he could see was the spot where the Earth's sovereign had lain. Now a desolate patch of withered grass and a dried-up stream, as the soil that had fallen from him transformed into cursed earth, a barren land incapable of nurturing crops. Even wild grasses. Xiaofeng, what brings you to my realm? Xiaofeng glanced around, noticing the absence of any palace-like structure. Why would the Earth's sovereign proclaim this place as his kingdom? Upon being scrutinized by the howling wind, the Earth's sovereign blushed a deep crimson and hastily proclaimed, "The underground is my kingdom." The howling wind nodded in acknowledgement, and instantly, the Earth's sovereign's spirits lifted. With a swift step, he unleashed a multitude of earth spikes towards the wind. In response, the howling wind transformed into a fleeting whirlwind, traversing 100 miles in an instant. As the earth spikes retreated from the Earth's sovereign's vicinity, the howling wind inhaled deeply, puffing his cheeks out like a frog. The Earth's sovereign, witnessing this, became exhilarated. He swept his hand across the ground, summoning a colossal stone to hurl at the howling wind. The wind slightly parted his lips, and a fierce gale surged forth, instantly returning the stone hurled by the Earth's sovereign. As the tempest bore down, the Earth's sovereign anchored his feet to the ground, causing countless stone walls to rise before the howling wind, constructing a labyrinthine barrier to impede its advance. The howling wind chuckled lightly, unfazed, and silently intensified his gusts. Soon, fissures appeared in the once impenetrable stone walls, and cracks marred the surfaces where the wind swept through. The hurricane obliterated everything, sending sharp debris hurtling towards the Earth's sovereign. Just as the stones were about to strike, the howling wind pivoted, redirecting the rubble towards the prairies, resulting in the demise of numerous animals caught in the path of the incoming shards. As the gusts subsided, the Earth's sovereign also calmed, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. It had been ages since they had wielded their powers so freely, and the Earth's sovereign expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Howling Wind. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak. I shall aid you." With a wave of his hand, the Earth's sovereign fashioned a cup from a unique subterranean metal, filling it with clear water from a nearby pond, and offered it to the Howling Wind. Observing the parched ground left by the Earth Sovereign's act, the Howling Wind resolved to share something important. "Earth Sovereign, it is time I revealed certain matters to you." The Earth Sovereign, with a mix of anticipation and curiosity, set down the cup and inquired, "What is it?" The Howling Wind declared, "Brother Zhuolan has emerged. We must launch a counteroffensive against righteousness." At the mention of this, the Earth Sovereign sprang to his feet, uprooting a nearby tree trunk and snapping it in half with a resounding crack. "Wonderful. Oh yes." Having just disembarked from a flight in New York, the Earth Sovereign, now in human form, bore no distinguishing features, resembling a humble farmer. "Wow, brother, is this New York? The skyscrapers here dwarf even the tallest trees back home. What are those creatures scurrying on the ground? Are they humanity's new steeds?" The Earth Sovereign, akin to an inquisitive child, peppered the Howling Wind with questions about the novel sights, though the desolation of the wilderness left him with many more queries. Meanwhile, Wade kicked open the door of his father's antique shop, making a grand entrance. "Ladies and gentlemen, miss my sparkling dairy?" displaying the magnificent gemstone wedged between his cheeks. He boasted, yet within the shop, apart from the renovation crew, the only familiar face was Tony Stark, engrossed in sketching designs. "Tin Can, what brings you here? Where are Dad and the others?" Wade, feeling the sting of hot water cascading down upon him, found himself in a peculiar antique shop where he discovered that many of the items had been replaced with newer ones. He approached Tony, who was already feeling a bit irritable, and unwittingly took a sip from one of his teapots, forgetting that he was still wearing a mask. In a fit of annoyance, Tony snatched the teapot away and unceremoniously shoved Wade out the door, advising him to visit his father at the hamburger joint if he needed anything, or to leave quickly if he did not. Is it such a crime to enjoy a cup of tea? Wade muttered sarcastically as he rubbed his backside. Rising from the ground and flipping an obscene gesture towards Tony, a gesture of gratitude, no doubt. He then began to wander through the city, serendipitously encountering the Wind Howler, who was amusingly entertaining the Earth Tyrant. Wade's fearless and comedic demeanor quickly drew them together as companions. However, the same scenery, viewed through varying moods, reflected a different reality. The Wind Howler wore a frown, feeling a twinge of guilt for deceiving the Earth Tyrant, especially as the tyrant repeatedly called out for his brother, softening the Wind Howler's heart. Initially intending to accompany the Earth Tyrant for the day and then confront Brother Xiaolon with the dark energy, Wade's presence brought an unexpected twist. Hey, what are you sulking for? Smile a little. This place is so much fun. Wade teased, poking at the Wind Howler and playfully lifting the corners of his mouth with 2 fingers. This playful act, however, ignited the Earth Tyrant's fury, turning his eyes a fiery red, resembling an enraged bull. Release my brother, the Earth Tyrant bellowed, stomping his foot and sending a barrage of stones hurtling towards Wade. Wade nimbly dodged the assault and remarked, "A mutant? How intriguing, though your brotherly obsession is a tad unsettling." Having emerged from hell and never having encountered civilization, the Earth Tyrant did not comprehend Wade's words, but the underlying provocation was unmistakable, causing the tyrant's already limited intelligence to evaporate. In a fit of rage, he transformed, unleashing a devastating blow that shattered the ground and caused nearby skyscrapers to collapse. "Do not bully my brother," the Earth Tyrant roared, summoning a multitude of spikes from the earth towards Wade. Observing this, the Wind Howler couldn't help but reflect on the capriciousness of fate. From behind, the Wind Howler produced a jar filled with dark energy and hurled it towards the Earth Tyrant. With a resounding crash, the jar shattered, and the dark energy surged into the tyrant's nostrils as if it had found a host. The Earth Tyrant fell silent, prompting Wade to glance at the Wind Howler and inquire, "Is this the end?" Upon hearing Wade's words, a tear slid down the Wind Howler's cheek as he shook his head. "No, this is merely the beginning." As if to validate the Wind Howler's statement, the Earth Tyrant began to grow in size, his yellow-brown skin transforming into a dark gray hue, rapidly draining the vitality from the earth around him. Black scales emerged on his body, reminiscent of those that had manifested after being enhanced by the dark energy. With a thunderous roar, the Earth Tyrant declared, "Follow me." Chapter 101. The Earth God and the Earth Sovereign. The Earth unfolds like an expansive, boundless canvas, embodying the essence of life and hope. Upon this vast terrain, verdant beauty flourishes, and myriad beings weave exquisite tales of existence. Yet, with the roar of the Earth Sovereign, all life reliant upon the soil finds itself bereft of vitality, plunging the planet's ecological system into a precipice of crisis. Herbivores, the foundation of all life, lose their sustenance as the grass withers, extinguishing their hopes for survival. In desperation, they may transform into predators, unleashing a chaotic slaughter upon the world until all life is extinguished. The earth, once a nurturing cradle, now becomes a grinding stone of flesh and blood, heralding a grand twilight of existence. Flowers and grasses have wilted. Nothing can halt my advance. The roar of the Earth Sovereign reverberates across the cosmos, even reaching the ears of the old man at the burger shop. Observing the lifeless blooms in his pot, he bows his head with a sigh. Once deemed a green miracle, the flowers now lie in despair. Armed with a prepared potion, he embarks on a quest to vanquish the Earth Sovereign. Uncertain of his success, he contemplates the absence of flowers that once sealed the Earth Sovereign's power. To attempt to subdue a creation of rules with mere fists is folly, yet he must proceed. This is the mission of a grand sorcerer. Even if it is merely to restore the beauty of those delicate flowers, he must go forth. On the streets of New York, chaos ensues, with screams echoing as people flee, yet he strides against the tide, embarking on a journey that may lead to his demise. The Earth Sovereign. Boom! The Sovereign's palm rends the earth as his furious fists pound the ground, evoking tears from the onlooker, howling wind. He binds the loquacious Wade nearby, perhaps out of fear for Wade's safety or dread of further provoking his brother, for even the grand sorcerer cannot triumph over such wrath. At last, the old man stands upon this ravaged land, witnessing the wrathful bull tearing everything asunder. He raises his hand to confront it. Engage, transform, release. With both hands, he guides the earth's sovereign palm forward, spinning it, and with a final pull, the sovereign crashes to the ground, triggering a tremor of magnitude 5. This may be what the elders refer to as the earth bowl turning over. Now, the earth's sovereign embodies the very essence of a land, each movement resonating with the world's geological veins. In this precarious situation, the old man finds himself in a quandary, unsure whether to strike or refrain. Even as he dodges, the earth's veins are affected. In his moment of indecision, he recalls the gravity wielded by the sorceress, pondering if all force is nullified. What purpose does striking serve? The old man transformed his divine battle armor into a vibrant red hue, firmly establishing his stance with a steady left foot, calmly gazing at the earth bowl. The color red, particularly striking to cattle, stirred a restlessness within their sight, a hue that, once agitated, rendered them incapable of tranquility. The old man steadily wielded his iron mountain, oscillating it with a rhythmic precision, provoking the earth bull's fury to surge from its very core, which charged forward like a wild beast. The old man braced himself against the bull's formidable horns, enduring the tremendous impact that propelled him backwards. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air, his feet striking the atmosphere in rapid succession, creating a series of sonic booms. It was only then that the old man, alongside the earth bull, finally came to a halt. The bull snorted vehemently, seemingly defiant, yet regardless of how it shook its head. The old man remained steadfastly anchored atop its head, immovable as a colossal boulder. At that moment, howling winds emerged from the ruins, and though the old man sought to issue a warning, he became increasingly alert as he observed the figure transform into a demon of the wind. Two demons. What are your intentions? He inquired. The howling wind disregarded the old man's question, approaching the earth bull, bending down to caress its face with a cerulean hand and whispering into its ear, "Earth bull, awaken, behold the land you cherish." This is not how it ought to be. As the wind spoke, a stream of white vapor erupted from its being, flowing into the earth bull. A glimmer of clarity appeared in the bull's eyes as it surveyed the ravaged surroundings, a tear trailing down its cheek. Observing this, the old man relinquished his grip on the bull's horns, casting a puzzled glance at the howling wind, whose aura began to swell, albeit with a hint of clarity fading from its gaze. Just as the old man thought he was about to face two adversaries, the howling wind shook its head, transforming into a gentle breeze and vanishing from the battlefield. After its departure, the clarity in the earth bull's eyes dissipated, reverting to a frenzied rampage as it charged at the old man once more. Surely, this cannot be happening. The old man braced himself yet again, but this time, the bull's strength seemed markedly amplified. At that instant, Wade sauntered over from a nearby corner. "Sir, taking the bull for an early stroll, I see. It looks rather impressive. Shall I join you?" Upon witnessing Wade's arrival, the old man nearly lost his composure. Among the multitude of superheroes in this city, why did he have to appear on such a challenging battlefield? There's an old saying, if Wade is your adversary, it is time to commence your prayers. For he is indeed Wade. Conversely, if Wade is your ally, you should also begin to pray, for he remains Wade. Just as the old man prepared to confront Wade, the earth tyrant suddenly went into a frenzy, charging towards Wade after shoving the old man aside. The bull, the furious bull. Upon witnessing this, Wade fled without a moment's hesitation. The old man, thrown to the ground, reflected on the unpredictability of life. However, as he sat up, ready to restrain the earth tyrant once more, he noticed a vibrant, dew-kissed flower blossoming at the tyrant's chest. The old man was instantly filled with excitement. Wade rushed towards the earth tyrant. Wade, terrified, glanced at the old man and exclaimed, "Brother, are you jesting?" That was enraged bull. Upon hearing Wade's words, the old man appeared even more exhilarated. "Wade, listen to me. Only true warriors dare to confront an angry bull, pluck its flower, and safeguard the world depends on you." The old man's fervent declaration ignited a fire within Wade, who, knowing he could not perish, immediately pivoted and executed a sliding tackle, landing a kick on the bull's physical form. Observing this, the old man hurried over, intent on seizing the flower from the deceased Wade's grasp. But Wade stubbornly clung to it. Wade, you are already dead. Let go of it, for heaven's sake. No, old man, I believe I can still salvage this. Save me. In response, the old man unleashed a ruthless strike, slapping Wade on the head and wresting the flower from him, pouring a pre-prepared sealing spell over the blossom. From the depths of my soul blooms this flower of hope. Here, by the decree of the Grand Mage, I bless you to vanquish evil. The flower radiated a verdant light, enveloping the old man, while divine armor gradually absorbed it. The bull, having lost its grip on death's allure, instantly turned its attention to the solitary figure adorned in hues of red and green, charging towards him. As the bull barreled forth, the old man drew back his bow, and as the bull approached, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing the bull to halt abruptly, letting out a howl as it exhaled a plume of darkness. The gates of hell beginning to unfurl. Just as the old man crossed his arms, preparing to relish the demon's cries as it was dragged into the abyss, the bull's form suddenly erupted, transforming into a young man of earthy hue. His features were unremarkable, the kind that blended into the crowd of millions. Seeing this, the old man's expression fell. He recognized the all-too-familiar scenario, realizing that the demons sealed here were utterly unlike those from his previous adventures. Gazing upon the ravaged landscape, the newly emerged bull clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully, restoring the land to its former glory, a resurgence of verdant life illuminating the world once more. A gust of wind swept in from afar, and this time he did not greet the bull. Instead, he reached out to gather the dark mist. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, the bull waved goodbye to the receding figure, then resolutely stepped through the gates of hell. Chapter 102. The lost ancient city of Atlantis. While the wind was preoccupied with saving the demon, the Holy Lord was equally engaged in rescuing the water demon, Basha. However, the Holy Lord was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the hellish gates sealing Basha resided within her own kingdom, known as the lost city of Atlantis. This place was not unfamiliar to the Holy Lord. She could navigate it even with her eyes closed, yet she had an aversion to that damp locale. Basha cherished water, transforming all her subjects into her vassals, a legion of fish folk dwelling in the ocean's depths. Truly, a repugnant thought. The fire dragon, even while bathing, did so amidst molten lava. There was no possibility of the Holy Lord venturing into a waterlogged realm. Absolutely not. Yet, some matters were beyond her desire to avoid. After prolonged waiting, Basha had lost her patience. The Holy Lord felt an inexorable pull from the depths of her soul, and in her desperation, she dialed the infernal Basha. Basha, it is I, the Holy Lord. Oh Lord, is there something amiss? I discovered you sealed within the gates of hell in Atlantis, and I am here to rescue you. After a moment of silence, Basha replied, Very well, I hope you can hasten your efforts and not prolong my waiting. Across the vast, boundless sea, a jet ski cut through the waves as Old Man and Steve braved the wind and surfed towards Atlantis. Come on, Steve, hurry up. I know, Old Man. We must not allow the water demon Basha to be released. No, Steve, who advised you to rent this jet ski? My back is nearly shattered. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Steve's forehead as he quietly added more fuel. With a roar, the engine surged, sending colossal waves crashing, drenching the soaring seagulls. In stark contrast to Old Man's constrained state, the Lord enjoyed a spacious setting aboard the Osborne family's grand cruise ship, gazing at the endless sea, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Curse you, Basha, and the 8 immortals. Why must the gate be situated in such a damp, oppressive locale? Darwin approached with a tray, and the Lord accepted the drink, downing it in one swift motion, even consuming the cup itself. Boss, I've heard that Atlantis is rich in gold. Is that true? The Lord cast a sidelong glance at Darwin. Such a trivial legend. Where did you hear that? Gold is no different from the sand and gravel on the ground for us. Only you humans hold it in such esteem. Darwin glanced at the Lord's garments, woven with golden threads, and the jewelry adorning him, which seemed to contradict his disdain for gold. Noticing Darwin's subtle expression, the Lord scoffed. Do you think I genuinely cherish these trinkets? They are merely materials for my magic. As products of stellar explosions, they significantly augment my magical power, allowing me to recover from this wretched weakness. Darwin nodded in agreement, realizing this had no bearing on him. Observing Darwin's skepticism, the Lord swiftly shifted the topic. Instead of wasting time discussing this, we should consider how to locate Basha's gate. As the Lord and Darwin conversed, Atlantis spotted their vessel and dispatched 30 of their finest merman warriors to stealthily approach. This did not elude the Lord's keen perception. However, as a crew of nefarious individuals, if they could not handle these few foes, there would be no need to venture to Atlantis. In the pitch-black corridor, a blue-skinned merman cautiously explored the surroundings, spear in hand. At that moment, a sound suddenly emanated from the shadows, resembling the noise made by a creature manipulating can. The merman, endowed with extraordinary vision honed from his life beneath the waves, stealthily approached the source. He raised the spear high and thrust it fiercely. Yet, as he withdrew the spear, he found only a solitary can embedded upon its tip. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, a ferocious roar reverberated through the air, and in an instant, the merman's neck was severed with precision, not a whisper escaping his lips. On the deck, 5 merman guards, armed with spears, surveyed their surroundings. Although they believed no land-dwelling nation could pose a threat to them, their negligence proved fatal. A piercing cry echoed. A pair of iron wings descended from the heavens, swiftly decapitating the 5 mermen in one fell swoop. Before rising again on the winds to alight atop the cruise ship, the figure casually arranged his metallic plumage, appearing less like a warrior emerging from battle and more like a supreme predator indulging in the effortless capture of prey. Simultaneously, blood splattered across the entire vessel, and not a single one of the 30 mermen could relay their plight back to Atlantis, all perishing on the spot. Lord of the Ocean, the merman squad is entirely uncontactable. Deep within the oceanic depths of Atlantis, a man with wings sprouting from his ankles, named Namor, calmly listened to the daily reports from his subordinates. Yet today's news was so shocking it rendered him momentarily speechless. The once invincible merman soldiers had met their demise en masse. Is it all true? Namor asked, his grip tightening around the trident. The emblem of authority passed down through generations, his face a mask of fury. The soldier nodded affirmatively, prompting Namor to sweep aside the soldier with a flick of his trident and venture out to sea. Perhaps even he did not foresee that the very demon from the childhood tales he had heard would be unleashed today, an opportunity granted by his own departure. Upon reaching the ocean's surface, Namor flapped his small wings to take flight, drawing the attention of the Holy Lord and others to this extraordinary figure. However, as Namor approached, the mysterious guest's Panka treasure box suddenly radiated light, causing Namor's trident to tremble uncontrollably. Observing this, the Holy Lord swiftly kicked the Panka box towards Namor. Instinctively, Namor raised his trident to block, but the moment they made contact, the trident shattered, and Namor was flooded with memories of an ancient legend. Millions of years ago, an evil merman had ruled Atlantis, subjecting its people to unbearable suffering, until one day, 8 immortal deities from the heavens sealed the demon within a gate to hell. It was then that Atlantis was freed from its torment, yet the story was far from over. The 8 immortal deities entrusted the gate of hell to the people of Atlantis, demanding that they deliver it to a kingdom within the desert, to a child named Apocalypse. However, Atlantis failed to fulfill this promise. After the departure of Bassa, they were submerged beneath the sea, losing their right to tread upon the land. This pact was remembered by the first generation, yet gradually faded into obscurity by the second. By the time of Namor, they had even forgotten the name of that demon. Yet today, the demon's name shall once again resonate throughout Atlantis. The gate of hell slowly creaked open, and Bassa flowed out like a pool of water, merging into the ocean, coalescing into a demon with azure skin, a grand fishtail, and numerous serpents adorning her crimson eyes. "Too slow, my lord. Your laziness surpasses my expectations," she remarked. "But you always seek me out. Could you manage without me?" The lord murmured in complaint, yet Bassa, standing before him, could not have been oblivious. She lowered her gaze, threateningly regarding him. "As the last demon to be released, my lord, I am quite displeased with your laxity. As one who has been enslaved, you ought to be more diligent." With resignation, the lord bowed. "Then, I beseech the great water demon Bassa to release my bindings." Bassa, playfully tracing the lord's face with her finger, gently kissed him and whispered in his ear, "Dream on, my lord." In that moment, as the lord stood in stunned disbelief, Bassa thrust him to the ground and plunged into the underwater realm. Chapter 103. 100 consecutive draws, having been treated so intimately by Bassa, The Lord distinctly sensed the glances filled with ambiguity from those nearby. Anger surged within him as he turned around, his eyes aflame with unmasked ferocity, prompting the others to shrink back in trepidation. Begone! At the command of the sovereign, several individuals immediately dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. As for the Namo brought forth by Basha, in the moment Basha flicked her tail, he was pulled into the depths of the sea to reconstruct her kingdom. Basha would require a multitude of slaves. Atlantis, the realm beneath the waves, has thrived for millennia, living in harmony with nature. And perhaps it will continue to do so for countless years to come. Yet today, Basha's arrival altered everything. "Welcome, Your Majesty," Basha's voice resonated through the underwater realm, awakening the dormant genes within the fishmen. Their eyes glowed a fierce crimson, their legs transformed into tails, and their forms became graceful, their features significantly enhanced. "Indeed, you read that correctly. I did not err. It is male." "Very well, my queen," she commanded. "Address me as Your Majesty." Basha conjured a long whip from the water, striking the fishmen with ferocity. Seemingly unsatisfied, she transformed it into a meteor hammer, striking them down one by one. If the male fishmen still held the right to engage with Basha, the female fishmen were swiftly transformed into clear water. Within Basha's kingdom, only her toys were required. In the sewers of New York, upon sensing Basha's release, Xiaofeng rose with an expressionless face, turning to depart without a word. However, at that moment, Jolan called out to him, "Xiaofeng." Xiaofeng glanced back, his demeanor cold and indifferent, remaining silent. Jolan, feeling a deep sorrow, asked, "Was everything you did worth it?" After a prolonged silence, Xiaofeng nodded, a glimmer of clarity returning to his gaze. "I believe it is worth it." As he spoke, Xiaofeng transformed into a wisp of wind. But just as he was about to leave, a faint white mist emanated from Jolan, entering Xiaofeng's being. Once Xiaofeng had departed, Jolan sighed, "My time is limited, Xiaofeng. I shall now seal myself. This is my final assistance to you." In that instant, Jolan closed his eyes tightly, delicate branches of flowers blooming from his form. Laurel, the emblem of the moon. Yet the blossoms gradually withered, petals cascading down. When the final petal fell, Jolan had truly become the demon of the moon. In an instant, Xiaofeng arrived at Atlantis faster than his father. At that moment, Basha completed her achievement of 100 consecutive draws from Namo and was about to take a respite when she heard Xiaofeng's call. "Basha, I need you. Please come forth to meet me." Upon hearing her name, Basha swam from her temporary palace, leaping out of the water with a splash. "Xiaofeng, you have come. Would you care to join me inside?" Faced with Basha's warm invitation, Xiaofeng remained impassive. The awkwardness of the situation was palpable, even to Bogan, who recognized that Xiaofeng was not in a favorable state. Basha immediately conjured a water sphere behind her, her gaze wary as she gently inquired, "Xiaofeng, I have prepared a lavish spread of delicacies. Would you not come in to sample them?" Under the vigilant gaze of Basha, Xiaofeng shook his head and retrieved a small jar from behind him. In the midst of Basha's watchful eyes, he abruptly crushed it, releasing a cloud of black mist that instantly captured Basha's attention. "What is this black mist?" Upon witnessing its emergence, Basha's inner desires were stirred, yet being a wise sorceress, she did not succumb to irrationality. Instead, she remained wary of Xiaofeng, who, noticing the caution in her eyes alongside the water balloon still clutched in her hand, scoffed disdainfully. "Do you not appreciate my gift?" Observing the peculiar demeanor of Xiaofeng, Basha promptly hurled the water balloon she held. It burst midair, creating a veil of mist. Xiaofeng, with a derisive sneer, disregarded her attempt to escape and forcefully pressed the black mist closer to her. "I did not seek your approval." Confronted with the black mist so near, Basha lost her composure. Taking a deep breath, she consumed the mist, and upon witnessing this, a smile crept onto Xiaofeng's lips as his form dissipated like the wind. Unbeknownst to Xiaofeng, all of this unfolded under the watchful eye of the Holy Lord, who chuckled coldly, seemingly aware of Xiaofeng's intentions, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Ah, Xiaofeng, all that you do is merely preparing a bridal gown for me." Basha's form began to shift. The transformations that had previously manifested in Bagong and Dequai now mirrored in her own being. Her body expanded, her azure skin deepening into a rich violet, as if the life of the ocean were simultaneously absorbing nuclear waste, leading to instantaneous demise. The ground and mountains began to crumble, the sea surged, and all of creation felt the repercussions. Water, water, I possess an inexhaustible supply of water. At that moment, Old Man and Steve finally arrived, witnessing the peculiar scales on Basha and the mutated hands of Bagong and Dequai. The old man realized that events were about to unfold in an unpredictable manner. He poured a pre-prepared potion into a gourd and handed it to Steve, instructing, "Blow into it like a flute, let its sound reverberate through the sea." Steve, observing the old man as he began to limber up, curious, asked, "If I do this, what will you do, old man?" With arms crossed and hands pressed back, his fingers cracking painfully, the old man replied, "I'll be off to buy oranges for you. Just wait here obediently." With that, the old man sidestepped and executed a perfect diving motion into the sea, swimming towards Basha. Steve shrugged, clearly perplexed by the old man's cryptic words, but he understood that the time had finally come for him to play an instrument, albeit not the flute he was accustomed to. With great effort, Steve blew into the gourd, causing the air to swirl inside before it was expelled before him without producing a sound. Bewildered, Steve stared at the gourd, suddenly realizing he had been outwitted by the old man. This device bore no holes. How could it possibly make any sound? He was poised to cast the gourd into the sea, but as he prepared to throw it downward, the gourd spout fortuitously aligned with Basha, unleashing a brilliant green beam that enveloped her, emitting a sizzling sound reminiscent of squid being grilled on an iron plate. The blinding light was overwhelming, and the waves seemed to extinguish it. With a mere wave of her hand, Basha commanded the tumultuous waves, each crashing one upon the other. Yet, before the gourd in Steve's grasp, these fierce assaults dissipated into calmness. Basha roared in fury, launching several water blades, but Steve, undeterred, engaged in a playful display of water drifting, racing freely upon a jet ski. However, unbeknownst to him, a delicate crack had begun to form on the gourd. As Steve reveled in his surfing, his father had silently crept closer to Basha, delivering a powerful punch. Basha, like water, dissolved upon impact, her form transformed, and even the denial capabilities of her divine armor could not strike her. Feeling the assault on her body, Basha executed a dramatic 180-degree turn, exclaiming, "It is you, great mage. Are you not aware that attacking a girl's body indiscriminately is wrong? I could sue you for sexual harassment." With a hand raised high, a jet of water erupted from her chest, sending her father flying away. Meanwhile, as Basha fought fiercely, Xiaofeng had arrived in Atlantis, observing the enslaved fishmen with a gaze devoid of compassion. The lives of these insignificant creatures evoked no sympathy within him. Only the plight of his brother could slightly stir the hardened heart he possessed. Upon reaching the central square of Atlantis, he beheld an unfinished stone statue, which others might not recognize, yet Xiaofeng remembered vividly. Iron Crutchley, a man who once rode a donkey backwards, had wobbled from afar, claiming to be merely a passing immortal, and had sealed Basha into hell. Gazing at the solitary gourd on the statue, a symbol of the figure, Xiaofeng struck it, causing the stone to shatter and a 7-colored gourd seed to roll forth. He caught it, furrowing his brow. After all these years, has the gourd transformed into a gourd seed? I hope it still holds power. Dissolving into the wind, he arrived at the battlefield atop the water, observing his father struggling. He tossed the gourd seed towards the divine armor. The moment the seed made contact, his father ceased to evade, and the armor radiated a spectrum of colors. Instantly, a punch sent forth a torrent of water, startling even Basha, who hastily dodged. As Basha evaded, the water surged into the ocean, revitalizing it and scattering vibrant hues. Her fishtail was propelled out of the water as the sea rejected her presence. Observing this, his father began to chant incantations, and the gourd in Steve's hand gleamed brightly, drawing Basha into it in one swift motion. Steve, riding his jet ski, approached his father and handed him the gourd. "Father, the gourd." His father took it, growing increasingly uneasy, pondering why the gates of hell had yet to manifest. "Steve, are you certain that Basha has been drawn in?" Steve nodded, gesturing to his eyes to indicate that he had witnessed it with both. "This is rather peculiar." Just as the old man was engulfed in confusion, a multitude of cracks suddenly appeared on the gourd, and with a loud bang, an endless torrent of water instantaneously submerged the two. Gurgling and laughing, the Grand Mage proclaimed, "Submit to your fate." As the old man found himself submerged, He raised his hand, and his form began to expand, leading Steve out of the watery abyss. What did you say? The old man's form shifted, transforming into 7, each adorned in divine armor of 7 distinct colors. The 7 old men unleashed a righteous onslaught, overwhelming Basha and knocking her to the ground. The shattered gourd could not be mended. The old man formed a series of intricate gestures, merging the 7 into a singular entity, a vibrant gourd of many hues. With a resounding crash, it struck Basha, who expelled a cloud of dark energy, her body fracturing like glass, as the gates of hell slowly creaked open. As the gourd dissipated, Basha rose from the ground, her eyes crescent-shaped and clear as crystal, her blue hair cascading like a waterfall in the wind, while 2 small serpents affectionately licked her palm. Basha gazed around in confusion, but upon noticing an inconspicuous corner, a playful smile blossomed on her face as she blew a kiss in that direction and turned to step into the gates of hell. This time, the old man clearly perceived the presence of the dark energy and reached out to seize it. However, as he made contact, a gust of wind knocked him back, and the once green aura surrounding the howling wind had now turned entirely black. Grand Mage, you have triumphed again, but your fortune shall not last. Observing the appearance of the howling wind, the old man furrowed his brow, sensing that this entity resembled the embodiment of the dark energy. Should the dark energy manifest, the righteous forces would not remain idle. What, then, was the true nature of this howling wind? In the blink of an eye, the howling wind vanished, leaving the old man no time to ponder its existence as his internal magic was drained, plunging him into the sea of nothingness. Awakening amidst a dazzling array of starlight, he found himself enveloped in boundless bewilderment. Old man, old man. Echoes of distant calls reached him. He wished to respond, but found his mouth sealed shut. In his frantic state, a beam of white light illuminated the entirety of his world. The specters of war, your end is nigh. Before the old man stood 5 men and 2 women, representing water, earth, fire, wind, thunder, mountain, and moon. With their profound sorcery, they sealed 9 fierce demon warriors with green faces and sharp fangs within their masks. In an instant, a multitude of white lights flashed before the old man's eyes, filling the realm with laughter and joy. Just as he pondered the nature of these occurrences, a figure emerged from the unknown space. Xiaoyu? The newcomer bore a striking resemblance to the grown-up Xiaoyu, yet there was an added air of innocence that contrasted with the older version in the old man's memories. She tilted her head and addressed him. Xiaoyu? Strange appellations abound. As a harbinger of righteousness, you ought to address me as the saint warrior. Nonetheless, such trivialities are of little consequence. Having witnessed the recent spectacle, what thoughts occupy the mind of the Grand Mage? The elder shook his head, for he was utterly bewildered by the previous events, rendering him incapable of forming any sentiments. Observing the elder's perplexity, Little You mistakenly assumed he was deeply moved and, finding herself at a loss for words, lamented on his behalf. The dragon-slaying youths have ultimately transformed into malevolent dragons, once champions of world salvation. These heroes have been forsaken by the dark aura, which has drawn them into an unfathomable abyss. Little Yu's words left the elder in a state of confusion. He could not grasp the significance of such a scene or its connection to himself. However, had this group comprised 8 individuals, he might have discerned that these former heroes were, in fact, the 8 great demons. The elder nodded, as if to acknowledge Little Yu's assertion, though he remained uncertain of what he was affirming. Yet, the words of righteousness could not be erroneous. Seeing the elder acquiesce, Little Yu felt a surge of joy and waved her hand, causing the ambience to shift once more. A protracted existence is a lamentable and solitary affair. Even erstwhile heroes, subjected to the ravages of time, may become indistinguishable between right and wrong, merciless and cruel, not to mention the influence of the dark aura, which has transformed them into wicked dragons. The scene before the elder mirrored a scroll he had unearthed from antiquity, depicting 8 demons dominating the skies, lands, seas, and cosmos. In that moment, the elder comprehended why the 8 great demons he had sealed bore such dissimilarities to those in the original narrative. Yet, just as he sought to inquire further, the cacophony from outside swelled, surpassing Little Yu's protective barrier. Elder, awaken. Your wife has given birth, and the child is not yours. Little Yu stifled a laugh, causing the elder to feel a flush of embarrassment. After a brief chuckle, she waved her hand, saying, "Grand Mage, it appears the outside world is quite concerned for your well-being. I shall not intrude further. Continue with your current endeavors as though it were the righteous salvation granted to heroes." However, just as the elder wished to pose another question, a sudden sharp pain jolted through his face, and the wondrous imagery dissipated, revealing Steve poised to deliver a hefty blow. Chapter 105. The Sacred Hall of the Demon City. As Steve's hand descended, a chill enveloped him. It was as if he beheld his great-grandmother beckoning him. Instantly, he halted his motion and glanced downward. At that moment, the elder glared at Steve with eyes devoid of vitality, as if to challenge him to proceed. Steve, caught in the awkwardness, sheepishly retracted his hand, aiding the elder to his feet. He proceeded to massage the elder's waist and shoulders, even pouring him a cup of hot tea. "Elder, you have endured much. The seawater was frigid indeed. You must drink plenty of hot water to stave off illness." The elder took a sip of tea, nodding in satisfaction, yet soon shifted the topic. "The tea you brewed today is commendable, but I recall having instructed you not to employ that damned method of rescuing people on me. How did you manage to do it?" Steve's hair stood on end as his great-grandmother, who had seemingly appeared from afar, smiled and waved at his father, her expression conveying a message that seemed to say, "Dear grandson, hurry, great-grandmother has already made arrangements for you." In the throes of life and death, Steve's latent potential surged forth, tears streaming down his face in a heart-wrenching display of grief. "Oh, father, I thought you were gone. How could you have survived? It must surely be the ancestors' blessings that have allowed you to return. I shall feast for 3 days in celebration of your miraculous return." As he beheld the increasingly radiant smile on his father's face, Steve dared to believe that Wade's teachings had finally borne fruit. However, he soon found himself hoisted up by both his great-grandmother and great-grandfather. Instantly shifting his tone, Steve slid into a kneeling position, confessing, "Father, I was wrong. Everything earlier was taught to me by Wade. If you seek someone to blame, let it be him." "Ah, I see," his father replied with a knowing nod. Though Steve was not particularly wise, it was clear he would not intentionally provoke his father. Only Wade possessed the audacity to do such a thing. Had Wade been privy to his father's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have labeled Steve a fool and warmly inquired about his family, while expressing that such stereotypes were perilous. Meanwhile, at his father's hamburger joint, Wade was attending to the last customer, nonchalantly tossing pink snot into a hamburger, which he affectionately dubbed the Snot Burger, a concoction devoid of meat or vegetables. This nutritional burger, a standard fare of the Life Protection Organization, was exclusively provided by the antique shop owned by Steve's father and Chef Wade himself. In truth, this peculiar creation had been discovered by Wade while cleaning the restroom. But in a place as eccentric as America, merely putting up a sign was enough to attract buyers. The Life Protection Organization had thoroughly eclipsed both vegetarians and carnivores, establishing itself as a benchmark for the new American generation, and Wade was reaping substantial rewards. As Wade presented a new burger to the patrons, he urged them to raise their hands. "Come, everyone, shout our resounding slogan. No to animals, no to plants, protect life, starting with me." Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Wade lost himself in the moment, yet suddenly felt an eerie chill, as if some great terror had set its sights upon him. "Oh no!" Meanwhile, as Steve's father continued his rescue antics, the master was hastily making his way to the magical city. However, upon the master's arrival in the waters of Huaxia, an elder within the sanctuary abruptly opened his eyes, golden light radiating from his being. With a low grunt, the master, far above on the ocean's surface, was struck by a bolt of lightning. Has it truly become this perilous in my absence of a few years? The Holy Lord brushed away the dust from his face, gazing solemnly at the tumultuous clouds above. The situation had escalated to rival the tempest conjured by the sky demon, Shimu. However, this was of little concern to the Holy Lord. 5 lightning rods ascended from the vessel of Osborne, and the Holy Lord observed this spectacle with keen interest. Crack, 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 crack. As anticipated, upon the emergence of the lightning rods, the Holy Lord was spared from further strikes. Yet the dazzling display of lightning before him left him utterly astonished. What is happening? Is it the Middle Soviet? Have they emerged? Why is this lightning targeting me alone amidst such a vast expanse of sea? Oh heavens, are you toying with me? At the very moment the Holy Lord uttered these words, a small golden figure erupted from the sea, standing before him like a grand gate. Before you lies Huaxia. Entry for aberrations forbidden. Ordinary individuals would typically retreat at such an apparition, but the Holy Lord was no ordinary man. The more formidable the challenge, the more resolutely he advanced. Reaching into his pocket, he grasped a few dragon fangs and cast them into the air. With a gentle tap of his staff, 3 colossal magic circles materialized, a demonstration of respect as he initiated an extraordinary spell. Meteoric volcano, celestial obstruction, cataclysmic tsunami, 3 distinct celestial phenomena manifested simultaneously. Yet the golden giant remained unmoved. With a sweeping motion of its hand, it unleashed a series of explosive sounds, severing one of its own arms, though the 3 spells simultaneously lost their potency. Before you lies Huaxia, entry for aberrations forbidden. Faced with such a formidable golden giant, even a holy lord could not suppress a gasp. Although his current strength paled in comparison to his prime, these 3 spells were not something just anyone could withstand. Entry for aberrations forbidden? Then I shall defiantly enter. Though the giant was fearsome, it was far from a source of trepidation for the Saint Lord. With merely 3 dragon teeth, one could obliterate an arm of the foe, leading the Saint Lord to a lucrative opportunity. He casually flung the dragon teeth, conjuring countless advanced magical formations out of thin air. The giant, undeterred, swung its sword, causing both itself and the magic to dissipate into nothingness. Upon witnessing this, the Saint Lord exhaled a sigh of relief, reassured that it was indeed possible to vanquish the creature. Accelerating his pace, he hastened towards the demon city, wary of lingering in such perilous circumstances. As he disembarked, an elderly man stood calmly at the exit, hands clasped together, seemingly awaiting someone. The Saint Lord, intent on swiftly passing by the elder to rescue the besieged, found his path obstructed as the elder positioned himself directly in front of him. Esteemed demon sorcerer, I trust we have been quite clear above the seas. You possess no right to enter Huaxia. I implore you to depart. The Saint Lord regarded the elder, his aura surging forth, yet the elder met him with equal defiance, subtly bowing as his own formidable presence radiated unabashedly. No one dared approach them, as the tension warped the very air around them. After an extended standoff, the Saint Lord exhaled, sensing his victory. The elder, blood spilling from his mouth, collapsed to the ground, laughing and gasping. It is indeed rare to encounter a demon sorcerer capable of entering Huaxia, such as yourself. Surely, you must have been granted permission long ago. In that case, I shall not hinder you further. Please, proceed. The Saint Lord nodded, lifting his proud head. Once again treading upon the kingdom he had ruled thousands of years prior. Chapter 106. The Celestial Master Saint Lord. The rapid transformation of the demon city nearly rendered the Saint Lord unrecognizable. What was once a slum under his dominion had now evolved into one of Huaxia's major consumer hubs. As he walked through, he observed much, feeling a wave of nostalgia. However, upon reaching the grand entrance of the holy temple, he looked disdainfully at the ocean before it. Is this sea meant to keep me out? Hearing the Saint Lord's words, the elder paused, turning back to him and silently nodding. Frustration mingled with irony for the Saint Lord, yet for the sake of his grand design, he ultimately refrained from any action. He followed the elder into the temple, but the moment he stepped inside, an unusual aura enveloped him. As the elder guided the way, the Saint Lord halted, extending his hand to touch the floor, where a thin veil of mist cloaked the surface. What is this? The inquiry of the sovereign caused the elderly man ahead to halt his steps. Turning around, he observed the sovereign meticulously tearing apart the ethereal mass on the ground, prompting him to hasten forward and reclaim it, firmly pressing it back into place. Witnessing the mass coalesce seamlessly, the elder's anxious heart finally found solace. He addressed the sovereign, "Sir, I implore you not to touch anything." The sovereign nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, unbeknownst to the elder, he had concealed a small fragment of the earlier ethereal mass within his robe. As they continued onward, the sovereign, the enigmatic guest, and others resembled tourists, occasionally snapping photographs and posing for group shots. They eventually arrived before a profound, shadowy gateway, where they came to a halt. At that moment, a verdant glow emanated from the backpack of the enigmatic guest, tugging insistently towards the grand entrance. However, just as the guest approached, a golden hand intercepted him, preventing any further advance of the precious artifact. The sovereign squinted at the unfolding scene as an elderly man with a youthful visage emerged from the depths of the golden hand. "Sovereign, now that you have ventured forth, why do you seek the gate to your own inferno?" At the instant the youthful elder appeared, the man who had guided the sovereign bowed deeply, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the Celestial Master." The Celestial Master nodded, lifting the elder with a gesture. The elder cast a glance back at the sovereign before silently retreating from the scene, muttering under his breath, "All are formidable figures. I dare not provoke them, and shall take my leave." As the elder exited, the sovereign took a step forward, and an ethereal mass arose unbidden, obstructing his path. With a casual flick, the sovereign stirred it as effortlessly as one might lift a delicate veil. "How is it that, after all these years, you have forgotten your own king?" he questioned. "The most tyrannical dragon in history. How could you dare to forget?" The Celestial Master's garments rustled in the wind as he stepped forward. "Tyrannical? In my time, your sole obligation was to serve me, ensuring your sustenance and security. Is that not an act of kindness?" The wrathful flames of the Lord ignited, illuminating the forsaken candlestick beside the temple. "If your so-called mercy equates to everything belonging to you, then your benevolence is merely the most inexpensive form of charity." The Celestial Master radiated with a brilliance of thunder and gold, stepping forth before the Lord, both unwilling to concede, locked in a fierce standoff. At that moment, the Lord smirked, the Panka treasure box still affixed to the grand entrance. As the gates of hell swung open, the entire city of demons was engulfed in a tumultuous current, the intricate terrain of the 9 curves and 18 palaces utterly ravaged, the gates shattered, leaving only the core lock of the Panka treasure box intact. Zhong-Su emerged slowly from the gates of hell, lightning crackling around him. Upon seeing the Lord, he opened his mouth to speak, but in the blink of an eye, he, along with the mysterious guest and others, was cast out to the sea. With a resounding splash, Zhong-Su and the mysterious guest fell into the vast ocean bewildered, gazing at the endless expanse of the sea. The Lord calmly fiddled with a wisp of energy in his sleeve. Among them, he was the only one untouched by water, and Zhong-Su, witnessing such an elegant demeanor, felt a surge of anger. He summoned lightning, intent on striking the Lord. The Lord merely swayed slightly, causing the cloud of energy in his hand to dissipate. "Calm down, Sun-Su. It was not I who brought you here, nor do I wish to see you transformed into a drenched hippo," he remarked. Unyielding, Zhong-Su brandished his lightning, determined to subject the Lord to a test. "You deceitful dragon, I shall not believe a word you say." The Lord shook his head, effortlessly evading Zhong-Su's attack, and replied nonchalantly, "That is precisely why I dislike releasing you from the gates of hell. Did you not notice the colossal magical formation enveloping that nation? Do not act so foolishly, my brother." In an instant, the Lord flashed forward, delivering a sharp slap to Zhong-Su's face. Stunned yet slightly indignant, Zhong-Su questioned when he had ever endured such humiliation. As a man daring to provoke righteousness, he needed to assert his authority. With a thunderous roar, the clouds of judgment were summoned, casting a dark shroud over the sea. Observing the intensity of the storm, the Lord waved his hand dismissively, subtly shifting 2 centimeters to the left. Just as the lightning was about to strike the Lord, it inexplicably veered off course, lashing across Zhong-Su's face and leaving a long, jagged mark like that of a whip. With that strike, Zhong-Su regained his composure, redirecting his gaze towards the direction indicated by the Lord. A massive, magical formation loomed above the nation like a cloud, its mysterious power igniting an insatiable yearning within Zhong-Su, compelling him to focus his attention unwaveringly. What is this entity? The divine kingdom on earth, a mere concept, was inscribed in my magic from years past, yet I never succeeded. Upon hearing this, Zhong and Su fell into silence. Seizing the moment, the Holy Lord vanished with his subordinates, leaving no trace behind. At the holy temple of the demon city, the Celestial Master gazed at the ruined sanctuary, rendered speechless. It seemed that this year's reimbursement would necessitate an additional request. At that moment, the Celestial Master noticed the Panka treasure box lodged in the door. However, just as he intended to retrieve it, the box emitted a burst of green light and subsequently vanished through the river of time and space. The Panka treasure box found its way into the hands of a dark-skinned individual, the Conqueror Khan. Is this the essence of righteousness and malevolence? an artifact from another world. If we were to absorb it into our realm, we would ascend to greater heights. So, esteemed colleagues, let us commence. 5 entities, their forms imperceptible, took their positions around Kong, who stood at the center, cradling the Panga treasure box. Together, they began to unleash their powers simultaneously. The box was gradually deciphered, revealing the central green orb before them. Is this the power of Qi? A wondrous form of magic, the 7th infinite gem is destined to be born again. Now, let us proceed with the allocation. Agreed. The 6 individuals simultaneously channeled their energies into the gem, hoping to assimilate its power within their own beings. The gem's strength began to be absorbed as they had anticipated, yet soon they found themselves overwhelmed, unwittingly disrupting the balance of absorption. Mine. I desire more. It was I who opened this, and thus I am the greatest contributor. I brought back the Panga treasure box. Its power rightfully belongs to me. You are talking nonsense. In the Marvel Universe, a few supreme beings commenced a fierce confrontation, where the essence of righteousness and darkness did not solely derive from their powers, but rather from the very origins of their worlds. An ancient tome emerged within a jewel amidst their struggle, as energies flowed back into the gem, gradually enlarging it and engulfing the disputing figures. It even began to absorb the sacred timeline. With a resounding crack, the gem shattered, exploding instantaneously and sweeping across the entire Marvel Universe. The energies transformed into a pure essence and a murky presence, with the former ascending and the latter descending. Yet they remained intertwined, much like the quarreling individuals who had just engaged in conflict. The outer shell of the gem, along with the sacred timeline, morphed into an ancient book titled Chronicles of Time, revolving at the very end of time. Darkness, you have exhausted your tactics. Righteousness, the game has only just begun. Chapter 107. The housewarming feast. Old man's antique shop. Before the antique shop, a throng of people gathered. After months of restoration, Tony had finally restored the old man's antique shop to its former glory. Under Stark's hand, the shop not only retained the old man's rustic decor, but also acquired a touch of Stark's signature style. Luxurious, minimalist, spacious, practical, and comfortable. The shelves displayed an array of rare artifacts circulating in the black market, while the counter was crafted from golden silk enamel wood, and the staircase was sculpted from a single massive piece of redwood. Ascending the spiral staircase were the personal quarters of Steve, Wade, and Tony, each reflecting their unique characteristics while allowing ample personal space. Particularly, Wade's door was secured with 36 specially reinforced locks, designed in a bank style, ensuring excellent soundproofing for his tranquil rest without disturbing others. The study served as the old man's private domain. Here, Tony refrained from making drastic changes, opting instead to replace some ancient chairs and tables with more exquisite pieces made of ebony. An accomplished wizard from England once remarked that ebony is the finest material for defense. Furniture crafted from it guarantees durability for centuries. Tony, not lacking in funds, procured the ebony and also acquired a few books on wand-making techniques from the wizard, which, though incomprehensible, were placed on the bookshelf, earning a nod of satisfaction from the old man. The guests outside then surged in like a swarm, having partaken in a modest overtime effort organized by SHIELD to ensure ample time and personnel for the housewarming celebration. The once spacious antique shop began to feel somewhat cramped. Consequently, Tony decided to convert the kitchen and their personal rooms into additional venues for the festivities. As the celebration commenced, Tony Stark, the butterfly of the soiree, began to seek out beautiful blooms amidst the gathering. Soon, a vision clad in a white dress, Natasha, caught his eye. With a cocktail in hand, Tony smoothly approached her, inadvertently displacing Coulson, who had been conversing with Natasha. "Oh, beautiful lady, might I tempt you with a cocktail?" As the conversation flowed, Tony brought the cocktail to Natasha's lips. Natasha, with a shy smile, accepted it, and Tony conjured another glass from behind him to toast with her. "Tony, my friend, I hope you noticed me and not merely engaged in idle chatter with Agent Natasha." Coulson approached, joining Tony in a toast. Tony nodded with a smile and downed his drink. "Of course, Coulson, you are the best. Remember what you said before? You are the heroes in the shadows." Steve approached, grinning, offering a light-hearted commentary on Tony's flirtatious demeanor. Not out of reproach, for Tony's kind of charm had become a moral benchmark in American society. "Coulson, don't mind him. Tony loses himself in the presence of women." "Hey, Captain, if you expose my secrets like that, How can I perform in front of Miss Natasha? Tony feigned indignation, casting a mock glare at Steve, prompting laughter from those around. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed, "Hey, Steve, where's Dad's hot tea?" Upon hearing the call, Steve quickly apologized and hurried to the kitchen to brew a pot of hot tea for Dad. "Hot tea is the best. Alcohol will only hasten my old bones into retirement." After savoring a sip of tea, Dad nodded, glancing at Steve standing nearby, and waved him off dismissively. "What are you doing just standing there? Go attend to the guests. It's rather impolite." Steve, upon hearing this, nodded and swiftly disappeared. Just as the festivities were in full swing, a mighty Mjolnir, accompanied by an unconscious blonde man, pierced through the atmosphere and landed in front of Dad's antique shop. With a thunderous crash, the joyous atmosphere of the celebration was abruptly interrupted. The guests immediately drew their weapons and rushed out of the antique shop. As they emerged, they beheld a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man wielding Mjolnir, who exclaimed, "I am Thor, the god of thunder," with a booming voice rather than eliciting fear. He was met with weapons aimed at him. Thor raised his hammer and proclaimed, "I am the son of Odin, the All-Father." Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, he attempted to assert his might once more, but as a star-shaped object drew near, a loud bang echoed, and a multitude of stars circled above him, causing Thor to collapse. Once or twice is enough. Does this not grow tiresome? Captain Steve dragged Thor from the pit, Mjolnir in hand, emerging from the depths. At that moment, Dad strolled leisurely out of the antique shop, witnessing Steve with the hammer of the god of thunder, and exclaimed, "Well, it seems Steve is not even pretending anymore." Upon witnessing the astonished expression of his father, Steve immediately mimicked Thor's demeanor, raising the hammer in his shield-bearing hand. "I am Thor, the god of thunder." The hammer responded with a resounding thunderclap, prompting his father to exclaim, "Steve, you truly are the long-lost brother of Thor, aren't you? A true god of thunder indeed. This must be the work of Steve." Hearing the thunder, Steve gazed perplexedly at the clear sky, wondering if this hammer might be the magical artifact his father had mentioned. At last, old Steve, have risen. From this day forth, I, Steve the Patriotic, shall also make my entrance with an air of grandeur." Just as Steve was caught in his whimsical revelry, the unconscious Thor roused, glaring at Steve with his own hammer in hand. Infuriated, he swiftly struck Steve on the head, reclaiming his weapon. "You little thief, daring to steal my hammer. Behold, for the glory of the northern gods." With a mighty leap, Thor, crackling with lightning, charged at Steve, who instinctively raised his shield. A thunderous clash echoed as metal met metal, causing the dragon-engraved sigils on Steve's shield to erupt in a fiery explosion. Thor, once the god of thunder, was suddenly transformed by the blast into a rather disheveled figure. After an extensive journey through the cosmos, and now days from the blow and the sudden fiery assault, Thor succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Captain, that was magnificent." While others stood in astonished silence, Coulson had already begun capturing a series of photographs of Steve, deeming Thor's plight post-explosion unworthy of documentation without Steve's dazzling moment. Observing this motley crew, Dr. Banner quietly began to gather Thor's remains. Just as he was about to drag Thor away, their father approached, placing a horse sigil upon Thor, instantly restoring him to his golden-haired, blue-eyed self. In awe of such miraculous abilities, Banner's eyes sparkled with desire as he turned to their father, imploring, "Please, continue with the updates." Chapter 108. A great crisis. Thor awoke from his stupor, gazing around in confusion. It appeared to be a banquet hall, the scent of malt wafting through the air. Instantly captivated, Thor's attention was drawn to a deliciously fragrant orange-yellow beverage on the table. In that moment, he forgot his current predicament, fixating on the beer Steve had placed there, feeling as though it were a connection across lifetimes. Thor attempted to rise, but suddenly felt a tugging force behind him. Looking down, he saw ropes binding him to a chair, and he struggled fiercely against his restraints. At that moment, Steve approached, seizing Thor's coveted beer and downing it in one gulp, letting out a satisfying belch. Thor's heart shattered at the sight of Steve's blissful ignorance. Noticing Thor's distress, Steve, a bit puzzled, knelt beside him, casually draping an arm around his shoulder, and, in a tipsy manner, remarked, "Buddy, why are you just sitting here? Let us indulge in some libations," Thor exclaimed, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Steve. "If it weren't for you binding me here, That drink would surely remain in my grasp. As he spoke, Coulson approached. Greetings, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Might Thor enlighten me on the purpose of your visit to Earth? Oomph. Thor scowled, initially inclined to divulge the information to Coulson, yet upon noticing Steve nearby, he hesitated. Coulson, feigning difficulty, scratched his head and, in a tone audible to all present, pretended to speak softly. Unwilling to share, are we? This complicates matters. I suppose I shall have to pour out these delectable beers one by one before you feel inclined to speak. Thor turned, astonished, gazing at Coulson. Are you a devil? Oh, hold on, do not be like that. Ask whatever you wish, just provide me with that sweet liquid in return. Coulson shrugged, having observed Thor quietly since he regained consciousness. Noticing Thor's fixation on a pint of beer, he had surmised that this extraterrestrial harbored a fondness for it. He presented a glass of beer before everyone, and Thor gulped, but Coulson discreetly shifted it back, maintaining a calm demeanor as he posed a question. One question, one beer. Understand? Thor nodded eagerly, the delightful aroma nearly overwhelming his senses. What is your purpose here? Upon hearing Coulson's inquiry, Thor's gaze sharpened, his eyes piercing as they fixed upon Coulson. After a deep breath, he spoke slowly. I am Thor, a warrior from Asgard. A crisis has emerged on Earth. The Chitauri army is imminent, and I must join the Justice League to combat my nefarious brother, Loki. Just as Thor's words faded at the abyss of the cosmos, a powerful figure with a bald purple head crushed a soldier's skull effortlessly before confronting Loki. He presented Loki with a curved staff embedded with the Mind Stone. 12 sigils. A power to alter the universe. Such power appearing in a diminutive realm, the world of humans, is perilous yet could expedite our grand design. Go forth, Loki. The Chitauri will follow closely behind to ensure your passage. A haze of azure mist transformed into a portal, sending Loki to Earth. Behind the purple figure, an elderly man clad in a black robe emerged. Can these sigils truly save this world? Please trust me, my friend. As your ally, I am steadfastly loyal. The purple yam's spirit nodded in undeniable agreement. Observing the skepticism of the elderly man in black, he conjured a blueprint of the future with a wave of his hand, manifesting 12 talismans that transformed into boundless energy, destined to nourish all realms. Great leader, as you have asserted, war shall not cease. However, with the possession of infinite energy, they shall at least refrain from fighting over resources. The purple yam's spirit gazed upon the blueprint crafted by the man in black, nodding in acknowledgement, yet glimpsing a vision of millennia hence, where conflict would once again arise, not for resources, but for the mere sake of war itself. The desire for life is insatiable. When one acquires a modest abode, the yearning for a grander dwelling ensues. When one possesses a simple automobile, aspirations for an aircraft carrier emerge. As long as life exists, strife shall persist. At the Osborn Tower, the Lord of the Holy Spirit, embodied within Osborn, sat serenely atop the high edifice, surveying the streets below. 2 glasses of red wine adorned the table, seemingly awaiting a guest. Suddenly, a gust of wind shattered the glass before him, and a wave of black mist surged forth. The Lord observed the dark vapor, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, as he excitedly proclaimed, "The black mist is mine." He consumed the darkness in one swift motion. Yet Osborn, as a mere human, could not withstand the overwhelming power of such pure blackness, and cried out in agony. However, as a radiant green light suddenly illuminated Osborn's form, chains appeared to break around him, and the Lord's soul liberated itself from Osborn's corporeal vessel. In a fervent display of freedom, the Lord soared through the air, roaring with exhilaration. The mountains, earth, and oceans trembled simultaneously as the hexagrams of Can, Cohen, Can, and Lee unfolded, composing the semi-octagonal framework of the pickled nation. The 4 forces of the ominous hexagram forged a new vessel for the Lord, the head of the Lord. The robust body of Bogang, the hands of Dikue, and the fishtail of Basha, forming a new ominous visage. After several cups of wine, Thor, caught in the revelry, became quite inebriated. Although Coulson persisted with inquiries, Thor ceased to respond, instead embracing Steve, and both indulged in their libations with abandon. Tony, witnessing this, felt a throbbing headache. Just moments ago, they had discussed a galaxy-threatening event, and now they were drinking with such abandon. "Captain, please stop drinking. We have yet to ascertain how many enemies Thor truly has." In response to Tony's plea, Steve shrugged him off and playfully poured him a drink, scoffing. What does it matter how many? Tony, keep drinking. By then, the three of us shall each take down his so-called fleet with ease. Gulp, 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 the sound of Tony being poured a drink. Thor raised another cup, burping drunkenly. Indeed, brother speaks wisely. Is it not merely 300,000 soldiers? When the time comes, you and I shall each take down 13, no matter who they send against us. 300,000. The mere thought of that number sends chills down Tony's spine. This is not about a group of individuals in Africa wielding sticks. Rather, it pertains to a formidable extraterrestrial force capable of interstellar combat. Tony harbors legitimate doubts. Could such a battalion obliterate Earth with a mere sneeze? Indeed, this is no exaggeration. Were it not for the cinematic necessity of exhilarating battles, Thanos could effortlessly obliterate the entire planet with the weaponry aboard his ship, even from the depths of the cosmos. Well said, Thor. Come, brother, let us confront the aliens, Steve declares as he attempts to pull Thor to his feet, as if the extraterrestrial threat looms right at their doorstep, prompting an impromptu showdown. Wait, Tony interjects, startled by their eagerness. You two like this, off to battle aliens? You might lose yourselves before even stepping outside. After restraining Steve, Tony playfully delivered a couple of sharp slaps to his cheeks until Steve's face flushed crimson. Only then did Tony grasp Steve by the collar and implore, Captain, for the love of reason, did you not hear what Thor just mentioned? 300,000. Even if you swung your shield until it smokes, you wouldn't defeat them all. Furthermore, they are an interstellar force with weaponry beyond our imagination. Steve seemed to regain a semblance of clarity, shaking his head as he processed the staggering figure of 300,000. He immediately tugged at Tony. Oh, it's just 300,000, right? You take on 100,000, and Thor and I will handle the other 200,000. Problem solved. Thor, perhaps genuinely intoxicated, let out a belch and concurred with Steve. Old Steve, no issues there. I am Thor, the god of thunder. A mere 100,000 is but a trifle. Upon hearing this, Steve eagerly insisted on dragging Tony and Thor out to confront the aliens. Faced with these two intoxicated comrades, Tony felt utterly exasperated, especially with Thor, who had come to Earth to assemble a team. If he could take on 100,000 alone, what was the point of having him around? I could simply conjure some duplication magic. Wait, 100,000 is simply not feasible, Tony protested, struggling to free himself from Steve's iron grip, clutching his flushed right wrist in exasperation. Steve and Thor exchanged glances, visibly unimpressed, and Steve scoffed, all right, if you can't handle 100,000, then Thor and I shall tackle an additional 20,000. 80,000. Can you manage that? If not, go entertain the children at their table. Tony was incensed by Steve's nonchalance regarding the 20,000 high-tech aliens. Captain, my suggestion is to mass-produce Iron Man suits, so everyone possesses the means to defend themselves and join the fray. Before Tony could finish his thought, Steve swiftly interrupted. Enough, Tony. If you can't handle 80,000, then it's settled. Thor and I will go, just 15,000 each, right? Just warm enough to loosen up. Don't sit at our table next time. As the words fell, Steve pushed Tony aside and made his way toward the door. Tony, with a resigned gesture, shielded his eyes with his hand and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, down. A loud thud echoed as the two tumbled to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Hearing the sound, Tony raised an eyebrow and walked over to Steve, delivering a playful kick to his American posterior. Honestly, why can't he just behave? Drinking too much brings out the worst. Chapter 109. The Fire Lord, the Holy Master. In the study, Banner sat across from his father. Ever since Banner witnessed the formidable power of the talisman, he had implored his father to utilize it to cure the green monster within him. However, rather than seeking a remedy, it was more accurate to say that he yearned to eradicate the soul of Hulk residing within. This was something the talisman could not achieve, not at least in its current state. In the past, when the talisman possessed the authority of the bizarre, it could effortlessly accomplish such feats. Purity of spirit was indeed wondrous. Just as his father was about to elucidate this matter to Banner, an ominous premonition struck. His father shuddered, and the Bagua diagram hanging on the wall shattered into two halves. Oh no, it's dark energy. His father sprinted toward the door. Although he was uncertain of the exact direction, the overwhelming presence of dark energy was akin to a beacon in the fog, impossible to ignore. Wait for me, old man. Seriously, Help me." Seeing his father dash toward the exit, Banner hurriedly followed suit. Along the way, his father encountered Coulson and a bewildered Tony, who looked on in confusion as he suddenly felt a squishy sensation beneath his feet. Such trivialities were of no concern to his father, especially with the emergence of the dark energy demon. Yet, Banner, trailing closely behind his father, clearly witnessed as his father's heel inadvertently stomped into Captain America's backside. Even in the midst of slumber, the Captain's eyes instinctively shed a tear. Banner sidestepped to pay his respects to Steve's unconscious form before chasing after his father. As they ran, flames engulfed the streets of Manhattan, and a noxious yellow smoke billowed upward. Just a whiff of it nearly made his father vomit the entirety of his earlier meal. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors from the ground drew nearer, and as the old man raised his gaze, a grotesque creature of indeterminate origin materialized before him. Were it not for the semblance of a face, he might have failed to recognize the master. "You dare to unleash poison?" the old man exclaimed, retching thrice in quick succession. The relentless stench was truly unbearable, overwhelming him with a profound sense of the world's malignant intent. The master, unfazed by the old man's words, maintained an expressionless demeanor, resembling a mechanical automaton. With a robotic motion, he raised his left hand, preparing to strike down. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Hulk appeared before the old man, intercepting the master's assault. Yet, the Hulk was not in a favorable state either. As an enhanced mutant, his sense of smell was even more acute than that of the old man. "This is unbearable," the Hulk grumbled, detesting the atmosphere surrounding him. Faced with such distressing circumstances, he instinctively attempted to cover his nose and retreat. However, the master was relentless, unleashing a barrage of attacks without hesitation. Fueled by fury, the Hulk disregarded the foul odor and let out a furious roar, engaging the master in fierce combat. The battle was evenly matched, and the old man, holding his nose, pondered in bewilderment at the master's lackluster performance. Had the period of novice protection finally expired? As he pondered, the old man's hands remained in motion, producing a talisman that he ignited with a mere wave. The fiery paper ascended skyward, summoning thunder and rain. A sharp crack reverberated as dark clouds gathered, yet the anticipated rain remained elusive. The old man, perplexed by this phenomenon, soon discerned the source of his confusion. The glowing symbols on the saint's chest revealed the presence of demons and ominous forces, obstructing the flow of air magic. Alas! The existence of demons rendered the manipulation of air magic less fluid. Without hesitation, the old man tore a piece of his clothing to fashion a mask, shielding his face as he summoned a ritual altar, an apparatus he had long prepared for the saint. With 3 fragrant incense sticks and a series of respectful bows, he invoked the divine sword. Grasping the sword with his left hand, he unsheathed it, the words "Heavenly Sun" gleaming before his eyes. A cold gleam flashed as the enchanted blade cleaved the demonic dragon in two, causing the saint's dragon head to tumble, while a portal to hell slowly opened. Flames erupted, coalescing into a man clad in imperial robes, who spoke not a word and bore no expression, calmly stepping through the infernal gateway. Witnessing this surreal scene, the old man felt an extraordinary strangeness. The saint exhibited signs of disquiet, and the emergence of the robed figure was equally unsettling. Everything seemed orchestrated like puppets manipulated by unseen strings, with an underlying eeriness lurking beneath the facade of normalcy. Yet, before the old man could delve deeper into thought, a piercing aura returned, compelling him to act. He conjured a magical gateway, transporting Hulk back to his antique shop. After the old man departed, a gentle breeze wafted through, dissipating the lingering aura. The howling wind emerged, approaching the shattered form of the saint. With a resounding clap, the body shattered, leaving behind a wisp of black mist, now tinged with a hint of orange. The howling wind collected the dark essence with tranquility before turning to depart. At the Osborn Tower, the unconscious Osborn rose from the ground, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Strangely, his vision was reduced to half its usual clarity. Upon touching his right cheek, he felt the uneven texture and a sharp sting of pain, rendering him incredulous. Norman, in a frenzied scramble, dashed to the restroom. The moment he glimpsed his reflection in the mirror, he was struck into unconsciousness by the horror of his own visage. His right eye was a hollow void, and his right cheek bore the grotesque appearance of a skinless face. The the muscles contorted in a frightful display. As Osborne teetered on the brink of consciousness, a familiar voice, the very one that had haunted him through countless restless nights, echoed in his mind. "Norman, my friend, let this world feel your anguish. Ha ha ha." In torment, Norman clutched his head, his body involuntarily moving toward an unknown destination. As he walked, he encountered a series of hidden doors, traversing through sewers until he arrived at a dead end, his hand instinctively pressing against the wall. Norman was oblivious to his actions or even how he had arrived there. Yet upon contact, the wall emitted a crackling sound and slowly opened, revealing a green demon's mask. "Take him, Norman, you know what to do." "No, I do not know." "You shall not tempt me, green demon." Norman, filled with rage, desperately attempted to cast off the cursed mask of the demon. It seemed to cling to his hand as if it were an extension of his very being. No matter how fiercely he flailed, he could not rid himself of it. Rather, it felt as though his hand possessed a will of its own, gripping the malevolent mask tightly. "Wear it, Norman. You know you must." "Don it," echoed the devilish whispers, reverberating incessantly in his ears. With each haunting call, the defenses of Norman's mind crumbled, and he succumbed to the allure of the mask that symbolized the Green Goblin, transforming him into New York's harbinger of chaos. Chapter 110. Father, a true sorcerer fears not close combat Manhattan. A portal shrouded in swirling mist materialized from thin air, revealing a shadowy figure within. As the mist enveloped the silhouette, Loki, adorned in eccentric attire, finally arrived on Earth. With a delicate twitch of his nose, he inhaled deeply, only to furrow his brows in discontent. "Ah, the scent of Asgard. It appears my arrogant brother has also graced this realm. What splendid news." In an instant, his garments morphed into a sharply tailored suit, and his elongated staff transformed into a cane, his movements exuding an elegance reminiscent of a gentleman from a bygone era. Following the trace of Thor's essence, Loki danced joyfully, attracting curious glances from passers-by as he made his way to Hell's Kitchen. "Oh, the stench of filth. My dear brother, why do you find yourself in such a wretched place?" With a flick of his wrist, a wave of green smoke engulfed Hell's Kitchen, transforming all it touched into a reflection of Loki himself. Ah, this is far more pleasing to the eye. The formidable magic altered everything around him. However, a small thrift shop remained untouched, and it was here that Thor resided, Father's antique shop. "Oh, my detestable brother always finds peculiar ways to render my mischief dull." Loki reached out to push open the door, intending to surprise his sibling, but the moment his hand made contact, a jolt of electricity surged through him, delivering a sharp sting that forced him to withdraw his palm, now marked with a trace of darkness. "Magic? Such formidable magic. This is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of my brother. It appears that gaining entry will require considerable effort." As Loki stood before the door, troubled, Peter clutched the notebook given to him by Howling Wind, eager to consult his father regarding the significance of these Spanish texts. Once, Coulson had advised Peter that if there was something the omnipotent internet could not resolve, perhaps an ancient sorcerer would provide new insights. Yet beyond this notebook, Peter felt a profound need to formally apologize to his father for the incident involving the destruction of the antique shop. Although Tony had covered for him and his father had reprimanded him, Peter sensed that this matter deserved a more substantial resolution. Something felt amiss. While Peter did not believe that his apology could truly amend the situation, Uncle Ben had once stated that a man must bravely acknowledge his mistakes and take responsibility. For such actions can also exemplify courage. Just as he arrived at the antique shop, a sharply dressed man stood there, peering through the crack of the door into the shop with a curious demeanor reminiscent of a thief. "Hey, what are you doing?" The unexpected voice startled Loki, and as he regained his composure, he found a young man with an air of righteousness staring at him inquisitively. "Me?" After a moment of contemplation, Loki feigned a look of distress, saying, "My brother is in this shop, and I wish to find him, but I fear he may blame me for disrupting his life." Loki's face displayed an appropriately conflicted expression, and upon hearing this, Peter nodded, recognizing a similar turmoil in Howling Wind regarding his own brother. Thus, Peter readily believed Loki's words. "Oh, then you must have a serious conversation with your brother. After all, communication is the bridge to building trust." Ding, ding, ding. Peter placed his hand on the doorknob and, with a determined twist, pushed the door open. Loki glanced at the ajar entrance. contemplating whether any sorcerer's prohibitions might dissipate once the door was opened. After a brief moment of thought, Loki turned to Peter and inquired, "Thank you for your assistance. But am I truly permitted to enter?" Every form of magic possesses an underlying logic, particularly those of a prohibitory nature. However, once an invitation is granted, the outcome can be profoundly altered. Of course, do come in. Perhaps your brother has been yearning for you as well. With a wave of his hand, Peter strode confidently inside, and upon hearing this, Loki chuckled and followed suit. As expected, there were no peculiar barriers to impede them this time, and the two ventured further into the antique shop. Observing the shop's decor, Loki scoffed disdainfully, "Mundane trinkets. How can such worthless items be displayed in a store? In Asgard, anything like this would surely result in a severe beating for the seller. Welcome to Old Man's Antique Shop. How may I assist you?" Steve leaned his head on one hand, propped up at the counter, while rubbing his rear with the other, perplexed as to why his posterior ached so much after a night of drinking. However, when faced with incoming guests, Steve summoned his spirits and greeted them with a smile. Upon seeing Peter's arrival, he nudged Thor, who was lounging nearby. "Oh, Peter, good morning. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at school at this hour?" In response to Steve's inquiry, Peter, perplexed, replied, "Today is Sunday. What school? Captain, have you perhaps forgotten?" Thor, unbothered by Steve's nudge, turned over, scratched his backside, and resumed his slumber, his snores echoing through the room. This sudden cacophony naturally drew the attention of everyone present, especially Loki, who was all too familiar with his brother Thor, having grown up alongside him. Even the tiniest droplet of sweat that fell from Thor could be precisely traced by Loki, who could easily discern the direction in which Thor had headed. "Enough of that. Allow me to introduce this gentleman," Steve began. Just as Peter turned to look, however, Loki had already vanished. In the midst of Peter's disorientation, Loki appeared before Thor. "Oh, my dear brother, your sleeping face is quite the sight. Here, let me adorn you with a charming amulet." Loki placed a green stone around Thor's neck, and in an instant, a radiant light burst forth, drawing both Tony and Steve out of the room. In full view of everyone, Loki transformed Thor into a green frog. At that moment, Thor awoke from his slumber, and upon seeing his mischievous brother, he exclaimed, "Loki, my wicked brother, how did you get in here?" Observing that Thor barely reached his own calf, Loki smirked, raising an eyebrow at Peter. "That righteous little fellow over there facilitated my entry." As all eyes turned toward Peter, he shrugged sheepishly. "What? I had no idea he was a villain." The group exchanged incredulous glances, and Peter shifted his focus back to Loki. In the face of Loki's murderous gaze, he chuckled lightly. Just as Captain America's shield hurtled toward him, Loki vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had a small dagger poised at Tony's throat. This peculiar scene left Tony utterly bewildered. He glanced back at Loki, questioning, isn't he supposed to be the brave one? In the Marvel Universe, Tony was well aware of Loki's reputation as a sorcerer lacking any close combat prowess. Even his assassination attempts had been laughably inadequate. Throughout the narrative, not one person had fallen victim to his direct actions. Yet despite this, Loki could still nonchalantly hold a knife to Tony's throat as a means of intimidation against Steve and the others. "Everyone, stay still, or this gentleman may very well host a lavish ceremony today," Loki threatened. The attendees, however, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, except for Peter and Thor, who had never witnessed Tony's combat abilities and thus harbored some concern. Calmly, Tony turned to Loki and inquired, "Loki, are you certain you wish to threaten them by attempting to kidnap me?" Loki chuckled and nodded, seemingly dismissive of his father's inquiry. In response, his father calmly pinched Loki's short blade between two fingers. With a gentle yet firm pressure, the incredibly sturdy blade emitted a sharp crack, followed by a piercing explosion as it shattered into countless fragments. Wiping his nose, the father gazed at the limp Loki on the ground and remarked, as a true mage, "I never fear close combat." Chapter 111. Froggy Thor and the Meow Meow Hammer. Just when Thor believed Loki had been defeated and was about to inquire about the antidote, Loki suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. "My dear brother, I know what you desire, but you remain more endearing in your froggy form. Let be as it is. If you wish to find me, venture to your favorite place, brother." Loki's teasing voice echoed throughout the antique shop, and as the lingering sound faded, Thor found himself embroiled in a whirlwind of thoughts. Thor was acutely aware that upon his arrival on Earth, he had been captured and taken to this antique shop perhaps having visited fewer places than Loki. Where, then, could his favorite place be? After a moment of contemplation, Thor noticed a half-finished can of beer on the table. He downed it in one gulp, only to collapse onto the floor. Old man, who had been eager to discuss the matter of the broken bottles since yesterday's banquet, refrained from doing so then to avoid dampening the festive spirit, knowing that someone would inevitably clean up the mess. However, today, as Thor once again shattered a bottle, the old man wasted no time in delivering a blow to his head. Thor cried out in pain, his thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. Just then, Loki appeared at his side, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, my foolish brother, your time has come. Well done, old man. Seeing Loki's arrival, Thor was undeterred and summoned his mighty hammer, ready to strike at Loki. Yet, with a mere flicker, Loki vanished. Here, as a hint, my dear brother, I'm not in this antique shop, Loki's voice echoed. But this time, Thor remained vigilant, as if anticipating that his brother would materialize before him, proclaiming, My dear brother, you have not fallen for the trap. Regrettably, Thor waited for an eternity, but Loki remained elusive. Sporting a frog-like visage, Thor felt akin to a jester, toyed with by his brother's antics. To make matters worse, a fly had just flown by, and without a moment's hesitation, Thor flicked out his tongue and swallowed a whole. The onlookers regarded Thor with a newfound gaze, as if to say, Who would have thought, Thor, you are such a creature? Oh no, a frog. At that moment, Peter bravely stepped forward. Mr. Thor, I'm sorry, I was the one who brought him here. Thor shook his head in response to Peter's apology. No, it is not your fault. As the god of mischief, Loki is adept at deceiving children like you. It is normal to be tricked by him. Hearing this, Peter felt a surge of guilt and volunteered, I will go with you. Thor scrutinized Peter, but the latter resolutely shook his head. No, child. I cannot allow you to take such a risk. Loki is the god of trickery. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. Peter pondered for a moment, and then a brilliant idea sparked above his head. He expressed his disappointment to Thor. Oh, very well then. I had an inkling of where Loki might appear. But since you insist, before Peter could finish, Thor interrupted him. Wait, are you saying you know Loki's whereabouts? Peter nodded, and Thor, stroking his chin in contemplation, ultimately seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. Very well, my child, you have persuaded me. You may accompany me, but remain behind me. The great god of thunder shall protect you. Observing the two of them in their spirited exchange as they dashed out of the shop, the old man felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and halt them, claiming he could effortlessly locate Loki and, at the moment the door swung open, draw him into his antique store, binding him with magic to ensure he could not escape. Yet, witnessing the fervor of their enthusiasm, the old man surprisingly fell silent. It was time for the youth to venture forth. As he watched their departing figures, he stifled a yawn, and Steve, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. They both returned to their respective tasks. However, as the old man passed by the spot where Peter had placed his belongings, he was suddenly captivated by an ancient Spanish book. His fingers brushed over its peculiar patterns, and in an instant, all fatigue vanished, replaced by astonishment. Steve, who had just prepared to sit down, swiftly pulled a recliner from beneath him and propped his legs up, intrigued by the sight. The moment they stepped outside, Peter donned his Spider-Man costume, and the sight of a red spider and a green frog darting around the street instantly captured the attention of countless passers-by, especially the talking frog. Kid, didn't you say you knew where Loki was hiding? Where should we go to find him now? A tavern. If Loki were to think of anything upon seeing you, it would undoubtedly be a tavern. Thor pondered for a moment, recalling his own drunken escapades, and nodded in agreement with Peter's assertion. Yet, soon a new dilemma arose. But with so many taverns in Manhattan, which one should we choose? Peter glanced at his watch and connected with Coulson. Sometimes S-H-I-E-L-D can be quite helpful, Coulson. Where did we buy the beer yesterday? After a moment's thought, Coulson marked a location for Spider-Man. Manhattan Tavern, the largest in the city. We got our beer from there yesterday. The owner is a decent fellow and even gave me a rather substantial receipt. Nodding, Peter set off with Thor towards the location Coulson had designated. As the largest tavern in Manhattan, it was expected to be a bustling place. However, upon their entrance, they found it eerily deserted. Be cautious, lad. Loki is surely lurking in some dark corner, watching us. Darkness, devoid of light, reminds me of cockroaches and your brother's horns. Oh my heavens, it seems I have stumbled upon a significant secret. Thor glanced back at Loki, sensing an unusual shift in his demeanor. although Loki's sharp tongue was generally reserved for amusement. Today he appeared different. The moment Thor noticed Loki raise an eyebrow, he felt as though a new revelation had dawned upon him. Ah, yes, my clandestine brother, who revels in lurking within the shadows. Before Thor could articulate his thoughts, a surge of emerald magical energy surged towards him. Enough. Thor deftly evaded the attack. As Loki emerged from the obscurity, his face contorted with rage. My arrogant brother, you are as detestable as that wretched old man. Witnessing Loki's presence, Thor indignantly brandished his hammer towards him. Brother, why have you betrayed our father and forsaken Asgard? Why? Loki erupted into a fit of manic laughter, his mirth bordering on madness. My dear brother, oh no, Thor, I have not betrayed Asgard. It is you and that accursed Odin who have betrayed me. You have rendered all my endeavors akin to a pitiful jester. Thor was left bewildered by Loki's words, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind such a betrayal. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, Loki, you cannot speak of our father in such a manner. Loki, unfazed by Thor's retort, chuckled softly, his expression devoid of warmth. Father? Thor, that is your father. Confusion clouded Thor's eyes as he grappled with Loki's assertion. Observing Thor's disbelief, Loki approached him step by step, his skin gradually transforming to a chilling blue hue. As he stood before Thor, an aura of frost enveloped him. I am the prince of the frost giants, Loki. Chapter 112. The Niga mask. Thor staggered back, shaken by Loki's wrath, until he found himself against the wall. He struggled to accept the reality that his brother was not of Asgardian lineage, and that their father had deceived him. Noticing Thor's reluctance to grasp the truth, Loki smirked. My dear brother, have you never pondered a question? Why has the more accomplished me never received praise from our father? Because you are his sole heir. Only you are destined to inherit Asgard. Even if you are arrogant, impulsive, and warlike, even if you are inept and might lead Asgard to ruin, it is solely because you are his only bloodline that he bestows everything upon you. Thor gradually fell silent, reflecting on the reality of the situation. Indeed, Loki was more capable, more composed, and better suited to govern Asgard, yet their father had never harbored expectations for him. Thor yearned to return, to confront their father with questions of why, for was not Loki also a part of their family? However, this is inconceivable. The very reason Thor has arrived here is due to the upheaval across the 9 realms. Odin must quell the rebellion while he still possesses the strength to do so. Had he not been preoccupied, Odin would never have sent his beloved son to Earth, for it is here that the true Eye of the Storm resides. Thor's psychological defenses are gradually being dismantled. Observing this, Loki produces a mask of fearsome countenance, its azure mane swaying like a horse's tail. Come now, brother. Don this mask and plunge into the abyss of despair. Just as Loki is about to place the mask upon Thor's face, a web shoots forth, snatching the mask away. Enraged, Loki turns around. Hey, you thief! Return the mask. Are you not aware that taking someone else's belongings without permission is utterly impolite? I must express my apologies, Loki, but I shall not permit you to place that sinister mask upon Thor's visage. Loki cast a mocking glance at Spider-Man, pressing the Mind Stone against Thor's chest. In an instant, the clarity in Thor's eyes was shrouded in blue. Then let my brother don it himself, he proclaimed. Under the influence, Thor raised the mighty MJ Mjolnir high, and with a resounding crack, it struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Peter swiftly shot out webs to evade the blow. Yet just as he narrowly escaped, the hammer came crashing down, forcing him to flee in haste. Amidst this riveting spectacle, Loki conjured a bucket of popcorn and perched himself upon a counter, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. Within a fetid underground passage, yellow droplets of water fell rhythmically as a shadowy figure advanced through the encompassing darkness toward a small chamber. In this room stood a solitary laurel statue, majestic in its presence. The visitor brushed against the last delicate bloom upon the laurel tree, tears unconsciously cascading down his cheeks. As his tears fell, the flower withered, transforming into pure essence that entered his being. The laurel radiated a gentle light akin to the moon, illuminating the dim chamber. And the howling winds sensed that the time of the curse had come to an end. The winds were uncertain whether their actions had saved them or merely sealed the fate of the demon's already extended existence. There was no definitive conclusion. However, they understood that they had taken the life of their brother. After countless eons of companionship, the winds pondered whether it would have been better to continue as they were. Yet upon emerging, the brothers had drifted apart, intensifying the wind's resolve. What I do may be wrong, but this is the last act of redemption I can offer. The winds opened a jar filled with dark energy, and the laurel tree, as if drawn by an unseen force, absorbed the blackness. Before the wind's eyes, the laurel transformed into brittle black branches. The essence of the entire tree, now drained, birthed a black fruit. The four elemental forces of water, fire, earth, and air converged into four arms that tore the fruit apart. As the fruit began to ascend, the earth momentarily lost its gravitational pull, causing all objects to float involuntarily. The ground split open, waters soared into the cosmos, and flames danced like particles of dust in the wind. As the curse was reborn from the fruit, a torrent of dark energy surged across the globe, erasing magic, superpowers, and mutations as if he had never existed. The world shall become beautiful because of my existence, the curse declared, beckoning the moon towards him as tendrils of darkness began to slowly consume it. In a quaint antique shop, the proprietor, deeply engrossed in his studies, shivered as an unsettling sensation enveloped him with the onset of night. This feeling was particularly intense, surpassing even the previous chaos wrought by the Lord of Light. Setting aside his book, he rose, acutely aware that the righteous magic within his establishment had nearly vanished. Furrowing his brow, he sensed that his divine armor remained effective, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Had all magic been rendered useless, he might have been compelled to resort to extreme measures. Recalling the 12 talismans upon his person, he retrieved them from his pocket. They radiated a brilliant light, the righteousness within them shimmering vibrantly. Even in the darkest corners, their glow would illuminate the shadows. The 12 talismans formed a line, swirling gracefully through the air, ultimately coalescing into a necklace embedded within his divine armor. "Wow, that is truly remarkable," Steve exclaimed, soaring through the air and admiring the radiant glow emanating from the antique shopkeeper. The shopkeeper glanced over casually. "It's nothing much, really." Yet, beneath his casual demeanor, the corners of his mouth twitched with barely contained excitement. As an anime enthusiast, who has not dreamt of wearing the 12 talismans as a necklace akin to Lop Band, exuding an air of grandeur? With a measured step forward, the antique shopkeeper's entrance shattered with a resounding bang, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the curse. "Demon, I have vowed to send you back to the depths of hell. Are you prepared?" The divine armor transformed into Zhao Zilong's resplendent silver-white armor, and behind him, a pure white cloak fluttered with a crisp sound. The old man pointed at Zhou Lan with one hand, standing tall and resolute in a posture of absolute victory. Zhou Lan, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at the old man, his eyes brimming with disdain. With a mere wave of his hand, the gravitational magic was unleashed, sending a blue beam of light hurtling towards the old man. The old man raised his hand to deflect it. The blue beam continued to surge forth. With a grin, he delivered a powerful uppercut, vanquishing the ominous light beam, which shot skyward, causing the moon to be thrust back to its original position. Zhou Lan, witnessing this, displayed neither joy nor sorrow, as if the events unfolding had no bearing on him. Four of his hands converged, unleashing a formidable beam of light. Seeing this, the old man spread his palm and, with a single hand, executed a vertical slash, instantly splitting the powerful beam in two, which then arced past him and struck the ground. The power of the 12 talismans flowed within the old man, instilling him with immense confidence. As if nothing were beyond his grasp, the negation ability of the divine armor activated in an instant, causing Zhou Lan to slowly descend from the sky. As he raised his hand, flames and water surged forth simultaneously. The old man, in response, conjured a circular barrier with a wave of his hand, effortlessly blocking the onslaught. It appeared that the old man and Zhou Lan had entered a war of attrition, each testing the limits of the other's endurance. Yet, as an embodiment of divination, Zhou Lan possessed world-class rules, a dark aura. As long as Zhou Lan's power remained unbroken, it would not dissipate. The old man, too, was not without his resources, as the 12 talismans of the Holy Master provided an inexhaustible well of strength, a manifestation of righteousness that endowed him with boundless stamina, rendering the clash an impasse. However, this was proving detrimental to the innocent bystanders below, as the shockwaves of their battle obliterated one city after another. At this rate, it mattered little who would succumb first. The ordinary citizens were bound to suffer. Yet, just as the stalemate reached its peak, petals from the laurel tree began to fall, and the azure pond bloomed with countless lotus flowers, transforming the green waters into a pure white ocean. The lotus, emerging untainted from the mud, symbolizes the integrity of the noble gentleman, blooming far and wide, yet never forgetting its roots, its reputation unmarred by the dust of the world. A single lotus flower blossomed beneath Jolan's feet. Observing this, the old man immediately abandoned his defense and began to chant a sealing incantation. The lotus flower blossomed, its size akin to a clenched fist, vast as the Milky Way, cleansing the impurities of the world. Vines ensnared Jolan, drawing him into the heart of the lotus, which shattered alongside him, dispersing like the wind, restoring normalcy to the realm as the gates of hell slowly opened. The scattered lotus petals coalesced, revealing a youth clad in simple garments, seated amid the lotuses, gently swaying, smiling at the soft, warm breeze as he calmly entered the gates of hell. The old man observed this scene with tranquility, descending slowly. After witnessing such moments several times, he no longer felt the astonishment he once did. With a serene demeanor, the old man sifted through the remnants of Jolan. The transformation of the demon into human form was already peculiar. The last encounter with the dark aura expelled by the Holy Master had left a significant impression on him. Were it not for the foul stench, the old man would never have departed. Yet now, even Jolan had assumed this strange guise, prompting the old man to consider that even through fire and brimstone, it was necessary for him to investigate further. Just as the old man resolved to delve deeper, a black lotus rose slowly, adorned with strange engravings. The old man reached out to touch it, but the black lotus suddenly erupted into a cloud of dark energy that ascended into the air. The black lotus transformed into a small box, landing in the old man's hand. Gazing at the box, the old man quickly tucked it away in his robe, ensuring no one was watching before returning to his antique shop. The dark energy was ensnared by a whirlwind, falling into the hands of the howling wind, whose face now bore no vitality, yet a flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes, soon replaced by a frenzied obsession. Who would be next? The power of the dark energy in the moment of its eruption caused Peter's extraordinary abilities to vanish instantaneously, leading him to plummet from the skies. Oh, how unfortunate! Observing this, the controlled Thor seized the moment, leaping vigorously to snatch the mask from Peter's grasp, and without hesitation, adorned his own face with it. An overwhelming surge of strength inundated him. As Thor donned the mask, the potent dark energy instantaneously dispelled all enchantments, the mask fitting seamlessly against his visage like a second skin. Thor let out a triumphant roar, and phantoms of shadowy soldiers emerged from the dim corners of the tavern. Oh, this is going to be delightful, Loki mused, quietly stuffing his mouth with popcorn, growing increasingly exhilarated by the unfolding scene. However, to his surprise, the shadowy soldiers turned their gaze towards him the moment he spoke. Eliminate him. With Thor's command, the spectral soldiers sprang into action, armed with an array of stealth weaponry. Realizing the peril, Loki hastily brandished his staff, dodging left and right to escape. How could this happen? Loki questioned Thor, recalling the words of the one who had bestowed the mask upon him. The old man had claimed, "The one who dons the mask shall become a servant of darkness, completely obeying your commands to conquer Earth." Loki sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Thor, with one hand on his face and an air of arrogance, glanced at Loki with a sideways look. "My foolish little brother, do you believe in the power of bonds? Kulme, let us plunge into the abyss of darkness and soar towards the light." After such grandiloquent rhetoric, Loki felt as though he scarcely recognized Thor anymore. The stark contrast between them suggested they hailed from two disparate worlds. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens whizzed through the air. Loki quickly lifted his cloak and transported himself to a different location. These shadowy ninjas truly were relentless. No matter where Loki fled, they followed with unwavering precision, overwhelming him in the moment. Meanwhile, Thor continued to pose dramatically, while the ninjas around him incessantly replenished. Witnessing this, Peter scrambled up a nearby wall, munching on popcorn, for such an extraordinary spectacle was rare, igniting a peculiar conference in his mind. "Listen, Peter, Thor needs your assistance. You must rescue him," urged his inner voice, the little spider. "Oh no, I beg to differ. Just look at how much fun Thor is having. Perhaps this is a rare bonding activity between him and his brother. Peter retorted, "Come on, you don't comprehend. That malevolent mask has altered him since he put it on, and he appears quite unhinged. Are you certain this is acceptable?" The spider insisted, "All right, you may be right, but I must reserve my judgment. This scene is undeniably entertaining." After this mental deliberation, Peter fixed his gaze on Thor's mask, resolved, and swung into action with his web, calling out, "Hey!" Thor lifted his gaze, surprise flickering in his eyes. Seizing the moment, Peter grasped the short horn of the Niga mask, propelling Thor into the air with a forceful tug. Yet, the mask remained steadfast, further intensifying the darkness that resided deep within Thor's soul. "You have awakened the slumbering spirit of the abyss. You are guilty." Thor rose from the ground, resting one hand on his forehead in a classic gesture reminiscent of Mike's, pointing accusingly at Peter. "Oh, how exaggerated. Are you truly serious?" Thor's eyes glimmered with contemplation before he nodded gravely and declared, "Of course." In his hand, the light shimmered as Mjolnir soared into the air. A surge of blue energy erupted from behind Peter. His spider sense alerted him just in time to evade the strike. Yet Thor seized this opportunity to wield his specialized weapon. "The world is already engulfed in chaos. If no one can save it, I shall become the solitary beacon of hope amidst the darkness, shattering it with thunder." A tremendous flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and it was not Loki or Peter who first suffered the consequences, but rather the spectral soldiers he had summoned. The lightning cleaved through the phantoms, dispersing them. Thor's pupils widened in bewilderment, for this was not what he had envisioned. Glancing at Mjolnir in his hand, he cast it aside. A true warrior can vanquish their foes even without weapons. Thor assumed a combat stance as a multitude of spectral warriors reemerged, flooding the walls and floor, transforming the arena into a battlefield of shadows. The beast within him stirred from its slumber as he charged forward, and the ghostly soldiers engaged in coordinated attacks, strikes to the legs, heart, and intricate chains of connection, with an array of weaponry overwhelming the senses. Peter and Loki were swiftly defeated, bound, and cast into a corner. Thor advanced step by step towards the throne, reclaiming Mjolnir from the ground. With a mighty swing, he shattered the skylight that allowed the moonlight to pour in, igniting a poetic spark within him. "Ah, at the pinnacle of divinity. Ah, I stand proud among mortals. Ah, with me, Thor, the heavens shall be." Chapter 114. Collaboration. The glass from the skylight cascaded down like raindrops, prompting Loki to devise an escape plan. "Hey, Spider, are you merely going to stand there and watch? The dark mask will gradually erode Thor's soul. Within a day, he shall become a true dark warrior. Are you certain you wish to continue waiting?" "Loki, I will not be deceived again. You have tricked me once before." Peter's words were resolute. Yet Loki understood that these so-called superheroes would never abandon their companions. He chuckled softly. "Very well then. Let us offer this as a tribute to Thor's coronation as the Dark King." Peter pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to ally with Loki. He nudged Loki gently and whispered, "All right, Loki, I am in, but what shall we do?" Loki pursed his lips, and Peter also caught sight of the large reflective glass. "I've devised a way to sever the ropes that bind us in darkness." From a moment, Loki was ensnared. He had been contemplating how to free himself from the grasp of the shadowy soldiers. However, the nature of the ropes remained a mystery, impervious to any magic Loki wielded, rendering him unable to summon the dagger concealed upon his person. It became evident that a tangible object was required to cut through the bindings. Peter nodded, activating his web shooter to strike the large pane of glass. "Got it, pull it over," Loki whispered excitedly from the side. Peter cautiously maneuvered, drawing the web back inch by inch, when suddenly a dart shot forth, slicing through the web. As they turned, they found Thor, donned in a grotesque mask, standing before them. "Are you two not merely jesting with me?" Caught off guard, Peter and Loki exchanged awkward smiles. "Of course, I'm not blind. Do you not see my wise eyes? My gaze is a measuring stick," Thor bellowed with laughter. Yet, just as he relished his triumph, a sharp crack echoed through the air, the sound of the ropes breaking, plunging the atmosphere into silence. With an uppercut, Peter sent the laughing Thor flying, while Loki triumphantly brandished the small shard of glass in his hand. "Oh, my foolish brother, you remain as dim-witted as ever. When did I claim that was our entire plan?" Before the scheme unfolded, Loki had surreptitiously grasped a scattered shard of glass. Though minuscule, it reflected merely a glimmer akin to a silver point. Yet, even this tiny glimmer posed a perilous threat in the enveloping darkness. Fearing the risk, Loki instructed Peter to shoot out the web, ensnaring the larger shard to divert Thor's attention, while he meticulously ground the ropes down with the smaller shard. Indeed, this is how it shall be. Thor, surrender without resistance. We shall remove your mask. In response to their cunning strategy, Thor erupted in laughter, rising from the ground. Propping himself up with one hand and adopting a haughty pose with his forehead resting at a 45-degree angle as he gazed at Loki and Peter. Did you truly believe this was all the might of your king? The wisdom of a ruler is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. At the moment Thor's words fell, shadows on the ground surged forth, revealing countless phantom soldiers, their blood-red eyes sending shivers down Peter and Loki's spines. Your so-called wisdom is merely an increase in numbers. Loki's retort reached Thor's ears, causing the half of his face concealed from view to flush with embarrassment, though the other half remained impassive as he declared, "The wisdom of a king lies in the compassion for the weak. Bow down and plead for mercy, you mere mortals." Loki wore a dejected expression, while Peter stood in astonishment. The more Thor spoke, the more regret Loki felt for entrusting the mask to him. He preferred the former, obliviously foolish version of his brother. "Spider, seek assistance, perhaps from that elderly sorcerer we encountered before. We cannot remove this mask on our own." "Hurry, I'll hold them off," Loki declared, conjuring a portal and kicking Peter inside. As he faced Thor's formidable army, Loki stood resolute, determined to thwart his brother's reckless actions. Asgard's dwindling dignity could no longer withstand such degradation. "Oh, my foolish little brother, have you also learned to sacrifice yourself for the sake of your comrades? I am profoundly moved. The Shadow Warrior has much to learn." With a mere wave of his hand, Thor initiated a brawl named Justice. Loki struggled to contend with it, ultimately capturing him at the cost of a few strands of his beautiful hair. The Shadow soldiers, ever astute, gathered the fallen locks and presented them to Thor. From a lofty vantage, glanced down and smoothed the split ends of his hair. "A mere trifle, a bit of wear and tear," he remarked. Loki, upon hearing this, felt utterly mortified. He could already envision the embarrassment of being dubbed the Frost Prince by the people of Asgard, an appellation that would inevitably extend to his father, the Frost King. Oh, the imagery was too exquisite. Loki felt he was doomed, destined to be reduced to ashes alongside his brother Thor. "Spider, I miss you dearly." Loki's eyes betrayed him, a tear escaping as he realized this was perhaps his most harrowing prank yet, aptly titled The Fall of the Trickster Prince and the Frost Prince. Peter, having exited the building, was promptly transported back to his father's antique shop. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of his father poring over the notes left by Howling Wind. Steve was busy assembling an unfamiliar hammock, while Banner crouched nearby, serving tea. The scene was both harmonious and bizarre, leaving Peter at a loss for words. As Steve worked on the hammock, he remarked, as a World War II veteran, "I never imagined that floating in the air could be such a delightful experience." During this time, suspended by the spell of Howling Wind, I have slept better than I have since awakening. Not even Tony's mattress could provide such comfort. I shall craft another to savor the sensation of an aerial recliner. Retirement is truly a time to relish life. Meanwhile, Peter's father, absorbed in Howling Wind's notes, mused, "The magic of the wind permeates this entire tome. It chronicles the journey of a human becoming a god of wind, with annotations so exquisite that even I cannot help but nod in agreement. Rather than a mere instructional guide on magic, it resembles a farewell letter from a grand master of wind magic, moving me to tears." Overwhelmed with emotion, Peter's father wept. For a man's tears run deeper than mere surface sentiment, composing a joyous melody that echoed the sighs of the wind. Attending to Peter's father, Banner contemplated, "I must find a way to acquire that horse talisman. I need to escape the Hulk. Even if I cannot fully rid myself of him, I cannot allow him to appear unexpectedly when I am with Betty. Otherwise, I will be left questioning whether Betty loves me or the Hulk. This predicament leaves me feeling quite green indeed, a true green giant with a mischievous grin." Chapter 115. Dragon's Tooth. Having recovered from his astonishment, Peter shook his head and approached his father, leaning down to plead, "Father, Thor is in trouble. We require your assistance." "Who? Thor?" The frog, wielding a hammer, through his unique mnemonic methods, recalled the visage of Thor. He nodded and, while turning the pages, inquired of Peter, "Peter, do not be so anxious. In the face of adversity, one must remain composed. A true master never allows their emotions to surface. Now, please take 3 deep breaths and recount the events to me. All right, breathe, breathe, breathe." In the final phase, Peter inhaled deeply and recounted the sequence of events with remarkable fluency, describing how Thor donned the Niga mask and exhibited a frenzied performance, leaving the elder astonished. It was unexpected that the seemingly stoic war machine could display such a comical scene. Loki commented that he and the elder now shared a rather engaging topic of conversation. The elder rose from his armchair, handed the book to Peter, gestured for him to follow, and tossed the slacking Steve onto the hammock. He led Peter into the study. Once inside, the elder began to rummage through the disarray. Peter watched as the once orderly study descended into chaos until every book had been removed, from which the elder finally extracted an ancient scroll. "This is it." The elder unfurled the scroll, laying it upon the table, revealing the bizarre visages of 9 masks. The first mask that caught the eye was named the Terra Phantom Mask, the Phantom Legion, a symbol of an era. The dark era ruled by these 9 spectral warriors was characterized by their immortal nature, allowing them to dominate the entire world, wherever the shadows traversed. Light could not escape. Yet, their reign was short-lived, lasting not even a month as the 7 warriors emerged. They sealed Terra and his minion souls within the 9 masks, which were buried forever, their whereabouts unknown to all. Then, does that mean we are fortunate? Is this considered an antique? No. The emergence of Terra signifies that the forces of darkness have truly begun to infiltrate the universe. Otherwise, beings of his caliber would never be released. Peter seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, swallowing hard. However, the tense atmosphere did not linger for long, as the elder nonchalantly produced a turtle shell. "Do not worry about the Phantom Warriors. They are quite manageable." The 7 warriors left behind a method to combat the shadows. "All that is required are these small turtle shells and the contents recorded in a book, and we can effortlessly vanquish Terra." The elder's words took a reassuring turn, causing Peter's heart to relax instantly. He exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, the elder seemed to forget the location of the book. "I'm sure it is here, but I cannot quite recall where." Upon hearing this, Peter's heart sank once more, finding it felt no different from not finding it all. He hurriedly assisted the elder in searching for the ancient tome. "Is this it?" "No. How about this one? Princess Ziyue and the 2 or 3 matters she must discuss with her 6 friends." "Oh dear. No. Please put that book down for father." "It can't possibly be this one, can it? The Guide to Flower Paper Card Operations?" Father shook his head once more. "Playing cards to save the world? Do you think you're the card king?" After a thorough search, only one book remained. Father picked it up, dusting off the cover of Western Craft Treasures. He nodded. "Yes, this is the one. Let me see. Is the special item used to subdue General Niga the tooth of an ancient dragon?" "Ancient dragons? Do they really exist in this world?" In response to Peter's inquiry, Father nodded. "Of course, ancient dragons exist, both in the West and the East. They once roamed the earth. But the reason no one has found the remains of an ancient dragon to this day is that the Holy Lord set up an enormous magical array, collecting all the items left behind by these dragons after their demise, leaving not even a drop of saliva behind. Aside from this collection, the remaining ancient dragons have been sealed away in hell by the undying deities. If Father wishes to obtain a dragon's tooth, he must open a rift to hell, extract a dragon, break its tooth, and then return it. Though somewhat unethical, necessary sacrifices must be made, Father murmured softly. Even Peter, who stood beside him, could barely hear, as Father firmly slapped Peter on the back and solemnly inquired, "Young man, how is your physical condition?" Thinking that Father was showing concern for him, Peter immediately flexed his muscles, proclaiming, "I'm fit as a fiddle. I can handle 3 meals a day without fail." Father nodded approvingly and then gave Peter a sharp slap to the nape of his neck, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Child, do not blame me, but remember to scream loudly later." From behind, Father produced a vial of an unknown liquid and applied it to Peter's body. No, Father!" Peter screamed, his cries echoing as several ancient dragons pursued him relentlessly. The reason for this chase would be revealed after Peter fell unconscious. Once Peter was unconscious, Father brought forth a scent beloved by dragons, a refined essence known as hormone, and applied it all over Peter's body. Subsequently, Father opened the celestial gates with one hand and ripped open a rift to hell with the other, tying a rope around Peter before throwing him into the abyss. The enticing aroma instantly captured the attention of the ancient dragons, and as spring heralded the revival of all things, the sounds of romantic applause reverberated through hell. Peter fled for his life, the dragons clashing their jaws together, creating a cacophonous sound. Hearing the commotion, Father felt a twinge of unease, yet these events had to unfold. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he allowed Peter to linger for an additional 2 minutes. When Father finally pulled him back, Peter lay exhausted on the ground, while the ancient dragons that followed were so awed by Father's formidable physique that they obediently left behind a single tooth. "All right, Peter, no need to cry. A man does not shed tears lightly. When you were dismantling my home, I didn't treat you poorly, did I?" The words of the old man, once unspoken, now echoed in Peter's mind, leading him to believe that the old man was seizing an opportunity for revenge. However, at this moment, Peter found himself unable to voice such thoughts. The ancient dragons, seemingly formidable, had been brazenly robbed by the old man, and Peter did not consider himself to be more powerful than those dragons. Thus, he humbly conceded defeat. After all, is there not a saying that advises against underestimating the young and impoverished? Chapter 116. The Lazo Mask after acquiring the dragon's tooth. The old man swiftly concocted a potion and dragged the prostrate Peter along. Just as he was about to exit the antique shop, Tony entered, carrying a briefcase. "Hey, old man, are you planning a little outing with the kid?" The old man nodded, dismissing Tony with a wave, and pulled Peter into the portal. Seeing this, Tony voluntarily stayed behind to tend the shop and learn magic. As a student, he was competent, but as a leader, Pepper remarked that Tony was rather lackadaisical. At Stark Industries, after a long day, Pepper remained busy, overwhelmed by the mountain of paperwork generated by such a vast enterprise. Many decisions required Tony's input, but now all responsibilities had fallen upon her shoulders. Just as she stifled a yawn from the monotony of her duties, a sinister voice erupted from the depths of hell. "Beautiful lady, the drudgery of your work will only extinguish your spirit. Sometimes a little madness is permissible. Embrace it and liberate your heart." Startled by the sudden appearance of this mysterious voice, Pepper became immediately alert. Stark Industries, known for its advanced defense technology, typically did not suffer from breaches. Yet, with this occurrence, Pepper's vigilance heightened. Grabbing the keyboard from her desk, she traversed the halls of Stark Industries in search of the voice's source. After a prolonged search, she finally pinpointed the sound to a long-unused storage room. Cautiously, she pushed open the door, preparing to spring forth and deliver a jolt of surprise. However, upon looking in, she found only a large red mask turned away from her. When the figure turned, a visage of white whiskers and a red demonic countenance came into view. "Allow me to introduce myself, beautiful lady. You may call me Terra, the commander of the Shadow Legion." It must be said that Pepper, true to her strong-willed nature, did not falter in the face of the situation. Instead, she boldly inquired, "Very well, Commander. If your presence here does not constitute an invasion of my privacy, I trust you won't mind if I call the authorities?" Terra nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course, my dear lady. Should you manage to connect, I would not mind." In a hasty retreat, Pepper turned to flee, while Terra remained poised behind her, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman, observing with the patience of a cat toying with its prey. As anticipated, when Pepper dialed the landline, all calls proved futile, be it to Tony or the police. No signal could escape the confines of Stark Tower at that moment. Turning back, Pepper found Terra leisurely sipping coffee, captivated by the intricate armor crafted by Tony. "Oh, what a remarkably exquisite design. My dear lady, has your endeavor come to an end? Therefore, I kindly request that you refrain from resisting. I shall grant you the power of darkness. If I may be so bold to inquire, you are capable of forging such armors as well, are you not?" Pepper nodded, unwilling to expose Tony. Faced with such a peculiar creature, she wished to shield him from harm. Terra, skeptical of her words, believed that as long as the shadow mask was in play, no secret could remain hidden from her. From behind, Terra produced a long, purple mask and placed it upon Pepper's face, which fused seamlessly with her features. "General Razzo, reborn. Oh, General Razzo, welcome back. Now, summon the darkness from within. Let this world descend into utter chaos." In response to Terra's command, Pepper, adorned with the General Razzo mask, scoffed disdainfully. turning her face away in an act of profound defiance, leaving Tara momentarily speechless. General Razzo, do you intend to defy a direct order? Reluctantly, Pepper turned to face her, bowing respectfully. I apologize, Marshal, but I have labored long enough. I require rest. As she spoke, shadows emerged from beneath her feet, and Pepper sank into them, leaving Tara momentarily bewildered. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. After all, she was the Marshal. How dare you resist a simple task? Besides, as a villain, what need have you for holiday? Descending into the abyss of darkness, Tara eventually discovered Pepper at home, indulging in lavish comforts. At that moment, Pepper had summoned the shadow soldiers to provide her with the most exquisite services: sliced fruits, sizzling steaks, and thorough massages, all at her beck and call. Observing Pepper's behavior, Tara furrowed her brow, but soon relaxed. Was this not a manifestation of the power of darkness? The more she indulged, the greater her inner darkness would become. Sooner or later, she would heed Tara's commands. General Razzo, do you not yearn to wreak some havoc? Pepper lazily stretched, and the shadow warriors promptly stepped aside. Just as Tara expected Pepper to utter something extraordinary, she instead fell into a deep slumber. Tara shook his head in resignation. As the commander, he could only offer suggestions regarding the behavior of his generals, without intervening directly. Very well, General. Once your rest is concluded, pursue your desires. I await news of your success. With that, Tara gradually faded into nothingness. At this moment, the old man had brought Peter to the tavern presided over by Thor. The establishment had undergone a remarkable transformation, morphing from a tall building into a beer mug adorned in hues of orange and yellow, with a viscous liquid flowing within, enticing onlookers to indulge in a drink. Yet, all who sought entry were halted at the threshold, as two shadow soldiers guarded the entrance, allowing no one to pass easily. What is this? Aren't you selling drinks? Why are you barring our entrance? A voice protested. Is this establishment engaging in discrimination against us? The crowd rallied, preparing to rush forward, but the shadow soldiers were not to be trifled with. With a swift motion, they hurled a few darts, causing the eager patrons to retreat in fright. Observing the scene, the old man deftly retrieved a pufferfish, drenching it in a green liquid before shaking it while murmuring incantations. The shadow soldiers transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Freed from their obstruction, the thirsty patrons surged forward like wild horses, eager to storm inside. With a few audacious souls daring to confront the old man, step aside. Old man, let's enter first, they shouted, unfazed by their insolence. The old man swiftly delivered 2 slaps, knocking them to the ground. Peter, positioned behind him, ensnared them with strands of webbing, ensuring they remained immobilized. The ensuing conflict was not one for their kind to join. With the minor nuisances dealt with, the old man and Peter proceeded into the building, ascending the spiraled staircase amidst rising white mist. Upon reaching the grand door, they found Thor awaiting them, a mocking smile gracing his face. How dare mere mortals intrude upon the king's palace? Do you wish to behold the splendor of the king? Very well, I grant you permission. Express your gratitude for the king's benevolence. Thor rambled, posing dramatically, while Loki, bound nearby, appeared utterly despondent, clearly having borne the brunt of Thor's antics prior to their arrival. The old man nudged Peter, furrowing his brow, and quietly inquired, "Has he always been like this?" Peter, speechless and covering his face, nodded slightly. Ever since Sol donned that mask, he had become rather peculiar. Indeed, it seemed that the encroachment of darkness could lead to strange transformations. The old man contemplated a rather commendable justification for Sol, yet, to be honest, even he found it hard to believe. Ultimately, the ghostly mask merely amplifies the hidden darkness within a person, with little impact on their personality. Judging by the behaviors of La and Zhou Su in the original narrative, the ghostly mask may render them arrogant, but it would not drive them to madness. Great mage, you have returned. However, I must respectfully disagree with your perspective. Once, I too held such thoughts until the second individual donned the mask and witnessed the power of the ghostly shadow, now eclipsing righteousness. This world ought to be governed by the ghostly shadow. Just as the old man pondered this, a voice of antiquity resonated behind Sol, and the towering figure of Tara slowly emerged. Tara's appearance cast a grave expression upon the old man. Since the defeat of the Holy Master, everything had shifted. The struggle between righteousness and darkness was no longer confined to a single demon. The emergence of multiple demons rendered the already chaotic Marvel Universe even more tumultuous. Now, apart from the matters the old man wished to test, there was another pressing concern. Tara, the old man called, prompting Tara to turn. The old man retrieved a halved onion from behind and hurled it towards Tara. With a crisp crunch, Tara devoured the entire onion. Delicious indeed. Great mage. I appreciate your hospitality. However, ghostly samurai, allow the righteous mage to witness your might. General Nigga, I shall extol your greatness. Please, unleash your dark powers to obliterate the great mage and his minions. Soul tossed his golden locks and gazed at the old man with haughty pride. Marshal, your insight is remarkably keen. Leave everything to me. Darkness shall ultimately succumb to the light. Soul's words nearly choked Tara, but he had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. If he could eliminate the great mage, darkness would become the singular dominion of the world, and he would ascend as the supreme marshal. Soul summoned the ghostly legion with a wave of his hand. Yet the old man's ever-present pufferfish caused the legion to dissipate into a wisp of white smoke upon its inception. Unable to bear it any longer, Tara addressed Soul. Soul, you deal with his minions. I shall personally annihilate this old fool. The king of the northern gods can handle it, Tara retorted with a roll of his eyes. Before reconsidering and stating, Great King of the North, Soul, please allow me the honor and faith to personally eliminate that wretched great mage. Soul's mouth curved into a triumphant smile. Granted, let's fight for glory. The Dark King, Tara, found himself at a loss for words. He truly had no desire to assist such inept subordinates. However, with the Grand Mage present, he felt compelled to comply. Once he ensured that Soul was settled, Tara finally felt at ease to confront his father. As Tara approached, his father grasped the pufferfish with one hand and unleashed a barrage of energy beams. To Tara's astonishment, these beams passed through him without inflicting any damage. With a hearty laugh, Tara declared, Grand Mage, your magic holds no power over me. Raising an eyebrow, his father produced a dragon's tooth from behind and flicked it upward with a swift motion. With a resounding punch, he shattered it, causing the resulting powder to cascade onto the pufferfish. Oh, is that so? Then let me show you the might of the ancient dragon. In a moment of fierce magic, his father's spell struck Tara directly. Following a dazzling display of blue light, Tara let out a reluctant wail before vanishing from sight. His father blew away the white smoke emanating from the pufferfish and turned to see Peter firmly grasped in Soul's hold. Soul, with an air of arrogance, looked down at his father and proclaimed, You have defeated the Dark King. Now I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge the divine. Be grateful. Ignoring Soul, his father called out to Peter, who was ensnared. Are you still alive, Peter? Peter lifted his masked face, his expression unmistakable even through the disguise. Oh, father, I feel as though an elephant has trampled me 100 times. My entire body aches. His father nodded nonchalantly. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Allow me to bestow some magic upon you. He tossed the pufferfish high into the air, and as it spun, a precise beam of energy shot down onto Peter's hands. The sudden surge created a shockwave that sent Soul flying. What a blinding light! Could it be the radiance of righteousness? Have my efforts been acknowledged, granting me the divine power of the righteous? While Soul was lost in his fantasies, his father suddenly shouted, Peter, remove that foolish mask, quickly. Without hesitation, Peter leaped to Soul's side and seized his face with both hands. What are you doing? The visage of this king is not something you can casually grasp. My apologies, Thor, but you've strayed too far down the path of folly. I must rescue you. Release me. The countenance of royalty is beyond your touch. Unyielding. After a brief struggle, Thor summoned his spectral army, intent on displacing Peter from his face. However, to Thor's astonishment, Peter proved remarkably tenacious. In the ensuing tug-of-war, a sudden rip echoed as both collapsed to the ground, the spectral soldiers vanishing after casting a glance at Thor. Peter rose, triumphantly hoisting the Nigga mask, declaring himself the victor of this contest. Yet, before his boast could linger, Loki materialized beside him, snatching the Nigga mask from his grasp. Thank you for retrieving the mask for me. Now I understand its purpose. Stay tuned, Loki proclaimed. Thor, having regained his footing, glared at Loki's smug expression, yearning to lunge at him. But in that fleeting moment, Loki vanished, leaving Thor grasping at air. Cursed Loki, return to me. as Thor seethed with impotent rage. Their father shook his head, conjuring a portal and yanking the self-satisfied Loki back, seizing the Nigam mask from his hands. The power of demons is no child's play. Keep your brother in check. That insufferable old man. Loki's retort was cut short as Thor lunged at him. Faced with Thor's imposing presence, Loki shouted, "Frost Prince." That single, awkward appellation deflated Thor's bravado, causing him to stumble from the air and fall. Witnessing Thor's blunder, Loki waved his staff and vanished. Thor's body reacted instinctively, leaving him perplexed. After Peter recounted his grand achievements, Thor felt socially mortified, crumbling into a statue of shattered fragments. Their father observed this, shaking his head, lamenting, "The youth of today have such fragile psyches. A mere gust of wind is nothing to fear." Upon hearing his father's words, Thor disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. Chapter 118. The Wrath of Thunder upon the heights of Stark Tower. A small silhouette stood against the wind, the fabric of his attire rustling sharply. His face, marked by weariness and a hint of melancholy, exuded a rugged determination. Though frail in form, he seemed impervious to the raging storm. Suddenly, that steadfast figure staggered, nearly tumbling from the tower. The camera focused on him, revealing numerous bite marks, particularly around the ankle, which was in tatters. No wonder he faltered in such a tempest. Looking upwards, his unkempt beard and the hint of drool at the corner of his mouth spoke of turmoil. His disheveled hair mirrored his inner chaos, while the visible tear stains at the corners of his eyes tugged at the heartstrings of any onlooker. The crimson-hued pupils and the pronounced jawline unmistakably belonged to Xiao Feng, who, after sealing the cursed blue, has transformed from the spirited being he once was into a figure marked by profound weariness. It appears he has endured immense suffering, yet remains unwilling to relinquish his life. Struggling to endure, gazing at the jar in his hand, filled with dark energy, Xiao Feng tore a piece of flesh from his own arm, chewing it slowly before swallowing it, regaining a flicker of clarity in his eyes. "Zhong-Su, it's your turn," he uttered, his voice laced with a hint of exhaustion, reminiscent of someone who, after a month of relentless toil, responds with the weary demeanor of one on the brink of collapse when called upon. Confronted with Zhong-Su, Xiao Feng made no effort to seek him out, perhaps hindered by the injury to his leg, and merely sat there, allowing the scent of dark energy to permeate the air. In an instant, the world erupted in chaos. The power of the dark energy proved effective not only against creatures of darkness, but being the purest force in existence, compelled all living beings to hasten towards Stark Tower upon sensing its alluring aroma. Naturally, those who rushed forth first were never the most troublesome. Terra, such rich dark energy. Could it be he has come in person? Dao Long, such rich dark energy. Ganwen Shui, go retrieve that dark energy for me. In an instant, all factions sprang into action. Standing atop a high building, Xiao Feng observed the gathering throngs below, letting out a cold snort as a gust of wind swept through, transforming the earth into a hue of crimson. "Trash belongs in the trash can," he declared, and, at that moment, a massive hammer imbued with dark energy came hurtling towards him. Without even glancing, Xiao Feng raised his hand to catch it, and with a resounding crash, the hammer shattered. Look, is that not Xiao Feng? The reflections of Gan, Wen, and Shui mirrored Dao Long's shadow. Though Dao Long was not present, his voice resonated here. "How have you become so haggard?" In response to Dao Long's inquiry, Xiao Feng remained silent, acutely aware of the formidable dark energy sorcerer across from him, who, in many respects, was his equal. The most prudent approach with such a sorcerer was to disregard him, as they were often adept at manipulation. Much like that scheming Saint Lord, they would not expose themselves to danger for uncertain gains. Just as Dao Long seemed poised to speak again, a thunderous crack split the sky as dark clouds rolled in. Zhong-Su's figure emerged from the tempest. Observing this, Dao Long chuckled awkwardly. "Since this is a devil's banquet, I shall abstain from participation as an outsider." In an instant, Ganwen and Shui transformed into 3 plumes of black smoke, vanishing from sight. Zhong-Su descended amidst the thunder, while Xiao Feng stood resolute, unyielding against the storm. "Xiao Feng, hand over the dark energy," Zhong-Su commanded, brandishing a lightning spear aimed directly at Xiao Feng. The crack of lightning slicing through the air, bringing tears to Xiao Feng's eyes once more. As the wind demon, Xiao Feng possesses an innate ability to discern the trajectory of a spear merely by the sound of the wind slicing through the air. His throat serves as the source of his wind magic, a vital aspect of his being. It was to Zhong Su that he revealed this information. Yet he was taken aback by how severely Zhong Su had succumbed to the black mist, willingly plunging a spear into his own heart for its sake. Xiao Feng did not resist. He did not even summon the power of the wind, but rather surrendered himself to the wound, collapsing to the ground. The bottle in Xiao Feng's hand shattered, releasing the black mist into the world. Zhong Su, indifferent to the fallen Xiao Feng, greedily advanced towards the mist, reveling in the spectacle of a demonic battle. At that moment, a sudden intrusion sought to seize the power of the black mist. Faced with the unexpected appearance of a small adversary, Zhong Su showed no courtesy. He unleashed the power of thunder, striking down with a celestial force. The trio, Gaoan and Shui, manipulated by the Blade Dragon, disintegrated in an instant, unable to regroup. The Blade Dragon seethed with rage, yet he had to concede that against the demon Zhong Su, he stood no chance. The title of the 8 great demons is not merely a whimsical designation. It embodies the very rules of this realm. Were it not for his father being the embodiment of righteousness, even his father's master would find himself at a disadvantage against the 8 great demons. Gazing at the black mist so close at hand, Zhong Su hesitated not for a moment. With a single breath, he inhaled deeply, once more savoring the essence of the black mist. The triumphant armor manifested around him anew, yet this time, a hexagram symbol adorned its center. While Zhong Su's physical form showed no visible alteration, a palpable shift in his aura signified a newfound strength. As he drew in his breath, a resounding roar echoed, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The righteousness that permeated the world was momentarily expelled, leaving the black mist as the sole law of this realm. My heart is illuminated. I am invincible in battle. A legion composed of thunderous beasts materialized behind Zhong Su, his vassals, ready for conquest. However, this contingent had been decimated long before the clash between the 8 immortals and Zhong Su, leaving him as the last survivor, not due to the weakness of his army, but because the conflict was a high-stakes duel between Zhong Su and the 8 immortals. In such a high-level arena, even the most elite warriors become mere ants. As Zhong Su mounted his steed and raised his voice, he commanded, "Warriors, follow me into battle. Fight! Fight! Fight!" The thunder roared, shaking the heavens and earth, the indomitable spirit of war soaring to the skies, causing mere miscreants to quake in fear at the sound. In New York, a city beset by calamity, still reeling from the aftermath of the cursed Blue Battle. The wounds were yet to heal when an even more terrifying army of thunder descended upon it. The regimented march entered Main Street, rendering all electronic devices useless in an instant. Hey, why has the television gone black? This was precisely the most thrilling moment. I am about to emerge. Oh no. The cursed power company. I have paid my dues, so release the electricity. These voices, filled with curses and lamentations, resounded from various communities. Zhong Su, listening to these utterances, wore an expression of sheer delight. To him, conquest was a process to be savored. During this journey, one could witness an array of absurd performances, such as this individual exclaiming, "Woohoo, Huagua is coming." Quickly hoist the 5-star red flag. They treat prisoners of war well. Perhaps we could even obtain citizenship. Chapter 119. The resounding board from the sky after that brief interlude. Zhong Su's army rampaged forward, with the Thunder Beasts facing mechanical tanks in a relentless slaughter, leaving the American forces utterly shattered within mere moments. The Zhong Su army pressed on, soon encountering their adversary, the Grand Mage. The invasion of dark forces was palpable, and the old man felt it keenly as he leisurely made his way, for many of his spells were rendered useless, a troublesome predicament for him. Fortunately, at Times Square, the old man intercepted Zhong Su's forces. Upon seeing the familiar visage clad in a long white robe, Zhong Su was flooded with unpleasant memories. The failure of challenging righteousness was attributed to this very man, igniting a furious wrath within Zhong Su. "Oh, nameless mage, last time I was defeated. Let us commence the second round of battle. The shame of failure shall be washed away with blood." Zhong Su brandished his spear, while the Thunder Beasts began to inflict harm upon themselves. The old man observed this scene with calmness, feeling a sense of peculiarity regarding Zhong Su. When had they ever fought? He found himself perplexed, yet sealing Zhong Su was the rightful conclusion. The old man assumed his stance, confronting 1,000 troops alone. Witnessing this, Zhong Su halted, dismissing his army with a wave of his hand. Dismounting, he took position at the forefront, spear in hand, crackling with electricity. "Oh, nameless mage, taking advantage of the weak is not my style. Even if I yearn to defeat you, I shall not employ such despicable means. Kulme, let us engage in a thrilling battle once more." As a general, Zhong Su was deemed unfit. Why resort to a single combat when one could crush the enemy with sheer military might? Yet, as a warrior, his actions commanded respect. Not everyone possesses the courage to relinquish their advantage and compete on equal footing. Perhaps this exemplifies the dignity of a warrior. Zhong Su wielded his electric spear, and Zhong Ping had already drawn near. In the face of such a duel, the unarmed were inherently at a disadvantage. As Zhong Su pondered how the mage before him would resolve this predicament, the old man summoned an ancient sword with a mere wave of his hand. The phrase to the emperor was inscribed upon the blade, a weapon that the father was reluctant to wield. After all, this sword belonged to the emperor. Its use by common folk would inevitably diminish their lifespan. Even those endowed with great fortune would find their luck gradually dissipating if they misused the emperor's sword. However, the father found himself with no alternative. He could not confront the formidable opponent in his divine armor without employing the weapon. A weapon is an extension of one's being, enabling feats unattainable by mere physical prowess. As the father unsheathed the treasured sword, Zhong Su cautioned, "A sword, you say? In a chaos of battle. Wielding a sword is hardly a prudent choice. No matter how exquisite your swordsmanship, if you cannot strike, you shall not hit." The father traced the characters of to the emperor with his fingers, positioning the long sword behind him. If it were truly a battlefield, I would refrain from using a sword. Yet, in this one-on-one confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Zhong Su nodded in agreement, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. "Then, let us witness who prevails." With that, Zhong Su charged forward, spear in hand, and the father, undeterred, deftly evaded Zhong Su's strikes. The principle that an inch longer is an inch stronger holds true in all circumstances. Yet the latter part of the adage is more profound. An inch shorter is an inch more perilous. Victors who rely on peril are few, but peril can indeed lead to triumph. In a clash of spear against sword, the inherent pride of the spear wielder was palpable. Regardless of whether the opponent sensed this aura, it remained unbroken. Those who are overconfident are destined to fail, a truth that often holds in close combat. At the moment Zhong Su launched his spear, the father seized the opportunity, swiftly sidestepping to grasp the long spear, pivoting to thrust his sword towards Zhong Su. A glint of cold light flashed before Zhong Su's eyes, prompting him to abandon his spear mid-flight and retreat with the swiftness of lightning. The sheer speed of the thunderous movement placed Zhong Su in an advantageous position, reinvigorating his spirit for battle. At that instant, the father abruptly turned his gaze skyward, halting his movements. Puzzled, Zhong Su followed suit, and seemingly by divine decree, he too looked up. In the heavens, two dark objects, a large and a small one, pierced through the clouds and descended directly towards them, empowered by the divine armor and talismans. The father's vision surpassed that of ordinary men, allowing him to discern the two falling shapes. They were meteorites, one large and one small, remarkably close together, as if tethered by an unseen force. This scene unfolded before Zhong Su's eyes, as if preordained. He could not possibly triumph over righteousness, nor could he escape the clutches of despair. From the moment he emerged, the outcome had already been sealed. In the terror reflected in Zhong Su's gaze, the two meteorites collided. The father invoked his incantation, a sinister whisper echoing in Zhong Su's ears, binding him in place. As the meteorites descended, they struck Zhong Su amidst flames and explosions, eliciting an anguished roar from him. No. Yet, everything did not cease due to the ire of the Sino-Soviet Union. The gates of hell slowly unfurled, and at this moment, the flames of the meteors abruptly extinguished, as if these two celestial bodies had come solely for the Sino-Soviet Union. Now, their fate had arrived, and they had fulfilled their mission. The meteors shattered, releasing a cloud of darkness that drifted back to the Stark Industries building. In the hands of Xiaofeng, the tears that once glistened in his eyes had long since dried, leaving behind a gaping wound on his injured chin. Wind. Everywhere there was wind. Xiaofeng pondered, despite being the freest of winds, why had he found himself in such dire straits? O wind, your freedom is laden with constraints, akin to a cage, and even the mightiest force cannot break free. Within the crater of the meteors, at the moment the gates of hell opened, a general, accompanied by thunder and lightning, emerged from the abyss. His visage was resolute, radiating righteousness, a stark contrast to the previous Sino-Soviet demeanor. Upon stepping out of the chasm, the general, enveloped in stormy energy, deeply bowed to Old Father, an act of gratitude and respect, as well as a recognition of the battle's conclusion. At the instant they cast away their weapons, the Sino-Soviet Union had already succumbed. The absence of arms was not fearsome, but in relinquishing them, they equally forfeited the dignity of a warrior. This time, their defeat was willingly accepted. After the bow, the Sino-Soviet Union calmly approached the gates of hell. But as they passed the southwest direction, they halted, gazing at the distant Stark Tower. With a sudden thud, they knelt, offering 3 resounding bows. A gesture of gratitude towards Xiaofeng for his salvation, as well as an acknowledgement of the responsibilities born from their earlier madness. A gentle breeze suddenly swept in, caressing the face of the Sino-Soviet Union, devoid of reproach or harm. This was the soft, warm wind. They stood up calmly, tears unwittingly slipping down their cheeks, perhaps unnoticed even by themselves, and thus, step by step, they proceeded towards the gates of hell. Old Father had no interest in witnessing the transformation of these demons back into human form. Instead, he tumbled into the meteor crater, where he discovered the suit of armor named Triumph, which the Sino-Soviet Union had once worn. Shouldering the armor, Old Father nodded in satisfaction and returned to his antique shop. Chapter 120. The wind of howling in the United States, a city of advanced thought, one could survive if willing to wander. In the face of vagrants, the Americans had established special welfare agencies, ensuring that these individuals would not perish even in their inability to create value. After being relentlessly pursued by the formidable Black Tiger and Old Father, Sim no longer dared to reside in that dilapidated community. Initially, he had intended to bid farewell to Eddie and seek assistance from other demons alone. However, Eddie, with his kind-hearted nature, refused to let the child venture off alone. Left with no choice, Sim took Eddie along. Their life as wanderers turned out to be quite bearable, with a child in tow. Fellow drifters often shared a bit more food with the two. In return, Sim bestowed upon these individuals his devilish blessings, which, though they did not alter their circumstances, could grant them a fleeting stroke of luck and a moment of joy. Over time, Sim earned the affectionate title of Little Lucky Star, becoming quite popular among the vagabonds. Sim found great contentment in such days, far more so than his previously forsaken demonic existence. Once, he had contemplated remaining in this way, embracing the guise of an ordinary individual and living a mundane life. Yet calamity inevitably struck, the madness of the cursed blue, the insanity of the earth tyrant, and the frenzy of every demon challenged the very essence of life at the lowest rungs of society. Of course, the presence of good among the wanderers was counterbalanced by the existence of the vile. Those who resembled the undead truly disgusted Sim. He had attempted to counsel these lost souls, but their addiction was as vital to them as water is to life, rendering his efforts futile. After that encounter, Sim distanced himself from that group, continuing his search for the whereabouts of Howling Wind and the others. Wandering aimlessly, Eddie remained steadfast by his side as they traversed the entirety of the city, until they arrived beside Stark Tower in an abandoned alleyway. Gazing into the depths of the alley, Sim furrowed his brow, his gaze deepening as he detected the faint aura of howling wind in the air. It was an unsettling sensation, akin to witnessing a demon on the brink of death. "Uncle Eddie, please wait for me," Sim called out. Seeing Sim rush into the alley, Eddie assumed he needed to relieve himself and expressed concern. "It's quite dark in there. If anything happens, be sure to shout." Sim nodded and dashed into the alley. But the moment he entered, a putrid stench assaulted his senses, catching him utterly off guard. Howling Wind, where are you? Answer me." Battling against the foul odor, Sim called out, his voice echoing through the alley, yet there was no response from Howling Wind. He pressed further into the darkness, but after only a few steps, a sudden protrusion on the ground caused him to stumble. What was that? What tripped me? As he turned back, a beam of light pierced the alley, illuminating a severed limb. In an instant, Sim recognized it as Howling Wind's dismembered appendage, and horror washed over him. What manner of creature could rip the leg from the fastest of wind demons? It was indeed a violent tearing. In the faint light, Sim could discern the jagged marks. The limb had been brutally wrenched away by some beast's teeth. How dare he? How dare he? Tears streamed from Shimu's eyes, making it difficult to fathom the tortures Xiaofeng had endured. In that fleeting moment, Shimu's demeanor shifted. The power belonging to the demon within him began to swell. Just as he was on the verge of a full eruption, a familiar voice broke through, restoring his composure. Shimu, are you afraid of the dark? Do you need Uncle Eddie to come in and light the way for you? No. Uncle Eddie, I will be out shortly. Calmed, Shimu continued his introspection. Yet the deeper he delved, the more pronounced the veins on his forehead became. Fragments of Xiaofeng's dismembered limbs lay scattered within the narrow alley, and before reaching the end, Shimu's heart ached as if it were bleeding. Upon reaching the depths, Shimu's pupils constricted. Only Xiaofeng's severed head remained, displayed upon a wooden stand like a grotesque trophy. At that moment, Shimu erupted with an overwhelming fury, transforming into a celestial demon. Just as he morphed into this malevolent form, the severed head of Xiaofeng, previously ensconced, suddenly opened its eyes and expelled a vial, which shattered upon impact, releasing a plume of dark mist that Shimu inhaled. A series of crackling sounds erupted, and in an instant, Shimu's wings vanished, or perhaps they expanded beyond the realm of perception. In the blink of an eye, the landscape of Earth transformed. A blood-red sky and dense orange fog painted a scene reminiscent of hell itself. As the heavens fell into silence, Shimu's petite form began to ascend towards the sky. Above him, a virtual countdown appeared, indicating that when Shimu reached the pinnacle of the heavens, the world would face its annihilation, and once set into motion, it cannot be halted. This was Shimu's ultimate technique. Had the 8 immortals compelled him to employ it in the past, the world would have faced no further dilemmas. Both righteousness and darkness would dissipate. This was the power of rules, the strength of concepts, the very essence that constituted the heavens, and the roar of the weakest demon against the injustices of the world. Shimu, why should I, born later, settle for your leftovers? I'm a celestial demon. I am Shimu. The sky shifted dramatically, instilling a sense of unease in Eddie. Concerned for Shimu, he called out, Shimu, are you all right? The weather seems off today. Come out. We need to find a sanctuary, Shimu. Eddie's call did not summon Sim. Instead, a diminutive demon ascended towards the heavens from the alleyway. A sense of foreboding enveloped Eddie, prompting him to dash into the narrow passage. The moment he entered, his pupils constricted, and an overwhelming dread surged within him, rendering him unable to fathom the scene before his eyes. The alley was drenched in blood, crimson stains covering the ground. Eddie's mind faltered. A singular thought consumed him. Sim had been devoured by the monster. His beloved Sim had fallen prey to that fiend. Fury ignited within Eddie as he grasped his throat, exerting all his strength to stifle any sound. The venom within him stirred, a torrent of black liquid surging forth, akin to boiling water, splattering and churning. In the depths of his rage, the venom manifested, and he roared defiantly to the heavens. No one can harm Sim. Eddie's wrathful fist struck the wall before him, embedding his hands into the structure as he elongated the venom's form, propelling himself into the sky. He ensnared the ascending Sim with strands of silk, swiftly retracting them. The venom, transformed by fury into wings, soared into the air, while his hands morphed into hammers that descended with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed, the clash of metal ringing out, his rage palpable, each part of him exerting power, his furious roar altering the very fabric of the world around him. Return Sim to me. Chapter 121. The howling wind bearing all burdens, a flicker of clarity returned to Sim's eyes. This was an unprecedented blunder for the dark entity. Sim's trembling voice broke through. Uncle Eddie. Upon hearing this call, Eddie was instantly roused. He had not anticipated that the demon before him was, in fact, the beloved child from next door Sim. Yet, as their gazes locked, a timely proclamation echoed. Sky Demon Simu, your days of impunity have come to an end. Upon the appearance of the elder in white robes, Sim, in desperation, hurled Eddie away, seeking to sever their connection. Sim understood that Eddie, a journalist imbued with a profound sense of justice, would ultimately ally with righteousness. However, if his presence were to jeopardize Eddie's future, Sim would never forgive himself for it. Great mage, words are futile. Today's battle will be one of life and death. Eddie, helplessly gazing up at Sim in the sky, began to descend slowly, his heart clouded with confusion, uncertain of what actions to take. Just as he was about to touch the ground, a gentle breeze caught him from behind, accompanied by a warm voice that resonated. Did you call, Eddie? Thank you for rescuing Simu and accompanying him for so long, while I, like a villain, entangled Simu in this conflict. I am truly sorry, but today will bring a resolution. Rest assured, Simu will continue to be by your side. That will not change. From this day forth, I entrust Simu to you. Are you a member of Sim's family? No, I'm merely a rather malevolent villain. Do not mention me to Shimu. The moment you hear from him, flee. Flee as far as you can. At the instant Eddie regained his sight, the father figure had already subdued Shimu, casting him down from the heavens. A distant ancient flute traversed the river of time, arriving from Han Xiangzi's hand to the side of the father. As the whispers of an incantation filled the air, the flute emanated a verdant glow, soaring skyward, aimed directly at Shimu. It was the flute from his memories. Gazing upon it, Shimu appeared to find solace. His final gaze did not fall upon the flute, but rather upon Eddie on the ground. Farewell, my new friend. No, farewell, my family, Uncle Eddie. Yet, just as the luminous power of the flute was about to strike Shimu, a howling wind suddenly intervened, though it merely delayed the inevitable for a moment. This brief respite spared Shimu from being condemned to the depths of hell. The flute's power shattered Shimu's exterior, transforming him utterly into the human Sim. Yet the crisis surrounding Sim had not yet dissipated. The dark energy surged forth once more. Seeing this, the howling wind struck at Sim's heart, forcing the dark energy out. Shimu, bleeding, plummeted from the sky, and as the howling wind observed the restless dark energy seeking to re-enter Shimu's body, it hesitated not and swallowed it whole. In a flash of white light, the howling wind awakened upon a vast, white expanse, gazing around in confusion until a familiar voice called out, Xiaofeng. Turning to look, he beheld a small figure of moderate height, plump and white, with two pairs of adorable fluttering wings. It was Sim. Tears streamed down Xiaofeng's face as he embraced Shimu tightly, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, Sim. I'm truly sorry. I never wanted to involve you in this. Sim gently patted the weeping Xiaofeng, wiping away the tears from his eyes. Xiaofeng, really, how can you still be crying at your age? I know everything you've done, and there is no need for you to feel guilty. When the 8 great demons were first established, you were the 7 warriors, heroes who saved the world, while I was merely an interloper, inserted to usurp glory. Back then, none of you welcomed me. I was aware. It was you who first accepted me, offering warmth. Therefore, whatever you wish to do, I shall agree. This is both a repayment of gratitude and a testament to my true allegiance to the 8 great demons. We are one. We are brothers. In that moment, Xiaofeng felt the presence of former companions and Shimu, each placing a hand upon his shoulder, the warmth dispelling the gloom within his heart. Thank you, Sim. You must depart now. This is what I promised, and they have already borne their sins into the gates of hell. Now it is my turn. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, Shimu's expression changed drastically, his demeanor turning grave. No, Xiaofeng, do you truly comprehend the gravity of what you are about to do? Such is the power of gossip, the force that shapes the world. Your singular existence is insufficient. We must bear this together. The wind of howl shook his head in tranquility, and the release within his heart permitted him to attain true liberation at that moment. As the liberated wind, he resolved to strike a decisive blow in favor of his own choices. Do you recall, Shimu? I am indeed the unbridled wind. With these words, the wind of howl forcefully pushed Shimu aside. What constitutes freedom? Some assert that being unrestrained equates to freedom, while others claim that lack of governance signifies liberty. Yet for the wind of howl, embodying his convictions without regard for the consequences, until the final moment, was paramount. I shall bear all sins. The transgressions of my 7 brothers. Far from binding the wind of howl, this burden transformed him into the very essence of freedom. Old Father observed this scene with calm detachment until the wind of howl's form began to contort, gradually losing its original shape. The tempestuous beast of wind unleashed its fury, the power of sin slicing through his being. 8 ominous hexagrams corresponding with one another converged, and rather than annihilating the world, they meticulously dismantled the host that bore them. The ominous hexagram emerged, the sins dissipated, and in the end, the final hexagram would bear the weight of all karmic retribution, until the immortal demon was vanquished. The wind of Howl faced death with a smile, confronting it with equanimity. This was the outcome he had anticipated since the inception of his plan, yet he harbored no regrets. Shimu descended slowly from the sky, landing in Eddie's embrace. Without hesitation, Eddie, upon receiving Shimu, followed the directive he had heard earlier to flee swiftly, as far away as possible. However, to the wind of Howl's astonishment, Shimu quickly regained consciousness. Likely due to his innate demonic nature, unlike his companions, he would not succumb to weakness upon losing the power of the hexagram. As he gazed at the rapidly retreating trees, Shimu patted Eddie on the shoulder. "Uncle Eddie, slow down, I'm in pain." Hearing Shimu's voice, Eddie slowed his pace, concerned that his previous misstep had harmed Shimu. Yet, in this moment of hesitation, Shimu unfurled his wings and swiftly escaped Eddie's hold. Eddie turned to see Shimu soaring through the air, flapping his wings, a serene smile still gracing his face, his cheeks as charming as ever. "Thank you, Uncle Eddie, for these days on Earth. Yet hell is my true abode where my brother resides." Sim plucked a feather from his wing, clasping it gently between his palms. Eyes softly closed, he positioned his hands before him, kissing the point where they met. Subsequently, he unfurled his palms, allowing the feather to drift slowly towards Eddie. With unwavering resolve, Sim turned and beat his wings, soaring into the tumultuous sky amidst the howling winds of despair. Watching Sim ascend, Eddie summoned a melody from the venom, conjuring a flute. This was a piece he had long prepared for Sim, perhaps having anticipated their impending farewell. Thus, in this moment, Eddie shed no tears of anguish, but, instead, serenely played the tune, the flute solo. It was the very composition they had first heard together at a concert. As Sim flew through the skies, the music caressed his ears, drawing a smile to his lips, while tears, unbidden, streamed down his cheeks, carried away by the wind toward the earth, toward Eddie. Indeed, this melody remains my favorite. Chapter 122. Memories of the Subconscious. Sim soared skyward, enveloped by the howling winds, the two demons merging into one. As for the old man, he merely observed from the sidelines, considering himself not particularly malevolent. Why intervene with a demon courting death? Indeed, in the old man's eyes, the howling winds were doomed, and no transformation could alter that fate. To reverse the chaos was to invite the world's undoing, rendering any possibility of salvation moot. A flash of white light pierced Sim's vision, and he awakened to find the once familiar realm of consciousness now shrouded in gray, chaos reigning supreme. Yet, Sim had no inclination to admire the scenery. He called out into the void, "Howl! Howl!" His voice echoed further and further until it faded from his own hearing. In this vast expanse, Sim felt like a solitary boat adrift on the ocean, directionless and lost. No, the will of the howling winds has already succumbed. It is impossible to locate him within this realm of consciousness. I must delve deeper into the abyss known as the subconscious. The depths of the subconscious are perilous, shrouded in mystery and dread, a domain so profound that even demons dare not tread. Yet, Shimu remains undeterred, having once been saved. It is now his turn to rescue. Shimu's wings serve as a blade that transcends all barriers. With his mere presence, there is no realm he cannot reach. Gently, he rests his wings upon the barrier on the ground. A subtle flutter creates a fissure, and with a determined plunge, he enters. The abyss of the subconscious is devoid of light and sound, resembling an endless void where one gradually loses oneself. Shimu's wings stir slightly, creating no breeze, their speed considerably diminished compared to usual. In this abyss, had Shimu not possessed the ability to fly, one could only wonder where he might fall. As he flapped his wings, searching for traces of the howling wind, he lost track of time until faint sounds emerged not far ahead. Shimu flew towards them, witnessing a scene reminiscent of the 7 samurai defeating Terra. "Saint Lord, Terra, your reign of evil has come to an end. Today, we 7 shall draw a conclusive line beneath your tyranny. Zhong-Su, the thunder of justice shall illuminate every corner of this world. Zholan, the desolation of this world has caused even the moon to weep. Your sins cannot be cleansed even by the waters of the earth. Bogang, all things originate from this realm. They must be measured with a heart of compassion. Yet your multitude of sins is unforgivable. Basha, the dominion wrought by slaughter, is lamentable. If you continue to rule in such a manner, it is a sight I cannot bear. Xiaofeng, justice must not be desecrated, nor must the light. For the sake of family and brethren, we stand here to protect the last vestiges of light in the darkness. Dikue, what my brother says holds true. Today we shall fell this wretch. After a dazzling display of effects, the ghostly samurai transformed into 9 masks, which fell into the hands of the Saint Lord. Unperturbed, he withdrew 1 mask, scattering the remaining ones across the heavens and earth, causing Terra's dominion to crumble. This is a memory of Xiaofeng, buried within the abyss of the subconscious. Perhaps these memories shall never resurface in his mind, yet they shall forever remain etched in his heart. Observing that Xiaofeng's consciousness was not present, Shimu continued to flap his wings forward. Suddenly, the sound of porcelain shattering caught his attention. He flew towards it to find the 7 samurai, once united against Terra, now filled with righteous indignation. Zhongsu, what? Are we to rule the world? Is this world consciousness mocking us? I fought against Terra not to seize this world. Before the battle, Terra ruled over us, and now that the battle is over, we are to govern them? Was this fight for naught? The assembly fell into a profound silence. Zhoulan, the hermit of the Moonstar, stood apart, an ethereal being. Zhongsu, a general of formidable prowess, commanded the battlefield with valiance. Bogang, a creature of the mountains, represented the essence of the wild. Ba Sha, a fisherman, nurtured life in the waters, embodying the spirit of aquatic beings. Di Kue, a farmer of the countryside, was a guardian of the earth's essence. Xiaofeng, the free-spirited hero, roamed boundlessly between heaven and earth. Ultimately, there existed the sovereign, the sole monarch among the 7. Yet at that moment, the sovereign's countenance was darkened, as if filled with disdain for the proposal concerning the world's consciousness. Shimu, however, had no interest in delving into the matters at hand. He yearned only to find Xiaofeng. Sensing the absence of Xiaofeng's aura, Shimu pressed onward until a familiar, mellifluous voice beckoned him, compelling him to flutter his wings and soar forth. Greetings, everyone. I am Shimu, and from this day forth, I shall be the final sky demon among you, he proclaimed. Today, we shall establish the 8 great demons. His declaration went largely unnoticed, save for Xiaofeng, who approached with a warm smile, affectionately patting Shimu's small head and speaking in the gentlest tone he had ever heard. Welcome, little Shimu. You are now our dear brother. Shimu would forever remember this moment. The emergence of righteousness coincided with the formation of dark energy, transforming the 7 warriors who would aid him in ruling the world into ominous demons. Thus, Shimu emerged as the 8th demon, the Qian hexagram, the sky demon, Shimu. Tears unconsciously slipped from the corners of his eyes. In that instant, his resolve solidified. He must rescue Xiaofeng. With wings unfurled, Shimu departed from that place, oblivious to the shadowy tendrils that gradually devoured the memories of his passage. In his relentless pursuit of Xiaofeng, Shimu remained unaware of the dark happenings surrounding him. As the fearsome smile of the demon's jagged teeth emerged from the depths of darkness, as Shimu continued his exploration, he finally sensed Xiaofeng's presence, elatedly flapping his wings to approach, only to be met with a shocking revelation. Xiaofeng was ensnared in the very hell that had confined them for millennia. In this desolate realm, Xiaofeng's smile never wavered. Though life was harsh, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, leaving others to wonder why. Zhongsu remarked, Xiaofeng, why are you grinning foolishly again? Your mood has been quite off lately. Xiaofeng replied, Oh, it's nothing, Zhongsu. I simply feel that this monotonous existence suits me well. I wonder how long I can continue this tranquil life. Shimu interjected, You haven't lost your wits, have you? What joy can be found in a life of sameness and flying debris? Zhoulan added, Surely, your wisdom has not been entirely dulled, has it? Basha suggested, Perhaps you should nibble on some stones. It might preserve your intellect. Zhongsu demanded, Sovereign, where is that accursed fellow? Why has he yet to liberate us? Listening to the conversations of the crowd, the smile on Xiaofeng's face remained unwavering. The free wind had found its home, which lay in the depths of hell, where he had lingered with his brothers for countless eons. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, and Xiao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. It was his own voice. What a heartwarming scene, Xiao Feng. Chapter 123. The mysterious man in black robes. At the moment the voice resonated, Xiao Feng's form abruptly transformed into that of a human. He donned a wide-brimmed hat, with a plain white cloak billowing behind him, and a worn sword hung at his waist. In stark contrast, from the shadows emerged a pitch-black frog, revealing his demonic form. However, unlike before, this demonic Xiao Feng was enveloped in a chilling aura, and the sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth sent shivers down one's spine. "Who are you?" Xiao Feng inquired, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, assuming a stance he had practiced countless times in preparation for this moment. In response to Xiao Feng's question, the demonic Xiao Feng let out a cold laugh, his exaggerated expressions punctuating his words. "What is this, Xiao Feng? Have you forgotten yourself?" With a sweeping gesture, the demonic Xiao Feng summoned a cacophony of roars, compelling Xiao Feng to turn his gaze. He beheld the once amiable demons, now transformed into grotesque figures. "Do you still recognize your brothers?" "Ah, the black mist. My!" This scene evoked memories of past anguish in Xiao Feng, tears welling in his eyes. Gripping his sword tighter, he muttered, "You shall pay for this." With a fierce glare, Xiao Feng drew his sword, a flash of white light slicing through the air, severing the head of the demonic Xiao Feng. The massive frog's head tumbled to the ground, and Xiao Feng closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. Yet at that moment, an unexpected voice rang out. "What remarkable speed, Xiao Feng! Your swiftness remains unchanged since the days of old, but the sword in your hand has lost its former might." Xiao Feng turned in astonishment. The demonic Xiao Feng stood and scathed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Realizing the peril, Xiao Feng glanced at his hands, only to find the sword had shattered into fragments, cascading into the abyss below. In bewilderment, Xiao Feng stared at his outstretched hands, feeling an unfamiliar sense of estrangement. The demonic Xiao Feng approached slowly, raising his palm as if to strike, his expression as sharp as a blade. "Farewell, my past." With a resounding crash, a cloud of smoke billowed, instantly obscuring all vision. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow and expelled a breath of foul air. As the heavens cleared, a narrow slit remained, standing out starkly in this space. Tearing through the void, the demonic Xiao Feng wore a sardonic smile, parting the rift with his hands, roaring into the consciousness space. "Shimu, do you believe you are safe here?" Meanwhile, Shimu, having flown far away, clung to the incessantly chattering Xiao Feng. "Shimu, did I not allow you to leave? Why have you returned? The situation here is beyond my control. You must leave. You must leave at once." In response to the demands of the howling wind, Shimu feigned ignorance, merely flapping his wings incessantly. However, soon a sinister gust arrived, compelling Shimu to halt his movements, as the demon howling wind caught up with him and obstructed his path. "Shimu, why are you running so swiftly? Do you think this place is one you can enter and exit at will?" The howling wind taunted. "Let's do this. I shall not make it difficult for you. Release that worthless thing in your grasp. That which has even severed its connection to the sword of consciousness holds no significance for you. Surrender it to me. The true demon of the wind is returning." The demon howling wind's gaze was piercing, its meaning unmistakable. At that moment, the howling wind held by Shimu spoke despondently. "Hand me over to him, Shimu. If he absorbs me, you will undoubtedly be able to return safely and live well with Eddie. A wretch like me, destined for death, need not be saved. This is the penance I must bear. No, howling wind, I did not come here for some so-called purpose, but for you. I came solely for you," Shimu asserted, wiping his nose with a confident smile, his gaze fixed intensely on the demon howling wind. "Moreover, who among us is not a demon?" Shimu's wings suddenly expanded, enveloping the demon howling wind in an instant. The demon did not resist, but watched calmly, occasionally displaying a mocking smile. "Come now, demon howling wind. Do you remember the duel between demons? Indeed, the victor claims all while the vanquished possesses nothing. But Shimu, do you recall where we are?" As the words of the demon howling wind echoed, the consciousness space began to twist, the rules undergoing a transformation, causing Shimu's wings to retract as though stripped of their power. Meanwhile, outside of this consciousness, in a shadowy alley, an unknown being clad in a black robe stood in the shadows, observing the distorted howling wind above and the old man watching with disdain. That howling wind fellow truly intends to sacrifice himself and bear it all? How could such a dire scenario be woven into the fabric of a plan as its conclusion? I had thought his plan was already quite refined, yet it seems I must intervene. Beneath the black-robed figure, a peculiar flying vessel subtly shifted, lifting into the air. With a swift advance of its left foot, the craft surged forth at an astonishing speed towards the old man. Upon witnessing this scene, the old man promptly raised his leg to deliver a kick, a maneuver inspired by a renowned executioner's guillotine design, ensuring a fatal strike. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the black-robed entity not only remained unharmed, but also clasped its hands together to block the old man's leg. Sliding in close with a deft maneuver. "Old fellow, may I borrow these curious little toys of yours for a moment? Consider it an interest payment." Suddenly, the black-robed figure's hand shot out, and before the old man could react, it struck a talisman. The old man swung his fist to dispel it, but in an instant, he felt the talismans on his body erupt in chaos. Before he could respond, the talismans detached from the mysterious armor like raindrops and swiftly fled into the embrace of the howling wind. Observing this, the black-robed figure hurriedly prepared to escape, igniting a surge of fury within the old man, who roared in rage. Fueled by anger, the old man directed his wrath towards the escaping figure. In the realm of consciousness, Shimu had suffered a complete defeat, with the demon howling wind claiming victory. Yet, as he reveled in his triumph, 12 beams of light suddenly bound him in place from above, illuminating the zodiac runes. Under the radiance of these lights, the demon howling wind's exterior began to melt, transforming into a form akin to that of the extraordinary egg-like creature from the outside world. Howling Wind gazed at this transformation with disgust. Yet as he beheld the glowing runes, he murmured, "Could it be him?" His doubts were short-lived, as Shimu swiftly ascended from the ground, grasping Howling Wind and utilizing his wings' ability to tear through space, directly slicing through the fabric of reality to extract him. In that moment of emergence, an astonishing duel unfolded before them. The old man unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the mysterious figure's chest, each strike forcing the latter to retreat. However, upon the arrival of Howling Wind and company, the old man's movements abruptly halted. The mysterious figure, seizing the opportunity, pressed down on a pedal with his left foot and shot forth. But as he brushed past Howling Wind, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from within the black robe, locking on a Howling Wind in an instant. "It is you. I'm not one to forget a favor. You aided me, and how could I not return the gesture? Besides, assisting you will not hinder my plans. Farewell, Howling Wind." Chapter 124. The wind that blows across the world. Oh my, such formidable dark energy. After Howling Wind's departure, the once chaotic liquid began to coalesce, forming a colossal sphere, akin to a giant egg burgeoning in the sky. The old man sensed its immense power, discarding the pufferfish in his hand for a lizard. The normally dormant energy spells erupted with fierce might, righteousness intervening in the battlefield. In the realm of supernatural beings, all entities are categorized into two factions. Yet you, akin to the dark essence while distinctly separate from it, resemble a shadow from another realm, forcibly drawn into this world. Such creatures of malevolence ought not to exist. The laws of nature demand the expulsion of evil. "Begone, demons!" thundered the elder, unleashing a surge of righteous energy that surged toward the colossal egg. The egg, sensing the imminent peril, extended countless tendrils in a desperate attempt to intercept the attack. However, upon contact with the righteous energy, each tendril disintegrated into ashes. The egg began to tremble, and the yet-to-be-born entity instinctively expelled a wisp of dark mist, laced with azure streaks, heralding the resurgence of the demon Basha. Basha conjured a watery mirror, seeking to deflect the elder's onslaught. Yet, the attack pierced through her chest. Nevertheless, her efforts were not in vain. The refraction of water caused the energy to deviate slightly, just enough for the righteous magic to miss its mark. The elder observed the scene with a calm demeanor, seemingly foreseeing this failure. As he beheld Basha's chest, restored by the flowing water, he formed a hand seal, summoning a precious gourd before him. With a casual gesture, he extracted multicolored seeds from his divine armor and infused them into the gourd. A gentle push from the elder caused the gourd to radiate a spectrum of light, capturing the demon Basha within. The colossal egg convulsed once more, releasing a stream of dark mist tinged with a mysterious yellow hue, bringing forth the demon lord of the abyss, who faced the elder's furious roar. Unperturbed, the elder casually scattered several seeds imbued with righteous energy onto the ground, which instantly blossomed into flowers. Their vines ensnared the lord of the abyss, binding him tightly. Subsequently, the egg unleashed a series of demons: the demon Xiaolon, the demon Bagong, the demon Saint, the demon Shimu, the demon Howling Wind, and the demon Zhongsu. Yet, without exception, under the elder's righteous influence, they were all restrained, unable to move an inch. Cease your futile struggles, dark essence. There is no escape for you. In the name of the holy knights, in the name of the grand sorcerer, your fate is annihilation. The colossal egg trembled in a frenzy. Overwhelmed by the terror of this world, still unborn, it felt as though its very essence was being blocked by the enemy. Yet, despite the egg's frantic writhing, the elder tenderly placed his left hand atop it. Veins bulged along his arm as a ring of sonic explosions materialized, emanating a formidable force. A faint, mournful wail echoed from within the egg. Just as the egg faced its dire moment, a cloaked figure, lurking in the shadows, could no longer contain their impatience. They lunged forward, striking the egg with a punch that ignited the 12 talismans within, unleashing a brilliant explosion of light, only for the talismans to shatter in an instant. The elder's palm penetrated the egg's interior, obliterating its feeble consciousness, causing the 12 talismans to erupt into a frenzy of panic as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Each entity had ensnared a fragment of the dark energy residing within the colossal egg, shattering its barrier. In an instant, the egg erupted, and 12 distinct creatures transformed into unstoppable beams of light, scattering across the globe. The enigmatic figure in the black robe observed this spectacle, a radiant smile gracing his lips, as he silently acknowledged the success of his scheme. "Son Thief, quite the player, aren't you?" A languid voice resonated, causing the cloaked figure to shudder. The elder was now enveloped in a righteous aura, compounded by a torrent of resentment, and the black-robed individual dared not imagine the consequences of an encounter with him. Yet, at this critical juncture, a portal to the netherworld materialized before the robed figure. The elder raised an eyebrow in surprise, pondering which unfortunate soul was destined for imprisonment, eager to witness the unfolding events. In that fleeting moment, the cloaked figure slipped from the elder's grasp. Uninterested in the chase, the elder opted to observe what would transpire next, sensing that the ensuing scene would prove far more captivating than merely pummeling the black-robed man. Empowered by righteousness, the elder perceived a guiding passage leading downward, where he beheld a golden-haired child adorned with pristine feathers upon his back. At that moment, Shimu was teetering on the brink of tears as the howling wind cradled in his arms began to dissipate, transforming into the valiant spirit of the wind. With great effort, he raised a hand to wipe away the tears from Shimu's eyes. "Do not weep, Shimu. This was a fate long predetermined. I was meant to perish as a monster. Yet now, thanks to him, I have returned to my true form. To depart in this manner is not so bad. Transformed into the wind, I shall roam freely through the cosmos. This is the essence of ultimate freedom. No, howling wind, please do not die, I implore you." The howling wind gazed at his own fading hand, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping him. He could no longer wipe away Shimu's tears, but could only offer gentle consolation. "I shall not perish, Shimu. The winds of the world compose the symphony of my existence. Wherever the wind may be felt, there too shall I reside." The wind endures. As the howling wind dissipated, he faced his demise with a smile, perhaps affirming his belief that he was not truly dead, but rather achieving his freedom in a different form. Tears continued to cascade down Shimu's cheeks, his fair visage marred by the dust of the earth. He yearned to grasp the wind, yet slipped through his fingers. The wind was free, unrestrained. From this moment forth, nothing could bind him again. The liberated wind caressed the world tenderly, announcing the departure of the demon of the wind, while also proclaiming the existence of a gentle hero who once walked among them. The portal to the netherworld beckoned to Shimu, providing no time for sorrow. The wings upon his back began to flutter gently, lifting him towards the gates of hell. "Shimu!" A resounding call echoed from afar, awakening the dormant heart of Shimu and grounding him in his current reality. Shimu turned back to see Eddie running towards him with reckless abandon. He had never imagined that one day he would become a child that someone else could not bear to part with. Gazing at Eddie, Shimu wept bitterly, as if to release the sorrow accumulated over the years, or perhaps to lament the departure of the howling wind, seeking solace from Eddie. Eddie transformed into a manifestation of venom, employing every means possible to soar into the sky. He embraced Shimu, and in that final moment, Eddie offered Shimu a warm embrace. However, such a tender moment could not last long. As they neared the gates of hell, Shimu understood that an ordinary person like Eddie would not survive if he were to enter that abyss. Shimu feigned strength, lifting his head to smile at Eddie. His voice laced with a hint of sobbing, yet maintaining a facade of bravery. He said, "Uncle Eddie, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I must go now to bear the sins that are rightfully mine. It is my responsibility. You wouldn't want the child you cherish to grow into someone who cannot even shoulder their own responsibilities, would you?" Without giving Eddie a chance to respond, Shimu pushed him away and began to step into the gates of hell. With his back turned to the inferno, he smiled through his tears, proclaiming in a voice that all present could hear, "May the vast sky forever bless you, my dearest family, Eddie Brock." Chapter 125. The Census. With age comes a sensitivity to such poignant matters. The old man gently supported Eddie as he descended, releasing him onto the ground and wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Observing Eddie's despondent demeanor, the old man patted his shoulder and led him back to his antique shop. "Old man, it's been over 10 days, and he still looks this way. Is something wrong?" Steve, munching on seeds, squatted beside the old man, eagerly watching Eddie and inquiring of the elder who was reading nearby. The old man closed his book with a snap, delivering a light smack to Steve's head, casting a glance at Eddie and replying calmly, "I cannot say whether he is all right, but Steve, if you do not get to work now, you shall have no dinner tonight." Steve stood up, a look of feigned grievance on his face, shaking seeds all over the place, which elicited a surge of frustration from the old man, manifesting as a thick white mist. Noticing this, Steve quickly grabbed a broom and began to sweep leisurely, while the old man sighed and returned to reading the notes left by the howling wind. However, the tranquility lasted only a brief moment, shattered by a loud explosion echoing from the old man's study. The old man shut his eyes tightly, burying his head in the book, silently admonishing himself to remain calm, to not lose his temper. "Come forth your century of calming techniques. You are the best." Suddenly, Tony emerged from the study, covered in dust and coughing. "Cough, Wade. You wretched fool. Who told you to fart near the alcohol lamp?" Behind Tony, a rather irreverent voice chimed in. "Don't be so serious, Tony. Can't you see this experiment has become quite entertaining? You must understand that with my presence, the experiment brims with uncertainty. Damn this experiment. All I did was boil a pot of water, and you've turned my lab into a disaster." Infuriated, Tony turned around, clad in his Mark III armor, ready to deliver a stern lesson to Wade. This comical scene roused Thor, who had been nursing a hangover from the previous night, attempting to drown his shameful past in alcohol. Yet, the more he drank, the deeper he sank into his troubles. "Come on, Tony, take him down." As soon as Thor's words left his lips, he felt an overwhelming weight in his hand, causing a bottle to shatter with a loud crash. At that moment, Dr. Banner, who had been conducting the experiment alongside Tony, transformed into the Hulk out of frustration for being trapped for too long. With a single punch, he sent Wade flying out of the study doorway. Hulk smash! Hulk's roar seemed to snap the last thread of rationality in the old man's mind. "Silence, everyone!" In an instant, the antique shop fell eerily quiet as the old man's formidable presence intimidated everyone present. Rising from his recliner, he noticed Steve and, without a word, tossed him onto the hammock. "Steve, you better not die on me. If you can't handle a little work, believe me, I'll take your basket away." Clutching his blanket tightly, Steve trembled at the sight of the furious old man. The old man, filled with rage, advanced toward Wade, who was attempting to rise, and delivered a punch to his face, causing Wade to lose consciousness once more. Oh, so many stars. The old man, akin to a furious T-Rex, would not spare even a dog in his path. Eddie, who was merely wallowing in despair, was yanked up by the old man despite having done nothing wrong. As Venom attempted to resist, a swift slap silenced them both. "Snap out of it, you miserable creature." Eddie fell into a deep slumber, while Venom faced a severe reprimand. Hulk and Tony embraced tightly, and as the old man passed by Thor, he stepped on his stomach, transforming him into a miniature fountain. Tony wished to apologize but found himself at a loss for words, and Hulk, with a mind not exceeding that of a 5-year-old, was equally confused, only aware of the terror emanating from the adult before him. Coming to a halt before the two, the old man crossed his arms and fixed them with a sidelong glance. "I expect an explanation from you both." In an instant, Hulk reverted back to Banner, and after exchanging a glance with Tony, they turned to the old man in unison, declaring, "It's all Wade's fault." The old man closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. In that moment, both Tony and Banner felt the air around them thin significantly. The old man's belly swelled slightly, and just as Tony and Banner exchanged puzzled glances, he suddenly opened his eyes. His piercing gaze compelled them to instinctively cover their ears. Wade, with a roar akin to that of a lion, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, striking Tony and Banner squarely in the chest, sending them tumbling back into the study. Meanwhile, Wade, who had just regained consciousness, was still in a daze when the old man took another deep breath, turned around, and unleashed a powerful gust that crashed into Wade, resulting in a resounding bang as the wall shattered, propelling Wade out of the old man's antique shop. Seeing Wade receive his just desserts, the old man's demeanor brightened as he pressed down with his palm and exhaled, feeling an undeniable lift in his spirits. However, this scene startled the young man outside the door, who held a form in his hands. He hesitated to make a move, his hands resting on the door, and beads of nervous sweat began to form on his brow, as if he were unsure of where to place them. Through the wall that Wade had just broken, the old man spotted the young man outside and retrieved the broom that had fallen to the ground when he lost Steve. With the broom firmly in hand, he deftly jabbed at Steve, though the specifics of the jab remained a mystery. Regardless, at the moment Steve fell, he clutched his backside, his eyes wide and misaligned, looking as though something was amiss. "Stop pretending to be dead. Go open the door for me." The old man kicked Steve, who yelped in surprise, clutching his rear end as he begrudgingly made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he looked at the young man outside and quietly cautioned, "Hello, welcome to Old Dang's antique shop. Today, Old Dang's mood isn't the best, so you better have something to buy." At that moment, the young man outside, upon opening the door, found his composure restored. He placed the form into Steve's hands, and if not for the water pooling at his feet, one might have deemed him quite brave. "Hello, I'm here for the census." Though Steve's voice was soft, it did not escape the old man's keen ears. Just as Steve took the form, a slipper sliced through the air and struck him on the back of the head with a resounding thud. Logically, as a paragon of human physique, Steve should have evaded any such projectile. Yet, the old man's slipper was the exception to the rule. Soaring through the skies like a white cloud under a golden sun, its power unmistakable. The old man retrieved the census form from the fallen Steve and scrutinized it with a sidelong glance. The young man, conducting the census, glanced back at the assortment of peculiar beings in the old man's abode, noticing that aside from Tony, none seemed to possess a legitimate American identification. Steve, a 70-year-old popsicle, just recently awakened, had long been deregistered over 70 years ago. Banner, a rather astute individual, once remarked to General Ross that his daughter was exceedingly capable, prompting the military to pursue her relentlessly to this day. If identification were to serve its purpose, it would imply Ross's inadequacy. As for Thor, he is an inebriated specter, hardly even a terrestrial being. What hope is there for him to possess American citizenship? Eddie, a being of ambiguous nature, remains an enigma at present, yet his extraterrestrial garb suggests that he does not conform to any conventional identity. Wade, the comedic assassin, is notorious for his audacity, willing to eliminate targets even if they are presidential. Are we truly confident that anyone would dare to bestow upon him American citizenship? Even if such a thing were conceivable, I suspect the official handling his application would be unable to endure his incessant chatter and would ultimately reject it. Upon surveying the assembly, the old man discerned that, apart from himself, he was surrounded by a cadre of troubled individuals. Tony might nearly qualify as somewhat normal. However, upon further reflection, the old man realized that he had only ever acquired a green card from Huagua. Would that even be applicable here? Chapter 126, The Alliance of Troubled Souls. Prelude. Within the dimly lit, cavernous passage, a horned man staggered forward, brandishing a staff that emitted a blue luminescence. His gait was unsteady, his breath labored, and the crimson hue of his eyes betrayed his palpable anxiety. Plop! A droplet of water struck the man, triggering a complete unraveling of his taut nerves. The staff in his grasp unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, illuminating the passage with a piercing beam of light, which broke through the oppressive darkness. The chilling rain shattered his mental defenses, and he collapsed to the ground in an instant. From the depths of the shadowy corridor, a voice resonated with authority, tinged with solemnity. General Icarus, the next move is yours. Crash! A thunderous clap rent the heavens, while brilliant lightning pierced the subterranean gloom. Amidst the downpour, Peter, laden with his backpack, ventured into Hell's Kitchen. The old man's antique shop, a gathering place for extraordinary allies, was Peter's favorite haunt. Today, New York was relatively tranquil, save for a skirmish with a lizard creature, an encounter with a scorpion, and a robbery executed by a peculiar figure clad in red armor. Known as Red Tusk, Peter mused. Indeed, these nefarious villains could only flee in disarray when confronted by Spider-Man. Deadpool interjected, "Look what I've uncovered. A soaked spider. Oh, what odd aroma." Strange dialogues echoed in Peter's mind as he realized he had entered the realm of the old man's antique shop. Wade had linked with his consciousness. And now, all he needed to do was clear his mind. In that fleeting moment of mental emptiness, Peter's spider sense ignited, halting him in his tracks as a vast chasm materialized before him. Is Hell's Kitchen truly home to such a colossal pit? I had thought Thor's previous excavation was already extensive. With curiosity, Peter ventured into the abyss, and his spider-enhanced night vision afforded him great advantage, allowing him to swiftly locate Loki, who lay drenched upon the ground. Upon witnessing Loki in such a disheveled state, Peter's initial thought was that Loki would likely seek to torment him again. However, out of humanitarian concern, Peter shot forth his webbing, rescuing Loki from the depths below. "Oh, dear friend, I cannot simply stand by and watch you drown in that foul gutter. I hope your garments are sturdy enough to withstand this ordeal, allowing me sufficient time to rescue you. Oh, please do not tear." After pulling Loki up, Peter finally exhaled in relief, laying the god of mischief flat upon the ground, thus preventing him from meeting his demise in the stinking waters. Yet, the moment Loki was turned over, an odd sense surged into Peter's consciousness, causing him to involuntarily scrunch his brow. He leaned in to sniff, realizing the odor emanated from Loki himself, prompting him to recoil, pinching his nose. "Hey, buddy, your scent." "Oh, it seems today I'm not the only one to be marinated in foulness." After a brief lament, Peter nonetheless assisted Loki to his feet, all the while pinching his nose and grumbling as he led Loki back to his father's antique shop. However, just as Peter rapped on the door, a cheeky voice belonging to Wade echoed from within. "Is anyone home?" In that moment of distraction, Peter's spider sense tingled, warning him of impending danger beyond the door. With Loki in tow, he sprang into action, leaping up the wall, reminiscent of his first visit to the antique shop. Suddenly, the door swung open, unleashing a cacophony of colorful eggs that erupted and obliterated the building across the street, showering vibrant, cloud-like debris everywhere. Bang! A rainbow explosion. Wade poked his head out from the antique shop, reveling in the chaos unfolding before him, laughing heartily at the sight of the explosion. Peter, executing a swift maneuver, descended from the wall and pointed an accusatory finger at Wade. "Wade, this is not right. What if someone gets hurt?" Wade, clutching his stomach in a fit of laughter, stood upright, wiping away non-existent tears from his eyes, and patted Peter on the shoulder, saying, "Oh, sweet child, allow me to impart a delightful truth. In this wretched place known as Hell's Kitchen, there are no good people. Even if you were to blow this place to the heavens, no law enforcement would intervene, for this is a haven for scoundrels and vermin." Listening to Wade's words, Peter furrowed his brow. Wade's cavalier attitude towards life irked him, yet he could not dwell on it too long, knowing Wade's reputation as a notorious villain. Moreover, Deadpool was indeed correct. This locale was a cesspool, and one must not allow an appreciation for life to blind them to such realities. Thus, Peter silently resolved to usher Loki into the antique shop. Peter deliberately attempted to circumvent Wade, who made no effort to impede him. However, as Peter passed, Wade playfully smacked him on the backside. Peter shot a furious glare over his shoulder, only to find Wade blowing air on his palm, grinning mischievously. "Oh, Spider-Boy, you really ought to eat more. Your grip lacks the finesse of captains. That quintessential American posterior is forever etched in my memory." Yet, The moment Wade finished speaking, a star-spangled shield came hurtling towards him, sending him sprawling. Steve approached, casting a glance at Peter before assessing the Loki draped over his shoulder. I hope you are aware of your actions, my child. Indeed, Captain, I am quite certain that I am doing what I believe is right. Steve nodded, swinging his shield with great vigor as he leaped from the antique shop towards Wade, who lay amidst the rainwater. Wade, my friend, trust me, your affliction is severe. Allow me to resolve this issue for you once and for all. Oh, Captain, take it easy. Peter cast a glance at the two engaged in combat in the rain before silently withdrawing his gaze and dragging Loki back into the antique shop. Inside, the old man reclined in a chair, engrossed in a book. Tony stood at the counter, responsible for selling the antiques of the day. Although Tony longed to assert that he could purchase the entire store single-handedly, the old man remained adamant about running an antique shop, and what could be done? He indulged him. Seated at the counter, Tony, unable to conduct experiments, idly flipped through a tome of magic. For him, practice was always of greater significance than theoretical study. As for Thor, he appeared to be suffering from yet another hangover. However, this time he had learned to avoid the floor, opting instead to climb onto Steve's hammock for a deep slumber. Banner was absent from the shop today, seemingly called away by Coulson for some momentous undertaking, said to involve a groundbreaking research endeavor. Banner had initially intended to invite Tony, but Tony preferred to attend the shop rather than act as a S.H.I.L.D. enforcer. Thus he declined the invitation. The moment Peter entered, an indescribable odor wafted into Tony's nostrils, for someone with his aversion to filth. The presence of an unpleasant scent in his sanctuary was intolerable. Upon seeing Peter, Tony furrowed his brow, momentarily relaxing it, yet his words remained sharp. Peter, my boy, I must say, the aroma you currently exude would surely repel a host of escort girls. What could possibly give you the confidence to stroll among those streetwalkers? I imagine they have long since returned home, if you catch my drift. Peter's face flushed with embarrassment. He was acutely aware that he did not smell particularly pleasant, especially with Loki lying in a pit, soaked in an unknown liquid that reeked to high heaven. I apologize, Tony, but I believe I ought to take a bath. Hearing this, Tony nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a set of keys from the counter and tossing them to Peter. The key to Wade's room. Go wash up there. He seldom uses it, fearing that one day I might lock him inside, leaving him unable to share his jokes with everyone. Honestly, am I that kind of person? Peter observed the cold smirk at the corner of Tony's mouth, and despite his clothes being drenched by the rain, he felt another wave of cold sweat. Peter, in this moment, I find myself agreeing with Wade. Goodness, I must be losing my mind. Deadpool. No, Spider-Boy, if this is what madness looks like, then your dark side must be donning a suit, humming a tune, sipping coffee, and perusing the newspaper, understand? As Peter perused the newspaper, a wave of bewilderment washed over him, causing him to shake his head in disbelief. He felt his mind had become rather cluttered. A shower was imperative, and he resolved to indulge in multiple baths. Hastily abandoning Loki, Peter dashed to Wade's room, secured the door, and scrubbed himself vigorously, especially his backside, until he emerged, flushed and steaming, resembling a crab that had been thoroughly steamed. Chapter 127. The Alliance of Concerned Fathers. Setting the stage as he descended the stairs, Peter beheld Wade poking Loki with a small stick, leaving him to wonder how Wade could possibly endure such a sight. At that moment, the freshly cleansed Peter had no inclination to approach Loki. Quietly, he took a couple steps back, leaning against Tony, who interjected, "Hey kid, you need not don that ridiculous clown suit any longer." Meow meow meow. Peter tilted his head, puzzled by Tony's remark. Yet, upon spotting a red and blue striped garment amidst the refuse Steve was sorting, his eyes widened in shock. Unperturbed by Peter's astonishment, Tony seized him and led him toward the study within the antique shop, outlining a splendid vision for Peter as they walked. Listen, Peter, your style of action, thought process, and behavioral habits are amongst the finest in our circle, even surpassing that of the old popsicle. However, often your shabby clown outfit does little to aid you. I shall open the doors of science for you. Brace yourself for a profound revelation. In contrast to the whimsical portals conjured by magic, the torrents of steel forged by science promise a visceral impact on humanity, resonating from the visual to the very depths of the soul. Indeed, upon witnessing the teleportation device crafted by Tony, Peter found himself irresistibly drawn to it, particularly the glaring nuclear reactor embedded within, which appeared to boast a hefty price tag. Tony guided Peter through the portal, leading them to Stark Industries, home to the world's foremost scientists engaged in groundbreaking research. The defensive robots, adept at mimicking human behavior, acted like master imitators capable of executing powerful counterattacks. The superpower pill, a monumental research endeavor, enables humans to acquire the extraordinary abilities of mutants without mutation, a closely guarded secret of Stark-S, seldom revealed to the public. Moreover, there existed obscure research teams whose projects bore names too complex to articulate. Their creations were intricate, including machines capable of reducing all matter, even vibranium, to a particle state. "Wow, this is so cool," Peter exclaimed, his exaggerated expression eliciting satisfaction from Tony, for no one could resist the allure of praise for their scientific achievements. Tony then led Peter to a machine, turning to him with a grin. "Kid, you now have 10 minutes to make requests regarding your new gear, and I will do my utmost to accommodate them." Peter found himself ensnared in a state of stupor, grappling with Tony's inquiries that propelled him into a whirlwind of contemplation, at times even causing him to forget his original intentions. As time slipped away, Peter remained ensconced in his reveries, until at the very last moment he blurted out, "The same color as my original battle suit." Tony, timing his stopwatch, nodded in acknowledgement. "Is it truly that simple? Very well, my dear boy. You now have an hour to indulge yourself. I shall present the crafted item to you in 1 hour's time. By the way, what style of backpack do you use for school?" After a moment's reflection, Peter replied, "A shoulder bag." Tony pondered briefly before immersing himself in his experiments. Keen to learn alongside Tony, Peter hesitated to intrude upon his busy demeanor and quietly exited the laboratory, wandering through Stark Industries, a celebrated enterprise in the United States. Peter marveled at the array of peculiar objects he encountered. However, upon stepping outside the experimental area, he was met with utter chaos. Littered with plastic bags, scattered documents, and empty office buildings, the scene was disarrayed, save for an elderly gentleman clad in a green jacket who was inquiring about something at an unoccupied security booth. Observing this, Peter hurried over to the gentleman and asked, "Good day, sir. This is Stark Industries. How may I assist you?" The elderly man, upon seeing Peter, sighed in relief and greeted him with a smile. "Oh, what a relief, young lad. Finally, someone is here. I have a package for Tony Stark. Could you kindly deliver it to him?" Peter nearly erupted in laughter upon hearing the name, but, mindful of the surveillance cameras dotting Stark Industries, he stifled his amusement and replied, "Certainly, sir. I shall ensure it reaches Mr. Stark." However, he ultimately succumbed to laughter, causing the old man to shrug and depart. After reveling in his mirth, Peter glanced at the surrounding disorder, perplexed by the situation, when suddenly, Tony's voice emanated from his communication device. "Kid, your armor is ready. Come to the lab. We need to return." "All right, Mr. Stark," Peter replied. "Wait, what did you just say, kid?" The call disconnected before Peter could clarify, having inadvertently repeated the elderly man's mispronunciation of Tony's name. Panic surged within him as he thought, "I'm doomed. Tony will surely kill me." In a corner, an unassuming piece of paper bore the headline regarding Pepper's mysterious disappearance from Stark Industries, a detail that regrettably eluded Peter's notice. Cautiously, Peter peered at the door of the laboratory, whereupon it swung open to reveal Tony, who stood amicably behind it, smiling warmly at Peter. Peter, sensing danger, leaped into action, soaring from the ground to the wall. Noticing Tony's delay in response, he cautiously handed over the package he had received from the elderly man. "Mr. Stark, your delivery." Tony, smiling, severed the webbing, allowing the package to tumble to the floor. With a friendly demeanor, he addressed Peter, "Easy there, Parker. Don't be so stiff. Come down, and let me show you your new battle suit." "Oh, Tony, I apologize, but there's something you ought to know." "Oh, is it the reason you refer to me as Big Pile of Dung? I believe I need not know." Tony's grin sent shivers down Peter's spine. The two remained in a tense standoff until Tony could no longer contain himself, initiating chaos within the laboratory. Simultaneously, Loki awoke in the antique shop, his first words laced with terror as he clutched Deadpool, exclaiming, "Red, a horrifying red mask." Subsequently, Loki succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Wade, seizing Loki's grip on his collar, lifted his head to find everyone present regarding him with peculiar expressions. "Hey folks, you don't actually think I did this to him, do you?" "Honestly, aside from that little poke earlier, I did nothing." "SHIELD, aboard the aerospace mothership. Doctor, commence the experiment. Chapter 128, The Parental Advisory Alliance, Mutation S, H, IEL, D, aboard the aerospace mothership. In a high-tech laboratory, a blue cube shimmered brilliantly within the dark experimental environment, illuminating the researchers involved in the endeavor. Dr. Banner, the man transformed into the Hulk due to gamma radiation, participated in this experiment for the sake of his beautiful girlfriend, aiming to deeply analyze the relationship between the Tesseract and gamma energy from a scientific perspective. Dr. Mondo, a brilliant scientist from the Harbor Research Institute, currently retired yet still affiliated with Stark Industries, volunteered for the experiment upon hearing of the Tesseract's peculiar nature. The source of the information was inconsequential. Dr. Otto, the nefarious scientific genius responsible for several disturbances in New York, focused on controllable nuclear fusion and fission, colloquially known as creating a miniature sun. It was said that he nearly succeeded in Osborn's laboratory. Upon receiving this information, Coulson brought him into the laboratory. Recognizing the urgency of the research and the necessity to unify all available resources within the bounds permitted by Congress. After the party concluded, Coulson promptly edited and dispatched the intelligence obtained from Thor to Congress. The members of Congress, skeptical of the claims, nevertheless allocated some project funding, reminiscent of the financial support granted when crop circles were discovered. However, if the funding were merely intended to placate a couple of charlatans, it might be feasible. But when confronted with a colossal organization like SHILD, it is but a drop in the ocean. Coulson found himself bewildered, pondering how Director Fury had previously amassed such substantial resources. Under these arduous circumstances, Coulson made a decision that went against his forebear's principles. He decided to withdraw all of Nick Fury's personal funds to finance the experiment. Initially, lacking a specific research direction, Coulson embarked on a series of technological innovations. These numerous advancements successfully equipped Spider-Man with a variety of specialized gear, which, although he had no time to present to him at that moment, would surely find its opportunity in the future. Yet, such equipment proved insufficient against an adversary capable of waging war across galaxies. Imagining the enemy's weaponry at a phenomenal level, Coulson recalled the extraordinary weapons employed by the Nazis in the past. The energy weapons crafted from the unique energy extracted from the Tesseract were undoubtedly the ideal choice for combating extraterrestrial threats. With this thought in mind, Coulson delved into Nick Fury's second stash of personal funds, fortunate that Fury had just saved it and had yet to spend it. Otherwise, Coulson would have faced significant distress. Upon acquiring this financial support, Coulson did not intend to squander it on SHIEL-DS scientists. Instead, he quickly thought of the most suitable scientist for the Tesseract project, Dr. Banner, alongside two other equally brilliant scientists. The first summoned was Dr. Otto, who, as a prisoner, was readily available. The second to arrive was Dr. Mundo, who, despite his humanitarian reservations about weapon creation, was nonetheless intrigued to learn about the Tesseract. Finally, Dr. Banner arrived, reluctantly coming to SHIELD. After fruitless pleas from his father and the disappearance of the talisman, he encouraged himself, relying on his own strength. "Come on, Banner, you can do this." As the experimental phase commenced, everything proceeded smoothly, almost as if the outcome had been predestined, with researchers merely required to follow the established trajectory. After producing the first firearm powered by the Tesseract, Dr. Banner hastily concluded the research, lacking even the time to test the newly crafted weapon before heading to the cafeteria with Otto and Mundo to seek lunch. Along the way, the trio maintained a heavy silence, their expressions unusually grave, as if something significant were about to unfold. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they collected their meals and, without prior arrangement, sat together. After a moment of quiet dining, Banner broke the silence, shattering the tense atmosphere. "Two individuals. You may have noticed that the stability of the cosmic cube surpasses our wildest imagination. In fact, from a certain perspective, it appears as though it was crafted specifically for human use." Otto nodded, feeling discomfort as the four tendrils behind him were restrained. He resorted to fashioning a model of the cosmic cube from the rice before him. From the standpoint of natural science, even water, which is a renewable resource in circulation, possesses a degree of instability and minimal risk. Mondo reached out to take the rice model of the cosmic cube from Otto's hands, spun it in his palm, and then forcefully slammed it onto the table, causing rice to scatter in all directions. At the moment Mondo raised his hand, several grains of rice stuck to it. But the others present were oblivious to this detail, and Mondo merely brushed his hands together nonchalantly. Observing the flattened rice releasing a hint of warm steam, Mondo remarked, "Even rice that is about to cool can emit a certain amount of heat upon bursting, creating a layer of white mist above it, akin to gamma materials that radiate energy. Why does it remain so tranquil within the cosmic cube?" The three individuals fell silent. The cosmic cube, in many respects, could no longer be classified as a scientific creation. Perhaps the term divine artifact would be more fitting. Yet, if the cosmic cube were indeed a creation of the divine, what significance would human science hold? Perhaps it would be wiser to engage in a hula dance to appease the gods, requesting another cosmic cube specifically designed for energy extraction, thereby ensuring a stable and prosperous society, while simultaneously eradicating over 70 wars in the world. Compared to the other two, Banner, who had already encountered magic, remained considerably calmer. He extended his hand to gather the shattered rice, molding it into another cosmic cube shape, and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, I am uncertain whether the cosmic cube is merely a trinket crafted by the divine, but I can assert that if an extraterrestrial army were to attack, our salvation would rest solely in our own hands." Before Banner's words could fully resonate, Mondo let out a piercing roar that echoed through the skies. Kicking the dining table aside, he clutched his chest, convulsing as he collapsed to the ground, leaving the onlookers in shock. However, before they could react, Dr. Otto experienced a similar fate, his eyes glazing over, foam forming at his mouth, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Banner rushed over, pressing his fingers against the throats of both men. After a thorough examination, he discovered that Otto had already lost his breath, while Mondo had only a faint pulse. Just as Banner was about to call for a doctor, Mondo's breathing suddenly intensified, the force of it sending a chill through Banner, reminiscent of every time Hulk had made an appearance. "We need to retreat. Keep your distance from Dr. Mondo." With a thunderous roar, Banner sent the agents scurrying back. Before Dr. Banner's arrival, Coulson had established an unwavering rule: never provoke Dr. Banner's wrath. In the event of an accidental incitement, the only recourse was to flee with all one's might. Truly, one could not help but admire the agent's speed, which surpassed that of an ordinary individual. In an instant, the restaurant was left with only Banner, the deceased Otto, and Dr. Mundo, whose heart raced audibly even from the doorway. As Mundo's heartbeat grew increasingly intense, so too did the resonance in Banner's own chest. Under such extreme tension, the heart rate monitor on Banner's wrist began to beep insistently. Realizing this, he promptly closed his eyes, covered his ears, and took several deep breaths. Although this did little to mitigate the effects of the resonance, it calmed him considerably, a rare moment of tranquility for Banner. However, the body of the fallen Professor Mundo began to swell uncontrollably, transforming into a towering giant. Standing 5 meters tall, even in repose, his massive frame was enough to instill awe. Just as Banner's heartbeat threatened to surge once more, a crimson mask pierced through the wall and his very being, hurtling directly towards the unconscious Mundo. "My dear warrior, it seems you are prepared to entrap your life in shadows. In that case, I shall bestow upon you the power to command the Legion of Darkness. You shall bear a new name, General Samo," Terra proclaimed, producing a green mask from behind her and placing it over Mundo's face. In an instant, Mundo's visage melded with Samo's mask, and as Mundo's eyes snapped open, he roared, "Dr. Mundo at your service." Chapter 129, The Alliance of Despair. Annihilation. Mundo's sudden exclamation startled not only Banner, but also left Terra, who had been observing, in shock. Hadn't he lost consciousness? How could he regain awareness without becoming the host for General Samo? Goodness, is it truly so difficult to find a reliable subordinate? Terra sighed, then forced a smile. Addressing Mundo, "Oh, Dr. Mundo, your formidable physique is indeed reassuring, but I regret to inform you that this world is gravely ill, and it cannot be healed by your efforts alone." Surveying his surroundings, influenced by the dark aura, Mundo perceived a grotesque and bizarre world. Upon seeing Banner, the swift interchange of two forms confirmed Terra's assertion in his mind. Healing and saving lives was within Mundo's capabilities, but he required assistance. Initially, The first half of Terra's statement had filled her with a flicker of disappointment, but when Mundo uttered the latter half, dozens of colossal shadow soldiers sprang forth. In that moment, Terra felt as though she had reached the pinnacle of her existence. As Mundo stepped forward, the multitude of shadow soldiers followed suit, and, at that instant, Banner could no longer concern himself with the impending destruction. He transformed into the Hulk in a fit of rage. The enraged roar of Hulk not only failed to intimidate Mondo, it instead invigorated him further. "Oh, poor fellow, you are beyond salvation. But since you're under the care of Dr. Mondo, you can rest assured. He will surely cure your affliction, though it may require amputation below the head." With a wave of his hand, Mondo commanded his assistant, the colossal shadow soldier, to march forward with heavy steps, arms outstretched as it lunged at the advancing green behemoth. Undeterred by the oncoming horde of similarly towering creatures, Hulk charged forward, fists swinging, sending each of the shadow soldiers flying with a single blow. Initially, the task of dispatching these formidable foes proved somewhat challenging, but as the battle progressed, Hulk found his rhythm. And soon the act of defeating the shadow soldiers became a form of entertainment for him. Observing this spectacle, Mondo furrowed his brow, brandishing a cleaver he had somehow procured. Resting it on his shoulder as he declared, "Disobedient patient, nurse, ensure he lies still." At Mondo's command, countless shadow soldiers erupted from the ground, charging relentlessly at Hulk. Despite Hulk's fierce attacks, the soldiers did not retaliate. They simply hurled themselves at him until he was ultimately overwhelmed. "Rest easy, patient. Mondo is a good doctor. None of his patients have ever relapsed." Hulk roared in fury, yet the sheer number of shadow soldiers pressing upon him was greater than even his explosive strength. However, as Mondo drew nearer, Hulk's power surged to new heights. With a thunderous crack, the shadow soldier in front of him erupted, unleashing a tremendous force that obliterated dozens of its comrades. In that moment of liberation, Hulk did not pause. His fury had reached its zenith, and he launched a devastating punch straight at Mondo's face. The impact was monumental, sending Mondo, adorned in his mask, hurtling backward, while Hulk, drained of energy, collapsed to the ground. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. It was so swift that even Terra could scarcely register it. The ferocity of the shadow soldiers was well known within the ranks of the Phantom Legion, their defenses and strength unparalleled, making them nearly perfect soldiers, save for their lack of speed. As the frontline fighters of Terra's campaigns, the shadow soldiers were undoubtedly formidable, yet the situation was perplexing. How could this human unleash such overwhelming power? Terra found herself utterly confounded. Just as Terra pondered these trivial matters, Mondo had already risen once more, shaking his head and standing as if nothing had occurred. The reason behind Mondo's resilience lay in his robust skeletal structure, which instantaneously formed armor as impenetrable as that of an armadillo, diffusing Hulk's assault. Coupled with the miraculous magic of the mask, Mondo sustained only severe but non-fatal injuries. Recovering from such wounds was a trivial matter. Mondo effortlessly manipulated the energy within him, with the aid of the Samos mask, facilitating his swift restoration. However, even after recovery, Mundo had no desire to glance back at Hulk's current state. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned the medical personnel, the giant shadow soldiers. "Go forth, my nurses, and bring forth those who shun the truth about their ailments. Today, I shall treat 100 souls." In an instant, the giant shadow soldiers vanished, plunging the entire SHIELD helicarrier into chaos, with gunfire and explosions echoing incessantly. At that moment, Terra remained in the cafeteria, unwavering, gazing at Dr. Octopus, who had been deemed deceased by Hulk. With a flick of her mind, Terra manipulated Dr. Otto to gesture, summoning the shadow soldiers forth in a flash. "General Rice, your plan is nothing short of brilliant. All that remains is to usher the dark energy into this realm, and we shall reclaim dominion over this universe." With a resounding crack, the chains binding Otto's mechanical arms shattered instantaneously, transforming his serene visage into that of a brownish-yellow mask. The small spectacles perched upon it softening its ominous appearance. Indeed, Marshal, certain tasks are beyond the capabilities of the brutish. Only we, the intelligent, can refine your scheme to perfection. Terra nodded with satisfaction, finding greater contentment in the latest trio, Generals Icarus, Samo, and rice, compared to the peculiarities previously summoned. Your execution of the plan has been commendable, General Rice. Now, let us revel in the grand spectacle orchestrated by Generals Icarus and Samo. At Old Man's antique shop, even after receiving Wade's kiss, the slumbering Loki remained ensconced in dreams. Wade mourned for quite some time, lamenting that his kiss failed to awaken the magnificent captain. Despite Steve's clear rejection, nonetheless, Wade remained undeterred and found joy in the endeavor. After much deliberation, Old Man and his companions resolved to take Loki to his H.I.E.L.D. for an examination, for one must never shy away from the truth about health. However, upon crossing the portal into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interior, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A horde of towering 5-meter ninjas was in pursuit of a young girl, attempting to administer an injection. Yet they could not catch her. Observing his dazed companions, Old Man chided them, bestowing a playful smack on each. "Are you all just going to stand there? Hurry and assist me." Wade, captivated by Natasha's graceful movements, donned in a mask, seemingly oozing blood from his nose, replied in a teasing tone, "Are you referring to that burly fellow?" "Understood. Old Man, you truly get me." Chapter 130, The League of Troubled Fathers, Betrayal. After Old Man had securely bound the dangerously imaginative Wade, Steve completed the extermination of the giant shadow soldiers. Old Man clapped his hands, the mysterious substance from binding Wade staining his palms, as he rose to approach Steve and the others. At that very moment, a small blade appeared, severing Wade's bindings. A flicker of struggle danced in Wade's eyes, soon replaced by sheer elation. However, this transpired unnoticed by Old Man or Steve. As Old Man approached, Natasha rose from the ground, her pale belly gleaming conspicuously. Yet, Old Man had no inclination to admire such splendid springtime beauty. Throughout his century-long existence, he had encountered numerous beauties, some fiery and passionate, yet they were ultimately nothing more than a collection of flesh stitched into a tailored guise, a mere crimson skeleton. Moreover, before him stood a black widow, a woman notorious for her lethal poison. Old Man was devoid of interest. "Captain, the situation at S.H.I.E.L.D. is dire. Director Coulson has been abducted by Dr. Mondo, and we require your assistance." Natasha's eyes sparkled with hope. The might of the giant shadow warriors was overwhelming. Even with Barton at her side, confronting a single giant shadow warrior consumed considerable time, resulting in the unfortunate loss of Director Coulson. They desperately needed external support. Steve had no objections to Natasha's plea. After all, he was now part of S.H.I.E.L.D., benefiting from their provisions, so aiding them posed no trouble. "Certainly, but there better be beer at my victory feast." For Thor, now inebriated, any foe beyond the colossal creatures they had just battled seemed trivial, merely a matter of a single blow. If he could exchange this for some beer, it would be even more delightful. "Help, if you do not mind, Venom and I can assist as well." Eddie offered, his voice lacking vigor, yet behind him, Venom was utterly exhilarated. "Chocolate or human brains? Bring me a copious supply of chocolate or human brains. Otherwise, do not expect my assistance." Natasha nodded. The request for chocolate was even simpler than Thor's beer. As for the mention of human brains, she noted it, but was puzzled by the connection between the two, realizing that offering human brains was utterly out of the question, even for a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once they reached an agreement, the group dispersed. Natasha set off to rescue Coulson, while Steve and the others focused on dealing with the giant shadow warriors aboard the spacecraft. Old Man remained behind, establishing a ritual altar to prepare materials to combat the Sermo mask. Just as everything seemed to be progressing positively, Loki, lying on the ground, inexplicably opened his eyes. His expression shifted dramatically as a blue mask imprinted itself upon his face. General Ike had emerged. In truth, on that fateful day within the underground passage, Loki, the god of mischief, had once again been betrayed. The commander of the Ghost Legion, Terra, had ambushed him, and with Pepper's assistance, Terra forcefully placed a blue mask upon his face, reviving General Ike. However, the resurrected Icarus harbored his own intentions. Thus, Terra permitted him to pursue his ambitions, assuring him that she would ultimately bear the consequences. Icarus stumbled into the Hell's Kitchen before his father's antique shop, where he crashed down with a resounding thud, remaining incapacitated for 4 chapters until his plan gradually began to reveal itself. The sound of Loki's rise did not escape the keen ears of his father, who casually grasped a vial from the table, a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ah, yet another failure." As Loki ducked to avoid the vial hurtling towards him, it shattered upon impact with the ground, sending a multitude of potions splattering everywhere. A single drop landed on General Icarus's mask, producing a sudden plume of white smoke. The intense pain compelled Loki to scream, yet upon noticing his father at work, he stifled his cries, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Who on earth concocts potions with sulfuric acid?" Loki lamented inwardly. Fortunately, the mask of General Icarus was sufficiently thick, causing only a severe burn. After rubbing his face against the ground, he managed to recover somewhat, though the once blue mask now bore a purplish hue. However, the peril was far from over. The calm voice of his father resonated, sending a chill through Loki. "Do I have this many vials of the potion? Never mind, let's forget it." As a deluge of potions descended upon him, Loki could no longer contain himself. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, countless armored soldiers sprang from the ground, drawing their long blades and shattering the glass vials. Yet, just as Loki reveled in his triumph, a splash of concentrated sulfuric acid struck his face, extinguishing his smile and compelling him to cover his mouth as he ran in panic, crawling awkwardly. A throng of armored soldiers pursued him relentlessly. After a flurry of chaotic movements, Loki collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the nauseating scent of sulfuric acid. After briefly tending to his injuries, he resolved that a true gentleman does not seek vengeance without cause. Plans could always be executed later, but the opportunity to leave this old man alone was rare. Loki promptly summoned a multitude of armored soldiers, stealthily advancing towards his father in a surrounding formation. His father appeared oblivious to their approach. As they reached his father's back, Loki discarded his staff and drew the long sword from a nearby soldier's waist, revealing a sinister grin as he gazed at his father's silhouette. Loki silently screamed, his expression growing increasingly deranged. However, at the moment the blade was about to fall, two fingers deftly pinched the sword. The weathered yet slightly disdainful visage of his father materialized before Loki. In a calm voice that resonated in Loki's ears like thunder, his father declared, "Boy, you still haven't learned your lesson, have you? Do you not know that I am the 8-time champion of the National Senior Cycling Endurance Race?" With a sharp crack, Loki's long sword shattered, and a warm sensation spread across his chest. Glancing down, he discovered a green lizard, which was now amicably greeting him. "Goodbye." Suddenly, with a loud bang, Loki was hurled away. The old man calmly surveyed the surrounding armored soldiers, blowing away the smoke that was wafting from the lizard. Instantly, the soldiers drew their swords in response. The old man retrieved a pufferfish from behind him, facing the lizard, and thus the dual-gun old man made a timely reappearance. After a flurry of sparks, only the old man and Loki remained standing. Loki lay on the ground, while the old man poured 2 vials of green potion into his hands. A radiant green glow illuminated the air as he rubbed his hands and approached Loki. However, at that moment, the sound of a gunshot rang out, leaving a white mark on the old man's divine battle armor. Stunned, he gazed at the figure that had appeared before him, astonished to see that this thick-browed, wide-eyed fellow had betrayed him once more. Chapter 131. The Alliance of the Troubled Fathers. Unity. With a smoke bomb exploding at the old man's feet, the smoke swiftly enveloped the area. Seizing the opportunity amidst the haze, Loki was whisked away by the newcomer. With a wave of his hand, the old man conjured a whirlwind that dispersed the smoke, and his gaze sharpened as he beheld the red figure before him. "Why assist Loki? Tell me, Wade." Faced with the old man's piercing gaze, Wade pretended to recoil in terror, covering his face in feigned panic. "Oh, old man, please don't look at me like that. It makes me shy." The old man glared at Wade, who dismissively waved his hand. He then slapped Loki twice while helping him up, turning to address the old man. "Old man, I truly appreciate your care over these past few days. You've been quite wonderful, I mean it. But one must always eat, right?" Wade hoisted Loki up and pointed his face. "He is quite generous with his money. He'll let me lie on a bed made of dollars and enjoy a splendid sleep. Oh, old man, when the time comes, I shall weep bitterly for my betrayal. But not now." As he spoke, Wade tossed a bomb, which the old man nonchalantly kicked away without a glance. Wade hung his head in frustration. "Oh, I knew you wouldn't be so easy to deal with, but as an elderly man, shouldn't your joints be as stiff as cheese?" In a flash, the old man charged forward, his fists like the wind, roaring like a tiger and dragon. Wade could only respond hastily, but the old man's punches, even when striking against steel, left Wade's arms numb for quite a while. Oh, this is not so cool after all. Meanwhile, before a vast lake, Dr. Octopus was idly scattering bait as a red mask slowly emerged beside him. Oh, General Ray Eyes, what is this? Fishing? What a delightful hobby. Dr. Octopus glanced at Terra, casually scattering the last of the bait, allowing the fish to compete for the meal. Marshal, I fail to comprehend why I could effortlessly seize the space gem, being fully aware of its location. In that chaotic moment, it was well within my grasp. Why then must we send that incompetent IKA on a futile errand? At these words, Terra shuddered, as if Risu's remarks instilled more dread in him than his father's magic. Once the tremor subsided, Terra, facing Risu, suppressed his usual warmth, his gaze deepening as he observed the struggling school of fish before him. Oh, General Risu, I seldom express such sentiments, but your current line of thought is exceedingly perilous. Dr. Octopus, perplexed by the myriad of expressions flitting across Terra's face, pondered whether it was something he had said that was amiss. Greater efficiency could expedite our mission's completion. Had it been his decision, the portal to the void would already be ajar, with the dark energy leading the army descending upon Earth. The shift in Dr. Octopus's demeanor did not escape Terra, who had served as a marshal for many years. Terra utilized his telekinesis to part the fish before him, distributing the previous bait evenly among them before addressing Risu. General Risu, while human thoughts may possess merit, you are not presently suited to absorb such an abundance. Do you recall when we became the rulers of the world? It was not due to our overwhelming strength. Rather, the Shadow Legion was feeble, and even a solitary demon could easily rend us to shreds in combat. Past glories are but memories. The frail humans we face now do not merit such caution. Dr. Octopus retorted. Terra, unperturbed by the rebuttal, nodded earnestly. Yet we are a team, General Risu. We are not solitary entities. We are the Shadow Legion. Each member constitutes a vital part of this collective. You must endeavor to trust them, grant them opportunities to err, for it is through these experiences that they shall grow. As he spoke, the S.H.I.L.D. aircraft carrier plummeted from the sky, engulfed in flames that evaporated the fish pond below. Terra, observing the fish he controlled suspended in midair, turned to Risu and inquired, "Would you care for some fish?" Dr. Octopus shook his head, but still accepted a fish from Terra's hand. After taking a casual bite, his expression twisted into one of discontent. Terra, chuckling, reclaimed the fish from Risu's grasp and, along with his own floating fish, discarded them into a nearby trash bin. Very well, General Risu, if you do not fancy it. There is no need for coercion. Let us prepare to welcome the arrival of the dark energy. In the control room, another one down. Will my beer arrive? Thor exclaimed, smashing another giant shadow soldier. After 10 minutes without a drink, his agitation began to surface as he turned to the frenzied venom beside him. Who knows? This onslaught seems endless, and why do they lack pancreases? Venom snarled, crushing the skull of yet another giant shadow soldier in fury. After consuming the toxic venom that filled his mouth with air, impatience began to swell within him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strand of webbing to ensnare a giant shadow soldier, using it as a hammer to topple a significant number of foes. Simultaneously, Thor hurled his mighty Mjolnir, and with a crack of thunder, the control room was cleared of the remaining shadow soldiers. All right, this area is secured. Let us depart, Eddie. You are all delusional. Doctor, Mundo is here. Just as the two were about to leave, an unexpected voice pierced the air, prompting them to whip around. Dr. Mundo, wielding a massive blade over his shoulder, began gesticulating towards them. You require silicone and rubber injections to disperse the lightning within you. And what is this? Conjunctivitis, so... But it's blue. Never mind. It still needs treatment. You exhibit signs of schizophrenia, coupled with a lack of hygiene, a long tongue, and sharp teeth. These are classic indicators of skeletal issues. Prepare for treatment. Thor and Venom exchange bewildered glances. What nonsense is that green-faced fellow babbling? We are superhumans. These are not ailments, but our innate abilities. Do not shy away from medical intervention, noting that the pair were unlikely to accept treatment calmly. Mundo gathered his strength and leapt high into the air, poised to deliver a decisive blow. According to apocryphal accounts, Those who underwent trepanation often experienced a slight relaxation of their mental state, alleviating paranoia and greatly aiding in the physician's treatment. As the massive blade descended towards them, Thor and Venom, not lacking in wit, swiftly rolled away. However, they failed to notice that behind them lay the control platform of the spaceship. With a single, powerful strike, Mundo's blade collided with the platform, sparking a cascade of flames before it erupted with a thunderous boom. The spaceship lost its balance and began to glide uncontrollably towards the ground. Chapter 132. The Dread Alliance. Iron Spider. The sudden turbulence wreaked havoc on the various teams within the cabin, leading to a series of unforeseen consequences. For instance, the abrupt jolt provided Wade with an opportune moment to escape, as Loki whisked him away into the Shadow Realm. Frustrated by the enemy's escape due to his misstep, the old man slammed his fist into the floor, creating a gaping hole. Sensing the sudden rise in temperature outside the cabin, he withdrew his hand. Returning to the control panel, which had slid against the wall due to the turbulence, he scattered a pre-prepared magical powder. In an instant, the spectral soldiers aboard the S.H.I.L.D. aircraft carrier vanished, and just as Mundo raised his blade, he was thrust out of the aircraft carrier by a white barrier. With the enemy gone, the remaining members wasted no time. At this moment, the situation aboard the aircraft carrier had become irretrievable, and ensuring their own safety took precedence. Those who could find parachutes utilized them to escape, while others desperately sought anything nearby that could serve as a lifeline. Natasha and Steve conducted a cursory search aboard the S.H.I.L.D. aircraft carrier, ultimately discovering the unconscious Banner lying on the ground. After retrieving him, the sudden tremors of the airship left them no time to continue their search for Coulson, prompting them to direct the others to leap from the aircraft carrier. In contrast to the fervor of their mission, Thor and Venom displayed a certain reluctance towards the rescue effort. Although Eddie wished to intervene, his prevailing despondency rendered him incapable of influencing Venom's thoughts. Utilizing the innate flight capability of the enchanted hammer, the duo ascended from the aircraft carrier. Blossoming flowers of fiery hues erupted in the sky, bestowing a touch of white upon the celestial canvas. At that moment, only Old Man remained aboard the airship, having gathered all the vials from the control panel. With a hand pressed to the ground, the divine armor materialized around him, and Old Man uttered calmly, "Deny." Explosion. The flames surged uncontrollably, and Old Man remained oblivious to the troubles afflicting the aircraft carrier. However, the denial power of the divine armor granted him the ability to preserve the lives surrounding him. This was a choice imbued with righteousness. A deliberate decision by Old Man to offer life, a glimmer of hope that justified the great mage's arrival in the land of the free. As the aircraft carrier touched down, an inferno erupted, evaporating the lake water and scorching the earth. Countless beings, caught unawares, were engulfed by the intense heat wave, their flesh seared by the fiery onslaught. Fortunately, an explosion was averted. The high temperatures merely remained high. Those in close proximity perished, while others fled to safety. Those caught in the middle suffered only superficial burns, narrowly escaping with their lives. Old Man single-handedly tore through the outer hull of the aircraft carrier, his divine armor gleaming brilliantly as he emerged from the flames, cradling a plump orange cat that yawned languidly, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding inferno. "Greetings, Mr. Mondo. I presume you are in haste for an urgent matter." Terra materialized beside the flung Mondo, employing telekinesis to suspend him mid-air before gently bringing him back to the ground. "Mondo, you Haven Tea healed those too." Mondo lowered his head, tinged with disappointment. Terra raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Oh, Dr. Mondo, there is no need for self-deprecation. Observe the two you have returned. They have donned their masks and embraced their powers. You are indeed a remarkable physician." Suddenly, emerging from the shadows were Hawkeye, adorned with a yellow Bart mask, and Coulson, donning a black cabo mask. Mondo's gaze fell upon the two individuals, causing Hawkeye to instinctively retreat a step, timidly hiding behind Coulson. In a voice akin to the flutter of a mosquito, he murmured, "Yes, indeed, Marshal Terra mentioned that it was you who rescued us. We are truly grateful. Oh, I apologize for my volume." Mondo nodded in response and turned his attention to Coulson, who was vigorously nudging Hawkeye, attempting to push him forward. However, Hawkeye refused to budge. With a resigned sigh, Coulson remarked, "What he said is untrue. Your treatment was utterly ineffective and left me with a splitting headache. Doctor, you are the most incompetent physician I have ever encountered. Coulson's sharp tongue nearly rendered Mondo speechless. Observing this exchange, Tara quickly intervened, positioning herself between the two. Gentlemen, we have far more pressing matters at hand. Let's not squabble over trivialities. Now, let us proceed to the site of our operation, Stark Tower. Tara's gaze drifted into the distance, and the others followed her line of sight. Stark Tower stood proudly, like a beacon of the nation, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Within Stark Tower, Tony and Peter, having reconciled after their playful tussle, understood that nicknaming one another was not a significant issue. If Tony had held a grudge, Rhodey would not have continually brought it up in the films. All right, Peter, you've had your fun. Let's take a look at your new gear. Tony extended his hand, lifting Peter from the ground as they made their way to the laboratory. At the very center of the lab stood the suit Tony had prepared for Peter. The 8 spider legs glimmered with an exquisite sheen. While the silver base appeared simplistic, it was crafted from unique materials such as vibranium and adamantium. Designed to have an enhanced effect against high regeneration individuals like Deadpool, Tony, I am definitely not targeting Wade. As for the additional accessories, Tony refrained from detailing each one. In summary, the overall design completely resonated with Peter's youthful spirit, instantly captivating him with the Iron Spider suit. Noticing Peter's eagerness, Tony chuckled and held him back, saying, "Hold on, little spider, don't be in such a rush. Allow me to show you something novel." After some adjustments on his watch, the Iron Spider suit began to fold itself in an instant, ultimately transforming into a simple yet striking red and blue satchel. Tony stepped forward, retrieved the bag from the pedestal, and slung it over Peter's shoulder. This moment indeed astonished Peter. Such advanced technology was beyond the capabilities of his previous, outdated battlesuit. The new Iron Spider suit meant that Peter could transform into Spider-Man at a moment's notice, ready to confront any peril. "Oh, my boy, I know you were thrilled. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. Put on this watch," Tony instructed, removing the watch from his wrist. Observing Peter's eager curiosity, he stifled his enthusiasm, helped him fasten the watch, and then pressed a button. Chapter 133. The Parental Worry Alliance. Invasion Peter was fiddling with his newly acquired artificial intelligence, discovering numerous permissions Tony had granted him, including access to the Stark Tower surveillance system. Memories of the chaos he witnessed upon entering the Stark Tower flooded back to him, and he promptly commanded Friday, display the latest surveillance footage from Stark Tower. Tony, intrigued by Peter's directive, found it peculiar that Peter, having gained access to these systems, did not first explore weaponry or flight capabilities, areas Tony himself had once experimented with. However, upon witnessing the images Friday projected, Tony's pupils dilated in shock. What on earth is happening? Why is Stark Tower in such disarray? Pepper? Friday, activate video permissions. Tony ordered, show all office footage on the main screen. Understood. In an instant, the surveillance videos from all office areas of Stark Tower were displayed on the large screen. But it was not just Pepper's office that was empty. The entire Stark Tower appeared devoid of life, as if everyone had vanished into thin air. Tony was astounded by the scene before him. He had only been away for a few weeks. How could Stark Tower have transformed into this? Yet, the true shock for Tony was still to come. Pepper, adorned with a purple mask, began to rise majestically from the shadows below, carried by 4 ominous figures with hands like blades, feet like daggers, blood-red eyes, and eerie blue skin. Ninja-like beings that exuded malevolence, all while respectfully escorting Pepper towards the rooftop of Stark Tower. As Tony adjusted the camera, it seemed Pepper noticed and blew a kiss towards the lens, albeit a rather unsettling gesture given the sinister mask she wore, causing Tony to groan in frustration. What was going on? When it came to peculiar masks, Peter had considerable authority on the matter, having once created a rather extraordinary scene with Thor, the Frost Prince. That is a ghost shadow mask. I brought it back from an outing with Dad. He said it's an exceptionally wicked mask that can summon ghostly soldiers from the realm of shadows to fight for the wearer, corrupting them in the process. Listening to Peter, Tony felt a wave of despair wash over him. He immediately summoned the Mark IV suit, quickly donning it as Jarvis confirmed his readiness. "Sir, Jarvis is at your service." Nodding in acknowledgement, Tony prepared to rush out, but Peter blocked his path. Angered, Tony turned back, puzzled by Peter's obstruction. However, the appearance of several ghost shadow generals left him momentarily speechless. "Tony, It seems your Stark Tower has become a lair of the Shadow Legion. It is only temporary. They cannot stay without a deed. As soon as Tony's words fell, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and the power system of Stark Industries came to an abrupt halt. Surely, you must have anticipated this situation, correct? They must have taken the colossal reactor that supplied energy to Stark Industries, a source potent enough to sustain its operations for a millennium. Even in the face of future energy-consuming technologies, it would persevere. Hence, this scenario truly caught me off guard. Two immense beads of sweat glistened in the darkness. Well done, Mondo, Terra praised, utilizing telekinesis to assist Mondo in lifting the reactor, which was subsequently handed over to the Shadow Soldiers, who submerged it into the Shadow Kingdom. Employing the pervasive unique abilities of the Shadow Kingdom, they leisurely retrieved the nuclear reactor when they reached the rooftop of Stark Tower. However, their languid pace elicited dissatisfaction from Pepper, who was already feeling weary. You are exceedingly slow. It's merely a tesseract. Does it require this much time? Before any further exchanges could commence, Terra interjected with a smile, positioning herself among the assembly. All right, it's just a minor setback. Let us usher in the era of darkness. In contrast to the original narrative where Loki sought a scientist to activate the energy within the Tesseract, Terra opted for a more straightforward approach, intending to utilize the reactor's immense power. After all, the dark energy possessed a guiding quality. By placing it within the Tesseract and bombarding it with a nuclear reactor, the resulting energy would be sufficient to open a stable spatial passage. Mondo gestured, and the Shadow Soldiers advanced to securely hold the nuclear reactor, aligning it skyward. Loki, emerging from behind, reverently presented the Tesseract before Terra. She cast a glance at it, exhaling a plume of dark energy that enveloped the Tesseract, subsequently using telekinesis to position it at the reactor center. As the dark energy corroded the Tesseract, the unleashed energy instantaneously awakened the reactor's colossal power, launching towards the Tesseract. Upon absorbing this surge, the Tesseract began to destabilize, its square exterior gradually fading, revealing a brilliantly radiant gem at its core. The gem's dazzling hues reflected in Terra's eyes. However, her desire for the power of the Space Stone was not overwhelming. The actions Terra undertook were less about world domination and more about fulfilling a long-held dream, a dream of shadowy dominion over the world. Terra believed his reign should not be fleeting. He yearned to see if, in the absence of the Seven Samurai, he could lead his brethren to carve out a distinct realm. Terra's ambitions were modest. He simply wished to extend his original rule and witness what a world governed by shadows would resemble. What would a world turned upside down by shadows and humanity look like? I, Terra, shall give voice to the shadows. The gem radiated a piercing beam of light, and in an instant, it appeared as though a colossal breach had opened in the heavens, exerting an immense gravitational pull that seemed poised to draw everything on the ground into the boundless cosmos. The opening began to widen gradually, yet no soul emerged from it. Terra observed this scene with calmness, for he had already discerned the silhouette of dark energy within the boundless void, though it remained motionless. As Terra's gaze lingered, the hand of the purple sweet potato spirit slowly lifted, and a formidable surge of energy coalesced into a faint blue-violet glow at the open portal, revealing an immense spacecraft. Its cannon aimed directly at the city of New York. This spectacle was also witnessed by Old Man, who resided far in the suburbs. Faced with the city being gradually siphoned away, he struck the ground with his palm, negating the gravitational pull. Instantly, the weightlessness over the city returned, and the long-sustained shield of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aerospace mothership exploded, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the surroundings. Old Man observed this chaos with composure. Fortunately, the small creatures had already fled, and the aftermath of the explosion merely scorched the forest, preserving the lives of many at minimal cost. While the city would no longer be consumed, Old Man found himself ensnared in this place, pondering when the war would conclude and when he might depart. Sitting cross-legged, he stroked the small cat in his hands, gazing at the energy coalescing within the portal above, his heart growing heavy with concern for Tony and the others. Chapter 134. The Woe of the Father Alliance. The Saints Array Terra seemingly anticipated the intentions of the dark energy and called out to the ghostly generals beside him. "Oh, my valiant generals, victory is assured. Let us journey to the Shadow Kingdom to welcome the arrival of the throne. The ghostly generals nodded in unison, and a swirling mass of shadows formed beneath their feet, slowly descending into the realm opposite the light, the land of shadows. However, just as they entered, a crimson figure suddenly charged toward Loki, delivering 2 swift slaps across his face. "You blue-face fiend. No one escapes the debts owed to Deadpool. Do you know how I deal with those who dawdle on their payments?" Loki, taken aback, shook his head, oblivious to the fact that this was the domain of shadows, where he could summon a legion of soldiers at will to contend with this ruffian. "Hey, I'm going to toss you into the gutter," Wade shouted angrily, pounding his chest as he lifted Loki and hurled him toward the darker depths. Yet before Loki could travel far, Terra halted in midair, exuding a sense of resignation as he addressed him. "General Ike, this is indeed the Shadow Kingdom. You may summon your soldiers at any moment." Terra's words seemed to illuminate something within Loki, as if a light had dawned upon him. However, just as he prepared to retaliate, Terra restrained him gently and floated leisurely before Wade, saying, "So, Mr. Deadpool, what does General Ike owe you? Please tell me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes." "Oh, a large red face. My dear fellow, your visage is as worthless as your posterior. Yet, I am delighted that you can assist me with my predicament. Is it possible to create a bed made of a mere dollar?" Terra listened, somewhat perplexed. He did not quite grasp what a dollar truly was. However, he found a way to adapt it to his own rhythm, thereby addressing the issue in a roundabout manner. "A dollar, you say? So, you find yourself in dire need of such a thing. Well, how should I put it?" Initially, Deadpool pretended to ponder seriously, but soon he fell to his knees before Terra, weeping dramatically. "I am indeed lacking. Those wretched capitalists are devoid of humanity. A loaf of bread sells for 500,000 marks. When I am wealthy, I shall buy up all the bread in the city and distribute it to those unfortunate souls." Seeing Terra's incredulous expression, Wade hastily licked his fingers and dabbed his eyes, feigning sorrow. "I speak the truth." Terra, unimpressed by Wade's insincere performance, took out General Manny's mask. "Oh, poor child, if you do not mind, I shall bestow upon you the powers of the Shadow Legion, enabling you to assist more individuals. Don the mask and become one of us." Wade eyed the mask with suspicion, yet the overwhelming urge for mischief etched in his soul outweighed his reservations. He snatched it and placed it upon his face. In the blink of an eye, the mask took root on Wade's visage. After a brief moment, under Terra's expectant gaze, Wade let out a furious roar. Hearing Wade's magnificent bellow, Terra felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps he had indeed found the right person. However, it wasn't long before Wade, expressionless, tapped the mask upon his face. "This is of no use at all. Did you give me the wrong item, monkey's backside?" Terra's demeanor shifted instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Another oddity? Was there not a single good soul in the Shadow Legion? Or perhaps it was his judgment that was flawed. "Oh, a charming devil. But, General Manny, your tongue could use some civility. Do not allow humanity to taint you." After grappling with confusion, Terra relinquished his struggle. After all, the remaining 7 were not much better. His mindset had now settled, and he regarded Wade with a calm demeanor, saying, "General Manny, attempt to summon the darkness that resides within you." Wade shrugged at this. "The darkness within? What on earth is that?" "Wade, such theatrics. I find it feasible, and perhaps I could pluck his beard while I'm at it." Wade rubs his hands together excitedly. Wade agreed. Oh joy! With his eyes tightly shut, Wade donned the shadow mask, appearing far more serious than usual. He slowly raised his hand, feigning profundity, and called out, "Summon the darkness that dwells within." Terra gazed with keen interest at the unfolding scene. As long as the other party could summon the spectral soldiers, no matter how troublesome it might be, they would be considered good comrades. However, Terra's joy was short-lived. Unbeknownst to him, Wade had stealthily approached his side. Seizing an unsuspecting moment, Wade's hand brushed against Terra's beard, eliciting a pained cry as a tuft of white hair appeared in Wade's grasp. "Ah, General Manny, what are you doing?" Wade stared blankly at the beard in his hand, his expression one of innocence that could make Oscar owe him a little golden statuette. Witnessing this spectacle, Terra initially thought it was the dark forces lurking in the shadows that compelled Wade to act so unwisely. Just as he was about to extend forgiveness, another cry of pain erupted. "Ah, all right, it's Wade again." The other side of Terra's beard had also fallen victim to Wade's mischief. Enraged, Terra glared at Wade and with an indignant huff, turned on his heel, striding alone into the depths of the Shadow Kingdom. I am a marshal. How dare you bully me? I shall ignore you all. At the moment of Terra's departure, the shadows around him seemed to acquire weight, as if several tons of gravity suddenly bore down upon the assembled spectral generals, causing them all to grimace. General Ike, General Raisu, etc. Marshal, this has nothing to do with us. You've punished the wrong individuals. Terra replied, one person is punished, all are punished. You shall contemplate the true essence of unity here. Terra, I want to mention that you lot are the ones who provoked me. On Earth, within the spatial corridor above Stark Tower, a blue energy entity, akin to the sun, had fully coalesced. Behind a spatial passage, Thanos raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the energy amassed in the warship erupted forth. The blue spherical energy traversed the spatial corridor and descended upon New York like an asteroid. People looked up at the sky, experiencing the despair brought forth by advanced civilization. A blue arc began to expand. But just as this energy was about to make contact with humanity, a magical array materialized out of thin air, instantly enveloping the entirety of New York. At its center was inscribed the head of a dragon belonging to the Holy Lord. As the blue arc passed through, buildings vanished in an instant, seemingly reduced to some elemental particles. Yet humanity remained unharmed, landing safely on the ground. At this moment, deep within a certain tunnel beneath New York, a cloaked figure regarded with satisfaction the 6 green, glowing nutrient pods before him, seemingly containing entities resembling humans. However, in an instant, the figure's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed in anger. Why are my dragon fangs depleting so rapidly? Who is meddling? Chapter 135, The League of Despair. The Great War on the opposite side of the spatial corridor. Thanos observed as the cannon, capable of obliterating a peak-level civilization, was unleashed, only to destroy the opposing city. His pupils constricted in disbelief. Although a level 1 civilization may sound rudimentary as the origin of civilizational development, it is a stage that many civilizations fail to attain. The definition of a Type 1 civilization is one that can transcend the gravitational confines of its own planet, venturing into space and embarking on preliminary explorations and colonizations of planets within its stellar system. Its medical technology must possess the capability to cure all known human ailments, while it has a fundamental understanding of the laws of cosmic physics and the chemical elements within its own galaxy. Additionally, it must have made initial strides towards harnessing energy through nuclear fusion. A pinnacle Type 1 civilization signifies that this civilization is on the cusp of evolving into a Type 2 civilization, one that can utilize stellar energy to traverse interstellar distances and has begun to engage with 4-dimensional capabilities. The power to annihilate a pinnacle Type 1 civilization without harming its own people indicates that this planet has, in the eyes of Thanos, reached the status of a lower-tier Type 2 pinnacle civilization. Despite never having ventured beyond its own planet, it has attained the status of a Type 2 pinnacle civilization. After a deep breath, Thanos' resolve solidified as he donned his battle helmet and wielded the blade capable of obliterating planets, pointing it toward Earth. The call to war has been sounded. The decision to commence is no longer ours to make. This is a battle whose outcome remains uncertain, and I must draw the battlefield to their planet. Black Fog, are you willing to go? The being known as Black Fog nodded calmly beside Thanos, recognizing the necessity of entering the realm of righteousness, unwavering in his resolve. Black Fog declared, to conquer the heavens, one must immerse oneself in the fray. Thanos sensed the boldness in Black Fog's tone and let out a hearty laugh. Unwavering in his grip on the sword, commanding his entire army, advance. The disappearance of cities incited panic. Steve and his companions, en route to Stark Tower, were compelled to halt and assist the military in maintaining local order. With the loss of extensive weaponry, the military of the United States found itself unable to suppress the uprising of its citizens. Moreover, the absence of a suitable outlet for their frustrations led to an increasing number of individuals joining the chaos. Please, everyone, remain calm. America will swiftly resolve this unrest. Trust in the government. In light of New York's disappearance and widespread turmoil, the ruling party hastily placed their figures before the public. However, it was evident that this time, the populace was not swayed, as one individual boldly fired a shot at the elderly figure in white lights. Subsequently, the insurrection escalated. Observing the dire situation, Steve stepped onto the platform once occupied by the figure in white, forcefully kicking the lifeless body into the abyss as he declared, "Listen up. I am Captain Steve of America." As the most celebrated figure in the nation, Steve's words immediately captured the attention of the crowd. "I recognize that my era has long since passed. To you, I am merely a character from history. But now, I implore you to gaze upon the sky. The energy radiating from that gaping void has the potential to obliterate our homes. If it were to unleash its wrath once more, would our lives not be in grave peril?" Steve's words instantly ignited a flurry of discussion among those present, as anxiety and trepidation began to spread. Observing this, Steve slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Flee. Quickly escape from here, regardless of the current state of New York. You must leave at once in search of a means of survival." His proclamation sent the crowd scattering in all directions. A stampede ensued. But such chaos was no longer within Steve's realm of concern. Extraterrestrial beings had already traversed the spatial tunnel above. At the sight of the old Stark Tower, clad in his iron armor, Tony, alongside Peter in his Iron Spider suit, swiftly identified the enemies hovering in the sky. They exchanged a glance, both exclaiming, "Oh, how unfortunate!" For Peter and Tony, the day's tribulations seemed to compound endlessly. Just as they were strategizing against the spectral soldiers, those very soldiers vanished into thin air. Soon, a beam of blue energy descended from the heavens. To others, this energy might have appeared as mere destruction of structures, but to Tony and Peter, these edifices were obliterated into particles, a terrifying spectacle that struck them with dread. Before their astonishment could fade, soldiers began to descend from the sky, expectedly the source of the earlier energy discharge. This multifaceted battle instilled fear within Tony, yet upon catching Peter's gaze, they shared a smile, resolutely charging into the skies. GARVIS. Friday, activate combat mode. Combat mode engaged. Slaughter commences. Faced with the Chitauri army, Tony and Peter resembled lambs entering a den of wolves. Yet these seemingly feeble lambs transformed into formidable tigers in an instant, tearing into the Chitauri ranks, causing a rain of blood to fall from the heavens. The Chitauri's combat mode, not integrated into the iron armor, rendered Tony's precise strikes ineffective. Instead, a blanket of firepower was far more suited to these two Americans. While momentary firepower felt exhilarating, sustained firepower reached euphoric heights. However, the damage inflicted was minimal. The Chitauri, seasoned warriors of interstellar battles, understood how to counter such relentless onslaughts, especially with the vast technological disparities between the two sides. Tony and Peter's continuous offensive ultimately resulted in a few bodies plummeting from the sky. After eliminating several ordinary soldiers, it appeared that Thanos had taken notice of their nuisance and summoned the cosmic whale. The colossal creature shielded Tony and Peter's assaults with its immense bulk, rendering their most vigorous artillery ineffective. Peter, relinquishing his advantage with the firepower, resorted to his agility, utilizing his webbing to latch onto the back of the cosmic whale. Propelling himself forward, with a newfound foothold, Peter commenced his moment of brilliance. A vast spider's web was intricately woven in the sky, ensnaring the Chitauri army the moment they descended. Peter enhanced the stickiness and moisture of his web, and although the Chitauri struggled with all their might, their efforts only allowed the threads to infiltrate their sophisticated equipment. Despite the insignificance of a mere strand, it was sufficient to cause a short circuit in their devices. The Chitauri's gear was marvelously crafted, yet it was precisely these ingenious creations that could be rendered vulnerable by a single weak point, leading to their overall collapse. The higher the civilization's advancement, the more susceptible it became to flaws in its pursuit of perfection. Peter adeptly exploited this, inflicting significant damage upon the Chitauri forces. Perhaps due to their history of victories, the Chitauri approached their conquest of Earth with an air of arrogance, even in the face of Thanos' warnings. This infuriated Thanos, yet he felt a sense of helplessness, for an invincible army is often blinded by pride. Chapter 136. The Alliance of Despair. The game of strategy. How can a single individual withstand the onslaught of thousands? Although the Chitauri were guilty of the principle that arrogance leads to defeat, their numbers were overwhelming. Even if Peter exerted every ounce of strength into his web, he could only capture a mere handful. More of the Chitauri forces had already descended to the ground through the spatial portals, their sheer multitude resembling a swarm of locusts. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers of the United States felt an impending disaster, their morale shattering instantaneously. Weapons were discarded, and they turned to flee. Even the general's warnings fell on deaf ears. What are you joking about? Even Iron Man's firepower could barely take down a few, and you expect us to fight? We're out of here. The American military, while capable of ensuring the battle could collapse, adhered to the principle of survival at all costs. They fled for over 10 kilometers. As facing an insurmountable enemy, retreat was perhaps their sole opportunity for survival. In the face of the army's disarray, Steve did not intervene. After all, everyone had witnessed Stark's battle in the skies. Even with Tony's full firepower, few enemies have been vanquished. How could one expect ordinary soldiers to confront such foes with their flesh and blood? Captain Natasha cautiously called out to Steve. In such a lopsided conflict, even this strong woman contemplated retreat, not out of psychological weakness, but rather from an innate biological instinct to respect fear. Steve turned to see Natasha's hand trembling uncontrollably, a state unbecoming of a seasoned agent, yet entirely fitting for a mere insect confronting a giant. Shivering and darting about, the sensory expressions of emotion trembled uncontrollably, a right bestowed upon life itself. Even Steve felt the pangs of fear. He steadied himself, hurling his shield at the Chitauri hovering above. At the moment of impact, he addressed Natasha in his somewhat hoarse voice. "Natasha, this is not a battle you must partake in. You have the choice to leave." Upon hearing Steve's response, Natasha found her trembling hands stilled, her expression once again regaining its composure. "I have no retreat left." The incessant explosions echoed around her, yet Natasha's demeanor remained remarkably serene. Observing the surrounding foes, she deftly seized a weapon from the Chitauri, employing their own armaments against them, a strategy that evidently bore fruit, as the Chitauri were being soundly thrashed by their own creations. The other agents, inspired by Natasha's valiant display, rallied themselves, picking up the fallen Chitauri weapons to engage in a fierce battle against the Chitauri forces. Strangely, their performance now seemed to surpass the statistics recorded by SHIELD. Across the vast expanse of plains, Banner awakened from his slumber, bewildered by his surroundings. He seemed to recall being aboard SHIELD's spacecraft. How had he suddenly arrived here? Before he could piece together the fragments of his memory, the sound of explosions abruptly reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw a gaping hole in the sky, from which countless dark creatures were surging forth. As his senses sharpened, Banner recognized that the site of the attack was meant to be New York City, now transformed into a desolate wasteland. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts flooded his mind, particularly of his girlfriend. The loss of his father-in-law would be bearable, but losing her would be irreparable. In an instant, Banner's fury reached a boiling point. Enraged, the Hulk emerged, far more furious than Banner himself. He vividly recalled the moment he had been defeated by Mondo despite delivering a full-force punch. With a fist slamming into the ground, cracks radiated outward. He yearned to rend Mondo apart. The Hulk was furious. The Hulk aimed to crush the green-faced doctor. In his wrath, the Hulk was unaware of Mondo's whereabouts, but Banner's shared fury propelled him towards the epicenter of the conflict. Upon entering the battlefield, the Hulk smashed indiscriminately, accumulating rage with each blow, dispatching Chitauri soldiers with a single punch. Meanwhile, Venom and Thor had also arrived on the battlefield, yet they ventured towards the aerial front, where Tony and Peter were engaged. The synergy between Venom and Peter was remarkably deft, as they silently eliminated numerous Chitauri amidst their aerial dance. Venom, in particular, displayed a newfound enthusiasm for feasting upon the Chitauri, relishing each victory with unabashed delight. Observing this scene from the shadows, Thanos, with his purple visage reflecting a dark glow, wore a countenance so grim it seemed to drip with malice. Noticing this, one of Thanos' subordinates stepped forward, addressing him. "Lord Thanos, Corvus Glaive requests to engage." Thanos nodded. Faced with such a formidable number of adversaries, he had nonetheless suffered a loss ratio of 3-1, which nearly drove him to the brink of fury. If it had merely been a loss of 3-1, it might have been bearable. However, as more enemies fell, The remaining ones seemed to become impervious to death. A reality Thanos found utterly intolerable. Upon witnessing Thanos nod, Corvus Glaive immediately rose to traverse the spatial passage. Yet, just as he was about to step through, a voice called out from behind, "Wait, Corvus Glaive." He halted and turned to see a figure cloaked in dark energy approaching him, wielding a long sword at their waist. "My lord, what is your command?" Corvus Glaive inquired with a respectful bow. The dark figure wasted no time, unsheathing the exquisite sword and tossing it into Corvus Glaive's hands. "The sword, Godwind. With it, nothing shall thwart your path." Corvus Glaive regarded the weapon in his grasp, but it was difficult to articulate his thoughts. Rather than a precious sword, it resembled an ancient blade, steeped in history, its weathered sheath bearing the scars of time, adorned with an array of medallions. Could this sword truly serve in battle? Noticing the uncertainty in Corvus Glaive's eyes, the dark figure smiled and reassured him, "Do not feel unworthy. Although the former owner of this sword was formidable, he has perished. Whether you are deemed worthy to wield, it is merely a matter of my decree." A cold sweat broke on Corvus Glaive's brow. Was this truly his sentiment? A mere broken sword. If you did not wish for me to use it, I would not desire it either. Yet, looking at the dark figure before him, he refrained from uttering those words, for he felt a palpable threat of death. It was the kind of threat that suggested even the slightest dissent could lead to his demise. He touched his neck, reassured that his head remained intact, and expressed his gratitude to the dark figure before hastening towards Earth. Thanos, however, had no interest in the conversation between Corvus Glaive and the dark figure, as the unfolding battle demanded his undivided attention. The Hulk had just crushed a void whale with a single punch, and the morale on Earth had surged to unprecedented heights, prompting Thanos to take decisive control of the situation. Black Dwarf, at all costs, restrain that green monstrosity. If possible, eliminate him, commanded Thanos, as the darkened figure armed with a black axe stepped forward without hesitation, leaping into the spatial passage. Nightmare, lead a small team to deliver a devastating blow to that squad currently pilfering our armed forces for a counterattack. A woman, her face painted blue and clad in black leather, stepped forth and, with a deft leap, vanished into the spatial passage, a squad of Chitauri closely following her. A war is fought on the battleground of morale. Though Natasha's squad inflicted minimal damage in this conflict, as long as they remained, the enemy's morale would continue to swell. Even if only Natasha were left standing, that spirit would remain unbroken. Thanos is unafraid of battle, yet the opposing will shines too brightly. It is prudent to extinguish it while it remains feeble. General of the Deathblade, it falls upon you to dismantle their aerial forces, ensuring the steady advancement of the Chitauri army. Cloaked in black, the General of the Deathblade seized his weapon and made his way toward the spatial portal, where dark energy conveniently provided him with an armament, a wrist guard. Without hesitation, he donned it, and in an instant, 2 additional arms sprouted forth, transforming him into a 4-armed titan. The general leaped into the spatial portal, and thus the war truly commenced, entering the phase of confrontation. The ruins of New York City became the battleground. Amidst the chaos, Steve finally comprehended the enormity of facing 300,000 foes. His shield was nearly smoking from relentless use, and he had felled but a handful of enemies. After dispatching yet another adversary, Steve gazed skyward, seeking to ascertain how many more opponents awaited him, only to witness 4 figures descending from the portal like dark specks, rapidly magnifying in his vision. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk was knocked to the ground by one of the descending figures, a cloud of dust erupting as a tremendous roar shattered the air. Hulk, rising from beneath the weight of the dark dwarf, overturned him, and the 2 locked eyes, the flames of combat igniting fiercely within. Without uttering a word, they plunged into battle. Observing this, Steve aimed to assist, yet Natasha faced her own peril as the Night Star, armed with a spear, discarded it mid-air, hurtling it directly toward her. Had it not been for Natasha's agility, the projectile would have surely pierced her. However, several unknown agents behind her were not so fortunate and fell victim to the spear. Without even glancing back, Natasha fired her weapon at the Night Star, seizing a nearby comrade to shield herself from the onslaught, hurling him towards the Night Star as a makeshift barrier. Natasha narrowly evaded, while the Night Star landed on the ground, eyeing the unfortunate souls now skewered by her spear. With a disdainful huff, she withdrew her weapon, pointing it at Natasha, thus igniting a fierce confrontation between the two women. A swift sound of slicing air heralded the arrival of a long sword, and Steve found himself unable to assist others in time. The blade of the Ebony Lord was already upon him. In a moment of urgency, Steve raised his shield, perfectly intercepting the strike. The Ebony Lord met Steve's gaze, establishing their rivalry, and a clash of shield against sword was imminent. In contrast to the individual duels of the others, the General of the Deathblade faced a far grimmer battle, for immensely powerful adversaries loomed before him. Observing Venom's lascivious lip-licking, a chill ran down the General's spine. Fortunately, his mission did not entail eliminating his foes. His objective was merely to intercept their movements and prevent them from hindering the Chitauri army's advance, a task that seemed relatively straightforward. With 4 formidable arms and the indestructible weapons in hand, the General of the Deathblade engaged in a fierce exchange with Tony and his companions. At this moment, the battlefield had reached a stalemate for Steve and his allies. Without an external force to disrupt this equilibrium, their defeat was all but inevitable. However, just then, bursts of orange electric sparks manifested, and a multitude of magical portals opened, allowing countless teams of mages to surge forth, led by representatives from the 3 sacred temples. From the New York Temple, the Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. From the Mystic Temple, the Celestial Master, Zhang Junren. And from the London Temple, the Grand Magus, Merlin. Amidst the inferno, the elder sat with one hand stroking a cat and the other propping his chin, a look of melancholy on his face as he gazed at the vanishing talisman before him. Sighing, "Steve, you must prevail." As a significant number of mages entered the fray, the battle transitioned from a science fiction aesthetic to one of high fantasy, prominently featuring the Sorcerer Supreme, his apprentices, scholars from the London Temple, and disciples from Longhu Mountain. Notably, not all mages embraced this fantastical style, as 2 elderly figures dramatically tore their garments, revealing their chiseled physiques. From the primordial essence of the universe, I cultivate boundless power. Through endless eons, I attain transcendence. In the realms of existence, only the Tao is revered. My body radiates golden light, reflecting my essence. Invisible to sight, unheard by ears, I encompass the cosmos, nurturing all life. Through countless recitations, I embody illumination. Guardians of the 3 realms, the 5 emperors welcome me. All deities pay homage, wielding thunderous might. Demons tremble, and spirits vanish. Within lies thunder, the god of lightning cloaked in mystery. Profound insight pervades, as the 5 energies surge forth. The golden radiance erupted from Zhang Junren of Longhu Mountain, who boldly charged at the Dark Dwarf, colliding with such force that the shockwaves rivaled those of battles involving the Hulk. Observing this, the Grand Magus Merlin was equally undeterred. Having been reborn, he brandished his exclusive staff, the Sword of Victory, the legendary Excalibur. "Oh, holy sword, grant me your protection once more." As Merlin's words echoed, the sword burst forth with divine light, and he wielded it one-handed, engaging in combat with the Blackwood Duke, miraculously gaining the upper hand. Their fervent clash left the Sorcerer Supreme in disbelief. What was transpiring? All were mages, yet the styles of these 2 were refreshingly distinct. Just as the Sorcerer Supreme seethed with frustration, an oblivious cosmic whale barreled toward him. He raised a magic array before him, which sliced through the whale's body, splitting it in 2. This gruesome spectacle sent the Chitauri army into disarray, resulting in countless casualties, not from their foes, but from their own panicked gunfire. Across the spatial corridor, the rapid shifts in the battlefield left one bewildered. The advantage once held by Thanos had dissipated entirely, compounded by the bewildering maneuvers of the Chitauri army. At this juncture, Thanos felt compelled to personally attend the battlefield to stabilize the morale of his troops and urge the Chitauri to continue their fight. Grasping his dual-bladed spiral knife, Thanos advanced steadily towards the spatial passage. Upon reaching the dark mist, he was presented with a statue by the shadows, which he placed before him. It depicted 3 small monkeys covering their mouths, eyes, and ears respectively. Although perplexed by its significance, Thanos sensed the surging energy within it and, with a leap, propelled himself into the fray, the colossal star following closely behind. Observing the now desolate platform, the shadows ambled forth, taking a seat upon the throne, scrutinizing Thanos' strategic diagram. With a mere wave of his hand, the schematics transformed into a vast go board. At that moment, a black piece had been placed, establishing an aggressive formation against the white stones. Justice, it is now your turn. Chapter 137. The Alliance of the Troubled Fathers. The trump card with a thunderous crash. Thanos descended from the heavens, a forceful momentum propelling him and Peter through the skies, as they, along with the cosmic whale, plunged to the ground, forcibly dragging the entire battlefield to Earth. Amidst the swirling dust raised by the cosmic whale, Thanos emerged, leading Thor step by step, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Do not retreat. Advance, he commanded. After battling across the cosmos for so many years, have you yet to claim the pride that is rightfully yours? Thanos pressed forward, each footfall resonating like a hammer against the hearts of the Chitauri, instilling both fear and exhilaration among them, prompting cheers to erupt. In stark contrast, the hearts of Ancient One and her allies twisted painfully, their expressions turning grave. Are you afraid? Why cower at my arrival? Are you trembling at the prospect of your predetermined fate? Thanos surveyed the scene, noting the somber faces of all, except for Hulk. The arrival of destiny cannot be thwarted. This moment is upon you. Or should I say, I am your destiny. As his words echoed, an aura of formidable strength radiated from him, casting a shadow of gloom over the hearts of those present. Ancient One inhaled deeply, relinquishing the joy of dispatching lesser foes, and in a flash appeared before Thanos, wielding a magic array aimed squarely at his face. As the array drew near, Thanos effortlessly caught it between his fingers. His demeanor relaxed, as if he were merely toying with a child rather than confronting a being of equal caliber. As a top-tier, celestial being, strengthened by the shadows, Thanos faced the conflict with ease, even against Odin, let alone a sorceress renowned for her magical prowess. Thanos' expression hardened. He exerted a sudden force, and with a sharp crack, the magic array of Ancient One was crushed to fragments. Thanos clenched his fist, launching a powerful strike towards the Ancient One. In that critical moment, the time stone embedded in the Ancient One's chest slowly awakened. In an instant, she vanished from sight, leaving Thanos staring at the space where she had just been, his expression unwavering, as though everything had been preordained. When the Ancient One reappeared, she was panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on her brow, as if she had just endured an overwhelming terror. At that moment, she maintained a relatively safe distance from Thanos. Her failure served as an alarming wake-up call for those present. The real Zhang, confronted by Black Dwarf, unleashed his full potential, sending Black Dwarf hurtling away and leaving a massive, charred mark from lightning upon his chest, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, the wizard Merlin also engaged fiercely, his holy sword radiating a brilliant light as he struck down in an instant, causing the ebony maw to feel as though the world had spun wildly upon closing his eyes. Thanos observed all of this with calm detachment, seemingly indifferent to the failures of Ebony Maw and others, for a voice within him whispered that death was merely a temporary departure. They would ultimately return, once more serving under him in their cosmic battles. 3 against 1. Was that not somewhat unethical? The once mighty King Arthur had posed this very question to me, to which my response had been to eliminate the opponent first. This battle was one we could not afford to lose. Should we falter, those behind us would have no one to rely upon. Surrounding Zhang was a tempest of lightning, brilliant golden light piercing the heavens, while Merlin's sword transformed into a staff, enveloped by the elements of nature. Upon activating the Eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One underwent a profound transformation, dark magic swirling around her as intricate patterns of time magic intertwined. Witnessing this scene, Thanos' demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, yet he did not retreat. Stepping forward with calm resolve, as if ringing the bell of destiny, Merlin charged forth first, his sword clashing with Thanos' massive blade in a moment of impact. The 4 elemental forces surged through the handle and into Thanos' being, initiating widespread destruction. However, just as the damage began, Thanos roared, sending Merlin flying away while expelling the foreign power from his body. Merlin appeared unsurprised by Thanos' overwhelming might. Had he not possessed such formidable strength, he and his allies would not have dared to confront Thanos together. At the instant Merlin was cast aside, Zhang seized the opportunity to join the fray. delivering an uppercut infused with lightning that struck Thanos' chin unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Thanos stumbled backward, yet his blade, seemingly charged with latent energy, swung upward. The sound of clashing iron echoed as Zhang positioned his arms defensively, but Thanos' weapon struck his arm, leaving a long white mark before sending him careening away. Before Thanos could rise, the assault from Ancient One ensued, unleashing a universe-level forbidden technique that struck Thanos' body, causing him to cough up blood, mingled with fragments of his teeth, scattering across the ground. Newly arrived Merlin showed no sign of halting his attacks upon witnessing Thanos' injuries. A relentless barrage followed, forcing Thanos to lie on the ground, desperately defending himself. Simultaneously, Master Zhang returned, and under the heavy bombardment of lightning, they struck down upon Thanos like a torrential rain, tormenting him to the brink of despair. However, at this critical moment, a surge of dark energy erupted from Thanos' chest, sending Ancient One, Master Zhang, Merlin, and others flying away. Moreover, anyone who approached Thanos was subjected to a collective repulsion effect. The three monkey statues leisurely emerged from Thanos' chest, instantly transforming into a colossal mountain, shielding him. Boom! After a violent tremor, the organs of the three monkey statues unfolded, releasing a dense plume of dark energy that enveloped Thanos, Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, and others. Observing the unfolding scene, the dark energy erupted in laughter. It had now invaded Earth, and if the righteous energy was not resolved promptly, victory in this battle would tilt in its favor. Watching the chessboard before him, the dark energy began to feel a twinge of doubt at the delay of the righteous energy. Logically, the righteous energy should not be so sluggish. Was it perhaps devising a grand strategy? At this moment, the flames surrounding Old Man had dissipated, a development that should have been joyous. Yet, he appeared troubled as he gazed at the youth who had suddenly appeared before him. After a moment of contemplation with closed eyes, Old Man finally sighed. I never expected, Afu, that you would be the trump card of righteousness. Chapter 138. Afu. The armor foretelling death, the barren land stretched endlessly, enveloped in silence, exuding an aura of lifelessness. Amidst the crackling sounds of splintering wood, a man with crimson hair strolled through the charred remains, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He wore a disdainful expression, moving with a steady gait while his gaze fixated on an elderly man sitting cross-legged on the ground, petting a cat. Upon noticing the approaching figure with red hair, the elder was momentarily taken aback, then closed his eyes, contemplating for a long while before sighing. I never expected, Afu, that you would be the trump card of righteousness. Afu calmly regarded the elder, and as he reached him, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Black Tiger Afu, uninvited, pays his respects to the master. Beyond a respectful tone, Afu's countenance remained unchanged, as if performing a mere formality. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, and Afu straightened up, quickly retracting his hands into his pockets while casting a glance toward the distant battlefield, speaking in a flat tone. I am not a pawn of anyone. I have come because I heard that a powerful being would appear here. Afu's tone was exceptionally neutral, yet the elder discerned a spirited resolve within his calm gaze. Indeed, it is your character. However, Afu, your muscles are not as robust as they once were. Can you truly defeat that purple sweet potato? Upon hearing this, veins throbbed on Afu's forehead. In an instant, a gust of wind surged towards the old man, his three fingers clawing at the old man's neck. Yet, the old man remained unperturbed, displaying not the slightest hint of movement. Seeing the old man's calm demeanor, Afu scoffed, retracting his hand from the old man's throat. A fierce lion does not need to showcase its strength through muscle. At that very moment, as Afu spoke, the old man's narrowed eyes began to magnify Afu's form. Behind him emerged a shadowy figure, not a tiger, nor a mantis, nor an elephant, nor a bear. Rather, it was an enlarged version of Afu himself, exuding a palpable aura of menace, resembling a malevolent spirit eager to feast upon its prey. It is no exaggeration to say that it could silence a child's night cries. Such was the essence of ancient slayers. As Afu took a step, the old man was abruptly yanked back into reality, observing Afu's eager demeanor as he approached the battlefield. The old man called out, Afu, wait a moment. There is one more thing. Afu halted, turning to gaze at the old man, his eyes piercing as if thousands of steel needles were simultaneously aimed at him. The old man shivered, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions. It seemed that Afu's training had indeed rendered him stronger. This training attire of yours cannot withstand a battle against him. Afu, you would not wish to face Thanos in the nude, would you? The old man's words struck like a heavy hammer, although Afu himself did not care much for such matters. The mere thought of being unclothed was too alluring to ignore. He glanced at the divine armor adorning the old man. The old man, sensing Afu's gaze, shook his head slightly. Afu, dismissive, scoffed again. You say that, yet you offer me nothing. What is the point of your words? The old man, perceiving Afu's unmasked intent, replied, The divine armor cannot be bestowed upon you, but I possess a suit more suited to your needs. Wait here. I shall fetch it for you. As Afu watched the old man leisurely perform his incantation, he resigned himself to sitting cross-legged, observing the battle before him. The prospect of engaging in combat was tantalizing, albeit somewhat ignoble. Yet in Afu's eyes, the thought of persuading those three individuals and the fourth to unite against him was thrilling. Such was the romance of a true man. If more could join, even this old fellow behind him, that would be splendid. Afu admired Elbu, having read the tale of the three heroes battling him numerous times. The continuous onslaught followed by three formidable warriors pitted against a single individual was exhilarating. He could almost envision the grand laughter of Elbu at that moment. To experience such a feeling himself would indeed be marvelous. Whenever Afu contemplated this moment, he could not suppress his trembling. The joy swelling within him threatened to engulf his very being, a sensation far more exhilarating than shaking yogurt countless times. However, as he pondered this, witnessing Thanos' defeat, Afu shook his head, muttering to himself that the purple sweet potato essence was no better than Elbu, for both were mere reflections of each other. Faced with such formidable opposition, how could one not persist until the very end? He held them in contempt, just when Afu thought he would have to engage in battle alongside the other three. The anticipated disappointment had yet to take form when he saw Thanos and his companions enveloped by swirling black mist. 6 orbs, reminiscent of fruits, coalesced before the statue of the divine monkey, their surging power elevating Afu's spirits once more to a euphoric peak. Turning back, Afu noticed his father still reciting incantations. Had it not been for his father's voice echoing in his ears, he would have leapt into the fray. At that moment, beads of sweat formed on his father's brow. He felt a profound unfamiliarity with the arcane arts, as the armor named Triumph resisted his command, while the divine armor simultaneously suppressed the magic within him, almost as if it sought to drain him dry. Caught in the tug-of-war between the two armors, his father nearly gasped for air. Fortunately, he succeeded. After a tumultuous shaking of the Triumph armor from his antique shop, it surged forth, enveloped in a brilliant blue light, shattering the antique shop's grand door as it surged towards him. Simultaneously, facing the black mist enveloping Thanos, Zhang Jinren and the others did not hesitate. They unleashed their most potent spells, and in an instant, cracks appeared on the statue of the divine monkey. Witnessing this, Merlin was exhilarated. Positioning himself in front of the others, he pointed at the statue and proclaimed, "This wretched statue can no longer withstand our assault. Continue to strike. I shall obliterate it. Sword of victory, guide me to the path of triumph." Zhang Jinren, emboldened by Merlin's words, wielded lightning and hurled it towards Thanos' essence, exclaiming, 5 thunder rites. Exorcise evil and demons. As the Ancient One raised his hand, countless magical formations surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire statue. With veins bulging on his forehead, the statue appeared to succumb to the ravages of time, beginning to disintegrate. Feel the might of time. In the blink of an eye, the statue was reduced to mere fragments, irreparable even by glue, yet the black mist surrounding Thanos and the others remained entirely unaffected. At that moment, far within the cosmos, the black mist observed this development with amusement, chuckling as it struck the table before it. "Ah, foolish just cause. Is this your trump card? The monkey statue is merely a vessel. My power has already infiltrated that realm. Destroying it will not halt my advance." The black mist, convinced of its impending victory, watched the frenzied just cause with a smirk of disdain. Suddenly, a delicate, pale hand emerged from the swirling fog, plucking a piece from the chess set and letting it descend slowly, with a crisp sound echoing through the cosmos. The radiant essence of righteousness began to expand outward into the universe. As I glanced at the chessboard, the confrontation between righteousness and darkness transformed into a fierce struggle. Akin to a tiger attacking as a humanoid beast forcefully tore through the gaping maw of its opponent. In an exhilarating moment, the triumphant armor enveloped Afu perfectly, and he felt that aside from being indestructible, it bore no other distinctive traits. Satisfied, he nodded, for it is often said that while one may lose their head, bleed, or suffer loss, their hairstyle must remain unruffled. A person may falter, their body may perish, but their battle attire must remain unscathed. At the very instant Afu nodded, the triumphant armor seemed to respond to an unseen summons, suddenly exploding around him. Afu, taken aback, pondered how something indestructible could be shattered upon his acquisition. Yet, he remained perplexed. He inquired of his father about the situation, and the fragments of the armor began to swirl around him. Sensing no malice within them, Afu relaxed, and in an instant, the fragments adhered to him like scales, ultimately forming a sleek, dark armor, even more striking than his father's divine battle gear. Just as Afu believed the ordeal had concluded, a cloak suddenly emerged behind him. The pure black fabric bore two ominous red characters, death. The juxtaposition of red against black foretold an ominous presence, especially for a warrior. Should anyone dare inscribe such words upon his back, that warrior would undoubtedly seek vengeance before their next duel, ensuring the offender met a grim fate while standing in sorrowful defiance upon the arena. However, Afu perceived the scene differently. Death, what a weighty declaration, yet I find it exhilarating. As Afu reveled in his newly acquired armor, the dark shell encasing Thanos abruptly shattered, unleashing an overwhelming aura that deterred even the likes of Ancient One and others from approaching. This formidable presence snapped Afu back from his excitement. He turned to face the darkness where Thanos resided. A hand, shrouded in the essence of utter darkness, emerged with a resounding crack, tearing apart the encroaching shadows and fracturing the very fabric of space. Thanos emerged, enveloped in dark energy, wielding a double-headed blade that transformed into a colossal sword, emanating a chilling aura. Unlike the commanding presence he had initially displayed, Thanos now resembled a sovereign of darkness, exuding an air of malevolence with every gesture. I am destiny. In a mechanical repetition, Thanos donned a pair of extraordinary gloves, gleaming with golden brilliance, yet adorned with peculiar elements that should not have belonged there. Two eye-like buttons blinked sporadically, and slender black tendrils quivered, creating an odd spectacle. With a vacant expression, Thanos brandished his massive sword, unleashing a wave of frigid energy that forced Zhang Zhenren, Merlin, and Ancient One to retreat. Regardless of their attempts to retreat, they could not escape the overwhelming aura that surrounded them. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, the trio unleashed their full might, shattering this formidable presence. However, unlike before, their exertion was profoundly taxing. Breathing heavily, Merlin drove his sword into the ground and turned to his companions, inquiring, "What is the matter with this fellow? He seems to have taken some sort of enhancement, suddenly becoming so formidable." He shook his head, having never contended with the dark energy. He was oblivious to its power. Observing Thanos' state, Zhang Zhenren wore a perplexed expression, although the 8 immortals had previously battled against the likes of the Holy Lord. The potency of the dark energy had never manifested so blatantly. Among the mages present, perhaps only their elder had encountered such a situation, yet he was currently unavailable. The trio exchanged glances, and just as they prepared to face their fate with valor, a booming voice echoed, "Purple sweet potato essence. Are you prepared for a fight to the death?" Witnessing Thanos' display of might, Afu could no longer restrain himself and soared forward, without utilizing talismans or divine armor, simply propelling himself skyward with a spiral motion of his feet, astonishing their elder. However, to Thanos, this spectacle was merely met with a dismissive wave of his hand, countering with a swift strike. Supernova ignited. Flames enveloped Afu, and with a resounding crack, the blade's energy shattered. He landed gracefully before Thanos, declaring, "I am Black Tiger Afu. Purple sweet potato essence. Prepare to meet your doom." Thanos regarded the unfolding events with indifference, raising his weapon to strike. Undeterred, Afu stepped forward, arms wide open, thwarting Thanos' downward swing, and headbutt him with a resounding impact. Thanos' nose bled, yet he appeared impervious to pain, his arms beginning to close in. Noticing this, Afu furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated to the ground. Slipping like an eel, he maneuvered around Thanos, positioning himself behind him. Observing Thanos' sluggish movements, Afu scowled. Yet his hands showed no mercy. With a mighty swing, he struck with the force of a giant axe. Although Thanos' defenses were formidable, Afu distinctly felt that his palm, striking against Thanos' spine, had not shifted him, but rather resembled a gentle massage. Thanos retaliated with a sweeping blow, which Afu easily dodged by crouching down. With a swift kick, he toppled Thanos, his ire surging inexplicably. Are you jesting? Such boundless power in your hands, yet you wield it so feebly? Veins bulged on Afu's forehead as he suddenly noticed the unusual gloves adorning Thanos' hands, prompting a sardonic chuckle. So, this is your doing? Grasping Thanos' hand, he heard a sharp crack as the glove shattered, awakening Thanos from his chaotic stupor. In an instant, Thanos retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Afu flying. The cat landed gracefully, turning midair. Awakened from his stupor, Afu felt a sharp pain in his chest and clenched his teeth, stamping his foot in frustration. After being struck and sent flying by the mighty Thanos, he observed the peculiar expression on Thanos' face as he examined his palm. Through the echoes of memory, he discerned the betrayal of that so-called ally. Yet, it did not quite qualify as treachery, for the immense energy surging within him was undeniable. Thanos, steadying himself with his blade, rose from the ground and regarded the man he had just dispatched with a cryptic utterance. The figure of Afu came charging forth, prompting Thanos to balance on one leg, channeling energy into his weapon before delivering a downward strike, reminiscent of a formidable sword that would not return. Afu, quick on his feet, shifted and deftly evaded the attack, though Thanos' retaliatory kick landed squarely on him. With his arms raised defensively, Afu managed to absorb the force of the blow, preventing any significant injury. Now we're talking purple sweet potato. Let us continue. He roared, invigorated, as he propelled himself towards Thanos. In response, Thanos unleashed a powerful punch, and the two fists clashed with a force that ignited the air around them. Resembling the fierce confrontation between the most terrifying of beasts, the king of tigers and the mightiest of upright apes. Their fists collided with a velocity that defied belief. A single misstep could spell disaster for either combatant. Yet, Afu's incessant banter nearly led Thanos into a precarious situation. The battle unfolded with a flurry of blows. Kangaroo punches, mantis strikes, tiger claws, rabbit jabs, frenzied monkey assaults, and eagle talon techniques. The intensity of their exchange left both fighters' fists bruised and discolored. As Afu descended to the ground, he attempted to alleviate his pain with a shake of his hand. Closing the distance, Afu found that long weapons had become ineffective, forcing Thanos to discard his blade and engage in a close-quarters brawl. The two fought with fervor, trading blows. However, Afu remained steadfast in his assertion that as long as Thanos possessed energy, his defeat was inevitable, and soon enough, Thanos suffered a hidden setback. With a deft maneuver, Afu obscured Thanos' line of sight, concluding the skirmish with a decisive kick. Thanos exclaimed, "Goodness, I have never encountered such a plethora of techniques in my life. Earth is truly terrifying." Afu had triumphed over Thanos. Chapter 140. The dark energy enters the fray crack. Observing the fleeting changes upon the chessboard, a surge of rage engulfed the dark presence, which violently shattered the board into fragments. Thanos' defeat was an outcome he could not endure. At this juncture, the chess match had escalated to a life-or-death struggle for both parties, and Thanos' failure signified the impending demise of the dark entity. Any subsequent maneuvers, no matter how cunning, would bear little fruit. The only fate awaiting the dark presence was extinction. Faced with the choice of either languishing in survival or summoning the courage to seize a glimmer of hope, all sentient beings cornered into desperation encounter such a dilemma. This choice lacks a definitive answer, relying solely on one's own prowess to carve a path forward. Yet, it was evident that the dark entity had already made its decision. The shattering of the chessboard left the righteous presence momentarily astonished as it gazed at the dark entity before it. It was crucial to acknowledge that this chessboard was a construct of their combined strength. The adversary's breach of this agreement indicated that the breacher would suffer grave repercussions. The righteous presence was perplexed by the dark entity's inexplicable actions, especially given its previous relentless persistence. As the one who had spent the most time with the dark entity, the righteous presence understood that it would never accept the conclusion of its defeat, anticipating its obstinate refusal to concede and its insistence on a rematch, a scenario that had become all too familiar. However, this aberration marked an unprecedented occurrence. In the face of the righteous presence, the dark entity offered no explanation, gradually dissipating like stardust into the chessboard, transforming into the black piece once devoured by Thanos, and initiating a counteroffensive once more. A dark cloud loomed over the city, casting a pall over the board. Observing the chess scene shrouded in gloom, the righteous presence calmly shook its head, also merging into the game, but not as a piece, rather as the board itself. Deep beneath the ruins of New York, the cloaked figure watched the fervently burning dragon's tooth, scratching its head in exasperation. It could not fathom what power could incite such a rapid conflagration in this magical artifact. This dragon's tooth was indeed a rarity, known as the milk tooth of the demon of fire, sufficient to resurrect a top-tier demon. Yet, how had it come to this? After much contemplation, the cloaked figure remained baffled by the cause and chose between the pain of witnessing the spectacle or turning a blind eye to avoid distress, to venture out for a respite while seeking out alternatives. Grasping a vial of refined potion from the table, the figure secured it at its waist and turned to exit. Given the current state of the dragon's tooth, it seemed that the completion of its plans would necessitate additional resources, such as the strength of the ghostly legion. Stepping onto the bat-like flying device, the cloaked figure vanished with a swift sound. Having defeated Thanos, Arthur flexed his limbs and surveyed the astonished faces surrounding him. He promptly waved to Merlin and the others. At that moment, Arthur's image mirrored that of King Arthur during their first encounter in Merlin's eyes, evoking an uncontrollable urge within Merlin to approach him. However, at that instant, the real Zhang positioned himself before Merlin, blocking his path. "Stop, Merlin. If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to remain here." Zhang's words left Merlin astonished. What was the situation? Why did Zhang adopt such a tense demeanor in the presence of Arthur? "Zhang, what is the matter?" Merlin pressed his arm against Zhang Jinren's, inquiring earnestly. Zhang Jinren, however, remained silent, shaking his head to signal that Merlin should not approach. Upon observing that Merlin had ceased his advance, Zhang Jinren stepped to the forefront, intending to greet a Fu with a warm smile. Yet, before he could utter a word, Merlin dashed to a Fu's side. Does this hero aspire to become the king of Great Britain? At the sight of Merlin's perilous movement, Zhang Jinren's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to leap forward with urgency. In the very instant Zhang Jinren tackled Merlin, the ground where Merlin had just stood was mercilessly crushed beneath a Fu's foot. Merlin, suspended in midair, marveled at the scene unfolding before him, reflecting on how, had Zhang Jinren not intervened, the shattered remnants would not have been mere flooring, but rather his own precious skull. Witnessing a Fu's hostile gesture, Gu Yi sprang into action, brandishing a magical array, ready to charge forth. Yet, Zhang Jinren, perceiving the situation, manifested beside Gu Yi to intercept him, clearly conveying that he bore no ill intent. Regretfully, a Fu retracted his fist. As a Fu tucked his fist back into his pocket, Zhang Jinren exhaled with relief and remarked with a smile, "It's been a while, a Fu. You seem to have grown stronger." A Fu nodded, his demeanor somewhat lackluster as he casually responded, "Indeed, master, it has been a long time. Care to exchange a few moves with me?" Unlike the A Fu from Jackie Chan Adventures, this A Fu was a disciple of Zhang Jinren, hailing from Longhu Mountain, well-versed in the Golden Light spell and the 5 Thunder Rites, which he deemed trivial. However, in contrast to his magical prowess, A Fu shared Zhang Jinren's penchant for resolving matters with his fists, albeit his martial arts had transcended mere elemental magic, evolving into a distinct system of combat. "No, A Fu," Zhang Jinren replied, "I am genuinely pleased to see you grow stronger." As he spoke, his body suddenly hunched, his back arching to the point of surpassing his head, presenting a visage of impending frailty that drew A Fu's concern. "But I am growing old. It is time for me to pass the mantle of the Celestial Master to you." Ahem. A Fu, witnessing this spectacle, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "Just moments ago, while battling Thanos, you were not in such a state. Do not presume I was oblivious. There were still spectators in the distance." "No, master. True martial arts should not be confined to that narrow meditation mat. Only through battle can I become stronger. I made that abundantly clear when you forbade me from descending the mountain, and I brought you to your knees, gazing at the hunched elder before him. Afu spared no mercy in exposing the unflattering truths between him and Zhang Zhenren. Master, you prevented your disciple from descending the mountain, and when reason failed, you resorted to force but could not prevail. What an utter humiliation! Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenren's earlier despondency returned, shaking his head with a tragic expression. Throughout the generations of celestial masters from Longhu Mountain, I, Zhang Sanfeng, have been a dismal failure. My life has been squandered, yielding only a Fu as my sole disciple. The legacy of Longhu Mountain shall end with my generation. In Longhu Mountain, the celestial master, surnamed Zhang, known as Zhang Sanfeng, holds the third position in his lineage. His eccentric and erratic demeanor has earned him the moniker Zhang Sanfeng, the mad, observing the apparent attempt of Zhang Sanfeng to impose moral constraints upon him. Afu exhibited no hesitation. He raised his leg and aimed a kick at Zhang Sanfeng's groin, declaring that as long as he himself lacked morals, the master could not morally bind him. Upon hearing Afu call out his technique, Zhang Sanfeng wasted no time and ascended into the air, executing several backflips to evade the strike. Once back on his feet, he began to scold Afu vehemently. Unfilial disciple, even attacking your master. And what of your disgraceful habit of announcing your moves during a fight? When will you ever change? Why should it concern you? If I do not announce my techniques, what significance remains? Retorted Afu. With a swift motion, he leapt into the air, executing a powerful attack against his master. In response, Zhang Sanfeng surrounded himself with a golden protective aura, employing the Wudong's secret technique of Tai Chi's soft power to counter Afu's assault. However, just as the Tai Chi formation took shape, Afu delivered a kick that shattered the technique with a resounding crack, sending Zhang Sanfeng crashing to the ground. Master, your purity is simply too low, Afu exclaimed, proudly standing with a victorious stance. Rising from the ground, Zhang Sanfeng clutched his chest and pointed an accusatory finger at Afu. Enraged, you dare compare your strength to that of an old man? Afu, truly, what are you thinking? In response to Zhang Sanfeng's furious rebuke, Afu scoffed, asserting that his father had once overcome this very move despite his old age. Thus, he proclaimed, it is not that I am strong, but rather that you are weak. This declaration nearly sent Zhang Sanfeng into a fit of rage as he pondered the absurdity of Afu's words. Did Afu truly believe that anyone could renounce their path at the age of 30 and transform into a martial arts master, coupled with the prowess of a sorcerer? While the two continued their heated exchange, the fallen Thanos suddenly opened his dark eyes. The sky turned ominous, shrouded in clouds and fog, as if the light of the earth had vanished in an instant. In that moment of darkness, the ground radiated an endless brilliance, revealing the events unfolding around them. Thanos' resurrection ignited an overwhelming battle spirit within Afu. Yet before he could act, Thanos inflicted a wound upon himself, slicing his wrist. Blood gushed forth, seemingly without pain, as he caught the crimson stream with his other hand and sprinkled it upon 5 unhatched fruits nearby. As the blood fell, it transformed into a black liquid teeming with boundless energy. Upon entering the fruits, the outer shells began to change, forming conduits that connected the fruits to Thanos. An unending surge of power began to flow forth. Thanos' sudden increase in strength compressed the surrounding air, and Afu felt the overwhelming force, which excited him immensely. With a determined leap, he propelled himself toward Thanos, fully exerting his might. However, before he could close the distance, a formidable shockwave surged forth, blocking his advance, causing ripples to spread as his foot struck the barrier before him. Impressive, thought Afu to himself, as he marveled at the unmistakable force that transcended his own capabilities, igniting an exhilarating thrill within him. The death armor resonated with a series of low hums, mirroring Afu's heightened emotions. After a prolonged standoff, a sharp crack echoed, signaling the emergence of a fissure in Thanos' barrier. Simultaneously, a crack appeared on the armor encasing Afu's foot, a clear indication that his body had collided directly with that formidable shield. With a steely resolve, Afu intensified the pressure beneath him, and with a resounding snap, his armor shattered, while Thanos' protective shield also bore a breach. In a swift motion, Afu delivered a kick to Thanos' face. However, the sensation beneath his foot revealed the unfortunate truth. His strike had been significantly diminished, failing to inflict any substantial damage. As expected, Thanos withstood the blow, revealing a chilling grin. Aphu could surmise Thanos' intentions, but he was far too late to intervene. With a thunderous impact, Aphu was sent flying, and Thanos, standing his ground, wiped the imprint of a foot from his face, addressing Aphu with a mocking tone. "Well done, human. You are the first to breach my barrier. As your reward, I shall grant you death." As Thanos' words hung in the air, he advanced towards Aphu, dragging behind him several burdensome dark orbs, exuding an air of confidence and arrogance. Aphu, rising from the ground where he had been thrown, grimaced in pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, which he quickly licked away. After a careful tasting of his own blood, mingled with saliva, he spat it at Thanos' feet, disdainfully remarking, "I never expected my blood to be sweet, giant. Why not kneel and have a taste?" Thanos dismissed Aphu's jest, raising his hand to rend him asunder. Yet, just as he was about to strike, a single drop of green liquid unexpectedly fell onto his hand. Thanos glanced down at the curious substance that had appeared, finding it peculiar, yet devoid of any immediate consequence. So he paid it little mind. However, as he prepared to tear Aphu apart, an uncanny event unfolded. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sounds of bone fracturing resonated. Yet Thanos' hand showed no sign of reaction. It was only when he finally noticed that his grip had become unnaturally rigid, as if turned to stone, capable of producing a sound akin to true rock. Stone petrification magic. Lope? He recognized the transformation that had occurred in his hand, and the dark energy under his command made Thanos whirl around to confront the cloaked figure approaching him. The figure draped in black robes held aloft a vial of dark green potion, inscribed with countless mesmerizing runes that captivated the eye. The voice of the cloaked individual was clear and graceful, yet authoritative, harmonizing with an undercurrent of gentleness, resonating in a manner reminiscent of Lope. I never imagined that after all these years, my name would still be spoken. How could I forget one who could manipulate the Holy Master so effortlessly? As soon as Thanos spoke, the figure in the dark robe, who was advancing towards him, paused momentarily before swiftly regaining composure. Internally, the dark-robed individual cursed vehemently. "You were just played by Lope. Your entire family has been duped by him. Indeed, I am Lope, the founder of the Lin dynasty. Dark energy, you have trespassed into realms that do not belong to you. Now, depart at once." Although the dark-robed figure maintained a facade of calmness while attempting to persuade, his mind was ablaze with indignation. I wondered why my dragon tooth was depleting so rapidly. It turns out you have been scheming against me. I cannot endure this, not in the slightest. Upon hearing this, the dark energy controlling Thanos revealed a sardonic smile. As if to mock, what could a mere petrification spell possibly do to me? Within Thanos, magical forces surged, and in an instant, a torrent of magical energy surged toward his petrified hand, crashing against the stony encasement like tumultuous waves upon the shore. Initially, it seemed to yield some effect, yet soon, the speed of the petrification spell surpassed even the overwhelming tide of magical force. Since you were so obstinate, let us see the true power of petrification. With a flourish, the dark-robed figure wielded 2 energy scrolls. Beneath the azure-green radiance, the sound of drums reverberated through the air. The dark energy beheld the formation used by Lope to seal the Holy Lord, and a sense of dread enveloped him. He attempted to extricate himself from Thanos' form. Yet no matter how he struggled, escape eluded him. In an instant, the azure-green light illuminated the entire world, and when the onlooker's vision cleared, a lifelike statue of Thanos stood tall, while the dark-robed figure had vanished without a trace. Deep within the earth, the dark-robed figure returned, shedding his garments. Under the glow of the lights, Norman Osborn gasped for air, sprawled upon the sofa, with the reflection in the mirror revealing the visage of the Holy Lord. "What are you thinking, Holy Lord? We nearly exposed ourselves just now. Have you abandoned your plan?" The Holy Lord in the mirror wore an expression of resignation. "The prelude to the petrification spell is excessively lengthy. Had I not stalled him, both you and I might have met our demise, rendering our plans moot. Do you wish for all our efforts to be in vain?" Norman paused for a moment, then erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Dark energy, is he truly that foolish? With adversaries like them, how could we possibly fail?" The Holy Lord shook his head, dousing Norman's exuberance with cold water. Were it not for the opponent's ignorance of my petrification spell, we would never have been able to ensnare him. In truth, had the dark energy spent the final moments fleeing instead of continuing to assault the petrification spell, my frailty would have been laid bare for all to see, leading to our collective demise. Fortunately, the Holy Lord's gamble paid off. The dark energy remained unchanged, overly fixated on life and death during a critical moment, ultimately resulting in total failure, reminiscent of the 8 immortals and the 8 great demons of yore. Epilogue. The Chronicles of Time, Part 1. It is said that at the end of the vast river of history, there exists an ancient and venerable treasure hall. Deep within this hall lies a tome dedicated to chronicling the annals of history, inscribed with golden quills on jade slips, detailing humanity's epic battles against malevolent forces. The sound of polished shoes striking the ground echoed rhythmically, and the dimly flickering green light cast an eerie glow. At the far end of the venerable hall stood a wall devoid of passage, before which a man clad in a black robe paused, gazing at the emptiness before him. The figure remained motionless, silently erect, as ancient and enigmatic incantations resonated within the hall, their echoes lingering, while candle flames danced in the draught. A door, spiraling like a vortex, unfurled from the wall. The sound of shoes echoed once more as the man in black stepped into the swirling portal. The vortex vanished. The flickering candles ceased their dance, leaving only the obscure and mysterious incantation to envelop the hall, affirming that the preceding events were no mere illusion. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, a year passed in celebration, with the spring breeze ushering warmth into the festivities. Following the eradication of darkness, the world returned to its normalcy. The old man returned to Huaxia, continuing his role as a grand sorcerer. Tony settled down, marrying Pepper and welcoming a delightful daughter. Wade persisted in his infamous mercenary business, albeit with whispers of a recent dietary change towards vegetarianism, which could be seen as a positive development. Peter enrolled in university and is nearing graduation, interning at Tony-S company by day and transforming into Spider-Man by night to safeguard the peace of New York. Banner and his girlfriend established a family, giving birth to a little Hulk, whose strength caused quite the commotion upon arrival. Coulson, Natasha, and Hawkeye remained unchanged, serving as agents of S.H.I.L.D., acting as enforcers for politicians and inciting conflicts, a role they tolerated despite their distaste. As for me, Steve Rogers, I relinquished my title as Captain America, entrusting the shield to the new President of the United States, Trump. On that day, Captain America truly became a relic of history. Today was yet another mundane day, as Steve leisurely fed the pigeons in the park, relishing a peace he had not enjoyed in ages. Since his enlistment, each day had been fraught with warfare, and he had grown weary of the incessant strife. Perhaps living a simple life into old age was not such a bad prospect after all. Yet deep within his heart, only he knew his true feelings. Ever since the darkness was vanquished, his life had become monotonous, and after surrendering the shield, this monotony deepened. Since that day, a smile had not graced Steve's face. Then came a familiar voice, "Steve." It shifted his expression from tranquility to astonishment, that astonishment swiftly transforming into joy. As he turned, a myriad of emotions crossed his face, but ultimately, he was met with disappointment. "Hey, Black Hawk." "Captain, I've told you countless times, my name is Falcon." "All right." Black Hawk understood. Black Hawk. After enduring a prolonged exchange with Steve, Sam found his patience waning. For it was unthinkable to engage in a physical altercation with Steve, a decidedly perilous endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Sam settled beside Steve, who made no effort to reject his company, nor did he shift away. With a sigh, Sam remarked, "Steve, why must you persist in this manner? The dark forces have been vanquished. All should revert to normalcy." Steve merely shook his head in calm silence, uttering not a word. As he tossed away the bread he held and donned the hood of his sweatshirt, appearing to await something with an air of tranquility. As the pigeons pecked at the discarded bread, Sam and Steve sat in silence, each waiting for the moment when Steve might be willing to converse. However, soon enough, Sam detected an unusual chatter nearby. "Goor, fellas, my stomach is a bit unsettled." "Goor, same here. Does anyone know where a restroom might be?" "Goor, just let it go." "Goor, but that would be quite uncouth." "Goor, you're a bird. What do you know of decorum?" Listening to this peculiar exchange, Sam felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Yet before he could make his escape, a sudden downpour of white rain began to fall from the sky. Initially, the crowd was bewildered, uncertain of the substance descending upon them, until one unfortunate soul wiped it from his face and tasted it, screaming, "Ah, bird droppings. It's a biochemical crisis. Everyone run." Chaos erupted in the park, while Steve, seated beneath a tree with his hood still in place, observed the frenzied crowd with unabashed laughter, clapping enthusiastically. Yet, as fortune would have it, a gust of wind swept the bird droppings into Steve's mouth, transforming his hearty laughter into a fit of violent coughing. Witnessing the spectacle, Sam, now splattered with the white substance, collapsed onto the ground in laughter. Timing his response well, he lay hunched over, which, although not entirely effective, at least spared him from swallowing the foul mess. An hour later, the bizarre rain ceased, and both Steve and Sam found themselves taken away for questioning. As they had been the loudest in their mirth during the commotion, seated in the police car, they continued to jest at one another. "Huh, Steve, you pranked others and ended up on the receiving end. This joke will amuse me for a year." Steve rolled his eyes in exasperation, surveying their surroundings. While Sam cheerfully chimed in, "White-faced Sam, I admire your new complexion. Care for a bucket of fried chicken?" Their banter, though sharp, was filled with camaraderie, as Sam recognized Steve's lack of malice, just as Steve understood that Sam would not resort to a free-for-all. Bang, bang. "Silence, both of you. You have committed a grave transgression. Be sure to notify your families for bail, lest you find yourselves languishing in prison." The officer rapped on the rear window, his tone lacking severity, almost teasing, for in this day and age, only these two could have managed to cause such a ruckus in New York's premier park. Steve and Sam shrugged in unison, promptly dialing Cole's number. Upon receiving the call, Cole felt a headache brewing. What trouble had Steve stirred up this time? Despite his discomfort, Cole swiftly resolved the issue, contacting the chief of police in New York to suggest that Steve and Sam serve a brief 2-day incarceration, followed by a suitable verbal admonishment before their release. Subtly, he hinted at Steve's identity, and the chief, no fool, understood the implications. After all, one does not ascend to the role of chief in New York without a keen intellect. As soon as the call ended, he instructed his subordinates to prepare a 2-person cell, outfitted with top-tier amenities, boasting a warmth akin to that of a home. Thus, Sam and Steve spent 3 delightful days in their makeshift prison, while, at the other end of time, the figure in the black robe approached the annals of history, perusing the recorded events of bygone eras. The tome of time chronicled all, and as he turned the pages, his visage grew increasingly ancient, eventually transforming into a shell. Finally, the figure halted, seizing one of the turtle shells, and with a carving tool, modified its inscriptions before placing it back. Observing the tome of time begin to churn, the figure revealed a radiant smile, his pearly white teeth shining brightly. The old era had returned. Chapter 142. The Phantom of Vacation Norman paid no heed to the saint's discouraging demeanor. Instead, he retrieved a blue gemstone from behind and examined it closely, inquiring, "Saint, why is it that such a diminutive cube can unlock such a vast spatial portal? What is the underlying principle?" At these words, the saint rolled his eyes in exasperation, channeling his magic into Norman's eyes. Instantly, Norman's scara transformed to a blood-red hue, and the world within his gaze began to shift. The cosmic cube, now within arm's reach, appeared as the nucleus of an immense web, with countless strands of energy extending for miles, even beyond the vision bestowed by the saint's magical eye. The astonished expression on Norman's face pleased the saint, who waved his hand to retract the gift of sight, addressing Norman with indifference. "Now you understand why I task you with collecting these exquisite gemstones, do you not?" Recalling the lore surrounding the 6 infinity stones of the Marvel Universe, the saint pondered the enigmatic entities of ancient times that crafted these gems, each possessing the power to alter the cosmos. Such power was now the focus of the saint's ambitions. Norman tossed the cosmic cube into the air, effortlessly catching it, and in a casual manner, directed a question at the Lord. "But these objects lie far beyond the cosmos. How shall we gather them?" The Lord remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Norman, causing a shiver to run down Norman's spine. He promptly gestured, "Wait, my master. My rocket launch capabilities are inadequate. I have no means to traverse the boundless universe in search of any gemstones." Rather than retreating, the Lord's pupils gleamed with increasing brightness at Norman's words. Realizing that no amount of persuasion would sway the Lord, Norman lowered his head and, in resignation, inquired, "Very well. My lord, what do you wish to do? However, I must clarify that I cannot fly, nor can I survive in space. I am merely an ordinary scientist and a business owner." A mocking glint appeared in the Lord's eyes. With Norman's consent, he seized control of Norman's body, leading him deep into a laboratory filled with 6 nutrient pods. After a series of rhythmic sounds and intricate manipulations, 2 vials of green elixir were produced. Regaining control of his body, Norman gazed at the concoctions with a puzzled expression. "My lord, what is this?" "Transformation elixir. The human body is frail, unable to traverse the cosmos due to the absence of special bodily tissues. Drink this elixir, and you shall roam the universe freely." Upon hearing this, Norman, though skeptical, took a sip of the potion. Almost immediately, a dragon horn sprouted from his forehead. Curiosity piqued. He prodded the horn, finding it rather intriguing. However, upon glancing in the mirror, he was alarmed to see his face transformed into a vibrant green hue. "What is this?" Norman exclaimed, poking the mirror, which shattered into 2 halves. Picking up a shard from the ground, he beheld the green scales adorning his face. As he scratched at them, a rustling sound echoed, sending chills down his spine. "My lord, what have you done?" In response to Norman's furious inquiry, the lord merely turned his head away, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, humming a tune as if unconcerned. In the Shadow Kingdom, the downfall of the Dark Essence caught Terra's attention. Unfazed by the Dark Essence's defeat, Terra shrugged it off. Losing was inconsequential. As for world domination, if it could not be achieved, so be it. After all, he had never placed any hopes on the group of buffoons that had recently appeared. In a flash, Terra returned to the location where he exerted pressure on the generals. As he arrived, the oppressive weight dissipated, causing everyone to collapse to the ground, some lying, others sprawled, and some leaning against one another in varied postures. Observing their disheveled state, Terra felt a sense of secret satisfaction but feigned ignorance, addressing the group. "Oh, my dear generals, have you been training for world domination? How splendid!" Terra's praise fell on deaf ears, as not a single person acknowledged it. Even Mondo, the most physically resilient among them, could only rely on the shadow of a colossal soldier to maintain his stance. "Loki, indeed, Marshal Terra, your generals are ever prepared." Yet, none dared to remain silent. For should Terra resort to such tactics again, they would truly be unable to endure. Observing the expressions of those present, Terra felt a sense of satisfaction and promptly declared, "My dear generals, you have demonstrated your loyalty through your actions. I shall henceforth bestow upon you the title of the Shadow Legion." At the instant Terra's words echoed, shadows materialized, revealing intricately crafted insignias resembling masks upon each individual. Exquisite yet not fearsome. Wade, tugging at his collar, leaned in for a closer inspection and remarked to Terra, "Hey, the craftsmanship is quite commendable. Boss, could I procure a badge themed after Deadpool?" Terra glanced at Wade, and with a puff of his beard, summoned a multitude of shadows that appeared before each person. Observing Wade's eagerness, Terra deftly utilized telekinesis to gently guide Wade's hand. Once everyone settled down, Terra addressed them. "Do not rush, my generals. Contemplate the insignia you wish to create. This is a one-time endeavor. Once crafted, it cannot be altered. I shall demonstrate only once." A sphere of darkness materialized before Terra, forming ethereal hands as he showcased the process to the group, pinching and molding until he fashioned a mask of his own. Taking a deep breath, Terra surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Have you comprehended the method?" Some nodded, while others shook their heads. With a disdainful huff, Terra declared that the procedure would be taught only once, advising those who struggled to seek assistance from others. Once the group had secured their shadows, Terra opened a portal bridging the shadow realm and the human world. Standing at the threshold, he addressed them. "Beyond this door lies the realm of humanity. The fool, Black Mist, has failed and cannot establish dominion over the world. I grant you an indefinite reprieve. Go and revel at your leisure." The group exchanged glances, uncertain of Terra's intentions. Was he genuinely granting them holiday, or was he testing their resolve? Terra, perceiving their hesitation, turned and departed, indifferent to whether they chose to leave. Following his exit, Loki was nominated as the scout, with Mundo tossing him forth. "Wait, I did not consent. I do not wish to board," he protested. Yet, the majority overruled him. Mundo grasped Loki firmly lifting him by the feet with utmost care, and with a swift motion propelled him backward. A resounding crack echoed as Loki, contorted in expression, soared into the air. After a prolonged wait, when the assembled individuals witnessed the summoned armored shadow soldiers emerge, they exhaled in relief, and one by one stepped through the portal, eager to bask in the sunlight. Chapter 143. The ambush of shadows, a life of leisure, is universally cherished, and even the Ghost Marshal is no exception. During his vacation, Terra had little interest in peering into the lives of his generals as they enjoyed their respite. At this moment, he transformed into a muscular Adonis, reclining on the beach, indulging in the attentions of beautiful women. This lifestyle was nothing short of blissful, akin to that of a celestial being. When asked by Terra whether she was concerned about the fate of the masked generals, she merely chuckled, saying that if they wished to unmask, they could do so. After all, they could never obliterate the shadows, and thus, they were free to act as they pleased. From a corporate perspective, Terra and her associates inherently possessed their own enterprises aimed at global dominion, akin to expanding their business. Not expanding was inconsequential, as their company would continue to thrive regardless. Conversely, the Lord and his allies faced a direct ousting from their company, necessitating the reconstruction of a new enterprise. Failure to do so would leave them as mere vagrants. However, what Terra did not anticipate was that a being capable of absorbing the shadows had already arrived in this world, and he was the one who had set it free. Rebuilding New York through human effort alone proved arduous. Yet if they could harness even a fraction of the power wielded by these sorcerers, the task would become effortlessly achievable. As for the leader of this endeavor, it was none other than the Ancient One, who, as the steward of the New York sanctuary, felt an undeniable obligation to restore the city. For the three great sanctuaries, despite not safeguarding their respective nations, it would be quite a disgrace if their cities were laid to waste. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Jinren and Merlin, the Ancient One commenced her grand, magical time reversal. With a sweep of her hand, she traced a circle, and the time stone embedded in her chest radiated a vibrant emerald glow. Drawing upon the profound power of the cosmos, the sorcerers simultaneously channeled their magical energies into her, and in an instant, an overwhelming brilliance emanated from above her head. The lost New York began to gradually re-emerge, reconstructing itself piece by piece. As the once barren land once again bore the magnificent city known as the Beacon of the United States. Upon the completion of the Ancient One's display of power, Zhang Jinren and Merlin proceeded to pay their respects at the New York sanctuary before departing with their disciples. Confronted with Zhang Jinren's expectant gaze, Ah Fu did not hesitate for a moment. He turned and strode away, leaving behind a graceful silhouette that shimmered in the sunlight. As for Old Man, after the spatial portal closed, he dusted himself off and rose to his feet, gazing at the gradually reviving metropolis of New York. With a smile, he remarked, "It seems Steve and the others have succeeded." Gently stroking the orange cat in his arms, he noticed an unusual restlessness in the creature, which was even sharpening its teeth against his divine armor. How peculiar! Would a regular kitten truly encounter no issues doing such a thing? Though perplexed, Old Man refrained from intervention, as the divine armor was impervious to damage. He brought the little feline closer and took a deep breath, addressing the orange cat. "Come along, my adorable little companion. Let us return home." With the cat in tow, Old Man headed towards New York, while simultaneously, a multitude of others began their journey towards the city, for the sight of its restoration was evident to all. A month passed swiftly. A month has elapsed since the onslaught of the dark energy, and the Old Man has naturally observed the sealed statue of the dark force. Regarding such a statue, he has no desire to interfere. After all, who knows what that imposter claiming to be Lopez truly is? Using such a spell to bind the dark energy may seem implausible, yet it is starkly real. To speak candidly, the Old Man does not dare to even move the statue, for the equilibrium of this entity is an enigma, its fragility unknown. After casting a cursory glance from a distance, he returned to his antique shop, awaiting the arrival of the next demon. In Times Square, the capitalist machinery has once again demonstrated its time-honored tradition by showcasing the sealed statue of Thanos, encasing it in glass, significantly enhancing the economic vibrancy of the area. However, everything was poised to change today, as an environmental protection organization doused yet another bucket of paint onto the glass covering the statue. The imprisoned dark energy finally stirred to life, gaining a flicker of consciousness. Damn that Lopez for daring to deceive me. In the instant the dark energy was sealed, it recognized the underlying issue. This so-called petrification spell could be easily washed away with a continuous exertion of its power. Yet, the current situation proved far more challenging. Gazing at its encased form and the dwindling reserves of power within, the dark energy called out to Terra, who, at that moment, was indulging in services and remained oblivious to its plea. After repeated calls yielded no response, the dark energy resolved to solve the dilemma independently. It first struck the fruit behind it. On a tranquil night, the fruit of the Ebony Lord shattered, and the Ebony Lord knelt before the statue of Thanos. "My Lord Thanos, I require the power of darkness to lift the seal. Assist me in locating the Phantom Mask." "Yes, my Lord Thanos." Upon the Ebony Lord's departure, the overseer of Times Square discovered the aftermath the following day. However, upon witnessing the debris scattered across the ground, the consensus was to conceal the matter and sell the rubble to the quarry. For the capitalists, the allure of green bills is paramount. At the old man's antique shop, he was currently instructing Peter in the wind magic left behind by the howling wind. "Oh dear, I have stated numerous times that this is not mathematics." As an exemplary student of the United States, Peter possesses remarkable divergent thinking, a fact that cannot be denied. Yet, in the realm of magic, this trait becomes a hindrance. Despite the detailed breakdown of the spells left by the howling wind, it remains challenging for Peter, a novice with no foundational knowledge. Mastery of magic demands strict adherence to every step to achieve a flawless release. Nevertheless, Peter often seeks to innovate in various aspects. The old man emphasizes the importance of patience in learning. Amidst the old man's exasperation, Tony stood nearby, mockingly ridiculing him, taking this opportunity to repay his teacher, unlike the attentiveness he afforded Peter in his magical education. Upon hearing this, the elder's hawk-like gaze immediately turned towards Tony, his piercing eyes instilling a sense of dread. "Oh, so you imply that my disciple believes he surpasses me in teaching?" Tony, undeterred, met the elder's glare with equal fervor, embodying a fierce rivalry. "No, elder. I merely express my astonishment. Why so hastily defensive? Am I to assume you cannot teach your disciple? Ha! If I cannot, then allow me to showcase what it means to be a master instructor today. Dare you place a wager? A wager it shall be. Prepare to shine my shoes." For the victor remains uncertain. With their banter escalating, the two established the basic rules. The elder would instruct Peter in the morning, followed by Tony in the afternoon, spanning 3 days to determine who would prove the superior teacher. It seemed I had stumbled upon a significant turning point in the narrative, as Peter gazed in astonishment at the fiery exchange between the two. Chapter 144. Wade's grave injury. Half an hour later, the irascible elder concluded his lesson, entrusting everything to Tony before seeking respite. Yet, at that moment, the door of the antique shop was abruptly knocked upon. The elder opened the door to find Wade, battered and bruised, collapsing into his arms. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Wade caught sight of the elder and called out, only to succumb to darkness. The elder stared blankly at Wade. It was astounding that Wade, an immortal being within the Marvel Universe, could suffer such grievous injuries that led to his unconsciousness. "Steve, Tony, come help me bring Wade inside." Upon hearing the elder's cry, Steve leapt from the hammock, and Tony abandoned his task as Peter hurried over. Together, they lifted Wade and transported him into the study. Once inside, they laid Wade upon the elder's usual bed, and an immediate surge of blood stained the pristine white sheets, transforming them into a vivid crimson. At that moment, Wade's condition was horrific. His body bore numerous grievous wounds, and his mask had been forcibly torn away, revealing his charred visage. Additionally, a swollen pouch hung from Wade's waist, the sound of shattered pottery clattering within it. After applying a simple ointment to Wade's wounds, the elder unfastened the pouch. However, the moment he opened it, his pupils constricted in shock. Inside lay the fragmented remains of a ghostly mask. "This is the Manny mask. How could I have come to this?" The elder brought the shards closer, inhaling deeply, his brow furrowing in increasing concern. The power of the shadow has dissipated. No sooner had the elder spoken than the masks of Razzo and Nigga, hanging on the wall, began to tremble violently, seemingly gripped by a profound fear in response to the elder's words. In a certain African tribe, The once tranquil village has transformed into a hell on earth, littered with corpses. The flickering flames illuminate the frail figure wielding a sword, creating a stark contrast with Mondo, who brandishes a machete. To the uninitiated, one might mistakenly believe that Mondo is the architect of this devastation. The sword-wielding individual is a hero, come to vanquish the malevolent dragon. Mondo, dear doctor, why do you harbor such rage? Should you not rejoice in this outcome? Life is fraught with suffering. Lord Thanos has granted them death, allowing their souls to ascend to a higher plane. Shooting tea that bring you joy? Omu-Ho, amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, thrusts his sword repeatedly into the phantoms standing before him, his blade aimed directly at Mondo. In this moment, Mondo bears a grievous wound, his abdomen gaping open, intestines spilling forth, yet he defiantly glares at Omu-Ho, filled with fury. You will pay for this, Mondo cries, enraged, as the spectral soldiers charge forth. A smile curls at the corners of Omu-Ho's lips. With a flourish of his sword, he swiftly beheads several of the towering figures, while Mondo's face is ensnared in Omu-Ho's grasp. Before the gifts of Lord Thanos, you ought to express gratitude with a smile. Having succumbed to darkness, Omu-Ho's strength has ascended to a divine level. With a single hand, he holds Mondo, who still manages to slay countless minions, rendering their numbers meaningless. Foul, life-neglecting wretch. You will soon regret your insolence. Omu-Ho wipes the spittle from his face, his gaze turning icy. With a single motion, he lifts Mondo, snapping him into unconsciousness. You foolish and ignorant cretin, death is a blessing from Lord Thanos. Since you lack appreciation, you shall journey to another realm to grasp the magnitude of his greatness. Omu-Ho's sword pierces Mondo's body, blood gushing forth in torrents. Unfazed, he retrieves a box inscribed with countless runes from behind him. In a low voice, he intones an obscure incantation, and the box gradually ascends, hovering before the sumo mask. The mask begins to tremble, a dark vapor erupting from it, ultimately drawn into the box. Upon witnessing this, Omu-Ho ceases his chanting, the box returning to his hand as the sumo mask shatters with a resounding crack. Only 2 masks remain. Where shall we go next? Omu-Ho. The dark dwarf emerges from the flames. 5 boxes akin to the one in Omu-Ho's grasp hanging from his waist. One need not guess. They undoubtedly contain the power of the spectral masks. New York, in the United States, where we shall bestow these powers upon Lord Thanos. As Omu-Ho's gaze retreats, the African village has been reduced to smoldering ruins. The Statue of Liberty, symbolizing the very essence of American freedom, is poised to witness a grand spectacle today. The illustrious snake charmer, Logan, will perform a magical act, rendering the Statue of Liberty invisible before the eyes of all journalists, executing this world-class illusion without any obstructions. Oh, Father, is it truly necessary for us to sneak in like this? Within the ventilation ducts of the magic venue, Tony crouched beneath the air vent, his arms curled tightly, inching forward with a sense of resignation as he addressed his father ahead. Oh dear, Tony, why must you complicate matters so? His father was convinced that the magical serpent they sought was indeed the small snake held by the snake charmer. Once they acquired the serpent-S talisman, it could be extracted. Ever since the 12 talismans shattered, his father had been tirelessly searching for them, yet had received no leads until yesterday, when a magical divination revealed an address. Thus, they had come today in pursuit of the snake charmer. After all, wasn't this serpent the embodiment of the talisman? Furthermore, the vanishing act performed by the charmer bore a striking resemblance to the invisibility of the serpent talisman in a certain light. Yet what perplexed his father was why, when audience members reached out to touch, there was nothing there. However, Father, if you wish to meet this snake charmer, why not simply tell me? With my resources, I could arrange a meeting with the president if you desired, let alone this charmer. Tony's words struck like a revelation. Yet could his father claim he hadn't considered it? Certainly not. With a swift motion, he snapped his fingers, striking Tony lightly on the head. Silence, Tony. Do you wish to alert the snake? Feeling aggrieved, Tony trailed behind his father as they stealthily made their way into Moss's lounge. The lounge was presently deserted, and as they descended from the ventilation duct, they found the room in disarray, hardly better than those in refugee camps. Oh, Father, I really must protest. Was it necessary for us to dress in such a manner? Both he and Tony were clad in black, resembling ancient specialists in asset relocation. His father scrutinized Tony and silently gave him a thumbs up, indicating that he looked acceptable. However, Tony was not satisfied. He promptly tore off his outfit and, with a flourish, revealed a suit of nanomaterial that enveloped him entirely, transforming him into Iron Man's armor. Oh, this is much more comfortable. Father, sometimes your sense of aesthetics truly needs an update. His father rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was he genuinely serious about dressing like this for a heist? Hadn't he previously been sufficiently conspicuous? Tony had publicly declared his identity at a press conference in America, proclaiming, "I am Iron Man," nearly stunning everyone into disbelief. Was this performance a bid to hasten his exposure? Enough with the banter. Quickly, find the serpent talisman. Knock, knock. Mr. Logan, are you in there? It seems you're in a dispute with someone. May I enter? The knocking at the door startled his father, prompting both him and Tony to hastily seek refuge. In the midst of searching for a hiding spot, his father caught sight of the peculiar little snake, its eyes gleaming with a hexagonal talisman. As the father prepared to make contact, the incessant knocking at the door grew increasingly urgent, compelling him to seek a hiding place. The sound of the doorknob turning echoed ominously, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "Mr. Logan, I'm coming in," announced the security guard as he pushed open the door, only to be met with a sight that nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Chapter 145, Wolverine upon entering. The guard scratched his head in confusion at the sight of the undisturbed lounge, muttering, "How peculiar. I distinctly heard a noise just moments ago. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Keep your distance from my room." Before the guard could delve deeper into the situation, a burly man seized him and pulled him out of the room. The guard felt a surge of relief upon recognizing the intruder as the evening's magician, Logan. "Mr. Logan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I was just enough, sir. I have no interest in knowing what your intentions were in my room. Now, stay away from my space, or I shall crush your skull," Logan declared. The guard nodded vigorously, and as soon as Logan released him, he darted away, disappearing in an instant. Observing the retreating figure, Logan, bored, assumed he was merely a fervent fan. He returned to his lounge, greeted by the sight of his beloved little snake, which brought a smile to his face. "Gray, have you missed me in my brief absence? Who asked the good little baby?" Logan, whose real name is James Howlett, hails from a Canadian family and displayed his mutant abilities from a young age. Upon reaching adulthood, he joined a combat team, executing missions across the globe. Ultimately, he lost his memory during a battle with Deadpool, awakening only to find himself accompanied by this little green snake. Upon seeing the creature, a name sprang forth in his mind. "Little one, you shall henceforth be known as Gray." After crafting a cozy little abode for Gray, Logan found himself depleting his savings, rendering even the thought of enjoying a delectable beer a distant dream. Yet in that very moment, Gray revealed his extraordinary ability to render objects invisible, transforming an entire tavern into a transparent entity. This incident occurred when Logan visited a tavern to indulge in a drink, only to have the careless bartender knock his little snake to the ground. Logan, incensed, raised his fists, leaving everyone present in a daze. When he regained his composure, he discovered the tavern had vanished, and all patrons were suspended in midair. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Logan initially thought that a mere drink could not disorient him. But after multiple attempts to comprehend the situation, the tavern remained absent. He seized the tavern owner, demanding to know if he had been sold counterfeit liquor, resulting in the unfortunate breaking of the owneress' legs. However, when Gray made his entrance, the tavern mysteriously reappeared, prompting Logan to cease his endeavors. It was from that moment onward that he recognized Gray's extraordinary abilities, which led Logan to embark on a remarkable cycle of performances, the essence of which was the vanishing of certain objects. "Doctor, are you certain that this snake handler is Logan?" Just as Logan prepared for today's exhibition, his entire being shimmered with a silvery luminescence, resembling a mutant forged from steel. Steelman had already disembarked from a flight at New York Airport. Though he was not a passenger, he was rather a piece of cargo. His seemingly more typical companion, the Black Queen's young bullet, extricated him from the oversized luggage at the airport. "Oh, little girl, this thing is exceedingly heavy. The fuel consumption on the flight has surely exceeded the usual rate," remarked the captain, who had naturally noticed this substantial parcel upon disembarking, having never encountered such a weighty object on board before. The Black Queen's young bullet, however, remained unfazed, coolly chewing her gum while a smirk crept onto her lips, as if she were mocking Steelman. "Hey, buddy, I'm not that heavy." Suddenly, A voice emerged from within the large wooden crate, startling the captain, who instinctively reached for his security button. Yet at that moment, the Black Queen's young bullet tapped the captain on the shoulder, gesturing to her mouth and then to her abdomen. Just as the captain was fully engrossed, an unexpected voice resonated from behind the Black Queen's young bullet. "Hello, Black Queen's young bullet. It is a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing this, the captain quickly realized the situation, exhaling in relief and smiling. "Ah, so it's ventriloquism. You certainly startled me, little girl. I wish you an enjoyable time in New York." The captain tipped his hat in respect before hastily departing. Once he was gone, the Black Queen's young bullet kicked the crate, seemingly reprimanding Steelman for his earlier outburst. Yet she soon smiled as she wheeled the crate out of the airport. In a dimly lit room, heavy snoring resonated, the owner of the sound evidently having had a restless night. Just as another snore was about to escape, a sharp crack echoed, causing the owner to awaken with a start. "Hey Tony, stop sleeping. Look at where the magical snake has wandered off to. How can you sleep right now?" Tony rubbed his forehead, casting a woeful glance at his father while murmuring, "Didn't TU fall asleep as well?" Even though Tony's voice was barely a whisper, it did not escape the keen ears of his father. Hearing the rebuttal, his father promptly reprimanded him again. "Nonsense. What I was doing was conserving my energy. If I don't maintain my strength, how can I handle the magical snake?" Tony shrank his head, not daring to argue further, and handed over a poster from a table. His father scanned it eagerly and exclaimed, "Let us go, Tony. We are off to find a Statue of Liberty." As Tony continued to rub his forehead on the ground, his father dashed out the door, only to be intercepted by security after just a few steps. "Stop. Don't run. How'd you get here? Report your employee ID." Despite their inability to locate Logan, both the father and Tony found themselves engaged in a playful chase in the waiting area. Meanwhile, Logan had already arrived beneath the Statue of Liberty, preparing for his tasks. Although it was unnecessary, he meticulously checked for any small protrusions that could potentially harm Gray before proceeding with his performance. However, before he could begin, a towering figure of steel obstructed his path. "Logan, the doctor sent me to bring you home. Come with us." The gentle tone of Gray did not diminish Logan's ferocity. In fact, with his newfound desire to protect, he became even more fearsome than the Logan of the original universe. "Is that little snake Gray? Long time no see, Gray." Initially, Logan assumed these two were merely enthusiastic fans and had no intention of engaging with them. However, upon hearing Gray's name, the situation shifted dramatically. Logan was acutely aware of Gray's unique abilities, capable of rendering even the Eiffel Tower invisible, and it was only natural for a peculiar doctor to take an interest in her. Once this realization struck him, Logan unleashed his fury. With Gray secured on his shoulders, Logan unleashed his adamantium claws, springing towards the steel giant. Perhaps Steelman was caught off guard or simply complacent. Regardless, Logan's assault sent him crashing to the ground, leaving countless claw marks on his otherwise tough skin. Witnessing this, the young mutant, Black Tom, rushed forward. With his level 4 mutant abilities, he was sure to strike Logan with a particle speed impact. Yet, Logan was not alone in this battle. Just as Black Tom was about to collide with him, Logan's form flickered momentarily, allowing Black Tom to miss and smash into the wall opposite, leaving a gash on his forehead. "You think you can harm Gray? Let's see if your life is tough enough." Logan raised his claws, swinging them down towards Steelman's neck. Chapter 146. Blade Dragon. A chilling glimmer flashed momentarily as Steelman closed his eyes, bracing for death. With a swift motion, Logan's claws pierced through Steelman's neck. "Huh, why doesn't he get hurt?" Steelman opened his eyes to find Logan's claws passing through him, causing sheer panic to seize him. His heavy form flipped over, yet it passed straight through Logan, who stared in astonishment at his own claws, bewildered by this surreal sensation. "Gray!" Logan cast a glance at Gray, feigning shyness, transformed his body into a scarf, tucking his head deep inside, unable to meet Logan's gaze. Observing this, Logan offered a gentle stroke to Gray's head instead of approaching him, then lifted his eyes to Steel Titan. At that moment, Steel Titan had just risen, his expression taut as he fixated on Logan. Although uncertain as to what he had said to provoke such animosity from Logan, he understood that facing Logan required his utmost effort. As Logan's fierce gaze swept over him, Steel Titan felt a chill seep through his very core, even his iron heart quivering in response. Under the watchful scrutiny of Steel Titan, Logan retracted his claws and disdainfully approached him. Iron Lump, tell me how you came to know Gray's name. Steel Titan was momentarily taken aback. Had they not just been on the verge of a fierce confrontation? How had the narrative shifted so abruptly? His mind struggled to keep pace. Perhaps his iron intellect required some lubrication. However, Logan would not grant him that opportunity. Forcefully pinning him to the ground, his fist clenched against Steel Titan's chin, his tone icy as he demanded, "Speak quickly, Iron Lump, or I shall not hesitate to perform a deep cleansing of your skull." Steel Titan stammered, just as he was about to speak. A hammer enveloped in purplish-black mist soared through Logan's ethereal form. Upon witnessing his intangible body, Logan released Steel Titan, abruptly turning around. A towering figure clad in a rhinoceros suit, with orange skin and wielding a massive hammer, now stood behind him, the hammer raised high, poised to strike. Logan pivoted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the rhinoceros flying, then furiously glared at the prostrate Steel Titan, questioning, "Is this your accomplice?" Before Steel Titan could respond, Logan lunged forward. His relentless assault, combined with an invulnerability to harm, allowed him to swiftly dispatch the shadow assassin. Just then, a blue barrier materialized before him, and an elderly man with white hair, draped in a black robe and holding an eccentric staff, emerged from within. As he stepped out of the passage, Blade Dragon instantly spotted the little serpent encircling Logan's neck. Clenching his fist, sharp fangs sprouted from his palm as he exclaimed, "Ah, a magical creature! How delightfully considerate!" Blade Dragon reached out to advance, but Logan instinctively retracted his neck, eyeing Blade Dragon with wariness. Upon seeing this, Blade Dragon's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Bring it to me." Logan extended his claws, sparks igniting from their friction, asserting his stance through action. "Are you, old man, dreaming in broad daylight?" Upon encountering Logan in such a state, Daolong decided against a direct confrontation. After all, he was a mage. He raised his staff and declared, "GNWNCU. SHN, my esteemed leader, while I do not mind being addressed in such a manner, we do possess names. Tombstone, Scorpion, Rhino, Red Tank." Faced with the amiable reminder from before, Daolong's anger surged, and he swung his staff, exclaiming, "It seems you require some punishment." In the blink of an eye, the forms of the four twisted grotesquely, arms resting atop their heads, hands contorted in unnatural angles, resembling puppets with their strings severed, carelessly discarded upon the ground. Scorpion pleaded, "We acknowledge our transgressions, boss." Rhino added, "Indeed, I assure you." Tombstone chimed in, "Leave the dirty work to us. There is no one more skilled." Red Tank proclaimed, "I shall rend them asunder." Upon hearing their impassioned declarations, Daolong nodded, and in an instant, the four restored their composure. With a swift gesture of his staff, Daolong commanded, "My warriors, charge forth. Retrieve the magical serpent for me." Just as they were about to spring into action, several beams of green light struck them, accompanied by the incantation of ancient spells, causing them to dissipate into black smoke. Observing this, Daolong abruptly turned, only to find Old Pa brandishing a lizard stick, pressing it against his head. "Long time no see, dark sorcerer. One more thing, your magic is outdated. And please, extend my regards to your mentor." With a mischievous grimace, Old Pa continued. In Daolong's gaze, the lizard stick emanated a green glow, and amidst this radiance, he could only manage a terrified cry, "No." As the light faded, a puppet resembling Daolong remained on the ground. Sighing at the sight, Old Pa realized that the dark sorcerer was indeed not so easily vanquished. He tossed the puppet to the waiting Tony, casually remarking, "Take care of this, Tony. Such antique trinkets may pique the interest of guests, and I could profit handsomely." Tony examined the shabby, grimy puppet, grimacing in disgust. Gratefully, he was shielded by armor. Otherwise, he would have promptly returned the puppet to Old Pa. The demise of Daolong left Logan, who had been poised for battle, momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure and let forth a series of low growls directed at Old Pa. Noting Logan's aggressive demeanor, Old Pa refrained from advancing. But his mere presence caused Tony, who trailed behind, to stumble. Turning to regard Tony with mild displeasure, Old Pa seemed to have an epiphany and promptly pushed Tony forward to confront Logan directly. In the face of Logan's sudden hostility, Tony remained surprisingly unfazed. After all, he had participated in cosmic battles and could hardly be intimidated by Logan, a mere magician. "Hello there, brother. We would like to negotiate the price for that magical serpent you possess." Tony's forthright request took not only Old Pa by surprise, but even the recently recovered Steel Titan. The little girl, who had been silently observing from the side, suddenly struck her left fist against her right palm, realizing with clarity that this is how negotiations are conducted by the formidable. The black-haired youth nodded in agreement, signifying that he had gleaned knowledge from the encounter. This unexpected revelation not only astonished those around them, but also took one of the protagonists, Logan, by surprise. Once Logan regained his composure, he erupted into laughter. So, in your eyes, Gray is merely a commodity to be auctioned off at will? How terribly underestimated I am. With a thunderous roar, Logan's body crackled with electric energy, and in the blink of an eye, he surged toward Tony, his claws poised to strike. With a resounding crack, Tony's armor shattered, sending him hurtling backward. Even the arc reactor embedded in his chest sustaining significant damage. Observing this, Old Man felt a surge of dread. It appeared that the powers of the 8 great demons resided within the magical creature and could be bestowed upon others. This situation had grown increasingly precarious. Chapter 147. A tour of the Mutant Academy fuming. Logan advanced step by step toward Tony, who was now defenseless. However, Tony quickly recalled that he still possessed an incomplete suit of armor. In a moment of life and death, he disregarded the suit's unfinished state and struck his palm against the arc reactor on his chest. In an instant, nanomachines surged forth, beginning to envelop him. Yet, their pace lagged far behind Logan's advance, likely due to the damage inflicted upon the reactor's access points by Logan's earlier strike. Hurry, hurry! Tony mentally urged himself as he retreated. Logan, akin to a hunting wolf, seemed to relish the sight of his prey's desperate struggle for survival. This was a game of cat and mouse, testing the hunter's patience. Just as Tony's body was on the verge of being entirely encased, Logan lunged forward. In a heartbeat, a cacophony of electricity crackled around him, his claws aimed at Tony's throat. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant, and Tony felt the chilling embrace of impending doom. As he braced himself for a flood of memories in his last moments, a sudden clang rang out. The dizzying sensation of death did not come. Instead, Tony opened his eyes to find Old Man shielding him with raised hands. In that moment, Tony felt like a weary child, long estranged from home, suddenly enveloped in the warmth of familial embrace. He no longer bore the burden alone, for he now had a family behind him. Collapsing to the ground, he savored a fleeting moment of tranquility. Mark 50 nano armor equipped. Welcome back, sir. Having delved into the realm of magic, Tony's understanding of science became profoundly clearer. With the addition of replicated magic, the Mark 50 nano armor series made its grand debut. In comparison to the original depiction of the Mark 50 Tony Stark, the new iteration embodies an enhanced capacity for self-repair, with nanobots proliferating exponentially each second. This advancement enables the Mark 50 to transform into armors that Tony is merely conceptualizing, such as the Hulkbuster and Thanosbuster suits. It can be asserted that as long as Tony envisions it, Jarvis can reassemble the nanobots based on pre-established design templates, thereby facilitating the transition to a new armor. In such circumstances, Tony's prodigious intellect is fully realized. In a state of fury, Logan, confronted by his father, shows no inclination to hold back. In an instant, he is enveloped in a tempest of lightning, and propelled by its speed, his claws slice through the air, even surpassing the sound barrier. Yet despite this velocity, his father remains unfazed, raising his hand to block the attack. With a resounding clash, shock waves ripple outward, but the elder remains steadfast, causing Logan to be pushed back 3 steps. The elder's strength is formidable, even though Logan possesses rapid regenerative abilities. His wrist trembles for a brief moment. However, after 3 seconds, Logan's body quickly recuperates, charging once more at his father. With piercing intensity, the elder's gaze fixes on Logan. Yet even without blinking, Logan's form vanishes from view in an instant. This is the power of the serpent's charm, and Gray begins to exert his strength. Faced with the vanishing Logan, the elder is compelled to alter his strategy. From behind, he retrieves a blowfish, pouring in the essence of a Komodo dragon, adding a few drops of snake gall, and finally incorporating a nostril hair from the ancient god Odin. Instantly, the blowfish glows with a vibrant green luminescence. This brilliance, as bright as midday, pierces through Logan's invisibility, prompting the elder to advance. He swiftly captures Logan's arm, disarming him. With deft maneuvers, Logan collapses to the ground. Despite his accelerated healing, he requires time to realign the disrupted pathways within his body, a duration that the Elder seizes upon. After incapacitating Logan, the Elder produces a small copper pot and places it before him. He retrieves several vials of pure water from his sleeve, pouring them into the pot, along with longan, angelica, goji berries, and other herbs. Finally, he adds his own soul-infused broth, creating a nourishing potion imbued with righteous magic. As he chants ancient incantations, the Elder scoops a ladle of the concoction and sprinkles it upon the ground, forming a barrier of righteousness. Another ladle is cast skyward, calming the minds of all present. Ultimately, the Elder unveils his robust arms, forcibly lifting Logan, pinching his mouth, and pouring the potion down his throat. The malevolent energies dissipate, returning to Gray's being. However, Logan's mutant physiology undergoes significant transformation due to the former presence of dark energy. The lightning fortifies his body, awakening latent special abilities, while erasing undesirable elements from his genes. The brand new version of Wolverine, now at its 20th iteration, emerges with an array of formidable enhancements: bloodthirsty, frenzied, muscle augmentation, rapid regeneration, an indestructible physique, and superhuman olfactory senses, among others. All of Logan's inherent abilities have been significantly amplified. Furthermore, mysterious runes have been inscribed upon his adamantium claws, a form of magic birth from the collaboration of China and the Soviet Union, enabling Logan's claws to unleash arcane damage infused with the power of thunder. At last, witnessing the resolution of events, Steel Fist boldly approached the Elder. "Old man, you cannot take Greg away. He is an invaluable companion to Logan, both in the past and in the future." The Elder cast a sidelong glance at Steel Fist and replied in a nonchalant manner. "The talisman must not fall into the hands of malevolent forces. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for this world." "But we are not the dark forces," Steel Fist retorted, for they were valiant warriors for justice, undeniably falling outside the realm of evil. If one were to speak of true malevolence, it would be the government of the United States that embodies such villainy. Indeed, the Elder nodded in affirmation of Steel Fist's statement. However, he swiftly shifted the tone of the conversation. "Yet, the dark sorcerer you witnessed earlier will not relent, unless you can ensure that this little serpent does not cross his path." Steel Fist was poised to assert their capability to do so. But before he could utter a word, the Elder interjected with a rhetorical question and answer. "You cannot succeed. You are no match for the Blade Dragon." The Elder's words were not unfounded. As a new dark chosen one following the demonic saga, the Blade Dragon's prowess, while perhaps incomparable to the 8 great demons, wielded a unique application of magic that even the so-called mutants could not withstand. The Elder's remark struck Steel Fist like a hammer, hardening his already resolute heart further. Without returning to the academy, he addressed the Elder. "Sir, you may not fully comprehend our strength. How about this? Will you accompany me to the academy? We shall demonstrate that we can protect Greg." After a prolonged contemplation, the Elder observed the elusive little serpent, Greg, who persistently evaded capture. He nodded in agreement to Steel Fist's proposal, reasoning that he could simply label the creature as unfit and forcibly take it away, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Epilogue: A World Ruled by Demons, Part 2. Today dawns bright and fair. Greetings. I am Peter Parker, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. As for why I am swinging about on my webs today, it is naturally due to that careless fool discharging electricity below. Peter landed on a wall and quickly began to sprint, with James' large head appearing beneath him. Dear citizens of New York, hello. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the Daily Bugle, under the leadership of yours truly, Jonah Jameson, we have managed to rid ourselves of those pesky nuisances. As Peter inadvertently circled the screen several times while listening to James' report, the Electric Man wreaked havoc, leaving the area riddled with dents. From a distance, it resembled the insignia of Peter Parker-esque Spider. Ah, there stands my nemesis, Jonah James, brimming with vigor each passing day. No more evasion. Soon, Spider-Man, your demise shall be imminent. Electro emanates a dazzling brilliance, an arc of energy slicing through Peter's combat suit, rendering him akin to toast in a toaster. Oh, for heaven's sake, this attire does not mend itself. Grasping the torn fabric, Peter's mind conjures images of an evening spent stitching, a needle clenched between his teeth. deftly maneuvering another in hand, the threads entwined, as he envisions you, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Have you ever witnessed Spider-Man sewing? Curtain falls, sizzling. The green current crackles as Electro traverses the city's intricate electric circuits, appearing before Peter in an instant, delivering a powerful blow. With an elegant backflip, Peter evades Electro's assault, landing on the ground. Spotting a nearby fire hydrant, inspiration strikes him. Water could disrupt Electro's structural integrity, for upon contact with water, his electrical energy would surge uncontrollably until it dissipates. Without delay, as Electro lunges forth, Peter swings on his web and kicks the fire hydrant. Yet, he finds himself in a predicament akin to that of Captain America. There is no water within the hydrant. One might ponder its whereabouts. Perhaps it resides atop some affluent individual's building. After all, the mantra of environmental preservation and water conservation is a steadfast principle in this land. Sizzling. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away at a golf course, irrigation systems spring to life, quenching the thirst of the bowing flora, preparing them to withstand the trampling of the wealthy. Bang! Electro delivers a crushing blow that sends Peter hurtling through the air. In that fleeting moment, Peter fervently wishes that this day is merely a nightmare. And as if in accordance with his wishes, the scene shifts, and he finds himself drifting once more through the city. Oh, the pain! I fervently hope this is but a dream. Shaking his head, Peter surveys his surroundings. What has transpired? How'd I end up here? As he observes a crimson tank charging towards him, confusion floods his mind. What on earth is happening? Peter shoots a web, propelled into the air by its strength. Watching the distant tank recede, he begins to mutter, "Oh, the events of today are exceedingly bizarre. I have nearly been defeated twice in a single moment." A piercing sound slices through the air. Peter glances upward to see the vulture, clad in a green flight suit. Yet, before Peter can react, his web tethering him to the building is severed in an instant, and he plummets from the sky. Oh, how unfortunate! This marks the third time. In a moment of desperation, Peter clings to the adjacent building, sliding down a short distance before finally steadiness returns. However, the ordeal is far from over. Just as he prepares to catch his breath, he is ensnared by the flickering shadows within the building, which coalesce into a pair of blood-red demonic eyes. The wall fractures, morphing into a colossal maw, ready to engulf Peter whole. At the moment the building gaped open, Peter executed a leap, evading the troubles that threatened to engulf him. Yet, almost immediately, a colossal net descended from above, ensnaring him in a relentless pursuit. Soon, Peter found himself captured, falling into a world of pure white, where his body sprouted an additional pair of hands and feet. This space seemed infinitely deep, and regardless of how long Spider-Man plummeted, he continued to descend. In the blink of an eye, the figure clad in red and blue transformed into a monstrous spider. As his limbs retracted to elongate his head, his body gradually enlarging. Within the twisted corridor, Peter's pallid, sickly visage was all that remained, just as his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. A gentle female voice echoed through the endless passage, calling out in scattered whispers, "Spider-Man, Peter Parker, awaken, awaken from this dream. The world beckons for your salvation. The dark forces are rising once more. They've taken your father, fragmented the paternal guardians, the 8 great demons and 9 masks have become their puppets, and the battle police are mere playthings in their hands. You shall be the last hope." In a dazed state, Peter seemed to hear someone calling him, prompting him to open his eyes. Indeed, he had awakened, emerging from that illogical and bizarre nightmare. Before him stood his best friend, Ned, who wore a face of urgency. Upon seeing Peter regain consciousness, Ned was instantly filled with joy. In his muddled state, Peter inquired, "Ned, was that you calling me just now?" Ned nodded fervently, "Of course. Buddy, you nearly scared me to death. If the nurse hadn't assured me you still had a pulse, I would have called the crematorium on the spot. By the way, that whole saving the world thing was your idea." Peter's eyes reflected a hint of skepticism, and he gazed back at Ned with equal confusion. "Buddy, forgive my candor, but you've outgrown the fantasy of being a superhero saving the world. We ought to focus on our studies to please the illustrious Lord." Lord? The mention of the Lord instantly rekindled Peter's memories. In this world, there were 8 lords, 1 commander, 1 national advisor, and 1 deity. The region they inhabited was the domain of the Wind Lord, Howling Winds. It was a realm coveted by humanity, Aunt May had enrolled him in this university, and though the reasons were unclear, she seemed to hold significant favor with this lord, allowing him to surpass millions to gain admission. Certainly, Peter was exceptionally gifted, consistently ranking among the top students, receiving scholarships in abundance. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something in his current memories felt askew. Suddenly, the door to the infirmary creaked open, and Peter's spider sense tingled, alerting him to danger. His gaze shifted toward the entering school nurse, whose complexion was a ghastly shade of blue-black, resembling a humanoid figure, yet distinctly not human. Upon the arrival of the visitor, Ned promptly greeted, "My Lord Bonnie, we are honored by your presence." Bonnie's arrival unlocked Peter's memories. The woman before him, adorned with dragon horns, was a vassal blessed by the saint. In a world ruled by demons, the lords typically refrained from directly managing their subjects. Relying on the Shadow Legion posed the risk of power being usurped by Terra. Thus, those humans granted blessings by various lords emerged as the true authorities governing the regions, entrusted with significant tasks by their lords. However, entrusting such vital matters solely to individuals from one territory raised concerns about reliability, for the inherent flaws of humanity could not escape the notice of millennial-old demons. Hence, at the saint's suggestion, a division was formally initiated, introducing individuals from diverse regions to each demon's domain, some adorned with dragon horns, others with wings, each steadfastly maintaining their roles. In a side note, The Gathering of the Grieving Father, Part 3. In response to Ned's respectful demeanor, Bonnie appeared somewhat impatient. Judging by her youthful appearance, likely in her 20s, she seemed to have recently transitioned from a phase of excitement to one of annoyance. "Rise," Bonnie remarked, sidestepping Ned, and casually continued, before inspecting Peter's physique. After examining his eyes and tongue, she nodded in satisfaction. However, her expression shifted abruptly upon noticing the stone on Peter's chest, and she suddenly addressed him, "Peter Parker?" "Yes, my Lord Bonnie," Peter replied, sensing a hint of danger in her inquiry, hastily adopting the tone Ned had used earlier. "I hear you are the most exceptional student at this academy," Bonnie inquired with an air of familiarity as though discussing a game with a friend. Yet Peter's spider sense was in a frenzy. "Yes, my Lord Bonnie," Peter responded, his eyes flickering with confusion, uncertain of Bonnie's motives. Had she uncovered something amiss? As Peter pondered, Bonnie suddenly began to mutter to herself, her voice a mere whisper audible only to him. "If that is the case, Parker, you seem a tad out of sorts. Why do you bear the mark of the vassal of Lord Deaky on your chest?" "Perhaps. Well, never mind." Bonnie assisted Peter in rebuttoning his attire, patted his shoulder, and after exchanging a few quiet words with Ned, she hurriedly departed. Peter, left bewildered by Bonnie's remarks, remained momentarily speechless until Ned approached and shook him, prompting his return to reality. "Wake up, mate. Don't dwell on it. That kind of woman is beyond your reach." "Ah, Ned, I apologize for causing you concern," Peter sincerely expressed, leaving Ned momentarily flustered. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and patted Peter's shoulder, saying, "Hey, Peter, you are far too courteous. Were we to each other?" "Really?" Peter chuckled softly, recalling that the two of them need not engage in such trivialities. Just as he was about to utter another word, the school bell rang abruptly. "Peter, take some time to rest. I shall head to class first." "All right," he replied. After Ned departed, Peter found himself drifting in a slumber once more, this time without the bizarre visions that typically accompanied his dreams. Instead, he was met by the sight of a rather precocious young girl. Blowing a puff of air, she playfully adjusted her bangs, and Peter, puzzled, inquired, "Who are you? Why are you in my dream?" The girl offered no response. Yet the words he had heard upon waking began to echo around him. "Save the world, Spider-Man." In her hand materialized a green gem, radiating an enchanting glow, an embodiment of a yearning Peter had never known. He reached out to touch it, only to find his body immobilized. The girl seemed to notice his plight and raised the gem before him. "Do not worry, Parker, it is yours." With a gaze filled with desire, Peter watched as the girl gently pressed the gem into his chest. There was no pain, no suffering, merely the sensation that nothing had transpired at all. Once again, Peter awoke from his dream. Recalling the fragments of the dream, everything felt as though it had genuinely occurred. He instinctively pulled down his collar to reveal a circular stone embedded in his chest. Peering into its center, an avalanche of memories surged into his mind. "I am Peter Parker. I am Spider-Man. I am the father of sorrows. I am the War Avenger. The influx of memories instantaneously clarified why his spider sense had been in a frenzy. It became evident that something was amiss in this world. Demons had usurped dominion over the earth, and human civilization had vanished. Within the annals of history known to Peter, the 8 immortals had dissipated, and Lopez had never existed at all. Even the presence of Uncle Ben was absent in this realm. At this moment, Peter felt an overwhelming confusion. What was he to do? In the face of an abnormal world, should he courageously resist or succumb into silence? Previously, Peter had confronted the malignant elements of society, bravely declaring his opposition and meting out justice. Yet now, the entire world was afflicted, and he alone comprehended who the true sufferers were. The despair of the awakened is the most inescapable, for they have perceived the truth, but are powerless to alter their reality, leading the clear-minded to become muddied. As his heart sank deeper in his silence, the gemstone upon his chest suddenly radiated a brilliant light, projecting an image. Ben, Uncle Ben, this world is sick. Darkness has become justice. What must I do? Peter, I cannot fathom the trials you face, but you have always been a child of unwavering justice. Follow your heart and leave no room for regret. I understand now, Uncle Ben. As the brilliance of the gem faded, Peter clutched his heart and revealed a long-lost smile. With great power comes great responsibility. I have always known this. Resolute in his decision, Peter donned his Spider-Man battle suit once more. The guardians of the grief gather. The strength of one is feeble. Regardless of Peter's might, he cannot single-handedly save the world. Allies are indispensable. At that very moment, a map unfurled slowly, marking the territories of the guardians of the grief. Peter intended to head to the nearest location, the combat arena. In the city of Winds, West District, the combat arena was abuzz with excitement, filled with shouts and roars. Kill him, Heidnell! Shatter him, Thor! The crowd was electrified, their cheers incessant, fully engrossed in the duel. The battle was fierce, yet the mortality rate in the arena was notably low. As the sole legitimate venue within the 8 demon realms that allowed humans to relax, it was akin to paradise on Earth. Swinging on webs, Peter entered the arena, instantly spotting the person he sought, Thor, a member of the Guardians of the Grief. However, Peter was troubled by how to persuade him to join in the quest to save the world. Just then, the stone on Peter's chest began to glow, and he understood its message through his spider sense. Precious stone, are you suggesting that you can restore Thor's memory? The stone flickered, and Peter comprehended. He swiftly climbed the wall to stand before Thor, who was about to speak when the gem emitted a radiant light, enveloping him entirely. Upon opening his eyes again, Thor had regained his memories. Epilogue. Happiness? The struggle between ancient and civilized. Part 4. Spider-Man, what are these things? Thor exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream. Everything before him felt so unfamiliar. The axe in his hand, his short hair, all rather strange. Thor hurriedly discarded his attire, just as he was about to question Peter when he heard a familiar name over the loudspeaker. Next up, our combat arena's ace contender, Thor Hulk screamed. The cheers from the audience pierced through the walls, reaching Thor's ears. Upon hearing the name of an old comrade, Thor disregarded the circumstances and eagerly prepared to meet Hulk in the arena. Peter reached out in an attempt to stop him, but it was too late. Thor had stepped into the arena, confidently waving to his supporters. In stark contrast to Thor's entrance, Hulk's was more straightforward and brutal. As he smashed through the iron gate and charged into the arena, unleashing a roar that ignited the entire venue. Seeing Hulk, Thor wished to greet him, having thought of his terrestrial companions during his years of interstellar travel. Hulk, long time no see. Let us fist bump. What Thor was unaware of was that Hulk had not, like him, encountered Spider-Man and regained his memories. As Thor extended his hand, Hulk, with brutish simplicity, yanked him forward, swinging him around as if he were a mere rag. A cacophony of cheers erupted, and Hulk reveled in the excitement. Yet this action ignited Thor's fury. In an instant, Thor unleashed a thunderous force upon himself, sending Hulk hurtling through the air. The victor of this duel emerged, the magnificent Thor. Amidst the audience's jubilant roars, Thor, panting heavily and wiping the blood from his brow, returned to the locker room. As Peter approached, ready to speak, Thor interjected directly. Damn that green little infant. He is utterly insane. He tossed me around like filthy trash. Calm down, Thor. I intended to tell you earlier, but the current Hulk has yet to regain his memories. Approaching him now would result in you getting pummeled. Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? Peter shrugged. Fortunately, Thor was not one to hold grudges, and together they sought out Hulk. Upon seeing Thor, Hulk immediately roared in fury once again, eager for a rematch against the one who had bested him. However, as a glow emanated from Peter's chest, Hulk's eyes reflected a hint of contemplation. Hulk, bug guy, charger. Initially, Thor felt a flicker of joy at Hulk's potential memory recovery, but when Hulk referred to himself as a charger, Thor's rage surpassed that of the duel. You gotta be kidding me. Thor rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a serious discussion with Hulk, who, undeterred, raised his fists and began a brawl with Thor. Observing these two rascals, Peter could only shake his head in exasperation. After some time, the two lay on the ground, their anger dissipated, replaced by hearty laughter. Though men often wear smiles in the face of parting, deep down, they harbor sadness greater than anyone else. Farewell, Thor. This farewell marked over a decade of separation, with no letters exchanged, leaving uncertainty about their friends' well-being. Their reunion, however, could only be expressed through a flurry of punches and kicks, a testament to their long-standing camaraderie. After their laughter subsided, they rose once more and, alongside Peter, embarked on a quest to locate others: Tony in Wind City Library, Sam in Munzer Prison, Steve, Wade in Narnia Psychiatric Hospital, Wanda, Strange, Coulson, Hawkeye, Natasha, Star-Lord, Rocket, and Black Panther. As each individual was awakened in turn, atop Wind City Tower, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, and a whirlwind instantaneously enveloped the entire city. In that moment, the favored denizens of the wind barred Peter and his companion's path. Wade remarked, "It seems someone does not wish for us to proceed, little spider. What do you propose we do? Shall we retreat?" Wade raised an eyebrow, looking at Peter, awaiting his suggestion, though it was, in truth, a form of coercion. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter brandished the flag in his hand and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a revolution. We have no retreat, and forward is our only path." As his words resonated, the crowd nodded in unison, their faces adorned with smiles. Peter planted the flag firmly into the ground and shouted, "Let the Father of Sorrow charge." Instantly, a chaotic battle erupted. With the grace of a spider gliding through its web, Peter navigated the battlefield as if it were a realm untouched by others. Every move he made influenced the entire conflict, and no one present could question his genius as a leader. Following his lead, the group fought with increasing fervor until they reached the base of the wind tower. At the moment Peter shot out his web, a fierce wind suddenly arose, propelling him to the pinnacle of the tower. However, upon entering, Peter's spider sense tingled, urging him to remain vigilant. Despite searching for an extended period, he detected no hint of danger, only a gentle breeze caressing his skin. Yet, before he could relax his guard, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows, revealing a colossal blue frog before him. In that instant, Peter recognized his adversary as the master of Wind City, one of the 8 great demons, the Demon of Wind. The demon spoke slowly, his voice surprisingly calm rather than furious, imparting an unsettling sense of warmth. "Child, why do you rebel? Wind City is the finest kingdom in the world." Peter countered immediately, but the world should not be this way. The Demon of Wind raised an eyebrow and asked Spider-Man, "What do you envision as the ideal world? A place of broken families, fratricide, and endless warfare? Is such a cruel existence truly what you desire?" "I acknowledge the harshness of reality, yet it possesses its own unique beauty. But how can happiness exist in a world ruled by demons?" Peter retorted, "Happiness? We provide you shelter, warmth, and sustenance, while maintaining peace in this world. We are entitled to certain privileges befitting our status. What is wrong with that? You, countless humans, need only serve us 8. Is that not your happiness? But you consume humanity, adhering to the law of the jungle." Peter found himself momentarily silenced. However, he was acutely aware that he was engaged in a battle between righteousness and darkness, with each side wielding their ideals as pawns, articulating them through Peter's voice, a duel between the ancient and the civilized. A well-ordered society should not resemble this. Peter's words were weak in the darkness. Using the Demon of Wind's voice, chuckled lightly. "The world you long for and the one I have created are fundamentally indistinguishable, merely separated by a veil of hypocrisy." "That is not hypocrisy, It is kindness, Peter declared with unwavering conviction. When righteousness and goodness became the essence of his argument, darkness had already begun to falter. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, kindness itself was deemed a fault. Epilogue. Howling wind. Peter, long time no see v. When kindness is a condition, there remains no necessity for further discourse. Regardless of intentions, everything is fundamentally flawed. As the dark energy dissipated, the scene was entrusted to howling wind. When debate yields no resolution, fists become the ultimate truth. In the realm of sand and wind, the moment howling wind opened his mouth, a heavy wave of air surged forth, instantly stirring countless grains of sand towards Peter. Struggling amidst the tempest, Peter stood resolute, his garments tattered by the swift onslaught of the winds. Even a protective mask he clutched so tightly bore the marks of abrasion. Peter unleashed his webbing, determined to forge ahead. However, the fierce gusts returned his strands, ensnaring him instead. Observing the erratic sway of his web, Peter understood he could only rely on his superhuman strength to confront the formidable wind demon before him. Battling against the gale, Peter pressed forward, each step a monumental trial for his body. Several times he nearly succumbed to the force, yet fortuitously he discovered that the moment his web shot forth, the powerful thrust could anchor him to the floor beneath. With this newfound leverage, he finally approached the wind demon. Howling Wind observed Spider-Man's feeble resistance with a sense of inspiration, yet he was oblivious to the fact that, even in the absence of wind, he could effortlessly crush this insignificant creature. With a fierce exertion against the overwhelming pressure, Peter swung a punch, though it may never reach Howling Wind. Undeterred, he struck out, while Howling Wind raised his hand to counter. Peter braced himself, struggling against the force, but as the wind vanished beneath Howling Wind's palm, he seized the moment to push forward, causing Howling Wind to stumble. In that fleeting instant, Peter shot a web beneath Howling Wind, gasping for breath as he lay against the demon's abdomen. Logically, Howling Wind should have sensed the intrusion, yet he wandered in aimless circles, seemingly bereft of awareness. "Come out, Spider-Man, I see you," he taunted. "Still hiding, are we? You'd best hope I don't catch you, or you'll be in for a world of trouble." Howling Wind scoured behind every pillar, even inspecting mouse holes thrice, yet no trace of Peter emerged. Confounded, he scratched his head, perplexed. Never had anyone escaped from beneath his storm. Suddenly, Howling Wind recalled a place he could not see, his own belly. As a demon formed from all creation, he too possessed inherent flaws. Just as a toad can feel its belly when seated, yet cannot behold it, Howling Wind found himself in a similarly awkward predicament. With this realization, he lifted his feet and stomped forcefully upon the ground. Instantly, the air within the chamber began to swirl, accelerating into a tempest, transforming the space into a veritable purgatory of wind. Peter clutched tightly to the abdomen of the Howling Wind, contemplating strategies to vanquish it while withstanding the fierce gusts. Oblivious to the wind that whisked away his garments through the jagged tear in his clothing, including the mask adorning his face. Despite Peter's formidable grip, the fabric had its limits, leading him to the decision to shed his attire. Now stripped of clothing, Peter aimed for the four legs upon which the Howling Wind stood, shooting forth strands of webbing that painstakingly formed a vast rope. This constituted a significant advancement in Peter's plan. However, a mere rope would not suffice to topple the Howling Wind with his own strength alone. He required a substantial counterpart of equal weight. Thus, Peter pondered what could match the immense bulk before him. His gaze ultimately settled upon the throne of the Howling Wind. Observing the precariously swaying seat, he recognized it was but a whisper away from collapse. With a surge of determination, Peter urged himself onward. "You can do this, Peter." He leapt with all his might towards the teetering throne, watching as it magnified in his sight, his heart racing with exhilaration. Alas, fortune did not favor him. A sudden gust of wind surged forth, sweeping him away. "Spider-Man, did you truly believe I cannot see you? I am the Lord of the Winds, and I perceive everything within my domain." The Howling Wind slowly turned, a glint of cunning wisdom shimmering in its profound gaze. "Very well, you have caught me. If I were to surrender now, might I only concede half?" The Howling Wind regarded Peter, who was thrashing about as if trapped in a washing machine, displaying no hint of indignation, but rather a bemused smile. Certainly, for those of your caliber, I would be quite willing to entertain such an offer. The howling wind eased the flow of air, granting Peter a moment to contemplate. Yet, the terms proposed had never crossed Peter's mind. In an instant, as the winds diminished, Peter unleashed a superhuman punch that struck the howling wind squarely in the face, sending it tumbling to the ground. As the howling wind crashed heavily onto the earth, it caught sight of Peter's visage. In that fleeting moment, the gem upon Peter's chest ignited, flooding the howling wind's mind with a torrent of memories, though scant. They were invaluable to it. The brilliance of the gem compelled the howling wind to halt its actions. Each time it glowed, it signified the occurrence of something significant. Peter surveyed his surroundings, eager to discern what was transpiring when a familiar voice echoed, "Peter." This recognizable voice belonged to the howling wind, which now sought Peter's presence. Yet instead of finding the figure of the howling wind, he beheld the demon of the winds rising from the ground. Peter's expression turned grave as he regarded the wind demon, until the howling wind spoke once more, "Peter, it has been a long time." Peter gazed incredulously at the wind demon, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. A tempest surged forth, transforming the wind demon into the familiar figure of howling winds from their days on campus. As he beheld the gentle gaze of the howling wind, tears welled in Peter's eyes, filled with disbelief, which swiftly morphed into a sense of acceptance. "Brother Howling Wind, how have you fared?" he inquired. With a smile, Howling Wind casually responded, "I have fulfilled my desires. I bear no regrets." "And what of you, Peter? Have you fared better?" Upon hearing these words, Peter released his tightly clenched fists, tears glistening in his eyes, while the corners of his trembling lips revealed a mixture of joy and trepidation. He yearned to step forward and embrace Howling Wind, but hesitated, fearing that what lay before him might merely be a figment of his dying mind. If this were indeed an illusion, he resolved to at least articulate his thoughts. Peter's hands fidgeted restlessly, akin to a child eager to express something, yet ultimately, he managed only a single phrase, "I have strived to do better." Howling Wind's gaze lingered on Peter's face, as if searching for remnants of the past, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. His lips quivered slightly. "I am truly delighted to see you again." "Likewise," Peter replied. "You have grown. Are you still being bullied by lightning?" "Indeed, that fellow still gives me quite the headache." The two exchanged glances, a reunion after a long separation, with an unending stream of words to share. Yet ultimately, it distilled into mutual concern for each other. Extra, The Forsaken Dark Energy, Part 6. While the reunion between Peter and Howling Wind was undeniably moving, it was far less favorable for the ominous dark energy lurking behind the scenes. "Damn it, Howling Wind, what are you doing? Eliminate him at once." The dark energy, seated upon its pedestal, seethed with frustration. However, faced with Howling Wind, it found itself devoid of any effective means to restrain him. The enraged dark energy could only vent its ire by smashing some offerings, momentarily alleviating its pent-up frustrations. At that moment, a man encased within a glass bubble let out a soft chuckle and remarked lightly, "The wheels of time move inexorably forward, even if you attempt to alter history. Dark energy, nothing could change that. You're talking nonsense." The dark energy's magical beam struck the glass bubble, causing it to spin wildly. "You cannot harm me. Your attacks are so feeble, they wouldn't even be sufficient to tickle me." The man within the bubble continued to taunt the dark energy. Yet, perhaps due to its surging anger clouding its judgment, the dark energy, upon glancing at the man in the glass bubble, found itself less enraged than anticipated. It leapt toward the bubble, drawing circles on its surface with its finger, a sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth as it murmured, "Great mage, do not think to provoke me. I shall not release you. The moment arrives when you perish, then righteousness, even if it defeats all my minions, shall not prevail." "Ahaha, ahaha." Upon hearing the dark energy's words, the elder's face lost its mocking demeanor, replaced by a gravity as profound as ink lingering in the air. In his heart, the elder silently prayed for Peter. "You must hurry. Peter, you must reach me before the dark energy completely consumes me." In the moment when the Howling Wind awakened, those humans blessed by the demon of the wind instantaneously lost their powers, reverting to their ordinary selves. Faced with the increasingly audacious alliance of the Father of Sorrow, these newly reverted humans did not hesitate for an instant turning on their heels to flee. Ah, it seems the matter here has been resolved. Steve placed his shield back upon his back, wiping away the bloodstains left from battle. A sharp sound rang out as Wade playfully slapped Steve on the backside once more. Just as Steve was about to erupt, Wade, brimming with excitement, pointed towards the Wind City Tower. "Look, it's Peter Parker. I knew that kid could do it." Steve turned to see, only to find that Peter was nowhere to be found. Another crisp sound echoed, and Steve's rear was once again subjected to humiliation. "Aha! The butt of America! Wait, you scoundrel, stop right there." Atop the Wind City Tower, Shiaving gravely advised Peter, "Next, you shall face my 7 brothers, each stronger than I. Do not underestimate them." His earnest counsel resembled that of a mother ensuring her departing child would eat well. Every word from Shiaving was etched into Peter's memory, yet he had one lingering question. "Brother Shiaving, won't you accompany us?" Shiaving shook his head. "No, I will first handle a few troubles for you. The rest of the journey must be undertaken by yourselves." After bidding farewell to Shiaving, Peter and his companions resumed their quest to save the world. Their journey led them through all 8 great realms, and the process was astonishingly smooth, with hardly any demonic interference. As Peter gathered the Father of Sorrow, the warriors, and the Brotherhood of Mutants, a broad avenue unfolded before them. Meanwhile, as Peter organized his team, the dark energy had summoned the Lord. As the cunning representative among the 8 demons, the Lord received significant reinforcement from the dark energy. "The righteous have returned," dark energy proclaimed, launching his heavy artillery to instill a sense of urgency in the Lord, hoping that he might resolve this batch of rebels, if possible. Upon hearing the news of the righteous return, the Lord's pupils contracted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, as if he had anticipated this all along, and calmly replied, "It has come a bit earlier than expected, but did we not foresee this and prepare accordingly, great deity?" Dark energy nodded, clearly emboldened by the Lord's reassurance. However, just when dark energy let down his guard, the Lord lunged towards the bubble containing the imprisoned old father. Carelessly left aside. "Lord, what are you doing?" Dark energy shouted in fury. The Lord, unconcerned, glanced back at dark energy and casually remarked, "Betrayal. Is that not evident?" The calm demeanor of the Lord left the dark entity at a loss for words. However, soon overwhelmed by anger, the dark entity pointed accusingly at the Lord's nose and demanded, "Why have you betrayed me? I am the deity who created you. Everything you are is a gift from me. How could you forsake me?" In response, the Lord disdainfully snorted, casually unlocking the glass sphere that contained the old man. Seemingly enraged, his voice rose an octave as he retorted, "Why? What has led you to believe I would not betray you?" The dark entity was rendered speechless by the question. What granted him such confidence? It was, of course, the annals of time, within the Lord's narrative. The dark entity had added a plethora of embellishments, so many that they were nearly dizzying. Were it not for this, how could he have dared to employ the Lord, who had once betrayed him? "Have you regained your memories?" The dark entity inquired, his tone tinged with confusion. But he quickly overturned his own reasoning. "No. Peter Parker has not yet reached you. You cannot possibly have retrieved your memories." The Lord chuckled lightly, seemingly mocking the dark entity's folly. "I have not regained any so-called memories. Rather, I am the sovereign, and, as the Lord, I shall not allow another deity to overshadow my reign." Even without the restoration of memories, he remained king, for a king would not permit others to manipulate him like a mere puppet. The dark entity had rewritten everything, yet he had forgotten to alter the fact that the Lord was a monarch. A bitter smile crept upon the dark entity's lips as he realized the futility of his elaborate schemes, leading to such a dismal conclusion. But soon, his gaze hardened with ferocity. "Lord, you shall pay dearly for your betrayal." The dark entity summoned the remaining 6 great demons, eager to witness a spectacle of fratricidal conflict. Yet, the situation unfolded contrary to his expectations, as the 6 demons simultaneously turned their weapons against him, showcasing his isolation. Though the Lord was unaware of the dark entity's intentions, the bonds of brotherhood still held firm. "As long as we remain brothers, we shall always support you." The eyes of the cursed blue were devoid of any emotion, as if they were not facing their creator. "While I may disagree with the Lord, it is merely my discontent with his deceit and cunning. But if you wish to slay the Lord, you must first tread over my corpse." With thunder in hand, Zhongsu's eyes burned fiercely with the flames of battle. The Lord may be bullied by his own, but no one else shall dare. Go ahead and act. For the Lord is nothing to be feared. In contrast to the others, Shimu was more direct, unfurling his wings to envelop the area, plunging into battle without hesitation. Little fire dragon, do what you desire. We are always here for you. Basha playfully brushed her serpentine hair across the Lord's face, her tail lifting his chin as she joined the fray. Unlike the heartfelt declarations of others, Bagong and Dikue said nothing but demonstrated their allegiance through decisive actions. Lord, you cannot escape. Epilogue. The New Year, Part 7. The sound of footsteps reverberated across the floor, echoing through the darkened palace. A man clad in a black hat emerged from the wind, approaching the elderly figure with white hair seated at the center of the palace. Xiaofeng, what an unexpected visitor you are, the old man remarked, slowly lifting his gaze. Illuminated by the flickering light, a peculiar mark resembling an all-seeing eye adorned his weathered forehead. The newcomer removed the scarf that shielded his face from the wind, allowing it to dance away on the breeze, and lifted his hat, dispelling the surrounding shadows as the candlelight brightened the palace. I have pondered a question. If there exists anyone in this world capable of wielding or resisting the magic that alters the memories of demons, I believe there are but two individuals. The Archmage whom demons loathe, and the illustrious Lord of Winds. Are you suggesting that the latter refers to me? The dragon blade slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, typically characterized by white sclera and black pupils, now shimmering with a ghostly glow. Coupled with the enigmatic smile gracing his lips, it lent him an aura of profound mystery, leaving one utterly unaware of his thoughts. Indeed, Xiaofeng replied with unwavering certainty. For it was precisely this notion he had entertained. Having received the answer he sought, the dragon blade nodded thoughtfully and began to speak. I am indeed aware. But what price are you willing to pay? The words of a dragon blade plunged Xiaofeng into contemplation. What manner of price could suffice? What level of sacrifice would compel the dragon blade to assist willingly? His gaze fell upon the sword, Shun Feng, at his waist, an artifact he had wielded throughout his travels. Steeped in a history spanning millions of years, indestructible and immortal, truly a divine weapon deserving of its name. As he brushed his fingers over the hilt, a flicker of inner turmoil crossed Xiaofeng's eyes, yet ultimately his gaze solidified into resolute determination. He presented the sword to the dragon blade. The dragon blade accepted it without apparent concern, speaking in a calm tone. The annals of time have been distorted by dark forces, rewriting our history and pulling us from the ashes of oblivion. Silence enveloped them as Xiaofeng pondered for an extended period. The annals of time. He should have deduced that only such an artifact could alter everything. However, the audacity of the dark forces to recklessly manipulate history was madness. Even they must struggle to bear the repercussions of their actions. The dragon blade seemed to discern Xiaofeng's thoughts, nodding in understanding. Indeed, and the reckoning shall soon arrive. At that moment, as the words left the dragon blade's lips, the Holy Master entered the palace. Xiaofeng transformed into a gust of wind, swirling into the folds of the dragon blade's sleeve, quietly observing all that transpired. After a lengthy discussion between the Holy Master and the dragon blade, the conclusion was singular: eliminate the dark force. Upon the Holy Master's departure, the dragon blade handed Xiaofeng a black stone, distinct from the gem upon Peter's chest. This stone possessed the simple ability to shield oneself and those they had encountered from the influence of the annals of time. Carrying this stone, the howling wind traversed the 8 great kingdoms. Although it was said to be a lengthy journey, from the perspective of the wind's velocity, it was indeed swift. The 8 great demons returned, once again united as one family. The realm of specters re-emerged, no longer subject to the commands of dark energy, but rather heeding the whispers of their own hearts. Wherever the wind passed, it ignited the flames of rebellion, which began to blaze fervently, ultimately launching a revolution to overthrow the dark energy that engulfed the world. At this moment, the dark energy seated upon the divine platform was vanquished. Within the palace of the annals of time, the dark energy trembled, perplexed by the unfolding events. How could everything have come to this? It reached out to grasp the pen and paper that inscribed history, yet the annals deftly eluded its grasp. The dark energy was filled with confusion. Why was this book still untouched? Who was that figure who had once welcomed shame with open arms? A fleeting moment of bewilderment washed over it, But before it could react, the annals thrust it out of the palace, casting it into a realm utterly foreign to it. Turning around, the dark energy was confronted by a colossal dragon-shaped relief, instantly recalling that this was the land of mountains and rivers, the homeland of dragons, the palace of the Holy Lord. Recalling the liberation of the old man and the betrayal of its Holy Lord, the dark energy wore a sinister smile as it ascended the Holy Lord's palace. In an instant, plagues erupted across the land of China, rivers ran dry, livestock perished, and infants were stillborn. Step by step, the dark energy ascended, listening to the wails echoing in its ears, a broad smile spreading across its lips as its pitch-black exterior began to slowly fade. Finally, upon reaching the Holy Lord's throne, it sat down, and the dragon's head split open, giving rise to a new statue. Under the moonlight, the form of the statue gradually emerged, a colossal entity, its torso towering like a small mountain, adorned with long, pointed horns and two eyes as large as lanterns, with a gaping maw that seemed poised to devour at any moment. As the dark energy settled into its throne, the hearts of mortals grew restless, fear lingering in the air. The low murmurs of ancient gods echoed incessantly in their ears, and in that brief moment, countless mental afflictions were birthed, with blades turned against their nearest kin. Witnessing the tragic scene of friends and family turning on one another, tears streamed from Peter's eyes, dripping onto the gem embedded in his chest. In an instant, the gem radiated a brilliant light, breaking free from Peter's chest and soaring into the sky. In a flash, the gem's luminescence banished the boundless darkness, carrying the dew of illumination as it fell from the heavens. The humans before Peter ceased their fratricidal conflict, and the deceased rose once more. Peter clasped his hands in gratitude for the miracle bestowed by the gem, and as he moved, amidst the collective praise of the people, flickering starlight emerged from within humanity, merging into the gem, amplifying its radiance and saving even more souls. Across the globe, miraculous resurrections unfolded before every eye, invigorating the spirits of the insurgents as the wheels of time continued to turn forward. After a period of time, the gem subdued its brilliance. Just as Peter thought everything had come to an end, the gem suddenly emitted countless beams of light, enveloping Peter and his companions. The 8 great demons of the Holy Lord, Old Man, Knife Dragon, Terra, Gu-E, Merlin, and Zhang Tianshi. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves gathered together. The old man opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings with an expression of grave concern. What immense dark energy is this? Where are we? Peter's senses were in a frenzy, causing him to clutch his head and kneel down. The Holy Lord gazed at everything around him, particularly at the shattered dragon's head, and sighed, addressing the old man beside him. Huasha Jojo. Feeling the oppressive silence surrounding them, the old man could hardly believe it. He stepped forward and grabbed the Holy Lord. Damn you, evil dragon. If you speak nonsense again, I will turn you into stone and seal you away, so you will never escape. The Holy Lord and the old man exchanged calm glances, and gradually, the old man accepted this reality. Releasing the Holy Lord and gazing helplessly at everything before him, tears welling in his eyes. Regret, guilt, anger, and sorrow, an array of emotions flickered in the old man's eyes, ultimately igniting into a blazing fire of vengeance. You finally arrived. Do you see my masterpiece? Epilogue. Revised history. 8. The flames of revenge can blind one's eyes, leading individuals astray when making choices. Yet, when confronted with matters closely tied to oneself, who can truly set aside hatred and think rationally? The old man was unaware of who such a person might be, nor did he wish to know. At the moment he heard the voice of the dark energy, his muscles surged, and divine armor materialized upon him, encircled by a green glow that instantaneously transformed into a blood-red radiance. The old man slowly turned, his face contorted by rage, with flames burning fiercely in his eyes, causing even the dark energy to retreat a step. You shall perish, fiend! With a thunderous roar, the surrounding dark energy thinned slightly. As he took a step forward, sunlight streamed in, and with another step, meteors fell from the heavens, the roaring flames eliciting a sense of dread even in the Holy Lord. The dark energy appeared solemn, unwilling to confront the enraged old man, raising a hand. A mirror materialized before them all, Even the old man faced one, but before the dark energy could cast its spell, the old man immediately denied it, shattering the mirror before him. However, the others were not so fortunate. The mirror spun before them, then came to a halt, revealing their reflections stepping out from within. Peter, quick to react, attempted to kick the version of himself in the mirror back at that moment of danger. Yet, sharing the same strength and spider sense, the mirrored Peter sidestepped, causing the real Peter to nearly tumble into the abyss. Apart from the 8 malevolent demons, everyone present was granted a mirrored doppelganger whose abilities mirrored their own, reflecting the deepest darkness within their souls. This astonishing scene left the assembly in shock, but as Peter raised his arm and called out, "Action, Father of Sorrow," the great battle commenced. There was no need for anyone to exert themselves in searching for foes. The path to victory lay in vanquishing their own reflections. In an instant, the most formidable of the 8 demons became mere spectators to the unfolding chaos. Yet would the dark essence allow these 8 to act independently? A thick cloud of black mist surged upward, transforming into the massive egg that had previously emerged during the counterhex. This time, the egg erupted without hesitation, sprouting a pair of horns and resembling a dark deity, with vast wings akin to those of a fan, stirring a tempest as the creature soared through the air. The emergence of this monster instantly rattled the 8 demons. Such formidable power was unprecedented, even for them. An independent tendril of black mist granted the dark essence additional strength to distract the 8 demons. This was, in part, thanks to the howling wind. Without it, the egg would not have hatched so effortlessly, nor would it have become so powerful, even surpassing the 8 demons. Friends, while the others engage in battle, it is our turn to act. The howling wind gestured towards the newly appeared creature, prompting the 8 demons to charge forth, immediately clashing with the beast. Meanwhile, amidst the fervent combat behind them, the enraged father was still en route. Peter and his mirrored self engaged in a fierce battle atop the beams, neither gaining the upper hand. However, just as Peter launched another attack, his doppelganger suddenly aged dramatically. Peter glanced back at the others, only to find that they all faced the same disheartening vision. Each of their reflections was withering, prompting them to halt their actions. Turning back, they saw their own forms aged, missing limbs, and decrepit. Peter Parker, at 80 years old, are you still clinging to that ludicrous dream of being a superhero? The dark essence's inquiry rang with chilling clarity, and the images before them began to swirl. In their twilight years, they had been forgotten by the world, leading the most mundane lives, trapped in monotony. Life had crushed Peter Parker's spine, severed Steve's hand, and even the handsome Thor had developed a beer belly. Tony Stark, having lived long, sat beside a gravestone, his gaze hollow as he pondered the entirety of his existence. The absurd dream had shattered. The harsh realities of life must be confronted. Like a song that narrates the growth of a child who once watched cartoons, the dream of superheroes must awaken. Peter Parker, can you still utter that line you have always proclaimed? The superheroes bowed their heads, not due to formidable foes, but as a result of the harsh realities of life, mundane concerns of sustenance that have frozen their once brilliant hearts. Dark forces laughed maniacally as guillotines loomed over each superhero. The blade named reality, named life. It appears you have come to terms with the truth. The children who dreamt of heroism have awakened from their slumber. With a forceful impact, the dark energy was sent reeling, countered by a furious father. Clenching his fists, he gazed at the fallen dark energy, bewildered and disoriented, and declared with a fierce voice, "Wretched being, did I not warn you? You shall perish. Impossible. I laid out my words before you." As the protagonist of a bygone anime, you should be more adept at recognizing the truth. Dark energy howled, questioning the father's resolve. He could not fathom that anyone else could be so unyielding. Even vibrant youths like Peter Parker had been reduced to such a state. How could this old man possibly withstand it? Turning to the dispirited crowd, the father spoke with conviction. Regardless of your origins or your destination, no matter what sort of person you become, you can embody the hero you envision in your heart. Must you languish in despair? There are still those awaiting our salvation. His words sparkled like distant stars, awakening those who were still lost in confusion. You may take my house, my car, and my toys, but you cannot take away my identity as Iron Man. Even if I stand alone, I will persevere. For I believe I shall not be alone. I will walk with you until the end, my friend. The captain is always by your side. I have nothing left to lose. Heroes must confront numerous arduous choices, such as the nature of this vocation, perpetual solitude, unending wounds, yet I have never regretted it. I am often consumed by rage. If you possess this power, yet choose inaction, the ensuing calamities are your burden. As the guillotine shattered, so too did the mirror, revealing that the most insurmountable enemy is not oneself, but the heart. As long as your heart remains steadfast, no adversary shall pose a challenge. What superheroes? What unwavering beliefs? Cease your self-deception. The roar of dark energy reverberated through the cosmos, merging instantaneously with the statue standing at the entrance. At that moment, everyone resolved their own battles, leaving only the dark energy still stubbornly resisting. Dark energy, you have been defeated. Atone for your sins. The Father commanded, raising his hand. The sword of heaven aimed directly at dark energy. I have not lost yet. The enraged dark energy retorted, devouring its own demonic manifestations, infusing their anti-hex power within itself. In an instant, dark energy's form surged once more, a power beyond human comprehension. Among the 8 great demon factions, the Howling Wind observed the eager sovereign and glanced back at the other 6 demons, who all nodded in unison. The power of gossip was transmitted into the body of the Saint Master in accordance with the proper orientation. The Saint Master turned around, astonished, gazing at his brethren. Go forth, take our share to annihilate that fellow, commanded the steadfast Zhong-Su, as he placed his palm firmly upon the Saint Master. The Saint Master nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Terra and the Blade Dragon approached, saying little, merely casting their own fragments of power toward the Saint Master. With the 10 masks, dark magic, demonic sorcery, 12 charms, and the force of divination, I now lack for nothing. The Saint Master soared into the air, flying towards the dark energy. As he ascended, the green dragon's skin shed away, revealing a resplendent golden light that illuminated the heavens. The mysterious Eastern dragon once again unleashed its brilliant radiance. Witnessing this spectacle, the old man mounted up, removing the divine battle armor from his own body and draping it over the forming Saint Master. The Saint Master, flicking his dragon tail, allowed the golden brilliance to dispel the darkness of the world. The resounding roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the realm, echoing through Hell's Kitchen. In the old man's antique shop, today marked the Lunar New Year of the dragon. Steve organized the festivities, ensuring that the young ruffians who had robbed him previously were kept at bay while preparing the antique shop for the celebration. He reignited his hope for life, even though he remained alone. Boss, we're all set. All right, you lot can leave now, but remember, no robbing others. After dispatching the troublemakers, Steve returned to the antique shop, perching himself upon the counter. Though he resolved to face life with a smile, the solitude weighed heavily upon him. As such thoughts clouded his mind, he reclined in his chair. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, prompting Steve to rise instinctively and greet the visitor. Welcome to the old man's antique shop. How may I assist you? Hey, Captain, you've done a splendid job. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Steve opened his eyes. Peter, Tony, you all have arrived. He beamed at the bustling doorway. And it's not just us, Peter teased. Oh, who else is there? Driven by curiosity to indulge Peter's playful nature, Steve glanced over, only for a tremor to pass through his lips. Old man, Happy New Year. Chapter 148. The Academy Mutants, a unique group within the Marvel Universe, are in some respects regarded as even more marginalized than African Americans. At least African Americans, under the guidance of political correctness, have gained some rights, such as the ability to express their emotions through protests. However, mutants have not been afforded such fortune. They are considered a non-human group, lacking legal protection and often subjected to violence as part of a politically correct agenda. In light of these extreme circumstances, 2 opposing ideologies emerged: the iron-fisted policy and the negotiation policy, alternatively referred to as soldier mentality and scholar mentality. Their representatives are none other than Magneto, leading the Brotherhood, and Professor X, heading the Academy. A low hum filled the air as the aircraft glided through the sky, finally descending upon the city of Westchester in New York. Throughout the journey, Steelman regaled the elder with numerous tales regarding the Academy, simultaneously addressing the amnesiac Logan. Initially, Logan exhibited a touch of impatience. However, upon observing Gray's frequent nods of agreement, he mustered the energy to lend an attentive ear. The Academy, a distinguished institution established by esteemed professors, serves as an educational and training center tailored specifically for young mutants. It embraces every individual, irrespective of their abilities, firmly believing that each person possesses inherent value and potential. With the right guidance, anyone can transcend their limitations. The primary focus of its curriculum emphasizes the cultivation of character, interpersonal relationships, and leadership skills, while also encouraging active participation in societal endeavors to foster a sense of civic responsibility. The deluge of bureaucratic jargon began to wear on the elders' patience. However, witnessing Steelman's unwavering faith in these principles piqued his interest in the Academy further. Upon disembarking from the plane, Steelman ushered the elder into an automobile, traversing the city until they arrived at a dense forest. After navigating through the verdant expanse, an imposing and ancient estate emerged before the elder's eyes. The main entrance of the estate boasted grand double doors, flanked by wide stone steps and guardian stone lions, exuding an air of authority and tradition. Above the doorframe hung a sign bearing the Academy's name, seemingly whispering that this was no mere estate, but an esteemed institution. Steelman approached and rang the doorbell, a feature typically redundant in a place inhabited by mutants, many of whom possessed abilities that rendered such measures unnecessary. "It is I, Steelman. Open the door." With a crisp sound, the grand doors slowly swung open, revealing a security kiosk that epitomized Wolverine style, minimalistic yet battle-worn, rivaling even a doghouse in its rugged charm. Logan gazed at the kiosk, momentarily entranced. A sense of familiarity washed over him, and inexplicably, he yearned to lounge there, sipping a drink and drifting into a comfortable slumber. "Logan, this is where you once worked. How do you feel? Shall we remove the bracelet for a moment?" Steelman's words were laden with temptation, and without a second thought, Logan reclined there, surrendering to the embrace of sleep. Gray, having descended from Logan's neck, climbed atop his head, joining him in a gentle slumber. Observing the magical creature's seamless cooperation, the elder relinquished his prior thoughts. Had it not been for his conflict with the demon, these enchanting beings would not possess their powers, nor should they bear the burdens arising from such strife. Nonetheless, the elder resolved to approach this evaluation with heightened vigilance. Should the situation prove dire, he would take the magical creatures along with his cherished humans. "Mysterious sorcerer from the East, please refrain from such actions. Both Gray and Logan are equally dear to us, and we are confident in our ability to safeguard them." Just as the elder solidified his resolve, a bald man in a wheelchair was ushered before him by a towering blue giant. As he observed the furrowed brow of the elder, the doctor pondered the extent of his mind-controlling abilities. The elder silently cloaked his heart in a shroud of gloom, causing the professor across from him to frown deeply. He despised being scrutinized so casually. With a swift turn of his head, the elder averted his gaze. The professor, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, managed a forced smile and clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Indeed, the mage possesses remarkable skills. You must understand that my records at the government are akin to nuclear deterrence. Yet they seem futile against a mage. How unexpected." While the professor heaped praises upon the elder, the latter remained unyielding, his countenance uninviting. For someone who reveled in prying into others' secrets, the elder wished for him to one day be stripped bare and cast into the street. "Oh, sir, your thoughts are truly malevolent," the professor lamented. The elder, taken aback, turned in surprise. How could this man discern his thoughts? "Sir, do not doubt. In addition to being a mutant, I'm also a PhD in psychology. It is exceedingly simple to deduce what you wish to convey based on the micro-expressions on your face." The elder, now visibly flustered, stepped forward, single-handedly wresting the professor's wheelchair from the grasp of the beast, and personally pushed him toward a tree. Leaning close to the professor's ear, he whispered, "I have never believed in psychologists who claim to predict others' minds. If that were true, you should have encountered the forthcoming scene long ago. Off you go." With a swift kick, the elder sent the professor's wheelchair crashing towards the tree. Just as the professor was about to collide with it, the elder miraculously appeared behind him, seizing the wheelchair to halt its momentum. "Well, Mr. Bald, was that within your expectations?" The professor, maintaining an air of nonchalance, elicited a deep furrow in the elder's brow. The sensation of being laid bare by another is quite unpleasant. "Bald one, you have triumphed. Now kindly demonstrate the security capabilities of your academy." With a clap of his hands, the professor summoned several striking individuals onto the previously empty lawn, Laser Eyes, Iceman, Fireman, Phoenix Woman, Rakshasa, and Beast King. As these figures showcase their abilities like peacocks displaying their plumage, the elder yawned in boredom and turned to the professor, asking, "Would you care to hear a story?" The professor nodded in agreement. Once upon a time, there existed a kingdom called Yelong, reminiscent of the current Pickle Nation. One day, an envoy from a great nation visited to collect tribute, much like the beautiful nation extracts protection fees from the Pickle Nation. However, one fateful day, the king, in a fit of whimsy, posed a question to the envoy. Which of our nations possesses greater territory? Consequently, he faced annihilation, akin to the Pickle Nation fleeing from over 170 countries, yet receiving fewer than 30 votes in return. As a man of intellect, you should grasp the essence of my words. The elder's message was unmistakably direct, nearly bordering on a rebuke. Even those of lesser intellect could discern the undertone, prompting one to rush forward, ready to confront the elder. "What do you mean, old man? Are you calling us foolish and lacking in discernment?" Old man shook his head once more and turned his gaze toward the professor, whose face was dark as night. The temper of that fiery man was indeed too volatile. After all these years, he had yet to graduate. Did he not comprehend the reason behind it? Chapter 149, The Apocalypse and the Mouse Fiery One, Restrain Your Anger. The professor admonished sharply. He then redirected his attention to the old man, letting out a weary sigh and expressing his profound exhaustion. While they may lack maturity, their hearts are pure. With sufficient training, they too can stand on their own. Observing the professor, the old man remained skeptical of his words. "If I am not mistaken, apart from you, they're all akin to such children. Without your guidance, they would struggle to survive. A wolf that has never tasted blood is ultimately just a dog." With that, the old man departed, taking Tony with him, deliberately avoiding any discussion regarding Gray's allegiance, as if he had simply forgotten. While the old man's departure did not affect him, the professor soon found himself besieged, receiving a barrage of insults aimed at the old man. Ultimately, he had to forcibly exert his abilities to quell the crowd. "Return to your classes," the professor declared curtly before making a hasty exit, moving with a swiftness that rivaled even the most agile of youths. Not straying far from the academy, the old man instructed Tony to set up a tent nearby. "Oh, old man, did we not decide to leave? Why are we setting up a tent here?" Tony's incessant complaints began to irritate the old man. Lowering the telescope he held, the old man turned back in anger, his fierce gaze silencing Tony's chatter. "Just set up the tent. I shall handle the rest," he commanded. Steve nodded stiffly, and the old man resumed his observation of Logan, who lay at the entrance. A great storm was about to descend upon the academy. "Let me witness your true capabilities." As a sanctuary for magical creatures, the old man was diligent in his observations, pondering whether that group of children might, by sheer luck, excel in the heat of battle. Perhaps there would be one among them whose fortune was beyond belief, requiring only to pull the trigger, with luck taking care of the rest. Meanwhile, in a pyramid in Egypt, a small white mouse with glowing red eyes scurried about, searching for food. After wandering for some time, it found nothing to eat, not even a bone. In such a desolate place as the desert, one would not typically encounter snakes, insects, or rodents. Their presence signified dire omens. Yet, this peculiar mouse had made its home within a tomb, surviving off various corpses. After 3 days without sustenance, the mouse decided to make use of its last resource, a living corpse. Although rather tough and unpalatable, the desperate mouse could not afford to be picky. It boldly navigated the rubble to reach the man, opening its mouth to bite down. Crunch! With a sharp crack, a chip appeared in the mouse's tooth. The little creature cautiously probed the damaged area with its tongue, unable to comprehend how such a sturdy incisor could produce such a sound. In an instant, as the tongue brushed over the spot, an agonizing pain surged through it, and before its eyes, a mystical gray talisman unleashed its power, resurrecting Apocalypse. In the scorching heat of a summer desert market, a rather peculiar man clad in a cloak entered, a small white mouse in his right hand. Sunlight filtered through his wide-brimmed hat, revealing the figure of Apocalypse himself. As a ruler from millennia past, Apocalypse possessed a power that could make all tremble with embarrassment. Upon entering the market, Storm appeared before him, using her abilities to steal, a sight unimaginable thousands of years ago, yet a reality in this world. Apocalypse approached and seized her arm, thwarting her thieving endeavor. As Storm prepared to retaliate, Apocalypse struck first. As a noble mutant, How disgraceful it is to squander your powers in such a manner. I am merely striving to survive, Storm protested, struggling fiercely to free herself from his grip. Watching her break away, Apocalypse's lips curled into a sinister smile. He had already set his sights on this first subordinate. After a prolonged escape, Storm finally halted. But before she could catch her breath, Apocalypse traversed a wormhole and approached her. He grasped her face, and amidst her painful struggles, he enhanced her powers. Do whatever you wish, remember anything. In the blink of an eye, Apocalypse vanished, leaving Storm astonished by the sudden surge of strength within her. Once capable only of creating whirlwinds, she now wielded the power to control the very weather itself. With a wave of her hand, thunder crackled ominously. Departing from Storm, Apocalypse heard the resounding thunderclap and smiled. This was the power a mutant ought to possess. After accomplishing a trivial task, he took a moment to observe the world around him, filled with bustling crowds and flickering images from small boxes. Placing his hand upon one such colorful box, a torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind, an ability he had previously acquired, both efficient and practical. In a fleeting second, he absorbed the brilliance that humanity had taken nearly 2 centuries to create. Observing the various treatments endured by mutants and the overwhelming narratives of mainstream media online, Apocalypse furrowed his brow. Had the traitors taken the throne? Mutants require a strong leader. Resolute, Apocalypse prepared to reassemble the 4 horsemen, with Storm now enhanced to control nature. As the prime candidate, under the enhancement of the mutant abilities, Apocalypse swiftly located his desired subordinates, Storm, Psylocke, and Angel. As for the final member of his cadre, Apocalypse chose the reclusive Magneto. According to the intelligence he had gathered prior to his emergence, Magneto and Professor X were the most formidable entities among mutants, both being peak-level 4 mutants. If he could harness Magneto's formidable powers, it was conceivable that Magneto could ascend to level 5, acquiring the ability to reshape the world. It seemed as though the world sensed Apocalypse's will, and everything began to align with his desires. At that moment, Magneto found himself confronted by the police, who sought to arrest him, as his benevolent heart had inadvertently revealed his extraordinary abilities. "Annie, do not worry. Daddy will return soon," he reassured, placing a comforting hand on his daughter's shoulder. However, the officer denied him the chance to comfort her, swiftly apprehending him instead. Young Annie, bewildered by her father's arrest, cried out desperately to save him, while her mother clutched her tightly. Suddenly, Annie's unique powers activated, summoning a flock of birds to obstruct the officers. In the ensuing chaos, an arrow was loosed, drawing ever closer to her. Magneto roared in fury, but he was powerless against the wooden projectile. Just as the situation seemed dire, a resounding crow echoed, causing the arrow to halt inches from Annie's chest. Chapter 150. Magneto's Loyalty with a Sudden Surge of Strength. Magneto broke free from the grasp of the officers and lunged toward his daughter. After a thorough inspection, he sighed in relief upon confirming that she was unharmed. Magneto, hands clasped atop his head, complied and knelt on the ground. "Surely you do not wish for your family to suffer harm? And you, little girl, as a lowly mutant, obey and remain on the ground." These words ignited a blaze of fury within Magneto. He was merely a mutant, utilizing his powers for the sake of saving others. Despite his forbearance, they had nearly taken his daughter's life. In light of this, he thought, let them come. He removed the necklace from his daughter's neck, a gift he had crafted for her, and turned away with Annie, aware that the ensuing scene would be rather gruesome and unsuitable for young eyes. Magneto's wife nodded, covering Annie's eyes as she turned away, observing Magneto's prolonged stillness as he murmured to his daughter and wife, while the officers grew increasingly impatient. They drew their crossbows, prepared to fire at Magneto. Yet, before they could act, the necklace in Magneto's hand soared upward, swiftly slicing through their throats. The officers collapsed to the ground like puppets severed from their strings. Taking a deep breath, Magneto prepared to lead his daughter and wife away from the scene when a large rooster emerged from the bushes, announcing its presence with a cacophony of clucks. Annie rushed forward with excitement, embracing the magnificent rooster. As she listened to its crowing, Magneto recalled the moment when the resounding call had halted the arrows. "Father, it's the great rooster. It saved me just now." Observing his daughter clutching the rooster, Magneto became convinced of its extraordinary nature. After all, given his daughter's earlier ability, to command birds, it was evident that her powers were intertwined with animals. Since her abilities were linked to the animal kingdom, it stood to reason that she would not mistake any creature. Magneto stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the rooster. "Thank you," he said, casting a glance at his daughter, uncertain of the rooster's name. Annie, sensing his hesitation, exclaimed, "Great Rooster. I shall name him Great Rooster." Magneto chuckled softly, pondering how such a name could suffice. Yet, witnessing his daughter's earnest expression, he placed his right hand over his heart and respectfully addressed the rooster. "I, Eric, as a father, thank you, Great Rooster. You have saved my daughter, and you shall forever be my benefactor." The rooster tilted its head, regarding Eric with an air of wisdom, as if pondering the peculiarity of the human before it. With a flutter of its wings, it escaped Annie's embrace, landing gracefully to search for the corn it had misplaced. Annie, delighted by the rooster's antics, eagerly followed suit, mimicking its movements and bending down to search for something herself. Eric observed this with a smile, grateful for his fortune that day. However, his expression soon darkened. He should not have encountered so many events today. Thoughts of his treacherous co-workers filled him with immense rage. Those deceitful scoundrels shall meet a dire fate. Eric's curse took root, unbeknownst to him, as at that very moment. Apocalypse and his entourage had arrived at the smelting plant where Eric typically worked. Where is Eric? In mere minutes, the smelting plant transformed into a blazing inferno, with Apocalypse holding the very worker whom Eric had saved using his electromagnetic powers. "He should be arrested," I reported him. Upon hearing the worker's plea, Apocalypse scoffed dismissively, crushing the man's head with a flick of his hand before turning to leave. The three horsemen followed closely behind him. Though Storm cast a final glance back at the scene, her heart stirred by the hellish sight. Yet, had she known Eric's story, perhaps her compassion would have been absent. Stepping through a portal, Apocalypse arrived near Eric's home. Having just endured a fierce battle, Eric sensed the ominous presence of the newcomers and immediately grew alert. After advising his wife to protect Annie, Magneto meticulously manipulated a small necklace and cautiously approached the location where Apocalypse and his cohorts had appeared. Unfamiliar with the individual before him, Eric thought to himself. Yet, just as he intended to observe further, Apocalypse suddenly directed his gaze toward this very spot. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though they had constructed a bridge of the soul. "I require your assistance, child." The instant Eric heard Apocalypse's words, he snapped back to reality, hastily retreating behind a tree, perplexed by the identity of this enigmatic figure. Before he could arrive at any conclusion, Apocalypse approached him, extending his hand. "Join me, and let mutants be accorded the respect they deserve." Gazing into Apocalypse's unwavering eyes and reflecting upon his life in seclusion, Eric resolutely nodded, kneeling before Apocalypse, grasping his hand and being pulled to his feet. "I shall forever follow your will, until the extinction of mutants." Apocalypse rolled his eyes, and Eric's powers surged, the magnetic field becoming vividly apparent to him. Everything in the world was now at his command. As Eric placed his hand upon the ground, the dust stirred beneath his influence, and the surrounding trees uprooted themselves, soaring into the air, forming a wooden dragon crafted from timber, the entire forest coalescing in an instant, dancing in harmony with Eric's gestures. In this moment, Magneto's power reached its zenith, and he ascended to become the most formidable chief knight among Apocalypse's four horsemen. As Magneto enacted this transformation, far away at the academy, the professor sensed this shift, an unease settling in his heart. In the darkness of night, Jean was jolted awake by a nightmare, wherein a raging inferno swirled, and a peculiar figure claimed to be the savior of all mutants. Relay this to the professor. In an instant, the professor's unease solidified. He gathered Jean and the X-Men and made his way to the cerebral amplification chamber. Donning the cerebral enhancer, the professor, bolstered by its capabilities, ascended to a level 5 mutant, precisely locating Eric. However, before the professor could speak, the red star symbolizing mutants began to shine brightly, a signal belonging to Apocalypse. With a roll of his eyes, Apocalypse instantly traced the electric waves emitted by the cerebral enhancer, pinpointing the professor's location. The professor engaged in a struggle against Apocalypse. But how could mere decades of experience stand against the might of the strongest mutant? In an instant, The professor was subjected to reverse control, his mind shifting gradually toward a purple hue. Charles, break free. No, I cannot. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the professor's forehead as all his countermeasures became futile in that moment. Watching the children around him, he recalled his father's words. The once arrogant professor, believing himself to have intimidated the entire world, now felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as Apocalypse seized control of the cerebral amplification chamber. Children, destroy the cerebral enhancer. At the professor's command, the X-Men sprang into action, yet the speed of commands issued by the cerebral domain always outpaced the speed of human sabotage. In mere moments, Apocalypse had executed his orders. Nuclear weapons from various nations soared into the sky, their explosive sounds resonating through the air, marking the disappearance of the only power that could pose a threat to mutants. An era is about to be seized by us. Chapter 151. The sudden appearance of the old man. The professor destroyed the cerebral enhancement chamber, forcibly severing the connection with Apocalypse. However, this abrupt disconnection resulted in severe damage to the professor's brain, rendering him unable to utilize his super abilities for an extended period. At this moment, Apocalypse, having just tasted a hint of power, found the severance of their connection intolerable. He immediately opened a portal, determined to forcibly reunite with the professor. Magneto waved his hand, sending the wooden dragon flying away, and after constructing a wooden hut in the distance, he joined Apocalypse to seek trouble with his old acquaintance. Just as Apocalypse stepped through the portal, the old man outside the academy awakened from his slumber, not only sensing the presence of Apocalypse's power, but also the dark aura of Blade Dragon. The two super beings appeared in the same place, and Blade Dragon would undoubtedly not miss the little white mouse that Apocalypse carried or the small green snake that Logan had as his target. Listening to the snoring beside him, the old man turned his head to see Tony sleeping soundly. Without hesitation, he pressed his fingers together and struck Tony's head. The bewildered Tony awoke, looking around in confusion. Who hit me? Are we under attack? Observing Tony's dazed expression, the old man promptly tugged at his ear and shouted into Tony's ear, "Tony, the Dark Warrior is coming." The old man's loud call left Tony's ears ringing for quite some time, and when he turned to look for the old man, he had already vanished. "Old man, wait for me." Tony slapped his chest, and the nano armor enveloped him once more as he swiftly dashed out of the tent and into the academy. As Tony rushed into the academy, a figure suddenly appeared behind the tent, clad in a white robe with flowing white hair, creating an ethereal sight. It was the old man. Watching Tony's receding figure, tears welled in the old man's eyes, seemingly filled with sorrow. Suddenly, a beam of light shot toward him, and he sidestepped to avoid it, turning to see a small old man in a black robe and white hair emerging from the shadows. "Old fellow, I never expected you to be ambushing here. You old rascal, daring to call me an old man. I shall teach you a profound lesson." The old man retrieved a pufferfish and a lizard from behind him and engaged in a fierce battle with Blade Dragon, their magical confrontation extraordinarily intense. Yet at this moment, no one noticed the scene unfolding, as if they were not even present in this space. Not long after Tony entered the academy, he encountered the old man, who was now surrounded by a group of mutants. "Old fellow, dare to say my abilities are lacking? I will turn you into braised monkey, so you can witness just how fierce my fire truly is." As the fireman waved his hand, fierce flames erupted from his grasp, radiating such intense heat that even Tony, upon approaching, felt a wave of warmth assault him. Yet, in the face of the searing blaze, the old man remained unfazed. He did not even glance at the flames as they struck his body. With a resounding explosion, the flames erupted against him, prompting the fireman to panic. Believing he had unleashed a dire predicament, he anxiously inquired of those around him, "Hey, this is a joke, right? This old fellow won't be burned to death, will he?" The onlookers, gazing at the billowing smoke, shook their heads and replied, "It's hard to say, John. After all, he's an elderly man. Why did you strike so hard?" Faced with their reproach, John was nearly brought to tears, for this was a matter of life and death. However, before his tears could fall, the old man effortlessly tore through the obscuring smoke and emerged with a nonchalant demeanor, instantly elevating the atmosphere. "In comparison to the flames of the deity, your fire resembles that of a mere lighter." Observing the old man's proud stance, the youngsters present were instantly captivated, clamoring to learn from him. At that moment, Seeing the old man unharmed, the fireman sighed in relief, oblivious to the old man's preceding words. By the time he realized it, the old man had already departed, leaving the fireman fuming in frustration. Reflecting on what had just transpired, the fireman felt as if a small flame had encountered a fire extinguisher, with life and death resting on a mere shudder from the other. This sensation was undeniably unsettling. Following the old man, Tony circumvented the fireman and made his way directly to the professor's mind amplification chamber. As he opened the door, the battle-scarred decor immediately caught the old man's attention. At that moment, the remnants of defeated mutants lay strewn across the ground, evidence of Apocalypse's destructive path. Meanwhile, the professor, who should have been under protection, had fallen into the hands of the enemy. Apocalypse, observing the professor asleep in a nutrient solution, nodded in satisfaction and gestured to open a passageway to leave. "Stop!" Tony shouted, dashing forward as he unleashed a barrage from his gauntlet. Apocalypse turned back momentarily, feeling the impact of Tony's missiles as they struck his shield, causing ripples to form. Sensing the vibrations coursing through the barrier, Apocalypse directed his gaze toward Magneto, who immediately understood and raised his hand, causing Tony's armor to begin disassembling midair. At that critical moment, a beam of green light shattered the shield before Apocalypse, leaving a long gash across his face. In disbelief, Apocalypse wiped away the blood trickling down, lifting his gaze to see the old man still pointing a pufferfish directly at him. A sense of impending danger washed over him. He patted Magneto on the shoulder, subtly shaking his head as if to say it was not worth it before stepping into the passageway. With Magneto no longer a hindrance, Tony reassembled his armor mid-fall, once again igniting his flames and soaring back to the old man's side. "Old man, who exactly are these people?" The haunting scene from earlier still reverberates in Tony's heart, which continues to race uncontrollably, unable to find solace. The old man, a mutant, spoke in a calm manner, as if the ordeal they had just endured was a trivial matter. Yet, upon observing the old man's fingers still poised in the air after retracting the pufferfish, Tony sensed that certain thoughts remained unvoiced. However, he refrained from probing further. The old man's reticence was undoubtedly grounded in his own reasoning. The catalyst for the old man's emotional turmoil was not Apocalypse, but rather the diminutive white mouse perched upon his shoulder. The presence of the mouse was not surprising to the old man. After all, magical creatures choose their companions for reasons of their own. What instilled fear within him was the overwhelming aura emitted by the mouse at the moment Apocalypse was attacked, a force imbued with the majesty of the 8 great demons. Indeed, it was not merely one, but the combined might of all 8. If the old man's instincts were correct, the magical creature, represented by the mouse, would possess the power to annihilate the world. However, what the old man did not anticipate was that the power of the mouse talisman was merely a fade. It had not secured much in the way of authority, while its might was fully realized. In simpler terms, my strength exists solely within the confines of your imagination. Chapter 152, The Era of Mutants in the Desert Kingdom. After traversing the spatial corridor, Apocalypse reappeared in the enigmatic land he once ruled, determined to reconstruct his mutant realm. With a mere roll of his eyes, the city began to crumble, engulfed by a raging sandstorm. Once a modestly sized urban area, it now transformed into a towering pyramid as the storm subsided. The little mouse squeaked in excitement as Apocalypse gently patted its head, turning to the professor. With the professor's assistance, establishing a mutant nation would be effortless. Even conquering the world would be within reach. Charles, as a psychological expert, you should possess a deeper understanding of humanity than I do. They are frail, ignorant, and foolish. Together we can eradicate this senseless trash and forge a new world, one that belongs to mutants. In response to Apocalypse's invitation to Magneto, Charles resolutely rejected him, forcefully swatting away Apocalypse's outstretched hand. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "I too once dreamed of a better world where mutants could live freely. Yet upon seeing you, I realized my error. The world of mutants will not be a utopia, but rather a new cycle of disaster." Apocalypse was momentarily a loss for words. Did he not know whether the world of mutants would be better? He understood better than anyone else that ruling an empire was not solely reliant on brute force. Intellect was equally vital. Yet, in this moment, how could he show any sign of weakness? Apocalypse wiped his face, resolutely confronting the professor's reason. "You are far too naive." "Charles, Look at this world you cherish. It brings only harm to mutants. Take Eric, for instance. If we do not take the initiative today, our loved ones will suffer in the future. The professor cast a glance at Magneto, observing the tears that traced his cheeks. After a prolonged moment of contemplation with his eyes tightly shut, he finally spoke. I cannot believe that war is the sole solution. We must find a way to resolve this peacefully, and I see none of that potential in you. The clash of ideologies culminated in victory for Apocalypse. After all, Eric had lived according to the professor's principles, yet he faced betrayal from those he had once saved. The conclusion drawn from failed experiments seemed so frail when confronted with untested hypotheses. But how could Apocalypse's theory be put to the test? It was a path from which there would be no return once embarked upon. Charles could not convince himself otherwise. Retaining his stance was his final act of defiance. The road untraveled remained, so primarily because no one dared to take that first step. If it were possible, I would be the one to take that step for the mutants. Apocalypse's ambition was unmistakable, to dismantle the old order and establish a new one. This was an essential process for him. Yet within this journey, he perceived the living conditions of mutants, which became an emotional tether. He was willing to grant mutants a position of supremacy, second only to himself in his realm. The academy, bereft of the professor, was akin to a scattered heap of sand. Although the blue beast temporarily stabilized the situation for the unruly students, the soul humans who had entered the mind enhancement chamber, Old Man and Tony, became the targets of their scorn. They could not accept the existence of Apocalypse, nor could they believe that there were mutants stronger than the professor. Their only conviction lay in their own eyes, witnessing the aftermath. Humans entered, and mutants perished. This was humanity's doing. Everything the professor had undertaken was justified. Mutants, those who suddenly acquired formidable power, did not always choose to become superheroes like Peter Parker. If one were to introspect, had Chun Feng gained Old Man's abilities without his wisdom regarding life? The most likely outcome would be a descent from heroism to self-indulgence. After all, possessing the power to control life and death at will is a temptation difficult to resist. Even if one knows of a more powerful being capable of obliterating them, the lure of chance remains enticing. Believing that each day lived is a gift. Those who gain superpowers may become more malevolent than when they were alone, for each day lived is one less to enjoy, and thus they might unleash their darkest malevolence. Faced with this group of mutants, whose intellect resembled that of innocent children, Old Man showed no inclination to engage, immediately descending the steps and rushing towards Logan. Upon the steps, the commands of beasts lingered, yet this group of mutants hesitated to act. However, when the Old Man descended, their spirits stirred. They willingly parted to create a path for him, casting sinister glances at the venerable figure of over 90 years. Their hands engaged in furtive movements, convinced that their actions went unnoticed. Little did they realize that they faced the Old Man, a man capable of discerning even the subtlest of gestures made by the Holy Lord. To him, their childish antics were merely sources of amusement. In a moment of impatience, the Flame Man surged forth, brandishing a fireball. Old Deng, dare to slay our beloved professor, and today you shall meet your end. As the Flame Man charged, Tony prepared to intervene, but the Old Man stepped in front of him, unwavering in the face of the oncoming threat. Just as the Flame Man believed he was about to succeed, the Old Man lifted his leg and, with a resounding thud, sent the assailant flying. The sudden turn of events shocked the onlookers. The Flame Man possessed considerable strength among them, akin to a reserve member of a battle team. Yet even he was effortlessly dispatched by the Old Man's kick, a display both formidable and disconcerting. The Old Man calmly retracted his leg and continued forward as if nothing had transpired. As a series of attackers emerged, he remained unfazed, dispatching each one into the walls with a decisive kick. Once the assaults ceased, the Old Man leisurely addressed Tony. Today, I shall impart a secret for dealing with cockroaches. At that moment, the previously dispatched Flame Man crawled out from a crevice, his visage twisted in fury as he shouted and charged again. You old fool, perish. The first step saw him approach the Old Man, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The Old Man raised his leg and sent him skyward. The second step involved the Old Man gathering strength in his legs, leaping into the air, and, with no apparent leverage, unleashed a sonic kick upon the Flame Man. The third step was fierce. The Old Man soared high, His left leg extended in a powerful downward strike, creating a fiery explosion as he descended, the impact sending dust swirling. As the dust settled, the old man's left foot rested upon the flame man's head, and he casually ground it down, addressing Tony. Only in this manner will cockroaches fear you and refrain from troubling you. His gaze swept over the surrounding mutants. Wherever his eyes landed, they recoiled. Unlike the initial occasion when they parted to allow passage, this time, the old man forged a path with the sheer force of his fists, moving freely as he willed. Chapter 153. Rescuing the Professor Teacher. You truly live up to the title of Grandmaster. The knowledge you impart is undeniably practical. The life skills I have learned from you will surely prove invaluable in the future. Tony chuckled mischievously while surveying the area, noting that within a 3-meter radius, there were no mutants to be found. He lavished praise upon his father, and the mutants, witnessing Tony's brazen demeanor, felt a mix of indignation and helplessness, especially given the earlier presence of that formidable killer, who seemed quite pleased with the situation. Some trivial life hacks were hardly worth mentioning. The elder stepped forward, lifting the slumbering Logan, preparing to depart. Tony followed closely behind, and the two strode confidently among the mutants, who dared not obstruct their passage. However, just as the elder was about to leave, the defeated team regained consciousness, with Jean standing resolutely in front of him. "Sir, we hope you can assist us in rescuing the professor." The elder glanced at her and shook his head. "No, you do not require our assistance." He extended his hand, poised a point at Jean's chest. Upon witnessing this, the mutants were ready to unleash their curses upon the elder, labeling him a perverted old man. Yet suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from Jean's chest as a hexagonal talisman appeared there. The fury of the fire dragon can aid you in overcoming any challenge. All you need to do is harness it. The elder sidestepped Jean and continued on his way, but the previously uninformed battle police stepped forward to block his path. "Sir, you may leave, but please set Logan down. He is our ally," Cyclops stated firmly. "Do you ever tire of this? Time and again, you persist. Do you truly believe I lack temper?" The elder retorted, summoning a pufferfish to his left hand, its liquid surface glowing instantly. With a mere gesture, every battle police officer was struck down, and even the energy-absorbing rogue found herself involuntarily engulfed in a green light. "What is this?" Rogue exclaimed in astonishment, as no matter her efforts, the green light clung to her like a parasite. The elder calmly recited an incantation, and with a collective wail, the energy within Rogue and the others was extracted and sealed within neatly arranged hexagonal stones. With a swift motion, the elder caught them effortlessly, not even glancing back as he prepared to stow them away. Just then, an enchanting melody played. Time itself seemed to freeze, and a flash of white light appeared in the elder's eyes as a cool young man snatched the talismans away. Quicksilver and Rogue, having been drained of their powers, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Upon witnessing Quicksilver's arrival, their spirits soared with excitement, their expressions akin to those of a heroic band encountering a savior capable of turning the tide. The old man clenched his fist, casting a fleeting glance at Quicksilver's empty palm, his white robe emanating a radiant glow as he raised a hand to point at Quicksilver, signaling a negation. In an instant, Quicksilver's prideful speed was forcibly denied, his body feeling unbearably heavy. The old man advanced, and Quicksilver stood upright, attempting to flee, yet at that moment, his speed was agonizingly slow, even more sluggish than a tortoise, as if, despite all his efforts, he could not move an inch. The denial encompassed not only his unique abilities, but his very swiftness. There was no need to struggle. Return those things to me, and allow me to take Logan away. The old man leisurely approached, taking the time to explain himself to Quicksilver. Where could one find a teacher as benevolent as him? Just as the old man was about to make contact, Quicksilver's figure flickered and vanished from sight, reappearing 10 meters away, his speed still as languid as before. The old man furrowed his brow, sensing the fluctuations from moments prior. Was it a rabbit, a burst of speed, or a breakthrough? The old man continued his advance. But at that moment, Quicksilver was nearly paralyzed with fear, baffled by the man's ability to negate his speed and deduce his special moves. Who was this old gentleman, possessing such terrifying prowess? The old man stepped forward, and in an instant, the ground cracked beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he materialized beside Quicksilver. Almost as quickly, found himself 10 meters away once again. A smile crept across the old man's lips. Evidently, he was intrigued by this elusive rabbit, and he was ready to pursue once more. However, Quicksilver hastily gestured for him to pause. "Sir, I was wrong. Can I forfeit now and only lose half?" In response to Quicksilver's surrender, the old man was far from accommodating. He approached Quicksilver, who fled once more. "Child, let me impart a life lesson. The winner takes all, while the loser eats dust." The old man surged forward, unleashing a double sonic boom. Such a staggering spectacle left even Quicksilver momentarily awestruck. A human body achieving a double sonic boom was more terrifying than the initial bullets he had unleashed. Was this truly within human capability? Despite these thoughts, Quicksilver's speed ultimately surpassed that of the old man. The moment the old man arrived, Quicksilver broke free again, though he remained oblivious to the delicate pair of bat-like wings that had sprouted from his back. Observing this transformation, the old man subtly quickened his pace, his smile growing more exaggerated. After a chase lasting several minutes, Quicksilver's wings had grown significantly, and even he, despite his reckless nature, should have taken notice by now. "What kind of wings are these?" Just as Quicksilver posed the question, the old man grinned widely. "No, these are the nets I shall use to capture you." A sudden flash of brilliance emanated from the elder's hand, transforming the previously harmless pufferfish into the current squid appendage. As the elder recited an incantation, the wings behind Quicksilver instantaneously ensnared him, binding him firmly in place. The elder strode forward, rummaging through the captive Quicksilver's arms, and grasped a large, pristine white rabbit. "No, Angel, I implore you, sir, do not harm it." The appearance of the rabbit shattered Quicksilver's mental defenses, causing the creature in the elder's grasp to tremble restlessly, desperately yearning to leap toward Quicksilver. Observing this, the elder sighed and returned the rabbit to Quicksilver, simultaneously releasing him from his bonds. Quicksilver cradled Angel and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Angel is my dearest companion." The elder, eyeing the lively rabbit in Quicksilver's embrace, could not help but snort disdainfully. "Do not portray me as a villain. Keep your rabbit safe." Returning to Logan's side, the elder reached out to touch Gray, but Gray, like Angel, recoiled upon seeing the elder, leaving him perturbed. Is it truly necessary to harbor such animosity merely because I shattered the vessel that contained your existence? The elder dismissed his irritation and turned his gaze to Quicksilver. "Shining lad, magical creatures pose a threat. Alone, you cannot protect yourself. Would you consider accompanying me to the most secure institution in the moldy country? S-H-I-L-D?" Quicksilver glanced at Angel, then at the elder, ultimately fixing his gaze on the academy. "No, sir, I have too much that I cannot forsake. Besides, I am not alone here. The professor will protect me." As soon as Quicksilver mentioned the professor, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Quicksilver expected some support, but the scene before him was unexpected. In that moment of silence, Jean broke the stillness, stepping in front of Quicksilver with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "Pietro, the professor has been captured." Jean's words struck like a bombshell. Even the previously skeptical mutants could not deny the truth after her confirmation. In mere seconds, Quicksilver's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions before settling into resolve. He addressed the elder. "Indeed, as you said, this place is not sufficiently safe, but how can you assure me that your location is any better?" The elder remained silent, having grown weary of Quicksilver's childlike provocation. He awaited the continuation of Quicksilver's thoughts. "If we rescue the professor, I will accompany you." The elder neither nodded nor shook his head, instead directing his gaze toward Jean, as if to imply that such a proposition was lacking in weight. Upon meeting the elder's gaze, Jean nodded in agreement. "I am in as well." The elder held little hope for Jean's response, for even without Quicksilver's insistence, he needed to seek out Apocalypse. After all, the power of the mouse resided with him, and a visit was unavoidable. Thus, this arrangement felt serendipitous. "Then, let us proceed. The mission to rescue the poached egg commences." With a commanding voice, the elder summoned forth a portal, initiating a mission to rescue the professor. Chapter 154, The Obstacle in the Path. The old man won tracked their progress with a mouse charm for real-time positioning, leading the group directly to a hill in the distant desert kingdom. Upon arrival, they beheld a towering pyramid, its vintage decor and ancient engravings evoking memories of a long-lost transformation spell in the elder's mind. The elder gazed at the pyramid, deep in thought, until the team and Tony joined him. He rubbed his forehead, attempting to ease his mind. However, upon turning his head, his brow furrowed once more. How did you all arrive here? The fierce woman stood resolutely, declaring, "It was we who implored you to rescue the professor. How could we not come ourselves?" The elder cast a surprised glance at them, noting the unwavering determination in their eyes. He closed his eyes and nodded thoughtfully, saying, "It appears you truly deserve this power. With greater abilities come greater responsibilities. Remember this phrase." From his sleeve, he retrieved the powers he had previously extracted from them and cast them forth. In that instant, the ceiling stone shattered, and the energy surged back into their bodies. Feeling the resurgence of their inner strength, the group shed their weariness. The Card Emperor executed a backflip, landing with a triumphant fist pump, exclaiming, "Oh, this sensation is magnificent. I feel so much lighter." The laser-eyed individual removed his glasses, unleashing a beam of energy that carved a trench in the ground. I have never experienced such relief in removing my glasses. In contrast, Shining and the fierce woman maintained a more restrained demeanor, quietly savoring the energy within them, their smiles radiating satisfaction. Enough of this frivolity. Are you not eager for me to rescue that poached egg? The elder's serious tone brought their playful revelry to a halt, and they exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The elder's voice boomed, "Then why are you still here? Go find it. If you fail to locate that poached egg, I shall turn you into one." "Yes, we shall go at once." Faced with the elder's sternness, the group felt a familiar fear reminiscent of their days at the military academy. They snapped to attention and saluted, and upon receiving his approval, they set off in a brisk jog to search for the professor. Their unified objective was the towering pyramid before them. Although the desert kingdom housed many pyramids, the signs of habitation in this area were unmistakable, making this particular pyramid the prime suspect. That old gentleman is utterly terrifying. When he gets angry, he resembles a lion, the laser-eyed individual whispered cautiously to his hesitant companion, wary of the elder overhearing and unleashing another roar in his direction. The King of Cards struck Cyclops with a forceful blow, silencing him through sheer physical means, for he wished to avoid the wrath of his father, who would undoubtedly punish him if he overheard. Having just regained his abilities, he was determined not to act recklessly. The consequences could be dire, and he would be none the wiser if they were to unfold. The group proceeded in silence, advancing steadily, unaware that someone awaited them atop the pyramid. 10 minutes earlier, following the completion of the pyramid, Apocalypse had prepared to absorb the professor's powers. However, as a fellow mutant, it was not yet time for Apocalypse to seek a new body. Thus, he extended yet another invitation to the professor. Unfortunately, the doctor remained resolute in his refusal. Observing the stubbornness in the professor's eyes, Apocalypse shook his head with a hint of regret. Since the professor would not acquiesce and Apocalypse required his strength, he resolved to seek a different body. With newfound determination, Apocalypse intended to lead his newly assembled 4 horsemen into the pyramid. At that moment, Magneto, however, declined to join him, opting instead to remain behind and guard the entrance. Noticing the flicker of emotion in Magneto's gaze as he looked at the professor, Apocalypse nodded and crafted a new helmet with his powers, presenting it to Magneto. "This task is now yours, Eric." Apocalypse held unwavering faith in Magneto. If even Eric were to falter, then halting their progress would be futile, as any other would yield the same outcome. But why did Eric choose to stay back? Perhaps only he truly understood. Seated atop the pyramid, he toyed with 2 iron spheres, his eyes vacant, while a gentle breeze carried fine sand against his face, creating a melancholic atmosphere. Suddenly, a regimented formation approached, startling Magneto. In an instant, he regained his composure, and the iron spheres in his hands shattered into countless fragments. Swirling around him, a squadron? As the professor's longtime rival, he could hardly fail to recognize them. After all, they were the most exceptional mutants, and upon their arrival, Magneto instinctively understood they were here to rescue Charles. Yet, sometimes, it is only the blissfully ignorant who can act without hesitation. Knowing too much can lead to endless burdens. Magneto felt a twinge of conflict regarding Charles, his companion of many years. Emotionally, he wished to save him. However, faced with the prospect of a brighter future for mutants, he was reluctant to relinquish his friend easily. A heavy sigh escaped him, erasing the last remnants of his sentimentality. For the sake of mutants, He was prepared to sacrifice everything, even his dear friend. Magneto raised his hand, and the iron shavings cascaded down, forming a barrier before the advancing team. The clattering of the shavings ignited sparks of electricity in the air. Halt! The sudden appearance of an electromagnetic wall indeed brought the squad to a standstill. As they stood in confusion, Magneto descended gracefully from above, his gaze haughty as he coldly addressed them. Magneto did not wish to harm the team. Instead, he merely issued a warning. Should they disregard his caution, he would no longer hold back. "Magneto, what are you guarding?" the King of Cards inquired. "A possible future," Magneto replied, his eyes brimming with aspiration. Power flowed through him effortlessly, manifesting as a colossal crocodile coiling through the desert. Perhaps he genuinely believed that Apocalypse could forge the future that mutants yearn for. A future? Does this future include the Professor? In contrast to the King of Cards' somewhat subtle inquiry, Cyclops was more forthright, for the place that Magneto was safeguarding undoubtedly harbored the Professor. At the mention of Charles, the energy swirling around Magneto experienced a brief pause, yet it swiftly resumed its flow. With a sweeping gesture, he conjured an endless sandstorm that surged toward the team. "You have far too many questions." Chapter 155. Quicksilver and the speed of time. Magneto's power was formidable. Before receiving the evolutionary enhancement from Apocalypse, his abilities primarily revolved around magnetism, akin to a colossal magnet, earning him the moniker King of Iron. However, following his augmentation, magnetism had transformed into one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism. This force permeated all existence. It could be as minuscule as a single grain of sand or as grand as the sun, the Milky Way, and even the cosmos itself. He had truly ascended to become an Omega-level mutant, Magneto. The wind and sand swiftly enveloped the team, burying them in an instant. Observing the ground rise to a height exceeding that of a man, Magneto felt no joy. The team would not simply cease to exist. As anticipated, they did not keep Magneto waiting long. In mere moments, Jade unleashed her flames, instantly melting the surrounding sand. Magneto did not attempt to sneak attack. He remained calm. Perhaps not particularly righteous nor benevolent, yet he held a profound love for mutants, willing to sacrifice everything for them. He was akin to a benevolent ruler, yet unlike one, for he had found his own sanctuary and would dedicate everything to it. Magneto settled onto the ground, sitting upon the sand like an insurmountable mountain. His earlier display of power had showcased his absolute strength, and the current team stood no chance against him. By this measure, they could only await their fate. Magneto thought this way, but valiant warriors never shy away from climbing mountains, regardless of the frigid storms or sweltering heat. For the sake of those they sought to protect, they would resolutely press onward. "Pause here. You may quietly await the arrival of the new world," Magneto stated calmly. In response to his counsel, the members of the team appear to have not heard him at all, pressing forward despite their weariness. Magneto sighed, and a powerful whirlwind materialized from the ground, impeding the progress of the crowd. Just as he prepared to unleash his strength once more to advance with everyone, the female demon stepped before Jade, her frail form now exuding an unexpected resilience. "Sister Jade, you have done enough. Allow me to take over from here." The demoness spread her arms, channeling a mysterious force that emanated from her palms, forming a barrier that absorbed and shielded against the wind's ferocity. Magneto was taken aback. The demoness was not merely resisting his power, but absorbing it with an efficiency that surpassed his own. This was indeed a marvel. He intensified his output, eager to ascertain the limits of her abilities. Epsilon, Delta, Gamma, Beta. Witnessing the peak of Beta-level power, the demoness still struggled to maintain her stance. Yet, Magneto hesitated to escalate his force further, fearing that such a promising talent might be extinguished under his might. Beyond this lay Alpha-level strength, a tier once held by both the Professor and Magneto, among the most formidable mutants. Rising from the ground, Magneto could not fathom the extent of the demoness's powers. If her strength was solely absorptive, it seemed rather lackluster. He flexed his limbs and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before the demoness, using his electromagnetic abilities to propel her away. During her flight, Magneto sensed a trace of electromagnetic force moving toward her, ultimately forming a gust of wind that gently caught her. Indeed, absorption and release. "Young lady, your potential is boundless." Observing the demoness as she landed, Magneto, for the first time in a while, offered her praise. He had always valued talent. Yet every attempt to recruit powerful mutants from the Professor's side had met with failure, save for a certain oblivious fiery fool. However, Magneto's expression shifted, and he spoke sternly. "If you wish to save Charles, you must first defeat me. If you cannot overcome me, how can you hope to confront Apocalypse?" With a sweeping gesture, he summoned meteors that blotted out the sun, while countless sand clumps spiraled upwards, threatening to engulf the team in a whirlwind of sand, a dual crisis from above and below. Jade, having overexerted her powers, had yet to recover her stamina. The demoness, having withstood Magneto's onslaught and landing safely, was fortunate indeed. The remaining four, though endowed with remarkable abilities, were evidently insufficient to contend with such widespread devastation. At this moment, Shatterstar stepped forward. "Cardinal, I need you to create a massive explosion. Make it as large as possible." Cardinal nodded, reaching out to the surrounding objects, intent on manufacturing an explosion of monumental proportions. "Cyclops and I will gather our energy to obliterate that meteor." As Laser Eye closed his eyes, it marked his inaugural attempt to consciously harness the energy within him. The process unfolded with remarkable ease, leading Laser Eye to mistakenly believe that he had attained mastery over his internal powers. Yet, the harsh reality soon became apparent. A mere moment of distraction caused the energy he had gathered to disperse violently, and reconstituting it proved far more challenging than anticipated. Meanwhile, Shining had meticulously arranged her task, absorbing the ambient light in her hands. This act of consolidating the power of light was her final gambit. Success meant survival, while failure would spell doom. Magneto observed the scene with keen interest, refraining from exerting additional pressure. He too was curious whether this team could unleash a greater force in the absence of Jade and the Scarlet Witch. As the moment of convergence drew to a close, the meteor loomed ominously close. Shining shouted at Card King, urging him to unleash an explosion. Instantly, Card King comprehended her command and launched a card that detonated upon contact with the surrounding sand, generating a powerful shockwave that seemed capable of contending with the meteor itself. At this critical juncture, Shining and Laser Eye were not idle. Mere shockwaves would not suffice to overturn the meteor. Their most potent attacks converged at a single point, striving for the most likely means to shatter the celestial body. The fusion of heat, laser, and light clashed together, astonishingly creating a small breach in the meteor. Encouraged by this breakthrough, the two pressed forward with relentless momentum. However, while their progress appeared seamless, their energy reserves were dwindling. Ultimately, they found themselves unable to continue. The sheer magnitude of the meteor had proven too daunting for them. At that moment, the exhausted duo may have remained unaware. Yet Magneto observed that their combined force had nearly obliterated half of the meteor. Had he not exercised sufficient caution, the meteor would have already detonated. Magneto reached out to intervene, but before he could act, Jade stepped forward once more, determined to harness the power of the dragon symbol to obliterate the colossal meteor. However, before she could initiate her action, Quicksilver entered the fray, humming a cheerful tune. Time seemed to stand still, with only Quicksilver able to move at will. With a graceful glide, Quicksilver danced into the center of the team, lifting the weary individuals from the ground, cradling their necks, and clutching their thighs, whisking them away from danger. In the blink of an eye, aided by Quicksilver's superhuman speed and Rabbit's breakthrough, they were all transported to safety. As Quicksilver seized his blistering pace, the meteor erupted, and a cascade of sand surged violently. The very ground where Jade and the others had stood was instantaneously transformed into a hellscape. Jade lunged forward, bewildered, searching for the meteor. Where was the massive rock she had just been contending with? Quicksilver stood before the group, beaming with pride, his expression seemingly imploring, "Praise me, do commend me. Well done." Quicksilver heard a commanding voice from behind him. Satisfied, he nodded, but then pondered who could be praising him with so many people in front. He turned around to see a dark figure emerging from the flames of the explosion, gradually revealing Magneto. With a casual wave of his hand, the flames coalesced and surged towards Jade and the others. Quicksilver wished to intervene, yet his power was speed, and against the fiery assault, he found himself powerless. However, seizing the opportunity, he decided to confront Magneto in bullet time. With a resounding thud, he struck, It is said that speed equates to power in his rapid state. Quicksilver delivered a punch, but the heavy sound indicated that his fist had met an invisible barrier, rebounding him smoothly. Thanks to his unique defense in this accelerated state, Quicksilver sustained little damage, yet this blow shattered his bullet time, rendering him unable to continue. The flames surged forth, and Jade, already prepared, stepped in front of the group once more. Unlike before, a dragon tail sprouted from her back. With a mere flick, the temperature around her elevated, and thunderous electricity crackled within her, producing a sizzling sound as she experienced explosive growth. As the mountain-like flames approached, Jade simply parted her lips, and the fire flowed into her like milk. After inhaling the flames, Jade closed her eyes. Her body erupted with renewed vigor. With each surge, her height soared to 3 meters, her shoulders widening to 2 meters, transforming from a small girl into a muscular figure, the daughter of truth, Jade. The battlefield shall now be under my control, the fire dragon girl, Jade. Prepare to face death, Magneto, she declared, her expression impassive as if stating an undeniable fact. Arrogant, Magneto replied with a slight smile and a flick of his hands, summoning 2 robust sand dragons to assault Jade. She gracefully spun mid-air, landing elegantly, and thrusting her palm forward, conjured a massive fireball, its intense heat causing the surrounding air to ripple like waves in the sun. Sun, Jade breathed toward the fireball, which floated towards Magneto like a balloon, seemingly harmless. However, Magneto's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow. Upon contact between the sand and the fireball, the sand instantaneously vaporized, absorbed by the fireball, which then halted. A tremendous roar erupted, causing temporary deafness among the onlookers. Instead of exploding, the fireball initiated a fission reaction. Magneto observed the unfolding events, exhaling a sigh of relief. After all, he could still manage the sun's power, for solar eruption was stable and primarily released heat outwardly. Magneto began to unleash his magnetic power, slowly levitating off the ground as the surrounding objects began to float erratically. Even the pyramids seemed to tremble slightly at his command. With a mighty roar, he shouted, "Rise!" In that instant, the earth ceased its rotation, and the fireball released by Jade remained suspended in space. Beads of sweat formed on Magneto's forehead, and as one droplet fell, the fireball surged into the cosmos as if propelled by a rocket, colliding with the sun. A solar flare erupted instantaneously, an overwhelming surge of energy hurtling toward Earth. Should the planet be struck, all life would be obliterated in an instant. This was not the outcome Magneto desired. The annihilation of everything served no one's interests. Once more, he summoned his powers to draw Jupiter, the closest planet, toward him. Jupiter absorbed the impact, causing a world on the verge of life to wither like a dying petal. Life is fragile, akin to delicate blossoms. Sometimes, even a gentle breeze can easily break them. Reflecting on this, Magneto felt the weight of his exhaustion as he descended heavily to the ground. The energy he had just harnessed had nearly depleted, rendering it exceedingly difficult to maintain his levitation. As he landed, he gazed at the bright sky, filled with profound thoughts. Ultimately, the new generation triumphs over the old. The waves of the past perish on the shore. Quicksilver, I sense your resolve. Go forth and attempt to thwart apocalypse. Save Charles. In his final affirmation to the group, Magneto succumbed to a deep slumber as he would no longer play a part in the ensuing events. Unaware of what had transpired, Jade and the others collapsed when the rotation halted, only to rise again to find the fireball vanished and Magneto lying on the ground, mumbling nonsensical phrases before drifting off to sleep. Is this our doing? Quicksilver, bewildered by Magneto's mention, turned to those around him for answers. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Although Jade understood what had occurred, she chose to remain silent at that moment. Boldly, Cyclops proposed his hypothesis. I see. This old man was attempting to exploit our vulnerabilities. What did he say? He wanted to reap more rewards. The group fell silent at this absurdity. Even if Magneto were to sell scrap metal, he could easily earn millions in a day, far exceeding the meager salary of a student. What kind of look is that? My money could buy 2 double-scoop ice creams. Cyclops, flustered and indignant, called out, his limbs flailing in agitation, aware that his argument lacked substance. Never mind that. Let's focus on rescuing the professor. The Scarlet Witch rallied the group's spirits, and together they made their way back toward the pyramid. where their elder was scanning the runes inscribed upon it with Tony's Iron Man helmet. After meticulously organizing the runes, the elder furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that these inscriptions depicted the long-extinct transformation magic. Chapter 157, The Pyramid's Interior. Apocalypse had already cast the professor onto the transformation platform, and the ritual had commenced. Under the sun's radiant glow, all the runes illuminated. A cerulean light converged at the center between Apocalypse and the professor, their consciousness intertwining. In the exalted realm of consciousness, the professor gazed around in bewilderment. This was an uncharted domain, the pinnacle of telepathy. Here, his power incrementally surged with each passing moment. The professor reveled in this process, yet he was also gripped by an inexplicable dread. This sensation was beyond his comprehension. The most terrifying fear is that which is unfounded. As crises loomed from every direction, leaving the professor with no choice but to wait. Clop, clop, clop. The heavy footsteps echoed deliberately. Despite being in the depths of consciousness, the professor distinctly sensed the presence of another behind him. Turning, he found Apocalypse's face looming ominously before him. Apocalypse declared, "Charles, your efforts are in vain. Humanity's frailties will lead to their demise, and I shall guide them into a new era." The professor retorted, "Apocalypse, your path is misguided. True transformation arises from understanding and acceptance, not fear and dominion." Apocalypse scoffed, "You are excessively idealistic, Charles. The weak merely burden the strong. My power will purify this world, ushering in a new order." The professor countered, "Power itself is not malevolent. The manner in which it is wielded is paramount. I will not allow you to use your strength to harm the innocent." "Then let us see if your faith can withstand my will," Apocalypse proclaimed, his massive hand striking towards the professor. The professor's hands grasped desperately for support, yet Apocalypse's strength was akin to a mountain, overwhelming even in the professor's domain of expertise. "It ends here, Charles." A flicker of regret passed through Apocalypse's eyes for the first time, quickly washed away by indifference. Just as Charles's will was on the verge of shattering, a spectral blue portal suddenly materialized at the center of the apparatus connecting Apocalypse and the professor. In an instant, their linked consciousness was severed. Enraged, Apocalypse rose, while the blade dragon stared blankly at the lines connecting to the ground, casually severing them with a wave of his hand. "What is this?" Upon witnessing the scene, Apocalypse's fury surged as he called to his subordinates, pointing at the blade dragon with a fierce shout, "Eliminate him." Hearing Apocalypse's command, the blade dragon turned to find 3 mutants charging toward him. Unyielding, he brandished his staff, dark energy swirling forth, summoning the 4 guardians, Gon, Wan Shui, and Shan, to shield him from the onslaught of Apocalypse's 3 horsemen. After resolving the unexpected troubles, the blade dragon finally found the leisure to scrutinize the individual who had instigated his vexation. The gazes of Apocalypse and the blade dragon locked in a moment of intense confrontation. Perhaps it was the shared affinity among villains that allowed them, for an instant, to forget their enmity, their eyes intertwining in a delicate dance of tension. The blade dragon calmly introduced himself, declaring, "I am the blade dragon, the most illustrious dark sorcerer in the world." Apocalypse reciprocated in kind, sensing an intriguing resonance with the figure before him. The faint yet palpable sense of danger, akin to the gaze of a venomous serpent, was utterly captivating. "I am Apocalypse, the harbinger of human evolution." The blade dragon chuckled softly, initially expecting to encounter a man of equal stature, yet finding the reality rather mundane. With a voice that bore the weight of experience, he remarked, "Ah, it seems I have once again crossed paths with another self-proclaimed savior of the world." The blade dragon's mockery struck unexpectedly true, causing a flush to rise on Apocalypse's forehead. Yet, he quickly mimicked the blade dragon's derision. "And what of you? The so-called greatest dark sorcerer, whose name I have never heard. Are you not insignificant?" With a disdainful snort, the blade dragon dismissed Apocalypse's critique. "Insignificant? I wield the power of dark energy, capable of annihilating any obstacle that dares to impede my path." Dark energy? Another term unfamiliar to me. "You, like your powers, are inconsequential. I am an Omega-level mutant, endowed with the might to reshape the world." Apocalypse clenched his fists, pointing skyward. In that instant, the runes within the pyramid blazed with a power potent enough to alter the very fabric of existence. a fleeting illumination that the blade dragon keenly perceived. Yet, in the face of such might, the blade dragon wore an expression of disdain. Reshape the world? That notion sounds familiar. In my youthful folly, I once sought to bend the world to my will in such a manner. Before the blade dragon could finish his tale, Apocalypse, akin to an impatient child, eagerly interjected, "Bend? Such dominion is archaic. What I desire is the complete evolution of humanity. Only the strong are deserving of survival." Survival of the strong? The blade dragon stroked his chin, a wicked smile curving his lips after a moment's contemplation. "I find your perspective intriguing. Perhaps we could collaborate to mold this world into our desired vision." Collaboration? Apocalypse appraised the blade dragon, his ambitions swelling within him. "This is a possibility. But know this, there can be only one God in this world." Apocalypse raised a finger, signifying his resolve. The blade dragon, recognizing the futility of prolonged contention, harbored his own designs in silence. "Oh, is that so? We shall see. Apocalypse, may your power be worthy of your ambition." Ambition? Apocalypse stepped forward, arms wide open, as sunlight, under his command, streamed flawlessly into the pyramid, casting him in an even more divine light. "What I possess is not merely ambition, but the power to realize it. Remember this day, Blade Dragon. It marks the inception of our collaboration and your first day of submission to the divine." With a smile gracing his lips, the Blade Dragon refrained from countering Apocalypse's declaration, and thus, the partnership between them commenced. "Halt, Knights of the Apocalypse! Cease your advance. My valiant warriors!" The battlefield momentarily freezes as both factions stand divided, their appearances revealing the perilous nature of this confrontation. Scorpion, once bald, now emits wisps of black smoke from his head. Rhino, adorned with iron feathers, resembles a prideful metallic rooster. The gravestone among them remains relatively intact, yet is entirely devoid of clothing, its stark whiteness drawing attention. The three Knights of the Apocalypse, empowered by formidable magic, particularly vast in scope, sustained little damage. The sole blemish lies in Lingdi's attire, which has been torn in several places, momentarily revealing a glimpse of springtime beauty. Apocalypse, Knights of Apocalypse Blade Dragon, Black Gas Warrior united to eliminate the intruders. Chapter 158, the retreat of the team within the pyramid. Qin leads her team deeper into the interior, where the defenses appear alarmingly lax, likely due to the belief that no one could breach the gates guarded by Magneto. "Be cautious, Qin," Pai Huang remarked, surveying their surroundings. The eerie tranquility felt unusually disquieting, akin to a card game where a sequence of single cards prompts contemplation of potential schemes by opponents or allies alike. She nodded, the intense heat of the flames having somewhat diminished, her arrogance tempered, though a complete return to humility would require considerable time. "Fear not, Pai Huang. All devious plots shall ultimately yield to strength," Qin declared, gazing ahead as her palm slowly lifted and glided downwards, leaving a long trail of fire in its wake, which glided forward with purpose. The warriors observed her enigmatic gesture, unaware of its implications until Qin spoke, "Holy sword, dual excellence." The flame's trail suddenly split, transforming into a massive character that erupted, instantly melting the entire passageway. "Now, there shall be no danger. Let us proceed." Qin's proclamation astonished her comrades, the display truly breathtaking. She stepped forward, noticing no one followed, and turned back in confusion, her expression suddenly shifting to one of ferocity. "Why do you hesitate?" The tone of Qin, combined with her fierce visage, sent shivers down the spines of her team, their faces contorted in shock. Even the Rakshasi collapsed to the ground, a mysterious liquid pooling beneath her. Qin, puzzled, scratched her face, her formidable claws starkly contrasting with her youthful appearance, evoking a peculiar blend of and eerie horror. "Quickly, Qin, you proceed first. We will join you shortly," Pai Huang cautiously urged, supporting the Rakshasi. Qin nodded in confusion, uncertain of her companion's distress, yet turned back to forge ahead. After Qin departed, the others gradually emerged from the intimidation they had just experienced, taking deep breaths and rising from the ground once more. Qin's expression was indeed rather terrifying. The succubus, still trembling with trepidation, patted her chest and whispered to her boyfriend. Observing the succubus's fair bosom, the King of Cards felt his cheeks flush slightly, nodding stiffly as if in a daze. Yes, it was quite frightening. Quicksilver rose from behind Cyclops, gently patting his somewhat rigid companion, who then fell to the ground with a thud, leaving Quicksilver exasperatedly wiping his forehead. Get a grip, buddy. Sheen is your ally, not your adversary. There is no need to be this fearful. In response, Cyclops rolled over to face Quicksilver, his voice trembling slightly as he hoarsely replied, I understand. But this fear feels instinctual, constantly gnawing at me. Wait, why are you unaffected? Cyclops, wearing sunglasses, regarded Quicksilver with a puzzled expression. After pondering for a moment, Quicksilver shrugged nonchalantly. Is there? That feeling just now was no different from when my sister gets angry. I suppose I've grown accustomed to it. Cyclops, caught between speechlessness and indignation, felt a flicker of relief, ultimately exhaling a soft sigh. Shining inhaled deeply, standing up from the ground to face the group, declaring, Everyone, we can no longer afford to wait. We must swiftly locate the professor. Safeguarding him is our paramount duty. The group exchanged glances, nodding in unison. The King of Cards responded, All right, let us quickly regroup and find Sheen, so we can locate the professor together. Oh, I'm afraid I must apologize. You won't be going anywhere, interjected the trio of Rhino, Scorpion, and Tombstone, blocking the path of the team. 3 ridiculous clowns? Who are you? What brings you here? Upon the sudden appearance of the trio, Cyclops sprang to his feet, adopting an arrogant stance as he adjusted his sunglasses, gazing disdainfully at them from a 45-degree angle. While our Boston T ordered the elimination of your lot, you're as good as dead today, Tombstone declared, cracking his neck with a resounding pop. Swiftly launching a massive shuriken. In a display of bravado, Cyclops dramatically removed his sunglasses, unleashing 2 powerful beams of energy that shot straight toward the shuriken, colliding with it. With a casual flick of his hand, Tombstone accelerated the shuriken's velocity, and with a sharp sound, Cyclops' beams were cleaved in 2, sending the shuriken hurtling back toward him. Realizing the imminent danger, Cyclops executed a backward roll to evade the incoming shuriken, only to forget that his beams were still active, nearly striking his own teammate in the process. Tombstone erupted in laughter, not neglecting to wave his hand, as the shuriken continued its relentless pursuit of Cyclops. In a frantic effort to dodge, Cyclops found himself performing an unexpected dance amidst the chaotic exchange of attacks and evasions. The illustrious battle squad not only excels at evasion, but also possesses the grace of dance. A delightful surprise indeed. Dance on. Continue to enchant me with your movements. The trio of rhinos taunted Laser Eye with uproarious laughter, blissfully unaware that peril was stealthily approaching in their moment of hubris. With a gentle snap of his fingers, King of Cards summoned a thunderous explosion beneath the feet of the rhinos, enveloping them in a cloud of dust. A wicked smile crept across his face as he declared, Hearts, the law of victory has been established. While King of Cards flaunted his bravado, the alluring demoness was not to be trifled with before he could utter another word. A colossal hammer sent him soaring through the air. Truly, one must wonder if today, as superheroes, are merely adept at posturing. Emerging from the haze, Rhinos wielded the very hammer that had struck King of Cards, resting it upon his shoulder, his expression one of disdain as he pinched his nose. Who allowed you, this trash, to assault my dashing boyfriend? The demoness seethed, preparing to retaliate. Yet, before she could strike, Quicksilver activated his bullet time, bracing himself to inflict severe damage upon the trio, who dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Is it over? Quicksilver gasped, surveying the scene where the defeated trio had fallen, only to find no remains left behind, prompting his inquiry. How ridiculous. Those 3 imbeciles required my direct intervention. While Quicksilver and his companions reveled in their victory over the trio, the figure of a small old man clad in black robes with white hair materialized before them. Dark magic begone. In the blink of an eye, a blue specter swept past the group, and they were abruptly hurled from the pyramid. Upon regaining their senses, they found themselves before their mentor. Tony Hot Tea,